Traversing the realm of Naruto, Qingyu acquires the Crimson Jade System. At the outset, he unlocks the Zanpakutō Mirror Flower Water Moon, capable of hypnotizing the five senses and exerting control over all. The execution of the Konoha Crush Plan commences. Chapter 1. An invitation to the Chunin exams from Konoha, Rain Hidden Village. The entire sky is enveloped in dark clouds, with a persistent drizzle cascading down, creating ripples in the puddles upon the ground. Standing atop a towering spire, Pain of the Akatsuki gazes impassively down upon the village below. No one knows what thoughts occupy his mind at this moment, indifferent to the chilling rain that drenches his form. Just then, a flurry of white papers flutters in from behind him, swiftly converging to ultimately form the silhouette of a tall, slender figure. With short, light blue hair adorned with a white paper flower, she is clad in the distinctive black cloak of the Akatsuki, emblazoned with red clouds. Pain, Konoha has sent an invitation to the joint Chunin exams. I fear this is merely their ruse to gather intelligence on other ninja villages. Konan glances at the unresponsive figure before her, a twinge of sorrow stirring within her heart. However, she has long since grown accustomed to this pain, and continues speaking. I believe we can seize this opportunity to gather intelligence on Konoha before executing the plan, ensuring our success. After all, Konoha is the foremost ninja village. Its strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, the information provided by Uchiha Obito should not be taken at face value. The members of the Akatsuki are already prepared and ready to initiate the tailed beast capture plan at any moment. The might of Konoha has long since ingrained itself in her mind, instilling a sense of unease that compels her to speak more, warning her life-and-death companion. Then let us dispatch several teams to participate in the exams, dispelling Konoha's suspicions. Let them be misled into believing that the rain-hidden village remains under the rule of Hanzo, the salamander. Listening quietly as Konan concludes her thoughts, Pain nods in agreement, offering no dissent. Although he possesses the power of a god, transcending the very definitions of strength within the ninja world, or so he believes. Presently, Konoha, having lost the support of the Senju and Uchiha clans, does not seem capable of posing any threat to him. Nevertheless, Konan is his most trusted ally, and her counsel merits consideration. Moreover, this delay cannot extend for too long. Soon, the divine will descend upon Konoha. This guest is truly amusing, always jesting. In a private room of a pink tavern, a handsome young man and a young lady clad in a cow-patterned dress sit closely together on the sofa, continually teasing one another with playful banter. The cow-patterned lady giggles, her ample bosom quivering as she struggles to contain her mirth, while she refills the handsome young man's glass. Oh no, I am not one to tell lies. Everything I just said was the absolute truth. A hint of inebriation graces the handsome young man's visage as he lifts his glass once more, savoring the drink. It seems I possess quite the charm. No wonder guests always request me specifically. Flattered by the compliment, the cow-patterned lady beams with delight, instinctively scooting closer to the handsome young man, eager to bridge the gap between them. The atmosphere instantly warms. However, just as their next move is about to unfold, the door swings open. Qingyu, we have a mission. The intruder, named Rong, has gray hair obscuring his left eye, his face wrapped in bandages, only his right eye exposed, and he dons a dark gray high-collared raincoat. He excels in water-style ninjutsu and moves with stealth. He is the captain of Qingyu's mission team. Can I refuse this? Qingyu, filled with resentment towards the oblivious captain, expresses his displeasure. No, you cannot. Otherwise, we shall treat you as a traitor to the village. Rong responded coldly, resembling a programmed automaton devoid of any human warmth. TCH. Upon hearing this response, Qingyu felt no surprise and could only accept it. Rolling his eyes, he turned to the girl in the cow-patterned skirt and said, "Farewell, Shugong. I shall return next time." Having spoken, Qingyu rose to follow Captain Rong as they departed. Shortly thereafter, the two braved the drizzle, traversing the commercial district and swiftly arriving at a secluded location. This was the designated rendezvous point for the task force. The primary purpose of this location was to prevent eavesdropping by unrelated individuals during the task briefing, thereby mitigating any unforeseen risks. At that moment, the last team member, Meng Hua, with short black hair and a large burn scar on his right cheek, known for his proficiency in physical techniques, was already waiting there. Can we discuss the nature of the task now? Once everyone had assembled, Qingyu inquired, directing his gaze towards Captain Rong. It is a direct order from Lord Angel. The mission entails participating in the joint Chunin exam of Konoha under the guise of candidates from the Rain Hidden Village. The objective is to gather intelligence regarding Konoha. The specific information to be collected will be arranged by me later. Are there any questions? Rong, without hesitation, began to elucidate the task details to the two team members. None. Qingyu and Meng shook their heads in response. If there are no further inquiries, you may begin your preparations. Remember to assemble here in 1 hour. Dismissed. After conveying the information and receiving no questions from the team, Rong vanished in a flash. Meng remained silent, exhibiting no desire to engage in conversation with Qingyu, and with a leap, turned away. Moments later, he disappeared from Qingyu's sight. Each one of them truly possessed a rather aloof demeanor. Qingyu, accustomed to such behavior, felt no inclination to voice his grievances. For now, he faced a significant predicament: the Chunin exam of Konoha. This timeline corresponds to the period of Konoha's 12 Little Strong, signifying what? It signifies that I am on the brink of disaster. As a time traveler, Qingyu was acutely aware that this Chunin exam posed a perilous path for the candidates from the Rain Hidden Village. In the original narrative, for reasons unknown, a team of candidates from the Rain Hidden Village fell under the scrutiny of Orochimaru, ultimately meeting their demise without a ripple, akin to an ant crushed beneath a careless foot, unnoticed by all. They were not even worthy of possessing names. Now, I find myself among them. If the trajectory of this world remains unchanged and does not pivot due to the flutter of my insignificant butterfly wings, then it is evident that I shall be effortlessly extinguished by Orochimaru. Foreseeing my own demise, Qingyu's expression darkened, and a wave of unease washed over him. For the first time, he experienced fear of death. It had been 2.5 years since he arrived in the world of Hokage. Initially, he harbored enthusiasm for extraordinary power and dedicated himself to training. Ultimately, he discovered that in this world governed by bloodline, lacking any innate talent, the arduous pursuit of ninjutsu could only be described as utterly mundane. Even now, he barely reached the level of a Chunin, having nearly hit his limit. This posed little aid against the current crisis. What should he do? Should he defect? Yet, if he chose that path, Qingyu doubted his ability to escape the vendetta of the Rain Hidden Village. The distinction lay solely in dying sooner or later. After contemplating, he promptly dismissed the notion of becoming a rogue ninja. However, accepting the mission might offer a glimmer of hope. After all, he was already aware of where the dangers lay. If he remained vigilant and prepared, survival was not entirely out of reach. Power. I yearn for power. Without power, my fate is dictated by others, and it is utterly stifling. Under the looming threat of death, an unprecedented surge of emotion flooded Qingyu's mind. Perhaps, driven by his longing, the universe would respond in kind. Ding! The Crimson Jade system senses the host's desire for power. Commencing binding and activation. Chapter 2. The Collapsed Jade System. Perhaps it was a fervent yearning for power that triggered the mechanism of the transmigrator's golden finger. Suddenly, a mechanized electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Collapsed Jade System is now initializing. Upon hearing this sound, a virtual screen materialized before his eyes, featuring an exceptionally simplistic interface, dominated by a gem radiating a flickering blue-black glow. Above the gem, the words Collapsed Jade were inscribed, while below it lay a progress bar indicating the loading percentage. This revelation lifted Qingyu's spirits immensely. After the mountains and rivers have blocked the path, a village appears amidst the willows and flowers. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me. Faced with the imminent threat of Orochimaru, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. The Collapsed Jade System was initializing, yet its exact implications for him remained unclear, leaving him in eager anticipation of the potential assistance it might bestow. With a heart brimming with excitement and trepidation, he awaited the passage of time. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed before the system completed its initialization. The screen displayed, once again, the singular blue-black gem. Adjacent to it was a segment of text introducing its features. Collapsed Jade System. Ability Overview. 1. Manifestation of Wishes. The true power of the Collapsed Jade does not lie in transcending boundaries, but rather in interpreting the profound desires of its host or those around them and realizing them. For example, Urahara wished to transcend the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollows, and the Collapsed Jade facilitated the hollowification experiment. Aizen yearned to evolve into a higher dimension, and the Collapsed Jade guided his relentless breakthroughs. 2. Host Protection and Evolution Mechanism. Immortal and Indestructible. Grants super speed regeneration capabilities, as seen when Aizen withstood the Captain Commander's forbidden techniques and Ichigo's strikes. Forced evolution, when the host faces a life-threatening situation or reaches a bottleneck in strength. The collapsed jade compels them to evolve to the next realm, as observed during Aizen's multiple transformations in his battle against Ichigo. 3. Creation and modification of life. Aizen utilized a semi-awakened collapsed jade to create the Espada, the 10 blades, and their subordinates. Upon full awakening, he created the unique Espada, Wonder Weiss, specifically designed to counter Yamamoto Genryusai's fire-extinguishing abilities. Deficiencies. Dependency on host's will. 1. The host must possess the foundational strength to realize their wishes. 2. The host's inner resolve must remain unshaken. Aizen's moment of self-doubt led to the collapsed jade's abilities faltering. Enhancements. Dominance of host's will. 1. The host can continuously strengthen their foundational strength through training, with no upper limit. 2. The abilities of the collapsed jade will not fluctuate according to the host's changing resolve. Ability unlock progress. Collapse Jade Progress 1. Zangetsu, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Initial Release. Initial Release. For every increment of 1 in Collapse Jade Progress, chakra is doubled, up to a maximum of 10 times. Grants the user complete hypnotic capabilities, allowing for permanent alteration of the target's 5 senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch. This ability does not create independent illusions, but directly overrides the target's cognitive logic, sensory manipulation. The user can arbitrarily modify the target's perception of specific objects in terms of form, quality, touch, etc., e.g., disguising allies as enemies or swapping positions with a substitute. Cognitive consistency. The victim will fill in details based on their own experiences, eliminating the need for the user to fabricate the minutiae of an illusion. For instance, when Urahara examined the corpse, his extensive medical knowledge prevented him from discerning Aizen's fake body. Ritual imprint. The target need only witness the initial release moment once to become a permanent captive, allowing the user to initiate hypnosis at any time without the need for repeated releases. Universal control can simultaneously affect individuals or groups, such as enveloping the entire Central 46, and is not limited by distance. It disregards power disparities. Even if the opponent's spiritual pressure far exceeds the user's, like Yamamoto Genryusai. As long as the visual imprint condition is met, Mirror Flower, Water Moon remains effective. After Aizen's initial release, he was able to ensnare the Captain Commander Yamamoto in an illusion, forcing him to use a self-destructive technique. In the Blood War arc, Mirror Flower, Water Moon even interfered with Yhwach's omniscience, distorting his perception of time and fabricating details of unrevealed Bankai, such as Renji's dual king snake tail. Aizen's words of wisdom. The true power of Mirror Flower, Water Moon lies not in the blade, but in how the wielder weaves reality. Collapse Jade Progress 10, not yet completed. Hiss. How formidable. After absorbing all the information regarding the collapsed Jade system, Qingyu's eyes widened, and he gasped in astonishment, overwhelmed by sheer shock. With the ability of Mirror Flower, Water Moon at his disposal, he felt confident enough to confront not just the likes of Orochimaru, but even the Sage of Six Paths himself. He longed to let them experience the terrifying hypnosis of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. In that instant, Qingyu felt a surge of arrogance. A sense of invincibility washed over him, accompanied by the solitude of a master amidst the world. At a mere progress of 1, the collapsed jade revealed its terrifying capabilities. What wonders would await at a progress of 100? Would it transcend the shinobi world? The very thought filled him with anticipation. In less than half an hour, Qingyu's mindset underwent a monumental transformation. Initially, his goal had been to survive until the events of Boruto. Now, however, he chuckled. First, let us set a modest target, to hypnotize the entire shinobi world. Otherwise, he would feel utterly unworthy of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Yet, on another note, how does one unlock the progress bar? What must I do? After a careful search, Qingyu found no clarifications regarding this aspect, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Could it be that he was destined to remain stuck at level 1 forever? Truly, the system was powerful, yet in this regard, it left much to be desired. The user experience was somewhat lacking. It seemed he would have to rely on himself, gradually familiarizing himself with the system's functions. Closing the system interface, he shifted his gaze to the Zanpakutō at his waist. With a deliberate motion, he unsheathed it from its scabbard. The blade of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, appeared as an ordinary katana, unremarkable in design, seemingly devoid of any extraordinary attributes. Its overall style was rather simple and unassuming, making it impossible to discern that it concealed terrifying power. After scrutinizing it for a while, and finding no potential targets to hypnotize in the vicinity, Qingyu reluctantly returned it to its sheath. He planned to unleash, shatter, mirror flower, water moon, on his teammates when they arrived, to witness its effects in action. With some time still to spare, Qingyu needed to prepare for the upcoming journey. The distance from the rain village to the leaf village was considerable. Supplies such as energy-restoring food and combat gear were indispensable. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. The trio reconvened at their meeting point. Let us depart. Under the leadership of Captain Ho, the three hurriedly made their way toward the outskirts of the rain village, braving the rain. Unbeknownst to them, on a towering structure, Pain of the Akatsuki and Konin quietly observed their departure. Chapter 3. Encountering an ambush. When would Orochimaru strike? Throughout the journey to the leaf village, Qingyu pondered this question, remaining ever vigilant. The hypnotic capabilities of Mirror Flower, Water Moon were formidable, yet they came with a prerequisite: the target must witness its initial release. However, should Orochimaru opt for a stealthy assassination, and he failed to react in time, even the strongest ability would be rendered useless. His foundational strength still fell short. With a sigh of resignation, Qingyu instinctively lagged a few paces behind his teammates. By doing so, he hoped to provide himself with a modicum of warning should they encounter unforeseen circumstances. This way he would not be caught off guard. Yet, he could not stray too far, lest he become an isolated target for concentrated attacks. Before setting off, Qingyu had seized an opportunity to hypnotize two of his teammates with Mirror Flower, Water Moon. At present, they remained blissfully unaware of his subtle maneuver, continuing their journey with their heads down. After a couple of hours, moving at the speed of a ninja, they finally departed the land of rain and entered the borders of the land of fire. Ahead lies a tranquil forest, yet unbeknownst to Qingyu and his companions, peril lurks silently in their midst. A sense of foreboding strikes, an ambush. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet seems to have been hollowed out, collapsing with every step. The astute captain, Rome, swiftly senses danger and calls out a warning to his comrades. In that moment of falling, he deftly releases a shuriken, its handle tied with a slender cord, which spirals around a nearby tree trunk, securing itself tightly. Grasping the fine line, he prevents his own descent into the abyss below. Seizing the opportunity, he kicks against the walls of the pit with force, propelling himself upwards and out of harm's way. Dreamfire, a teammate skilled in taijutsu, possesses remarkable reflexes. Without needing Rome's prompt, his body reacts instinctively to the imminent threat. He swiftly unsheathes his short blade, gripping its hilt firmly, and plunges it into the rocky walls of the pit. The force of his fall carves a narrow groove into the earth. Ultimately, he halts in midair, suspended at the edge of the pit. He realizes this is only the beginning. The danger has not yet subsided. Without hesitation, he leaps from the pit, landing back on solid ground beside Captain Rome, vigilant and scanning their surroundings. Conversely, Qingyu, having kept his distance from the duo, manages to evade the chaos effortlessly. In their hypnotic perspective, Qingyu appears to navigate through the turmoil unscathed. Aside from Qingyu, the expressions of the two remaining teammates grow grave, clearly unprepared for the ambush. Come forth. Rome squints into the depths of the forest, seemingly having detected the enemy's presence, and commands with a chilling tone. Swish, swish, swish. In response, a flurry of shurikens hurtle toward them. However, for the trio from Rain Village, who are already on high alert, the projectiles pose no threat. They nimbly evade the assault, leaping away from danger. Yet, this ambush is evidently meticulously orchestrated. Having dodged the shurikens, they unwittingly play into the enemy's design, whose sole objective is to drive the trio into the next trap. Cursed fate. As the trio lands, they discover the area is plastered with explosive tags, now igniting. A relentless wave of assaults ensues, leaving no opportunity to catch their breath. Damn it. Earth release, earth wall. Rome grits his teeth in frustration. There is no time to escape the blast radius. Reluctantly, he resorts to the earth release technique, which he is not proficient in, erecting 4 walls of earth around the trio to shield them from the impending explosion. Boom. The violent detonations reverberate through the forest, echoing for several minutes. As silence finally descends, smoke swirls around, debris rising into the air. Wind release, great breakthrough. At that moment, a youthful voice emerges from the depths of the forest, followed by a gust of wind that disperses the lingering smoke, revealing a pockmarked, charred landscape. Are they all dead? Moments later, several figures emerge from the forest. Among them is a stout, robust figure named Jirobo, who, scratching his bald head, inquires naively. Foolish Jirobo, after such a terrifying explosion, how could a mere handful of Chunin survive? Retorts a girl with red hair tied in a ponytail, adorned with symmetrical purple markings on her face, named Doyu, her temper flaring at her teammate's ignorance. 2 imbeciles, remarks another teammate, Hito Maru, who possesses 6 arms and brown skin, with his third eye on his forehead. He immediately perceives the anomaly. Seeing his companions oblivious to the situation, he can't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Damn it, Kidomaru, repeat that. Doyu snaps back, her anger directed at him. How intriguing. I never anticipated anyone would survive. The last to arrive, Orochimaru, disregards the squabbling of his subordinates. His gaze fixed coolly on the location where Rong had executed the earth release, now only a smoldering mound of ash, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Impossible? Doyu exclaims in disbelief, not doubting Orochimaru's word, but struggling to comprehend how the feat was accomplished. Kidomaru, Orochimaru commands, ignoring Doyu's astonishment. At once, Kidomaru comprehends Orochimaru's intent and swiftly draws a bow, knocking an arrow aimed at the charred mound. With ease, he pulls back to full draw, releasing the arrow with a sonic boom, rivaling the force of a Barrett bullet, obliterating the mound. Substitution jutsu. Observing this, the surviving Qingyu dares not hesitate. Using a wooden stake, he performs a substitution, evading the lethal strike. In the next instant, a thunderous crash resounds as the charred mound is flattened. That was close. I nearly perished. Qingyu had sensed that his captain, Rome, might not withstand the explosion, thus hypnotizing his 2 teammates to act as shields, sacrificing themselves to ensure his survival. Though they ultimately fell, Qingyu lives on, embodying the spirit of the will of fire, a testament to their noble sacrifice. Yet, the force of the explosion proves too great for even their sacrifice to mitigate, leaving Qingyu dazed, his ears ringing, his vision clouded in white. As he regains his senses, he finds Orochimaru and his cohorts realizing he is still alive and preparing to strike again. Ignoring his body's discomfort, Qingyu hastily employs the substitution technique to evade further danger. Chapter 4. Shatter, Illusory Reflection. This ambush was, in truth, anticipated by Qingyu. What he did not foresee was Orochimaru's alliance with a formidable team of sound ninjas, engaging in an underhanded assault against his trio of Chunin. Such a grandiose treatment left him in a state of trepidation. The prospect of struggling against such odds was intriguing. However, this is where it ends. The Rain Ninja youth stands undaunted in the face of death, his demeanor calm and composed. Such a rare and precious mindset earns him a nod of appreciation from Orochimaru, who admires Qingyu's poise. Alas, being a Rain Village ninja, deeply intertwined with the Akatsuki organization, he would never consider recruiting such a talent. Eliminate him. Yes. Kidomaru, Jirobo, Doyu, and the others respond in unison, swiftly adopting battle stances. They silently rejoice that Orochimaru has not chastised them for their failure to assassinate the target. To honor Orochimaru's leniency and avoid further mistakes, they resolve to give their all, unhesitatingly entering the cursed seal state. As they do, black markings begin to emerge across their faces, arms, and other parts of their bodies. Kimaru, you need not intervene. The white-haired youth, Kamaru, dressed in a gray and white kimono, is halted by Orochimaru just as he prepares to engage. From the recent ambush, the capabilities of the Rain Village trio are all too clear. Even if the Rain Ninja youth Qingyu has miraculously survived, the outcome remains unchanged. It is simply not worth expending Kamaru's limited strength, nor should such power be squandered in this encounter. The objective of this assault is primarily to secure a legitimate identity, to infiltrate Konoha and approach the reincarnated body he has set his sights upon, while secretly orchestrating the downfall of Konoha. Thus, Orochimaru has divided his forces, sending Kidomaru and the others ahead, while separating from the Sound Village team. The team from the Hidden Rain Village inadvertently caught the attention of Orochimaru, becoming his next target. This group was not particularly formidable. The strength of just 4 members, including Gatonmaru, was more than sufficient. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Junmaru nodded in acknowledgement, silently standing beside Orochimaru. Hey, little Rain Ninja. Can't you just accept your fate? Why must you struggle? Damn it, you're forcing us to disappoint Lord Orochimaru. The sound for encircled Ayu, while Doyu resembled a lit powder keg, venting his frustrations without restraint. The expressions of the other 3 mirrored his sentiment, their faces etched with indignation, suggesting a rather unstable emotional state. It was likely that the curse mark had amplified their negative emotions. Despite their incessant taunts, Ayu remained largely indifferent, recognizing that he lacked the capital to act recklessly or to display arrogance. The drawbacks of his mirage technique were evident. It required the target to witness its release process for the hypnosis to take effect. Should he become overconfident and reveal his motives to the enemy, it could easily lead to a significant loss of his advantage. Thus, Ayu refrained from any unnecessary actions, quietly seeking an opportunity to unleash his powers. Now was the moment. Noticing that all eyes were on him, a wave of panic washed over Au, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. He clumsily held his blade, its tip pointing towards the ground, completely oblivious to his own disarray. This spectacle elicited disdainful chuckles from the onlookers, who did not hide their contempt for Au. Little Rain Ninja, your winds can blow no further. Indeed, no one could resist the paralyzing fear of death. Life was truly fragile. Thus, the pursuit of immortality remained my ultimate aspiration. Observing Au's stark transformation, Orochimaru felt a renewed appreciation for life's fragility, further solidifying his obsession with eternal existence. Shatter Mirage. Au, seemingly paralyzed by fear, lost grip of his blade, which fell vertically to the ground. In that instant, a hint of triumphant amusement flickered across his lips as he softly chanted. As his words fell, the blade plunged into the earth. Remarkably, the weapon, fragile as tofu, suddenly emitted a faint glow before shattering. Where's his blade? Did I just see it break? They wondered in disbelief. The bizarre scene left Gitanmaru and his companions utterly perplexed, instinctively assuming it was an illusion. How intriguing. I never expected this Rain Ninja to surprise me in such a manner. Unlike the others, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf, had delved into various forbidden techniques. His vast experience allowed him to discern that Au had just executed a certain jutsu, although its nature remained unclear. This piqued his interest, and he stood beside Junmaru, calmly observing, showing no intention to intervene. The Sound Four, feeling as though they had been mocked by Au, grew increasingly irate. While hurling insults, they unleashed their abilities against him. Apologies. This is my stage now. It's time for my performance. At that moment, Au shed his earlier timidity, adopting a fierce and audacious demeanor. Under the influence of Mirage, even the legendary Sannin or the strongest Hokage were mere toys in his hands. He could manipulate them as he pleased. Spiderweb, without the need for hand seals. Akin to the bloodline limit of a certain clan, Gitanmaru flung numerous webs toward Au. Au, infusing wind chakra into his blade, swiftly slashed through the webs, severing them effortlessly. As the others acted without hesitation, seizing the opportunity created by Gitanmaru, they hurled explosive tags and kunai at Au. In an instant, the area around him erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Hee, here I am. Just as everyone focused on the epicenter of the blasts, Au unexpectedly appeared beside Jirubo, startling him into a wide-eyed shock. He hastily grabbed a kunai, swinging it in a desperate attempt to retaliate. The blade pierced flesh, accompanied by the horrifying sound of tearing skin. Jirubo, you fool! What are you doing? Zaku's enraged shout resonated nearby. In his view, he witnessed Jirubo attack his comrade, Doyu, without warning. Such treachery against a teammate ignited Zaku's fury. How could it be you, Doyu? Hearing Zaku's outcry, Jirubo seemed to awaken from his stupor, gazing at the injured Doyu with mounting panic. Damn it, Jirubo, are you seeking personal vengeance? Injured, Doyu pressed her hand against her wound, hastily distancing herself from Jirubo. She could not fathom why he would act in such a manner, assuming his actions were a reaction to her earlier taunts, leading him to irrationality at this critical moment. No, that's not it. Just a moment ago, I distinctly saw that Rain Ninja. Upon hearing this, Jirubo grew frantic, desperately attempting to explain himself. If he were to be accused of maliciously attacking a teammate, Lord Orochimaru would undoubtedly not let him off lightly. Thud. Another sound echoed as flesh met weaponry once more. This time, Zaku was the unfortunate recipient. An arrow pierced through his back, nearly striking his heart. Why? He realized that the arrow was Gitanmaru's doing. This revelation left Zaku in a state of utter confusion, unable to comprehend why Gitanmaru would turn against him. Overwhelmed by this uncertainty, he succumbed to his injuries and fell unconscious. The continuous occurrences of teammates harming one another had yet to dawn on the four in the midst of the chaos. However, Orochimaru immediately grasped the situation. The Sound Four had fallen victim to an illusion. What a bunch of fools. Such dismal performance from those he had painstakingly trained was disappointing. Despite being failures, they were still capable ninja. Yet, against the Rain Ninja's illusion, they became utterly defenseless. Inevitably, disappointment gnawed at him. But he could not afford to witness Gitanmaru and the others perish before his eyes. Such an outcome would jeopardize his plans for the collapse of the Hidden Leaf. Thus, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 5. The World Through Orochimaru's Eyes. All present had witnessed the initiation of Mirage. This meant they were all ensnared in Au's sensory hypnosis. Even Orochimaru was merely a prey caught in a spider's web. Should he choose to, Au could easily dispatch them with just a few strikes. However, Orochimaru's survival instincts were remarkable. To completely eliminate him was beyond Ayu's current capabilities. Furthermore, Orochimaru still served a purpose in the grander scheme. Release. Misled into believing he had fallen victim to a mere illusion, Orochimaru confidently raised his hand to perform a release seal. In response, Aoi was most cooperative, presenting him with a vision as if the illusion had been dispelled. I must say, your genjutsu is quite surprising. Rain Ninja, I find myself somewhat reluctant to deliver a fatal blow to you. Now, can you bring me even more delight? Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. In Orochimaru's eyes, the only illusion to be wary of was that conjured by the Uchiha Sharingan. Although Aoi's genjutsu demonstrated commendable prowess, it ultimately did not seem to pose a genuine threat to him. Turning his gaze toward Aoi's hiding spot, a peculiar light sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips as he could not help but express his inner thoughts. As a renowned elder in the ninja world for decades, you ought to be a paragon of virtue, yet you disregard the principles of martial ethics. How dare you launch a surprise attack on me, a mere 15-year-old comrade? Truly shameless. I advise this senior to remember, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not exploit the youth's poverty. As Orochimaru unleashed his signature secret technique, a massive python shot forth from his arm, reminiscent of Luffy's rubber fist, lunging directly at Aoi, symbolically controlling the illusion of himself. Aoi struggled to evade Orochimaru's strikes, only to be ensnared tightly by the serpent, rendering him immobile. Fear etched across his face, Aoi fought desperately. Yet he could not break free from his bindings. As Orochimaru approached him, poised to deliver the final blow to this Rain Ninja youth, Aoi suddenly transformed. Lowering his head slightly, the afternoon sun cast shadows upon his bangs, obscuring the upper half of his face while revealing a strangely sinister smile on the lower half. A sense of bizarre dissonance stirred within Orochimaru. Something felt decidedly amiss. Yet, in that moment, he could not discern the problem, nor was he ensnared in any illusion. Thus, the only remaining explanation was that this Rain Ninja was merely engaging in theatrics to stall for time and capture his attention. However, such considerations were now irrelevant. He had no desire to waste time investigating. Perhaps Aoi harbored some hidden means of resistance, but for Orochimaru, the game of cat and mouse had grown tiresome. It was time for it to conclude. Without lingering on Aoi's true nature, he swiftly drew a Kusanagi sword and severed Aoi's head in one decisive stroke. Even if the Rain Ninja harbored some ulterior motives, they had become inconsequential. In death, all would fade away. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. Let us depart. Under the guise of a Rain Ninja examinee, Orochimaru intended to participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha, besides gathering intelligence on the Akatsuki. Another objective was to assume the identities of other examinees and covertly infiltrate Konoha to execute a long-planned scheme. With the goal achieved, it was time to bury him. Before departing, he would not forget to afford this Rain Ninja youth, whom he somewhat admired, a proper burial. Yes. Thereupon, Jirubu initiated a Doton technique, interring Aoi's corpse within the earth. Once completed, Orochimaru and his companions departed without a trace of hesitation, leaving with an air of nonchalance. Had any onlookers been present, they would have witnessed Orochimaru and his entourage performing bewildering acts reminiscent of a circus troupe. The Sound Ninja, undeterred by their injuries, sang and danced exuberantly. The men provided a lively accompaniment while the women played flutes, creating an atmosphere brimming with exuberance. The elder artist, Orochimaru, entwined in a blue serpent, would evoke silence even from the great deity, cohabiting with a mighty tree. Ultimately, feeling the tree's indifference incited his ire, he unleashed a Doton technique, sealing it underground. Compared to Danzo's self-sacrificial act of sealing the Great Bridge, this display was not without grandeur. The remaining white-haired youth, Kamizuki Izumo, clapped incessantly, thoroughly entertained. What a spectacle! Alas, without a mobile phone or camera, this precious moment could not be immortalized. How intriguing it would be to witness Orochimaru's reaction when the entire ninja world beheld his disgraceful demeanor. Watching Orochimaru and his band depart, Aoi refrained from intervening. After all, he had personally experienced the effects of the Mirage ability. Killing Orochimaru would not ensure his true demise. He would merely be reborn somewhere within the ninja world. To harbor any apprehension toward himself and abandon the plan to bring down Konoha would be an unwise trade-off from a self-serving perspective. The power of Mirage truly is terrifying. With little effort, it can manipulate others at will. However, due to it being his first use, his technique was somewhat clumsy, leading to several inconsistencies while hypnotizing Orochimaru and his companions. Fortunately, Mirage provided a safety net. Otherwise, the one being toyed with might have become himself. Aoi did not rush to leave, instead taking the time to reflect on his gains and insights. Just as Aizen had stated, the strength of Mirage lies not in the blade, but in how the wielder weaves reality. The previous encounter with Orochimaru had revealed many issues that Aoi needed to ponder and refine. After dedicating some time to this task, it was time for Aoi to set forth. He could not afford to miss the grand performance of Konoha's downfall. His identity as a rain ninja had been appropriated by Orochimaru and his cohorts. He must assume a different identity to infiltrate Konoha. As for why he did not disguise himself as a member of Orochimaru's team to blend in, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with Mirage's capabilities. His proficiency paled in comparison to Aizen's. Remaining close to Orochimaru for an extended period would make it easy for his ruse to be discovered, placing himself in jeopardy. Nor should he underestimate the world's inhabitants merely because he had played tricks on Orochimaru. To presume the world to be naive would be folly. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary complications, Aoi had to seek an alternative path. If all else fails, forcibly breaking through with Mirage was not out of the question, though it carried greater risks. Chapter 6 Oi. Greetings, Mr. Scoundrel. A team of grass ninjas, invited by Konoha, was hastening toward the village to participate in the Chunin exams. Suddenly, a red-haired girl among them sensed something inexplicable and instinctively halted, turning her gaze to the side and back as if drawn by an unseen force. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Are you trying to escape? Are you contemplating betraying the ninja village? Damn tool. I should have never extended you so much leniency. A seasoned ninja from the grass village, Tereo, the team leader, noticed the peculiar behavior of the red-haired girl, Vortex Karui, and immediately halted. Perhaps it was his sudden surge of anger that propelled him into a furious state. Without granting her the chance to explain, he spun around and approached her, displaying no tenderness whatsoever as he harshly yanked her red hair, dragging her closer while scolding her vehemently. I didn't. Karui pleaded, her eyes brimming with helplessness and fear. Trembling uncontrollably, despite Tereo's rough demeanor, she dared not show a hint of dissatisfaction or resentment, desperately begging him to spare her. Otherwise, she would inevitably face a brutal beating. Spare you? A wretch is a wretch. How audacious you have become, daring to retort. Shall I expect you to incite rebellion by tomorrow? Indeed. You outsiders from the neighboring village are utterly untrustworthy. Allow me to administer a fitting reprimand on behalf of Lord Grass Shadow, to instill a lesson in you. However, the pleas of Xiangling did not dissipate Teru's misunderstanding. Instead, they ignited within him a deep-seated animosity and disdain. During the First Great Ninja War, the village of Grass was annihilated by intruders. After a strenuous effort to rebuild, it was once again beset during the Second Great Ninja War, where his parents perished amidst the chaos. The Third Great Ninja War further plunged the village into turmoil, transforming it into a battleground for great nations, and on multiple occasions, he narrowly escaped death. Consequently, the inhabitants of Grass Village harbored an intense aversion to outsiders. Given that they could not confront the ninjas of the great nations, they could only vent their resentment and hatred upon vulnerable outsiders like the red-haired girl and her mother. Thus, no amount of pitiful display from the red-haired girl could evoke even a flicker of sympathy from him. Raising his other hand, he struck her face with unrestrained force, sending her glasses flying. My glasses, the red-haired girl gasped, her vision blurring as she bent to retrieve them. They were the only keepsake left to her by her mother. Yet, Teru gripped her hair tightly, preventing her from reaching the glasses that lay just within her grasp. Witnessing her distress over the broken glasses, a wicked smile crept across Teru's face. Then, before her eyes, he raised his foot and crushed the glasses underfoot. An overwhelming wave of anguish surged through her, obliterating her final vestige of hope. She became like a hollow shell, devoid of light in her eyes, unresponsive to the world around her. Why the sudden silence? You Haven T, answer my earlier question. Speak. The abrupt quietude of the red-haired girl, as if she were silently resisting him, left Teru exceedingly dissatisfied, devoid of the satisfaction he sought from his revenge. Thus, he escalated his assault, shoving her to the ground and relentlessly kicking her, completely disregarding whether he might inadvertently kill her. Nearby, two of her peers, of similar age, observed. One wore a grin, clearly entertained, perceiving this as a form of amusement, while the other furrowed his brow, wishing to voice a protest but hesitating, fearful that Teru's wrath might be redirected toward him. Oi, good afternoon. You scoundrel over there. Are you preparing to attend the Chunin exams in Konoha? At that moment, a sudden voice broke through, causing Teru, caught in his act of violence, to momentarily freeze. Turning to face the source of the sound, there stood a boy, around 15 or 16, perched upon a branch of a large tree, wearing a cheerful expression that seemed harmless as he regarded them. Although he bore no headband of a ninja village, it was evident he was a ninja. The sudden appearance of this unfamiliar ninja raised Teru's suspicion. What was his purpose? Was he here to gather intelligence on Grass Village? Teru had no choice but to redirect his attention to the newcomer, his vigilance heightened. Who are you? What is your purpose? Teru demanded, drawing a kunai and adopting a posture of readiness for battle as he addressed Aoi. What purpose? Didn't I just mention it? Did you not hear clearly? Never mind. Clearly. You wouldn't answer honestly anyway. Let us just get to blows. Shatter, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Chapter 7. Uzumaki Xiangling. Observing that the other party was clearly unwilling to engage in dialogue, Aoi recognized that confrontation was inevitable. Thus, he decided against wasting further time in idle chatter. Drawing his Zanpakutō, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Teru and the others dutifully watched the entire process of its release, promptly falling under the spell of hypnosis. The ensuing battle held no suspense. The arrogant youth, Aoi, mistakenly believed that having acquired a modicum of ninjutsu and power, he could play the hero and rescue the innocent girl from Teru. However, he grossly miscalculated Teru's strength. Within 3 moves, he was slain on the spot. Damn it. What a farce. I thought he was formidable, and he startled me. Turns out he was just a fool. Humph. Next life. Keep your eyes open and recognize who you can't provoke. What a worthless piece of trash. Standing beside Aoi's lifeless body, Teru displayed a mixture of embarrassment and fury, unable to restrain himself from spitting on the ground. When Aoi first appeared, he seemed to exude an air of confidence, leading Teru to mistakenly believe him a skilled warrior seeking to champion justice. This caused Teru a sense of unease, fearing for his own life. He contemplated how he might plead for mercy. Yet, the reality was that this arrogant fool was even weaker than he. Merely 3 moves, and he had extinguished the boy's life. Did this idiot truly not perceive the disparity in their strengths? Is there truly a fool in this world? Just a hot-headed young man overly consumed by zeal. He ought to be more cautious in his next life. The absurdity of it all left Teru astounded. Regardless, the boy had undeniably paid the ultimate price for his bravado. Though foolish, such courage was worthy of some respect. In that moment, Teru's desire to continue tormenting the red-haired girl dissipated. His primary concern now was the possibility of encountering another would-be hero, one with genuine skill, who might very well end his life. Teru was somewhat aware of the heinous nature of his actions. Still, at times, he simply could not rein in his emotions. He considered himself, at heart, a good person. Get up, you worthless worm. It's time to move out. Although he refrained from further physical assault on the red-haired girl, his verbal abuse remained unrelenting. Hearing this, the red-haired girl could only grit her teeth, enduring the pain from her earlier beating, and hurriedly followed in Teru's footsteps, acutely aware that any delay might invite further violence. What is your name? Suddenly, someone appeared beside the red-haired girl, matter-of-factly inquiring. You. Turning to the voice, she realized it was the very stranger Teru had just killed. How could he still be alive? Though she could not fathom how he had accomplished this. He now stood brazenly beside her, seemingly unconcerned about being discovered and killed again. As her mind raced with thoughts, she wished to caution him to leave quickly. Yet she noticed that Teru, who was not far off, should have easily perceived the commotion at this distance. Yet, inexplicably, Teru appeared oblivious, as though he were blind, ignoring both her and the boy as if they did not exist. The astute girl quickly understood. Perhaps this boy had employed some unknown technique that rendered them undetectable. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you dazed? After a considerable pause, seeing the red-haired girl remain silent, Aoi frowned slightly and spoke again. I apologize. My name is Xiangling. What can I do for you, sir? The red-haired girl, startled, quickly offered her apology and responded. Ah, Xiangling is it? So, your village of grass is preparing to attend the Chunin exams in Konoha? Upon learning the girl's name, Aoi scrutinized her once more. In the end, it was confirmed without a doubt. The character that occupied a significant portion of the narrative, the whirlpool girl Xiangling, was unexpectedly encountered here. It was no wonder that the red-haired girl seemed so familiar. The representation on paper, after all, bears some disparity from her true appearance, which rendered immediate recognition elusive. However, the surprise was fleeting. Knowing her past and understanding her story, one cannot help but acknowledge its tragic nature. Yet so what? To speak candidly, over the years within the shinobi world, there have been countless individuals burdened by dismal fates. From the nurse in the sick ward, the demonic father, the smoking mother, to the Madame You Don't Want to Deal With series, all are steeped in misery. One's capacity for sympathy simply cannot stretch far enough. There is no necessity to confine oneself within the shackles of bygone moral standards. Nor is there any intention to become her beacon, to rescue her from her destiny. Thank you. Xiangling nodded, noticing the scrutinizing gaze of Qingyu. Overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority, she tightened her collar, retreating her hands into her sleeves in a bid to conceal the unsightly bite marks upon her skin. Receiving such a response, Qingyu smiled gently. He glanced at the leader, Teru, ahead, momentarily setting aside his murderous intent. Consider yourself fortunate. I'll allow you to live for a few more chapters. For now, he needed the identity of a participant from the grass-hidden village to gain entry into Konoha. Otherwise, given your earlier spitting gesture towards me, you would have long met your demise. Thus, Qingyu successfully infiltrated the team from Grass-Hidden Village. Chapter 8, Konoha before the Chunin exams. In recent days, Konoha has been graced by a plethora of unfamiliar faces. These individuals are primarily lower-ranking ninjas from various countries' ninja villages, accompanied by their Chunin and Jonin team leaders, with the lower ranks specifically here to participate in this year's Chunin exams in Konoha. Upon their arrival in Konoha, these foreign ninjas wasted no time, each displaying their unique skills to gather intelligence about the village. Among them, Uchiha Sasuke, the last scion of the Uchiha clan, adorned with numerous accolades such as genius and the Sharingan, naturally attracted the most attention. After several days, Qingyu, having blended into the Grass-Hidden Village team, finally reached their destination. Only after the captain, Teru, presented the necessary documentation for passage was he granted entry into Konoha, having endured a long journey with little rest. Even a ninja's robust physique could not escape the fatigue of the road. Once accommodations were arranged, Qingyu did not rush to venture outside. Now he was a free agent. The identity of a Rain ninja had been extinguished by Orochimaru. Thus, there was no longer a need to adhere to the so-called tasks of the Rain Hidden Village, granting him the liberty to act according to his own volition. After a day of recuperation, Qingyu emerged from his temporary lodgings, invigorated and ready. Having expended considerable effort to infiltrate Konoha, his objective was far from merely joining the fray. His ambition was to hypnotize the entirety of Konoha. Hence, secluding himself as a reclusive hermit was not an option. What are you following me for? Qingyu turned to regard the little shadow, Xiangling, behind him, inquiring with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Silence was her only response. Under the scrutiny of Qingyu's inquiry, Xiangling appeared anxious, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet his eyes. Throughout her life, apart from her mother, every person she encountered exuded greed and malice, like devils eager to devour her whole. Only in Qingyu's presence did she first feel a warmth akin to sunlight, an uncontrollable urge to draw near. Yet, she feared that being too close might invite disdain. Thus, wise beyond her years, she resorted to a modicum of cunning, choosing silence to evade the question, hoping to slip through unnoticed. Very well, let her be. After observing her for a while, Qingyu diverted his gaze, his expression remaining largely unchanged. After some contemplation, he chose not to interfere and strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha. At this moment, Xiangling had yet to reach the stage of her redemption by Orochimaru. She remained quite withdrawn and self-conscious, a troubled child struggling with normal social interactions. Qingyu, however, did not feel compelled to invest time and effort into guiding her out of her gloom simply because she was a character familiar to him. Perhaps at his core, Qingyu was a rather selfish and unsociable individual, merely a tailing shadow, having little impact on his own pursuits. Thus, Qingyu neither rejected nor accepted her presence. Oh yeah, we're finally back. Konoha is the best. Ramen. I want the deluxe tonkatsu ramen. After enduring considerable hardship, Team 7 of Konoha stood at the village gates. Having successfully completed their escort mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto raised his fist high, unable to contain his joyous cheer. What a fool. Sasuke, standing beside him, crossed his arms in a haughty manner, deriding him. Although he verbally expressed disdain, his heart had already begun to acknowledge Naruto as a comrade, especially after Naruto risked his life to save him during this mission. This bond of friendship moved Sasuke deeply. All right, you are all free to act now. I must report the mission results to Lord Hokage. Kakashi observed his 3 students, who had grown considerably throughout the mission, and felt a sense of satisfaction. After dispersing the team, he hurried towards the Hokage Tower. Meanwhile, within the Hokage office, a gathering of many of Konoha's elite ninjas was underway, deliberating the upcoming Chunin exams to be held soon. Kakashi, who had initially intended to report on the mission, found himself compelled to set that aside and join the meeting. Regarding the joint Chunin exams hosted by multiple ninja villages, I need not elaborate on its significance. I trust you all understand. I hope it receives the attention it deserves. This pertains to the dignity of Konoha. Therefore, do any of the lower-ranking team leaders have outstanding students they wish to recommend? The third Hokage, seated in the Hokage's chair, gazed upon the assembly of Konoha ninjas, slowly inquiring. If the leading teacher is a jonin, there exists a quota for recommendations. These leading teachers possess a more direct understanding of their students and can assess whether they meet the criteria better than I, the Hokage, ever could. As his words concluded, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma stepped forward from the ranks, unhesitatingly choosing to recommend their students for this Chunin exam. However, upon hearing Kakashi's recommendation of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, Iruka in the crowd became visibly unsettled. He hastily voiced his concerns, questioning, Naruto and the others have only just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Is it wise to let them participate in such a perilous Chunin exam? Kakashi-sensei. The moment those words left his lips, the assembly fell into a hush, surprised at Iruka's audacity to challenge the decision of a jonin. Naruto and the others are no longer students of the academy. They are my subordinates. You have no right to make decisions for them. Kakashi, though typically laid back, could not allow a Chunin to question him in front of so many people without reaction. After all, he still held a semblance of pride. Iruka was momentarily rendered speechless. Enough, Iruka. I understand your feelings, but you must trust the children. Young eagles must learn to soar on their own, rather than forever hiding beneath the protection of others. Seeing Iruka's stubbornness, the third Hokage chose not to remain a passive observer, offering words of comfort. Yes, Lord Hokage, I understand. Even the Hokage has spoken, compelling Iruka to yield. Subsequently, other jonin began to advocate for their students to participate in the Chunin exams. Ultimately, Konoha assembled approximately 70 to 80 teams, each comprised of 3 members, culminating in a total of 210 to 240 genin. This clearly demonstrates that, despite the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's foundation remains formidable, sufficient to instill fear in the neighboring small nations. Chapter 9. All present are worthless. Meanwhile, shortly after Naruto and his companions returned to the village, Orochimaru, who had stealthily infiltrated Konoha, received the news. Eager to witness firsthand the potential of his chosen new vessel, Uchiha Sasuke, he pondered how he compared to Uchiha Itachi. Did he meet Orochimaru's expectations? Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of regret, realizing that had he developed the reanimation jutsu sooner, the Uchiha clan might not have been eradicated, thus providing him with greater options. Consequently, he set his sights on the last surviving wielder of the Sharingan bloodline, Uchiha Itachi. However, he severely underestimated Itachi's strength, resulting in a swift defeat at the hands of Itachi's Jinjutsu, leaving him in a state of utter humiliation. Yet, rather than instilling fear, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan only deepened his obsession with it. Thus, with Itachi proving elusive, he turned his attention to the sole survivor of the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke, who was also Itachi's younger brother. As Itachi's sibling, Sasuke was undoubtedly an exceptionally talented prodigy. As for Kakashi, who also possessed the Sharingan, he was not within Orochimaru's considerations. Orochimaru was well aware of the complexities surrounding Kakashi's Sharingan, and, being a perfectionist, he found Kakashi lacking. Therefore, Uchiha Sasuke became his most favorable option. With this thought, Orochimaru licked his lips with a serpentine tongue, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He donned his conical hat and stepped out of his quarters. Just as Naruto and Sakura were on their way to enjoy ramen, they encountered Orochimaru's 3 little subordinates, including Konohamaru. Big brother, who is this big sister? Is it her? Konohamaru inquired, glancing at Sakura, who was exhibiting a bashful demeanor. Curiosity piqued. He speculated that she might be his brother's love interest. Misinterpreting the situation, Konohamaru lewdly extended a pinky finger, insinuating romantic intentions. Though you are just kids, you are quite perceptive. Naruto immediately grasped Konohamaru's insinuation. Instinctively placing his left hand behind his head, scratching it awkwardly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Originally preoccupied with why Sasuke was so indifferent towards her, Sakura was taken aback by Naruto and the little ones concocting rumors about her. Instantly infuriated, she feared that Sasuke might find out, leading to misunderstandings. No way. With veins bulging in her fists, she swiftly delivered a punch that sent the love-struck Naruto flying. Konohamaru and his companions were not spared either as she rained down blows, achieving a remarkable 4-kill. That hurt. Ouch. 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 Does that fat and ugly guy even count as a woman? After a while, Konohamaru cradled his head, still wailing in agony, seemingly forgetting that Sakura had not yet walked away, and he began hurling insults indiscriminately. having sufficiently vented her anger on Naruto and Konohamaru. Sakura felt her rage reignite as her face contorted with fury, resembling one possessed by a demon. You call me fat and ugly. Have you decided how you wish to die? She turned her icy gaze towards them, instilling terror in Konohamaru and Naruto, as if they had plunged into an ice cellar. Run. Witnessing her wrath, everyone was gripped by fear, bolting without a second thought. Unexpectedly, a scene unfolded that demanded attention. After wandering around Konoha for a better part of the day, aside from restricted areas, Alway had meticulously scouted the area. Once the opportune moment arose, Konoha would fall effortlessly into his grasp. Just as he was preparing to return, he stumbled upon the spectacle of Sakura pursuing Konohamaru, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Contemplating this, Alway decided to linger a while longer, unwilling to miss the dramatic scene. Bam! In his hurried escape, Konohamaru failed to notice an imposing figure emerging around the corner. Unable to slow down in time, he collided headlong, ultimately finding himself sprawled on the ground. Ouch! Stupid little brat. Kankuro, somewhat irked, lifted the seated Konohamaru by a single hand, preparing to teach this oblivious child a lesson. Let go of Konohamaru. Arriving late, Naruto could not tolerate anyone bullying his little brother and charged forward, fists raised. However, Kankuro, having anticipated Naruto's intentions, merely flicked his fingers, sending an almost invisible puppet thread that tripped Naruto, sending him crashing to the ground. Humph. It seems you are also genin from Konoha. Truly pathetic. Recognizing Naruto and Sakura as forehead protectors, Kankuro dismissed them with disdain, finding amusement in their plight. Before that guy arrives, let me have some fun with you. With that, Kankuro raised his fist, ready to unleash a beating on Konohamaru. Suddenly, a small stone whizzed through the air, striking Kankuro's wrist, causing him to release his grip. The unexpected turn of events drew everyone's attention to the direction from which the stone had come. What do you think you are doing in someone else's village? Sasuke coolly perched on a thick branch, casually tossing small stones while coldly addressing Kankuro and his sister Temari. Sasuke, with such a dashing entrance. Sakura transformed into an infatuated fangirl, squealing in delight. Damn it, another insufferable brat. Kankuro glared fiercely at Sasuke, nursing his injured hand, feeling a surge of irritation. Get lost. Sasuke ignored Kankuro's menacing gaze and crushed the stone in his hand, issuing a warning. Come down. I despise brats who merely talk big. Sasuke's words ignited Kankuro's fury completely. Eager to teach him a lesson, he swiftly set down the puppets he had been carrying on his back. Kankuro, stand down. Don't embarrass the village. Just as a confrontation seemed inevitable, Gaara appeared without anyone noticing, standing upside down on a branch near Sasuke, calling out to halt Kankuro's actions. What? Startled, Sasuke turned wide-eyed. Unable to mask his shock, he had not sensed Gaara's approach, indicating that Gaara's strength far surpassed his own. How could this be? Wasn't he also a genin? Why was there such a vast disparity? Damn it! In an instant, Sasuke's expression darkened, his emotions surging as he ground his teeth. The pride he held was utterly shattered by the presence before him. Ha! How amusing. Truly fascinating. Even more riveting than what's on screen. Alway, who had arrived just in time, witnessed Sasuke's failed display of bravado and did not attempt to conceal his presence, laughing unabashedly. His laughter was jarring, causing discomfort to all involved. Who the hell are you? Are you with them? Naruto, filled with indignation, raised his fist and shouted across at the laughing Alway. I am a genin from the grass-hidden village, here to participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha. I actually resonate with what that masked brat said. You Konoha genin are as weak as a pile of trash. No, I should say, everyone present is nothing but refuse. Alway, with a smile playing on his lips and an indifferent gaze, began his self-introduction, culminating his words with an exaggerated display of arrogance. You speak of modesty? That concept is non-existent. I possess a system. I've already leveled up. Why should I remain humble? I shall do as I please. If you disagree, come at me. Chapter 10. I remember you. Genin of the grass-hidden village, Alway. The youthful assembly could hardly tolerate Alway's condescending demeanor. They glared at him with hostility. Among them, Gaara, with a seemingly calm expression, was nevertheless expressing his inner fury through his actions. He was accustomed to looking down upon others, and Alway's insolence was intolerable to him. The large gourd on Gaara's back quietly opened, and sand began to flow out, gradually accumulating. The menacing aura surrounding him grew heavier, causing Sasuke, who stood close by, to feel as if a primordial beast was lurking nearby, rendering him momentarily breathless and utterly still. Gaara, wait. This is Konoha. You can't. Seeing Gaara on the verge of exploding, Temari, his elder sister, grew anxious. She knew all too well the terrifying nature of her brother. Once unleashed, he would recognize no kin. There would be no survivors among those present. Moreover, if Gaara acted recklessly, their plan from Sunigakure would be utterly compromised. The thought of their father's stern and merciless reprimands made Temari suppress her fear of Gaara and attempt to reason with him. Silence. No one can stop me today. I will kill this person. However, in his rage, Gaara was beyond heeding anyone's words. With a face etched in fury, he turned coldly to his sister, commanding her to be quiet. He was determined to end Always' life without delay. Gaara's expression began to distort, and the sand swirling around him accelerated, coalescing into a tangible form. Is that so? If you wish to kill me, then come and try. Alway maintained a slight smile, entirely unfazed by Gaara's escalating bloodlust. He slowly drew his Zanpakutō Kyoka Suigetsu from his waist. The tension in the air thickened palpably. What is happening? Why are they suddenly about to fight? What should we do? Sakura, playing the role of a mere bystander, was bewildered by the sudden turn of events and instinctively shrank behind Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto trembled, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura emanating from Gaara. Ah, damn it. This terrifying killing intent. How many has he killed? Are all genin from Sunigakure this fearsome? Why is he so powerful? Why? At this rate, when will I be strong enough to defeat that man? Sasuke, who had initially entered the scene as a protagonist, now found himself relegated to the role of a mere side character, consumed by resentment. He had thought that his experience in the Land of Waves, where he fought against the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi, had significantly enhanced his abilities. Though his appearance remained unchanged, he felt a swell of pride within. He viewed himself as the weakest, having reached the level of a chunin, perhaps a half-step into jonin territory. Yet now, faced with the other genin from rival villages, he felt utterly helpless. This was something Sasuke could not tolerate. Of course, no one cared what Sasuke was thinking anymore. The focus of the gathering was entirely on Gaara, the genin from Sunigakure, and Alway from the grass-hidden village. However, those observing, be they onlookers or hidden, were predominantly more curious about Alway than Gaara. After all, as a representative of one of the 5 great shinobi countries, Gaara's strength could not be significantly lacking. Even if it did not match that of the other 4 great villages, it certainly could not be weaker than that of a small village. If that conclusion were incorrect, it would only imply that Sunigakure was unworthy of being counted among the elite. Thus, many were intrigued. What audacity for a mere village to provoke both Sunigakure and Konoha. Has the grass-hidden village recently nurtured an unparalleled genius, this ostentatious youth before us? Does he possess demigod potential, akin to that rising star from the rain-hidden village? Consequently, a significant number began to take a keen interest in Alway, seizing the opportunity to gather intelligence on the genin from Sunigakure and Konoha. Are you ready to meet your demise? Gaara suppressed his killing intent to its utmost limit, observing Alway's motion to draw his weapon. He had no intention of launching a sneak attack. Instead, he sought to crush his opponent with absolute power, to ruthlessly slay the one who dared challenge him, ensuring a painful end for his audacity. It's nearly time. Before we begin, allow me to present a spectacular performance. With the commotion reaching a crescendo, Alway was on the verge of executing his final move when a striking figure with brilliant white hair burst onto the scene. Enough, you little brats. Quit causing trouble for others. If you still wish to fight, let me take on the role of your opponent. Having just concluded a meeting, Kakashi had no time to catch his breath. He was informed by the Umbu, tasked with protecting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and monitoring Uchiha Sasuke, that Naruto and his companions were about to engage in combat with ninjas from other villages. Kakashi was summoned to handle the situation, as the Umbu could not intervene directly. Upon receiving this news, Kakashi rolled his eyes, filled with exasperation. Honestly, this bothersome bunch of kids never rests, constantly bringing trouble upon themselves. With no choice, Kakashi rushed to the scene without even having a sip of water. Gaara, that's Konoha's Jonin, the copy ninja Kakashi. Among the elite Jonin, he is a top-tier expert. Temari, having gathered intelligence over the past few days, recalled crucial details about Kakashi upon seeing him, worried that Gaara might recklessly continue his assault. She hurriedly informed him of this information, hoping to dissuade him from proceeding. Stand down, Gaara. Now is not the time for you to act. Please, endure a little longer. Meanwhile, the representative from Sunigakure, Maki, arrived just a step ahead of Kakashi, urging Gaara to calm down. His words were primarily aimed at soothing Gaara, for if this monster lost control, he would be powerless to stop him. If that is the case, I shall spare you today, your life. I will claim at the Chunin exams. Genin of the grass-hidden village, Alway. I will remember you. Weighing the pros and cons, Gaara reluctantly commanded the sand to retract back into his gourd. It seemed that a fight was not destined for today. However, he still wished to provide the audience with a thrilling spectacle. Aoi, undeterred by the intervention from Konoha, felt no surprise at the sudden turn of events. With his right hand gripping the mirror flower water moon, he executed a dazzling flourish of the sword, yet he showed no intention of sheathing it. Addressing the departing crowd with a smile, he remarked, "A splendid performance? What else does this fellow intend to do?" Aware that a confrontation was futile, the ninja from Grass-Hidden Village, Qingyu, sought to conjure some trickery. This statement piqued the curiosity of those around, their gazes fixated upon Qingyu. Shatter, mirror flower water moon. This farce, this brazen arrogance is merely a facade. What Qingyu truly desires is to draw enough attention. Ultimately, he aims to ensnare them all, to ensnare them within the hypnotic embrace of the mirror flower water moon. Chapter 11. The Fool Being Toyed With. All eyes were riveted on Qingyu. Not missing a single move he made. It perfectly aligned with the thoughts swirling in his mind. Since you are all so cooperative, let us plunge into eternal hypnosis. Shatter. Mirror flower water moon. With a gentle whisper, the mirror flower water moon slipped from his grasp, tracing a graceful line through the air until it shattered upon reaching the ground. To observers, it appeared as nothing more than a trivial trick. With no further developments to follow, everyone was left bewildered. What the hell? What are you doing, you god of demons? What is this? I thought this guy was going to showcase a breathtaking jutsu, and this is all we get. Naruto, ever the impatient one, scratched the back of his head in confusion, candidly expressing his thoughts. It ended in a second. I watched from start to finish and still couldn't grasp what Qingyu was trying to convey. Besides being somewhat novel, it was mostly underwhelming. Perhaps it might impress a 3-year-old, but performing it before us does not evoke any emotional response. It was a bland and rather tedious display. This was not only Naruto's sentiment, but also that of others present. However, Naruto merely had the audacity to voice it first. Exactly. Just this. A clever observer would surely ponder the deeper significance behind it. If one fails to comprehend it, it merely signifies one's own foolishness. In the face of Naruto's skepticism, Qingyu remained unruffled, engaging in earnest nonsense. Then enlighten me. What significance does it hold? Naruto, stubborn as ever, pressed on. So you are conceding your search for an answer, intending to admit you are a fool? Qingyu countered with a smile, his spirits lifted. I am not a fool. Naruto quickly shook his head in denial. A fool would acknowledge their own foolishness. As long as one does not admit to being a fool, they cannot be deemed as such. Since you are not a fool, then ponder it well. Engage your mind, contemplate the issues at hand. With that, Qingyu disregarded him and turned to leave. Continuing to banter with Naruto served no greater purpose than to amuse himself and derive emotional value from it. Sasuke, did you understand what that meant? With Qingyu's nonchalant departure, Naruto, still perplexed, turned to Sasuke for answers. Idiot. Sasuke coldly replied, not wishing to remain any longer, and vanished in an instant. Damn it, that arrogant Sasuke. Naruto then turned to Sakura, seeking her insight. What about you, Sakura? Such a fool. Don't just accept what others say. Sakura retorted, her expression one of disdain and disbelief. At that moment, she longed to distance herself from this individual. Feeling utterly embarrassed, being toyed with without awareness. Was that not the mark of a fool? And by associating with a fool, did that not render her a fool as well? With so many eyes upon them, she felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. However, Sakura knew what kind of person Naruto was. Even if she felt some disdain, she had to patiently explain to prevent him from creating further blunders. Team 7, gather at the usual spot in 10 minutes. I'm off to find Sasuke. Kakashi sighed, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, feeling quite exasperated with the befuddled Naruto. A fleeting thought crossed his mind to revoke Naruto's qualification for the Chunin exam. The crowd was too large for a proper discussion. After leaving a parting remark, Kakashi departed. As many in the audience realized that Qingyu was merely toying with them, their expressions turned grim. They silently resolved to ensure their genin delivered a profound lesson to the genin from Grass-Hidden Village during the examination, particularly to that one named Qingyu. This was the price to pay for their mockery. Before long, the onlookers dispersed, each one muttering their grievances. Grass-Hidden Village? Meanwhile, far away in the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage observed the commotion through a telescope. Regardless of Qingyu's strength as a genin from Grass-Hidden Village, his calm demeanor in the face of numerous ninja from various villages was enough to command the attention of the Hokage. What an exceptional ninja. Could he become a figure akin to Hanzo the Salamander? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, pondered with a hint of nostalgia, though he did not overemphasize it, opting to observe further for the time being. Bang! At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully flung open. A man with half his face and arms bandaged, his gaze malevolent, strode in. Danzo, what brings you here? Noticing his old friend, Hiruzen's expression remained composed as he picked up his pipe and took a leisurely puff before inquiring about Danzo's intentions. Humph. That insignificant grass-hidden village dares to mock the ninjas of Konoha. Truly despicable. Without waiting for Hiruzen's consent, Danzo plopped down onto a nearby chair and began discussing the recent farce that had unfolded in Konoha. Let me tell you, Danzo, the Chunin exams are about to commence. Grass-hidden village must not take action. Do not act on your own accord, or I shall cut your roots funding. Hiruzen set down his pipe, feeling somewhat exasperated. Was it necessary to be so vigilant over such a trivial grass-hidden village? To prevent Danzo from acting rashly, Hiruzen felt compelled to issue a stern warning. Very well. We shall set that aside for now. After the Chunin exams, I want Uchiha Sasuke to join Root. Tobirama-sensei has mentioned it before. You know that once the Uchiha clan awakens their eyes, their emotions become exceedingly unstable. They are prone to extremes, with a tendency for destruction. Now that Sasuke has begun to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan, if we do not take control of him soon, with his rapid growth and the Uchiha clan's annihilation, Grass-Hidden Village is merely a pretext. Hiruzen, unwilling to entertain Danzo's proposition, interrupted him. Silence. Sasuke is a ninja of Konoha, under the light of the will of fire. I believe he will come to understand. Hiruzen shot Danzo a cold glare, unwavering in his refusal. You're playing with fire, Hiruzen. Cast aside your ridiculous will of fire. We must act before Sasuke fully matures. Otherwise, if he becomes the next Uchiha Madara, what do you plan to do to stop him? Once again, his proposal met with rejection. This was merely another instance of futile persuasion. Faced with the obstinate naivety of his good friend, Danzo's spittle flew as he became increasingly agitated. Enough. You need not speak further on this matter. Danzo, I have my own plans regarding Sasuke. I firmly believe that child will embody the will to protect Konoha. However, regardless of Danzo's fervent attempts at persuasion, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained impervious, bluntly dismissing his proposals. Damn it, Hiruzen, you shall come to regret this. Danzo's face flushed with fury as he felt silenced by Sarutobi's retort. Remember, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi remarked nonchalantly, disregarding Danzo's ire. Humph, resentful. Danzo scoffed and stormed out. In that case, do not blame me. Chapter 12. This is for Konoha. It must be done. Initially, when Orochimaru approached him for collaboration, Danzo hesitated, feeling a sense of aversion towards such underhanded means to ascend to the Hokage position. Yet, Sarutobi repeatedly overlooked the latent dangers threatening Konoha, stubbornly adhering to his naive beliefs, allowing Uchiha Sasuke's growth to continue unchecked. To Danzo, such actions were utterly foolish. Reflecting on Uchiha Madara, who, after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, descended into extremism, seeking to shatter the hard-won peace and incite another ninja world war, had it not been for the first Hokage thwarting Madara's schemes, the current landscape of the ninja villages would likely be unrecognizable. Moreover, considering Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, both of whom, upon awakening their Sharingan, became so extreme that they could betray their own kin and wield the slaughtering blade, what was it that the Uchiha clan would not dare to do? Could one still harbor hopes that such an extremist clan would become a force for the protection of Konoha? To believe that they possessed the will of fire in their hearts? Those who can disregard familial bonds could never embody the will of fire. Are you jesting, Hiruzen? Filled with resentment and fury, Danzo returned to the root base, sitting dazed in his office chair, lacking even the inclination to sip water. His expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. In a moment, he pondered deeply and wrestled with his thoughts. Hiruzen, you are misguided. The Uchiha are the Uchiha, eternally a malevolent clan. Presently, Sasuke has merely awakened the two-tomo Sharingan, still within manageable bounds. If we do not act now, once he unlocks the Mangekyo, Konoha shall undoubtedly face annihilation. What will we, now aged, use to stop him then? And what of that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as well? I am wholly dedicated to Konoha. Why can you not heed my counsel? Hiruzen, you have grown old. You no longer possess the caliber of the ninja hero from your prime. Now, you are but a coward, weak and compromising. In that case, do not blame me. This is for Konoha. It must be done. Hiruzen, I trust you will understand my resolve. Alone in the office, Danzo murmured to himself, continuously reassuring his conviction that all his actions were for the sake of Konoha, thereby solidifying his internal resolve. Am I not the Hokage? Soon I shall be. Yamashiro, go notify Orochimaru. I have agreed to his collaboration. Yes. Meanwhile, after hypnotizing a large number of individuals, Alway returned to his temporary lodgings. Estimating, he concluded that approximately half of Konoha's populace had fallen under his hypnosis. The remaining half comprised significant figures of Konoha, such as Hiruzen, Danzo, Konohamaru, Ino, the leaders of various clans, elders, and ninjas on missions, who had not had the chance to be approached. Additionally, the majority of civilians were too scattered, making operations cumbersome. Repeatedly using the Jinjutsu could easily arouse suspicion and alert the enemies. After careful consideration, he decided to temporarily hold back, planning to gradually consume Konoha over time. After concluding the meeting, Konoha finalized the specific date for the Chunin exams, set for 3 days hence, allowing ample preparation time for candidates from various villages. Seizing this opportunity, Aoi found himself with a moment to delve into understanding the workings of the collapsed jade system. From all perspectives, he felt quite satisfied with this golden opportunity. The mirror flower, water moon technique enabled him to navigate confrontations with multiple powerful ninjas with ease. Yet thus far, the unlocking progress of the collapsed jade system remained at level 1. Aoi had yet to grasp how to elevate this progress bar. It was bewildering. The system was so potent, why could it not provide a user manual? Locking himself in his room, he sent away his persistent companion, the Uzumaki Karui. Once alone, Aoi opened the system, meticulously exploring it, seeking any overlooked features or hints. However, after several hours, he yielded little fruit, leaving him in a state of vexation. A blend of love and hate swirling within him. Very well, since the system states that the host can grow through training, unbound by any limitations of bloodline or bottlenecks, it implies that my strength is primarily a reflection of my effort. I need not worry about bloodline restrictions affecting my potential. Thus, he resolved to test this hypothesis. The system granted him formidable abilities akin to a soul-cutting blade, yet he found no substantial enhancement in his foundational strength. Without a solid foundation, even the mirror flower, water moon technique could only serve as a mere trick to deceive others. Excluding the capabilities of mirror flower, water moon, Aoi's prowess was merely that of a prospective chunin. In a world where the walls of power were insurmountably high, he barely registered on the scale. However, with the collapsed jade system, he was still a player. The ease of acquired power could easily lead one to lose sight of oneself, fostering a restless mindset and neglecting the significance of fundamentals. Consider Sasuke. Whenever he gained powerful jutsu or made strides in strength, his mindset would inflate, blinding him to the disparities in their respective powers, often leading to humorous mishaps. After suffering a defeat, he became unwilling to ground himself, seeking shortcuts to rapid ascension, accepting Orochimaru's cursed seal power, even at the cost of betraying Konoha. It was merely because he was the reincarnation of Indra. Otherwise, had anyone else acted so recklessly, they would have perished countless times by now. Reflecting on Sasuke's experiences, Aoi resolved to learn from them, gaining clarity on his own situation. Adjusting his mindset slightly, he allowed his restless heart to gradually stabilize. Sitting cross-legged, he began to sense the unique energies within his body, one being physical energy and the other spiritual energy. Only by harmonizing these two energies could he form chakra. Subsequently, chakra would flow through his body's meridian system, coalescing in specific areas, such as hands, feet, or internal organs, before being released to manifest the effects of various techniques. Should the flow become obstructed, as seen with the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, it would render ninjutsu unusable. In simple terms, chakra is an essential condition for ninjas to perform techniques. Additionally, there exist special types of chakra, such as tailed beast chakra and sage chakra. Though these were not matters for immediate concern, the entire refining process proved rather monotonous. Time passed unmeasured, and Aoi, after a long absence, finally sensed a slight increase in his chakra, eliciting a wave of joy. Truly, the power of the collapsed jade system was remarkable. It shattered the limitations of his mediocre aptitude, endowing him with the potential to continually ascend to greater heights. Apart from the unrefined use of awesome to express admiration, no better vocabulary can encapsulate the sentiment. Amidst his elation, Qingyu did not allow himself to be swept away by the tide of excitement. Gradually calming his mind, he resumed the meticulous process of refining his chakra. Thus, he embodied the demeanor of a dedicated ascetic for 3 days. The joint Chunin examination of Konohagakure and several other ninja villages was fast approaching. Chapter 13, The Challenge from Kiyotaka. 3 days swiftly elapsed. During this period, Qingyu abstained from any frivolities, choosing instead to focus on self-improvement. Though the time was brief, the capabilities of the collapsed jade system enabled him to refine his chakra, resulting in an approximate increase of 1/5 in total volume. Such a rate of growth is indeed astonishing. With a little more time, the chakra he refines could rival that of the Nine Tails and Ten Tails, a feat well within reach. This is due to the collapsed jade system, ability to transcend the limitations of its host, allowing for infinite growth. Perhaps the quantity of chakra is not the sole measure of a ninja's prowess. A ninja with an abundance of chakra may not necessarily be formidable, but a strong ninja will invariably possess a substantial reservoir of chakra. Qingyu harbored a clear understanding of this principle. Alas, his time with the system has been rather short. Otherwise, he could further hone his taijutsu and enhance his physical attributes. Becoming a versatile warrior, adept in multiple disciplines, is not an unattainable dream. Discarding the unsightly ninja attire, he donned a specially tailored white haori, securing his Zanpakutō, mirror flower, water moon, at his waist. He then applied hair gel, slicking his hair back into an orderly style. Without the fringe obscuring his features, his facial contours became more sharply defined, and his gaze acquired an edge of intensity and coolness. Even when smiling, he exuded an air of haughty superiority. Quite satisfactory. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Qingyu felt a surge of contentment. Handsomeness is a lifelong pursuit for a man. One should present oneself as they wish to be perceived. He had no intention of employing any form of subterfuge. After tidying his appearance, it was time for him to depart. Today marked the day of the Chunin examination, an event not to be missed. Lord Qingyu, upon stepping outside, he was greeted by Kairaku, who had been patiently waiting at the door. After spending these days with Qingyu, she no longer exhibited the awkwardness she once did. She could now comfortably exchange a few words with him. However, there were moments when she would drift into a peculiar reverie, displaying a foolish smile to herself. Were Qingyu aware of her situation, he might suspect that others would question her mental state. Good day. Qingyu acknowledged Kairaku with a slight nod, offering no further engagement. Lord Qingyu, you look exceptionally handsome today. Despite his indifferent demeanor, Kairaku seemed enraptured, as if ensnared by an enchantment, her face aglow with happiness. Following this, she joined another participant in the Chunin examination as they made their way to the venue. Bang. Huh. A loser like you thinks you can participate in the Chunin exam? Perhaps you should reconsider, little one. As they entered the examination hall, they encountered a young man clad in garish green spandex, who was swiftly knocked to the ground by a kick. The assailant did not hesitate to mock him with scathing remarks. Are you all right, Lee? How outrageous. What do you mean by this? Why won't you allow us entry to the examination hall? Lee's companion, Tintin, hurried to assist him. Her anger palpable as she confronted the two gatekeepers obstructing their entry. Humph, what are you babbling about? Listen closely. The Chunin exam is no child's play. If you can't even get past me, you might as well give up now to avoid losing your lives. The two gatekeepers jeered in unison. Observing the scene, Qingyu understood the unfolding circumstances but chose not to intervene, quietly watching the spectacle unfold. At that moment, Kakashi's Team 7, along with Naruto and the others, arrived. While your arguments are compelling, I still intend to proceed, and you should promptly dispel this illusionary barrier. I wish to go to the third floor, Sasuke declared, hands tucked into his pockets as he stepped forward, directly calling out the gatekeepers on their ruse. Oh, you noticed, did you? Quite impressive. However, merely seeing through it is insufficient. Let me gauge your strength. One of the gatekeepers smirked, casually dispelling the illusionary barrier. With the ruse exposed, maintaining it held little purpose. As he finished speaking, he lunged forward, attempting to strike Sasuke with a surprise punch. To this, Sasuke appeared unfazed. He deftly twisted his torso, raised his right leg, and executed a powerful counterstrike. Just as their blows were about to collide, the previously downed Lee suddenly sprang into action, interposing himself between the two with remarkable speed, effortlessly blocking their attacks, leaving Sasuke in a state of astonishment. Who would have thought that such an unassuming individual possessed such strength? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Having seen enough, Qingyu lost interest in the ensuing antics of Naruto and the others. He bypassed the crowd and made his way towards his designated examination room. Room 301 on the third floor. Stop. Konoha's Qingyu. Sasuke, who had been fixated on the two gatekeepers, had overlooked Qingyu among the throng. Their previous encounters lingered vividly in his memory, and upon this second meeting, his restless heart ignited anew. The previous disregard would be repaid in full today. Is there something you require? Qingyu halted in his tracks, not turning around as he coldly inquired. To be honest, he had not anticipated Sasuke would call out to him. Was it due to his newfound prowess that he sought to challenge him? Judging by Sasuke's character, that seemed a plausible assumption. I have not forgotten your earlier words. Now, allow me to ascertain whether your strength matches your bravado. Sasuke forcefully pushed Lee aside, fixing his gaze on Qingyu, brimming with combat fervor, and activated his Sharingan. 3 seconds. Qingyu chuckled lightly, uttering an enigmatic statement. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, perplexed by Qingyu's words. Yet, Qingyu offered no response, instead opting to demonstrate through action. What are you gazing at, Konoha's genius? Uchiha Sasuke. Without warning, Qingyu appeared beside Sasuke like a specter, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Without granting Sasuke a moment to react, he delivered a sweeping kick to Sasuke's abdomen. The tremendous force sent Sasuke's body hurtling through the air, crashing against the nearby wall before coming to a halt. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, belatedly realizing their teammate had vanished, shouted in alarm. Damn you! Naruto seethed, ready to retaliate with the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Stand down, Naruto. As Naruto prepared to unleash his technique, Sasuke, recovering from the impact, urged him to desist. In truth, Qingyu had merely utilized a deft maneuver to send Sasuke flying, causing minimal harm. Consequently, Sasuke was able to regain his composure swiftly. To Sasuke, it was evident that Naruto was no match for the grass ninja, Qingyu. Acting rashly would only endanger Naruto and jeopardize their prospects in the forthcoming Chunin exam. From their brief encounter, Qingyu's speed had been utterly overwhelming, leaving even Sasuke's Sharingan unable to keep pace. It was truly terrifying. The strength displayed is utterly inconsistent with that of a mere Chunin. Could it be that this individual is a Jonin masquerading as a Chunin to participate in the examination? What could possibly be their motive? Yet, considering the opponent's age, they are merely 2 or 3 years his senior. Why is there such a significant disparity between their capabilities? The confidence he had painstakingly built over the past few days has now been shattered, leaving him in a state of melancholic despair. Chapter 14. A bloodbath triggered by seed occupation. One can only say, as expected of Saiton, who quickly forgets the pain once the wounds have healed. After imparting a small lesson to him, Ayu chose to disregard him and departed. Upon entering the examination room, Ayu was greeted by a sea of faces. As new candidates entered, all gazes converged upon them, creating an overwhelming psychological pressure. For those with a hint of social anxiety, such a scene could easily induce trembling fear. Nevertheless, Ayu remained unfazed, chuckling lightly as he strolled towards his designated seat. The onlookers displayed expressions of mockery, silently observing to see how this newcomer, excessively handsome for their liking, would handle the matter of seating. This is my seat. You may leave, Ayu remarked coolly as he approached the occupied seat. What? You claim this seat is yours, and that makes it yours? Hurry up and get lost. Don't bother me, or I shall not hesitate to ruin that pretty face of yours, scoffed the student occupying the seat, exuding arrogance and disregard, failing to see Ayu as a threat. Especially upon observing Ayu's striking visage, he felt a surge of irritation, prompting him to speak harshly. How amusing. Why do some individuals insist on courting death? Ayu, seeing the other's unwillingness to cooperate, had no further words to spare. He slowly drew his Zanpakutō. Unlike Naruto, who would attempt to talk his way through conflicts, Ayu preferred a swift resolution to grievances. The prospect of seeking death? The audacity of this brat from the grass village is quite amusing. Today, I shall witness your true strength. The seat-occupying student, enraged, erupted into laughter, for grass village ninjas were often looked down upon by others. Their reputation was such that they were perceived as spineless, swaying with the wind during battles, and thus, they garnered no respect from the other ninja villages. This led the occupying student to entertain thoughts of belittling Ayu further. Unexpectedly, he decided to confront Ayu directly, leaping atop the table to cast a condescending glare. With a smirk, he raised his right foot and aimed a kick at Ayu. Yet, Ayu remained unperturbed, a smile lingering on his face, even as the foot neared him. The assailant, mistaking Ayu's calm demeanor for fear, felt a swell of pride. However, in the next moment, he was left bewildered as his foot passed through Ayu's form. Akin to striking a mere illusion. What just happened? The onlookers were equally perplexed, their confusion evident. Ayu, finding the situation dull, decided to end it swiftly, striking down his opponent with a single blow. In an instant, the examination hall bore witness to a lifeless body. Many present had witnessed Ayu's earlier altercation with Sasuke and Gaara, meaning they had observed the entirety of his illusionary technique. Now, he merely adjusted the hypnotic effects to induce a false perception, showcasing what he wished them to see. Remove the hypnosis. Soon, all present realized that the seat-occupying candidate lay dead. A chilling sensation enveloped the room, penetrating deep within their souls. It was terrifying. This grass village Chunin had become an entity to be avoided at all costs. They recoiled, unwilling to draw near, let alone provoke him further. You, and you. Come here and dispose of this body. Ayu nonchalantly pointed at several candidates to handle the scene. Remaining in such an atmosphere was decidedly uncomfortable. Momentarily, he pondered whether he had been excessively brutal, But that thought was swiftly cast aside. What does it matter? In this world, I pursue tranquility and freedom. The fate of others is of no concern to me. Not long after, Sasuke and Naruto arrived at the examination hall. Ayu, sitting quietly at his seat, noted the bruises adorning Sasuke's face. Observing the trio of Lee, he quickly deduced what had transpired. True to the original storyline, Lee had challenged the Uchiha prodigy, but Sasuke had underestimated him, resulting in a severe thrashing. Having faced two significant setbacks in one day, it was easy to imagine the turmoil within the prideful Sasuke. What is this? Why are there so many people? Are they all candidates? Upon entering the examination hall, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were taken aback by the crowd. Wait, why does it smell so strongly of blood? Despite Sasuke's shaken confidence, his senses remained sharp, quickly detecting the anomaly. I shall answer that question. A silver-haired candidate with glasses approached Naruto and Sasuke, casually addressing their curiosity. Who are you? Naruto inquired bluntly. I am Kabuto Yakushi, a Leaf Village Chunin participating in the Chunin exams. The bespectacled candidate introduced himself, establishing a sense of camaraderie with Sasuke and Naruto. Soon, the other members of Team 7 gathered around. Be cautious, you three idiots. A death has occurred in this examination hall. Nara Shikamaru, shedding his usual nonchalance, issued a grave warning to Naruto and his companions. Chapter 15, the Sound Ninja Trio strikes, and Sasuke is defeated again. What? The latecomers from Team 7, Kakashi's team, and Team 3, Guy's team, were astounded by Shikamaru's words. Casualties before the examination had even begun? Was this Chunin exam excessively brutal? Fortunately, having recently survived a life-or-death battle in the Land of Waves, Naruto and his friends had somewhat acclimated to the brutality of the ninja world. They no longer resembled naive rookies, easily frightened. Has it already begun? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Sasuke was brimming with anticipation. His eyes rekindled with the spirit of battle. It seemed he had forgotten the two recent humiliations he had endured and was eager to engage in combat with the lower-ranking ninjas from various villages, seeking to demonstrate his prowess. Yash, I shall not perish before I become Hokage. Naruto, equally filled with fighting spirit, clenched his fists tightly. I will strive as well. Sakura, influenced by the words of her two companions, felt some of her fear dissipate, though she still harbored doubts and responded timidly. Hey, you guys. Can you refrain from shouting so loudly here? You might attract serious trouble, chimed in Kabuto, who stood nearby, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. Confused, Sasuke and Naruto turned their inquisitive gazes towards Kabuto. Honestly, you newcomers can't even discern the situation around you. Do take a moment to observe your surroundings, Kabuto admonished, exasperated by the few oblivious youths who had yet to realize the gravity of their circumstances. Upon hearing this, Sasuke and Naruto turned to look. The other candidates in the examination hall were casting fierce and intimidating glances in their direction. Just moments ago, Qingyu had showcased his strength in a brutally bloody manner, resulting in a stifling atmosphere within the examination hall. Many candidates dared not express their anger nor approach. Qingyu had been silently labeled as an untouchable entity. Now, however, the reckless newcomers, Naruto and his companions, were making a scene, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, which rendered them particularly conspicuous. Naturally, this provoked the annoyance of many who wished to vent their pent-up frustrations by bullying the weaker ones. With their youthful faces, Naruto and his companions appeared particularly vulnerable to such malice, intensifying the hostility directed at them, surpassing even that which Qingyu had recently faced. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I am destined to become Hokage, Naruto declared boldly, undeterred by the hostile gazes, raising his finger to challenge all present. You guys, feel free to come at me. I will not be defeated. Most individuals would likely choose to remain low-key and endure such circumstances. Yet, among their ranks was a fool. Under the immense pressure, Naruto erupted entirely. Sakura, completely exasperated, grasped Naruto by the neck, disregarding her image, and repeatedly apologized to the surrounding crowd in an attempt to diffuse the hostility. It's that guy? He is such a pitifully weak individual, yet he boasts so loudly. The trio from the sand, seated in the audience, immediately recognized Naruto and his companions, whom they had clashed with just days prior, offering scornful remarks. Is that guy really a fool? It seems the lesson we just imparted to them was insufficient. Niji Hyuga remarked coldly, looking down on Naruto, Sasuke, and the others. Initially, he had anticipated that Sasuke, being a member of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their ocular techniques, would be a worthy rival. However, during Lee's match against him, Sasuke had failed to impress, constantly being pressured by Lee, who was merely a subordinate of Niji. The inadequacy of Sasuke's companions further solidified Niji's belief that they were unworthy of comparison. Oh, so this is the body that Orochimaru-sama values? It doesn't seem like much. The trio of sound ninjas, lurking in the shadows of the examination hall, whispered among themselves. After a brief exchange, they no longer hesitated. With swift movements, they maneuvered through the crowd and approached Naruto and Sasuke. Without uttering a word, they launched a kunai directly aimed at Sasuke Uchiha. Possessing commendable ninja instincts, Sasuke instantly sensed danger. He adeptly discerned the trajectory of the kunai and executed several backflips to evade it, causing the weapon to land harmlessly in the air. However, the three sound ninjas were not finished. As Sasuke landed, Tosu rolled up his sleeve, revealing an iron arm riddled with holes, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Sasuke. The relentless assault infuriated Sasuke, prompting him to activate his Sharingan. Suddenly, the surrounding attacks seemed to slow down, rendered clearly visible to him. Coupled with his enhanced reflexes, he perceived no significant threat. A smug smile graced Sasuke's face as he slightly tilted his head, intending to evade Tosu's strike with minimal effort. Just as he believed he was safe, an invisible shockwave struck him, leaving a gash across his face like a razor's edge. Almost immediately, he felt an internal jolt, as if his organs had been impacted, catching him off guard and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? I clearly dodged. Sasuke was astounded, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Kneeling on the ground, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the pain in his body serving as a stark reminder of his recent ordeal. Hey, Sasuke, are you alright? Naruto and Sakura, slightly delayed in their response, rushed to stand alongside Sasuke, ready to confront their adversaries. Sound ninjas, stand down. If you wish to continue this fight, count me in, Kabuto interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of his leaf companions, embodying the spirit of the will of fire. He intervened to prevent the sound ninjas from pursuing Sasuke any further. And us. The other 12 rookies quickly rallied to support their comrades without hesitation. Oh dear, Sasuke has been struck again. That poor child. Qingyu, observing the commotion from the sidelines, found amusement in the spectacle, chuckling to himself. TCH, what a disappointment. This is the famed Uchiha genius of Leaf? I expected much more. The sound trio wore expressions of disdain, dismissing the 12 rookies entirely. Just as they prepared to escalate the conflict, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly enveloped the examination hall. When the smoke dissipated, everyone beheld the emergence of a dozen figures, all clad in the signature Leaf Ninja vests and headbands. Silence, all of you worthless fools. A tall man in a black trench coat, bearing several scars on his face that lent him a fearsome appearance, stood at the forefront, commanding immediate attention and quieting the ruckus within the examination hall. Thank you for your patience. I am Marino Abiki, the chief examiner for the first round of this Chunin exam. Sound ninjas, return to your seats immediately. Otherwise, you shall forfeit your examination privileges. He then cast a cool glance at the troublesome sound trio, commanding them to cease their antics. Consider yourselves fortunate. Tosu muttered begrudgingly as the sound ninjas reluctantly retreated to their seats. While they did not fear the Leaf Ninjas, they were unwilling to jeopardize Orochimaru's plans. Let me make myself clear. Without the examiner's permission, no unauthorized combat is allowed. Even with permission, no actions leading to the death of others are permissible. As Abiki stated this, all eyes, save for Naruto and a few newcomers, turned to the seemingly benign and harmlessly seated Qingyu, as if questioning whether he would be disqualified for having just eliminated a candidate. With this perplexity weighing heavily on their minds, everyone was keenly curious about how the examiner, Sino Abiki, would address the situation. Chapter 16. What you see is not necessarily the truth. It is merely your eyes deceiving you. The atmosphere in the examination hall abruptly grew bizarre. Except for a few unknowing individuals, the majority turned their gazes toward the instigator, their faces alight with mocking amusement. They were eager to discover whether this rule-breaking candidate would be eliminated as a consequence. If that were the case, it would be splendid. They would be rid of a formidable rival. Had I known earlier, I would have simply eliminated him. At that moment, Gaara's mood was exceedingly poor. His animosity towards the grass ninja who had provoked him was palpable. He had intended to remain in the assessment, relishing the opportunity to personally bring about his demise. Unexpectedly, just as things were commencing, such a turn of events had unfolded. A frenzied thought crossed his mind. Should he strike now and kill him? Gaara, remain calm. Even if he is disqualified, we will have other opportunities. Sensing the tumultuous emotional upheaval emanating from Gaara beside her, Temari swiftly deduced his thoughts. She hurriedly spoke to console him, aiming to pacify Gaara. Otherwise, her brother might act recklessly, disregarding the consequences. Upon hearing her words, Gaara regained a semblance of rationality. Pondering the feasibility of Temari's suggestion, after a moment's hesitation, he began to temper his murderous intent. What is happening with everyone? The dim-witted Naruto Uzumaki, oblivious to the strange atmosphere, noticed the peculiar tension. Why were they all staring at that detestable grass ninja? This left Naruto utterly baffled, his eyes reflecting innocent confusion as he questioned. Because that guy just killed a fellow candidate over a seating dispute. He blatantly defied the examiner's regulations. The nearby Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses, kindly explaining to Naruto. Naruto exclaimed in shock, his astonishment evident. In contrast, his teammates Sasuke and Sakura remained comparatively composed, as they had already surmised the reason, which aligned with their expectations. That guy truly is reckless. Surely, this would lead to the elimination of such a dangerous individual. Shikamaru mused idly, harboring a deep-seated apprehension towards the grass ninja. Sino Ibiki, I must report this individual. He violated examination regulations and killed one of my companions. I request that the examiner revoke his qualification. At that moment, a candidate, Kinjiro, the companion of the slain individual who had been wronged over the seating arrangement, could no longer contain himself. He leapt forward, indignantly pointing at the grass ninja, publicly accusing him. Oh, is that so? The candidate from the hidden grass village, Aoi. Sino Ibiki's expression turned icy as he directed his gaze toward the accused. Is what he said true? He questioned Aoi in front of everyone. If this is confirmed, I shall not tolerate such a person continuing in the Chunin exam. Not at all, examiner. I am being framed by him. This is an injustice. Aoi replied leisurely, leaning back against his chair, nonchalantly propping his legs on the table. With a shrug of his shoulders and an innocent expression, he answered. Gasp. Everyone was taken aback, astonished by Aoi's audacious response. Hey, little brother, we all witnessed it. You were the one who killed him. Do you still wish to quibble? Treating us all like fools. Do you think the stern and impartial examiner Sino Ibiki is a simpleton? Lies. Utterly fabricated lies. Everyone saw it. You were the one who killed Kenta, the candidate who lost his seat. Even now, Kenta's body has yet to grow cold. Do you still wish to deny it? Upon hearing Aoi's words, Kinjiro's frustration boiled over, and he hastily retorted, his words tumbling out in a rush. You claim everyone saw me commit the act. Then tell me, who saw it? Let them step forward. There is no evidence. Don't wrongfully accuse an innocent man. I am a model ninja, with accolades to my name. Aoi remained unfazed, utterly unconcerned by Kinjiro's outburst. All right. Still refusing to admit guilt, are we? Everyone, please step forward and testify against this criminal. Kinjiro, shaking with anger, had never encountered someone so unwilling to face the consequences. He called out to the entire examination hall. However, what he anticipated did not materialize. After several minutes, not a single person was willing to stand in his defense. Now he was utterly bewildered. Why was this happening? Sometimes, what you perceive is not the absolute truth. It is merely your eyes deceiving you. You claim you saw me kill him? Then why could it not have been you? Everything unfolded just as Aoi had anticipated. Thus he remained unperturbed by Kinjiro's frantic attempts. Although Sino Ibiki and the subsequent 10 or so proctors were not ensnared by illusion, the rest of the assembly had quietly succumbed to Aoi's subtle hypnosis. Thus, the entire situation became remarkably straightforward. You, Kinjiro, leaping forth to report my supposed infringement? Evidence? None. Merely your word against mine. Witnesses? Almost all those under my influence perceived an entirely different scene. They witnessed Kinjiro's elaborate scheme to entice Kenta into provoking Aoi, after which he clandestinely eliminated Kenta and framed Aoi for the crime. Consequently, those under hypnosis, hearing this narrative, were left in a state of disbelief, and naturally, no one would step forward to create trouble for an unrelated individual. The disparity in the information received ultimately led to a conclusion that vastly exceeded Kinjiro's expectations. Regardless of how Kinjiro vilified Aoi, he received no acknowledgement of his accusations. Instead, several fervent individuals, brimming with a sense of justice, deliberately raised their voices several decibels. What the heck? This guy clearly orchestrated the framing of Aoi, and now, he shamelessly accuses him. Ugh. I am ashamed to be examined in the same venue as such a despicable person. Exactly. Aoi looks so handsome. How could he possibly be a villain? Setting aside the facts, this mediocre ninja is not at fault. Indeed, that ugly creature's fate is of no concern to us. Take your teammate and leave. Spare us from your disgrace. Hurry home to your mother, underachiever. The chorus of condemnation grew louder, directed at Kinjiro rather than Aoi. It was a complete reversal of fortunes. Now, Kinjiro was utterly confounded. unable to comprehend how events had spiraled into this chaos. I did not kill him. That guy is the true murderer. Yet, regardless of Kinjiro's protests, to everyone, they appeared as futile attempts at self-justification. Chapter 17. I am the examiner. The rules are dictated by me. Today's ordeal felt like a nightmare. Faced with the collective outcry of those around him, Qingyu completely unraveled. Ultimately, the outcome unfolded precisely according to Always' carefully crafted script. Qingyu was disqualified from the examination for killing his teammate, violating the relevant regulations. Meanwhile, the true instigator basked in the attention of all, as if nothing had transpired. For those present were not all mindless fools. They understood that the true culprit was Aoi, and not the hapless scapegoat. As for the means by which Aoi manipulated Qingyu into taking the fall, that remained shrouded in mystery. However, from this perspective, it is evident that Qingyu, the grass ninja, is undoubtedly one of the most formidable threats among all the candidates. He may even surpass them all. What a terrifying opponent. A sense of trepidation gripped everyone's hearts, and they silently resolved to keep their distance from such a person. Excellent. Such a one is indeed worthy of being slain by my hand. My anticipation grows ever stronger. I hope that by then, this plaything of yours can endure a little longer. Sitting at a distance from Qingyu, Gaara was delighted to see that Qingyu had not been eliminated. That fellow possesses truly frightening strength. Yao Shido, standing beside Naruto and the others, adjusted his glasses and remarked with calm astonishment. Although so many witnessed the deed, the one who committed the murder has been wrongfully accused. He himself remains entirely unscathed. It is simply terrifying. To this day, I cannot fathom the means he employed. Was it an illusion? Nara Shikamaru chimed in with his thoughts. No. I just observed with my Byakugan. There are no signs of Genjutsu. Hyuga Niji shook his head, dismissing Nara Shikamaru's final conjecture. That is indeed quite alarming. He plays with others as if they are mere pawns in his grasp. No one knows how he accomplished it. Such uncertainty only served to heighten Nara Shikamaru's discomfort. The unknown is the most vexing. All right, everyone return to your respective positions. After addressing the matter with Qingyu, the examiner Marino Ibiki returned to the examination room and announced loudly. Upon hearing this, no candidate dared to disobey. Even Naruto, with his exuberant personality, had no choice but to sit properly. Now, we shall commence the first segment of the Chunin exam, the written test. Should any instances of cheating be discovered, immediate disqualification will ensue. If any member of a team fails the exam or is disqualified for cheating, the other two teammates shall also be eliminated. The examiner Marino Ibiki, with an impassive expression, laid out the rules for the written test. On what grounds? Such bizarre and stringent regulations immediately sparked discontent among many, who began to voice their grievances. I am the examiner. I dictate the rules. If any of you are dissatisfied, you may leave. Return next year for the Chunin exam. Is there any further question? Marino Ibiki remained unfazed, casting a cold glare over all the candidates, unyielding in his stance. In response, most chose silence. To abandon the exam now would mean waiting an entire year to reattempt the Chunin qualification, a prospect that loomed ominously. The disparity in benefits and rewards between Chunin and Genin is monumental. A year's delay would result in a significant loss of mission rewards. Furthermore, while the exam rules are indeed strict, they are not without opportunities for success. Why not take a chance? What if one were to pass? With such a mindset, weighing the pros and cons, the vast majority naturally ceased to protest. However, some individuals had differing intentions from the outset. Bang! Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed throughout the examination hall, capturing everyone's attention. Turning to investigate, they discovered the formidable grass ninja, boldly placing one foot on a chair and the other heavily upon a desk. His gaze, unapologetically fixed on Marino Ibiki, displayed neither joy nor sorrow. No one could decipher his thoughts. He bore the demeanor of a spoiled heir. What is this fellow planning? Surely he doesn't intend to attack the examiner? What an utterly reckless individual. Does he not fear disqualification? Instantly, many were taken aback, unable to comprehend Qingyu's actions. To them, it seemed entirely illogical. Konoha's candidate, do you have any objections? Marino Ibiki could not help but frown, greatly irritated and disgusted by such a rebellious spirit. Yet, the examination regulations did not explicitly forbid candidates from standing on tables or chairs. Thus, he could not directly disqualify him. With patience, he inquired about Qingyu's reasoning and intention for such behavior. Qingyu chuckled lightly, remaining silent as he slowly drew the Zanpakutō hanging at his waist. What do you intend to do? Drawing a sword signifies battle, conflict. Marino Ibiki could not believe that Qingyu was unaware of this. Thus, His confusion regarding Qingyu's actions only deepened. The atmosphere in the examination hall grew tense once more. Marino Ibiki tightened his muscles, ready to act should Qingyu exhibit any hostile movements. The other proctors remained vigilant as well. No need to be alarmed, everyone. I merely noticed that my shoes were dirty. Is it against the examination rules to clean them? Qingyu replied with a light chuckle, unfazed. If you are merely cleaning your shoes, then why draw your sword? Marino Ibiki did not take Qingyu's words at face value. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on him as he continued to inquire. Oh, you mean this? My apologies. I mistook it for a cloth. It seems I was mistaken. I shall set it down right now. Shatter, Mirage. Qingyu feigned surprise, hastily admitting his error. He then pointed the blade of Mirage downward, gently releasing his grip, allowing it to fall freely, only for it to shatter instantaneously. Uncertain of the situation, Marino Ibiki and the others dared not shift their gaze, remaining alert to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After all, many candidates present were the fresh forces and foundations of their respective ninja villages. Should any issues arise here, Konoha could not bear the repercussions. However, Qingyu had long anticipated their thoughts, effortlessly ensnaring them within the hypnosis of Mirage. His objective was achieved. During the upcoming written test, he felt no inclination to write. The entire examination hall was under his control. When it came time to submit the papers, he would simply instruct the chunin mingling among the candidates to submit his paper under a different name. Currently, there were several important figures in Konoha yet to be hypnotized, and Qingyu needed to continue advancing in the chunin exam. Therefore, this strategy was primarily to prevent any unforeseen deviations from the plot, ensuring absolute safety. Chapter 18. Absurd Regulations. The 10th question. How could mere Byakugan possibly pierce the illusion of Mirage? Noting that Hyuga was using his Byakugan to search for signs of Jinjutsu, Qingyu felt a sense of amusement. Though the world's rules had caused Mirage to shift from utilizing spiritual pressure to chakra for its abilities, its essence remained that of a Zanpakutō, a weapon materialized from the soul of its wielder. Once the hypnosis is cast, it directly affects the target's soul rather than their physical form. In the realm of the Soul Reapers, even the leader of the Godai 13, a master in the field of souls, cannot unravel the hypnosis of Mirage. Even Yawatch, who stands shoulder to shoulder with the Soul King, would be influenced. This demonstrates just how fundamentally flawed Mirage's abilities are. For the ninja of the Naruto world, it is akin to a dimensional assault, an almost insurmountable power. Not to mention the limitations of the Sharingan and Byakugan, which are utterly inept in the face of such capabilities. Qingyu even speculated that even the Rinnegan or Tenseigan would likely be ineffective. Perhaps only the most reclusive deity of the Otsutsuki clan would remain untouched by the hypnosis of Mirage. Thus, Qingyu felt emboldened to act with such reckless abandon. After Marino Ibiki concluded the announcement of the examination rules, the first segment of the written test finally commenced. The true purpose of this written exam lies in how to cheat and copy answers without being detected by the supervising ninja. It is a skill frequently employed in the regular missions of a ninja. Now, this examination is practically applied to test the candidate's intelligence-gathering abilities. The astute individuals swiftly grasped this notion, each employing their own tactics. In stark contrast, the hapless candidate, Naruto Uzumaki, donned a mask of anguish, merely gazing at the exceedingly challenging questions, fidgeting restlessly, trapped in a vortex of anxiety. Among them, one individual stood out remarkably, exuding an air of nonchalance. Leaning back in his chair, he audaciously rested his feet upon the table, pressing down on the examination paper. A sardonic smile adorned his face, as he exhibited no intention of answering the questions, seemingly detached from the ordeal. Such outrageous behavior inevitably attracted considerable attention. What was this fellow scheming? Was he intending to forego the examination and face elimination? Goodness, could it be that he was contemplating an act of violence for amusement? The world of the deranged has always been perplexing. Clearly, many had equated Au with madness. While diligently answering their papers, others remained discreetly vigilant of Au, lest they become the next unjustly eliminated. The thoughts of the others were of little concern to Au. Everyone in the examination hall was under the sway of their own hypnotic control. Those who were destined to pass would do so effortlessly. There was no need for anxiety over one's final results. The notion of elimination was nothing but a farce. Time passed in monotony, as candidates were gradually discovered and disqualified for their clumsy cheating methods, exacerbating Naruto's psychological pressure. Unbeknownst to him, only 10 minutes remained until the submission deadline, and Au's examination paper remained a blank slate. At that moment, the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki, abruptly interrupted the examination. The dross has been nearly cleared away. Now, We can proceed to the crux of the matter. Let me announce the 10th question. Upon hearing this, the remaining candidates were momentarily taken aback, instinctively pausing to look towards the chief examiner. Before we proceed, I must explain a small rule regarding the 10th question. First, you will make a choice. Will you answer the 10th question? If you choose not to, that candidate will be immediately awarded a score of 0, thus deemed unqualified. Unqualified candidates will face elimination. Furthermore, their 2 companions will also be eliminated alongside them. Additionally, there is another rule. If you choose to answer the 10th question, any candidate who answers incorrectly will be forever stripped of their eligibility to participate in the Chunin exams and ascend to Chunin status. Now, hurry up and make your choice. Seeing all eyes turn towards him, Marino Ibiki continued, "What? How can such a foolish rule exist? The stipulation for collective elimination is utterly chaotic. I protest." Instantly, all candidates stirred, expressing their dissatisfaction. Yet, the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki, remained unfazed, allowing himself a cold smirk. "I am the chief examiner. My word is law. Besides, have I not provided you with an opportunity? Those lacking confidence should simply refrain from answering and return next year." With that, Marino Ibiki crossed his arms, his expression impassive as he regarded the conflicted candidates, relishing the moment with an unsettling demeanor. One could hardly doubt his reputation as the head of Konoha's Umbu Interrogation Division. Often dubbed the sadistic chief examiner, he knew precisely how to torment candidates, inflicting psychological anguish upon them. Only Au, aware of Marino Ibiki's intentions, remained composed and unaffected. "Now, let us begin making your choices." After allowing a few minutes for contemplation, Marino Ibiki inquired once more, intensifying the pressure on the candidates. Gradually, some indecisive candidates began to opt out of answering the 10th question, exiting the examination hall. Before long, the number dwindled further. Notably, all candidates seated directly in front and behind Naruto had chosen to leave. To his right sat Hinata Hyuga, casting worried glances at Naruto, exacerbating his inner turmoil. Seemingly unable to endure this psychological torment any longer, Naruto suddenly raised his trembling hand. This caused Sasuke and Sakura, who had been attentive to Naruto's condition, to feel as if the sky was collapsing. Just as everyone assumed Naruto would follow suit and also abandon the exam, he brought his raised hand down forcefully upon the table. "Damn it, don't underestimate me. I refuse to back down now. I will participate in answering the 10th question. I'm not afraid of being a lowly genin for life." This impassioned declaration erupted from Naruto, and upon uttering it, he felt a significant relief, liberating himself from the clutches of torment. Simultaneously, it inspired other wavering candidates. One must admit, fortune favors the foolish. Had it been any other chief examiner, Naruto, with his eccentric antics, would undoubtedly have failed even the first written test. What an amusing little brat. In an instant, many individuals found their anxieties dissipating. "I'll ask one last time. Does anyone wish to forfeit? If not, I shall now announce the 10th question." With a gaze of appreciation directed at the fervent Naruto, yet maintaining an expressionless facade, he delivered his final ultimatum to the candidates. After a considerable pause, no one responded. "Then, all shall be considered as wishing to participate in the 10th question. Thus, I officially announce the 10th question. All remaining candidates, you have all passed." Chapter 19. Exercise Area Number 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Instantly, everyone was left dumbfounded. Those unable to comprehend the situation were still pondering what the 10th question was, questioning how they could have passed without answering. What was happening? Why was everyone suddenly deemed qualified? Impatient individuals could not contain themselves and inquired. The 10th question never existed from the beginning. If one must say, the 10th question's premise was simply a choice between 2 options. The previously serious Marino Ibiki broke into laughter as he explained. "Damn it! What significance did our answers to the previous 9 questions hold?" Many, having never encountered such a bizarre examination, expressed their outrage and voiced their doubts. The first 9 questions were not entirely without merit. They were primarily designed to assess your information-gathering abilities. Upon hearing this, many bewildered candidates suddenly realized. It appeared their contingency plans would go unused. Au mused, initially believing that his multitude of antics had triggered a butterfly effect, leading to a significantly altered 10th question. He had, for precautionary measures, hypnotized the other 3 candidates to assist him in answering the paper. This was to prevent the risk of submitting a blank sheet and facing elimination. Little did he anticipate that he had overestimated his butterfly effect. However, this was for the best, as he had not yet fully matured. If the storyline remained unchanged, he could continue leveraging his foresight to hasten his growth. thereby avoiding the peril of dying beneath the tailed beast bombs in the Fourth Shinobi World War years down the line. Bang! Crash! Just as Marino Ibiki began elucidating the true purpose of the written examination, a shadow crashed through the window, shattering the glass and scattering shards across the floor. Immediately following, the intruding shadow elegantly flung 2 kunai, pinning them to the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, a large canvas bearing inscriptions was unfurled, transforming the backdrop. I am the chief examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko, standing before the canvas, clad in a tea-brown trench coat, revealing a sleeveless, form-fitting fishnet lining. The woman introduced herself with exuberance. Her fervent spirit rivaled that of Naruto. The onlookers were left speechless, seemingly questioning, how could such a fool possibly become an examiner? What are you all looking at? Hurry up and follow me. Let us commence the second examination. Her self-assured entrance, which she believed to be remarkably suave, did not elicit the anticipated cheers, leaving Mitarashi Anko quite dissatisfied. Particularly vexing was the skeptical gaze of the candidates, which only fueled her irritation. Humph. A bunch of brats who have no idea what it means to be cool. Tired of idle chatter, she decided to get straight to the point. Without caring how the candidates felt or whether they were listening, she strode out of the classroom towards the forest of death. Go on. I wish you all the best in passing the second examination. Noticing the lack of reaction from the crowd, Marino Ibiki interjected, somewhat taken aback by Anko's behavior. It was only after Ibiki's affirmation that the candidates began to believe that the woman who had just acted like a fool was indeed an examiner for the Chunin exams. They hastily followed her. Before long, all the candidates who had passed the written test arrived at their destination. They stood at the periphery of the forest of death, gazing at the dense forest ahead, exclaiming in awe. This is the examination site for the second test, the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. Soon, you will experience the atmosphere within, Anko said with a mischievous smile directed at the candidates. Coincidentally, at that moment, they witnessed a massive python, a meter in diameter, emerging from a nearby tree, swallowing a little squirrel whole. This scene instilled in the candidates a stark awareness of the dangers lurking within the Forest of Death. The more timid candidates began to reconsider their choices. Enough with the chatter. Let us get started already. I can hardly wait. Seeing that Anko was still intent on instilling fear and amplifying the psychological pressure on the candidates, Ayu, growing impatient, urged her on. Otherwise, it would be impossible to tell how long she would ramble on. For the second test in the Forest of Death, Ayu intended to conclude matters swiftly, not wishing to linger for days on end, which she deemed unnecessary. All the candidates had already been entranced. There was little significance left for her. As for Anko, she planned to capture her along with the other higher-ups of Konoha when the time was right. Since you are all so eager to meet your demise, sign this. Interrupted, Anko cast an annoyed glance at Ayu, quickly averting her gaze without uttering a word. She hurriedly pulled out a stack of papers from her pocket. What is this? Naruto inquired with curiosity. It's a consent form. Everyone participating in the second examination must sign it. Anko replied. Why? Someone else asked. Because in the second examination, there is a possibility of death. For this reason, I need your consent. Should you perish within, it will have nothing to do with me. Of course, you can opt not to sign. That would mean you forfeit. Now, I shall explain the rules of the second examination. After signing the death waiver, you will receive a scroll from me. The scrolls are divided into the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Only teams that collect both the Heaven and Earth scrolls and successfully reach the tower located at the center of the Forest of Death will pass the second examination. The entire examination area is circular. The distance from the gate to the tower is 10 kilometers. You are only permitted to operate within this area to compete for the scrolls. The time limit is 120 hours, that is, 5 days. Should you fail to collect both scrolls and reach the tower within this time frame, you will be deemed unsuccessful. The Forest of Death has ample water sources and food. However, you must seek them out yourselves. All right, I've said my piece. You have 3 minutes to decide. Once you've made up your minds, come over here to collect your scrolls. Having finished explaining the rules in one breath, Anko disregarded the candidates. Chapter 20. Do you need my assistance, Lord Ayu? Having finally reached this point, the remaining candidates were mostly individuals of resolute determination. There was no way they would be easily dissuaded by Anko's mere words. Grass Ninja Ayu. Hurry and pray that you don't encounter me. Gaara, who had been enduring, now wore a menacing expression. At this moment, he finally found his opportunity. No longer suppressing his intense desire for slaughter, he coldly issued a death threat to Ayu. The rules of the second Chunin examination undoubtedly pleased Gaara immensely. He could indulge in killing once more. Oh, is that so? Come and try. Ayu replied with a flippant smile. viewing Gaara as merely a puppet entranced by his own delusions, and she did not consider him a threat. As for his status as a Jinchuriki, it posed no distinction from ordinary individuals. The one entranced was Gaara himself, not the one-tailed Shikaku sealed within him. Thus, it could be said that the hypnosis had not been successful. This matter requires understanding the Mirror Flower, Water Moon's ability from two perspectives. First, the hypnosis of Mirror Flower. Water Moon operates on the target's soul, rather than disrupting the chakra within the target's body to create a hypnotic illusion. Therefore, from the outset, the understanding of hypnotic illusions in this world differs fundamentally from these two concepts. Consequently, Shikaku within Gaara would not perceive that its host had fallen under hypnosis, nor would it consider that Gaara had been hypnotized, because there was no disruption in the chakra within Gaara's body. Secondly, the sealing technique for the tailed beast within Gaara is not particularly sophisticated or tightly bound, unlike Naruto's stable seals. As a result, the sealing technique on Gaara allows Shikaku to directly observe the outside world through him. When Au hypnotized Gaara, she naturally hypnotized Shikaku alongside him. Au could sense whether Shikaku had been successfully hypnotized. However, this was not the case for Naruto's 9 tails. With the dual seals of the 8 trigram seal and the 4-symbol seal, the 9 tails was entirely confined within. Thus, it could not meet the conditions for Mirror Flower, Water Moon's hypnosis. One could say that the 9 tails was a fish that slipped through the net. Essentially, as long as Naruto was not in life-threatening danger, the 9 tails would not manifest. Without acknowledging Gaara, Au, accompanied by her shadow, the whirlpool of Karui, and a mere tool, signed the death waiver and randomly received a heaven scroll. As long as they collected the earth scroll and all arrived at the tower in the center of the forest of death, they could advance. Subsequently, under the guidance of the proctor, they entered the forest of death through entrance number 5. Each team's entry point was different, designed to prevent early encounters or ambushes by teams that entered first. This ensured the fairness and impartiality of the examination. Let us go. Once Au had entered the forest of death, Gaara began to make his move. He felt a slight regret at not being able to confront Au immediately. However, it mattered not. He would let her live a little longer. As time passed, candidates outside the examination were gradually being arranged to enter the forest of death. A total of 26 teams, 78 individuals, none chose to forfeit. 5 days. I could never endure such a prolonged stay. The fare here is unsatisfactory, and my rest is far from peaceful. Therefore, let us conclude this swiftly. Upon entering, Qingyu took a moment to admire the surroundings of the death forest, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Everything here seemed to emphasize one grand notion. Under different circumstances, he might have found himself intrigued enough to explore further. However, at this moment, Qingyu believed it would be far more prudent to devote these 5 days to enhancing his strength. The capabilities of the Qingyu Shitong have enabled Qingyu to progress at an astonishingly rapid pace. After merely 3 days of refining chakra, he had increased his internal reserves by 20. It was simply unfathomable. Consequently, this only heightened Qingyu's determination, making him even less inclined to squander time in such a place. Although the Mirror Flower, Water Moon technique possesses an unparalleled hypnotic capability, his own strength remained at a rudimentary level. Even with an understanding of the plot's trajectory, who could guarantee that unforeseen circumstances would not arise? What if Uchiha Obito, lurking in the shadows, suddenly decided to strike at him? Given his current prowess, he doubted he would be able to evade such an attack, while simultaneously attempting to break the opponent's hypnotic state. To live freely, relying solely on the Mirror Flower, Water Moon technique is insufficient. Qingyu-sama, do you need my assistance in locating other teams? Noticing Qingyu's sudden pause, as if deep in thought, Uzumaki Karen, who had been gazing at him with an almost infatuated look, spoke up with a hint of trepidation. Oh, you can find people? Qingyu replied, slightly surprised at Karen, as he had presumed that, at this stage, she had not yet awakened the unique sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, he had not considered her potential assistance. Moreover, the hypnotic mark of the Mirror Flower, Water Moon technique, also had a marking function. As long as the hypnotized individuals remained within a certain range, he would be able to sense them. This made Karen's presence akin to a mere ornament to him. However, upon hearing her question, could it be that she had awakened early? This was what truly astonished Qingyu. I can vaguely sense the positions of others. Seeing Qingyu's expression shift slightly to one of interest brought immense joy to Karen, who eagerly nodded her head and continued, I can feel their general emotions. Then give it a try. Upon hearing Karen's response, Qingyu deduced her situation. It was likely that she had not fully awakened, but her sensory abilities had received significant enhancement. After contemplating for a moment, Qingyu decided not to reject Karen's goodwill. A slight expenditure of time was inconsequential. As long as they reached the tower before the day concluded, all would be well. Yes, I will not let you down, Qingyu-sama. In an instant, Karen was filled with elation, silently vowing to herself. She gently closed her eyes to block out visual distractions and began to seek that elusive sensation. This ability allowed her to perceive the general emotions of those around her. Qingyu, for instance, radiated warmth akin to the sun. Meanwhile, most others emitted negative emotions like coldness and gloom. It was through this ability that she had often managed to evade danger. However, this talent was somewhat unreliable. Yet, for the sake of Qingyu-sama, she was determined to hone in on that feeling. After a few quiet minutes, Karen suddenly opened her eyes, a small smile gracing her face. Qingyu-sama, I found it. Chapter 21. How can one triumph over such foes? In the tranquil forest, a piercing scream shattered the calm, sending birds in nearby trees scattering in fright. Oh no, has Gaara already begun? With the hypnotic mark, Qingyu could sense from a distance what was unfolding in that direction. Such terrifying chakra. Qingyu-sama, shall we change directions? Karen, however, sensed a different atmosphere. She felt an overwhelming aura of brutality and bloodlust that instilled fear and made her instinctively wish to distance herself from that place. Very well, Qingyu replied nonchalantly, nodding in agreement. Before long, Karen identified a new target, a small team from a minor ninja village. Oh no, it's that guy? Run. Upon catching sight of Qingyu, the team collectively recoiled in terror, instinctively turning to flee without a hint of desire to fight. What a joke. To them, this dangerous individual could extinguish a life as easily as stepping on an ant. How could they, mere small fry, dare to provoke him? Honestly, am I truly that terrifying? Qingyu felt a wave of frustration. He couldn't fathom why. After merely taking a life in the first exam, he had instilled such dread. By all accounts, as newly minted genin, they should have been accustomed to the reality of death. Forget it. Let us conclude this swiftly. Shaking his head, Qingyu dismissed these trivial thoughts. He promptly activated the hypnotic mark, effortlessly immobilizing the three individuals. He successfully acquired their scrolls. Fortunately, they possessed the Earth Scroll, which, combined with his existing Heaven Scroll, satisfied the requirements for passage. The entire process was remarkably effortless, akin to a leisurely stroll in the park. In contrast, Naruto and his companions were facing a far grimmer fate. Just as in the original storyline, they had barely entered when they were targeted by Orochimaru. Disguised as a Rain Village candidate. Was that a scream I just heard? It certainly feels unsettling. Not far from another entrance of the Death Forest, Team 7 was deliberating their strategy. Suddenly, they heard the distant screams from the other side, prompting them to glance over with serious expressions. Sakura clenched her fists anxiously, her face etched with concern. Haha, it's nothing to fret over, Sakura. Rest assured, I will protect you. Naruto chuckled heartily, nonchalantly offering reassurance. Having you here makes me even more worried. Sakura retorted, shooting him a skeptical glance. Idiot. Sasuke crossed his arms, rolling his eyes in disdain. Instantly, this provoked Naruto's indignation. Little did they know, a dangerous individual was drawing near. My apologies, I suddenly need to relieve myself. I'll be right back. In the midst of their bickering, Naruto abruptly changed the subject, eager to avoid further conflict with Sasuke, and dashed off to a distant spot, watching their scatterbrained teammate. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged incredulous glances, feeling that this Chunin exam was fraught with challenges. Before long, Naruto returned, a sheepish expression on his face. Wow, that was quite a relief. I feel fantastic now. He rejoined the group, seemingly oblivious, as if he were sharing an amusing anecdote. He once again left everyone astonished by his antics. Moron, don't speak of such things in front of a lady. Sakura was furious, her temples throbbing with anger, ready to unleash her fists upon Naruto. However, Sasuke acted faster and more decisively. With a swift kick, he sent Naruto flying. Sasuke, you can't just hit him like that. Sakura exclaimed, bewildered and unsure why Sasuke had resorted to violence against Naruto. Yet Sasuke paid her no mind, confident that his kick hadn't inflicted any serious harm. Without hesitation, he charged forward again. With a flurry of punches and kicks directed at Naruto, he was forced to retreat in a frantic manner. After a relentless chase, Sasuke finally managed to pin Naruto to the ground. Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruto asked, bewildered. That question should be directed at you. Sasuke coldly retorted, his piercing gaze having already discerned the impostor before him. Initially intending to catch him off guard, he found himself thwarted, as the opponent's strength was nearly on par with his own, heightening Sasuke's vigilance to an extreme. Truly, he was a genius of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke. With his identity exposed, Further denial seemed futile. Naruto flashed a devilish grin, licked his lips, and suddenly erupted in a cloud of white mist. In the next instant, a man donning a conical hat, radiating an aura of danger, appeared before Sasuke and Sakura. It was Orochimaru, though neither Sasuke nor Sakura recognized him. Boom. Just then, a deafening sound erupted from the direction Naruto had fled, causing Sasuke and Sakura to worry immensely for Naruto's safety. However, the adversary before them could not be disregarded. The Earth Scroll is in my possession. If you desire it, come and take it, Orochimaru declared as he produced the scroll and swallowed it right in front of them, implying that the only way to obtain it was to eliminate him. How disgusting! Sakura exclaimed in disdain. All right, the battle for the scroll begins now. After securing the scroll, Orochimaru sneered, emanating an invisible pressure that surged towards Sasuke and Sakura. In an instant, their pupils dilated in shock, their minds struck by a profound terror, conjuring horrific illusions of brutal slaughter, severed limbs, and bloodshed. This disorienting experience, though fleeting, lasting barely a second, felt like an eternity of deathly agony. They stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. This was a Jinjutsu, a terrifying illusion conjured by Orochimaru, inspired by Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi, an experience Sasuke had once been fortunate enough to endure, leaving an indelible mark on his memory. It was a reciprocal gesture, allowing Itachi's younger brother to experience the same dread he had once felt. Is this an illusion? After a long pause, as their hearts resumed beating, Sakura, still trembling, cast a terrified glance at Orochimaru. Sasuke, supporting himself on the ground, remained in a kneeling position. Gasping for breath, his mind a blank slate. He was at a loss as to how he could possibly defeat such an enemy. We must flee. Chapter 22. If you seek greater power, come find me. Damn it. Just the aura alone has induced a vision of death, Sasuke thought, bewildered by the sheer menace of the opponent before him. For the first time, he encountered an enemy whose terror rendered him immobile, leaving him in a state of panic. A glance at Sakura revealed her trembling form, seated on the ground, utterly incapacitated, far worse off than himself, having lost all will to fight. Absolutely not. In this predicament, we can only run. If we do not, death is our only fate. Have you become incapable of movement already? Orochimaru approached them leisurely, drawing two kunai and casually aiming them at Sasuke and Sakura, preparing to deliver a final blow. Move, will you? A mix of fear and frustration coursed through Sasuke, who prided himself on being an avenger, enraged by his own weakness. Gritting his teeth, he silently screamed within. At that moment, as Orochimaru made his move, Sasuke summoned the remnants of his courage, desperately retrieving a kunai from his thigh pouch and driving it into his own leg, blood splattering forth. The sudden pain shattered the paralyzing fear that had engulfed him, restoring control over his body. Without hesitation, he scooped Sakura into his arms and leapt backward, narrowly evading Orochimaru's indifferent attack and creating a safe distance. Remarkable. You've overcome the fear of death in such a manner, Orochimaru praised without reservation. Sasuke. At that moment, Sakura regained her senses, panicking at the sight of Sasuke's injury. We must flee. Their eyes locked. They both understood that this was an enemy beyond their capacity to defeat. Sasuke let out a desperate roar at Sakura. Sasuke. Her words left Sakura caught in a dilemma. Sakura, listen carefully. When I say run, it is not to abandon you, but to fetch help. This is our only means of survival. Do you understand? I will hold him off. Sasuke, summoning his final reserves of strength, explained solemnly. This was his decision after much contemplation. Sasuke, be careful. But at that moment, Sakura was startled by a massive snake that suddenly slithered behind Sasuke. With his focus fixed on Orochimaru, Sasuke was jolted by Sakura's cry, sending a chill down his spine. Without thought, he once again scooped Sakura into his arms, rolling aside to evade the snake's attack. Almost simultaneously, the serpent lunged, tearing a gaping hole in the ground. Had they hesitated for even a fraction of a second, both Sasuke and Sakura would have been devoured. Yet Sasuke was not merely a coward. As he dodged the snake's strike, his Sharingan keenly detected a vulnerability. He quickly retrieved a kunai concealed with explosive tags, seizing the moment to hurl it into the serpent's maw. Boom, boom. After a series of explosive detonations, a headless giant serpent lay lifeless on the ground. The prey, in a state of heightened tension, scurried in all directions, which only served to amuse the hunter. Orochimaru's primary objective was to extract Sasuke's latent potential, hoping to elicit greater surprises from him. Thus, he maintained a cat-and-mouse demeanor, allowing Sasuke a chance to struggle. The outcome appeared to satisfy him. Now, it seemed time to bestow upon Sasuke the cursed seal. The delay had lingered too long. Konoha would likely have sensed the disturbance by now. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, resembling a scene from a horror film. Before Sasuke and Sakura's astonished eyes, Orochimaru's neck elongated grotesquely, his head launching like a cannonball towards Sasuke. Sasuke attempted to evade, but Orochimaru's head coiled around him like a constrictor, ensnaring him. Finally, with a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, he sank his teeth into Sasuke's neck, leaving behind a 3-tomo mark. This torment lasted several agonizing seconds. Release Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto, caught unawares while relieving himself, was suddenly swallowed whole by a massive serpent. Fortunately, his considerable strength allowed him to extricate himself after a fierce struggle. However, upon returning in high spirits, he was met with the sight of Sasuke being bitten. Unable to contain his fury, Naruto unleashed a multitude of shadow clones, charging forth with clenched fists. Observing this, Orochimaru recognized the need to retreat, releasing Sasuke and distancing himself. You've already skillfully harnessed the power of the Sharingan at such a young age. Truly a genius of the Uchiha name. But this level of power is insufficient to stand before Itachi. From a distance, Orochimaru continued to provoke Sasuke, igniting the deepest flames of rage within him. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing the forbidden name, Sasuke nearly succumbed to a fit of rage. I am Orochimaru. If you wish to meet me and gain greater power, come seek me. First, indulge in the gift I bestow upon you. With that, Orochimaru sank into the ground, vanishing from sight before the onlookers. Chapter 23. The Ninjutsu of the Twin Serpents. Although Orochimaru had departed, the crisis facing Team 7 was far from resolved. Sasuke knelt upon the ground. One hand braced against the earth while the other clutched at his neck. Waves of agonizing, tearing pain radiated from the spot where Orochimaru had bitten him, coursing throughout his body. The torment was unbearable, forcing him to lose his balance and tumble sideways, rolling helplessly. Sasuke, witnessing her beloved endure such suffering, Sakura rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace, utterly at a loss for how to respond. If she were to call for assistance, it would mean immediate disqualification from the exam, leading to their elimination. Yet, the thought of leaving Sasuke in his dire condition filled her with dread, uncertain of what might transpire. Naruto, where are you? Moments earlier, Naruto had been engaged in a struggle with Orochimaru, lured away by the latter's shadow clone, and was now nowhere to be found. With Sasuke in such a state, Sakura found herself the only one left with any capacity for action in the team. Yet, she was merely a freshly graduated genin, a lovesick fool, ill-equipped to handle the situation alone. Should she abandon the exam or continue to fight? Sasuke, you want to be harmed. After much contemplation, Sakura ultimately made her decision. She hurriedly retrieved a signal flare from her ninja tool pouch. By launching it, she would summon aid from the proctors. In doing so, both Sasuke and Naruto would be safe. No, if you do that, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Sasuke, despite his agonies, caught sight of Sakura's intention. He reached out with a trembling hand to halt her next move, issuing a fierce warning. Every moment, he yearned to eliminate that man. To wait another year would be an unbearable torment. In contrast, he could endure mere pain. Sasuke, what should I do? Hearing his ruthless words, Sakura stood frozen in place. A myriad of emotions swirling within her, tears of despair escaping from the corners of her eyes. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had intended to toy with Sasuke a while longer. His hasty departure was prompted by the realization that his disciple was relentlessly pursuing him. I can feel it. They are very close. In the death forest, a lithe figure leaped nimbly between the towering trees. Soon, she arrived at a secluded spot and came to a halt. Sasori, is that you? The ever-patient Orochimaru greeted the waiting red bean enthusiastically. You have become an S-class criminal wanted by Konoha. Now, I will risk everything to defeat you here. However, the red bean displayed an icy demeanor, tinged with resentment. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew several shuriken and launched an attack. Seeing this, Orochimaru merely smiled. He extended his tongue, akin to an infinitely stretchable rubber band, whipping it towards the red bean. She was forced to dodge, leaping in every direction, yet could not shake it off. Before long, one of her hands was ensnared, rendering her unable to perform any jutsu. With a powerful tug, Orochimaru sought to bring her crashing to the ground, inflicting severe damage. Nevertheless, the strength of the special Jonin was not to be underestimated. Serpent's Shadow. Raising her other hand towards the distant Orochimaru, she commanded, and immediately, several snakes shot forth from her sleeves, colliding with Orochimaru and biting down fiercely. Before pulling him back against the tree, I've got you. Now, you and I shall perish here together. Ninjutsu, Twin Serpents Clash. Are you intent on ending it all here? Just as the Red Bean prepared to unleash her forbidden technique to ensure their mutual destruction, a familiar voice interrupted from behind her. Turning slowly, she found Orochimaru standing there. Don't waste your efforts. That was merely a substitution, Orochimaru said, effectively dispelling her intentions. The figure bound to the tree transformed into a mass of black mud, confirming his earlier words and leaving the Red Bean feeling humiliated. Huh, you are indeed a special jonin. Do you truly think using the forbidden technique I taught you will be effective against me? Orochimaru taunted, advancing step by step towards her. Infuriated by his mockery, the Red Bean retaliated with a symbolic shuriken, venting her frustration and dissatisfaction. Why have you returned now? Do you seek to assassinate the Hokage? She demanded. You are quite cold, Red Bean. As of now, I lack the means to kill the third Hokage. I merely wish to leave my mark on my exceptional junior. Orochimaru explained, shaking his head slightly. A mark? Is it akin to this one upon me? The Red Bean inquired. Are you envious? That child is unlike you. He is outstanding, possessing the bloodline power of the Uchiha clan. He shall become my vessel, but for now, he requires more growth. You must not disrupt the Chunin exams. Otherwise, Konoha will face its doom. Now sleep well. After finishing his words, Orochimaru formed a seal and uttered a command, triggering the seal placed upon the Red Bean. In an instant, she was rendered immobile, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Having dealt with the Red Bean, Orochimaru departed with a sense of assurance. Lord Qingyu, it seems that the proctor is engaged in battle with someone ahead. After gathering the scrolls of heaven and earth, Qingyu had little desire to linger in the Death Forest. He planned to head directly to the central tower to hand over the scrolls and advance to the next stage of the exam. At that moment, Kankuro sensed an unusual fluctuation of familiar chakra emanating from the right front, alongside an exceptionally cold chakra. Subconsciously realizing that even the proctor had entered the fray, he reported immediately, well, let's go have a look. In truth, Qingyu, even without Kankuro's words, could discern that something significant was transpiring. After a moment's thought, he decided to investigate, ensuring that the plot had not deviated too drastically due to his own actions, leading to uncontrollable circumstances. Before long, the three of them arrived at the scene, greeted by chaos and the unconscious body of the second proctor, Yuhi Kurenai. As for the individual who had battled with Kurenai, they had vanished without a trace. Chapter 24, Wake up! You cannot sleep here. Oi, wake up! You cannot sleep here. Upon closer inspection, Qingyu found that Kurenai had not sustained severe injuries. She was still breathing. It was only natural, given that Kurenai was a crucial piece in Orochimaru's game. He would not inflict excessive harm upon her. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Qingyu chose not to ignore her plight. Thus, with one hand, he delivered a slow-motion slap to her cheek, providing her with an awakening service. To his surprise, this seemingly simple act proved remarkably effective. Before long, as Kurenai began to regain consciousness, she hazily surveyed her familiar surroundings, mistakenly believing she was still in combat with Orochimaru. Reflexively, she sprang from the ground, swiftly retrieving a shuriken from her pouch, preparing to defend herself. Fortunately, Qingyu possessed foresight and retreated to a considerable distance in advance. Otherwise, she might have fallen victim to an inadvertent injury due to the sudden reactions of others. Are you candidates from the grass-hidden village? A brief scan of the surroundings revealed no sign of Orochimaru. Only 3 ninjas adorned with the grass-hidden village forehead protectors, standing quietly not far from her. They seemed somewhat familiar, prompting her to confirm. Indeed. Qingyu replied with a hint of amusement. That damned Orochimaru. I will not let this slide. Just as she was about to inquire further, Akane suddenly noticed her face, swollen and bruised like a pig's head, which severely marred her personal appearance. How could this be? It was evident that she had been assaulted. And who could the assailant be? Who but Orochimaru? It was astonishing that after all these years, this man had become so depraved. Her anger flared, and she was eager to seek vengeance against Orochimaru. Unexpected occurrences have arisen during the exams. You must exercise caution. Before departing, Akane did not forget Orochimaru's warning and refrained from hastily canceling the Chunin exams. After leaving a reminder, she hurried away. What a hothead. Let us depart as well. The chance encounter with the unconscious Akane was merely a minor interlude. Qingyu did not dwell on it. Her objective remained unchanged as she continued toward the central tower, showing little interest in the chaos of the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, Akane, who had just been clamoring for revenge against Orochimaru, gradually regained her composure, and reason prevailed. She understood that the matter concerning Orochimaru could not be overlooked and was acutely aware that she was no match for him. This situation needed to be reported to Lord Hokage as swiftly as possible. However, she failed to notice that several large tigers had stealthily surrounded her in the dense forest, effectively blocking her escape route. They had evidently deemed this solitary biped as their next meal. Under normal circumstances, she would have dismissed them with ease. Yet now, due to Orochimaru's interference, her strength had diminished significantly. One misstep could lead to her downfall. Just her luck. Akane's complexion darkened, but she was not one to easily concede. She immediately assumed a combat stance, contemplating how to extricate herself from these ferocious beasts. However, the hungry tigers would not grant her much time to ponder. They lunged at her with their gaping jaws, ready to feast. Shadow binding technique. At that moment, reinforcements arrived just in time. A shadow elongated from a distance, ultimately splitting into several black shadowy ropes that penetrated the tiger's forms, instantly subduing and eliminating them. So you were here. The crisis averted. Two ninjas clad in animal masks emerged slowly from the shadows. Humph. Clearly, you're from the Umbu. Your arrival was rather tardy. Akane expressed her dissatisfaction with a complaint. If they had arrived sooner, Orochimaru might not have been able to escape. Have you uncovered any leads? One of the masked ninjas, donning an unknown animal mask, inquired without a hint of interest in her grievances. Aya. Just as she began to speak, the cursed seal on her neck flared up once more. The pain rendered her weak, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Are you all right? That's the cursed seal. Has Orochimaru come? Both Umbu ninjas were well versed in the issue of Akane's cursed seal. Previously, she had lived without incident, but its sudden activation now led them to associate it with Orochimaru. Only he possessed the power to trigger the cursed seal on Akane. They could not help but worry about the safety of the candidates. In that case, we must escort you to Lord Hokage. They lifted Akane onto their shoulders and hurried toward the central tower to rendezvous with the third Hokage. In other parts of the Forest of Death, whether by intent or chance, many teams began to encounter one another, igniting fierce battles over scrolls. The fires of conflict flared up everywhere. On just the first day, the situation escalated to a boiling point. Weaker teams were swiftly eliminated. Originally, Team 7 had a chance to advance, but due to Orochimaru's interference, they faced disappearances and injuries, leaving only a weeping little girl struggling to maintain order. As night fell, Team 7's predicament grew increasingly perilous. Enemies, who had long lurked in the shadows, were poised to strike. Die, 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 all of you die. Upon entering the Forest of Death, Gaara's sole objective was to locate Qingyu and ruthlessly eliminate him. He slaughtered anyone who crossed his path, except for Temari and Kankuro. No one was left alive, yet he had not encountered Qingyu. Consequently, Gaara's demeanor became increasingly unstable, spiraling into a frenzy that threatened to consume his sanity. Such overwhelming bloodlust terrified the two siblings, who trembled in a distant corner. Sister, what should we do? Gaara has gone mad. If this continues, we will all be killed. Kankuro's voice quivered as he questioned, utterly at a loss. Gaara's target was that grass-hidden village's Qingyu. If only he could eliminate him, he could return to normal. While Temari was also frightened, she managed to maintain a semblance of calm and analyze the situation. The Forest of Death is vast. Where do we even begin to search? Moreover, Gaara's uproar is so loud. Even if we encounter someone, they will likely flee in terror. Kankuro expressed his doubts. Then we have no choice. We must lead him toward the central tower. Let Captain Maki handle him. Temari proposed a rather desperate plan. There was no other option. Kankuro, unable to devise an alternative solution, reluctantly accepted his sister's suggestion. Let us wait a moment longer. Once Gaara calms down a bit, we can broach this topic with him. Given Gaara's current state, Temari dared not appear before him. As time passed, they observed Gaara venting his fury. When it seemed he had exhausted himself, the sibling duo stepped forward to confront him. Gaara, we just received news. The target of your wrath, the grass ninja Qingyu, has already arrived at the central tower. Temari spoke with forced composure. Her words were, of course, fabricated. Yet, oddly enough, she had inadvertently struck gold. The intent was merely to lure Gaara to the central tower, allowing Maki to handle his rampage. As for what would happen once Gaara realized he had been deceived, that was a concern for another day. Chapter 25. Shall I bring forth a deluge of blood for you? Is that so? Upon hearing this, the agitated Gaara gradually regained his composure. He turned to gaze at his sister and brother, as if questioning their credibility. It is true. If he isn't here, we can easily lie in wait near the central tower. This is the final destination for all candidates in the exam. If the grass ninja Qingyu wishes to avoid elimination, he will undoubtedly go there. With no other recourse, Temari pressed onward, resolutely affirming her statement. Naturally, she left herself a bit of leeway. Finally, she proposed a feasible course of action. Let us go. Clearly, Temari's words resonated with Gaara. He hastily summoned the scattered sand back into the large gourd on his back. Hey, you little brat from Sunagakure. Did you think you could escape upon seeing us? At that moment, a derisive voice echoed from not far away. In the next moment, 3 figures emerged, obstructing the path of Gaara and his companions. These 3 individuals were ninjas from the land of rivers, hailing from the small village of Konoha, lured by the commotion caused by Gaara. Typically, such sudden outbursts of conflict herald danger, prompting most to retreat to safety, lest they become collateral damage. Yet, some individuals, with a stubborn bravado and an inexplicable confidence in their abilities, choose to confront the peril head-on. These 3 were precisely such individuals. And upon catching sight of Gaara's youthful visage, their audacity only grew bolder. They perceived him as an easy target to bully. What fortuitous luck. Oi, you little brat. Why the silence? Are you trembling with fear at the sight of us? Wishing to scamper home to your mother? They mocked, their taunts dripping with disdain as they refrained from striking, relishing the moment of asserting their dominance. Have you finished your prattling? Do hurry and make your move. You useless fools. I shall ensure you perish in agony. Gaara's gaze was frigid, seemingly unfazed by their jeers, as he spoke with an unsettling calmness. Humph, die little brat. Ninjutsu, 1,000 needles of death. With that, the trio removed the umbrellas strapped to their backs. With a swift flick, they launched them into the air, unfurling them. The umbrellas began to spin rapidly, unleashing a torrent of concealed needles like a torrential downpour, targeting their prey from all angles, above, below, and in every hidden crevice. Should they hit, survival would be a certainty, death awaited. Upon unleashing their jutsu, the ninjas from the land of rivers exchanged triumphant glances, eager to witness the fear etched upon the face of this arrogant child. However, Gaara remained impassive, arms crossed, showing no sign of distress as the needles rained down, transforming the area into a thorny wasteland, shrouded in dust and debris. Humph, truly pathetic. The trio concluded that Gaara had no chance of survival, their laughter laced with scorn. Just as they prepared to subdue the remaining Temari and Kankuro to seize their exam scroll, the dust began to settle, revealing a tan orb. Countless needles were embedded within it. If one did not pay close attention, they might mistake it for an oversized hedgehog. Is that all you've got? The tan orb slowly opened, unveiling a wholly unscathed Gaara. His expression remained icy as he calmly regarded the trio from the land of rivers, softly inquiring, how? Is this possible? Not even a scratch? Their disbelief was palpable, as the realization struck them that their most prized technique had failed to inflict any harm. Reluctantly, they launched another attack, only to have it effortlessly thwarted by Gaara's sand. It was at this moment that the trio began to grasp the disparity in their strengths, instinctively retreating a few steps. You gifted me a rain of needles. Now, shall I present you with a downpour of blood? Gaara's demeanor shifted, a hint of malevolence curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Sand binding coffin. With a swift gesture, Gaara summoned 3 colossal hands of sand that erupted from beneath the feet of the ninjas from the land of rivers. Like lightning, they ensnared the trio, rendering them immobile. Regardless of their attempts to evade, Gaara did not rush to strike, but instead moved leisurely to the side, retrieving the fallen umbrella and raising it. Meanwhile, the bound ninjas were hoisted into the air by Gaara's controlling sand. Sandstorm funeral. He gestured toward the trio, his palm mimicking a grasping motion. The 3 clumps of sand immediately constricted, eliciting agonized cries from the ninjas as they endured excruciating torment. Fortunately, this suffering lasted only a brief moment before they were ground to a crimson mist, littering the area. The droplets of blood fell melodiously upon the umbrella, producing a hauntingly beautiful symphony. For Gaara, it was an exquisite spectacle. Unprepared, Temari and Kankuro were drenched in the unexpected downpour, yet they dared not voice a single complaint. Trembling in fear amid the sanguine rain, striving to diminish their presence, Kankuro retrieved their scroll. After satiating his thirst for violence, Gaara appeared somewhat restored to his usual self. He turned to his brother, Kankuro, who stood like a statue nearby, and commanded him. Right. Kankuro, suppressing any semblance of discontent, stepped forward to search for the scroll dropped by the ninjas from the land of rivers. It happened to be the Heaven Scroll. Shall we head to the central tower now? After a moment, Kankuro found the scroll and, drenched in cold sweat, reported back, suggesting in a tone that leaned towards persuasion. Agreed. This time, Gaara nodded in acquiescence. He then turned and strode purposefully toward the central tower. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, silently exhaling a sigh of relief. Staying in the presence of such a monster was always nerve-wracking. Good heavens, what a terrifying individual. Had I known, I would have never joined this chaos. Hidden in the shadows, Team 8, Kurenai's team, consisting of Hinata and others, witnessed the gruesome massacre, panting heavily and speaking with lingering apprehension. Once Gaara and his companions had distanced themselves, they wasted no time in departing from another route, eager to avoid encountering such a fearsome being again. Hey, isn't that Naruto? Why is he sleeping here? Where are his teammates? Lee, who had strayed from the group in search of water, bounded through the forest. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar flash of yellow. Upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized the figure and felt a twinge of curiosity. Just as he was about to approach and rouse Naruto to inquire about the situation, a girl's piercing scream echoed from a distance. Not good. That sounds like Sakura. Panic surged through him at the thought of her in danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Lee hoisted the unconscious Naruto onto his shoulder and rushed toward the direction of Sakura's cries. Upon arriving at the scene, he discovered 3 sound ninjas assaulting Sakura, who was already battered and bruised. This sight ignited an inferno of rage within Lee. Sakura was, after all, his goddess. You all shall pay. Chapter 26. The Sound Trio vs. Lee. The Sound Ninjas had tracked down Sakura and Sasuke's hiding spot, approaching with malicious intent. Upon hearing their words, the drowsy Sakura was instantly jolted awake, gripping her kunai tightly as she faced them with trepidation. Simultaneously, she shook Sasuke vigorously, attempting to rouse him. Humph. There's no need to wake him. The battle will soon be over. Kill her. TOS scoffed dismissively, unwilling to waste time as he signaled his companions to attack. With a single command, all 3 lunged forward. Just as they neared Sakura, a hefty piece of wood suddenly plummeted from the air, crashing down toward them. Momentarily taken aback, they were surprised that the seemingly frail girl had the acumen to set a trap. However, they quickly dismissed the threat, knowing such an attack posed no danger. With a swift motion, TOS rolled up his sleeves, revealing his iron arms riddled with sound holes, and faced the descending wood. With a sharp command, an invisible sound wave erupted from the holes, obliterating the wooden projectile. To speak candidly, in my view, you are the most useless among us. A character like you is nothing more than a burden to the team. With this trivial obstacle eliminated, the 3 of them approached Sakura without a scratch. As Tors mocked his opponent, his iron arm struck Sakura's abdomen with no mercy, leaving her no chance to evade. The pain forced her to double over and collapse, utterly incapacitated and unable to retaliate. Perhaps sensing no threat from Sakura, the sound ninja, Kitsune, brazenly stepped forward, seizing her pink hair with one hand. What an insufferable hair color. Why must a talentless waste like you remain in the squad, bringing shame to your comrades? Are you prepared to become a ninja? For reasons unknown, Kitsune found Sakura quite agreeable. While hurling cold insults, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon her, purely to vent his inexplicable frustration. As he tormented her, Kitsune gradually lost interest, retrieving a kunai, intent on ending her life. After all, she was not a ninja from his village, and he bore no psychological burden in delivering a lethal blow. Just then, at the critical moment, a green figure appeared, late to the scene. A whirlwind of vibrant green swirled around Sakura, sweeping the 3 sound ninjas away. Who are you? Tors, having been thrown back, steadied himself and inquired about the unexpected arrival. I am the Azure Beast of Konoha, Rock Lee. Upon saying this, Lee set down Naruto, whom he had just picked up, prompting Sakura to notice him. Worrying for Naruto's condition, she disregarded her own injuries and rushed to check on him. Once assured that Naruto was relatively unscathed, she sighed in relief and turned her gaze toward Lee, puzzled as to why her adversary was present. I promised I would come when you were in danger. I will protect you with my life. Noticing Sakura's confusion, Lee explained nonchalantly, striking a pose he believed to be heroic. With a broad smile revealing his pearly whites, he gave Sakura a thumbs up. This left Sakura utterly speechless, caught in a moment of awe. This scene undeniably delighted Lee. I did it. I did it. Did you see that, Sensei Guy? Sakura has already fallen for me. Internally, Lee reveled in his triumph, fantasizing about the names of his future children with Sakura. To hell with those troublesome fellows. But it matters not. Let us eliminate them together. Sak, you handle killing Sasuke and that blonde brat. Kitsune, take care of the pink-haired girl. Leave Rock Lee to me. Regaining his battle stance, Tors directed his teammates. The others nodded in agreement with this arrangement. Tors then launched another attack, swinging his iron arm toward Lee. I've witnessed your technique before. Simply dodging won't suffice. Lee had already recognized the 3 sound ninjas, recalling their actions prior to the first exam, and began to analyze their movements. Cautiously, Lee refrained from allowing them to close in. lifting a nearby tree and hurling it at Tor's, forcing him to leap aside to evade the impact. Realizing that Sakura had lost her fighting capability, while Sasuke and Naruto remained unconscious, it was effectively 1 against 3, a dire situation. Lee resolved to unleash his full potential, quickly unwrapping the white bandages around his hands. He prepared to face the charging Tors. Maximizing his speed, Lee's figure momentarily blurred before he appeared beneath Tors, executing a high kick that sent Tors soaring into the air. But that was not the end. Lee followed up with a vertical leap, catching up to Tors. In the next instant, the white bandages that had just been unwrapped coiled around Tors like a serpent, ensnaring him completely. Taste my technique, the spiral lotus. Finally, Lee tightened his grip on the mummified Tors, spinning rapidly before plummeting downwards. Seeing their companion in peril, the others immediately abandoned their attempts to attack Sakura, resorting to their respective ninjutsu to rescue Tors. Boom. In a flash, Sak cleverly utilized Earth-style jutsu to create a soft mound of mud directly beneath Tors, mitigating the impact of his fall, ensuring he sustained no severe injuries. Oh dear, that was close. Are you alright, Tors? Sak exclaimed triumphantly. What a terrifying technique. I almost met my end. I seriously underestimated this guy. We should deal with him together. Tors emerged from the mound, shaken but alive, and began to reassess Lee's strength. Now it's our turn. Tors, no longer underestimating the situation, adopted a serious demeanor, charging at Lee. As the distance closed, he threw a powerful punch. Aware of the uniqueness of Tors' technique, Lee hesitated to engage closely. After all, 99 of Tors' prowess stemmed from his physical techniques, which severely countered Lee's own abilities. Reluctantly, Lee maintained his distance, dodging continuously. However, Tors had allies to provide support, who interfered with Lee's evasion. Before long, signs of exhaustion began to show on Lee. Chapter 27. The Body Takes the Kunai. Sakura's Transformation. Huffing and puffing, Lee quickly became fatigued under the onslaught of 3 attackers, struggling to maintain his high-speed movements. Kneeling on the ground, he gasped for air, his face taut with discomfort. Suddenly, he felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, and he could not contain himself. Vomiting a copious amount of blood also streamed from his ears and nostrils. In stark contrast, the 3 sound ninjas still possessed ample stamina and chakra. Your speed is indeed impressive, but our techniques are faster than sound, Tors observed confidently, noting that Lee's current state was evidently a result of the invisible sound waves damaging his internal organs. Lee, as the only hope appeared on the brink of defeat, Sakura cried out in alarm. Damn it! Lee, unwilling to accept his fate, gritted his teeth, feeling utterly humiliated to display such weakness before the goddess Sakura, filled with frustration. The time has come. I have lost interest in playing with you any longer. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Tors charged at Lee with lethal intent. Despite Lee's desperate attempts to evade, the majority of the force landed upon him, sending him hurtling away, leaving him incapable of further combat. Once again, Sakura found herself alone against the formidable trio of sound ninjas, fear swiftly consuming her mind and body. Thinking of Sasuke and Naruto still lying unconscious, she recalled how everyone was striving and progressing. Yet, she always found herself hiding behind her teammates, helplessly watching as they fell one by one. The torment within her heart became unbearable, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Memories of her past experiences flashed through her mind, gradually igniting a spark of courage within her, empowering her to become strong. Seizing a kunai in her hand, she grasped her pink locks and began to sever them, leaving herself with a short hairstyle. Long hair was meant to enhance beauty, to attract the affection of those she admired. But long hair only hindered her, obstructing her in battle, preventing her from unleashing her full potential. Thus, from this moment forth, she vowed to become a capable ninja, to protect those who mattered most in her life. Even so, the outcome remains unchanged. Observing the transformation in Sakura's demeanor, Kintetsu let out a disdainful chuckle and hurled a kunai at her back. Sensing the impending danger from behind, Sakura swiftly showcased her exceptional skills, forming several hand seals in a mere second to execute the body replacement technique, successfully evading the ambush. To think she would attempt to engage us with such basic ninjutsu? How utterly underestimated we are. Prepare to meet your end. From the very beginning, Sak had not regarded Sakura as a worthy opponent. He extended his hands towards her, unleashing an invisible sound wave attack that erupted forth from the small opening in his palms. In response, Sakura flung several kunai to buy herself a moment, then seized the opportunity to leap above Sak while continuously forming hand seals, creating the illusion that she was about to cast a jutsu. The intent to attack was far too evident. Ascending into the air, I wonder how you shall evade this. Sack chuckled mockingly as he slowly retrieved a few kunai from his ninja gear pouch and launched them. In his tactical understanding, Sakura would surely employ the body replacement technique to evade. Therefore, after releasing the kunai, he began scanning for the silhouette of Sakura's replacement. Yet, to his astonishment, Sakura had no intention of dodging at all. Her earlier hand seals had merely been a ruse to mislead him. Her true intention was to brave the kunai with her own body, closing the distance to her opponent. Enduring the sharp pain of being wounded, she swiftly descended before Sack. Employing this audacious and unexpected tactic took Sack entirely by surprise. Gripping the kunai, Sakura plunged it fiercely into Sack's body. In that moment of crisis, Sack only managed to shift slightly, failing to evade completely. The kunai pierced deeply into his left shoulder, rendering his entire arm incapacitated. Sack cried out in agony, hastily raising his other hand in an attempt to pull Sakura away. However, Sakura was quicker. After injuring Sack's arm, she relentlessly clamped down on his other arm with her jaws. No matter how fiercely Sack kicked or headbutt, she refused to let go. From the outset, Sakura had known she was no match for the three of them. Thus, she chose this desperate method, willing to risk her life to incapacitate one of their members. Sack's arrogance had unwittingly made him her target. Damn you, crazy woman. Let go at once. Sack felt the pain and frustration swell within him. Who would have thought Sakura could be so deranged? For a brief moment, he was genuinely frightened. Soon after, Sack's teammates arrived. With their assistance, Sack finally broke free, albeit still somewhat shaken. This ignited an even fiercer rage within him. How dare you? You are truly despicable. Sack ground his teeth. The humiliation he had just endured pushing him into a furious rage. Grasping a kunai, he slowly approached the battered Sakura, unhesitatingly aiming it downward to ensure that this shame would die here forever. Shadow binding technique. Having observed from the shadows for quite some time, Shikamaru and his companions could no longer stand idly by. Shikamaru activated his clan's secret technique, extending shadows to ensnare Sack, immobilizing him in place. Ino and Choji seized this opportunity to rush to Sakura and Lee's side, moving them to a safer distance. This is never-ending. I am becoming quite weary of this. Initially, I believed eliminating two unarmed individuals like Sasuke and Naruto, along with the feeble Sakura, would be a mere formality. Yet, the incessant interference from outsiders has thoroughly soured the mood of the Sound Ninja trio. Their tone grew increasingly impatient. With the arrival of Ino Shikicho, the situation was no longer one-sided. While these individuals faced off, no one noticed the peculiar changes occurring within Sasuke. From the cursed mark on his neck, ominous black mist began to seep forth. Before long, dark patterns spread across Sasuke's body, partially obscuring his face, exuding an aura of malevolence and foreboding, as if a demon had emerged from the depths of hell. Oh no, has Sasuke already begun? The real show is about to unfold. In the distance, a figure adorned with a grass ninja forehead protector appeared. It was always Shadow Clone. Not wishing to miss the unfolding drama, he observed intently, focusing primarily on Sasuke. Upon witnessing Sasuke's transformation, Aoi immediately grasped what was about to transpire, filled with anticipation for the events to come. Chapter 28. Sasuke Awakens. I am now terrifyingly strong. The situation had become increasingly unfavorable for the Sound Ninja trio. With the addition of Ino Shikicho, their advantage had diminished significantly. Not long after, due to Lee's prolonged absence, his teammates found him, resulting in a direct confrontation of 3 against 5. This infuriated Toss and his companions, who inwardly cursed Konoha for their lack of martial ethics and penchant for overwhelming their foes. Konoha ninjas truly resemble a swarm of cockroaches, scurrying from every direction. Sack scowled, derisively mocking. That watermelon-headed one over there is our teammate. You truly have some audacity. Upon seeing Lee incapacitated, Niji's anger flared. Though he recognized that Lee's injuries were not severe, without hesitation, he activated his Byakugan, radiating a palpable hostility. Oh no. So, they are ninjas from the Hyuga clan. No wonder they are so arrogant. Toss immediately recognized their identities, realizing they were the Byakugan prodigies from Konoha's Hyuga clan, igniting his fighting spirit. Only by defeating such a genius could he attain greater satisfaction and prove his worth to Lord Orochimaru. If you still wish to continue this fight, I shall give it my all, Niji declared as the Sound Ninjas showed no signs of retreat, exuding his domineering aura. Beside him, Tenten stood resolute, ready for battle. However, when she turned to look at Niji, she noticed him momentarily dazed, as if he had seen something utterly inconceivable. What is it, Niji? Tenten inquired, curiosity piqued. That dangerous individual is also present. This situation is becoming troublesome. Niji replied gravely, his gaze fixed on the distance. It was precisely where Aoi's shadow clone was positioned. When he activated his Byakugan earlier, he inadvertently noticed a chakra lingering nearby. Attempting to discern friend from foe, he focused his observation, only to clearly recognize the chakra's identity, causing him to startle. Aoi's displayed strength had always been a mystery to them. No one understood how he struck down his enemies so effortlessly. It was utterly terrifying. If that individual were aligned with the Sound Ninjas, their predicament would surely be dire. Consequently, Niji's expression grew increasingly grim. Niji, are you truly alright? Who is that person? The anxious inquiry from his teammate made Tintin worry as well. Without waiting for Niji to answer her question, Toss and his companions began to shout once more, exhibiting an unyielding resolve to continue their assault. Hey, if you think you can do it, then come and try. Don't just stand there posing and spouting empty threats. Responding to their condescending tone, Toss and his companions became incensed. Just moments ago, you three were the ones claiming you would kill me? However, before Niji could respond to Toss, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Sasuke, have you awakened? To Sakura. The voice of her beloved was unmistakably familiar, causing her to turn in surprise toward its source. Yet, in the next moment, her expression froze, transforming into one of sheer terror. Before him, Sasuke was enveloped in a shroud of dark purple energy, his visage and arms adorned with mottled black patterns that exuded an otherworldly allure. This striking appearance, however, was equally unsettling, evoking the sensation of encountering a malevolent spirit fallen from grace, steeped in wickedness. Sakura, tell me, who has wrought this transformation upon you? Upon awakening, Sasuke felt invigorated, his powers surging 2- or 3-fold, an awe-inspiring strength that left him elated, unable to suppress a triumphant chuckle. Yet, upon witnessing Sakura's disheveled state, he tempered his mirth, a tempest of tumultuous emotions swirling within him. It was the cursed seal. His entire being was suffused with its markings. The trio of Tours, along with Niji, Tenten, and Lee, were taken aback, astonished that the very individual they sought to eliminate possessed the prowess of Lord Orochimaru. Yet, clarity soon dawned upon them. This power was bestowed upon someone of utmost significance to Orochimaru. They, having never tasted the strength of the cursed seal, were but mere tools in the grand design of their master. A sense of melancholy inevitably washed over them. Sasuke, are you alright? Sakura inquired cautiously, her heart heavy with uncertainty at Sasuke's altered demeanor. Fear not. Moreover, a relentless tide of power surges within me. I am no longer the person I once was. Sasuke replied, a confident smile gracing his lips, tinged with a hint of pride. With that, he dismissed Sakura from his thoughts, surveying the surroundings with keen insight. The trio of Tours, alongside Niji, Tenten, and Lee, were evidently aligned with Sakura, thus they could not be foes. The remaining individuals were unmistakably adversaries. Perfect, he mused. These would serve as the ideal test for his newfound strength. I finally comprehend Lord Orochimaru's words. I am an avenger, driven by vengeance. I would willingly offer my body to the demons if it meant achieving my goals. Sasuke's declaration crystallized his path of retribution, free from the haze of uncertainty that had once clouded him. An avenger, indeed, should stop at nothing in pursuit of power. Sakura, you have yet to answer me. Who was responsible for your injuries? Sasuke pressed again, his words laced with a palpable menace, an outpouring of suppressed emotions. It was I, Sak. Unable to tolerate Sasuke's brazen demeanor, interjected boldly. At this, Sasuke's gaze turned icy, fixating on Sak, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha! Come, allow me to dispatch all of you in one fell swoop. Sak erupted into a frenzied laugh, perhaps having succumbed to despair upon realizing his role as a mere pawn. With palms directed at Sasuke, Sakura, and the unconscious Naruto, he bellowed, die. Void/wave. This was Sak's desperate gambit. As his voice echoed, a torrent of sound waves erupted from his palms, wreaking havoc in all directions. Those nearby recoiled in terror, clutching their ears, yet they were powerless against the onslaught of sound. The anguished cries of the afflicted filled the air as blood seeped from their ears. Even Sak himself could not escape the backlash. It was a tactic that would harm both foe and self. Surely they must all be dead now? He panted, having expended considerable effort. Humph, what were you thinking? Do you believe you can kill me? You are unworthy. Sasuke retorted disdainfully from behind Sak. What? Sak gasped in shock, attempting to turn around, only to be sent flying by an overwhelming force. Exhausted and battered, he lacked the strength to rise again. Chapter 29. You've arrived. I have awaited this moment for so long. In a pivotal instant, Sasuke seized both Sakura and Naruto, maneuvering to Sak's rear, the most vulnerable point of his soundwave jutsu. As Sak's technique subsided, Sasuke effortlessly delivered a kick, propelling Sak away as if he were nothing more than refuse. So swift. In an instant, he had relocated to safety with his two companions. Tors, shaking off the daze, processed the astonishing scene. Sasuke's prowess eclipsed that of the three of them, and if this continued, they would surely perish. A sense of retreat began to manifest in their hearts. However, Sasuke would not afford them such an opportunity. As Tors and Kintaro approached to assess Sak's condition, they unwittingly congregated, presenting Sasuke with the perfect chance. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals and unleashed his jutsu, fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. In an instant, he expelled 3 searing fireballs, hurtling towards Tors and his comrades with incredible speed. Do not let your hubris blind you. Watch as I extinguish your flames. His allies evaded, while Sak stubbornly remained in place. It was perplexing. How could he rise once more despite his grievous injuries? With both hands directed at the incoming fireballs, he unleashed his unique soundwave attack, aiming to disperse them. Yet, unbeknownst to Sak, within the flames lay 3 shurikens. By the time he realized, it was too late. The shurikens struck him fiercely, tearing through flesh and eliciting a torrent of blood. But that was not the end. In a flash, Sasuke appeared behind Sak, pinning him down, forcing him to kneel. He then grasped both of Sak's hands and wrenched them backward, contorting them at an unnatural angle, far beyond what any human should endure. Sak howled in agony, feeling as though his hands would be severed. Humph, it seems you take great pride in your hands. It was with these very hands that you transformed Sakura into this state, was it? Sasuke's smile was sinister, radiating an aura that sent shivers down spines. Gradually increasing his grip, he exacerbated the torment, amplifying Sak's cries of distress. Crack! A sharp sound shattered the air as Sak's hands fell limp, barely tethered to his body by a thread of flesh. To all present, including Sasuke's companions, the sight was one of sheer horror. No one anticipated that Sasuke would commit such gruesome acts. Even those familiar with him felt an overwhelming sense of estrangement. Choji, paralyzed by fear, cowered in the underbrush, clutching his head in disbelief. Now, it is just the two of you left. Exhaust yourselves, so I may revel in this for a while longer. Sasuke was still not satiated. He turned his gaze toward the stunned Tors and Kintaro, a wicked smile creeping upon his face. As he stepped closer, Tors and Kintaro, perhaps paralyzed by the preceding spectacle, remained frozen, as if ensnared. Witnessing this grotesque transformation of Sasuke struck Sakura with a profound emotional blow. Memories of Orochimaru's words echoed in her mind. For power, Sasuke would inevitably seek him out. Was this brutal side truly what Sasuke desired? Was this the Sasuke she cherished? No, this was not Sasuke at all. Stop. Please, Sasuke. This is enough. The seeds of fear burgeoned within her, unable to accept that Sasuke could become this way. With her heart racing, she sprang to her feet and dashed toward Sasuke, wrapping her arms around him tightly, pleading fervently. She hoped this would restore the Sasuke she once knew. The sudden restraint left Sasuke momentarily stunned. The brutal emotions brought forth by the cursed seal began to dissipate somewhat. Tosu and Shin-Shuei, witnessing Sasuke being held back, felt an immense sense of relief, and, seizing the moment while Sasuke was still disoriented, hurriedly took Sak to flee. The show had concluded. It was time for me to make my entrance. Meanwhile, the shadow clone Qingyu descended from the great tree and slowly approached Sasuke. At the same time, he activated the hypnotic power of the mirror flower, water moon technique, rendering everyone except Sasuke completely oblivious. As this was merely a shadow clone, it served as a projection of the original, and thus the hypnotic strength of the mirror flower, water moon was somewhat diminished, lasting only about 10 minutes. However, that time would suffice. Immersed in Sakura's tender embrace, the cursed seal's power gradually waning, Sasuke suddenly sensed a chakra drawing closer. Utilizing the keen sight of his Sharingan, he peered into the distance towards that direction. In an instant, his pupils constricted sharply, and the black, cursed seal runes spread anew across his body, a familiar power surging back within him. To say that the sound ninjas were as easy to handle as mere chicks would be an understatement. However, facing the entirely enigmatic Qingyu, Sasuke felt an unsettling lack of confidence, even with the power of the cursed seal at his disposal. Yet, to retreat merely because of this would mean he was no longer Sasuke. You have arrived. Grass Ninja Qingyu. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Upon recognizing his long-anticipated adversary, Sasuke's smile radiated both joy and malice. In the next heartbeat, he unhesitatingly kicked aside the obstructive woman. Facing Qingyu, every muscle in his body tensed, ready for battle. Without waiting for Qingyu's response, he made the first move. leaning forward with a burst of speed akin to a cannonball. He propelled himself towards Qingyu's side in the blink of an eye. Then, he delivered a sweeping kick aimed at Qingyu's waist. Qingyu, maintaining a calm smile, extended a single finger and gently tapped Sasuke's kicking leg. In an instant, Sasuke's assault was halted, creating an uncanny sensation of time standing still, devoid of any pressure. How could this be possible? A seemingly forceful strike had been effortlessly deflected by merely a fingertip. Was Qingyu's strength truly as unfathomable as a chasm, leaving Sasuke's confidence shaken? Frustrated, he leaped back, creating distance while scrutinizing Qingyu's every movement, desperately seeking a flaw to exploit and bring about his defeat. Yet, the more he observed, the more he questioned his purpose in life. What he perceived as weaknesses were, on a subconscious level, traps laid out for him. There was no way to seize the initiative. Unyielding, Sasuke altered his strategy. He hurled several Fire Phoenix techniques towards Qingyu for distraction and continuously crafted illusions of attack, attempting to confuse Qingyu's judgments and conceal his true intentions. With intricate maneuvers, he demonstrated the high caliber of a top-tier ninja from Konoha. Any ordinary Chunin or Jinin would stand no chance against him. Yet, he found himself facing Qingyu, who possessed the power to hypnotize everything. From the very beginning, Qingyu had no intention of engaging Sasuke in a fair fight. Instead, he aimed to conjure a phantom of himself through hypnotic power and battle Sasuke. All along, Sasuke had merely been performing a solo act, a jester dancing alone. Chapter 30, Mentor Uchiha Madara, arriving for the peace of the ninja world. In all honesty, to diminish Sasuke's pride, it must be stated that in terms of raw strength, Qingyu was indeed not his match. Thus, there was no need for Qingyu to engage in a futile confrontation with him. Under the sway of hypnosis, Sasuke was relentlessly overwhelmed by the phantom Qingyu, utterly powerless to retaliate, unable even to crease the fabric of the phantom's attire. Sasuke's heart was on the verge of shattering. As the phantom Qingyu seemed to have thoroughly subdued Sasuke, it was time to shift the focus. Torture. How could this individual be so formidable? Is he truly a Jinin? After yet another probing attack, Sasuke found himself still unable to harm Qingyu in the slightest. Exhausted and breathless, he half-kneeled on the ground, the black curse seal's state beginning to fade. Meanwhile, Qingyu remained as vibrant as when he first appeared, as if he had exerted but a trivial fraction of his strength to deal with Sasuke. Previously encountered Orochimaru had not instilled such a sense of powerlessness and despair. Is this the strength you gained for revenge? Truly pitiful. If this is all there is, I urge you to abandon that ridiculous notion of killing Uchiha Itachi. Instead, return to playing ninja games with your little friends. The phantom Qingyu, gazing down with a condescending smile, spoke with biting mockery. Shut up. The mention of his pain ignited an inferno of rage within Sasuke, who summoned the last remnants of his strength to hurl a shuriken. In response to such a feeble attack, the phantom Qingyu merely blew it away with a breath. This outcome was unsurprising to Sasuke, who let out a bitter laugh. His figure shrouded in the shadow cast by his own body, appearing somewhat more despondent. At this moment, Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Qingyu was an insurmountable mountain for him, and he lay defeated in hopelessness. Revenge had become nothing more than a fleeting dream. It was maddening that he had failed to eliminate that man before his own demise. Though filled with regret, he had truly given it his all. It seemed he had inadvertently pushed Sasuke too far. His intention was to humble Sasuke's arrogance, to prevent him from feeling invincible. Instead, he had driven him into a state of despair. The shadow clone Qingyu quietly reflected on his actions, organizing his thoughts before addressing Sasuke. What is the matter? Have you been so thoroughly crushed? That can only mean you are truly a waste. Upon hearing this, Sasuke slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed on Qingyu, revealing the simmering anger within him. What are your true intentions towards me? Observing that Qingyu bore no intent to kill him, Sasuke began to regain some clarity and pondered the purpose of Qingyu's actions, curiously inquiring. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Qingyu, Mentor Uchiha Madara, here for the peace of the ninja world. Qingyu replied at a leisurely pace. For Sasuke, this revelation was akin to a bombshell. It was as if he had heard something utterly inconceivable. His pupils widened in disbelief, instinctively questioning the validity of the statement. Uchiha Madara? The very ancestor of the Uchiha clan? Impossible. That man perished long ago at the inception of the village. After all these years, how could he possibly be your mentor? After the shock subsided, Sasuke rationally dismissed Qingyu's claims, deeming them absurd. Indeed, Qingyu was speaking nonsense, but so what? Sasuke remained unaware of the truth. This did not deter Qingyu from further deceiving him. Why is it impossible? Have you ever witnessed Uchiha Madara's death with your own eyes? with a smile gracing his face. Qingyu, unfazed, countered, "Though I have not seen it. However, the family history is vividly remembered. It is inconceivable to fabricate such matters." Sasuke vehemently retorted, "What was inscribed upon it? Do you recall? Did it not state that the corpse of Uchiha Madara had mysteriously vanished? Reflect upon it. Could a deceased body simply abscond? Is it conceivable that Uchiha Madara employed some arcane technique to feign death and deceive everyone?" Qingyu ceased the game of guessing with Sasuke and decisively provided the answer. At this point, Sasuke refrained from hastily responding, becoming ensnared in contemplation. Although he was relatively young at the time, he could still recall snippets of information regarding Uchiha Madara, gleaned from the fervent discussions among the radical members of the Uchiha clan. The clan held Uchiha Madara in the highest esteem, feeling immense pride in his existence. In his prime, Uchiha Madara stood shoulder to shoulder with the first Hokage, commanding dominance over the entire ninja world. That era marked the pinnacle of Konoha's glory. It was also a time when the Uchiha clan basked in unparalleled prestige. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, the first Hokage suddenly turned against Uchiha Madara with lethal intent. The two engaged in a catastrophic battle at the Valley of the End. Ultimately, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama emerged victorious, resulting in the defeat and demise of Uchiha Madara, symbolizing the dawn of the age of ninja villages. These recollections were but vague memories, fragments of the clan's descriptions of Uchiha Madara. Once, fueled by admiration for such a formidable figure, he had inquired with his elder brother Itachi Uchiha about the nature of Uchiha Madara. He was informed that Uchiha Madara was a disruptive element threatening the peace of the ninja world. The young Sasuke, believing this to be the truth, formed a rather unfavorable first impression. Yet now, he heard from Qingyu that he represented Uchiha Madara, who had come for the sake of peace in the ninja world. One claimed to seek the destruction of peace, while the other professed to champion it. Whose words bore the truth? In accordance with Sasuke's original thoughts, even if Itachi had committed unforgivable acts, he still held a degree of belief in his brother. However, he could not shake the feeling that the situation was not so simple and resolved to listen further to Qingyu. "Based on my words, have you come to any realizations?" Qingyu observed the shifting expressions on Sasuke's face and discerned that he seemed to have begun recollecting past events. "Humph. Even so, what does it have to do with me? The state of the ninja world and its peace is of no concern to me. I solely desire to attain immense power and eliminate that man." Sasuke pouted, letting out a cold huff. "Hee, it's not quite like that." Qingyu chuckled softly, preparing to unveil a significant piece of information. Chapter 31, Altering the Script. What if Madara became the savior? Qingyu's mysterious smile piqued Sasuke's curiosity, prompting him to gaze up at the individual standing before him, suppressing the urge to speak. This tale must be traced back to long ago. In those days, Lord Madara recognized that he was not a match for the first Hokage. Thus, in the final moments, he invoked the secret technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi, a genjutsu capable of rewriting reality. During the activation of this forbidden technique, which typically lasts for 60 seconds, the caster can transform harmful outcomes, such as death or severe injury, into dreams, while manifesting favorable results into reality. However, this does not come without a price. Each use results in the permanent blindness of one Sharingan, losing its light. This genjutsu could also be referred to as a self-destructive ocular technique. Lord Madara utilized this forbidden technique to deceive everyone and escape with his life during that battle. As Qingyu spoke, Sasuke appeared contemplative, prompting a pause from Qingyu to see if he had any questions. After a considerable time with no indication of Sasuke speaking, Qingyu continued. In truth, the conflict between the first Hokage and Lord Madara stemmed primarily from their differing philosophies of peace. The first Hokage's vision of peace was to achieve coexistence through mutual understanding and a balance of power. He established the system of one country, one village, aiming to mitigate unnecessary bloodshed among ninjas through task delegation. After capturing all the tailed beasts, they were distributed among the other 5 ninja villages. This ensured that each nation possessed equal power of the tailed beasts, maintaining a balanced deterrent. This was the first Hokage's strategy for achieving coexistence through a balance of power. At this juncture, Sasuke remained silent, and Qingyu was unperturbed, continuing his discourse. Conversely, Lord Madara had long perceived that the first Hokage's vision of peace was overly idealistic, failing to align with the harsh realities. He questioned why, possessing absolute power, he did not unify the ninja world. Once the ninja world was unified, all villages would be akin to one family, making it exceedingly difficult to incite war. However, the first Hokage deemed Madara's thoughts excessively radical and detrimental to the peace of the ninja world. Thus, they clashed, leading to the battle at the Valley of the End. Feeling somewhat fatigued from standing, Qingyu casually felled a large tree, seated himself upon the stump, and proceeded. Shortly thereafter, the first Hokage passed away. Although Lord Madara feigned death to escape, he was grievously injured. With the absence of Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage's deterrence, war erupted anew in the ninja world. First, second, and third Great Ninja Wars. Each conflict was grander in scale than the last, with the death toll rising ever higher. In the Warring States period, conflicts in the ninja world were characterized by small-scale skirmishes primarily among clans. However, following the establishment of the ninja villages, battles transformed into clashes involving thousands upon thousands of ninjas, pitting nation against nation and village against village. All of this serves to validate that Lord Madara's vision of peace was indeed correct. If the ninja world had been unified from the outset, would there have ever been a first, second, or third Great Ninja War? Qingyu lamented, expressing a certain degree of compassion. What relevance does this have for me? I have stated before, I have no interest in whether the ninja world is at peace. I am solely concerned with how to eliminate that man. Sasuke, seemingly growing impatient with the discourse, coldly interjected. Hehe, then I shall be brief. Qingyu merely smiled, undeterred by Sasuke's frosty demeanor. After a brief pause to reorganize his thoughts, he continued. Witnessing the repeated outbreaks of war in the ninja world, Lord Madara, feeling a pang of compassion, discreetly took on a young Uchiha as his disciple. He imparted powerful ninjutsu to this Uchiha, hoping that one day this disciple would embody his will and strive for peace in the ninja world. However, this Uchiha was inherently rebellious. Merely because of the death of a beloved woman, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the entire world. Thus, he established a terrorist organization comprised of rogue ninjas and devised an elaborate plan to annihilate the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi was one such member of this terrorist organization. The other members of this organization were not significantly inferior in strength to Uchiha Itachi. If you wish to eliminate Uchiha Itachi, you must contend with every member of this terrorist organization. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan was annihilated. This terrorist organization also played a role in that. So, do you still believe that what I just said bears no relation to you? Upon concluding, Qingyu emitted a soft, enigmatic laugh. The statements made were, of course, grossly inconsistent with the historical narrative of the Hokage, a deliberately fabricated new script. The hope was to introduce a different kind of change to this world. For instance, what if Madara were to become the savior? Merely contemplating this notion elicits intrigue. Boom. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke's handsome visage contorted with emotion. He suddenly clenched his fists and forcefully struck the ground, tearing through the skin and causing blood to seep forth, yet he did not cast a glance at it. Compared to this fleeting pain, the profound sense of powerlessness he felt after listening to Qingyu's words lingered in his heart, gnawing at him incessantly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Itachi had always spurred him on, yet an elusive gap remained between them. Now, compounded by the terror of the organization behind Itachi, it loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating him completely. He was utterly at a loss as to how to muster the strength to combat such an adversary. Allow me to divulge another piece of information. Orochimaru was once a member of that sinister organization. He even served as a comrade to Itachi. Driven by his desire to possess Itachi's Sharingan, he attempted a treacherous ambush, only to be turned upon and slain by Itachi himself. Consequently, Orochimaru defected from that nefarious group. If you intend to seek him out, you will undoubtedly become a target of that organization. At that juncture, it remains uncertain whether you possess the strength to resist. Perhaps, before you can achieve your revenge, you may find yourself extinguished. Qingyu continued to reveal secrets, seemingly unconcerned about how Sasuke might react. I am curious, who exactly are you? What connection do you have with that terrifying organization? What is your purpose in approaching me? Sasuke regarded Qingyu with a wary gaze, suspicion creeping into his mind that this individual might be the progeny of the Uchiha clan whom Uchiha Madara had taken under his wing. If that were the case, his situation would undoubtedly become perilously dangerous. Fear not, I am not the first disciple of Lord Madara, but rather the second. Upon realizing that this Uchiha descendant had strayed from his will, Lord Madara took measures to ensure a contingency plan. At the end of his life, he bestowed a unique chakra, embodying his will to persist within the ninja world. By fortunate coincidence, I came into possession of it, thus uncovering the entire truth. Chapter 32, The Dark Organization. My very existence is meant to oppose that Uchiha who betrayed Lord Madara and his sinister organization. Qingyu, having discerned Sasuke's inner thoughts, calmly elucidated his position, clearly stating his opposition to the malevolent organization. He was crafting an identity for himself, shaping his image to deepen the external understanding of his character, facilitating the progression of his subsequent plans. However, despite these assertions, Sasuke was not like Naruto. He possessed a modicum of intellect. He would not naively accept and believe everything based solely on Qingyu's words. Nevertheless, these considerations were secondary. What weighed more heavily on Sasuke's mind was the realization that Qingyu, despite being only a few years older than himself, possessed such formidable strength. Could it be that he had inherited Madara's legacy? If that were the case, could he possibly acquire Madara's power through Qingyu? After all, Madara was universally acknowledged as the mightiest of the Uchiha clan. Even a fraction of that power would surely surpass his current capabilities. In comparison, the cursed seal power granted by Orochimaru seemed rather inconsequential, hardly worthy of mention. After much contemplation, Sasuke began to lean towards the implications woven within Qingyu's words. Thus, you have shared so much with me, undoubtedly with your own motives in mind. Sasuke harbored a vague suspicion, albeit uncertain, and forced himself to maintain composure as he inquired with a mixture of anxiety and excitement. Indeed, the strength of that dark organization far exceeds your imagination. Alone, I find it exceedingly difficult to contend with them. Therefore, I aspire to establish an organization, to gather like-minded individuals to join this cause. Together, we shall stand against that malevolent organization and uphold peace within the ninja world. As for you, you were originally on my list of potential recruits. However, after meeting you, I have come to realize just how greatly you have disappointed me. As he spoke the final words, Qingyu sighed and shook his head, unable to conceal his disappointment. This sentiment left Sasuke feeling quite unsettled, his handsome visage taut with tension, anxiety over what he might lose weighing heavily upon him. I wish to know what has caused you to feel this disappointment towards me. Sasuke, eager for power and unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, impatiently pressed for clarification. You lack no talent. Your strength may be somewhat lacking, but with your innate abilities, you can cultivate it over time. However, the most significant issue lies in your temperament. I have observed you for some time now. The moment your strength sees even a slight enhancement, you easily become overconfident and arrogant. You consistently fail to recognize the disparity between yourself and your opponents, only to realize the harsh truth after being thoroughly defeated. Qingyu shot a dispassionate glance at Sasuke, his gaze unwavering. Of course, this was said to temper Sasuke's fervor. Thus, it was entirely reasonable to harbor ulterior motives. In truth, Sasuke was not as inept as Qingyu implied. Rather, he was quite exceptional. When faced with challenges, he could swiftly regain his composure and devise solutions. For instance, not long ago, when he encountered Orochimaru and was paralyzed by the oppressive aura of fear emanating from him, he quickly devised a strategy to pierce his own skin, using the pain to stimulate his nerves and dispel his terror. Numerous such instances serve to illustrate Sasuke's remarkable abilities, which are not easily rivaled. So, have you already decided to abandon your pursuit of recruiting me? This feeling of being undervalued stirred discomfort within Sasuke, causing his tone to carry a hint of personal emotion. No, I intend to offer you another opportunity. Whether I extend an invitation for you to join will depend on your performance in the upcoming Chunin exams. Observing Sasuke, who was now nearly ensnared in his web, Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He proceeded to present Sasuke with a challenge. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke nodded in agreement. There was no alternative. Faced with reality, he had no room for choice, unless he wished to abandon his quest for vengeance. By the way, allow me to caution you. Everything I have shared with you today must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to a third party, including your teacher Kakashi, Naruto Uzumaki, or Sakura. Otherwise, should this information leak and reach that dark organization, they might hasten their plans to annihilate the ninja world. For you remain unaware of how many spies from that organization are concealed within Konoha, Qingyu added, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Understood. Speaking of which, what is the name of our organization? Having effectively joined this organization, yet still unaware of its name, Sasuke could not help but inquire further. It is called the Dark Organization. It symbolizes those who bear the mission of world peace, willingly enduring solitude as they traverse through darkness in search of light and hope. Only by dwelling in the shadows can we more easily discern the light. Qingyu answered Sasuke's curiosity without hesitation. Very well, let us conclude matters for now. You remain far too weak at present. Many pieces of information cannot be disclosed to you just yet. We shall revisit this once you attain a level that satisfies me. I look forward to your performance in the upcoming Chunin exams. With that, Qingyu abruptly dispelled his shadow clone in Sasuke's presence. As the duration of the hypnosis was nearing its end, this guy, was that merely a shadow clone when he fought against me? As Sasuke deduced this answer, his expression darkened further. At present, he could not even best Qingyu's first shadow clone. And what of the strength of that dark organization, which was a match for Qingyu? With this thought, Sasuke felt an overwhelming weight of pressure upon him. Chapter 33, The Conclusion of the Second Exam. The second phase of the Chunin exams posed no substantial challenge for Qingyu. Under the deliberate control of his hypnotic abilities, he effortlessly gathered the Heaven and Earth scrolls, while leading his teammates, Karen and a mere tool, to evade all other teams. With unimpeded ease, they successfully arrived at their destination, advancing seamlessly to the next round. The entire endeavor consumed merely a few hours of their day, most of which was spent traversing the route, akin to a leisurely excursion. Such remarkable efficiency in progression left the examiners, who orchestrated this assessment, to simulate the realities of a battlefield and evaluate candidate survival skills under limited resources and perilous conditions. Somewhat embarrassed, their intent was to comprehensively assess the candidate's intelligence gathering, such as tracking other teams, combat prowess, judgment, whether to engage or evade, and adaptability, responding to traps or ambushes, to select exceptional genin for promotion to Chunin. However, for the trio of outliers, Qingyu and his companions, these challenges seemed inconsequential, allowing them to breeze through with little difficulty. This also subtly underscored the formidable strength of the Konoha team, or rather, Qingyu himself, in comparison to other ninja villages. With 4.5 days remaining until the conclusion of the examination, Konoha officials, anticipating that some candidates might complete the exam ahead of schedule, had naturally arranged resting areas and provisions for replenishing energy. After a light meal, Qingyu sought a lounge to await the results of the second Chunin exam scheduled in 5 days. The unfolding events were becoming increasingly intriguing. At that moment, after dispelling a shadow clone, relevant information flowed back to his original self. Qingyu merely smiled, not investing much energy into it. It was merely a source of amusement along his journey to the pinnacle of strength. He had no intention of becoming embroiled in a so-called plan to save the ninja world or confront the Akatsuki. His singular ambition was to attain unparalleled power. During his time since departing from the village hidden in the rain, Qingyu had been in a whirlwind of activity and strategizing, causing his training to take a back seat. Even with the Crimson Jade system at his disposal, if he did not exert himself, his future achievements would inevitably be limited. Qingyu was acutely aware of this. The enhancement of one's strength generally bifurcates into 2 dimensions, ninjutsu and taijutsu, or physical conditioning. As the adage goes, the body is the foundation of revolution. And this statement holds true. The impact of bolstering physical strength on overall power can be exemplified by Might Guy, who, relying solely on his physical might, could contend with the likes of Kagaya Otsutsuki without reprieve. Had it not been for the extreme conditions of the 8 gates, the outcome could have very well been Kagaya's demise. This illustrates that the taijutsu, often underestimated within the ninja world, is far from ineffectual. At present, time remained rather constrained. For the moment, he would set aside enhancing his physical prowess, as a 1v1 selection awaited him in 4 days, the victor of which would advance to the final assessment. Qingyu needed to maintain ample energy and readiness. This was not to suggest that any competitor posed a significant threat. Rather, he had to remain vigilant against unknown latent dangers, such as Uchiha Obito, Kagaya, Shimura Danzo, and even Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who made appearances in Boruto. Qingyu was uncertain whether they were secretly monitoring the situation and had noticed him. He could not dismiss the possibility that they might suddenly become curious or intrigued, leading to unpredictable actions. Although the likelihood of such occurrences was low, it was prudent to be prepared. Thus, in the ensuing days, Qingyu focused solely on refining his chakra. Previously, he had managed a 20-point increase in chakra over 3 days. Thus, he anticipated a similar 30-point enhancement in the following 4 days. Time swiftly passed, and the second Chunin exam approached its conclusion. During this period, Gaara arrived at the central tower around the afternoon of the first day, encountering Qingyu in the cafeteria, where he openly exuded murderous intent. A confrontation nearly ensued. But given the venue's constraints, Konoha's ninja promptly intervened, stifling Gaara's aggression. On the 6th day, Qingyu received a summons to gather in the hall on the first floor of the central tower. Upon arrival with Karui and his support, they found the space filled with candidates. Upon noticing Qingyu, numerous eyes turned towards him, as those who arrived later had heard tales of his swift completion of the second exam in merely half a day. Their perceptions of Qingyu's strength were once again recalibrated, instilling a sense of trepidation and caution prompting many to distance themselves. Qingyu, however, merely scoffed at their apprehension, dismissing it entirely. A glance around revealed that most candidates were clad in tattered garb, indicating their struggles over the past 5 days. Yet, after a night of rest, most had regained their vitality. The timeline had slightly altered from the original narrative, as the 1v1 selection was not conducted on the 5th day as expected. Perhaps in light of Qingyu's formidable display, Konoha officials intervened to recalibrate the balance. Such minor adjustments were difficult to critique. As time progressed, new developments began to unfold. A throng of figures appeared on the second floor, including the chief examiners and proctors from both the second and first rounds, as well as several elite Jonin mentors such as Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, Kakashi Hitaki, and Asuma Sarutobi, all familiar characters from the narrative. Additionally, a significant figure made a grand entrance, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a splendid gathering this was. It was an opportune moment to seize the day. Qingyu's objective had remained steadfast, to partake in the Chunin exams precisely for this moment. Chapter 34, Preliminary Round. Sasuke vs. Choji. Ahem. Congratulations to all. As 24 candidates have successfully passed the second round of the Chunin exam, we shall now commence the third round of the Chunin exam. Before proceeding, I must clarify one crucial matter, the true purpose of this examination. Why unite multiple allied nations for this test? It is, of course, to foster amicable coexistence among allies and elevate the standards of our shinobi. This is the genuine significance of this examination. The prowess of a ninja reflects the strength of their nation. I hope all candidates will perform admirably. Once all advancing candidates were present, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, slowly approached the podium. After a few coughs to garner attention, he began with declarations of friendship among allied nations, followed by announcements about the attendance of numerous dignitaries from various countries to observe the matches. Thus, he urged candidates to fight with all their might. Those who excelled would be granted an opportunity for promotion to Chunin, and their village would receive increased mission assignments, elucidating the importance of the third round of the exam. Listening intently, Qingyu chuckled softly. Some things are best taken with a grain of salt and not taken too seriously. More than this, let us swiftly discuss the stakes of this life or death exam. Unable to contain his impatience at Sarutobi Hiruzen's lengthy discourse, Gaara interjected. In light of this, let us now delve into the contents of the third examination. At this juncture, the referee, Moonlight Gale, shall elucidate the details for everyone. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally commenced the discourse, instructing Moonlight Gale beside him. Yes. In the next moment, a pale-faced Konoha ninja with long black hair stepped forward. After bowing respectfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he turned to address all the candidates. Greetings. I am Moonlight Gale, a special jonin of Konoha. Given that the number of individuals who advanced from the second examination is rather excessive, we must reduce the participants by at least half. Therefore, prior to commencing the third examination, a preliminary round will be held. Participants will engage in one-on-one battles determined by a draw. Those who emerge victorious will proceed to the third examination. As Moonlight Gale spoke, he was plagued by persistent coughing, evoking a sense of concern regarding his ability and qualifications to fulfill the role of referee. Many candidates exhibited signs of discontent upon hearing Moonlight Gale's announcement, primarily due to the steep elimination rate of having the participants. However, this was Konoha's domain, and the rules were dictated by them. Any grievances could not alter the course of events. Excuse me, I would like to withdraw. At that moment, a hand was raised amidst the crowd. Instantly, all eyes turned in astonishment. Having come this far, how could one so easily declare their surrender? Who made such a foolish decision? Ko, why is this? Naruto, who had established a friendly rapport with Ko through the 2 examinations, inquired incredulously. I apologized, Naruto. My body is already battered and bruised. Even if I wager my life, the outcome will not change. With that, Ko adjusted his reflective glasses and departed the hall without a hint of nostalgia. Ko's exit stirred only a slight ripple in Naruto's heart, while the others hardly paid it any mind, instead relishing the reduction of a rival. Is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw? If not, the preliminary round shall officially commence. Moonlight Gale inquired once more. After a prolonged silence, no one responded. Thus, the final list for the preliminary round was essentially confirmed. Following the draw, the matchups were displayed on the electronic screen. The first duel, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Akatsuki Kaido. Soon, Sasuke and a ninja adorned with small sunglasses and a black veil approached the arena. The remainder of the candidates took their places in the observation area on the second floor. With Moonlight Gale's command, both participants swiftly hurled shuriken, which clashed mid-air. The initial round of probing revealed an evenly matched contest. However, Sasuke, affected by the cursed seal, experienced intermittent bouts of discomfort, rendering him hesitant to utilize chakra, thus finding himself in a precarious state. Fully aware of his condition, Sasuke sought an alternative strategy, recalling the taijutsu demonstrated by Rock Lee earlier. As Kaido launched an attack, Sasuke feigned a vulnerability, seizing the opportunity to duck beneath Kaido's strike and deliver a powerful kick that sent Kaido soaring into the air. Immediately, Sasuke leapt upward, following suit. Lion's Barrage. In midair, Sasuke spun downward, delivering a series of kicks upon Kaido. Dazed and unable to react, Kaido was unable to devise a countermeasure and was forcefully slammed to the ground, shattering several tiles in the process. Kaido, gravely injured, fell unconscious. At this moment, referee Moonlight Gale hurried over to assess the situation. Upon confirming that Kaido could no longer continue the fight, he promptly declared Sasuke the victor. The friends who had been concerned about Sasuke's condition could not contain their excitement, erupting in jubilant cheers for him. Chapter 35, Destiny? I have never believed in such things. It seems this preliminary round has indeed been orchestrated behind the scenes by Konoha. After the conclusion of the first match, Aoi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He could easily surmise their intentions, which were simply to expedite Sasuke's sealing of the heavenly cursed seal upon him. Thus, they arranged for Sasuke to compete in the first match. However, he was curious about who Konoha would assign as his opponent next. He hoped he wouldn't face Gaara too early. If he emerged victorious, the absence of Gaara, the Jinchuriki, would hinder the progress of his plans. Conversely, should Gaara win, Aoi would be deprived of the chance to stand upon the grand stage, thereby diminishing the hypnotic effect of his illusionary techniques. Meanwhile, Kakashi promptly escorted Sasuke away as the match continued. Unbeknownst to anyone, the cloaked Orochimaru quietly slipped away at that moment. All eyes were fixated on the rolling match list displayed on the electronic screen. Soon, the results appeared. Aoi versus Hyuga. Upon seeing this pairing, Aoi felt a surge of surprise. He couldn't fathom what Konoha was attempting. It was widely known that Hyuga was the top student from the previous session, a formidable contender among the candidates. As long as he did not face Aoi or Gaara prematurely, advancing would pose no significant challenge. Yet, Konoha had chosen Niji as his opponent. What could be their ulterior motive? On the second-floor observation deck, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his internal thoughts betraying a facade of calm. He had given considerable thought to Aoi's opponent. Besides Gaara from the Sand Village, he could hardly think of anyone else capable of counterbalancing Aoi. As for Gaara, the son of the fourth Kazekage, Hiruzen was uncertain whether he could triumph over Aoi. If they arranged a match between the two and Gaara were to be unexpectedly eliminated, would he be able to convince Raza to attend the match? Considering this, Hiruzen ultimately resolved to assign Hyuga as Aoi's adversary, intending to gauge Aoi's true strength and assess his potential threat to Konoha, pondering whether he could become the next demigod of the ninja world. Should Aoi's capabilities and potential be overestimated, Niji would be well positioned to eliminate him before he could showcase any of his abilities. With these considerations in mind, Hiruzen boldly decided to include Niji in the matchup roster. This will be quite the spectacle. In the Sand Village, Kankuro chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. How unfortunate. Gaara has once again missed the opportunity to battle Aoi. He grumbled in frustration, feeling as though some mysterious force was conspiring against him. According to intelligence, Hyuga was the top student from the previous session, while Aoi from the Grass Village had displayed considerable strength. I wonder who will emerge victorious in the upcoming match. Temari speculated with keen interest. It will be Aoi. Gaara replied with unwavering certainty. Oh, how do you know, Gaara? Temari was taken aback by his response. However, Gaara paid her no heed. His gaze fixated intently on the two individuals poised to enter combat below. Niji, give it your all. On the other side, Lee and Tenten, as Niji's teammates, fervently cheered him on. Lord Aoi, do your best. Seeing no one cheering for Aoi, Ino felt discontent and raised her voice defiantly. Youth is truly wonderful. Asuma remarked while lighting a cigarette, filled with a sense of nostalgia and envy. In contrast, he reflected on how he had yet to win over Kurenai despite their long acquaintance, while the two combatants on the field were adored by such charming young ladies. The disparity between individuals is truly exasperating. What is it that I lack? At that moment, the atmosphere in the venue was extraordinarily lively. With the activation of the Byakugan, Hyuga, facing the formidable opponent Au, dared not harbor a hint of disdain. He promptly initiated the Byakugan and assumed the stance of the gentle fist, bracing himself for the confrontation. In stark contrast, Au exhibited an air of nonchalance as he drew his Zanpakutō without a trace of apprehension. Today, many significant figures had made their appearance, undoubtedly presenting an opportune moment to unveil the Shirkai, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Au planned to ensnare them all within the clutches of his hypnotic illusion. With practiced ease, he grasped the Mirror Flower, Water Moon, releasing it to cascade to the ground, where it transformed into a myriad of ethereal fragments, vanishing without a trace. None among the crowd noticed that they had already succumbed to the depths of his hypnotic enchantment. Their fates were now firmly in Au's hands. "You are formidable. Yet, I shall give my all," Niji declared, his curiosity piqued. As a commoner devoid of any bloodline abilities, how could it be that you possessed such remarkable strength, defying the predetermined fate that should have bound you since birth? Why, then, could you shatter the chains of destiny? Unable to restrain himself, Niji expressed his thoughts on fate before making his move, perhaps due to the long-standing suppression of his emotions. Fate. I have never subscribed to such notions. If it exists, I would not hesitate to crush it. Ultimately, your Byakugan perceives a world that is far too narrow. There is no fate in this world. It is merely the weak imposing their own limitations, seeking excuses for their failures. Rather than wallowing in self-pity and lamenting the injustices of fate, it is far more prudent to believe in oneself, to possess the power to transcend and break free from destiny. Au found Niji's sentiments somewhat intriguing and was inclined to engage in further discourse, treating it as a source of amusement. To break fate, to transcend fate, can I also achieve such feats? After absorbing Au's words, Niji, already wavering in his sense of self, found himself yearning for that kind of power. Ahem, gentlemen, let us not squander any more time. It is time to commence battle. The referee, Tsukuya Mikaze, interjected, noting the protracted conversation. Understood. I look forward to your guidance. Niji, regaining his composure, appeared to have undergone a shift in mindset. Bowing respectfully to Au before launching the first strike, sounding the battle horn. Very well, I shall indulge you for a while. Au had initially intended to conclude the battle swiftly, but upon reflecting on Niji's commendable potential, he pondered whether there was an opportunity to cultivate something from him in the future. With this thought in mind, Au abandoned his earlier intention and resolved to leave a lasting impression on Niji. Chapter 36. Before my return to heaven, all your attacks are futile. As Niji charged at Au with fervor, Au effortlessly conjured a hypnotic illusion to engage him. At this juncture, Niji was indeed impressive, yet his shortcomings were glaringly apparent. Beyond the Hyuga clan's taijutsu, he seemed disinclined to excel in other areas or to engage in further learning, rendering his combat style overly simplistic. Should he encounter a proficient ranged attacker who could exploit this vulnerability, his disadvantages would be magnified exponentially. However, in the lower ninja ranks, the opponents Niji faced were limited by their chakra reserves, resulting in infrequent use of ninjutsu. Coupled with the advantages of the Hyuga's Byakugan, he rarely encountered a true adversary capable of besting him, thus allowing his prowess to shine brightly. Given that Au intended to toy with Niji, he would not permit him the luxury of a comfortable battle. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, for palms. With the battle horn sounded, Niji surged towards Au. Recognizing his opponent's strength, he launched a full-force attack, eschewing any meaningless probing. In the blink of an eye, Au entered Niji's striking range and unleashed his signature gentle fist, the 8 trigrams palm. Unbeknownst to Niji, the area around Au morphed into a domain of the 8 trigrams, enveloping him within. Within this realm, as long as the disparity in their strengths was not insurmountable, Niji was virtually invincible. Utilizing the Byakugan's keen observation, Au discerned the chakra points on Niji's body with crystal clarity. His strikes transformed into a whirlwind of rapid motions, resembling countless hands targeting Niji's vital chakra points with precision. Yet, the illusory Au moved as if endowed with the foresight akin to the observation haki, gliding gracefully to evade Niji's attacks. Once, twice, thrice, countless attempts later, Niji began to question his own existence. After all my arduous training in the gentle fist, is this all I am worth? Am I so easily vanquished in the presence of true genius? Enraged, Niji gritted his teeth and let out a frustrated roar, as if this could ignite a spark of power within him. Yet reality was not a realm of fantasy, and he was not the chosen protagonist of the world's will. Rage merely served to elevate his emotions momentarily. The outcome remained unchanged. Instead, he exposed a critical flaw. Seizing the opportunity, the illusion morphed back into Au's true form, delivering a swift kick to Niji's abdomen, sending him careening into the distance. Why? Why is this happening? Niji could not fathom how he could be defeated in the very domain of taijutsu where he excelled, a notion that seemed utterly inconceivable. Glancing at Au, who appeared completely unfazed by the fierce battle. Niji felt like a mere jester in that moment. A genius? It now seemed nothing more than a farcical jest. Meanwhile, Au remained indifferent to Niji's tumultuous thoughts, whether they led him to despair or not. After sending Niji flying, he summoned the illusion once more, unleashing a barrage of fireballs from his mouth. Determined not to capitulate to fate, Niji gritted his teeth and hastily rose from the ground, re-establishing his stance. 8 trigrams. Return to heaven. This secret defensive technique of the Hyuga clan was renowned for its absolute defensive capabilities, capable of repelling nearly all physical attacks and ninjutsu. Once activated, should Au possess Byakugan or Sharingan, he would be able to discern the intricacies of Niji's technique. In that moment, Niji unleashed an immense amount of chakra from his 361 chakra points, simultaneously spinning his body to form a spherical chakra barrier. This barrier instantly deflected all of the illusory Au's ninjutsu. In the face of my return to heaven, all your attacks are in vain. After successfully countering Au's assault, Niji regained a modicum of confidence, proclaiming with renewed vigor, "Is that so? It seems your technique consumes quite a bit of chakra. How many more times can you utilize it? How long can you maintain it?" Au responded with a dismissive smile, pointing out Niji's limitations. Niji's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Au's words. Ignoring Niji's thoughts, Au pressed the attack once more, launching a relentless barrage of C-rank fire ninjutsu towards him. Faced with such a predicament, Niji had little choice but to once again employ Return to Heaven for defense. Yet this scenario unveiled yet another flaw of Return to Heaven. During its execution, Niji was unable to move from his position. Thus, he was rendered a mere target, left to passively endure the onslaught. The prospect of breaking through and retaliating at close quarters? Qingyu offered him no such opportunity, promptly widening the distance between them. Like a slow roast, the situation simmered, akin to a frog being boiled in tepid water. Before long, Niji's chakra reserves dwindled to nothing. Confronted once more by a multitude of fireballs, he possessed no other means of defense. Evasion would merely prolong the inevitable. Defeat was a foregone conclusion. Another fireball soared towards him, and this time, Niji lacked the strength to resist. He was unceremoniously dispatched by the fireball, falling to the ground in defeat. In the hidden grass village, Qingyu emerged victorious. Approaching to assess Niji's condition, he discovered no significant injuries. The referee, Moonlight Gale, promptly announced the results of the match. Applause erupted from the second-floor stands. Upon witnessing Qingyu's victory, the audience couldn't contain their excitement, fervently clapping their hands. Regardless of their previous impressions of Qingyu, the match had been undeniably captivating, with the outcome beyond dispute. They naturally maintained their decorum, applauding as appropriate. How impressive! Setting aside the minor grievances between Qingyu and Gaara, Temari gradually realized that Qingyu eclipsed Sasuke in charm. In that moment, it was as if a brilliant light illuminated Qingyu, captivating her with its alluring hues. She was not alone in this sentiment. Shikamaru, too, harbored thoughts of infatuation. Truly, the youth were formidable. It seemed that the hidden grass village would soon be graced with an extraordinary individual. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, maintained a serene demeanor that concealed his true thoughts. Humph. Another arrogant fellow akin to Sasuke. The next time we meet, I shall surely defeat him. Meanwhile, the oblivious young Naruto Uzumaki, witnessing Qingyu's sudden surge in popularity, felt a twinge of jealousy and envy, attempting to feign indifference as he remarked, "Idiot." Sakura, overhearing, could not suppress an eye roll, dismissing the foolishness of engaging in a debate with a simpleton. Chapter 37. The list of preliminaries winners is as follows. The preliminaries continue. Uzumaki Karen versus Temari. All along, Karen had been viewed by the Grass Ninja Village as little more than a mere expendable resource, lacking significant combat capabilities. Her advancement thus far was largely attributed to Qingyu's support. In a one-on-one scenario, Qingyu could assist her in progressing. However, such an endeavor would yield little significance. Consequently, Karen was eliminated, and Temari advanced. Kankuro versus Shino Aburame, a tool of Qingyu's team. A match devoid of suspense, Kankuro emerged victorious. Gaara versus Rock Lee. This was the most intense battle of all the matches. As per the original narrative, no matter how fiercely Lee attacked, he could not breach Gaara's impenetrable defenses. Later, with Lee's guidance and under the permission of the esteemed Might Guy, he released the weights binding him. Subsequently, he activated the forbidden 8 gates technique, reaching the 4th gate. His speed surged to its zenith, surpassing Gaara's ability to counter. At last, Lee managed to make contact with Gaara's true form. Regrettably, Gaara was still encased in a thick armor of sand. Even a full-force strike failed to inflict substantial damage. Ultimately, as the time limit for the forbidden technique expired, Lee instantaneously became incapacitated. Gaara naturally claimed victory. Naruto versus Kiba Inuzuka. This time, Naruto displayed a modicum of intelligence, employing transformation techniques to infiltrate the fray. This momentary confusion left Kiba and Akamaru unable to discern friend from foe. Ultimately, thanks to his keen sense of smell, Kiba was able to identify Naruto. However, Naruto cleverly exploited Kiba's and his dog's heightened olfactory sensitivity, turning it into a disadvantage. He employed a comically absurd scent-based attack to triumph over his opponent. This match undoubtedly brought forth many smiles among the spectators. Hinata Hyuga versus Konoha. The seemingly delicate heiress of the Hyuga clan possessed an inner strength that was far from feeble. Yet, like Ningji, she suffered from a glaring weakness, a lack of long-range offensive capabilities. Initially, she found herself on the defensive against Konoha. Nevertheless, Hinata was unwilling to concede defeat or abandon the match. Thus, she persevered through the pain inflicted by combat, resolutely advancing toward her opponent. With a swift counter, she unleashed a series of gentle fist strikes, vanquishing her adversary. Ultimately, she, too, collapsed from exhaustion. This match concluded without a victor. Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka. In Qingyu's eyes, this was the most lackluster of all encounters. The two exchanged kunai and shuriken, but soon, Ino utilized her family's secret technique, mind transfer jutsu, to invade Sakura's consciousness, attempting to compel her to forfeit. However, Sakura retaliated with a flurry of strikes, incapacitating Ino. Both combatants succumbed to their respective exhaustion, resulting in a draw, with no victor declared. Sakachoji versus Shino Aburame. Never underestimate the silent and unassuming. Shino Aburame exemplified this notion. Seemingly inconspicuous, he caught Sakachoji off guard with his sudden assault. Given that Choji had already been incapacitated during the Forest of Death by Sasuke, he stood no chance against Shino. Ultimately, Shino emerged victorious. Tsubasa versus Choji Akimichi. Currently, Choji was still quite immature, lacking significant ambition. At the start of the match, he was taunted by Tsubasa, who called him a fat pig, provoking a brief outburst from Choji. However, that was the extent of his response. Tsubasa claimed victory. 10-10 versus Kiri Mizuki, one of Ko's teammates. Perhaps influenced by Ko, Mizuki unexpectedly chose to forfeit at the start of the match, allowing 10-10 to secure an easy victory. Ultimately, the lone remaining contestant, Nara Shikamaru, was left unchallenged. If 10-10 and Nara Shikamaru were to advance in this manner, it would certainly invite some criticism. Thus, for the sake of fairness, the Konoha organizers had no choice but to arrange a tiebreaker match between 10-10 and Nara Shikamaru. Though 10-10 was a year older than Shikamaru, her own abilities ranked among the lowest. With a simple trick, Shikamaru easily triumphed. Among all the matches, the only one worth watching was the clash between Gaara and Lee. The remaining contestants displayed minimal differences in strength, and the techniques of the lower-ranked ninjas were rather limited, resulting in battles that lacked the anticipated excitement and flair. As time passed, competitors continued to emerge victorious. Ultimately, the list of those who advanced was revealed. Uchiha Sasuke, Qingyu, Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, Uzumaki Naruto, Aburame Shino, Tsubasa, and Nara Shikamaru. A total of 9 individuals. Consequently, the arrangements for the third match necessitated an additional competitor, presenting a significant challenge for Sarutobi Hiruzen. After contemplation, he convened with the leading jonin from other villages to deliberate on the matter. Following extensive discussion and compromise, it was ultimately decided to reinstate the eliminated Hyuga Ningji. After all, his prowess was widely acknowledged. He had merely encountered the misfortune of facing a formidable opponent in Qingyu prematurely. Otherwise, his advancement would have been a certainty. Thus, under the astonished gazes of all the candidates, the previously eliminated Ningji reappeared on the list of competitors for the third round of examinations. Chapter 38. Before departing, one major task remains. Thus, at this juncture, the preliminaries of the third round of examinations have concluded. Congratulations to all the selected participants. Although one individual is absent, let me extend my heartfelt congratulations. Next, I shall detail the content of the formal third round of examinations. During the official competition, representatives from various nations and esteemed figures will be invited to witness the event. I hope you all can exert your utmost efforts and showcase your abilities without any regrets. Therefore, the official competition will commence in 1 month. Under the moonlit breeze, the victors stood in the dilapidated first-floor hall, elucidating the details of the third exam. Why not start now? Naruto, seated below, impulsively inquired, devoid of thought. Fool. Sakura, beside him, covered her forehead, feeling both exasperated and embarrassed by Naruto's foolish question. It requires time to invite representatives from various nations, feudal lords, and to prepare the stage. Approximately a month is necessary for preparation. At the same time, this period also allows you, the candidates, to ready yourselves. In simpler terms, it grants you ample time to understand your respective opponents. Following this, the third Hokage removed his pipe from his mouth and interjected. Though his words may have been somewhat verbose, the essence was well comprehended by all. Well then, if there are no further questions, I shall now announce the matchups for the third official exam. The first match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Hyuga. The second match, Temari vs. Shikamaru Nara. The third match, Toshiro vs. Shino Aburame. The fourth match, Kankuro vs. Sasuke Uchiha. The fifth match, Gaara vs. Aoi. Thus, the intense Chunin exam reached a temporary conclusion. The true spectacle awaits in a month. Each individual's face radiated with determination. Resolve to train harder in this month to become stronger. Humph. You've merely been granted another month to live, Aoi. This time, you shan't evade my grasp. Before departing from Konoha, Gaara did not forget to issue a harsh warning to Aoi. He had long awaited this moment, releasing some pent-up emotions. He felt an immense sense of exhilaration. Oh really? Then I shall prepare a little surprise for you as well. I hope you will enjoy it. Aoi replied with a smile, not wishing to engage further with the melodramatic youth. Accompanied by the sound of the wind and the tools of their trade, Aoi, along with the others, departed from Konoha after organizing their belongings. Please wait for me here. Aoi suddenly halted a short distance from Konoha, addressing the two. Without regard for their agreement, he left behind a shadow clone, just in case any unforeseen circumstances arose. Having arranged everything, his main self departed from the group. What is Aoi planning to do? Naturally, he intends to return to Konoha and undertake a significant task. After days of effort, Aoi had already hypnotized many of Konoha's key figures, including the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Additionally, there were several clan leaders and elders, as well as high-ranking officials like Danzo Shimura, Mito Gate, and Konoha Maru, who had yet to fall under his influence. However, as long as he carefully avoided them, many areas of Konoha felt as familiar to him as his own backyard. Nonetheless, to be cautious, Aoi prudently utilized transformation techniques to disguise himself as an inconspicuous Konoha ninja. Upon returning to the village gate, he effortlessly neutralized the two guards who had already been hypnotized, rendering them blind to his presence as he strode past them without a hint of reaction. Once inside, Aoi had no intention of meandering about. His objective was clear, to head directly to the Hokage Tower. I wish to see Lord Hokage. Shortly, Aoi arrived at the Hokage's office, where he was intercepted by two Umbu ninjas at the entrance. These were the unhypnotized stragglers. Aoi had anticipated this situation. His gaze momentarily darkened, yet he remained calm and composed, explaining the reason to the Umbu. What is it? The Umbu ninja inquired. Their actions stemmed from duty, preventing unrelated individuals from approaching the Hokage while filtering out trivial matters. Otherwise, everyone would pester the Hokage with mundane issues, rendering his days unbearable. It is a letter from Lady Tsunade. It requires the Hokage's personal attention. Aoi replied with unwavering composure. I understand. Please wait a moment. I will report to the Hokage right away. With that, one Umbu ninja vanished in an instant, leaving the other to guard Aoi. Being treated with such caution might lead others to subconsciously question their actions, wondering if they had done something wrong or if their intentions had been discovered. However, this was not the case. The Konoha ninja Aoi impersonated held a low status, typically not engaging with the Hokage, and thus was met with heightened vigilance. Prominent figures like Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy faced far less scrutiny. Yet, impersonating such individuals was not feasible. Before long, the Umbu ninja returned, informing Aoi that the Hokage had consented to meet him and permitted him entry into the Hokage's office. So, you are the one who requested to see me? Aoi was led into the Hokage's office by the Umbu ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from his chair, regarding Aoi's unremarkable visage with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, Lord Hokage. This is a message from Lady Tsunade. As he spoke, Aoi drew out his Zanpakutō. From Hiruzen's perspective, Aoi produced a letter, which elicited no particular reaction from him. Since Hiruzen had no objections, the Umbu ninja who had not left would naturally remain silent. Thus, before their very eyes, Aoi executed the initial release of his mirror flower water moon technique, successfully hypnotizing the Umbu ninja. Following this, Aoi no longer needed to tread cautiously. He instructed the Umbu to guard the entrance, preventing any unexpected intrusions. Meanwhile, Aoi began his search for Konoha's treasured sealing book. Chapter 39. The Theft of the Sealing Book. Do not be deceived by the name Sealing Book. It may not appear frequently in the plot, yet its existence is undeniably significant, particularly in later developments. The forbidden techniques within make their grand entrance, such as the Flying Thunder God technique, the Reaper Death Seal, the Impure World Reincarnation, and the Explosive Tags. It can be said that without mastering a couple of techniques from the Sealing Book, one is unworthy of bearing their name in the upcoming Fourth Great Ninja War. Naturally, Aoi, being a man with a system, finds the allure of the Sealing Book somewhat diminished. The primary reason for daring to steal it is to prepare for the establishment of his own faction. To thrive comfortably within the ninja world, he must recruit subordinates, aides, and workers to serve him. Thus, their strength cannot be feeble. Otherwise, assigning them tasks would yield no fruitful results. Hence, Konoha's sealing book became the prime target. Recalling the possible locations for the storage of sealing techniques, there are two likely candidates. One is the Hokage's office, from which Naruto had stolen it in the original plot. However, if someone as unskilled in ninjutsu as Naruto could accomplish this so easily, it was evidently a deliberate arrangement by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Aoi could only use this as a reference, harboring no expectations. The other location is Konoha's confidential archives. Its precise location is rather obscure and likely protected by special barriers and ninja guards. In the short term, Aoi has no means to investigate it. Thus, Qingyu resolved to leverage Tsunade's name in seeking an audience with Hiruzen Sarutobi, hoping to extract the Book of Seals. Within the hypnotic illusion crafted for Sarutobi, he accepted the letter presented by Qingyu, which was, in fact, merely a blank sheet of paper. As he slowly unfolded it, its contents materialized before him. Old man, Orochimaru has come to see me. Can you guess his intentions? Haha, I never imagined he would master that forbidden technique that desecrates the deceased. He even summoned my great-grandfather and grandfather from the Pure Land right before my eyes. Utterly unforgivable. In a few days, I shall return to Konoha to peruse the Book of Seals. I must discover a way to counter him. I cannot allow Orochimaru to continue his reckless pursuits. Consider this a heads-up, Tsunade. Through deep hypnosis, the subconscious of Hiruzen Sarutobi was awakened, simulating the tone and style of Tsunade's correspondence. The essence of Qingyu's message was conveyed with remarkable accuracy. Upon concluding the reading, Sarutobi harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of its contents. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi gazed out the window, observing the flourishing Konoha, displaying a hint of melancholy. Unable to restrain himself, he lifted his pipe and began to smoke. Tell me, how did you encounter Tsunade? Sarutobi inquired without turning, his voice raspy and aged. To report to you, Hokage-sama. I fortuitously met Lady Tsunade while on a mission to the land of hot water. She entrusted me with this letter to deliver to you personally. Qingyu replied with unwavering composure. I see. You may take your leave, Sarutobi commanded. Yes. As Sarutobi signaled for dismissal, Qingyu promptly altered the visual perception of Sarutobi, allowing him to exit. Once Qingyu departed, Sarutobi remained seated in silence for a considerable time. Suddenly, he began to move, rising from his chair and exiting the Hokage's office, making his way toward a secret chamber within the Hokage building, with Qingyu trailing closely behind. The two Ombu guards stationed outside found it peculiar to see Qingyu following, but, noting the Hokage's presence, refrained from voicing their thoughts, steadfastly maintaining their posts. Before long, under Sarutobi's guidance, Qingyu arrived at his destination, where a large scroll prominently inscribed with the words Book of Seals was safeguarded within a transparent barrier. Surrounding it were four masked ninjas stationed to guard it. Hokage-sama. The four masked ninjas greeted reverently upon recognizing the Hokage, casting curious glances at Qingyu behind him. Nevertheless, they understood that the Hokage's actions required no explanation. The absence of elaboration tacitly acknowledged Qingyu's presence. Open the barrier. Yes. The Hokage's direct order left no room for disobedience. The four responded in unison, collaborating to dispel the seal. Moments later, the barrier dissolved. For safety, Qingyu refrained from retrieving the scroll himself, allowing Sarutobi to command them to extract the Book of Seals. Only after confirming its integrity did Sarutobi take the scroll into his possession. Ultimately, Qingyu departed alongside Sarutobi. The four guards could not shake the unsettling feeling that something was amiss, yet were unable to articulate what it was. Having secured the item, Qingyu stealthily evaded all prying eyes and silently exited Konoha, the entire endeavor having unfolded without a hitch. Chapter 40. Innocuous Green Tea. Surely it won't tea be harmful in excess? From departure to return to the team, the entire process took no more than an hour. Qingyu had successfully pilfered the invaluable Book of Seals from Konoha. Such efficiency would surely leave even Kid in awe, begging for mentorship. Alas, Qingyu had not taken on a disciple for many years. Let us depart. We must not linger here. Now that we have obtained what we sought, it would be prudent to vacate Konoha's vicinity. Should they employ any means to pursue us, our situation could become precarious. However, upon hearing Qingyu's words, Uzumaki Kirin froze in place, trembling uncontrollably as if gripped by fear. What troubles you? At that moment, Qingyu, not fully grasping the situation, instinctively inquired upon seeing her state. Lord Qingyu, where are we heading back to? Kirin asked meekly, her eyes filled with the hope that it would not be the answer she dreaded. To the grass village, Qingyu replied without hesitation. Having lost his identity as a Rain Village ninja to Orochimaru, he had no desire to return to that place, regardless of whether he had perished there. The weather was dreadful, and nearly all the elite players of the ninja world congregated there. Such a high-stakes environment posed a significant risk, even for someone like Qingyu, who, despite possessing a system, could easily meet an untimely demise, until he evolved to his complete form. It was unwise for a novice like him to venture into such perilous territory. Moreover, being a wandering ninja was not a walk in the park. No matter where one went, they were often met with disdain. This world harbors a severe xenophobia, with trust among individuals exceedingly low. If one were merely a traveler, temporarily residing, the locals would welcome your patronage to stimulate the economy. However, if one sought to settle long-term without fostering good relations with the surrounding populace, or inadvertently infringing upon someone's interests, suspicions might arise, leading to potential assassination attempts by hired ninjas. In summary, a plethora of issues loomed. Were a fellow countryman to traverse this world, Qingyu would vehemently dissuade them from becoming a wandering ninja. Thus, only the grass village remained a viable option. Furthermore, Qingyu believed that half of Konoha was under hypnotic control. Surely, a mere grass village would pose no challenge. With such thoughts in mind, Qingyu naturally articulated his intentions. To an uninformed observer, one might even assume he was genuinely a ninja from the grass village. I, Lord Qingyu, can we not? Upon hearing this response, Kirin felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion paling instantly. Her words were earnest yet timid, as she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After enduring a hellish existence, was she now to return? Would she once again be relegated to the role of a medical blood bag, drained of chakra by the grass ninjas until her demise? Just like her mother? Why was this happening? Had her fate remained unchanged all along? A profound sense of injustice welled within her. She had escaped the darkness and felt the sun's warmth. Why must she return to such a place? The more she pondered, the more despondent her emotions became, culminating in an uncontrollable cascade of tears that streamed down her cheeks, leaving Qingyu utterly bewildered. After a prolonged moment, Qingyu finally discerned the underlying cause. It became evident that Kirin's tragic background had rendered her heart exceedingly sensitive, leading her to spiral into despair at the mere thought of returning to the grass village. Mistakenly believing he intended to treat her as the grass ninjas had before, merely a tool for their needs. What a world filled with troubled youth. Fear not. With me, you shall be safe. Comforting others was not Qingyu's forte. He could only clumsily emulate the actions of protagonists in films, gently stroking her head and speaking in a soft tone. If this fails to suffice, so be it. Upon hearing Qingyu's words, Uzumaki Xianglin's gloomy demeanor instantly transformed into one of exuberance, her eyes brightening several-fold as delight radiated from her countenance. Qingyu felt a twinge of suspicion, pondering whether she had been ensnared in a ruse. Alas, it seemed harmless enough, merely a refreshing green tea that posed no threat. To be caressed by Lord Qingyu. How blissful I feel. I yearn for more. At that moment, Uzumaki Xianglin was utterly enraptured, her spirits soaring, completely shedding the visage of despair she had just moments before. However, this happiness proved fleeting, lasting no more than a few minutes before Qingyu ceased her ministrations. Noticing that Uzumaki Xianglin's emotions had stabilized and her reluctance to proceed to Grass Hidden Village had notably diminished, Qingyu, too, was eager to depart without further delay. She promptly led the two of them away. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hisashi had returned to his office after retrieving the Book of Seals. His intention was to relocate it to a safer place, lest it be discovered by Tsunade upon her imminent return. He feared that she might be unable to resist delving into the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, summoning her beloveds, Dan, Hashirama Senju, and Tobarama Senju. What would he do then? If his mentor were to suddenly demand, "Look into my eyes, tell me why. Answer me." Regarding the situation in Konoha, how could he respond? He would be utterly at a loss. unable to articulate a coherent explanation. Deep down, Sarutobi Hizashi was acutely aware that he had tacitly permitted Shimura Danzo's nefarious deeds, bearing an undeniable share of responsibility. Yet, the corruption of power had long since tainted his body and soul. He was no longer the innocent little monkey in Tobarama's eyes. Some matters, once past, cannot be reclaimed. Thus, one must hunker down like an ostrich, feigning ignorance. After all, it was Danzo's doing. He was merely a bystander, an unwitting pawn. Therefore, the day he faced Tobarama would be better postponed as long as possible. And as for Orochimaru, how despicable. Why divulge such forbidden techniques to Tsunade? What are your true intentions? With your recent appearance in the Chunin exams in Konoha, what objectives do you harbor? He could not bring himself to believe that Orochimaru was merely interested in Sasuke's Uchiha bloodline. If that were the case, why not act before the Uchiha massacre when there were so many clan members? Clearly, Sarutobi Hizashi found Orochimaru's purported rationale untenable, regardless of his motives. As long as he remained in Konoha, he would thwart Orochimaru's schemes. Chapter 41. Do not shift every blame onto me. In a moment of reflection, Sarutobi Hizashi's thoughts meandered. Alas, age brings with it a propensity to reminisce. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully thrust open. A familiar action, a familiar silhouette, a familiar visage. All converged in his mind, swiftly sketching the image of Shimura Danzo. His expression darkened. He sensed that Danzo's arrival boded ill. What now? What business brings you here this time? He recalled that just a few days prior, Danzo had come regarding Uchiha Sasuke, and he had firmly rebuffed him. What could he possibly want now? Perhaps the arrival of an old acquaintance would temporarily disperse the melancholy stemming from the Edo Tensei concerns. His mood slightly lifted. He settled into his chair, leisurely smoking, gazing at Danzo with a languid expression, and inquired with a nonchalant air that belied the gravity of the situation, exuding a calmness that could quell even the most tempestuous of storms. In this regard, he always managed to maintain a psychological upper hand over Danzo, extracting a unique experience from each encounter with his longtime friend. I hear that the grass-hidden village's Qingyu has bested Hyuganiji? Danzo seemed unable to tolerate the disdainful glint in Hizashi's eyes, letting out a displeased grunt before directly addressing the matter at hand. That is an exceptionally gifted child. His future accomplishments will likely rival those of Hanzo the salamander from the rain-hidden village. Instead of directly responding to Danzo's assertion, Hizashi lauded Qingyu, positing that he possessed the potential of a demigod. His words echoed a wistful sentiment of a seasoned warrior reflecting on the emergence of new heroes. In that case, he must be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, should he be allowed to mature, he will undoubtedly pose a threat to Konoha. We cannot afford to turn a blind eye. Given the precedent set by Hanzo, Danzo's words were blunt and resonated with a jarring clarity. Danzo, I cannot permit you to proceed with this. The grass-hidden village is our ally. Your actions will only disrupt the peace and incite war, plunging Konoha into peril. Hizashi firmly rejected Danzo's proposal. You truly are growing old, Hizashi. Let me safeguard Konoha from now on. You need not instruct me on my duties. As Danzo, well acquainted with Hizashi's character, detected a hint of uncertainty in his tone, he realized that Hizashi was hesitating. Such hesitation implied that he did not entirely oppose Danzo's interference in this matter. A cold smirk crept into Danzo's heart, mocking his friend's pretense. Why maintain the facade after all these years? Does he not feel weary? Danzo, there is no need for further discussion. I am the Hokage. You will heed my commands. Thus, Hizashi wielded his authority like a dagger, silencing Danzo's every retort. Very well, but do not come to regret this. With a huff, Danzo, incensed, stormed out, unwilling to continue the conversation. That infuriating monkey, always resorting to intimidation under the guise of Hokage. However, soon, the Hokage seat will be mine. With that thought, Danzo's mood lightened considerably. Watching Danzo depart, Hizashi suddenly recalled something. He had just retrieved the Book of Seals and was contemplating its storage location. Yet, before he could finalize his thoughts, Danzo had arrived, nearly causing him to forget the matter entirely. Alas, age truly had its toll. The mind falters. The children have yet to mature. So I shall persevere as Hokage for a few more years. A moment of melancholy washed over him, but he soon refocused. Then, as if time had come to a standstill, he found himself frozen in place, hand resting on his pipe, eyes fixed on the spot where the Book of Seals had been placed. It was utterly vacant. Where had it gone? How could it have vanished so abruptly? It had been right here just moments ago. Or had Danzo stealthily taken it while engaged in conversation? Yet, what purpose would that serve? The Book of Seals was not unknown to him. Even if Danzo wished to examine it again, Hizashi would not obstruct him. Was it truly necessary to resort to theft? Although Hisashi did not suspect Danzo of pilfering the Book of Seals, he felt compelled to ascertain the truth. Before long, Danzo, who had not strayed far, was summoned back to the Hokage's office. Are you finished? Is it amusing to toy with me? Why did you not clarify matters earlier? Danzo, visibly displeased, questioned with a scowl. I ask you, did you not take the Book of Seals? Hisashi, unperturbed by Danzo's disgruntlement, posed the question directly. Are you jesting? What would I want with the Book of Seals? The aforementioned ninjutsu has been thoroughly examined by me. What purpose does it serve? Shimura Danzo retorted, feeling a sense of insult to his character, primarily incensed by the fact that his close friend dared to question him. Although he often bore the brunt of blame, having such matters shifted onto him was rather lacking in public spirit. It is merely the Book of Seals. Must I truly be concerned? Calm down. I am speaking to you earnestly. I had placed the Book of Seals right here. However, after your visit, it vanished. If it wasn't taken by you, then it is exceedingly peculiar. It inexplicably disappeared right beneath my nose. It was evident that Shimura Danzo had no need to deceive himself, rendering Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression particularly grave. He could not fathom how the thief had accomplished such a feat. Could it be Orochimaru? Upon hearing of the theft of the Book of Seals, Shimura Danzo began to take the matter seriously. Remembering Orochimaru's recent presence in Konoha, he immediately became a suspect. Indeed, your assertion holds merit. Danzo's words prompted Hiruzen to immediately recall Tsunade's letter, which claimed that Orochimaru had mastered the impure world reincarnation technique and had summoned Tobirama Senju into the ninja realm. Thus, it is indeed plausible that Orochimaru stealthily utilized Tobirama Sensei's Flying Thunder God technique to abscond with the Book of Seals. By the way, what prompted you to take out the Book of Seals? Danzo then detected a point of suspicion and inquired. Alas, I recently received a letter from Tsunade, stating that Orochimaru had sought her out. He demonstrated the impure world reincarnation technique, resurrecting the first Hokage and Tobirama Sensei. This piqued Tsunade's interest in the forbidden technique. I do not wish for her to stray from the righteous path. Hence, I intended to hide it elsewhere. I never anticipated this incident. Hiruzen did not conceal the truth, explaining to Danzo, albeit with some embellishments. It was clear to Danzo what was being concealed. He simply chose not to voice it. What could Orochimaru's intentions be in contacting Tsunade? Danzo pressed further. I do not know. The letter did not specify. Hiruzen shook his head, indicating his lack of clarity. Might it be possible that Tsunade initially sent you a letter to lower your guard, only to subsequently steal it in secret? Danzo began to harbor doubts about Tsunade as well. That is impossible. Tsunade would never engage in such treachery. Hiruzen again shook his head in denial. Yet the differing nuances in his demeanor did not escape Danzo's notice. The Hokage exclaimed, Lord Hokage, Sasuke has been attacked at the hospital. Chapter 42, Konoha Ninja, Aoi. I demand to see your Kage. What is happening? The matter of the Book of Seals remains unresolved, and now another troubling piece of news arrives, leaving Hiruzen exceptionally distressed. All troubles seem to be converging at once. Returning to the Hokage, it is Kabuto. He attempted to assassinate Uchiha Sasuke. Fortunately, he was discovered in time by Jonin Kakashi, who promptly thwarted Kabuto. The reporting ninja replied swiftly, Kabuto? That child, I remember, was once affiliated with your root. This matter cannot possibly have been orchestrated by you. Can it? After dismissing the others, Hiruzen scrutinized Danzo with a skeptical gaze, who had yet to depart. Monkey, what is with that look? Why are you doubting me again? Danzo was on the verge of exploding with anger. In less than half an hour, he had been questioned about his character by Hiruzen twice. Others may not matter, but this was his dear friend. After all these years, do you still not know me? Fine, I know it wasn't you. Observing the expression on Danzo's face, Hiruzen could instantly ascertain that this incident had no connection to him. He then interrupted Danzo's ongoing incantation. It must be Orochimaru. It certainly is Orochimaru. Previously, that fellow Kabuto was quite close to Orochimaru. If you claim this matter has no relation to Orochimaru, then I shall renounce all funding for this month's route. The gravity of his statement indicated that Danzo was genuinely furious. I understand. It seems Orochimaru is plotting something. Hiruzen sighed deeply, reflecting on how a once promising disciple had now drifted further away, committing acts that violated Konoha's principles, making it difficult for him to forgive this student. Lord Hokage, an Umbu ninja has just discovered Jiraiya. Within a short span, yet another Umbu ninja arrived to report the situation. Then let him come. Inform him that I wish to speak with him. Never mind. Just tell me where he is. I shall go see him personally. Initially intending to have an Umbu ninja fetch Jiraiya, Hiruzen reconsidered, knowing Jiraiya's temperament might lead him to sneak away. It was better to confront him directly. The Umbu ninja hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate, primarily because they had discovered Jiraiya while he was peeking at the women's bathhouse. How could an ordinary Umbu ninja possibly convey such a matter? What if they unwittingly offended someone and faced repercussions later? Thus, it was better to feign ignorance. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Yes. As Jiraiya's teacher, Hiruzen was all too familiar with where he would likely be found. He disregarded Danzo and hurriedly made his way to the location where Jiraiya might be. Meanwhile, after a day of accelerated travel, Aoi and his group finally arrived at the borders of the Land of Grass, not far from Kusagakure. Even with Aoi's reassurances, it was still impossible to swiftly dispel Uzumaki Karen's long-standing fear of Kusagakure that had festered within her heart. This was something only she could bravely shatter herself to fully emerge from that dark chapter of her past. Who are you? What is your purpose for coming to Kusagakure? Before even approaching the gates of Kusagakure, they were halted by menacing figures who barked at them. It was clear that should they refuse to cooperate, they would be swiftly subdued, and what awaited them thereafter would be beyond the control of the guards. I am Aoi, a ninja from Konoha. I come on the orders of the Hokage. I demand to see your Kage. With that, Aoi revealed the Konoha forehead protector hanging around his neck to affirm his identity. The ninjas of Kusagakure, often ridiculed by outsiders as being fickle, certainly did not dare take any action against a Konoha ninja, lest they invite their own annihilation. Oh, so you are a ninja from Konoha. Welcome, welcome. This way, please. I will notify the Kage immediately. Please wait a moment. We sincerely apologize for our lack of discernment. We hope that Lord Aoi will not hold it against us. Truly, the ninjas of Kusagakure were quick to shift their demeanor upon realizing Aoi's identity. Each greeted him with smiles, showering him with compliments, all remarkably similar in their flattery. Aoi was astounded. He had not anticipated the legendary sycophancy to be so real. Whitebeard truly did not deceive me. You idiot, what are you still doing here? Hurry and fetch some delicious food for Lord Aoi. However, at that moment, some discordant voices emerged. Upon hearing this, Aoi's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing into slits. Those familiar with him would recognize that Qingyu harbored murderous intent. However, the moment to act had not yet arrived. A modicum of restraint was still required. Very well. Silence, everyone. Let her come over and give me a back rub. Naturally, Qingyu could not idly stand by while this heartless rabble continued to bully Uzumaki Karen. He promptly intervened to halt their impending bullying actions. My lord Qingyu, allow me to massage your back. One of the beautiful female grass ninjas suggested, perhaps feeling a touch vain about her own appearance. No need. Just her. Qingyu replied with a somewhat frosty tone, one that brooked no refusal. Reluctantly, the other girl stepped back. Corinne felt a surge of joy, as if escaping from an abyss, and hurriedly made her way to stand behind Qingyu, feeling inexplicably reassured. She dutifully began to massage Qingyu's back. The other grass ninjas did not dwell on this matter for long, continuing to flaunt their opportunistic nature. Regardless of Qingyu's intentions, they first showered him with compliments, eager to display their enthusiasm and kindness. Of course, this demeanor was reserved solely for the major ninja villages. The minor ones were a different story. The weaker minor villages readily displayed their propensity for bullying the weak. When confronted by a stronger minor village, they showcased their formidable stance, making it clear that attacking their village would yield dire consequences. Chapter 43, The Magpie's Nest Occupied. It unfolded in silence and concluded in silence. In the midst of the grass ninjas' accolades, the leader of the grass-hidden village, the Tsuchikage, arrived. You are the Konoha ninja Qingyu? Upon seeing Qingyu's youthful countenance, the Tsuchikage momentarily hesitated, his mind inevitably underestimating him. What could Konoha's visit to the grass-hidden village signify? Could it be that, after years of peace, the flames of war were being rekindled? Indeed, I come on the orders of the Hokage. There is a matter that requires discussion with the esteemed members of the grass-hidden village. Qingyu remained seated on the stool, even when the Tsuchikage arrived, showing a blatant disregard for decorum that would likely provoke ire in any other ninja village leader. Yet the Tsuchikage remained unfazed. Such provocations towards a major village, particularly Konoha, would only hasten their own village's demise. Thus, he feigned ignorance and found a seat of his own. Oh, what is it? He inquired with a warm smile. Are all the members of your grass-hidden village present? Qingyu did not answer, but instead posed another question. No. Is that a problem? Now, the Tsuchikage was perplexed, utterly baffled by Qingyu's, or rather Konoha's, intentions. Then summon everyone. I will speak when they are all here. Qingyu persisted, revealing none of his plans and insisting that the Tsuchikage gather the assembly first. With the weight of Konoha's ninja status bearing down on him, the Tsuchikage could only suppress his annoyance. However, He found it strange that Qingyu insisted on addressing all present. How peculiar, he thought. Before long, that Tsukikage commanded the entire assembly of the grass-hidden village's ninja to gather in the square. Is everyone here? Qingyu furrowed his brows, harboring doubts about whether the Tsukikage was being disingenuous. Though the grass-hidden village was small, it could not possibly have only 2 or 3 dozen ninjas. Excluding those on missions, all the ninjas were present. After all, we are a minor village. Our resources for missions are limited, unlike your major villages, which have an abundance of tasks to sustain a large number of ninjas. The Tsukikage explained, his expression tinged with bitterness. This was why he found himself bowing to a mere Konoha genin. Ultimately, the grass-hidden village was far too weak. He couldn't help but wonder about the situation on Wu Wei's side, and whether there was any chance to revive the Paradise Box. If they could wield that artifact of the Sage of Six Paths, they would not have to grovel in such a manner. Alas, the plight of minor villages. All right. Since that's the case, let's begin. Everyone, look this way. I come representing Konoha. What I am about to say concerns the fate of the grass-hidden village. Do not blink. Ascending a makeshift platform, Qingyu positioned himself so that all could see him. As he spoke, he deftly directed everyone's gaze towards him, while simultaneously drawing his Zanpakutō. At the moment of utmost attention, the illusory flower, dreaming moon, radiated its brilliance once more. Those who bore witness were ensnared, falling prey to its hypnotic powers. In an instant, the entire grass-hidden village lay within his grasp. Time and again, Qingyu felt a profound awe at the formidable hypnotic capabilities of the illusory flower, dreaming moon. However, he found himself even more eager for the abilities unlocked by the subsequent collapsed Jade System. Thus, a silent coup unfolded, unnoticed by its participants. To prevent the situation from appearing overly abrupt, Qingyu orchestrated a charade where they listened to a speech on the will of fire, exclusive to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ultimately, with its Tsukikage scowling, Qingyu departed the grass-hidden village. Meanwhile, the true Qingyu remained, akin to an invisible man, residing within the grass-hidden village. Being a minor village, the grass-hidden village lacked the prosperity of Konoha in various aspects. Nevertheless, it was acceptable enough. He found the finest residence and settled in with Uzumaki Korin. As for why he chose to live with Korin, was he mad, preparing to become a tyrant? Such assumptions were misguided. The primary reason was Korin's profound fear of this place, and Qingyu was her sole source of trust. Thus, no matter how much Qingyu urged her otherwise, she adamantly refused to be alone in any location. Whether eating or sleeping, Qingyu's presence was always required within her line of sight. Even when it came to using the restroom, had Qingyu not been resolute, she would have insisted on following him inside. In the end, she compromised by waiting at the door. Effectively, she clung to Qingyu almost constantly, even more so than during their time in Konoha. After all, her past was tragic enough. Qingyu could not bring himself to refuse her. Under the circumstances, he could only allow her to do as she pleased, hoping that time would heal her inner wounds. Chapter 44, Training Routine. Finally, it reached 10. Initially intending to trouble Qingyu, Konoha's attention shifted to the theft of the Book of Seals, casting suspicion upon Tsunade and Orochimaru, necessitating an investigation. Furthermore, with the Chunin exams approaching in a month, requiring preparations to host dignitaries from various nations, they found themselves preoccupied with numerous tasks, rendering them temporarily unable to address Qingyu, as if they had entirely forgotten their prior intentions against him. Thus, Qingyu, unaware, silently sidestepped some trouble. In the grass-hidden village, undisturbed and with ample time, enjoying free meals and accommodations, he could even lounge about while receiving a salary. Life was, indeed, splendid. However, Qingyu did not allow the comforts of this lifestyle to lead him astray. His training regimen needed to be diligently adhered to. In the past, my diligent efforts bore no fruit. The correlation between effort and reward was constrained by innate talent. However, the crumbling Jade System has now liberated me from these limitations. Should one remain ignorant of the necessity of hard work, then when faced with challenges that cannot be surmounted, the consequences shall be their own to bear. There will be no one else to blame. Qingyu has always been acutely aware of the brutal realities of the ninja world and does not entertain any illusions that might allow him to remain invincible indefinitely. If one's own strength is inadequate, a moment's lapse in vigilance may lead to being exploited by an adversary, leaving one with no means of resistance and ultimately a path to demise. The margin for error is simply too slim. Thus, it is imperative to elevate one's own power. Training in ninjutsu? That is not within Qingyu's contemplations. The sealing scroll pilfered from Konoha has already been entrusted to Uzumaki Korin. She shall learn the techniques contained within to bolster her strength. Nurturing her is not an act of squandering her talent. It is not to reduce her to a mere ornament. There will be many instances in the future where her abilities will be required. However, certain perilous techniques are strictly prohibited for her study. Techniques like the 8 Gates of the Lotus and the multi-shadow clone technique must be avoided for the time being, although Konoha's ninjas wield them with great skill. This does not imply that such forbidden arts are devoid of danger. They have honed their mastery through a gradual process of learning from failures. As for Naruto, who can learn the multi-shadow clone technique without any adverse effects, such exceptional cases should not be brought into the discussion. Extraordinary individuals cannot be judged by the standards of the ordinary. Furthermore, Uzumaki Karin is still quite young and lacks maturity in various aspects. When faced with unexpected situations, she has no experience in problem-solving and lacks the ability to grasp the situation as a whole. Qingyu also does not have the luxury of time to constantly supervise her, lest unforeseen incidents occur. Under conditions that do not permit further experimentation with forbidden techniques, it would be a reckless endeavor. On the other hand, sealing techniques like the 8 trigrams sealing technique and the 4-symbol sealing technique pose minimal issues for Uzumaki Karin. After all, these techniques were originally tailored for the Uzumaki clan. For outsiders, they are forbidden arts. For the Uzumaki clan, however, they are akin to ordinary ninjutsu. Therefore, these techniques are relatively suitable for Uzumaki Karin to learn at this stage. In this regard, Qingyu's decision is indeed sound. Not long after starting her studies, Uzumaki Karin began to exhibit commendable skill, giving the impression that she was a prodigy who had grasped the techniques without a mentor. Of course, Qingyu himself is not proficient in sealing arts. Observing Uzumaki Karin engaged in her pursuits and no longer clinging to him, Qingyu resolved to embark on his own training journey. After much contemplation during this period, Qingyu, based on the system's unlocking progress, has roughly delineated his training direction. One focus is physical conditioning, the other is refining chakra. Only through the cultivation of these two aspects will the progress bar of the crumbling jade system rise. It has already reached 5. This signifies that upon releasing the initial form of the mirror flower water moon, while simultaneously inducing a sensory hypnosis, Qingyu can attain a 5-fold augmentation of chakra. Although the intentions behind the crumbling jade system, restricting him to these 2 areas remain unclear, Qingyu understands that if he is on the right path, there is no need for excessive contemplation. In the morning and afternoon, Qingyu allocates his time to physical conditioning. Activities such as running, sit-ups, and push-ups form the foundation of his regimen, augmented by various sword maneuvers, slashes, cuts, thrusts, and stabs. His daily schedule is brimming with tasks. Weightlifting and similar endeavors are to be avoided, as he fears they may impede his growth. After completing these exercises, Qingyu finds himself utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Not far from him, Uzumaki Karin, upon witnessing this, promptly sets aside her own training. She rushes over to massage his legs, pound his back, and alleviate his muscle fatigue. It seems that having such a little shadow by his side is not entirely a detriment. After resting for an hour or 2, dusk approaches, signaling the suspension of physical training. He then seeks nourishment to replenish his energy. As an hour passes, the night in this world offers little in the way of entertainment. Boredom sets in, so Qingyu decides to dedicate the evening to chakra refinement. In contrast to physical training, refining chakra requires little more than stillness. One must simply sit quietly, channeling energy through their body's meridians to amalgamate physical and spiritual energies, thereby generating chakra. This process resembles an experience bar in a game. Once filled, one ascends a level. However, the system does not quantify chakra numerically, leaving Qingyu uncertain of where he stands in terms of chakra proficiency. He can only vaguely sense what a full state feels like. Surpassing this fullness will cause the containers for storing chakra within him to expand, allowing for greater capacity, akin to transferring water from a small cup to a larger one, and then to an even larger vessel. This expansion can continue indefinitely, with no limits in sight. Should he persist in this training, it would not be inconceivable to transform himself into a humanoid-tailed beast. The sensation of constantly growing stronger is utterly intoxicating. Approximately half a month has elapsed. The long-anticipated moment has finally arrived. Ability Unlock Level 10. Huzzah! The diligent are indeed rewarded, as the ancients have not deceived me. Chapter 45, Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Unlocking Level 10 not only signifies a 10-fold increase in chakra after activating the Mirror Flower Water Moon, but it also indicates that the crumbling jade system has unlocked a new ability. What could it be? With boundless curiosity and anticipation, Qingyu chooses to pause his training for a day and returns to his residence. He then gradually opens the system interface. There is no need to revisit information he has already perused. He skips straight to the bottom. There, he immediately encounters the newly unlocked ability at level 10. Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Ability description. The crumbling jade system will faithfully recreate the Central Spiritual Arts Academy. The host may enter to learn the unique combat techniques of the Soul Reaper. 1. Spiritual Pressure Awakening. 1. Basic functions. Spiritual Pressure Intimidation. Release a high-intensity spiritual pressure to directly suppress an opponent's actions, potentially causing unconsciousness. Spiritual Pressure Perception. Detect the surrounding spiritual pressures to ascertain the enemy's location, numbers, and intensity. 2. Advanced Applications. Anticipate enemy attacks, as seen with Kyoka Shunsui perceiving his opponent's intentions during battle. See through illusions, for instance. Aizen's Mirror Flower Water Moon requires a high level of spiritual pressure perception to unravel. Spiritual Pressure Defense. Create an invisible shield using spiritual pressure to absorb or mitigate attacks. Spiritual Pressure Enhancement. Infuse spiritual pressure into weapons or the body to augment attack power, speed, or defense. For example, Zaraki Kenpachi's strikes are accompanied by extraordinarily dense spiritual pressure capable of cleaving space. Soifin's Shunko combines combat and Kido, unleashing hyperspeed attacks through spiritual pressure. 3. Advanced Applications. Exclusive to Masters. Spiritual Pressure Manifestation. Transforms spiritual pressure into tangible attacks or barriers. Examples include Aizen's Spiritual Pressure Wings capable of cutting enemies, post-evolution of the Crumbling Jade, and Kurosaki Ichigo's Spiritual Pressure Cloak, manifestation of spiritual pressure in a hollowed state. Manipulate the environment with spiritual pressure. Use spiritual pressure to influence the surrounding space, such as distorting light or altering gravity. An example is Yhwach's Spiritual Pressure Domain, which plunges the surrounding area into darkness. 2. Sword Techniques. 1. Swordsmanship of the Zanpakutō. Basic sword techniques, including slashes, defensive blocks, and so forth. 2. Development of Zanpakutō abilities. Engaging in dialogue with the Zanpakutō to gain a profound understanding of its powers and techniques, thereby mastering both Shurikai and Bankai. 3. Unarmed combat. Proficiency in close-quarters fighting techniques, including joint locks and throws, utilized when the Zanpakutō is lost or in the swift subjugation of foes. 4. Step techniques. Shuinpa. A high-speed movement technique akin to teleportation, utilized for evasion or surprise attacks. 5. Kido. 1. Bakudo. Offensive spell techniques, e.g., Black Coffin. Cyan Firefall. 2. Heido. Binding spell techniques, e.g., Six Rods Prison Light, Mouth Warping 3 Flash. 3. Healing techniques, classification by rank. Low-level Shinigami, relying on spiritual pressure for basic offense and defense. Mid-level Shinigami, enhancing skills such as Kido, Shuinpa, through spiritual pressure. High-level Shinigami, spiritual pressure affecting the environment, potentially altering the rules of battle. Top-tier warriors, spiritual pressure transcending dimensions, reaching the realm of the divine, e.g., Royal Palace level. Note: upon entering the Central Spirit Academy, the time dilation with the real world is 24:1, i.e., 24 hours inside, only 1 hour passes outside. Note: this Central Spirit Academy provides training solely for the host. Engaging in unrelated activities will yield no rewards. Note: entering the Central Spirit Academy does not entail the physical body entering, but rather the soul. However, it will not affect the health of the physical body. One must remain vigilant regarding safety in the real world. Such a revelation, a deluge of information, left Qingyu in a state of deep contemplation. He never anticipated that merely unlocking level 10 would grant him access to the entire Central Spirit Academy, allowing him to delve into the myriad abilities of a Shinigami. It increasingly felt as though he was striding further along an invincible path. Should this continue, life would lack any sense of experience. Regrettably, Qingyu understood that mastering such a plethora of abilities would not be a simple endeavor. This endeavor would likely span centuries. Regardless, acquiring a technique or two would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. However, upon entering the Central Spirit Academy, the safety of his physical body in the real world became a pressing concern, especially with two elusive figures lurking in the shinobi world. Qingyu remained uncertain if they had taken notice of him. Should they launch a surprise attack, it would spell significant trouble. In light of this situation, Qingyu was compelled to consider his options. Perhaps he should assign them some tasks to prevent himself from being unwittingly targeted. Waiting passively for enemies to approach would be a manifestation of irresponsibility. In a moment of indecision, Qingyu pondered deeply. In truth, his worries were largely unwarranted. Firstly, Qingyu had garnered a modicum of renown, primarily due to his performance in the midterm examinations. While impressive at the Chunin level, it paled in comparison to the prowess of those at the Kage level. In other words, he remained inconsequential on the grand stage. Who would take the time to trouble a mere nobody? Even the deranged would at least adhere to principles of vendetta and grievance. However, it was likely only someone like Shimura Danzo, plagued by intense paranoia, would seek to eliminate any potential threats upon noticing Qingyu's ascent. Chapter 46. When did I become a studious student? Regardless, the abilities have been unlocked. It is impossible not to pursue learning. Rather than fretting over this and that, it would be far more prudent to acquire these abilities first. If all else fails, he could teach Uzumaki Karen the Edo Tensei technique. Should misfortune befall him, she could resurrect him using that technique. With a backup plan in place, there was little left to worry about. He conjured a shadow clone to stand guard beside his physical form. In the event of an emergency, he would be awakened immediately. With preparations made, Qingyu hastily accessed the system to enter the Central Spirit Academy. In the next moment, his body fell into a state akin to slumber. In truth, the soul of this body had been extracted and entered the Central Spirit Academy constructed by the Hōgyoku System. As the world spun around him, Qingyu, now a spirit, found himself in a place both familiar and alien. Familiar due to fragmented memories of the plot, yet alien because the surrounding environment was no longer the shinobi world he knew. At this moment, Qingyu stood before the entrance of a traditional Japanese academy. After his departure, the architectural layout and area divisions of this place were imparted into his mind. The academy could be broadly categorized into teaching area, main teaching building, theoretical classrooms, practical training grounds. The main teaching building, the centerpiece of the region, emulates the architectural style of Japan's Heian period, featuring tiled roofs and eaves that curve upward, constructed of a white stone material infused with spiritual particles, emitting a faint glow. Training area, swordsmanship dojo, unarmed combat arena, Kido practice field, Shuinpa training ground. Each dojo possesses a distinct style. The swordsmanship dojo reflects the aesthetics of the Edo period, with wooden floors and sliding doors, yet reinforced with spiritual particle technology to prevent students from damaging the facility. Outside, replicas of famous Shinigami's Zanpakutō, e.g., Rairin Joka, Hayarimaru's unreleased form, are displayed, allowing students to practice basic sword techniques, while advanced students may apply for private sessions to converse with their Zanpakutō. The Kido training ground, on the other hand, is a circular open square, its floor inscribed with gigantic Kido seals, and its walls embedded with killing stone to absorb spiritual pressure and prevent Kido from going haywire. The dome can simulate various environments such as the real world and Hueco Mundo for practical exercises. The practical lessons for Bakudo and Heido are conducted here, where advanced students learn the incantation break technique. Living area, dormitories, dining hall, library. The dormitories and dining hall need little elaboration, although replicated with precision. These facilities hold little utility for Qingyu. The library, however, serves as a repository for books on all Kido, swordsmanship, and the history of the Soul Society, making it an excellent place for knowledge expansion. Special area, Zanpakutō Communication Room, Hollow Combat Simulation Room, Graduation Assessment Venue. The Zanpakutō Communication Room, as the name suggests, facilitates communication with the Zanpakutō, deepening understanding and potentially uncovering its true name, thus enabling Bankai. The Hollow Combat Simulation Room is an underground enclosed space. Its walls constructed from ultra-dense killing stones, with artificial spirits simulating hollows suspended from the ceiling. This venue is used for pre-graduation practical tests, where students must defeat hollow-like spirits, similar to Ichigo's early battles against modified hollows. The graduation assessment venue is exclusively designated for evaluating students' proficiency in swordsmanship, unarmed combat, Kido, and Shuinpa. This encapsulates the entirety of the Central Spirit Academy. While Qingyu yearned to master all these skills at once, such aspirations were merely fanciful. The practical implementation was far from feasible. Moreover, these abilities diverged entirely from the chakra power system of the shinobi world, belonging to a realm of utter unfamiliarity. When confronted with the unknown, the best approach is to remain humble and patient, progressing step by step from the fundamentals. A towering edifice rises from a solid foundation. The basics are always paramount. Thus, it is best to commence with awakening spiritual pressure. Only by awakening spiritual pressure can he hope to advance further. With this resolution in mind, Qingyu made his way toward the teaching building. Following the information in his mind, he soon arrived at the spiritual pressure classroom. This room is dedicated to instructing students on understanding spiritual pressure, perceiving it, controlling it, and ultimately awakening it. for a novice like Qingyu. Attending this introductory class was a natural first step. Upon entering the classroom, I discovered that someone was already seated within, a stunning bear-like beauty, a figure entirely absent from my recollections. I recognized her as the exemplary instructor in this domain, manifested by the system. Her name is of little importance, for she is not a being of the tangible world. With that in mind, there was no need for formality. Teacher, I wish to learn how to play ball. Oh, my apologies, that was a slip. Let me rephrase. Teacher, please instruct me on awakening spiritual pressure. The sheer allure of this instructor was so captivating that it rendered me, a male student, momentarily distracted. Alas, forgive me. I merely succumbed to an error common to all men. Of course, in response to my request, the bear-like teacher smiled sweetly. Her voice soft and soothing, akin to a lullaby. I found it increasingly difficult to maintain focus. If this continued, my entire day would be devoid of concentrated learning. First, I must ask you a question. Do you understand what spiritual pressure is? The bear-like teacher suddenly inquired before commencing her lecture. Spiritual pressure is exactly that, I replied, somewhat confused, lacking a precise understanding. It appears you are entirely unfamiliar with this subject. No worries, I shall elucidate it for you. Spiritual pressure is, in fact, the external manifestation of spiritual energy, which resides within the soul. Therefore, awakening spiritual pressure is essentially the process of guiding the energy from within the soul outward. To successfully evoke spiritual pressure, you must first learn to perceive spiritual energy. The bear-like teacher exhibited no semblance of authoritative demeanor typical of instructors. Instead, she spoke gently, akin to a caring older sister, sharing knowledge in an engaging manner, devoid of the dreary experience often associated with lectures. How remarkable! When did I become such an enthusiastic learner? Chapter 47. Awakening Spiritual Pressure. The mode of spiritual pressure. Understanding how to perceive spiritual energy is another vital concept. The bear-like teacher discerned my complete lack of knowledge in this area, akin to a fresh student. Her lessons were primarily tailored for newcomers, and it was her duty to remain patient. Indeed, it was her nurturing disposition that earned her the title of the most exceptional instructor in this field, as determined by the system. Occasionally, I found my thoughts drifting, yet it did not hinder my engagement in the lesson. In no time, the bear-like teacher concluded her explanation of the techniques for perceiving spiritual energy. The next step was for me to translate theory into practical experience. Now concentrate. Imagine it as your own hand. Use this hand to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy. When you touch something as smooth as silk, try multiple times, and your spiritual awareness will gradually sharpen. The more acute your awareness, the easier it will be to perceive spiritual energy and pressure. As the bear-like teacher gently guided me, I immersed myself in her instructions. Spiritual energy is, by nature, an intangible and abstract concept. To envision it as a hand, and to seek a sensation akin to silk within my being, was an exercise in abstraction layered upon abstraction. Fortunately, the bear-like teacher remained by my side, patiently guiding me step by step, consistently offering verbal encouragement. Then, inexplicably, I felt as if I truly beheld the hand I conjured from my spiritual energy. I began to manipulate it, exploring the endless void in search of the form of spiritual energy, as described by the bear-like teacher. Time lost all meaning in that dark expanse, devoid of spatial awareness, with only the teacher's voice accompanying me, preventing me from losing my way. At last, after relentless effort, I finally made contact with the elusive entity. Without hesitation, I grasped it tightly. Excellent. Now, attempt to draw it forth. The bear-like teacher's voice resonated in my mind once more. Without a moment's pause, I seized it firmly, contracting my will to pull it closer. The silky spiritual energy began to converge towards me, until, suddenly, I felt a surge of spiritual pressure erupting from within. I jolted awake from my meditative state. Teacher, have I succeeded? I inquired, exhilaration coursing through me. Indeed, you have successfully awakened your spiritual pressure. From now on, remember this sensation and learn to guide it proficiently. In time, you will be able to release spiritual pressure at will. The bear-like teacher replied with a smile. Wonderful. By the way, how long did it take me to awaken my spiritual pressure? Upon receiving her affirmative response, I felt an even broader smile spreading across my face, my joy nearly reaching my ears. 3 days, she replied succinctly. In her context, 3 days referred to the duration within the Central Spiritual Arts Academy, while merely 3 hours had elapsed in the external world. So, in 3 days, I awakened my spiritual pressure. Is that a good talent? How do I compare to other students? I inquired, intrigued by the intelligence of this system-generated bear-like teacher, eager to hear her perspective. However, upon hearing my question, She merely smiled and remained silent, no longer the responsive instructor she had been before. How peculiar. A seemingly straightforward inquiry had rendered her mute. Perplexed by this turn of events, I chose not to dwell on the underlying reasons. Awakening spiritual pressure marked my preliminary entry into the realm of the Shinigami. There remained much to learn. Yet, it seemed there was a disturbance in the external world, as my original self was attempting to awaken. I needed to return and ascertain the situation. With that thought, I silently willed myself to exit. In a matter of moments, I experienced a brief, dizzying whirl before my surroundings stabilized. When I opened my eyes again, my spirit had returned to my physical form, merging seamlessly. A quick examination revealed no significant issues with my body, leaving me in awe of the extraordinary experience I had just undergone. What transpired? I turned to my shadow clone and asked. I can't be bothered to explain. Just check the memories for yourself. The shadow clone, displaying a distinct personality, dismissed me with a wave of its hand, dissolving and allowing the memories to flow back to my original self. The memories were not overwhelming, and I processed the 3 hours of events swiftly. What a travesty! Those who engage in wickedness will indeed face divine retribution. After reviewing the memories, I grasped the sequence of events. In summary, a rogue from the grass village had been wreaking havoc, offending many, and garnering considerable disdain. Consequently, a collective of individuals banded together to place a bounty on him in the underground black market. The reward was substantial, 10 million, roughly equivalent to the worth of a third of an Asuma's head. The targeted rogue, possessing only the strength of a chunin, was not particularly formidable. Yet the high bounty attracted numerous bounty hunters. Ultimately, it piqued the interest of the notorious bounty hunter Qingyu, who happened to be in the vicinity and readily accepted the mission. What followed was Kakuzu's assault on the grass village, mercilessly eliminating the rogue, leaving the village utterly defenseless. Upon reflecting on Kakuzu's situation, it appears he has encountered no significant issues at all. In fact, he has even acquired an additional bounty, ready to claim his reward. Meanwhile, the shadow clone, concerned that the battle might spill over into this vicinity, awakened Aoi. For Aoi, it was merely a minor disturbance. There were no substantial losses otherwise. Despite this, it still left a slight sense of dissatisfaction. He decided to experiment with utilizing spiritual pressure within the ninja world. Suddenly, Aoi had an epiphany and sought to undertake a particular endeavor. He began to replicate the sensation he had experienced when awakening his spiritual pressure at the Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Gradually, he endeavored to sense the hidden spiritual energy within his soul and guide it outward. This process lasted for approximately several minutes. Suddenly, an extraordinary force surged from Aoi's body. Not only that, but his appearance also underwent a transformation. In the ninja world, Aoi had originally donned a white cloak. Now, it had morphed into a black cloak constructed entirely from spiritual pressure. As this was his first time employing such power in the ninja realm, Aoi was somewhat unskilled. The spiritual pressure flowed freely, almost like a cork dislodged from a bottle. Within less than a minute, his entire spiritual energy had dissipated, and he returned to his previous form. That previous state felt peculiar. It seemed reminiscent of sage mode. Thus, was that the mode of spiritual pressure? Chapter 48, Spiritual Pressure Defense. Million Spiritual Pressure Shield. Reflecting on that earlier state, Aoi couldn't shake the feeling that it bore a resemblance to the sage mode or the QB mode from the ninja world. However, he seemed to recall that only certain individuals experienced physical transformations when releasing their Zanpakutō. Yet, he was merely releasing spiritual pressure, and his form had inexplicably altered. Unable to comprehend the underlying reason, he found it quite intriguing. With the exploration of the Central Spiritual Arts Academy, paired with the time spent learning to awaken his spiritual pressure, an entire day had passed. Although physically he had not endured much fatigue, mentally he felt somewhat drained. Aoi decided not to push himself too hard and opted to rest for the night, preparing for battle the following day. Due to Kakuzu's assault on the hidden grass village, which resulted in numerous casualties, a gloomy cloud loomed over the village, and those who had lost loved ones were understandably in deep mourning. However, from Aoi's perspective, there was little to sympathize with. Those who venture into the world inevitably must face the consequences. Moreover, due to the connection with Uzumaki Karui, his impression of the hidden grass village was not particularly favorable. This place merely served as a temporary refuge for him, and he had no intention of intervening in matters here. If Uzumaki Karui harbored resentment towards the hidden grass village due to her and her mother's past experiences, then she should elevate her own power before seeking vengeance. Such matters were best left for her to resolve on her own. With only a few days remaining until the Chunin exams in a month, Aoi did not rush to depart. He intended to fully master his spiritual pressure before setting off. Time should be on his side. Acquiring an additional trump card would undoubtedly bring him peace of mind. After several days of study, Alway had essentially grasped the process of rapidly releasing spiritual pressure. No longer did he require several minutes to guide it, as he had initially. The next step was to control the spiritual pressure, allowing him to release it at will, determining the amount he wished to expel, rather than aimlessly wasting it. This was relatively easy for him to master, thanks to his foundational experience with chakra control. The subsequent phase involved the advanced utilization of spiritual pressure perception, spiritual pressure detection. This entailed concentrating his mind to scan the fluctuations of spiritual pressure in his surroundings. Further training would enable him to gauge his opponent's position, strength, and even emotions through spiritual pressure. There were also some advanced techniques, such as spiritual pressure tracking, which involved locking onto a specific target's spiritual pressure signature. Spiritual pressure camouflage, which concealed one's own spiritual pressure to avoid detection, was another aspect of training in spiritual pressure perception. Additionally, there were foundational areas to explore, including spiritual pressure deterrence, enhancement, and defense. It was clear that there was an abundance of knowledge to acquire. Currently, Alway had only mastered the basic applications of spiritual pressure perception. The advanced and high-level techniques could not be grasped in a short time. Thus, Alway redirected his focus towards other avenues. Spiritual pressure defense. Creating an invisible shield of spiritual pressure to counteract or diminish attacks. This was somewhat akin to the haki of the neighboring pirates, serving as a defensive capability. As for the spiritual pressure deterrence, which bore similarities to Conqueror's haki, it required the user to possess a high concentration of spiritual pressure. Otherwise, lacking sufficient strength would result in a mere empty intimidation. At that point, one would only find themselves in an embarrassing predicament. Therefore, Alway chose not to consider it for the time being. Finally, the spiritual pressure enhancement involved infusing spiritual pressure into weapons or the body to elevate attack power, speed, or defense. The distinction from spiritual pressure defense lay in the fact that spiritual pressure defense expelled the energy outward for protection. A prime example could be found in the Soul Society arc, where Urahara, in his Bankai state, struck Aizen's finger at the dual polar hills, yet Aizen emerged unscathed. Aizen had released spiritual pressure, forming a thick shield at his surface, commonly referred to as the Million Spiritual Pressure Shield, rendering his body seemingly indestructible. Conversely, spiritual pressure enhancement involved infusing the energy into oneself for bolstered defense. Aizen had similarly employed this technique, allowing him to redirect Urahara's blade back at him using only a single finger. This was a clear manifestation of the tremendous power gained from enhancing one's body with spiritual pressure. The latter required exceedingly precise control over the spiritual pressure, a skill not easily mastered in a short time. With only 3 days remaining, the final day would be spent traveling. 2 days should suffice for Alway to complete the training for spiritual pressure defense. At that point, he would mimic Aizen's impressive display of the Million Spiritual Pressure Shield for defense. Then, he could nonchalantly block enemy attacks with a single finger. Imagining the look of astonishment on his adversaries' faces filled him with delight. The anticipation was truly exhilarating. The course on spiritual pressure defense had a new instructor, a man with a fierce and rugged appearance, whose chest was adorned with thick hair. He towered over 2 meters and possessed a muscular physique, exuding an aura of strength that was palpable. He appeared quite formidable, leading Alway to wonder if such a person would be tough to contend with. Even though he was facing a mere projection conjured by the system, Alway still respectfully addressed him as teacher. "Kid, your physique is far too weak. You need to train more." During their first meeting, this burly instructor offered a blunt critique of Alway, seemingly unimpressed with his student. It appeared he was concerned that Alway's lack of prowess would tarnish his reputation as a teacher, which was somewhat exasperating. Alway was certain that the replication was indeed a one-to-one rendition. Otherwise, such a poor disposition would serve no purpose. Of course, under the system's will. Despite the instructor's dismissive demeanor, he still engaged in earnest teaching. Spiritual pressure defense. It's actually quite simple. Just get hit a few times. Your body will quickly become accustomed. Before commencing the lesson, the burly instructor casually stated. Following that, he offered no further explanation. Instead, he swung his fist towards Alway with great force. "Wait, what about the techniques? The shortcuts? You must tell me. How am I to know what to do if you don't explain?" If spiritual pressure defense was to be trained in such a manner, then what use was he to Alway? Then, these words remained unspoken by Qingyu, as fists, like a torrential downpour, rained upon him. They struck with such swiftness that evasion was utterly impossible. 1 punch, 2 punches. Qingyu had seemingly transformed into a mere punching bag. forced to endure the blows passively. Fool, do you not comprehend the necessity of controlling your spiritual pressure for defense? Such an elementary concept. Must I truly guide you through it? Observing Qingyu's utter lack of adaptability, his instructor displayed an impatience that surpassed even Qingyu's own. He bellowed in exasperation, honestly. My illustrious reputation in this life is at risk of being tarnished by a student as foolish as you. Chapter 49. The Transformations in Konoha over a month. Goodness gracious. This guerrilla strikes with remarkable force. After departing from the Central Spiritual Arts Academy, although Qingyu's body bore no apparent injuries, the lingering sensation of pain from the beatings persisted deep within his soul, refusing to fade away. This inevitably filled Qingyu with grievances towards his bear-like instructor. However, despite the severe battering, some gains had been made. His ability to utilize spiritual pressure for surface-level defense had nearly reached a level of instinctive mastery. Yet, his internal spiritual energy was rather meager. According to the bear-like instructor's assessment, it merely reflected the standard of an ordinary student. It was unexpected for someone endowed with a system to have such a low starting point. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of dissatisfaction. Having completed the training for spiritual pressure defense half a day ahead of schedule, Qingyu found himself with a day and a half left with little else to occupy his time. Thus, he resolved to set forth towards Konoha. Unbeknownst to Qingyu, Konoha had not been faring well during this past month. The reason lay in the lost Book of Seals, which had slipped through the hands of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He bore an undeniable responsibility for this debacle. Unfortunately, this time, he could not shift the blame onto Shimura Danzo, nor could he publicly announce the matter. The suspected thieves were initially believed to be Orochimaru and Tsunade, but through discreet channels, both vehemently denied any involvement. So who could it be? Consequently, Danzo redirected his suspicions towards the various ninja clans, reasoning that only they had the motive and the familiarity with Konoha. Under Sarutobi's tacit approval, Danzo led investigations into each prominent clan. Unable to divulge the reasons behind the searches, he simply stated it was a confidential mission, leaving the questioned families in a state of discontent. Naturally, such actions could not appease these clans. As the number of searched families grew, discontent began to brew among the ninja clans of Konoha, who strongly condemned Danzo's conduct. Subsequently, multiple clans united and marched to the Hokage building to accuse Danzo of his transgressions. Yet, Danzo and Sarutobi had grown up as close allies, sharing a singular vision. How could Sarutobi possibly reprimand Danzo for this? Nevertheless, to placate the discontented clans, Sarutobi feigned the demeanor of a benevolent leader, promising to inquire with Danzo for clarity. During this period, he implored the clans not to act impulsively, which led many naive clans to believe their Hokage genuinely cared for their welfare. The very next day, however, Danzo continued his oppressive ways. Searches proceeded without compromise. Thus, the clan sought Sarutobi once more for answers. Yet, Sarutobi merely offered his perfunctory reassurances, outwardly expressing his willingness to assist while taking no substantial action. Danzo remained unperturbed, continuing as he had before. At long last, the ninja clans recognized the hypocrisy of Sarutobi. They began to distance themselves from both the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Even the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, who had always been loyal to the Hokage, began to waver. It is all for the sake of Konoha. The Book of Seals is of utmost importance to Konoha. The theft must remain a closely guarded secret. Otherwise, if the news leaks, the thief may become wary, making recovery all the more difficult. Sarutobi gazed out from his office window, surveying the bustling village of Konoha. Feeling a swell of pride, this was a village flourishing under his wise leadership. He exhaled a puff of smoke, reflecting on the grievances voiced by the clans over the past month with a sense of helplessness. Monkeys, we have searched nearly every clan in Konoha, yet still, there is no trace of the Book of Seals. What do you propose we do next? Seated in the Hokage's office, Danzo smirked at Sarutobi's lamentations. Filled with disdain for such hypocritical camaraderie, let us put this matter on hold for now. The Chunin exams are imminent, and representatives from various nations will soon arrive. We cannot afford any lapses during this process. As for the Book of Seals, we shall address it after the exams. After a month-long search with no results, Sarutobi felt utterly exhausted, cursing himself for not being more cautious. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Are you regretting your actions now, Hiruzen? Danzo sneered, his tone laced with subtle mockery. Regret? Regret for what? For not having killed Orochimaru back then? Or perhaps, never mind, such matters are inconsequential now. For I am the Hokage. Sarutobi repeated this phrase in response to Danzo's inquiries, but this time, his tone lacked its customary conviction. Hee hee. Let us hope so. With that, Danzo turned and hastily returned to the root base. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi, a conspiracy against him had already begun to take shape, with Danzo being one of its participants. However, Danzo's role was minimal. He merely needed to ensure that root ninjas remained absent during the impending chaos in Konoha. When the dust settled, he would emerge as a savior, rescuing Konoha from turmoil and gaining the adulation of the populace. Ultimately, he would ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage. I, Shimura Danzo, shall finally become the 5th Hokage. In fact, over a month ago, he had already commissioned a tailor to craft a Hokage cloak tailored to his specifications. This moment had been long awaited. Do you understand, Hiruzen? From now on, I shall be the guardian of Konoha. However, Danzo entirely overlooked the animosity he had stirred within the various ninja clans of Konoha. They had long desired to see him brought low. How could they possibly support him as Hokage? How could he still hope to gain their favor? Chapter 50, An Unexpected Encounter at the Barbecue Restaurant. Oh, Konoha is truly a splendid place. Yet, soon, it will be my domain. After a month's absence, Qingyu once again found himself in Konoha. Compared to the economic desolation and dilapidated infrastructure of the grass-hidden village, Konoha was resplendent, prosperous, and bustling with life. A far more enticing prospect. Regrettably, the village's leader seemed somewhat lacking in intellect. He possessed the potential to elevate the village to greater heights, yet his various missteps had led to its decline. Konoha was no longer what it had been during its zenith. Reflecting upon certain historical events of Konoha, Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, it was around noon, and the third match would officially commence tomorrow. If he advanced, Qingyu's journey could extend by yet another day. Thus, Qingyu and his companions would need to reside here for a day or two. Of course, if Orochimaru were to initiate his plan to bring Konoha to its knees ahead of schedule, that would be an entirely different matter. Having visited once before, this time they were quite familiar with the surroundings. There was no need for guidance from the Konoha ninjas. Qingyu and Uzumaki Karen swiftly arranged their accommodations. They shared a room, though it merely contained a double bed. Let's not overthink it. As for the other eliminated teammate, there was no necessity for him to accompany them. Let us go. It's time to find something to eat. Subsequently, the two ventured out in search of sustenance. Ramen, perhaps, would suffice. In terms of flavor, to be honest, it was rather mediocre. Or rather, it didn't quite suit their tastes. Indeed, they were referring to Ichiraku ramen. Qingyu preferred hearty meat dishes. There's nothing quite like indulging in large portions of meat. The most renowned barbecue establishment in Konoha is said to be Yakiniku-kyu. It is rumored to have been established by the Akimichi clan, though Qingyu had never taken the time to verify this. Given that popular reviews praised this barbecue restaurant, Qingyu was naturally inclined to give it a try. Having not visited before, he and Karen spent quite some time searching before finally locating the eatery. The sign was adorned with red lanterns at the edges, and the characters for Yakiniku-kyu were inscribed in a bold calligraphy style, exuding a sense of grandeur. Once they confirmed they had arrived at the correct location, Qingyu pushed aside the traditional Japanese norin and stepped inside. To his surprise, he was greeted by many familiar faces. Most of Konoha's 12 young ninjas were present. Additionally, the 3 siblings from Sunagakure were also in attendance. However, both groups were seated distinctly apart, and it seemed there was little interaction between them. What a coincidence! What brings everyone together here today? Upon noticing their arrival, the patrons instinctively turned to glance towards the entrance. The moment they recognized Qingyu, the previously lively barbecue restaurant fell into an awkward silence. Honestly, am I truly that terrifying? Qingyu thought to himself. Since they were all here, there was no reason to feel intimidated. Ignoring their thoughts, he promptly found an available table for 2. The waitress, noticing new guests, approached with a beaming smile and a menu in hand. Feel free to order whatever you desire. After glancing at the offerings, Qingyu felt they were all rather similar and lacked any standout options. Therefore, he handed the menu to Uzumaki Karen, allowing her to take charge. Hearing this, Karen smiled brightly, nodded enthusiastically, and began to place their order. Hey, Grass Ninja Qingyu, I've been diligently training this month. This time, I absolutely will not lose to you. Inside the restaurant, the peculiar atmosphere remained quiet for only a brief moment. Naruto, unable to contain himself, stood up and issued a challenge to Qingyu. Idiot, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Sit down. Seeing Naruto act so recklessly, Sakura felt both embarrassed and anxious. What if they angered Qingyu, and he annihilated them all? After all, such a ruthless individual dared to commit such acts in the examination arena. What else would he not dare to do? This mindset led Sakura to perceive Qingyu with a mix of awe and trepidation. After a month, you must have grown stronger. Right, Qingyu? Murmured Hinata Niji, who was seated beside Tenten, allowing only her to hear his words. I feel like this Qingyu is a bit handsome. In that cool, elegant way, don't you all agree? At that moment, a traitorous member from the group, Yamanaka Ino, offered praise for Qingyu, attempting to rally the others alongside her. Women are truly troublesome. Hearing this, Nara Shikamaru's expression darkened, and he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Gaara, upon seeing Qingyu again after several days, seemed to exhibit an extreme reaction, his murderous intent leaking uncontrollably. However, this time Gaara was remarkably restrained and did not cause a scene, for he needed only to endure one more day. Barbecue is served. Please enjoy your meal. Before long, the grilled meat that Karen had ordered was brought to their table by the waitress. Gazing at the delectable and aromatic barbecue, both Qingyu and Karen felt their appetites surge. In the land of grass, they had not tasted anything quite as delightful. Today, they had to indulge heartily. Chapter 51. The third round of the Chunin exam officially begins. The second day of the Chunin exam arrived as promised. Following a month of preparation, the organizers from Konoha had specially arranged for a grand stage. The venue was structured as a circular arena. Tiered seating surrounded the central platform, ensuring that every spectator had an unobstructed view. There were also exclusive VIP seats for distinguished guests. The central arena was primarily composed of compacted sand, with a transparent barrier at the edges to prevent any fighting from encroaching upon the audience. 1 to 2 hours before the event commenced, attendees began to arrive. Some riding in carriages, others walking in. The contestants utilized a designated passage that led directly to their respective waiting rooms. Time's up. Prepare to enter. In a short while, all contestants, guided by the proctors, ascended the stage to present themselves to the audience. However, everyone suddenly realized that Sasuke was conspicuously absent. Naruto felt an overwhelming curiosity. What had Sasuke been up to throughout the month? Yet, he was quickly distracted by the lively cheers, screams, and discussions from the surrounding crowd. This was an experience unlike any he had ever encountered. Hey, stop daydreaming. Stand tall and face the audience. Don't embarrass Konoha. The proctor, Irika Yumino, admonished Naruto, who was lost in thought while biting into a piece of dango. He knew Naruto well enough to be wary of any potential mishaps on such an important day. Soon after, the fourth Kazekage from Sunagakure made his entrance, slowly taking a seat beside the third Hokage. After exchanging pleasantries, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the highest-ranking official overseeing this event, naturally needed to deliver a few words. Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, thank you for attending the Chunin exam selection hosted by Konoha. Next, 10 contestants will participate in the selection matches to present you with a thrilling performance. Please enjoy the show. Upon finishing his speech, the crowd erupted into cheers, creating an atmosphere of great excitement. Before the matches commenced, I must inform you of some important matters. Please listen closely. First, regarding the list of matchups and the schedule for the contestants. As he spoke, Irika retrieved a sheet of paper from his pocket and unfolded it to display for everyone to see. Please double-check your opponents. Following that, he explained the rules of the competition. Is there anything unclear about the information provided? Irika's tone was calm as he slowly clarified, ultimately confirming whether the contestants understood everything. What if Sasuke doesn't show up? Naruto, unable to contain his anxiety, expressed his concern about Sasuke's situation. What if he hadn't arrived by the time it was his turn to compete? Then it would be considered a forfeit. Irika replied nonchalantly, a stick of dango still in his mouth. I have a question as well. I remember that the head proctor for the third round was that guy named Mizuki. Was he replaced? Qingyu casually inquired out of curiosity. Grass Ninja. Please don't waste everyone's time with such trivial questions. It's perfectly normal for the head proctor Mizuki to be replaced. Unbeknownst to him, Shiranui Gunma rolled his eyes in exasperation and dissatisfaction, describing his companion as a wretched specter. Although this characterization was rather fitting, it ultimately lacked elegance. Moreover, Aoi was still an outsider. Such a critique of his comrades from Konohagakure could only be seen as an affront. Furthermore, the Moonlight Gale had recently perished in Konoha, with the perpetrator still at large. Naturally, such a matter must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, it would be Konoha that would bear the shame. For various reasons, Shiranui Gunma chose to disregard Aoi's inquiry. So, the wretched specter has truly met his end? What a pity. His young girlfriend would now be left in mourning. Though he received no definitive response from Shiranui Gunma, Aoi caught a glimpse of a subtle change in Gar's expression at that moment. Could it be that unfortunate soul has yet to escape the fate dictated by the original narrative and fell victim to Gar's hand? He couldn't help but speculate. In truth, the reality was rather close to his conjecture. This month, Gaara and his siblings, along with their leader Maki, had not departed from Konoha. After all, The journey back to Sunagakure was arduous, compounded by a scarcity of resources, with endless sands stretching before them. No one wished to return to such a dismal existence. They had opted instead to remain in Konoha for the month. However, during this time, Gaara was akin to a volatile bomb, prone to bouts of anger and instability due to poor sleep. When he erupted, he harbored a desire to kill. This unfortunate moonlight gale had inadvertently wandered into Gaara's hunting grounds, meeting a tragic end. Following Maki's fabrication of the scene and the myriad events occurring within Konoha, the village found itself unable to devote sufficient resources to the investigation, resulting in the case becoming a cold mystery. Of course, Aoi was merely curious and had no interest in delving deeper into the matter. Very well. Since there are no issues, let the first round commence. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga. You two remain. Prepare for battle. The rest, return to the waiting area. With Shiranui Gunma's proclamation, everyone except Naruto and Neji turned to leave the central arena. In the stands, Sakura watched her teammate Naruto prepare for the match, but she found it impossible to feel joy. It had been a month since she last saw Sasuke. What could he be experiencing now? Had something happened to him? Her troubled thoughts were clearly etched upon her face, prompting Ino Yamanaka beside her to intervene. Cheer up, Sakura. I know you're worried about Sasuke, but Naruto is also your teammate. Shouldn't you support him? Upon hearing this, Sakura managed a forced smile, calling out a few encouraging words for Naruto, which filled him with exuberance. Poor boy, still unaware that he lacked even the status of a mere backup. Yet, such experiences were part of youth. Who would have thought Naruto would reach this point? You have truly grown. I am so proud of you, my dear student. In the stands, Irika-sensei, genuinely concerned for Naruto, felt a deep sense of happiness and pride for his accomplishments. The inertia of the narrative is indeed powerful. After all this, Neji, you cannot escape your fate of confronting Naruto. Having already faced defeat once, do you now possess the resolve to break free from this destiny? Returning to the waiting area, Aoi observed the two competitors from the dedicated spectators section, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Chapter 52, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique? I see through it at a glance. While everyone reveled in the excitement of the match, no one noticed the numerous masked ninjas appearing in the corners of the venue. Yet, even if they had, they would not have suspected anything amiss, for these were merely Konoha Zanbu, tasked with maintaining order and security. What ill intentions could they harbor? In the central arena, Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji stood face to face, preparing to engage under Shiranui Gunma's directive. I remember you as the underdog of this class. You've made it this far. It hasn't been easy, Neji remarked with an appreciative gaze directed at Naruto. Ever since his defeat at Aoi's hands, Neji had undergone a subtle transformation, shedding his former extremism and adopting a more balanced demeanor. However, his words carried a hint of condescension, leaving Naruto feeling as though he were being mocked. Humph, just as I thought, Naruto retorted, launching a punch towards Neji, embodying the defiance characteristic of his nature. There was no way he would remain silent. I will definitely win. Let the match begin. Without acknowledging their verbal sparring, Shiranui Gunma promptly announced. As the referee's words echoed, both combatants swiftly entered a state of battle readiness. You're quite confident. Let me see just how capable you are, Neji declared, activating his Byakugan, preparing to strike. In response, Naruto hurled two shuriken, but under the watchful gaze of Byakugan, Neji easily discerned their trajectories. With a swift motion, he deflected them all. Naruto had never intended to defeat his opponent with mere shuriken. They were merely a means of gauging his opponent's reaction. Almost instantaneously, he charged towards Neji, a shuriken gripped firmly in hand, attempting a close-range attack. However, Neji's Byakugan granted him unparalleled insight, allowing him to anticipate Naruto's every move. With a powerful strike, Neji struck Naruto's wrist, causing him to release his shuriken, which clattered to the ground. But that was not the end. Close combat was Neji's forte. Naruto's daring approach had sealed his fate. What a fool. After a month, did he not realize that Neji excelled in close-quarters combat? How could he engage so recklessly? In the audience, Inuzuka Kiba, once vanquished by Naruto, watched in growing concern. He had begun to view Naruto more favorably, but now he found him as reckless as before. The match continued unperturbed by Kiba's cries. Without his shuriken, Naruto remained undeterred, swinging his fists with determination. Yet, without fail, Neji effortlessly blocked each strike. Seizing an opening, Neji landed a precise blow on one of Naruto's chakra points, momentarily halting his movements and causing a grimace of pain to cross his face. But Neji would not relent. Transitioning from defense to offense, he unleashed a barrage more ferocious than before. With his middle and index fingers extended, aided by Byakugan, he targeted Naruto's key chakra points. Perhaps struck by a sudden realization, recalling Sakura's analysis of Niji's combat style, Naruto understood that this approach would not lead to victory. In a desperate maneuver, he crouched low, collapsing onto the ground to narrowly evade Niji's lethal strike, then rolled away, creating distance between them. Though his posture was somewhat awkward and ungraceful, he had successfully evaded disaster. Gasping for breath, Naruto felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Huh, I actually dodged it? Niji's expression was tinged with surprise. Cursed be it, he nearly faced defeat. Due to the brief and hasty nature of their previous encounter, he had failed to perceive certain nuances. Now, Naruto sensed that his wrist, which had just been touched by Niji, felt as if it had been rendered entirely powerless. Thus, he realized he needed to create some distance to continue the fight. You must understand now. In this battle against me, you have no chance of victory, Niji calmly remarked, observing Naruto's disheveled state, with the intention of undermining his opponent's confidence. Who said that a ninja's battle must be devoid of verbal exchanges? Humph. Enough of your arrogance. I was merely testing your strength. It seems you are not as formidable as I had anticipated. The true battle is only just commencing, Naruto retorted, refusing to be outdone. As for whether his claims held any truth, only he was privy to that knowledge. With that said, Naruto adopted a more serious demeanor. He formed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique. In an instant, with a resounding bang, countless Narutos appeared. The distinction between the shadow clone technique and the multi-shadow clone technique lies in the former, allowing only a single clone to be created after a complete set of seals, while the latter permits the creation of 2 or more clones. Theoretically, the multi-shadow clone technique could produce an infinite number of clones, provided one possesses sufficient chakra. Your chakra is truly astonishing. Niji's expression grew grave. His Byakugan could no longer discern which was Naruto's true self. He began to regard Naruto as a formidable adversary. Charge! Countless Narutos, clamoring and wielding kunai, surged forward. As for where his true self was concealed, it was likely that only one person in the arena could discern that. And that person was Aoi. Having mastered the ability to sense spiritual pressure, Naruto's movements were no longer concealed. For the essence of spiritual pressure sensing is the ability to perceive the existence of souls. Regardless of how many clones Naruto created with the multi-shadow clone technique, they merely represented conglomerates of chakra. It was impossible for him to impart his soul onto the clones. Thus, to Aoi, Naruto appeared as a brilliant beacon in the night, clearly visible. Speaking of soul disintegration, Aoi could not help but think of Orochimaru. It seemed he had once left cursed seals on others, which perhaps concealed fragments of his own soul within. Consequently, no matter how one attempted to slay Orochimaru, he could always resurrect. To investigate further, Aoi swiftly employed his proficient spiritual pressure sensing ability. He then locked onto the soul signature of Orochimaru, disguised as the 4th Kazekage, and scanned the surroundings for similar presences. The results were as he had anticipated. Orochimaru, disintegrating one's soul is a path of no return. Can you truly handle it? Chapter 53, My Willpower Surpasses Yours. Orochimaru was hardly a master of the mystical realm. His research on souls remained rudimentary at best. Yet, he dared to split his soul into many fragments. That feeling was akin to a child clad in shorts wielding a nuclear bomb, as if it were a mere firework. It was a miracle he hadn't succumbed to madness. It is no wonder that a mere glance from Itachi Uchiha turned him into a pitiful snake. However, Aoi had no intention of offering him such benevolent counsel. The competition continued, yet Aoi surmised it was nearing its conclusion. From beginning to end, he had initially expected that after being thoroughly overwhelmed once, Niji might exhibit some surprising transformation. Instead, he was still employing the same old Hyuga gentle fist techniques, mechanistic and formulaic in execution. It was not that the Hyuga gentle fist was ineffective, but solely relying on it made it difficult to confront the complexities of battle. The notion of a single technique conquering all is predicated on absolute strength. But did Niji possess that? Clearly not. The youthful Niji had limited stamina and chakra. In contrast, Naruto Uzumaki's physique was considerably more robust. Setting aside the 9 tails within him, the Uzumaki clan was renowned for their substantial chakra reserves, far exceeding Niji's. As long as Naruto didn't act foolishly and recklessly allow his true self to rush at Niji, mere exhaustion could ultimately wear Niji down. Thus, this match held little suspense. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow clones of Naruto charged at Niji, shattering upon even the slightest touch, revealing their fragility. In Niji's presence, Naruto's taijutsu skills appeared akin to those of a novice. Herein lay one of the greatest flaws in the world of Naruto. It had been stated that when numerous shadow clones were defeated, the pain and fatigue would resonate back to the original, potentially leading to mental collapse. Yet, this premise held no weight when applied to Naruto. It was utterly ineffective. If Kishimoto disregarded logic, then surely I could exploit the narrative in Naruto too, right? Aoi thought in exasperation. Wow, spectacular. Go, yellow-haired lad. The audience, predominantly composed of ordinary folk, perceived any flamboyant battle as inherently thrilling. Thus, when Naruto conjured a multitude of shadow clones, creating a sea of figures, it gave the impression of remarkable prowess. Naturally, this garnered him a chorus of support. Precisely the validation Naruto yearned for. Instantly invigorated, as he witnessed a significant portion of his clones being dispatched, he had no choice but to employ the multi-shadow clone technique once more, filling the arena anew with his likeness. This relentless strategy instilled a growing sense of impatience in Neji. Heavenly Spin. In an instant, a vast amount of chakra was released from Neji's chakra points, causing his body to spin rapidly, forming a spherical chakra barrier. In a single motion, he repelled all approaching Naruto clones. This time, Neji refrained from recklessly utilizing this technique. After clearing the area, his combat strategy underwent a slight transformation. He began to rapidly draw shuriken and kunai from his ninja tool pouch, leveraging the advantage of his Byakugan to lock onto each Naruto clone. While the Byakugan could not discern which was the true Naruto, as long as his throwing speed was sufficiently rapid, fast enough for Naruto to react, he could eradicate all clones. At that moment, it would be Naruto's downfall. In an instant, akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers, countless projectiles were launched, each one capable of accurately eliminating Naruto. In the blink of an eye, 90 of Naruto's clones vanished. This is bad. Here it comes. The Naruto hidden among the clones was gradually exposed, causing him to panic. His hand seals began to falter, resulting in expressions and movements that deviated from those of the other clones. I found you. This should be the end. Neji, who had been keenly observing this detail, felt a surge of joy. No longer would he be frugal with his chakra. He immediately unleashed all his power. Should any Naruto clone attempt to impede him, he could instantly execute Heavenly Spin. Then, he would swiftly halt, retracting his chakra. This ebb and flow of chakra usage allowed Neji to maneuver with increased agility. This was a lesson learned from his previous battle with Aoi, during which he had taken time to refine this aspect. Thus, Neji surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, an indomitable force, directly approaching Naruto's true form. You have already entered my Bagua formation. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With a gentle prompt directed at Naruto, I assumed the initial stance. Whoosh. A sound of slicing air erupted, a sonic boom generated by Neji's palm cleaving through the atmosphere. In the next moment, a light yet forceful strike landed on Naruto. Stunned into immobility, he bore the blow without resistance. Even before he could be sent flying, Neji unleashed a flurry of strikes, akin to a tempest. 4 palms, 8 palms. Crack, bang, thud. The arena echoed solely with the sound of Neji's palms impacting Naruto's flesh. The audience was rendered speechless, their cheers forgotten. Hearts collectively clenched. Was Hyuga Neji on the verge of victory? 64 palms. After delivering the final strike, Neji triumphantly shouted. Meanwhile, Naruto, overwhelmed by the barrage, could only allow his body to weakly crash to the ground, lying sprawled in a starfish position. Powerless, his expression twisted with frustration and defiance. He refused to accept defeat in this match. As the outcome seemed inevitable, the referee, Irika Yumino, began to approach to announce the result. Yet Naruto, whose 64 chakra points had been sealed by Neji, struggled to rise. Observing this, Neji frowned. He could not comprehend Naruto's intentions. It was impossible for him to stand again. Surrender. Sometimes, losing a match and acknowledging another's superiority is a form of growth. Neji advised, believing one should confront reality rather than engage in futile resistance. Losing now meant striving harder to win next time. But he failed to grasp that Naruto's true desire was not merely victory. Rather, it was the recognition of others. He did not want to disappoint those who supported him. Thus, he declared, I shall no longer feign. Merely 64 sealed chakra points. I regard them with disdain, for my willpower surpasses yours. With a pained cry, Naruto rose once more under the astonished gazes of all present. Simply unbelievable. Chapter 54. Uzumaki Naruto victorious. Uzumaki Naruto victorious. This fellow actually. Amid Neji's astonished gaze, Naruto stood tall again. His eyes shone with determination and defiance. After catching his breath, he addressed Neji once more. I have stated before, I will not yield. Unable to comprehend the significance of Naruto's persistence, it was evident he was running on empty. However, as comrades of Konoha, it was merely a match. Neji wished to avoid escalating the situation into a deadly confrontation. Thus he urged, surrender. Continuing this fight will yield the same result. Moreover, in your current state, you might perish. Yet, such well-meaning counsel bore little effect on the stubborn, hot-headed Naruto. Slowly, he drew a kunai, adopting a stance that signified his intent to fight to the bitter end. This obstinate defiance only served to infuriate Neji. This hopeless fool. Neji had grown weary of Naruto's antics. Since words had failed, he resolved to take action, determined to force Naruto to concede. He lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Naruto. With no strength to evade, Naruto could only watch as Neji's palm struck his abdomen, instantly releasing a force that penetrated him. Blood spewed from Naruto's mouth as he was propelled backward, his kunai falling to the ground. Neji had not held back, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. A direct strike to Naruto's heart could have easily claimed his life. Referee, can we conclude this? Neji glanced at Iruka, inquiring. However, just as Neji finished speaking, Naruto climbed to his feet once again, resilient as ever, akin to an indestructible cockroach. What went unnoticed was that changes were occurring within Naruto at that moment. Neji's 8 trigrams palm had indeed sealed the 64 chakra points within Naruto, rendering him incapable of harnessing chakra. Yet, he possessed more than one type of chakra. There was also the chakra of the 9 tails. That very chakra seeped surreptitiously through the cracks of the seal, mending his injuries. This was why Naruto could rise time and again. Suddenly recalling Jiraiya's words from their training over the past month, Naruto began to grasp a revelation. If he wished to defeat Neji, he had to find a way to utilize the other chakra within him. Upon this realization, Naruto slightly closed his eyes, entering his mental space, where he encountered the 9 tails trapped within a cage. You foul fox, lend me your power. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of all, a torrent of orange chakra began to surge forth, enveloping him. Full restoration. How is this possible? Neji gasped, caught off guard. In that fleeting moment, Naruto vanished from sight. By the time Neji registered Naruto's presence again, he found Naruto soaring above him, launching several shuriken. However, Neji, recovering his senses, deflected them with a heavenly spin. He attempted to retaliate, but the target had already vanished. Neji furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings, barely catching sight of a fleeting orange figure darting around him at high speed. Seizing what he perceived as an opening, Naruto surged forward from behind, delivering a punch enveloped in 9 tails chakra. With no alternative, Neji resorted to using heavenly spin for defense once more. The two forces collided, resulting in a devastating explosion. Thick clouds of dust obscured the aftermath, concealing the outcome. As the dust settled, 2 shallow craters emerged in the arena. Neji, somewhat disheveled, crawled out of one of the pits. He had not anticipated the sheer force behind Naruto's punch, leaving him unprepared and in disarray. Yet, he believed Naruto could not possibly be in better condition. Slowly, he approached the crumpled Naruto, intending to voice his thoughts. To his astonishment, a fist suddenly erupted from the ground beneath his feet. Before he could react, he was launched into the air by a powerful blow. Exhausted and depleted of chakra, Neji showed no signs of rising again after enduring this strike. Observing this, Iruka hurried over to assess Neji's condition. Upon confirming that Neji could no longer continue, he promptly announced the results. Uzumaki Naruto victorious. Instantly, the arena erupted with jubilant cheers, celebrating Naruto's triumph. Naruto reveled in this moment of glory, suddenly feeling that all the grievances he had endured were worth it. Alas, this was indeed the outcome. Qingyu sighed, pondering. This match had prompted some to claim that a player with a cheat had triumphed over a hard-working genius. Others argued that although one player had an advantage, it could not diminish the effort expended. There was no need to dwell on these debates. Each individual had their own opportunities. Not everything could be generalized. Chapter 55. Contestants withdraw, accelerating the match to the final round. Contestants withdraw, accelerating the match to the final round. Yoshi. Next up, the second match, Temari versus Nara Shikamaru. Referee Iruka Umino wasted no time, allowing the audience to anticipate. Once Naruto and Neji exited the stage, the announcement for the second match commenced without delay. Humph. On the spectators' platform, Temari muttered with a hint of reluctance. Subsequently, she withdrew her grand folding iron fan, unleashing a tempestuous gust of wind. With grace, she stepped onto the fan, riding the wind like a leaf, and slowly descended onto the arena below. Such an exquisite entrance naturally earned her a resounding ovation from the audience. Ah, how troublesome. Why must I be in the second match? At that moment, Shikamaru's characteristic lethargy surfaced, and he dilly-dallied, taking an unusually long time to make his descent. Observing this, one couldn't help but wonder if Naruto was being intentionally mischievous. Suddenly, a heavy slap landed on Shikamaru's back, causing him to lose his balance and tumble from the stands. In stark contrast to Temari's splendid arrival, Shikamaru's performance was utterly lackluster. Unsurprisingly, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience, their discontent palpable. What's wrong? Still lying on the ground? Planning to forfeit? Temari chuckled lightly, sensing no trace of fighting spirit from Shikamaru, piquing her curiosity about him. Sigh. My opponent is a woman, he lamented, suddenly contemplating abandoning the match. Hearing this, Shikamaru remained motionless on the ground, sighing heavily to himself, unabashedly embracing defeat. This was utterly unacceptable. The audience had paid to witness a contest, not to observe his apathy. The longer Shikamaru remained idle, the more dissatisfaction and indignation he attracted. Since he refused to make a move, I shall take the initiative. With no time to waste on Shikamaru's indecision, Temari charged at him with her massive iron fan, not waiting for the referee's signal to commence. Ah, what a fiercely combative woman. With no choice, Shikamaru was forced to defend himself. Grasping a kunai, he watched as Temari leaped above him. Her fan raised like a battering ram, poised to strike down. He swiftly leaped backward, pressing himself against the wall, narrowly evading the blow. He even found time to utter a sardonic remark, implying that while he held no interest in the Chunin exams, he certainly did not wish to be defeated by a woman. This remark thoroughly infuriated Temari. Swinging her fan with fervor, she unleashed a violent gale toward Shikamaru. However, he had long since discerned her intentions. The moment he noticed her arm lift, he had already retreated to a safe distance, hiding behind a tree. Due to the tree's towering stature, a substantial shadow was cast, which perfectly suited Shikamaru's family's secret technique. This realization had struck him when he first scanned the arena upon entering with the others, quickly formulating a tactical plan in his mind. Regrettably, Temari seemed oblivious to his clever strategy. In a fit of rage, she changed direction and charged toward him. Since you've presented me with an opportunity, I shall seize it without hesitation to secure victory. Although lacking a genuine desire to fight, Shikamaru was willing to conclude the battle swiftly to return to his leisurely pursuits. Notably, his placement in the match deviated from the original narrative, leading him to unconsciously overlook Sasuke's situation, believing he would soon arrive. Thus, Shikamaru felt no anxiety about the time, unaware of the need to stall for Sasuke. Swish, swish, swish. Perched atop the tree, Shikamaru began to relentlessly hurl kunai, creating a nuisance while secretly setting his trap. In contrast, Temari's combat style was straightforward. Faced with his kunai, she felt nothing but disdain. Kunai were merely a customary tactic to gauge an opponent's strength at the outset. It was unfathomable for someone to rely on such a method as their primary means of attack. Such an approach lacked sophistication and reeked of mediocrity. Presently, Shikamaru embodied this notion, inevitably rendering him uninteresting in Temari's eyes. Thus, she opted to charge recklessly. When confronted with the incoming kunai, she dodged if possible. If not, she would simply swat them away with her grand fan. Before long, Temari found herself not far from Shikamaru. Prepare to meet your end, she scoffed, channeling her wind element chakra into her fan. With a powerful swing, she summoned a tempest, transforming the air into a myriad of razor-like blades that threatened to shred everything in their path. Under such circumstances, evasion seemed futile. Yet, she failed to notice that beneath the tree's shadow, a tendril-like shadow extended towards a nearby boulder, utilizing its shadow to maneuver behind Temari. As she prepared to unleash her ultimate technique, she suddenly realized her body had become immobile. How could this be? I can't move. Temari's heart raced with shock and disbelief. Shadow imitation technique. It seemed to have succeeded. Shikamaru smirked, manipulating her body toward his own. What now? Will you concede? Otherwise, you may find yourself injured. Shikamaru recognized that securing victory would pose some challenges, hence he aimed for her surrender. This way, he could save himself considerable hassle and mental exertion. Humph. I underestimated you this time. Referee, I concede. Temari was no fool. Moreover, she held little attachment to the match's outcome. Just as Shikamaru had articulated, in such a scenario, her refusal to yield would only compel him to resort to other measures, potentially resulting in her harm. Given that her body was under his control, the only options were to inflict serious injury upon herself or face defeat, an outcome she wished to avoid. Furthermore, The purpose of their participation from the Sand Village in this Chunin exam extended beyond mere competition. Second match. Nara Shikamaru wins. Upon hearing Temari's words, the referee, Shiranui Uriai, promptly announced the result. Although the battle was brief, it was indeed captivating. The audience, left yearning for more, surged with enthusiasm. However, the subsequent matches left everyone utterly bewildered. Referee, I forfeit the match. Just as Shiranui Uriai was about to declare the commencement of the third match, Tostet unexpectedly withdrew from the competition. The crowd was left dumbfounded. How could one abandon such an important contest, under the spotlight of so many? Unable to comprehend Tostet's decision, they acknowledged the contestants' freedom to choose. Even the referee had no authority to intervene. Thus, Shiranui Uriai announced that Yamanaka Shino won by default. However, the bizarre wave of forfeitures did not cease there. The next match was between Kankuro and Uchiha Sasuke. Kankuro paid no mind to whether Sasuke had arrived. He primarily sought to keep his trump card concealed until the plan commenced. Consequently, Kankuro also chose to forfeit. When Sasuke eventually arrived for the match, he was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Am I late? How did the match progress to the final round so quickly? Meanwhile, the audience was indifferent to the contestants' circumstances. The series of forfeits had already incited suspicion of foul play in the competition. The clamor for refunds echoed louder and louder. The unexpected developments in the matches struck Sarutobi Hiruzen like a cold rain, relentlessly pelting his face, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. In such circumstances, he could only continue to uphold the image of Hokage, feigning indifference. There was no choice but to hastily arrange the next match to soothe the audience's emotions. The upcoming battle, Qingyu vs. Gaara. Chapter 56. No one can escape the fate of hypnosis. The rules remain the same as the preliminaries. One side must either be killed or concede defeat, and once the victor is determined, I shall intervene midway to declare the match concluded. The palpable aura of malice emanating from Gaara was heavy. Nara Shikamaru, unsure if his opponent had heeded his words earlier, felt compelled to reiterate his warning. Thus, let the battle commence. This moment had been long awaited. Gaara's gaze was fixed on Qingyu, unable to contain the surging bloodlust within him. His laughter erupted, his body convulsed, and his expression twisted into something grotesque and terrifying, steeped in darkness. It was undeniably unsettling. Without any visible action from Gaara, the enormous gourd behind him burst open with a resounding bang, unleashing a torrent of sand. Indeed, this was the moment I had long anticipated. Qingyu, unfazed by Gaara's antics, turned to the spectators, responding within with a sense of joy. While it seemed he was merely answering Gaara, the underlying sentiment was entirely different. Despite the extensive planning, when this moment arrived, Qingyu could not suppress his excitement. For today, a monumental feat was to be accomplished. Shatter, mirage of flowers and water. The previous arena was too confined, and the initial release of mirage of flowers and water had only effectively hypnotized a limited number of individuals. It took numerous attempts to achieve a satisfactory number of hypnotized spectators. At this moment, nearly 100,000 individuals were present. A significant portion had yet to be subjected to hypnosis. For instance, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, the leaders of the Inazuka and Nara clans, Tsunade, and Mito Tenji, among others. Only Danzo Shimura had other schemes, lurking in the root base, abstaining from joining this spectacle. In short, almost all of Konoha's 99 were present. Seated in the audience, slowly unsheathing his Zanpakutō, Qingyu did not hesitate to activate its initial release. In an instant, the blade shattered like ice flowers, scattering starlight that was particularly eye-catching. Additionally, as a participant, Qingyu naturally drew considerable attention. Thus, no one could escape the fate of hypnosis. In the blink of an eye, the entire Konoha was under his control. A mere flicker of thought, and aside from Gaara, all observers perceived a fierce and evenly matched confrontation between the two. The intensity was palpable, yet in reality, neither had yet engaged, standing defiantly a short distance apart. Suddenly, it was unclear what madness had overtaken Gaara, clutching his forehead with an expression of profound anguish. Do not be so angry. Hee. Mother, I apologize for not allowing you to taste blood until now. But I assure you, this time it shall be exquisite. Listening to Gaara's nonsensical ramblings, it was impossible to discern his intent. He displayed signs of instability, frequently accompanied by dual voices, reminiscent of overlapping electronic sounds, strangely unsettling. Qingyu, of course, was well aware of what transpired within Gaara. In his current state, Gaara resembled a monster, and it was no wonder his siblings did not fear him. Bring it on, Shu. As he spoke, The sand swirling around Gaara produced a cacophony of violent friction and tremors. Then, it transformed into a colossal hand of sand, slamming towards Qingyu. Observing this, Qingyu elegantly leapt back. Let us test its strength with spiritual pressure mode. The reason for concealing the audience's perception was primarily to delay Orochimaru from hastily initiating the plan to collapse Konoha. He wished to utilize his freshly acquired power to engage Gaara in a more playful manner. Thus, he allowed them to witness the illusion of a staged match he had meticulously crafted. After brewing for several seconds, an extraordinary force surged from within Qingyu, akin to a tempest spreading in all directions. Simultaneously, he donned a long, jet-black trench coat, its white lapels flaring open, the hem tattered. This attire, constructed from spiritual energy, billowed effortlessly, exuding an air of swagger and elegance, somewhat reminiscent of the attire of the Moonslayer. What is this? Gaara, who had become increasingly neurotic, found his gaze sharpening upon witnessing Qingyu's dramatic transformation. His astonishment was vividly etched across his face, eyes wide with disbelief. Moreover, he could faintly sense a soul-crushing pressure that rendered him deeply uncomfortable and suffocated. Let us provisionally label it spiritual pressure mode, Qingyu replied nonchalantly. Feeling a tinge of regret within, he had experienced this power several times. Yet, in this state, within this world, it was neither enduring nor conducive to training for prolonged durations. The primary reason lay in the differing rules of the world. In the Naruto realm, the primary energy source was chakra. The spiritual energy contained within was minuscule. Unlike the Soul Society, which possessed a mechanism for converting souls into spiritual energy, allowing Shinigami to cultivate spiritual pressure, the spiritual energy in the Naruto world seemed to arise spontaneously, with exceedingly stringent conditions for its formation, sparse in quantity, and distributed irregularly, difficult to grasp. It was akin to entering an age of spiritual desolation, where spiritual energy was thin and cultivation of chi was futile. One could only revert to martial training. Currently, Qingyu was faced with such a predicament. To achieve any notable progress in spiritual pressure cultivation was exceedingly challenging. At this juncture, it was solely reliant on the spiritual energy possessed by his own soul. Thus, this elucidated the peculiar terminology of spiritual pressure mode. Alas, what a pity. I wonder if there are other solutions in the future. Otherwise, many abilities, even if mastered, would remain unutilized without sufficient spiritual pressure to support them. With a sigh of contemplation, Qingyu did not dwell excessively on it. Should the path of spiritual pressure prove impassable, the chakra route also held promise. Coupled with the existence of the collapsed jade system, the prospects for future achievements brimmed with infinite possibilities. With this thought, Qingyu felt a sense of liberation. Spiritual pressure mode? It matters not. In my eyes, no matter how desperately you struggle, there is but one outcome. That is death. After the initial shock, Gaara feigned indifference. It was merely a form of ninjutsu he had never encountered before. In the face of absolute strength, everything else was mere embellishment. Chapter 57. Speed as a weakness? I have countermeasures. Speed as a weakness? I have countermeasures. The diminutive gourd seemed to possess infinite capacity, continuously flowing forth with sand. Gaara, arms crossed, exhibited no discernible movement. The sand, akin to an automated assault mode, surged forth in waves. For such attacks, Qingyu in spiritual pressure mode effortlessly evaded. Ultimately, the speed of the sand was painfully sluggish. Or rather, Qingyu's speed had markedly increased. The sand could not keep pace, rendering all attacks futile. To be candid, when Gaara first emerged, the pressure he exerted was quite formidable. But now, he felt akin to a mere muggle. It seemed he only had the ability to manipulate sand. Once someone surpassed the speed of his sand, it became utterly harmless. Qingyu mused, having conducted a brief test and arrived at this conclusion. What is the matter? Is this all the strength you possess? Qingyu deftly evaded Gaara's sand attack, provocatively inquiring whether he intended to showcase some genuine skill. After all, defeating him in just a few moves would render the encounter rather dull. As she spoke, Qingyu's speed suddenly surged, catching both Gaara and his sand off guard. In an instant, she delivered a powerful kick to his face, shattering the sand armor that clung to him, leaving his visage twisted in rage and disarray. This abrupt turn of events prompted Gaara to reminisce about a month prior, when a boy with a watermelon head had similarly breached his absolute defense with a speed that left him unable to react, touching his very core. Now, he found himself confronted with the same dilemma once more. However, this did not imply that he lacked countermeasures. Frowning deeply, his light bangs casting a profound shadow across his face, he exhibited unmistakable displeasure. Then, Gaara initiated a new maneuver. He planted both hands on the ground. And from that point of contact, a vortex emerged, rapidly transforming the compacted earth into sand that spread swiftly in all directions. In mere moments, the entire arena had morphed into a small desert expanse. Subsequently, Gaara submerged himself entirely into the sands, merging with them, effectively disappearing from sight. Acknowledging that speed was his weakness, he opted for concealment, transforming the entire battlefield into his domain, making it a realm under his control. Oh, it seems he possesses some merit. Qingyu mused, momentarily taken aback before an attack came hurtling towards her. From beneath her feet, a column of sand shot upward. Its formidable force far beyond what an ordinary human physique could withstand. Even with the mastery of spiritual pressure defense, she hesitated to take risks. With a delicate push of her toes against the ground, she moved with an uncanny grace, akin to a specter, executing an eerie form of movement that resembled a parallel shift, drifting to a distance. This was not the Shuanpa technique, but rather a variation of instant movement she employed in spiritual pressure mode. Gaara's relentless assault did not wane due to Qingyu's evasions. Instead, he intensified his onslaught. One sand column, then two, followed by a multitude of them surged forth, all aimed at extinguishing Qingyu's existence. Now it becomes clear. While Qingyu could quickly pinpoint Gaara's concealed position through spiritual pressure perception, she chose not to rush into action. She primarily wished to familiarize herself with the transformations brought about by the spiritual pressure mode. Now, Qingyu had begun to grasp the general situation. The Shinigami transformation necessitated an external activation of spiritual pressure similar to Ichigo Kurosaki, shedding the physical body. In contrast, those utilizing spiritual pressure while retaining their physical forms should be termed as Fullbringers, akin to characters like Chad and Orihime. However, Fullbringers required special mediums to harness spiritual pressure. Yet, the curious aspect was that Qingyu had seamlessly integrated both. When entering spiritual pressure mode, she did not need to cast off her corporeal form. Yet she exhibited traits of a Shinigami. This transformation, however, was not complete. It was only halfway realized. How to articulate this? During Qingyu's Shinigami transformation, her physical body would also undergo a metamorphosis, transitioning from substance to the void of a Shinigami. This transformation merely rendered her body akin to a soul in its weightlessness. Yet it did not become entirely intangible. Thus, this is why she referred to her state as the spiritual pressure state rather than a full-fledged Shinigami transformation. In this state, her speed was markedly enhanced, allowing her to flit about the arena like a wraith. Regardless of Gaara's relentless attacks, he could not lay a finger on her. This was a genuine display of Qingyu's prowess without any attempt to hypnotize Gaara. Although she had yet to attain invincible strength, overall, Qingyu felt quite satisfied. Next, she intended to test her strength. Resolving to no longer evade Gaara's strikes, she focused intently, gripping her Zanpakutō with one hand and, as the columns of sand approached, she swung her blade in a decisive arc. It sliced through the sand column like a silver skyline, cleaving it smoothly in two. Boom! The upper half of the sand column, bereft of its lower support, collapsed with a resounding crash, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Subsequently, Qingyu began to slice through the remaining sand columns with the same enthusiasm one might exhibit in a real-life fruit-cutting game. Impressive. This strength was purely a manifestation of her arm's power, devoid of any additional abilities, yet it sufficed to sever the substantial sand column. In Qingyu's view, that was commendable. This clearly indicated that, within the spiritual pressure mode, her abilities had received a significant enhancement. With renewed vigor, she aimed to grow even stronger. Having sufficiently validated her strength through Gaara, Qingyu felt it was time to conclude the battle. Or perhaps, it was time for Orochimaru and the others to grow impatient. Prolonging the playfulness held little significance. Therefore, let me add a bit more fuel to this plan for Konoha's collapse. I've found you, Gaara. Under the perception of spiritual pressure, Gaara's location was immediately revealed. With no intention to toy with him further, Qingyu directly employed the hypnotic power of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, obscuring Gaara's awareness. Silently, she approached him from behind, unnoticed, and delivered a swift blow to the back of his head, knocking him unconscious. Simultaneously, she manipulated the external illusion to depict Gaara entering a state of frenzy, effectively signaling Orochimaru and the others to prepare for action. Oh no, Kakashi-sensei. We must quickly intervene in this match. That guy Gaara is unlike anyone else. He harbors a monster within him, just like I do. The aura emanating from the illusionary Gaara grew increasingly potent, evoking an inexplicable sense of empathy in Naruto. Frantically, he sought out Kakashi to express his concerns. Idiot Naruto. What on earth are you rambling about? Sasuke interjected, having finally arrived at the match. only to find himself facing an undeserved victory, which left him feeling unaccomplished and increasingly frustrated. Ignoring Sasuke, Naruto fixed his gaze on Kakashi once more, imploring, "Please believe me. Rest assured, the ninjas of Konoha will effectively handle any problems that arise." Kakashi responded, glancing at the anxious Naruto, who seemed to convey his intent. However, he still considered Naruto's worries somewhat exaggerated. After all, Naruto's perspective remained limited. He could not fully grasp the true strength of Konoha. Even if he were aware of the monster dwelling within Gaara, what of it? The might of Konoha could easily subdue it. Nevertheless, it was rather peculiar that the Sand Village would dare unleash a Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, numerous Sand Shinobi had begun to appear around the perimeter of Konoha Village. Chapter 58. The plan for Konoha's collapse is set in motion. Everything is in place. We are ready. I understand. Upon hearing the signal, we commence. In a forest concealed at the outskirts of Konoha Village, a group of Sand and Sound Shinobi engaged in hushed, secretive discussions. They were seen inscribing a massive summoning array into the ground. The plan for Konoha's collapse is set in motion. At that moment, a command resounded from the terminal. "Time's up. Initiate the summoning technique." No longer hesitating, the group immediately activated the summoning jutsu. Many settled around the summoning array, unfurling small summoning scrolls. With a decisive bite, blood was drawn from a fingertip, leaving a crimson handprint upon the summoning scroll. In an instant, intricate patterns of black tadpole-like designs began to spread forth from the scroll, intertwining along the summoning diagram inscribed upon the ground. Ultimately, a colossal summoning array was activated. A thunderous roar erupted from the array, accompanied by tremors that shook the very earth. The vigilant Konoha ninjas stationed atop the watchtower were taken aback. What was happening? What had transpired? Two Konoha guards, alerted by the commotion, gazed into the distance beyond the village, where a great cloud of white smoke billowed forth, soon followed by the emergence of a gigantic multi-headed serpent, summoned forth, which let out a fearsome roar before swiftly slithering toward Konoha. Within mere seconds, it approached the village's towering walls. An enemy attack. Quick, alert everyone. The two Konoha ninjas, realizing the gravity of the situation, cried out, eager to issue a warning and notify their comrades. However, Tsunagakure and Otogakure had already prepared for this moment, having dispatched individuals to eliminate these sentry ninjas, thereby delaying Konoha's response and reinforcements. Boom. With no obstacles in its path, the massive serpent crashed into Konoha's formidable walls, breaching them with ease. Simultaneously, hidden within the corners of the Chunin exam venue, numerous ninjas disguised as Konoha's Umbu, donned in masks, began to spring into action. They unleashed an illusion upon all present. The technique, known as Narakujin, summoned countless feathers that appeared from thin air, gently cascading down before the eyes of all. Gradually, many began to lose their consciousness, as if two dark curtains were descending, shrouding all light. Kakashi, this is... It's an illusion. Release. Might Guy, though primarily skilled in taijutsu, possessed the basic ability to discern illusions as a jonin. He confirmed to Kakashi, who, upon hearing this, solemnly nodded in response. He quickly formed hand seals, breaking free from the illusion's hypnotic grip. However, the average citizens and the less capable genin fell victim to this trap, succumbing to the deep slumber induced by the illusion. Handed the opportunity they had long awaited, Temari, Kankuro, and the hidden ninjas from Otogakure in the audience instantly recognized this as the signal to commence their plan and sprang into action. In the VIP section where the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage were seated, the fourth Kazekage suddenly turned sharply to face Sarutobi Hiruzen and issued a command, attack. As the command fell, several guards at the fourth Kazekage's side swiftly produced smoke bombs and hurled them into the surrounding area. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the vicinity, obscuring visibility. This is bad. The Hokage is in danger. Sensing the unusual situation unfolding near the Hokage, the Umbu ninjas disregarded the enchanted citizens and hastily rushed to the Hokage's aid. However, on their path of rescue, many ninjas adorned with the forehead protectors of Tsunagakure and Otogakure leaped forth to obstruct them, causing them to miss their critical opportunity. Whoosh! Thud, thud, thud. In the VIP area, shrouded in smoke, an unknown peril lurked. The Hokage's bodyguards kept a vigilant watch over Sarutobi Hiruzen, ready to protect him. Suddenly, countless shurikens shot forth from the fog. A few struck true, and due to the Hokage's inability to evade, all fell upon them, splattering blood as they collapsed, grievously wounded. At that moment, the fourth Kazekage, wielding a shuriken, executed a swift body flicker technique, appearing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, pressing the shuriken against his neck. He then seized the Hokage and ascended to the highest rooftop, where several Hōgyoku ninjas awaited. Upon seeing their target, they swiftly discarded their black cloaks and masks, revealing their true identities. They were none other than the quartet from Hōgyoku: Kadamaru, Taiya, Sakan, Yukon, and Jirabu. They positioned themselves at the corners of the rooftop. Finally, it is our turn to take the stage. Remaining in transformation for so long has been quite uncomfortable. Fool, you all reek of sweat. It's disgusting. Don't be like that. We are all comrades. The four exchanged banter, yet did not slacken their actions. Ninjutsu, for purple flames formation. In unison, they formed hand seals, rapidly establishing a massive barrier that enveloped the fourth Kazekage and the third Hokage. The hastily arriving Umbu ninjas, moving too quickly and slightly delayed in their reactions, could not halt in time and crashed directly into the barrier. The searing flames of the barrier instantly consumed them, their agonized screams echoing before they were reduced to mere cinders. The subsequent Umbu ninjas, witnessing this, found themselves at a loss and came to a halt. Kazekage-sama, are you instigating a war between the two villages? It is truly unexpected that Tsunagakure would betray the alliance agreement. Why resort to such actions? We should seek peaceful resolutions to avoid conflict. It is not too late to withdraw. Kazekage-sama, unaware of the fourth Kazekage's true intentions, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a somewhat naive manner, questioned. The so-called agreements are merely veils to deceive the opponent. Surely you do not believe that this will prevent war? You remain as obstinate and inept as ever. Sensei Sarutobi. After mocking him, Orochimaru shed his disguise, revealing his true identity. At this juncture, continuing to masquerade as the fourth Kazekage held no further significance. Begone. Is your aim truly Konoha? When Sarutobi Hiruzen posed this question, he already had an inkling of the answer. After all, as Orochimaru's former mentor, he could surmise his intentions to some extent. It was likely due to the past, where he had abandoned Orochimaru in favor of Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage. Ultimately, Orochimaru had been expelled from Konoha due to certain human experimentation issues, while the orchestrator of those experiments, Danzo Shimura, remained unscathed, leaving Orochimaru as the scapegoat. Such circumstances would inevitably breed resentment in anyone. Orochimaru's current demeanor undoubtedly indicated his unresolved grievances regarding that incident. Therefore, Hiruzen was not inclined to believe Orochimaru's assertions about seeking peace. Chapter 59, the final piece of the puzzle. Orochimaru, cease your actions. Your plans will not come to fruition. Sarutobi Hiruzen implored, extending one last olive branch to Orochimaru amidst his acts of treachery. Is that so? What if I were to add the one-tailed Jinchuriki into the equation? Orochimaru, well aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, unveiled one of his trump cards. The one-tailed Jinchuriki. Although the weakest among the tailed beasts, it still possessed the destructive potential akin to a nuclear weapon. Even now, it posed a considerable threat to Konoha. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, and Orochimaru continued unabated. In a moment, I shall reveal something even more intriguing, but that is a topic for later. Sensei Sarutobi, do you not realize that your ignorance has plunged Konoha into chaos? Allow me to bring an end to it all. With that, Orochimaru freed a hand and tore away the human skin mask, unveiling his true visage. Orochimaru, I have long anticipated this day would arrive, but do not rejoice too soon. My head is not so easily claimed. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly retorted, maintaining his composure. Then you must quickly select the fifth Hokage. Because of you, the third Hokage shall perish here today. With that, Orochimaru lunged, aiming to plunge his shuriken into Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. However, upon making contact with Hiruzen's body, it suddenly transformed into a mere wooden replica. Evidently, at the moment of his conversation with Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already surreptitiously formed hand seals, employing the substitution technique to extricate himself from Orochimaru's grasp. The latter, however, seemed unfazed by this escape. Perhaps, deep down, he was reluctant to conclude the battle so swiftly, for such an outcome would render his elaborate scheme somewhat meaningless, devoid of the satisfaction of triumph. What he truly yearned to witness was the complete annihilation of the third Hokage's hypocritical facade. Orochimaru, remember what I taught you. Until the final moment, one cannot ascertain the outcome. Once free, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood not far from Orochimaru. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had donned a battle robe reminiscent of the Warring States period. Wielding the weapon transformed from his summoning beast, Monkey King Enma, and assumed a combat stance. Thus, the confrontation commenced. I must stoke the flames of chaos further. Hypnotizing all present, I rendered myself and the unconscious Gaara invisible. With Gaara in tow, I sought out the audience area where Uzumaki-kuri was situated. My lord Aoi, are you unharmed? Having anticipated the situation, Karui feigned being ensnared in a jinjutsu, and upon sensing a familiar chakra approaching, even without the need for sight, she recognized the identity of her visitor. With joy, she opened her eyes, feigning fright, and made to leap towards Aoi. Yet, Aoi, quick of hand, placed a restraining hand on Karui's head, halting her impetuous advance. Internally chiding, "You silly girl, keep your distance. Let us proceed. There are pressing matters to attend to," Aoi stated calmly, then utilized his hypnotic powers to transform into a member of the Umbu, guiding the unconscious Gaara slowly towards Asuma. Lord Asuma. Upon locating him, Aoi respectfully addressed him. What is it? Asuma inquired, curiosity piqued as to why an Umbu ninja would seek him out at this juncture. It is the Hokage's directive. He has instructed you to hand Gaara over to Danzo. Aoi succinctly replied. Gaara is the son of the 4th Kazekage of Sunigakure, is he not? Why? Asuma, at this moment, caught sight of the scene from the VIP section where the 4th Kazekage was seen abducting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without further thought, he grasped that they were adversaries. Anger surged within him as he immediately contemplated rushing to provide assistance. Lord Asuma, please remain calm. The Hokage anticipated all of this. Our foremost priority is to deliver this individual to Lord Danzo. Aoi interjected, firmly advising him. Is there anything more to discuss? Upon hearing this, although Asuma was concerned for Sarutobi Hiruzen's situation, he had no choice but to steady himself and inquire for further clarification. My subordinate is unaware of the particulars. The Hokage merely instructed to deliver Gaara to Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo will certainly comprehend the implications. Aoi refrained from elaborating further, attributing all answers to Shimura Danzo. Very well. I understand. After a moment's contemplation, Asuma chose not to press further, accepting the unconscious Gaara from Aoi's grasp. He was aware of the relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, recognizing the existence of an unspoken understanding, or perhaps a covert signal, indicating that significant matters were at play, not meant for the ears of others. This aligned perfectly with his impressions of both Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo. To uncover the truth, he would have to wait until he could confront Shimura Danzo. With his mind swirling with questions, Asuma bid farewell to Yuhi Kurenai and hastily departed with Gaara. Observing this, Aoi and Uzumaki-kuri swiftly evaded the gaze of others, stealthily trailing behind Asuma. At this juncture, the remaining fragments of the puzzle targeting Konoha were nearly complete. If only Shimura Danzo could be hypnotized, the entirety of Konoha would effectively become my private garden. Had Danzo been present on the arena stage, this would have been far less troublesome. Alas, he remained overly cautious. Yet, such trivial matters were inconsequential. The final outcome would remain unchanged. It was Gaara. Had Konoha uncovered Gaara's true identity? Following the initiation of the Konoha Collapse Plan, the entire arena descended into pandemonium. The mere use of the Nirvana technique could not significantly impact Konoha's ninjas. The primary aim of this genjutsu was to target ordinary individuals. By exploiting the safety concerns of the masses, I aimed to distract Konoha's shinobi, scattering their prepared forces, thereby facilitating the execution of our plan. Originally, Temari, Kankuro, and Maki intended to converge with Gaara for a coordinated effort. However, before they could act, they were obstructed by Konoha's Umbu ninjas, preventing them from reaching Gaara in a timely manner. Once they managed to shake off their pursuers, they discovered a Konoha ninja absconding with the unconscious Gaara. Unaware of his destination, a sense of foreboding washed over them. It seemed Gaara's identity had indeed been exposed, prompting Konoha to implement countermeasures against him. If this were the case, their collaborative Konoha Collapse Plan with Orochimaru would lack the vital component of the tailed beast's power, potentially leading to its failure. After so much meticulous planning, they could not afford to see their efforts go to waste. Thus, disregarding their initial strategy, they resolved to rescue Gaara at all costs. Consequently, they hastened to pursue Asuma. It was Gaara, the one who had not succumbed to the Jinjutsu. Sasuke also caught sight of Asuma departing with Gaara. Puzzled, he pondered the situation. Chaos had erupted within Konoha, and the identity of the enemy was now clear. It was a joint assault from Sunigakure and Otogakure against Konoha. Yet, why was Asuma, a Konoha shinobi, not engaging in battle but rather escorting Gaara away? What secrets lay concealed within this scenario? With these questions and curiosities in mind, Sasuke too stealthily followed. Sasuke, where are you going? With Sakura's assistance, Naruto dispelled the Jinjutsu, awakening to immediately search for Sasuke. He fortuitously spotted Sasuke hastily departing in a particular direction. Though he could not fathom Sasuke's intentions, as a loyal friend, He felt compelled to assist him regardless of the circumstances. Thus, Naruto followed suit. Sakura, too, noticed Sasuke's retreating figure and unhesitatingly trailed after him. All of their actions were, in fact, orchestrated by Aoi. Chapter 60. Chaos is the best veil. The streets of Konoha were thoroughly engulfed in panic and turmoil. The cacophony of screams, the explosive sounds of ninjutsu, and the crashing of buildings intertwined to create a symphony of doom. Asuma, cradling the unconscious Gaara, maneuvered against the tide of chaos. His silhouette elongated by the flickering flames. He skillfully avoided the battlegrounds, utilizing his familiarity with the village to navigate through narrow alleys. Eventually, he halted before a seemingly ordinary dwelling with a dry well. This was one of the entrances to the route. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the well. Cradling Gaara, beneath the surface lay a hidden world. A damp, cold corridor stretched into the darkness, with yellowed oil lamps sporadically illuminating the walls, barely dispelling the enveloping gloom. The air was thick with a peculiar amalgamation of dust and disinfectant. His footsteps echoed eerily within the passage, creating a stark contrast against the oppressive silence. Soon, he arrived before a heavy iron door. Password. A mechanical voice devoid of emotion emanated from beyond the door. The root guards the foundation of Konoha. Asuma replied in a low tone. Creak. The heavy iron door creaked open, unveiling a more expansive space beyond. Dozens of root ninjas, adorned with blank masks, stood in 2 rows, weapons in hand, exuding an aura of eerie stillness, resembling lifeless statues. At the far end of the room, a figure sat majestically upon a stone throne, Shimura Danzo. His exposed right eye gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk, fixated intently on Asuma and the unconscious Gaara cradled in his arms. Asuma, what brings you here? Danzo's voice was hoarse and low, imbued with the oppressive weight of someone long accustomed to power. The Hokage has issued a decree. Asuma gently laid Gaara on the ground, his expression grave. I entrust this individual to you. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, scrutinizing the unconscious Gaara before lifting his gaze back to Asuma. Did Hiruzen give this order? Why did he not convey it to me personally? The outside world is in chaos, and he finds time to send you with such an absurd command? I do not know. Asuma shook his head, uncertainty lacing his tone. The Hokage merely stated that upon seeing him, you would understand. Understand? Danzo scoffed. Rising from his stone seat and slowly approaching Gaara, he circled around him, his gaze rife with suspicion and scrutiny. What naive scheme is that Jinchuriki from Sunagake you're plotting? Does he intend to use him as leverage in negotiations with the sand? Foolish. In the shadows, Ao and Karui blended seamlessly with the darkness. Observing Danzo's suspicious demeanor, Ao felt a sense of calm wash over him. The more suspicious a person, the easier they fall into the traps of their own convoluted logic. It was time to ignite the final fuse. A flicker of thought stirred within Ao. As Gaara lay motionless on the ground, his eyelids suddenly quivered violently. In the next instant, he snapped his eyes open. They were not human eyes. Golden pupils, with a black star-cross at the center, radiating brutality and madness. Aya! A piercing scream erupted from Gaara's throat, wholly unrecognizable as human. The gourd on his back exploded, unleashing an endless torrent of yellow sand like a volcanic eruption. Not good. Danzo's expression shifted dramatically as he leaped backward. Defensive positions. The surrounding root ninjas reacted swiftly, forming hand seals, erecting numerous earthen walls in a desperate attempt to contain the sand's advance. Yet, all of it proved futile. I want more blood, motherfucker. Gaara's body twisted and bulged within the sand flow, strange blue cursed marks surfacing on his skin. His form was entirely engulfed in yellow sand. A colossal monster made of sand was rapidly taking shape in this confined underground space. Shikaku, attack! Danzo barked the command. The root ninjas, no longer hesitating, unleashed a deluge of wind and earth techniques upon the forming Shikaku. Asuma also regained his focus, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, ash pile burning. He exhaled a cloud of ash intermingled with gunpowder, igniting into a fiery inferno that engulfed half of Shikaku's form. However, Shikaku merely roared, its massive sand claws swiping effortlessly, dispersing the flames and techniques. The powerful shockwave sent several root ninjas flying, crashing violently against the walls, their fates uncertain. Damn it! Asuma gazed at the scene that had spiraled into utter chaos, his heart filled with shock and regret. He had unwittingly brought such a terrifying monster to the heart of Konoha. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed from the entrance of the base. As the heavy iron door was blasted open by an immense force, 2 figures burst through. So he is indeed here. Sasuke's eyes burned with excitement rather than fear as he beheld the gigantic sand monster. Gaara! Naruto exclaimed in shock, sensing the same lonely yet savage aura emanating from Gaara as his own. Bastards! How did you get here? Asuma's face twisted with astonishment and anger upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke. Enough of that. Follow my lead. Naruto shouted, forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boom. Hundreds of Narutos appeared in an instant, charging recklessly toward Shikaku. The root base devolved into a chaotic battlefield. The roars of Shikaku, the explosive sounds of ninjutsu, and the cries of shadow clones intertwined, drawing everyone's attention to the rampaging tailed beast. Danzo's face was stormy, his expression darkening as he dodged Shikaku's assaults while his mind raced through the implications. Everything was too coincidental. This was undeniably a conspiracy against him. Yet, he had no time to ponder further. This was precisely the moment Ao had long awaited. Chaos served as the perfect curtain, concealed in the deepest shadows. Ao slowly drew his Zanpakutō. His movements were subtle and slow, starkly contrasting with the surrounding fierce battle. The blade slipped from its sheath without a sound. Shatter, he whispered softly. In an instant, the blade shattered like ice crystals, transforming into countless minuscule points of light, dispersing into the surroundings. Amidst the swirling yellow sand and dazzling flashes of ninjutsu, this shattered sight went unnoticed. Like a pebble cast into a tumultuous sea, it raised not a single ripple. Yet, a single glimmer of starlight precisely fell, reflecting in Danzo's vigilant right eye. It was fleeting. Danzo's body hesitated for the briefest moment before he resumed his evasive maneuvers and commands, as if nothing had transpired. Ao gradually sheathed his blade. Done. The final piece of the puzzle had fallen into place. He lifted his gaze, taking in the grand spectacle he had orchestrated, a silent smile gracing his lips. The entirety of Konoha now lay within his grasp. Though a few stragglers remained, they mattered not. Chapter 61. I need the identity of a hero. Behind him, the root base had become a sanctuary engulfed by madness and sandstorms. Ao did not glance back. He and Karui moved like wisps of smoke, silently merging into the shadows of the ground passage, retracing their steps to the surface. As the dim light of the well illuminated them once more, they were met with an overwhelming stench of charred remains and the metallic tang of blood. Konoha was no longer the village it once was. The sky was shrouded in oppressive shades of gray-brown smoke. In the distance, flames soared to the heavens, casting the outlines of buildings into grotesque silhouettes. The cacophony of screams, roars, and explosive clashes of ninjutsu converged into a chaotic symphony that assaulted their eardrums. Lord Ao, Karui's body instinctively inched closer, her voice trembling slightly. The scene before her exceeded her wildest imaginings of battle. Stay close to me. Ao's voice remained unperturbed, devoid of any tremor. He surveyed the ravaged streets, the panicked civilians, the Konoha ninjas fighting valiantly. It all resembled strokes on his canvas, bold and vibrant, yet entirely within his control. His gaze traversed the tumultuous streets, fixating on the center of the village. Boom! A deafening roar accompanied a violent tremor of the earth. A towering structure slowly tilted in view before collapsing amidst a cloud of dust. The culprit was an enormous serpent, unimaginably colossal, bearing 3 heads, each larger than a house. Its crimson tongue flicking, its immense eyes glistening with a desire for destruction. With each lash of its colossal tail, the great serpent reduced entire blocks to ruins. Is this the summoning beast of Orochimaru? It truly revels in such ostentatious displays, Qingyu mused lightly. The magnitude of destruction appeared daunting, yet for true warriors, it was merely a living target. However, for Konoha in this moment, it was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Numerous leaf ninjas were ensnared by the serpent, exhausted from the relentless struggle, unable to mount an effective counterattack. They were overwhelmed by an abundance of foes, sand ninjas descending from the sky, sound ninjas lurking in the shadows, and civilians swayed by illusions, frantically fleeing and in dire need of protection. Konoha's defensive structure was, in an instant, torn asunder. Let us proceed to the main stage, Qingyu declared, his figure flickering as he appeared atop a rooftop alongside Karui. From this elevated vantage point, he surveyed the battlefield below. A squad of Konoha's Chunin was being relentlessly besieged by a coalition of dozens of sand and sound ninjas, retreating steadily and on the verge of complete annihilation. What a perfect backdrop, he thought, a faint smile curling beneath his umbu mask. He required an identity, one that could be recognized amidst the chaos, a heroic persona. In the next moment, he leaped from the rooftop. His descent was not hasty, even somewhat composed, akin to a feather gliding gently to the ground. Yet, to the beleaguered Konoha ninjas below, it appeared altogether different. They beheld a shadow, moving with an untraceable speed, piercing through the enemy formation in an instant. There was no dazzling display of ninjutsu, no intricate hand signs, only a flash of silver blades slicing through the throng. A sound ninja poised to strike a Konoha Chunin suddenly froze, a thin line of blood appearing at his throat, unable to discern his assailant. One by one, his comrades fell in the same manner, bewildered cries echoing around. What is happening? Where is the enemy? It's one of our own. Be careful. The formation of sand and sound ninjas descended into utter chaos as they witnessed their allies turn upon them without warning, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Panic spread like a contagion. To the few surviving Konoha Chunin, the sight before them was that of a masked Umbu ninja, a phantom weaving through the enemy ranks. With each flash of the blade, an adversary collapsed, cleanly, swiftly, and with a chilling efficiency. This was a one-sided massacre. Support from the Umbu. So powerful. A young Chunin exclaimed, clutching his bleeding arm, his face a mask of shock. He had never imagined combat could unfold so effortlessly. Qingyu slowly sheathed his blade, standing amidst the corpses. Around him, no enemies remained standing. He did not glance at the sand and sound ninjas he had hypnotized into self-destruction. Instead, he stood in silence, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Are you all unharmed? He inquired, turning his gaze with the detached tone characteristic of the Umbu. Thank you immensely for your rescue, my lord. The leading Chunin captain hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, his back drenched in cold sweat. The oppressive aura emanating from this Umbu was even more intense than when facing dozens of foes moments ago. Qingyu offered no response, his gaze drifting beyond the Chunin to the distant battlefield. The conflict between the third Hokage and Orochimaru must have reached a fevered pitch by now, and he too needed to reclaim another item that rightfully belonged to him. The cogs of his plan were meshing flawlessly, each step meticulously aligned with his predetermined checkpoints. The collapse of Konoha was not the end, it was merely the beginning. Clear this area and safeguard the civilians, he commanded, his figure becoming a blur as he vanished with Karui, leaving several Konoha Chunin to exchange glances over the field of bodies. Chapter 62. Orochimaru vs. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Impure World Reincarnation. At the pinnacle of the Chunin exam venue, an eerie silence reigned. A purple barrier loomed like a colossal prison, entirely severing the rooftop from the sky. 4 purple flames formation. The barrier radiated an ominous heat, distorting the surrounding air and obscuring everyone's vision. Damn it! An Umbu ninja shouted, striking the barrier with a fierce punch. Zzz. Purple flames erupted instantly, crawling up his arm, the armor sizzling under the intense heat. He grunted, hastily retreating, his arm charred and blackened. It's futile. We cannot break through. This was the barrier technique of the Sound Ninja Quartet. Unless it was dismantled from within or the 4 casters were simultaneously vanquished, escape was impossible. Another seasoned Umbu ninja spoke, his voice laced with despair. They were trapped outside. Mere spectators, helplessly watching their village leader fall into the most perilous predicament. Every Konoha ninja's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, rendering them breathless. Inside the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen's breath came heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his furrowed brow. Yet his grip on the Enma staff remained steady. Opposite him, Orochimaru wore a sickly, gleeful smile. Hiruzen, can you hear it? That is the desperate outcry of your subordinates. How they wish to rush in and protect you. Yet alas, they are powerless to do so. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips, his eyes glinting with mockery. Silence, Orochimaru. Hiruzen barked, his foot striking the ground as he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Adamantine staff. The weapon elongated in an instant, slicing through the air with a shriek as it aimed directly for Orochimaru's face. The attack was swift and heavy, yet Orochimaru's body twisted at an unnatural angle, evading the lethal blow with the ease of a boneless serpent. Teacher, your body can no longer keep pace with your will. Time, after all, is the most formidable adversary. As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow Snake Hand. Black serpents erupted from his sleeves, baring their venomous fangs as they lunged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen from all directions. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened, his Enma staff whirling rapidly, creating an impenetrable curtain of black that deflected all incoming snakes. Bang, bang, bang. The serpents exploded midair, dissipating into clouds of black smoke. Is this all you can muster? Such a trivial test has you so fatigued? Orochimaru's voice dripped with a condescending sigh. My most esteemed teacher, you truly have aged. Hiruzen did not respond to the provocation. He merely regulated his breath, his focus unwavering as he monitored Orochimaru's every movement. He understood that Orochimaru was assaulting his spirit, attempting to undermine his resolve as Hokage. Look at the village you protect. Orochimaru spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the chaos engulfing Konoha. Decayed, fallen, steeped in a false peace, it has long since lost its claws and fangs. And you are the root of it all. Your so-called will of fire has rendered Konoha so feeble. His voice sharpened. I shall obliterate it, and upon its ruins establish a truly powerful and eternal Konoha. Enough, Hiruzen finally roared. You comprehend not the true essence of the will of fire. It is not weakness, but guardianship. It is a legacy, a bond that traitors like you, consumed by ambition, will never grasp. Bonds. Orochimaru erupted into a fit of laughter, as if he had just heard the most hilarious joke in existence. His laughter was sharp and grating. Ha! Bonds merely serve as impediments to becoming stronger. Teacher, your antiquated beliefs, much like your frail body, ought to have been discarded long ago. No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. A blade glimmering with a sinister light, the Kusanagi sword, was unleashed from his mouth, aimed directly at Hiruzen's heart. It was too swift. Hiruzen's pupils constricted, and, relying on his honed battle instincts, he forced his body to twist away. The blade sliced through his battle attire, leaving a gaping wound on his shoulder down to the bone. Blood instantly soaked his garments. Oh, you managed to evade a fatal strike. Orochimaru expressed a hint of surprise, his smile morphing into something even more malevolent. But this is where it ends. As your once most esteemed student, allow me to present you with a final farewell gift. He clasped his hands together, forming an intricate seal. A chilling, malevolent aura, foreign to this world, began to permeate the barrier. The tiles of the rooftop trembled. With a series of ominous creaks, 3 colossal wooden coffins slowly ascended from the ground, shrouded in the dust of death and decay. Each coffin bore a crimson character inscribed upon it, first, second, and fourth. As Hiruzen gazed upon those inscriptions and the 3 coffins, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The color drained from his face in an instant. It was a fear that transcended both anger and shock. Pure and unadulterated. Why you? His voice quivered. How dare you desecrate the souls of the Hokage of the past? Desecrate? Orochimaru chuckled with a sickly glee. No. My dear teacher, this is art. Let the legends return to witness your demise, to see all that you have protected turn to ashes. Is this not the most perfect curtain call? With a resounding crash, the lids of the first and second coffins slammed heavily to the ground. 2 figures emerged slowly from within. One was clad in the layered red armor of the Warring States era, with long black hair cascading down. The other wore a blue high-collared battle robe, his silver hair framing a face marked by 3 red symbols. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Once the founders and protectors of Konoha, they now stood with vacant eyes, like puppets manipulated by an unseen force. Death's dust still clung to their forms. Outside the barrier, all the shinobi of Konoha sensed the sudden emergence of those 2 familiar, yet terrifying chakra signatures. This chakra is impossible. It cannot be. The first and second Hokage are here. Disbelief etched across every face. Despair surged like a tidal wave, drowning every heart. Within the barrier, Hiruzen confronted his former teachers, now poised to turn against him with weapons drawn. He gripped his staff tightly, blood dripping from his shoulder wound, blooming a small red flower upon the ground. He understood this might be the most arduous and final battle of his life. Orochimaru observed Hiruzen's visage, a blend of pain, fury, and resolve, and smiled with satisfaction. As Orochimaru prepared to release the Hokage from the 4th coffin, Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily performed a jutsu to thwart Orochimaru's plan. Orochimaru chuckled softly, unconcerned. Then, Hiruzen-sensei, let us commence this grand reunion of teacher and student. Chapter 63. The mightiest Hokage engages in battle with dual shadows. The tiles of the rooftop mourned in silence. The purple barrier isolated all external cries, leaving only a stifling and oppressive stage. Hiruzen's chest heaved violently, each breath expelling hot white vapor. Before him stood the founders of Konoha, his teachers, now mere soulless vessels. Such a splendid expression, Hiruzen-sensei. The blend of reverence, agony, and rage upon your face is truly a sight to behold. Orochimaru's sickly admiration echoed within the stillness of the barrier. You devoted your life to their ludicrous will of fire. Now, let them personally negate everything you have fought for. At that moment, the body of Senju Tobirama moved without warning. His actions were rigid, yet swift, leaving only an afterimage. A series of intricate hand seals flowed seamlessly from his fingers, a skill etched into his very instincts. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. An emotionless declaration erupted from his lips. A colossal water dragon materialized, roaring as it tore through the air, charging toward Hiruzen with ferocity. The moisture instantly evaporated, mixing with the barrier's heat to create a hazy white mist. Hiruzen could not afford to delay. He slammed his staff into the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall erupted, adorned with a canine visage, perfectly positioned to intercept the water dragon's assault. Boom! The mighty dragon collided violently with the towering wall, sending water and debris scattering. Thick steam enveloped the rooftop in an instant, obscuring Hiruzen's vision entirely. Yet, his battle instincts detected a distinctly different chakra fluctuation. It was the first Hokage. Wood release, birth of the world of trees. His tone was equally mechanical, heralding a forbidden technique capable of altering the landscape. With an ominous creaking, the tiles beneath him shattered, and the once sturdy rooftop crumbled like paper. Countless robust trees erupted from the ground with reckless abandon, twisting and intertwining, transforming the interior of the barrier into a grotesque forest of death. Damn it! Hiruzen propelled himself backward, narrowly avoiding a sharp branch that thrust upward from beneath him. His staff elongated, lifting him into the air. Yet, he was confronted by the god of ninjas. The forest's growth showed no signs of abating. Countless vines and branches surged toward him like living serpents, constricting all avenues of escape. Ha! Do you see it, teacher? This is absolute power. Before the first Hokage, all your techniques appear so pitifully inadequate. Orochimaru's maniacal laughter pierced through the cacophony of the tree's growth. Hiruzen ignored him, his expression grave. Mid-air, he twisted his body, retracting his staff before striking out to sever several encroaching vines. As he landed, he formed hand seals. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A blazing fire dragon erupted from his mouth, exuding an overwhelming force as it carved a path through the wooden forest. Yet, as soon as the flames extinguished, the charred trees began to regrow at a visible pace, flourishing even more abundantly. An inexhaustible chakra, a body that could not be entirely extinguished. Such was the terrifying nature of the reanimation jutsu. Futile. Orochimaru's voice slithered into Hiruzen's consciousness like a parasite, eroding his will. Teacher, surrender. They cannot die. Yet you will bleed, grow weary, and age. Just then, a torrent of water unexpectedly surged from the shadows of the trees beside him. It was the second Hokage. Water release, water shuriken. A high-pressure stream of water, thin as a string yet sharp enough to slice through steel, was unleashed. Hiruzen's pupils dilated as he instinctively rolled to the side. Sizzle! As the water line brushed against his body, a massive tree trunk behind him was instantaneously severed with a smooth, even cut, crashing down with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, the hands of Senju Hashirama had already come together in a prayer-like gesture. Wood release, wood clone technique. Dozens of identical wooden clones of the first Hokage emerged from the corners of the forest surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen. The wood release of the first Hokage. The water release and flying thunder god technique of the second Hokage. Each was a legend that once made the shinobi world tremble. Now, these legends had transformed into the most perilous predicament before him. Why must it come to this? Sarutobi Hiruzen swung his Enma staff, fending off an advancing wooden clone. While he roared at Orochimaru, "This is no longer a battle. This is an affront to heroes." An affront? Orochimaru slowly approached the edge of the battlefield, a cruel smile stretching across his face. "No, I am merely demonstrating a truth. The so-called bonds, the so-called will, crumble into insignificance when confronted with true power and eternal life. Everything you hold dear will be obliterated before your eyes, by the very hands of those you respect the most. Is this not the greatest irony for you, Teacher Sarutobi?" Another wooden clone charged forward, and Sarutobi Hiruzen shattered it with a swing of his staff. Yet, the fragments morphed into vines, ensnaring his ankles. A chill ran down his spine. This is bad. In the next moment, the figure of the second Hokage appeared behind him like a specter, holding a kunai that glimmered coldly, aimed at his back. Space-time ninjutsu. Thud. The kunai pierced through without resistance. However, the Sarutobi Hiruzen who was struck transformed with a thud into a wooden stump. Body replacement technique. His true self reappeared several meters away, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped down his forehead, already drenched. Just moments ago, he had been a hair's breadth from death. How pathetic. Teacher, your combat experience is indeed extensive, but how many more times can your body endure the body replacement technique? Orochimaru's words cut like a knife, striking directly at his vulnerabilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, gazing at the two familiar, yet unfamiliar figures drawing closer. He understood that conventional ninjutsu could no longer secure victory. To break the impasse, there was but one method left. That technique. Hiruzen's hands began to weave seals, a technique he had never envisioned employing against these two mentors. His movements were sluggish, as though each hand sign weighed a ton. Lord first, Lord second, he murmured softly, his words laced with profound bitterness. Forgive your unfilial disciple. A massive and resolute chakra erupted from his aged body. He intended to use his very soul to bring this farce to an end. Oh, are you finally going to use that technique? Orochimaru did not attempt to stop him. Instead, he revealed an expression of anticipation. Corpse bone rebirth. To exchange one's life for the fruits of victory. Truly a fitting, albeit foolish and tragic, finale for your style. Come, let me witness the brilliance of your will of fire ignite one last time. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen completed the final seal. A colossal, spectral figure clad in a white kimono, grasping a short blade in its mouth, began to materialize behind him. Chapter 64, Corpse Bone Rebirth. The hero of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Shinigami had descended. It was not a tangible entity, yet it suffocated more than any physical presence could. An oppressive chill, disregarding the high temperatures of the four purple flames formation, seeped into the marrow of every individual present. The umbu outside the barrier instinctively stiffened, gripped by a tremor that originated deep within their souls. Within the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged visage had drained of all color, rendering it as pale as the mask of death. His life was being siphoned away, bit by bit, by the specter behind him. Haha, coughing up your life to seal me, are you? Orochimaru's laughter, punctuated by the sharp pain in his shoulder, grew increasingly deranged. Truly, you are my teacher. Always so fond of self-sacrifice. Are you now proving it with action? Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored him, extending his frail left arm, from which a claw covered in purple sigils pierced through his abdomen, reaching directly for Senju Hashirama. The first Hokage, controlled by the reanimation technique, instinctively attempted to resist. Yet, before the Shinigami's power, even the god of shinobi could not break free. Seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen exerted all his strength to utter a single word. The body of the first Hokage began to disintegrate into dust, a struggling shadow forcibly ripped from its shell, drawn into the Shinigami's maw. After completing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body shuddered violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. He could feel a significant portion of his life force being stripped away. There was still one more. Gritting his teeth, he set his sights on the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Water release, water severing wave. Senju Tobirama reacted swiftly, unleashing a high-pressure water line aimed at the Shinigami's outstretched arm. However, that arm, ethereal yet tangible, completely disregarded the physical attack, seizing the soul of the second Hokage. Another resolute utterance of seal echoed. The two legends who established Konoha finally found their rest in the dust. Within the barrier, the once vibrant forest of wood release instantly lost its vitality, crumbling into lifeless timber. What a splendid performance! Orochimaru clapped his hands, stepping closer. With those bothersome puppets out of the way, it is now my turn. Come, teacher Sarutobi. Let me see if you still possess the strength to drag me into hell with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath, sweat mingled with blood trickling down his brow. He knew full well that his chakra and vitality were on the verge of depletion. It was no longer possible to completely seal Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru saw through this. What is wrong, teacher? Have you realized you cannot accomplish it? How pathetic, to wager everything, yet be unable to perish alongside me. His words struck like the fangs of a venomous serpent, tearing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's last vestiges of dignity. Hiruzen lifted his head, and in his murky eyes, a terrifying resolve flickered. Orochimaru, you underestimate the will of fire. Even in death, I will take everything from you. He relinquished the notion of extracting Orochimaru's complete soul. The Shinigami's arm suddenly clutched Orochimaru's arms. What? For the first time, the smile on Orochimaru's face froze. He felt an irresistible force tearing at the sole of his arms. You bastard. Stop. Let go of me. He struggled frantically, but in the face of this forbidden technique, all resistance was futile. Countless black sigils, like living entities, emerged from his arms, climbing upward, bringing excruciating pain. Thud. The Kusanagi sword he held fell helplessly to the ground, emitting a crisp, mournful chime. My hands, my technique. Orochimaru was horrified to discover that he could no longer feel his arms. All that remained was a void of silence. Seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen expended his last vestige of strength to complete the technique. The world before him began to spin violently, descending into darkness. The Shinigami behind him opened its enormous maw, prepared to consume this final offering. The Umbu outside the barrier let out desperate cries. Lord Hokage. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's consciousness was on the brink of complete dissolution, as he was about to plunge into eternal darkness, a glimmer of light quietly blossomed at the edge of his vision. The light, though faint, precisely reflected in his vacant pupils. The world seemed to pause for a fleeting moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the brink of collapse, felt a sudden tremor course through his body. The flickering flame of his life, akin to a spark infused with an indomitable will, blazed fiercely for an instant. Slowly, summoning every ounce of strength, he raised his arm, pointing towards a corner beyond the barrier. The actions of all present halted, caught off guard by this unexpected gesture. That direction was devoid of any presence. The Hokage, murmured a perplexed Umbu. In the next heartbeat, a figure appeared without warning in the direction indicated by Hiruzen, clad in the garb of a grass ninja. A gentle smile graced his face. Aoi, when had he arrived there? Confusion swept over everyone. A fragmented syllable escaped Hiruzen's throat, amplified by chakra. His voice resonated clearly in the ears of all present. He is a ninja of Konoha. What? Every ninja outside the barrier stood in astonishment. Orochimaru, momentarily forgetting the agony in his arm, stared incredulously at the man who had materialized so unexpectedly. His mission had been to infiltrate the grass village to obtain intel on the Sage of Six Paths treasures. The guise of a grass ninja had merely been a facade. Each painstaking word from Hiruzen was both laborious and lucid. Aoi, codename, Kite. His mission has been accomplished today. He has reclaimed his identity as a Jonin of Konoha. He is the hero of Konoha. This is my final order. With those words, the last vestiges of Hiruzen's life force were utterly extinguished. His body gradually fell backward, an expression of serene relief upon his face, as if he had laid down a heavy burden. With a resounding crash, the barrier of the Shinjutsu, for purple flame shattered, the chaos of the caster's mind causing the collapse. Orochimaru howled in anguish, clutching his unfeeling arms, a mixture of pain and resentment etched across his features. He fixed his gaze upon the man standing silently at the edge of the rooftop. Subsequently, he fled Konoha in a state of disarray. The ninjas of Konoha did not pursue him, enveloped in the sorrow of the third Hokage's sacrifice. The rooftop fell into an eerie silence. All Konoha ninjas gazed blankly at the two figures before them. One, their most esteemed third Hokage, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. The other, Aoi, who had just regained his identity as a Konoha ninja with the last breath of the Hokage. Aoi approached Hiruzen's lifeless form, kneeling beside him, his movements heavy with sorrow. He spoke not a word, yet all understood from his silence the years of enduring hardship and the unspeakable grief of the moment. Kakashi, Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai, among other Konoha ninjas, approached Aoi, their voices hoarse. Since it is the Hokage's command, you have endured much. Welcome home, Aoi. Aoi merely shook his head, a wistful sigh escaping him. All for Konoha. His voice, though soft, bore a strength capable of soothing hearts, garnering a deeper sense of recognition among the crowd. The plan had reached a perfect closure. From this day forth, he would no longer be a grass ninja. He was a hero of Konoha, a hero acknowledged by the third Hokage himself before all witnesses. Chapter 65. I shall protect Konoha. The wind upon the rooftop carried the scent of blood and ash, stirring the tattered remnants of Hiruzen's robes. The deathly silence was shattered by a stifled sob. Hokage-sama. Ninjas of the Hokage's lineage dropped to their knees, their fists crashing heavily against the shattered tiles. Grief, akin to an infectious plague, spread among the surviving ninjas of Konoha. Aoi rose, now adorned with the headband of a Konoha ninja. His movements bore no trace of ignoble fervor, as if he were merely brushing dust from his knees. He did not glance at the distraught Umbu or the Konoha ninjas. Instead, he turned to face the village still ablaze. Now is not the time for sorrow. The statement was calm, so devoid of warmth, yet it pierced through the thick atmosphere of mourning like a needle. What did you say? An Umbu ninja shot up, his eyes ablaze with fury and confusion, agitation evident in his demeanor. The Hokage has just sacrificed himself. Silence. Another Umbu snapped, forcing himself to stand. He speaks the truth. The Hokage devoted his life to protect the village. We cannot allow his sacrifice to be in vain. The Umbu turned towards Aoi, executing a formal ninja bow. Lord Kite, please issue your commands. The Hokage's dying wish served as the highest directive. In that moment, the name Aoi, the codename Kite, held extraordinary significance in their hearts. Clear the battlefield, eliminate all remaining foes. Organize into teams to rescue civilians and extinguish the flames. Ensure the Hokage's body is returned with dignity. Always orders were clear, concise, and devoid of any extraneous emotion, as though he were not an outsider, but rather a bearer of the will of fire, an inheritor of Konoha. Understood. The Umbu did not hesitate, immediately commencing their actions. Efficiency was ingrained in their very being. Yet, just as the teams were about to disperse, an unsettling question arose. Wait. An Umbu clad in a raccoon mask halted a comrade who was about to retrieve Hiruzen's body. He did not look at Aoi, yet everyone understood to whom his words were directed. The guise of a grass ninja, the infiltration mission, these are merely the Hokage's words. He can no longer corroborate anything for us. The air thickened once more. The seed of doubt, once sown, would take root in the most vulnerable places of the human heart. There was indeed an unsettling aspect to the entire event. However, no one dared to voice their suspicions. Aoi slowly turned. He did not regard the questioning Umbu. Instead, he walked to the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the ravaged streets below. Are you suggesting that the third Hokage is lying? His retort was light, yet it landed like a boulder upon every heart present. That is not my intention. The ninja beneath the raccoon mask stiffened. I merely believe that without further evidence, this matter bears significant weight. Evidence? Aoi interjected. Orochimaru destroyed the village. Murdered our Hokage. This is the evidence. The allied forces of Suna and Odo continue to massacre our comrades and families within the village. This is the evidence. He pointed towards a skirmish occurring below, where several Konoha ninjas were besieged by multiple foes, teetering on the brink of despair. They require assistance. Not our mutual distrust over the final words of a deceased man. In his last moments, the Hokage chose to restore my identity and bestow upon me the title of hero. It is because he understood the peril Konoha currently faces. It is precisely the time when my strength is needed to protect Konoha. Will you choose to trust the Hokage or your own doubts? This declaration struck like a hammer, branding all skepticism with the mark of betrayal against the third Hokage. No one dared bear such a stigma, especially in the wake of the Hokage's recent sacrifice for the village. The Umbu behind the raccoon mask fell silent. We certainly believe in the Hokage's judgment. Kakashi, Guy, and Kurenai immediately affirmed their stance, glaring fiercely at the troublesome Umbu. Aoi, do not take offense. They mean no harm. They are merely... Aoi did not respond. He simply leapt from the rooftop like a black hawk, diving towards the besieged battlefield below. Kaminari followed closely behind. A group of Umbu lingered on the rooftop, exchanging bewildered glances. What are you waiting for? Kakashi's furious shout snapped them from their stupor, prompting immediate action. Urban warfare. Grim and brutal. Blood soaked the earth, and shattered weapons lay strewn about. A sand shinobi, grinning maliciously, brandished a kunai, lunging at a weary Leaf Chunin. The young ninja's face was etched with despair. He closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Thud. Warm liquid splattered onto his face. The anticipated agony did not arrive. Puzzled, he opened his eyes. The sand shinobi remained poised in his attack, yet a pitch-black blade had pierced his chest. Its wielder stood behind him, clad in the standard Umbu vest, yet lacking a mask. A strikingly handsome and indifferent face. It was Ayu. He withdrew his long knife, allowing the lifeless body to collapse. The surrounding sand and sound shinobi were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Who is that? Kill him. The enemies, regaining their senses, shrieked and surged from all directions. Ayu remained motionless, quietly standing there. Then, one by one, the foes charging toward him froze in their tracks, their faces contorted with terror as they gazed at their comrades. What are you doing, bastard? Why are you attacking me? Help! Chaos erupted within the enemy ranks without warning. They began to turn on one another. Blades sliced into their companions' bodies, and jutsu rained down upon former allies. The few surviving Leaf ninjas stared in disbelief at the bizarre scene unfolding before them, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening. To them, it appeared as though the enemy had collectively gone mad. Only the recently saved Chunin gazed at the man at the center of the turmoil with near-worshipful fervor. It's an illusion. It must be some incomprehensible, overwhelmingly powerful genjutsu. Ayu paid no mind to the squabbling insects. He approached the Chunin. Can you still stand? I can. Yes, sir. The Chunin stammered, struggling to rise. Very well. Then pick up your weapon and protect those who need your protection. With that, Ayu vanished, appearing on another battlefield. The slaughter continued, executed with the utmost efficiency and subtlety. Wherever Ayu tread, the enemy's formation crumbled from within. Among the rescued Leaf ninjas, the name Ayu began to be equated with that of a hero, one illuminated by the dying brilliance of the third Hokage's life for the sake of Konoha. Ayu stood atop the highest point of a building, surveying the gradually subsiding flames of war. Beside him, Kaguya offered a water bottle. Lord Au. Her face radiated admiration and affection. Au accepted the bottle but did not drink. His plan had just achieved its most critical milestone, identity. A flawless identity, recognized by all and imbued with an aura of reverence. Henceforth, Konoha would be his garden. He slowly sheathed his blade. In the sky, the setting sun glowed like blood. Chapter 66. Suppressing Shikaku. The war had drawn to a close. The flames of Konoha gradually extinguished, replaced by thick black smoke and an inescapable stench of blood. Lord Au. Kaguya's voice trembled as she pointed towards another part of the village. That chakra, an ominous, violent chakra, surpassing that of any ninja, rampaged uncontrollably, like a black hole. It devoured everything in its vicinity. Shikaku. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Au's mouth. The Pandora's box he had opened must now be closed by his own hands. Let us go? He uttered a single word, vanishing from sight. The entrance to the root base had long since vanished, replaced by an immense pit, as if struck by a meteor. At the center of the pit, a colossal tanuki composed of sand roared furiously. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A visible air cannon erupted from Shikaku's mouth, wielding the power to annihilate all. Boom! A massive red toad absorbed the impact, sliding backward for over 100 meters, carving deep furrows into the ground. It's no use. Naruto. This guy's chakra is endless. Fukasaku's heavy breaths shook the golden figure standing atop him. I can still hold on. Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth, his chakra nearly depleted. He glanced at the figure nearby. Half kneeling and gasping for air, Sasuke Uchiha. His body was adorned with black, cursed seal markings, yet he too had reached his limit. They were on the brink of collapse. Shikaku would not grant them any respite. It opened its mouth wider, gathering a chakra ball far larger than before. The deadly spiral of chakra, mingled with wind and sand, formed the tailed beast bomb. Fukasaku's pupils shrank to pinpricks. It's over. There's no escaping this. Despair etched itself onto Naruto's face for the first time. Just as the deadly tailed beast bomb was about to be unleashed, a figure abruptly appeared between Shikaku and Fukasaku. Au. He didn't even glance at Naruto. He merely raised a hand, aiming at the enormous tailed beast. Who is that? Naruto was taken aback. Sasuke also raised his head, confusion and caution filling his Sharingan. Stand down. Au's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in Fukasaku's ears. The command carried an undeniable authority. Who do you think you are? Telling me to stand down. Though Fukasaku's words were defiant, his body instinctively leaped back a distance. Shikaku paused momentarily at the sight of this seemingly insignificant human. Another insect come to die? It roared, unleashing the fully charged tailed beast bomb. A cataclysmic beam of light tore through the air, warping space as it surged toward Au. He remained still, slowly lowering his hand. Then, he formed a series of intricate seals, incomprehensible to all. What is he doing? Get away! Naruto shouted in alarm. Yet, in the next moment, all voices caught in their throats. Binding technique, the 99th restriction. Au's voice was deep and clear. The ground cracked without warning. Countless strips inscribed with black runes surged from the earth like living serpents. They did not bind Shikaku's body. Instead, in an astonishing fashion, they interwove before Au, instantaneously forming an enormous, impenetrable wall of runes. Boom! The tailed beast bomb collided solidly against the wall. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no all-consuming shockwave. The power capable of leveling a small mountain vanished upon contact with the wall, like a cow sinking into the sea. The light was devoured, the energy absorbed. Everything disappeared without a trace. The wall of runes stood unscathed. Time seemed to freeze. Fukasaku's pipe fell to the ground. Naruto gaped, forgetting to breathe. Sasuke's Sharingan reverted to its ordinary black from sheer shock. What kind of jutsu is this? He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a quiver. This had transcended his comprehension of ninjutsu. At that moment, several figures descended upon the periphery of the battlefield, those shadowy ninjas who had followed Aoi. They too stood agape, their hearts racing as they beheld this miraculous scene. The earlier display was indeed as the Hokage had said. Lord Aoi truly possessed unparalleled strength. Any lingering doubts regarding Aoi's identity were utterly shattered in that instant, replaced by fervent reverence. Shikaku was equally stunned, unable to fathom why its most formidable attack had proven so ineffectual. But it was not over yet. Aoi's voice resonated once more as he formed a new seal. Binding Technique 99, Second Stage, Forbidden Seal. Initial verse, Restraint. More strips of runes surged forth from all directions, their target now Shikaku. They ensnared its limbs, neck, and torso. Get away from me. Shikaku thrashed wildly, its immense strength straining the fabric of the bindings to their limits. Second verse, 100 pillars. A multitude of gigantic stone columns erupted from the ground, driving into Shikaku's body like nails, pinning it firmly in place. Final verse, forbidden seal of execution. Aoi clasped his hands together with sudden force. A colossal cube, composed entirely of runes, descended from the heavens, enveloping the still-roaring Shikaku along with the stone pillars and bindings. A deep thrum echoed as the cube struck the ground with tremendous weight. The world fell silent. The chaotic chakra was completely severed. The cube gradually diminished in size, ultimately reducing to a palm-sized block, which was then absorbed into Gaara's body. Gaara reverted to his human form, casually tossing the unconscious Aoi into the hands of the arriving Umbu ninjas. Take care of him. Yes, Lord Aoi. The Umbu ninja fumbled to catch Gaara, feeling as though they were cradling a creature capable of destabilizing the entire ninja realm. Having completed his task, Aoi finally turned to the two dazed youths, a faint, approving smile gracing his lips. You both performed admirably. The rest is now entrusted to us. He approached Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. Startled, Naruto snapped back to reality. That was incredible. What technique was that? It's even more powerful than the Rasengan. Sasuke, however, remained silent, fixated on Aoi. His pride, the dignity of the Uchiha clan, had been systematically crushed today, first by Orochimaru, then by that man named Itachi, and now, yet another had joined their ranks. Aoi chose not to respond to Naruto's inquiry. Instead, he gazed at the unconscious Kankuro and Temari nearby, also affected by the battle. Bring them all back. The war is over. His words marked the conclusion of the Konoha collapse plan, a perfect period pinned by his own hand. The earlier suppression of the one-tailed Shikaku was merely a mirage, an illusion crafted for the onlookers. Aoi's true strength was not as formidable as it appeared. It was solely a facade designed to cultivate an image of power. Chapter 67. Konoha High-Level Meeting. The root had ceased to be a base. It had become an unfathomable abyss, a wound forcibly excised from Konoha's land in the most brutal manner. Shattered rocks and twisted rebar mingled with charred earth, exuding a foul stench of death and chakra. The once impenetrable underground fortress now lay reduced to an entrance leading to hell. Umbu operatives had cordoned off the ruins, their expressions blank, none daring to approach. The events that had transpired here exceeded their comprehension. In the highest chamber of the Hokage building, half the windows lay shattered, cold winds sweeping in and rustling the papers on the table. The atmosphere was more frigid than the outside air. The two advisors of Konoha, Mito Kazuma and Tsunade, sat at the main seats, their faces darkened with palpable tension. Opposite them sat several elite shinobi representatives from Konoha, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai, each bearing wounds and exhaustion. The door to the meeting room swung open, and Aoi stepped in, clad in the standard Konoha Jonin uniform, his new green vest strikingly vibrant. All movement ceased, leaving only the sound of the wind. What brings you here? Tsunade spoke first, her voice sharp and laden with undisguised disdain. This is a high-level Konoha meeting. A newly reinstated ninja has no right to sit here. Kakashi furrowed his brow, poised to speak, but Aoi preempted him. He neither rebutted nor argued. Instead, he calmly pulled out an empty chair and sat beside Kakashi, his demeanor composed. He then placed a blood-stained kunai gently on the table. This was obtained from an Oto ninja. He was preparing to kill 3 Konoha genin before he met his end. He stated calmly, I am not here to debate my qualifications, but to discuss how to prevent more kunai like this from finding their way into the throats of our shinobi. Tsunade was momentarily rendered speechless, her attempts to wield authority thwarted by the stark evidence of Aoi's accomplishments. Mito Kazuma rapped the table lightly. Tsunade, this is not the time for such matters. He turned to Aoi. We all heard Sarutobi's last command, but the situation is unique. Aoi, we require you to elucidate the details of your mission. This is a necessary procedure. Aoi leaned back slightly, resting against the chair's back. My mission was one of infiltration. All intelligence was to be reported exclusively to the third Hokage, with him no longer present. There is no one to whom this intelligence can be transferred. His response was watertight, clarifying his inability to provide evidence, while simultaneously elevating Sarutobi's authority to an unquestionable level. Utter nonsense. Tsunade launched another attack. So there is no material evidence to validate your identity? Merely a statement from Sarutobi before his death? Who has to say this isn't Orochimaru's scheme, or some illusion you've conjured? Asuma erupted, slamming his hand on the table, rising to his feet. Tsunade, mind your language. That was my father. He gave his life to protect the village. Are you questioning his final judgment? I am not. Tsunade's face flushed crimson. I am simply stating facts. Konoha is at its most vulnerable state. Any slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Once again, the door to the meeting room swung open, this time with immense force. Shimura Danzo entered, one of his arms heavily bandaged and slung across his chest, the other arm exposed, marred by burns and scratches. His unbandaged eye was bloodshot, and he appeared as a beast risen from the depths of hell, grievously wounded. The two root ninjas behind him attempted to assist, but he shrugged them off vehemently. Danzo, Mito Kazuma exclaimed, astonished. Your injuries. Danzo ignored him, striding into the meeting room, each step creaking the floor beneath him. His gaze was fixed intently on Aoi, a mixture of deep-seated hatred, disbelief, and sheer terror etched upon his features. It was you, he rasped, his voice hoarse as though two pieces of sandpaper were grinding against one another. You did this. The atmosphere in the conference room became instantly palpable. As every gaze turned towards Qingyu, he remained motionless, not even altering his posture, simply regarding Danzo with a serene expression, as if observing a petulant stranger. Lord Danzo, I find myself perplexed by your insinuations. Perplexed? Danzo let out a grotesque chuckle, which triggered a painful cough from his wounds. You, the spy from the grass village. You have obliterated my base and slaughtered my entire team. That fool Sarutobi, even in his dying breath, regarded you as a hero. You deceived him. You deceived us all. This barrage of accusations detonated like a thunderclap within the confines of the small meeting room. The expression on Tono Kamaru's face reflected a realization. While Kakashi and Asumo wore looks of shock and confusion, instinctively grasping their weapons. At last, Qingyu made a move, slowly straightening his posture. He did not cast his eyes upon those who doubted him. Instead, he focused on the seemingly deranged Danzo. Lord Danzo, you claim that I destroyed your base. I feel compelled to inquire. How did the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, Shikaku, come to be present in your heavily fortified root base? This question struck like an invisible blade, piercing directly to Danzo's heart. His roar abruptly ceased, and his pupils dilated in shock. How could he possibly know? This information was known only to himself and a handful of loyal subordinates, who had since turned to dust. Upon witnessing Danzo's reaction, Mito Gate-in and Tono Kamaru's expressions shifted as well. They were not fools. They instantly comprehended the horrifying implications behind that question. Qingyu offered no respite to Danzo. He continued in a tone so disturbingly calm it was almost maddening, delivering a more devastating revelation. The third Hokage entrusted me with a final mission before his sacrifice, to thoroughly investigate the conspiracy behind Konoha's collapse. My initial report is ready to be submitted to both of you. He paused, casting his gaze over everyone present. The origin of this turmoil did not lie in the examination hall, nor at the village's gates. It lurked beneath the surface of roots underground. The Shikaku rampaged within the sealed confines of the root base, causing catastrophic destruction and tearing a gaping hole in Konoha's defensive framework from within. May I ask, Lord Danzo, as the leader of Root and Konoha's clandestine protector, how do you intend to explain all of this? Qingyu rose from his seat, approaching Danzo, their distance shrinking to less than a meter. One was as calm as ice, while the other burned with fury. Or perhaps I shall rephrase my inquiry. What was your intent in secretly introducing the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure to Orochimaru? Boom. Danzo's mind went blank. He stared at Qingyu's youthful, tranquil visage, and an icy dread coursed through him, surging from his spine to the crown of his head. A demon. This man was a demon. He not only knew everything, but he had also woven all the blame into an inescapable web that ensnared Danzo himself. You're slandering me. For the first time, panic seeped into Danzo's voice. Mito Gate-in and Tono Kamaru's expressions had irrevocably changed, their prior skepticism morphing into cold detachment and scrutiny. Danzo. Mito Gate-in's voice was laden with gravity. Is what Qingyu said true? Danzo found himself at a loss for words. He could neither confirm nor deny. To admit it would be tantamount to betraying the village. To deny it? How could he explain how Qingyu knew all of this? Qingyu bowed slightly toward the two advisors. Esteemed lords, the truth is now glaringly apparent. We should now deliberate on how to address the aftermath and stabilize the village. He had completely seized control of the meeting, pinning Konoha's shadowy ninja, Shimura Danzo, to the judgment seat. He turned away, no longer looking at the dazed elder. The plan had progressed another step forward. Chapter 68. This man possesses the mindset of a Hokage. Outside the conference room, black smoke continued to swirl. The acrid scent of charm mingled with the metallic tang of blood invading each person's nostrils. Danzo's body trembled slightly, not from pain, but from a chill that seeped deep into his marrow. Before him, Qingyu resembled an unmelting block of ice, devoid of warmth or form. Danzo. Mito Gate-in's voice shattered the silence, aged and laced with undeniable fatigue. Do you have anything left to explain? Explain? What could Danzo elucidate? He could not reveal his dealings with Orochimaru. Those were secrets shrouded in darkness. Once exposed to the light, they would lead to his irrevocable downfall. Qingyu stepped back, returning to his seat, relinquishing control back to the two advisors, as if he were merely an ordinary ninja awaiting judgment after submitting a report. This posture satisfied Mito Gate-in and Tono Kamaru. Enough. Tono Kamaru slammed her palm onto the table. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. She turned to Danzo, sharply questioning him. Until you clear your name, all power held by Root is hereby frozen. You yourself must also be placed under supervision. This was the harshest reprimand, almost equivalent to expelling him entirely from Konoha's power core. Danzo's exposed eye was suddenly filled with a terrifying bloodshot hue. You dare. Sarutobi is dead. Now it's your turn to criticize me? Asuma stepped forward, positioning himself before the two advisors. Lord Danzo, please remain calm. My father has just sacrificed himself. The village requires stability, not internal strife. Stability? Danzo suddenly laughed, his laughter harsh and grating. What can a village, bereft of a Hokage, use to stabilize itself? Sunagakure and the Sound Ninja could strike again at any moment, and the wolves surrounding us are ever watchful. What do you intend to rely on? These upper ninjas who merely engage in empty rhetoric? He scanned the room, ultimately fixing a malevolent gaze upon Mito Gate-in, Tono Kamaru, and Asuma. He had reason to suspect that Asuma, under the influence of Sarutobi and two old comrades, had brought the Jinchuriki to the Root base, intending to diminish his power and thwart his ascension to Hokage, thus leading to the current predicament. However, these were mere suspicions without evidence. Voicing them would serve little purpose. Sarutobi's weakness had already exacted a toll on Konoha. Now, the village needed a strong leader, one capable of employing a firm hand to eradicate all threats and guide Konoha out of the mire. Everyone held their breath, vaguely sensing what this madman was about to declare. Danzo straightened his scarred spine, striking his intact palm against his chest. Now, I, Shimura Danzo, formally nominate myself as the 5th Hokage in my capacity as an elder of Konoha. The air froze for 3 seconds before Kakashi's stifled laugh broke the tension. What a joke. Those words acted like a fuse. Have you lost your mind, Danzo? Tono Kamaru nearly leaped from her chair, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You, an accomplice to rogue ninjas, suspected of almost destroying the village, dare to aspire to become Hokage? This is the gravest insult to the title. Mito Gate-in's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Danzo, retract your statement. This is not the time for nonsense. Nonsense. Danzo stepped forward, locking eyes with his former comrade. Everything I have done has been for Konoha. Sakumo does not comprehend the essence of sacrifice, but I do. The darkness he fears to embrace, I shall bear. Who else, if not I, possesses the qualification and capability to occupy that position at this critical juncture? Me. Asuma nearly roared this word. Even I am more deserving than you. Who merely lurks in the shadows, scheming. You? Danzo cast a disdainful glance in his direction. A mere second-generation scion who knows nothing beyond his dalliances with women? Without Sarutobi, you are nothing. A worthless fool. You. Asuma's fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing as chakra surged to the surface of his skin. Enough. Mito Gate-yasu bellowed, halting the impending clash. The election of Hokage necessitates the trust and votes of all the Jonin, as well as the approval of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. This cannot be resolved through quarrels here. He turned to all the Jonin present. What are your opinions? Kakashi was the first to speak. I oppose. Yuhi Kurenai followed suit. I too oppose. One by one, the Jonin declared their stances. Opposed. 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 Not a single soul offered support. Each dissenting voice struck Danzo like a resounding slap across the face. He had established the roots, safeguarding Konoha from the shadows for decades. He believed himself to love this village more than anyone else. Yet, in the end, he garnered no one's recognition. His body trembled once more, fueled by sheer rage and indignation. Throughout it all, one individual remained silent. Always, he simply sat there, as if this fervent debate concerning Konoha's future bore no relevance to him. He lifted the now-cold tea from the table and took a sip. All eyes instinctively turned toward him. Danzo stared at him intently. And you? Aoi, the hero of Konoha. What is your opinion? Aoi set down the teacup, producing a soft clink. He did not answer Danzo's inquiry. He merely looked towards the two advisors. Esteemed lords, I believe the pressing matter at hand is not to argue over who should become Hokage. His words left everyone momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Mito Gate-yasu instinctively asked. Aoi rose and walked to the shattered window. He pointed to the streets below, being cleared by shinobi, and to the bodies concealed beneath white cloths. The bones of the third Hokage have yet to cool. The families of the deceased await Konoha's consolation. The ravaged homes require rebuilding. He turned back and continued. Yet here we are, squabbling for power, hurling accusations. Are you truly safeguarding Konoha, Danzo? Aoi finally directed his gaze at the elderly man, whose countenance was ashen. Your so-called iron fist only breeds further suspicion and deeper hatred. The darkness you profess only shatters everyone's trust in Konoha. He returned to his seat, grasping the blood-stained kunai. As for the choice of Hokage, I suggest we wait until the village is truly stabilized before discussing it. With that, he strode out of the conference room, not casting another glance at anyone. Tsukuyomi followed closely behind him. The entire assembly fell into a profound silence. Every word from Aoi felt like a blade, not only slicing through Danzo's ambitions, but also piercing the hearts of all those eager to divvy up the power. They gazed at the ruins outside, then at each other. A sense of shame welled within them. Truly, he is the hero of Konoha, esteemed by the third Hokage. He is the genuine bearer of the will of fire. This man possesses the mind of a Hokage. Danzo stood frozen, like a statue of stone. He had lost. Utterly and completely. Not in strength, but in righteousness. The darkness and enlightenment he took pride in became worthless, even laughable, in the wake of Aoi's words. Chapter 69. The Funeral of the Third Hokage. Jiraiya returns. The heavens weep. Fine strands of rain, cold and slanting, weave a net that envelopes all of Konoha. Black is the only hue visible. The crowd stands solemnly, akin to a forest rendered silent by the rain. Before the memorial stone, the freshly carved name stands out starkly, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Aoi stands among the throng, clad in a black mourning attire indistinguishable from the others. Rainwater trickles from his hair, dripping onto his pristine shoulder. The air is thick with a blend of earthy scents and the faint aroma of incense. Grief is a cheap contagion. Some weep softly, their sobs punctuated by the patter of rain. Others wear expressions of numbness, as if their souls have been extracted alongside the calamity. Yet, a few conceal a barely perceptible satisfaction beneath their somber garb. Aoi feels nothing. He is merely an observer, relishing the climax of the tragedy he has orchestrated. A grand funeral serves as the most fitting ceremony to conclude an era, and it also provides a perfect stage for him, the newly emerged hero, to walk upon a red carpet. Grandfather Third, a choked voice emerges from nearby. It is Uzumaki Naruto. He stands beside Irika, his typically boisterous golden head bowed deeply at this moment. His small shoulders tremble slightly in the rain. Aoi's steps move soundlessly toward him, stopping at Naruto's side. The hero's departure is not meant for us to wallow in sorrow. Naruto abruptly lifts his head, his expression momentarily bewildered upon realizing it is Aoi before him, but rather to inspire us to inherit his will and grow stronger. Aoi does not offer comfort, nor does he utter empty platitudes of condolence. He simply states a fact, one that Naruto desperately needs to hear at this moment. Inherit the will? Naruto mumbles, tears mingling with rainwater as they slide down his youthful cheeks. Yes, the Hokage protected us with his life. Now, it is our turn to safeguard all that he cherished. Aoi extends his hand, but instead of resting it upon Naruto's head, he places it heavily upon his shoulder. That weight is substantial. Naruto's body quakes, then gradually stills. He gazes at Aoi, the man who descended like a deity before the Shook. I will become a Hokage greater than all before, he proclaims loudly, as if making a vow. The surrounding crowd is stirred by this sudden exclamation, turning to look. They see Aoi and the inspired Naruto, Kakashi Asuma, and others display faint smiles of relief. In such a moment, Konoha needs this voice, not endless mourning. Aoi retracts his hand, nodding slightly at Naruto, then retreats into the crowd. A flawless performance, both soothing the Jinchuriki and demonstrating his profound understanding of the will of fire before all the Jonin. His position, at this moment, has solidified further. At the other end of the crowd, two aged figures witnessed this scene unfold. This Aoi is no ordinary man, Tsunade remarked in a low voice. He knows how to win hearts. Mito Gate Yasu remained silent, his murky eyes flickering with complex emotions. They did not trust Aoi. Yet, they could not help but acknowledge that all he had done was for the benefit of Konoha. They could find no fault in his actions. Farther away, beneath the shadow of a great tree, Shimura Danzo stood alone, like a wolf cast out from its pack. His bandaged arm was glaringly conspicuous. He watched Aoi, the man who had dismantled everything he had built, and yet now accepted the reverence of all, appearing every bit the true hero. An overwhelming sense of humiliation and fury ignited within his chest. Yet, He found himself powerless to act. He opened his mouth, only to allow the frigid rainwater to pour into it. At that moment, a vast and familiar chakra surged forth from the direction of the village entrance, unrestrained and palpable. A subtle commotion rippled through the crowd. A man, clad in a striking red coat and sporting a mane of conspicuous white hair, appeared at the end of the path leading to the memorial stone. His countenance bore none of the usual levity and irreverence. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and a direct disciple of the third Hokage, he had returned. He approached step by step, his wooden clogs echoing dully against the damp stone slabs. The rain seemed to part before him. The crowd instinctively made way, creating a path. Jiraiya halted before the memorial stone, gazing at the newly inscribed name, lost in contemplation for a lengthy moment. Then, he gradually knelt on one knee. This man, who had roamed far and wide for half his life, this legendary ninja, now resembled a lost child, returning to his master's grave. No one dared to disturb him. The world around appeared to dissolve, leaving only him, the stone, and the incessant rain. Aoi quietly observed. The bond between Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi transcended that of ordinary relationships. He was among the few who truly understood Sarutobi. His own rhetoric might deceive others, yet it could hardly fool Jiraiya. After a lengthy pause, Jiraiya rose. He turned, his weathered eyes sweeping over each individual present, finally resting upon Aoi. There were no questions, no probing inquiries, only a pure, tranquil scrutiny that felt like a scalpel, attempting to dissect Aoi layer by layer. Aoi did not shy away. He met that gaze, bowing slightly, a gesture of respect from a junior to a legendary senior. Flawless. Jiraiya said nothing. Yet, the heavy aura surrounding him bore down upon the hearts of everyone present like a colossal stone. Aoi adjusted the collar of his rain-soaked attire. The situation had grown increasingly intriguing. Chapter 70. The election of the fifth Hokage, recommends Tsunade. The rain ceased. Yet, the humidity in the air felt more oppressive than during the downpour, clinging to the skin and seeping into the bones. In the conference room of the Hokage building, makeshift wooden boards sealed the shattered windows, failing to mask the lingering scent of charred wood and decay. The table remained the same. The people were also unchanged, except for one. Jiraiya. He sat with a commanding presence, his vibrant red coat starkly contrasting with the surrounding gloom. He remained silent, preoccupied with an unrefined act of cleaning his ear with his pinky. Mito Minion cleared his throat, shattering the stifling silence. With everyone present, the meeting resumed. There was but a single agenda. Tokage Komatsu took the lead, stating, "I nominate Jiraiya for the position of fifth Hokage." Without any preamble, Tokage Komatsu made the direct nomination. The legendary Sannin, direct disciple of the third Hokage, based on strength, experience, and reputation, you are undoubtedly the rightful choice. Mito Minion nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiraiya, you alone can stabilize the village in this situation. The others, including Kakashi and other elite jonin, echoed their support. It was a decision that seemed natural, devoid of any controversy. All eyes turned to Jiraiya, awaiting his assent. However, Danzo Shimura's expression darkened, and he remained silent, concealing his thoughts. Aoi, who had not spoken thus far, sat upright, resembling a diligent student, though his fingers rhythmically tapped on his knee unconsciously. Jiraiya examined the earwax he had extracted, scrutinizing it in the light before flicking it away. I refuse. The three words floated lightly, yet they struck the room like three boulders dropped into water. What did you say? Tokage Komatsu's brow furrowed in confusion. I said, I will not do it. Jiraiya shifted into a more comfortable position, almost sinking into his chair. Hokage? What a joke. Every day drowning in paperwork, squabbling with those old foxes from the daimyo's court, and assigning tasks to a bunch of kids? Spare me. I am not cut out for that. Mito Minion's expression soured. Jiraiya, this is not the time for childishness. You are more aware than anyone of what the village has just endured. I am fully aware, Jiraiya replied, dispelling his previous nonchalance. He sat upright, a formidable aura characteristic of a legendary ninja enveloping the room. Precisely because I am aware, I cannot take on this role. The Hokage must embody responsibility, sacrifice, and the resolve to protect the village. The old man possessed those qualities. I do not. My responsibility lies in my research, in crafting the Ika paradise, in safeguarding other things. I do not wish my life to be shackled by that title. His declaration left everyone in silence, particularly Asuma, who wished to retort but found no grounds to do so, for Jiraiya spoke the truth. Then what do you propose? Tokage Komatsu slammed her palm on the table. The village cannot go without a leader for a day. We cannot let that man Danzo take charge. She halted abruptly, but everyone understood her implication. Jiraiya's fingers gently tapped on the table. There are candidates. Who? Tsunade. An even more profound silence descended upon the conference room. Tsunade. That name had not graced the high-level meetings in Konoha for quite some time. The granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, and also a fabled target for betters. No way. Tokage Komatsu immediately dismissed the suggestion without a second thought. Without explicitly mentioning Tsunade's fear of blood, she merely gestured. And those in the know comprehended. She has been away from the village for far too long. Besides, she has that issue. How could she possibly serve as Hokage? A ninja with such a flaw would only render Konoha the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. Mito Minion shook his head in agreement. Tsunade's temperament is far too erratic. The risks involved in placing her in charge of the village are too great. Risks? Jiraiya scoffed. Is there a greater risk than Konoha's current predicament? He extended a finger. We lack top-tier medical ninjas to tend to the countless wounded from this war. Tsunade is the foremost medical expert in the ninja world. He extended a second finger. We need someone with sufficient prestige and lineage to pacify the restless factions and reassure the daimyo of the Fire Country. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Who else possesses greater qualifications? He extended a third finger. We require a symbol of hope for the villagers. The return of the legendary Sannin to take command. What could be more inspiring? With each point Jiraiya made, the expressions of the two advisors darkened further, for they found themselves unable to refute his claims. As for the issues surrounding Tsunade, Jiraiya rose. I will help her address those. I will seek her out. I will speak with her. She will return. His tone carried an undeniable assurance. It seemed as though matters were settled. At that moment, Aoi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. I support Lord Jiraiya's proposal. All eyes immediately turned to him. Aoi stood slowly. The title of Hokage is undoubtedly significant. However, as Lord Jiraiya has articulated, what the village most urgently requires now is healing. Healing for the wounded bodies and healing for the hearts of all. Lady Tsunade is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. His words are impartial, entirely in alignment with the village's interests, as if delivering the conclusive judgment on Jiraiya's proposal. Jiraiya cast a somewhat surprised glance at him. This young man, he had heard of him. He had observed him from a distance at the funeral, the hero entrusted by his mentor, Sarutobi. At this moment, he indeed exudes an air of distinction. Very well. Mito gate and seemed to have made up his mind. So be it. Jiraiya, the mission to find Tsunade is entrusted to you. This is an S-rank mission. Jiraiya grinned widely. I am more than willing. He turned and strode confidently towards the exit of the conference room, not a hint of hesitation in his steps. As he passed by Aoi, he paused briefly. Young man, your name is Kaido, correct? Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Aoi slightly inclined his body. The teacher has great trust in you. Having said this, Jiraiya exited the conference room. As he left Konoha, he took Naruto along with him, for he was already aware that an organization known as Akatsuki was collecting tailed beasts. Regarding this matter, Jiraiya informed the higher-ups of Konoha. It was unsafe to leave Naruto in Konoha, and he felt uneasy about it. After Jiraiya's departure, the room was left with individuals, each harboring their own thoughts. Aoi resumed his seat, lifting the cup of tea that had long gone cold before him. He understood that it was impossible for him to become Hokage now. Thus, he had never displayed any such aspirations from the very beginning. Chapter 71. Itachi Uchiha appears in Konoha. The streets of Konoha, washed clean by the rain, now appeared even more desolate. The business at the dango shop was disappointingly slow. Beneath a red oiled paper umbrella, only one table was occupied. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, along with Aoi and Uzumaki Karui. Today, I shall treat you all. Kakashi feebly raised a skewer of dango, a meager gesture to welcome you and Karui. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, which was quickly suppressed by the damp, cold air. Come on, Kakashi, you've spent all your money this month on Paradise of Affection. Haven to you? Is there even enough left for Aoi and Karui's meal? His words carried a hint of teasing, yet could not dispel the somber atmosphere. Kurenai poked at the dango on her plate with a bamboo skewer, remaining silent. The lingering sorrow is more tormenting than the war itself. Aoi picked up a skewer of dango and took a bite. It was excessively sweet. He tossed the remainder to Karui, who was overjoyed to finally indulge. I merely did what any Konoha ninja ought to do, he replied calmly, perfectly embodying the role of a humble hero. We are all ninjas of Konoha, are we not? This statement caused both Asuma and Kurenai to momentarily halt their actions, turning their gazes towards Aoi. This young man exhibited neither arrogance due to his achievements nor despondency from witnessing tragedies. He seemed like a steadfast rock, quietly standing firm amidst the storm. Such stability provided them with a sliver of comfort. Truly a hero recognized by the third Hokage. Indeed, Asuma extinguished his cigarette, but, so do I. Karui was voraciously devouring her fifth skewer of dango, her cheeks puffed up like a hamster. This fleeting, fragile piece resembled a bubble in the sunlight. Suddenly, two distinctly different presences intruded upon their perception. Cold, sinister, and overwhelmingly suffocating. Kakashi and Asuma's bodies tensed instantly. This chakra always set down his dango, a grave expression emerging on his face, though his heart remained unperturbed. They have arrived. The four exchanged glances, not even having time to greet one another before their figures vanished from their spots simultaneously. By the lake, two men clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds stood silently. One was tall, carrying an oddly shaped large sword wrapped in bandages, his skin a shark-like bluish-gray. The other wore a straw hat, the brim casting a shadow over most of his face. "Hey, Itachi-san, the scenery here is quite nice," said Kisame Hashigaki, grinning widely to reveal sharp teeth. Itachi Uchiha did not respond. His very presence exerted an invisible pressure, distorting the air around him. "Who are you?" Asuma and Kurenai positioned themselves in front of the two men. Kakashi and Aoi took a more distant stance, forming a surrounding formation. "Wow, you arrived so quickly," Kisame remarked, raising his large sword, the bandages unfurling to reveal its barbed blade. Konoha's ninjas still have this penchant for courting death. He glanced at Kurenai. "How about you, beautiful? Care to play with me first?" "Shut up," Asuma shouted, forming hand seals, the chakra surgical knife gripped firmly in his hand. Itachi Uchiha finally lifted his head. The shadows under his hat receded, revealing a pair of crimson eyes adorned with 3 tomo. Sharingan. Upon seeing that face, Kakashi's body stiffened. It is him, Itachi Uchiha. That name pierced through the hearts of all Konoha ninjas present like a venomous thorn. The genius who had slaughtered his entire clan and betrayed the village. He has returned. Kakashi-senpai. Do you know him? Aoi inquired at the opportune moment. More than just knowing, Kakashi slowly lifted his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan that did not belong to him. He was once my subordinate. The atmosphere froze to an icy stillness. Kurenai was the first to make a move. Illusion technique, tree binding death. Enormous phantom trees erupted from the ground, their branches coiling towards Itachi like serpents. Itachi did not even flinch. He merely cast a glance at Kurenai. In the next moment, Kurenai emitted a muffled groan, her body flying backward, blood trickling from her mouth. The illusion was instantaneously rebuffed. Too weak. Itachi's assessment was cold and devoid of emotion. Damn it! Asuma roared, charging forward. Wind release, green gale. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Kisame grinned savagely, forming hand seals with one hand. A massive water shark roared forth, colliding effortlessly with Asuma's wind blade, shredding it apart before crashing heavily into him. Asuma flew backward like a ragged sack, the sound of his shoulder blade shattering echoing in the air. In just one exchange, two jonin suffered injuries and retreats, a staggering disparity in strength. This is where it ends. Kakashi positioned himself at the forefront. Itachi, your target is Naruto, right? We will not let you succeed. A flicker of change crossed Itachi's face. Kakashi-senpai, do you think you can stop me with that eye of yours? Then let us see if you can. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly. Everyone, close your eyes. Do not look at his eyes. However, it was already too late. Itachi's pupils, with 3 tomo interconnected, transformed into a peculiar windmill shape. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Time and space lost their meaning in Kakashi's world. He was nailed to a cross, being stabbed by countless Itachis for 72 hours. In reality, it was but a fleeting moment. A piercing scream erupted. Kakashi fell rigidly, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. His spirit shattered completely. Kakashi, next. It will be your turn. Kisame approached the defenseless Asuma and Kurenai, wielding his blade, Samahata. Despair enveloped the entire lakeside. Just then, Konoha whirlwind. A green figure descended from the sky at an almost imperceptible speed, delivering a kick towards Kisame. The dry persimmon Kisame instinctively raised his sword, Samahata, to block. Bang! The immense force propelled him backward by several steps, leaving his arm tingling. Timing is everything. Enter the proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Hey! Kai struck a classic bodybuilding pose, his teeth glimmering in the sunlight. His arrival shattered the stalemate. Kisame's expression shifted to one of excitement. It's you, that rare beast. Uchiha Itachi halted Kisame, who was poised to charge forward. We must depart. Why, Mr. Itachi? This time I must. Do not engage him. Itachi's tone brooked no argument. Our mission does not involve combat. He cast a glance at Kakashi, who lay on the ground, then surveyed the vigilant figure of Aoi nearby. This man, named Aoi, had not intervened at all. He merely observed quietly. Too calm. far too composed for a ninja who had just witnessed his companion's devastating defeat. In the fleeting moment when Itachi and Kisame's attention was drawn to Guy, preparing to withdraw, the man who had been overlooked sprang into action. Aoi's hand rested on the hilt of his blade. No one noticed this subtle movement. All eyes were on the standoff between Guy and the two intruders. A perfect, ephemeral gap, unnoticed by all. In his mind, no words were uttered. Thought itself was command. The blade remained sheathed. An invisible, intangible wave radiated from him, undulating outward. It swept across the lake, leaving not a ripple in its wake. It traversed the forest, stirring not a single fallen leaf. It enveloped Uchiha Itachi and dry persimmon Kisame, who were preparing to turn away. Mirror flower, water moon. Release. Hypnosis, complete. From this moment forth, the senses of these two rogue ninjas, who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, would be utterly dominated by him. Aoi's hand slid away from the hilt. He hurried to assist Kakashi, lifting him up. Guy-senpai, quickly, get Kakashi-senpai to the hospital. His tone was infused with just the right amount of urgency and concern, as if everything that had transpired moments ago was inconsequential to him. Chapter 72. I must kill that man. Guy's arrival was like a boulder hurled into stagnant waters, momentarily shattering the suffocating deadlock. Kisame, wielding his great sword, Samahata, bore an unmistakable battle intent on his slate-gray visage. At last, a worthy opponent has arrived. Uchiha Itachi ignored his companion's outburst. He merely regarded Might Guy with calm detachment. For this man was one he could not confront without his Sharingan activated. The opponent had not met his gaze even once. We shall leave. He issued the retreat command once more. The mission had been compromised. Lingering any longer would only invite increasing reinforcements from Konoha. Just as they prepared to depart, a raspy voice, as if clawing its way from the depths of the throat, rent the air with unrestrained hatred. Uchiha Itachi, a dark figure, stumbled onto the scene from the distant path. It was Sasuke. His chest heaved violently, sweat soaking his brow. His eyes locked onto that man with unwavering intensity. The enemy. A blood feud. The man who slaughtered his entire clan, plunging him into a nightmare, stood there before him. Oh, Kisame's interest shifted from Guy to the lone survivor of the Uchiha clan. Quite intriguing, they have all come together. Asuma, clutching his injured shoulder, struggled to speak. Sasuke, fall back. You are no match for him. Fall back. Sasuke seemed oblivious to the warnings. In his world, there was only the face that haunted him. I have awaited this day for far too long. His hands began to gather blinding lightning. Chakra screamed. ZZZT. Chidori. Aoi, supporting the unconscious Kakashi, spoke with a tone of profound sorrow. Sasuke, the one before you is your brother. Those words poured gasoline onto the flames of Sasuke's hatred. He is not. Sasuke roared. He is merely a traitor who slaughtered all his kin. A man I must kill with my own hands. Atoi ceased speaking. His objective had been achieved. He required Sasuke's rage, needed this inevitable conflict to provide a perfect conclusion to tonight's drama. Uchiha Itachi regarded his charging brother, and for the first time, a subtle shift in his eternally stoic expression emerged. He sidestepped effortlessly, evading the lethal Chidori. Then, with a single kick, just one kick, Sasuke's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing against a tree before crumpling to the ground. G.U.H. A spurt of blood stained the earth before him. So weak. Uchiha Itachi advanced toward him, each step trampling upon Sasuke's dignity. Why are you so weak? Because your hatred is still insufficient. The frigid words carried no warmth. Sasuke struggled, propping himself up with his elbow, and within his ordinary black pupils, two tomo gradually materialized. The Sharingan. I will kill you. He charged once more, but to Uchiha Itachi, his movements appeared as slow as child's play. Uchiha Itachi seized his wrist. Then, with a punch, he struck hard against Sasuke's abdomen. Sasuke's body bent like a shrimp, unable to even scream. Just with your eyes? Uchiha Itachi leaned into his ear. You lack even the qualification to meet my gaze. He spoke, as the three tomo in his pupils began to whirl rapidly, converging into a sinister pinwheel pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the end, my foolish brother. Close your eyes, Guy shouted, attempting to rush forward to intervene. But it was already too late. Tsukuyami. Sasuke's world was instantaneously drenched in crimson. He witnessed his parents fallen in a pool of blood. He saw the terrified and despairing faces of his clan. He was nailed to a cross, forced to relive that night of annihilation over and over. In reality, it was but a fleeting moment. Ah! A shriek so harrowing it seemed inhuman echoed by the lakeside. Sasuke's eyes rolled back, his body convulsed violently, before he fell rigidly to the ground, utterly unconscious. His spirit was shattered under the weight of absolute Jinjutsu. Sasuke, Guy rushed to Sasuke's side, but it was already beyond salvation. Kisame cackled, shouldering Samehada. All taken care of. Itachi-san, you truly show no mercy, even to your own brother. Uchiha Itachi offered no reply. He turned to leave. His final gaze swept over those present. Over the gravely injured Asuma. Over the enraged Guy. Over the unconscious Kakashi and Sasuke. At last, his attention settled on the quietly observant figure of Aoi. This man had merely supported Kakashi throughout, never striking nor speaking, maintaining an unsettling calm. Aoi sensed the scrutiny. He raised his head to meet that gaze. He understood that to Uchiha Itachi, he was merely a Konoha Jonin, a junior who feigned composure in the face of the horrors before him. Under the ability of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, everything lay within his control. What Uchiha Itachi saw and felt was precisely what Aoi wished him to perceive. We shall leave. Uchiha Itachi withdrew his scrutiny and did not linger. His figure, along with that of the Akatsuki member, instantly transformed into a flock of crows, vanishing into the night. Their arrival was abrupt, their departure decisive, leaving behind nothing but chaos and 3 utterly defeated ninjas. By the lakeside, silence reigned once more. Only the wind whispered as it swept through the air. Guy gazed upon the fallen Kakashi and Sasuke, and for the first time, the eternally passionate man displayed a heavy sense of defeat on his face. How infuriating. I was utterly powerless. Qingyu rose to his feet and patted his shoulder. Senior Guy, now is not the time for self-recrimination. His tone was calm, yet imbued with a soothing strength. Quickly, we must get them to the hospital. Not a moment can be wasted. Chapter 73, An Unexpected Visitor to Konoha. The acrid scent of disinfectant hung thickly in the air of the Konoha hospital, as if it sought to leach the very color from the walls. A full row of hospital beds lay occupied by 5 of Konoha's elite shinobi. Were those destined to be? Rock Lee, Kakashi, Sasuke, Kurenai Yuhi, and Asuma Sarutobi. Each one appeared as a hollow shell, lifelessly resting there. This scene evoked a more profound sense of suffocation than the piles of rubble at the village's entrance. Konoha was indeed ailing. First came Orochimaru's invasion, tearing through the fabric of prosperity, leaving behind gaping wounds. Following swiftly were the appearances of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, as if sprinkling salt upon those wounds. It was a bitter escalation. The entire village lay enveloped beneath a stifling shroud of despair, with the winds howling mournfully. Fewer pedestrians traversed the streets. The Ninja Academy dismissed early, and even the issuance of missions plummeted to an unprecedented low. Reconstruction efforts trudged along, hindered by a pervasive sense of despondency. The remnants of Root's headquarters lay hidden deep beneath Konoha. Here, the atmosphere was even colder and more damp than the hospital. Shimura Danzo sat alone in the darkness, his bandaged arm coiled like a dormant serpent. The base had been obliterated. The Hokage position had been disrupted by mere words from a man named Toby. He had lost in a manner both bewildering and profoundly humiliating. Now, he resembled a beast cast from its den, retreating to this dilapidated space to lick his wounds. No one knew what he was contemplating. No one cared. Qingyu stood in the hospital corridor, peering through the glass at the scene within the ward. A perfectly measured blend of worry and gravity adorned his features. How are they faring? Came Gaia's voice from behind him. He had changed out of his form-fitting green attire into ordinary clothing, yet the fervor that usually radiated from him was now overshadowed by profound fatigue. The doctor said that Kakashi and Sasuke have suffered significant psychological trauma, Qingyu replied, turning to face him. Recovery will be arduous. Asuma's shoulder blade is shattered, and Kurenai is still unconscious. Damn it! Gaia's fist struck the wall, producing a dull thud. A hairline crack appeared on the surface. If only I had been quicker. If only I were stronger. Qingyu refrained from offering him solace. Such self-reproach served as the finest fuel for a man perpetually in pursuit of youth and fervor. He merely stated calmly, Senior Guy, you have done remarkably well. Had it not been for your timely arrival, we might all have perished there. Guy opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Qingyu's statement was indeed the truth, yet it only deepened his anguish. I'll go check on them. Guy pushed open the ward door and stepped inside. Qingyu chose not to follow. Instead, he turned and made his way to the hospital rooftop. Karen trailed behind him, clutching a bag of chips, her crunching echoing softly in the air. The wind on the rooftop was fierce, causing Qingyu's black coat to ripple. He gazed down upon the shattered village below, observing the tiny figures scurrying about. Everything unfolded according to his script. Konoha's frailty, Danzo's lurking, Tsunade's impending return. Every piece fell into place as he envisioned. Lord Qingyu. Karen's voice broke through from behind. What shall we do next? Wait, Qingyu replied with a single word. Wait. Karen sounded puzzled, momentarily forgetting her chips. Wait for Jiraiya to bring back the 5th Hokage. Wait for a new era to commence. A subtle smile graced Qingyu's lips, unnoticed by anyone. He needed a Konoha that was chaotic yet not entirely out of control, a Konoha that required a hero, a Konoha that would allow him to step-by-step ascend to the center of power. Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, a woman with a penchant for gambling and a crippling fear of blood. She was the perfect puppet and an impeccable shield. Qingyu closed his eyes, feeling the wind brush past his ears. His perception spread like an invisible net, enveloping the entire village. He sensed the oppressive, resentful chakra lurking within Root's shadows. Danzo, this elder would not simply relent. He must be plotting something. Karen, he called. Yes? Go fetch me a bouquet of flowers. Flowers? Karen was taken aback. For whom? For the memorial stone. Qingyu opened his eyes. For the 3rd Hokage. He spoke softly. A hero never forgets those who pave the way for him. Karen nodded, somewhat understanding, and then dashed off the rooftop. Qingyu redirected his gaze to the scene below. The performance was far from over. This hero needed to perfect his act. At that moment, an unusual ripple of chakra flickered across his perceptive network, faint, elusive. Were it not for the presence of spiritual pressure elevating his sensitivity to the soul to a certain realm, he might have mistaken it for merely a figment of his imagination. This soul signature belonged to none from Konoha. Qingyu's body remained still, maintaining his vantage point overlooking the village as if nothing had transpired. Yet his mind was sharply focused. An unexpected guest had arrived. He chose not to act immediately. He needed to observe what this uninvited individual intended to do. The figure moved with caution, the fluctuations of their soul intermittent, as if they were constantly shifting positions to evade the village's sensory barriers. The target was the hospital. Qingyu's heart remained undisturbed. In fact, he felt a flicker of anticipation. The intruder finally paused at a location, the window of Kakashi's hospital room. Qingyu's silhouette on the rooftop began to gradually fade away. He did not utilize a body flicker technique. He merely melded into the shadows. Inside the ward, Guy sat beside Kakashi's bed, reminiscing about their childhood antics in an attempt to awaken his lifelong rival. Chapter 74. Welcome to my world, my noble little prince. The door to the ward creaked open silently, a sliver of moonlight streaming in to carve a cold patch of brightness upon the floor. A man adorned with an orange spiral mask stood there, clothed in a black robe with red clouds akin to that of a Itachi Uchiha. Gaius' rambling abruptly ceased as he whirled around. Who are you? The man offered no reply. His form began to contort in an eerie manner, as if being drawn into an invisible vortex. This was a space-time ninjutsu. Gaius' body tensed instantly. He recognized the attire. Akatsuki, another one had arrived. You shall not succeed. With a swift leaf hurricane, Akai unleashed a powerful kick, yet his foot effortlessly passed through the figure of the masked man, as if striking nothing but air. What? A look of astonishment graced Akai's face for the first time. This was an enigmatic ninjutsu he had never encountered before. The masked man, undeterred by the attack, continued his advance towards Kakashi's bedside. Kakashi. A low, disguised voice emanated from beneath the mask. Still so useless, he extended his hand, seemingly intent on doing something to the unconscious Kakashi. At that moment, another figure silently materialized behind the masked man. It was Qingyu. He appeared as if conjured from thin air, devoid of any chakra fluctuations or sound. This is where it ends. Qingyu's tone remained as calm as ever. The masked man's movements halted. He slowly turned, the singular opening in his mask fixated on Qingyu. Oh, another one seeking death? Who are you? Qingyu did not respond to the inquiry. He simply stood there in silence. At the instant the masked man redirected his attention towards him, the hypnosis was already complete. The ability of the mirror flower, Water Moon, required neither words nor rituals. To see was to trigger the condition. The man who called himself Uchiha Madara, who had stirred the very fabric of the ninja world, had, in that fleeting moment, become nothing more than a pawn in Qingyu's game, oblivious to his own fate. It seems that Itachi and Kisame's intel was slightly flawed. A hint of amusement laced Obito's tone. Konoha still harbors such a character. Your chakra is quite unique. You are not a member of the Akatsuki. Qingyu stated a fact, but you are allied with them. And what of it? Obito's form began to contort once more. What can you possibly do? Kamui. A powerful attraction erupted from the hole in his right eye, causing space to collapse. Qingyu remained rooted in place, unmoving. In Obito's perception, Qingyu's body twisted and was torn apart by that irresistible force, vanishing entirely. A mere pushover. Obito scoffed. However, behind him, Qingyu's figure reappeared and scathed. Is this your ability? to shift into another space to evade attacks, or to draw enemies into that realm. Obito's body stiffened suddenly. He spun around. How could you know? This was his greatest secret. How could this man, upon their first encounter, discern the essence of Kamui? Because I can see it. Qingyu replied calmly. This is a lie. Yet, he required an irrefutable reason to convince his opponent. In the world of mirror flower, water moon, he was the sole truth. Your eyes. Obito's attention shifted to Qingyu's face. There was nothing there. No Sharingan, no Byakugan, just a pair of ordinary black pupils. Impossible. Obito could not accept this reality. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He quickly formed the seals, and a colossal fireball roared forth towards Qingyu. Qingyu remained motionless. The fireball passed through his body and crashed heavily against the wall behind him. Boom. The entire hospital room shook violently. The wall was charred black, yet remained unscathed. An illusion? Obito quickly deduced. A mere parlor trick. He attempted to dispel the illusion, only to find his chakra sinking into an abyss, unable to locate the illusion's node. Futile. Qingyu's voice echoed, as if resonating beside him and from far-off horizons. Welcome to my world, noble little prince. Are you prepared to have your spine severed? The surroundings began to shift. The hospital room vanished. Akai disappeared. The unconscious Kakashi was gone as well. In their stead lay an endless, shattered mirror realm. Numerous reflections of Qingyu stood upon every shard of glass, silently observing him. This is the mirror flower, water moon. Qingyu's voice reverberated from all directions. Here, your 5 senses shall be governed by me. Obito's heart sank. He faced a monster that far exceeded his imagination. Enough with the bluster. As long as I cannot locate your true self, I will simply slay all of you here. He charged towards the nearest Qingyu. Yet, with each step he took, that Qingyu retreated a step. The distance between them could never be bridged. Give up. In this world, you lack even the qualification to touch me. Do you think this can trap me? Obito sneered. Kamui. He intended to transport his entire being into the other space. This was his ultimate life-saving technique. However, nothing happened. His chakra continued to function normally. His ocular technique had indeed activated. Yet, he remained rooted in this shattered mirror world, unable to move. How could this be? A flicker of panic began to spread from the depths of his heart. I told you. Qingyu's true form appeared before him. Your 5 senses are under my control. You believed you activated your ocular technique, but that was merely an illusion I crafted for you. From the very beginning, you never stepped foot outside that hospital room. This statement struck like a thunderclap in Obito's mind. In the real world, within the Konoha hospital room, Akai gazed in horror at the scene before him. The masked, enigmatic figure had remained stationary since moments ago, unmoving, like a puppet, and Qingyu stood opposite him, equally still. The two merely locked eyes in silence. Yet, Akai could sense an invisible, terrifying energy colliding between them. This was a battle he could not comprehend. It was neither taijutsu nor ninjutsu. It resembled a clash on a spiritual, soul level. Qingyu, how many secrets does this young man still conceal? In the realm of mirror flower, water moon. Obito's breathing became rapid. He attempted every method, fire style, earth style, wood style. He even tried to brute force his way to shatter this world. Yet, all was in vain. Every attack fell into emptiness. Every action was anticipated by his opponent. He felt like a bug trapped inside a glass jar, struggling in futility to escape. This sense of helplessness reminded him of the moment he was pinned under the boulder at the Kanabi Bridge. Who are you truly? He finally ceased his attacks, roaring in desperation. Who I am is unimportant. Qingyu slowly approached him. What matters is, what do you intend to accomplish by coming to Konoha? The Akatsuki's objective is the 9 tails, correct? Obito fell silent. To admit it would mean exposing the organization's greatest secret. So it seems. Qingyu mused aloud. Then, the second question. Your eyes are the Sharingan of the Uchiha, aren't they? Who are you truly? Obito's body trembled violently. This secret was far more lethal than the Akatsuki's objective. No need to answer. Qingyu's hand gently rested upon his mask. I will see for myself. The icy touch sent shivers through Obito's very soul. He tried to evade, only to find his body utterly unresponsive. No, stop. He emitted a desperate scream. In reality, Qingyu's hand remained poised at a distance from Obito's mask, never once making contact. Yet, he required this gesture to utterly shatter Obito's psychological defenses. It was nearly time. Chapter 75. Everything about you is no longer a mystery to me. In the realm of illusion, panic manifests as a palpable substance. It surges like frigid tides from all directions, filling Obito's lungs. Each breath tinged with the suffocating sensation of drowning. Who are you truly? His anguished cry echoed in the fractured mirror space, yielding no reverberation. Qingyu's figure emerged slowly from a shard of mirror before him, as serene as if strolling in his own backyard. You have asked that question many times before. I have stated that my identity is of little significance. Qingyu raised his hand, his index finger gently pointing towards Obito's mask. Obito yearned to retreat, yet his body felt ensnared by countless invisible nails, anchoring him firmly in place. He could only watch helplessly as that finger drew ever closer. It was no mere finger. It was judgment. It was death. It was a fear more profound than death itself, an unknown terror. No, do not touch me. The chakra within him surged frantically, striving to break free from this intangible constraint. Yet, all was in vain. In this realm, his will, his power, even the dominion over his own body had been stripped away. He was but a spectator, a forced witness to his own dismemberment. The icy fingertip made contact with the orange vortex mask. Crack, a faint, nearly imperceptible sound of shattering resonated, not in the realm of reality, but within the depths of Obito's psyche, where the string known as disguise was severed irrevocably. Cracks, resembling a spider's web, spread from the point of Qingyu's touch upon his mask. Then, in an instant, it shattered with a resounding crash. Countless shards scattered in all directions, dissolving into the vast void. The visage hidden beneath the mask was laid bare. The right side of his face was marred by grotesque, bark-like folds, while his left eye, housing the three-tomo Sharingan, constricted violently in the grip of sheer terror. Uchiha Obito, so it was you. Qingyu's tone bore no hint of surprise, as though merely affirming a truth long known. This revelation struck Obito like a bolt from the blue. He knows me? How could he possibly know me? This secret, besides Zetsu, no one could possibly be aware of. Are you astonished? Qingyu's hand slowly descended. Kakashi's closest friend, the disciple of the fourth Hokage, the hero who should have perished at the Kanabi Bridge. Uchiha Obito. With every word Qingyu uttered, the color drained from Obito's face. By the end, his scarred visage had turned as pale as parchment. His greatest secret, the very guise upon which he depended for survival, was being stripped away layer by layer before this man, laid bare without any concealment. The sensation was more agonizing than the 72 hours of torment inflicted by Tsukuyami. While Tsukuyami shatters the spirit, this man was dismantling his very existence. How did you come to know this? Obito's voice trembled, hoarse with terror. I have seen it. Qingyu provided an irrefutable yet despairing answer. In your memories? No. Impossible. When did you? Obito shook his head frantically, unable to accept the truth. The very moment you laid eyes on me. Qingyu calmly articulated a truth that threatened to unravel him. From that moment forth, everything about you is no longer a mystery to me. Your past, your intentions, your Moon Eye plan, your comrades, that individual named Zetsu. All of it. Obito's pupils dilated to their utmost limits. He felt as though his very soul was gripped by an unseen hand, crushing it mercilessly. It is over. Everything is over. Before this monster, he possessed no secrets left to guard. Now, Qingyu stepped forward. Let me behold the secrets of your kaleidoscope. He extended his hand, this time aiming for Obito's right eye. No. A piercing scream finally broke free from the confines of his throat, raw and untainted by any impurities of fear. In the real world, within the confines of Konoha Hospital, Mike Guy's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat. He observed the two figures standing motionless before him. The masked member of the Akatsuki began to tremble violently, the intensity growing with each passing moment, as though afflicted by some dreadful illness. Then, with a thud, the mysterious and formidable man collapsed to his knees. His hands flailed wildly in the air, as if trying to ward off some invisible entity, emitting garbled, incomprehensible whimpers. Guy could not fathom the scene unfolding before him. Was this truly the same individual capable of disregarding his attacks, possessing bizarre space-time ninjutsu? Now, he appeared akin to a frightened child. No, even less than that. He resembled a thoroughly deranged, pitiable lunatic. Meanwhile, Qingyu, the orchestrator of this chaos, stood silently. Without lifting a finger, Guy swallowed hard, the lump in his throat palpable. He gazed at Qingyu's silhouette. This usually composed youth now emanated an aura akin to an unfathomable black hole, unknown, powerful, terrifying, in the realm of illusion. Obito felt as though he were pinned to an operating table. Countless Qingyu figures, clad in white coats and wielding an array of cold surgical instruments, surrounded him. Do not be afraid. One Qingyu brandished a sharp scalpel, hovering it ominously over his right eye. It will be over soon. We shall be gentle. Qingyu, what an intriguing ability. Embedding it within my own eye should prove fascinating, wouldn't it? No, please. Obito pleaded desperately. He had surrendered all resistance, all dignity, reduced to the most primal instinct for survival. I beg you, spare me. Spare you? The lead Qingyu paused momentarily. Very well, but remember one thing. Obito clung to this last shred of hope, nodding fervently. Konoha. Qingyu's voice echoed like a decree from the depths of hell. From this day forth, this place shall become your forbidden ground. Should you dare to step foot here, I will ensure you experience everything of today once more, and it shall be 1,000 times more entertaining. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Obito shouted incoherently, overwhelmed. Excellent. Qingyu smiled. In the next instant, the entire shattered mirror world collapsed with a deafening crash. In the hospital room, as Obito knelt upon the floor, his body jolted suddenly. The colors of the world around him returned. The scent of antiseptic, the coldness of moonlight, and not far away, that green figure. Everything was restored. He still knelt on the hospital floor. Qingyu stood before him, looking down imperiously. Was everything that transpired merely an illusion? No. The bone-deep fear, the complete sense of powerlessness, felt all too real. So real that he remained chilled to the core, his limbs unresponsive. He lifted his gaze to Qingyu. That tranquil face now appeared more terrifying to him than any tailed beast or adversary. Leave. Qingyu uttered a single word. Obito felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. He scarcely dared to utter another word, as the chakra within him instinctively surged forth. Kamui. His body began to contort, drawn into the swirling vortex of his right eye. In the fleeting moment before he vanished entirely, he beheld a sight. Qingyu had lifted the unconscious Kakashi, turning to Might Guy and saying, Elder Kai, the enemy has been repelled. Are you all right? The tone, the concern, it was perfect. Reminiscent of a true hero. Obito's consciousness plummeted into an abyss of darkness. He understood that from this day forth, Konoha would become his eternal nightmare. Chapter 76. Graduation from the Spirit Arts Academy. The Next Death God. Progress of the Crumbling Jade System. 20. Within the Kamui space, silence reigned. This was Obito's absolute domain. A lonely and secure dimension that was meant to belong solely to him. He collapsed onto the frigid blocks, his body trembling uncontrollably. The grotesque creases on the right side of his face, concealed beneath the mask, seemed to twitch violently, a manifestation of his terror. Konoha. That place, that man. Qingyu. The name burned into his soul like an unhealable brand. He raised his hand to touch his right eye. The Sharingan, still a kaleidoscope, remained intact. The power of Kamui was yet within his grasp. Yet, that absolute confidence, the ability to manipulate the entire shinobi world at will, had vanished without a trace. He dared not revisit the shattered mirror world, nor reflect upon the utter helplessness that had consumed him. That man had merely stood there, dismantling everything he held dear, his secrets, his plans, his very existence. Before that man, all had become a farcical one-man show. The Eye of the Moon. Obito whispered. The plan for which he had sacrificed his life now sounded absurd. He could not even set foot in a mere Konoha, let alone talk of creating a world with Rin. Following fear came an overwhelming rage and unwillingness. Yet, he understood more clearly than ever that in the face of absolute power, such emotions were meaningless. He must grow stronger. Until he discovered a way to counter that man's abilities, Konoha would remain an eternal forbidden zone for him. Obito's frantic escape was like a gust of wind, leaving no tangible trace in Konoha, save for Might Guy. This indefatigably passionate man bore witness to that silent, bizarre battle. He stood in the hospital room, observing Qingyu as he adjusted the blanket for Kakashi, momentarily at a loss for words. Qingyu. Guy's voice was a touch hoarse. The individual we just encountered was a member of the Akatsuki organization. Qingyu replied calmly, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. He intended to harm Kakashi-senpai. But I repelled him. Repelled him? Guy reflected on the sight of the masked man trembling on his knees, ultimately fleeing in disarray. That was not mere repulsion. It was an overwhelming defeat, a dimensional strike he could hardly comprehend. How on earth did you manage that? Guy voiced the greatest confusion that lingered in his heart. It was an illusion technique. Qingyu provided a well-prepared, rational explanation. A rather unique form of Genjutsu. Genjutsu, Guy mulled over the term. A technique capable of driving a powerful Akatsuki member, one skilled in bizarre space-time ninjutsu, to the brink of mental collapse. This exceeded his understanding of Genjutsu. Perhaps only Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyami could be compared. No, it was even more peculiar and elusive than Tsukuyami. Gazing at Qingyu's excessively youthful visage, he was struck by an acute sense of distance. This junior had ascended to a height he could not hope to reach. Thank you, Qingyu, Guy ultimately managed to say. Once more, you have protected us all. It is what I ought to do, Elder Kai. Qingyu responded with his characteristic humility and propriety. Please take care of Kakashi-senpai and Sasuke. I shall attend to the hospital's follow-up matters. He turned and exited the room, severing the complex gaze of gratitude admiration, and defeat that guy directed at him. Konoha had at last entered a rare and fragile period of peace. Orochimaru's invasion and the emergence of the Akatsuki had battered this great tree until it bore wounds. Now, the storm had passed, yet all were acutely aware that this was but a temporary respite. Reconstruction efforts were underway in an orderly fashion. No one came to disturb Qingyu. Any inquiries were deftly deflected by Ino. Those hidden watchers lurking in the shadows seemed to vanish overnight, as if an invisible hand had drawn an insurmountable red line around Konoha. Only a select few understood that this line bore the name of a man, who at that very moment stood in his home, eyes closed. His consciousness sank into a realm of pure white. Majestic buildings, imbued with traditional Japanese aesthetics, rose majestically. This was the foundation of the Soul Society, the birthplace of countless Soul Reapers. The Central Spirit Arts Academy. Qingyu's consciousness manifested at the entrance of this academy. Here, he would learn how to become a Soul Reaper. The curriculum included swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, Kido, and Shuinpa. These were the graduation requirements. Without the slightest hesitation, Qingyu took a step forward and crossed the threshold of the academy. Half a month passed in reality, while at the Central Spirit Arts Academy, a year went by. Jiraiya and Naruto, having ventured from the village, successfully brought Tsunade back. She officially assumed the role of the fifth Hokage, vigorously reforming the medical system. Kakashi and Sasuke, under Tsunade's care, gradually recovered from their mental scars. All was moving toward improvement. However, Qingyu, the man who had played pivotal roles in both invasion incidents, unexpectedly chose to retreat into silence. As if vanished, few had seen him. Even when summoned by the fifth Hokage, he resolutely declined. At the Central Spirit Arts Academy, a year, over 300 days and nights, Qingyu absorbed knowledge about spiritual pressure like a sponge. From the most fundamental understanding of spiritual particles to the minutiae of sword strikes and Shuinpa. No longer was he the novice who merely wielded a blade. The rigorous honing of his swordsmanship forged a closer connection with the ephemeral nature of reality. The arduous training in hand-to-hand combat revealed to him the truth that the body is a weapon. The relentless practice of Shuinpa transformed his movements into the very essence of the wind's trajectory. Most crucially was Kido, an entirely different power system that, while distinct from ninjutsu, shared a common destination. All of this opened a new door for him. As the final lesson concluded, Qingyu stood in the training ground, slowly closing his eyes. All the knowledge, insights, and sweat accumulated over the year converged into a gentle stream, merging into the ocean of spiritual pressure within him. The once turbulent sea began to calm and deepen. A qualitative transformation was underway. His soul was being reforged. Congratulations, host, you have graduated successfully. Knowledge system merging with personal spiritual pressure. Current evaluation, next death god. As the system's voice faded, Qingyu abruptly opened his eyes. His consciousness returned to his physical form in the real world. It was still the same room, the sunlight streaming through the window just right. He lifted his hand, gazing at his palm. Everything seemed unchanged. Yet, Qingyu was acutely aware that he had transformed completely. With a mere thought, a surge of pure spiritual pressure emanated from the palm, coalescing into a sphere of white light. Bakudo 4, White Lightning. A brilliant bolt of white lightning erupted from the orb, striking a vase in the corner of the room with unerring precision. There was no thunderous roar, no violent energy. The vase simply disintegrated into the tiniest particles of dust, utterly annihilated. Concurrently, the Zanpakutō System abruptly escalated its unlocking progress from 10 to 20. Chapter 77. The Realm of Reincarnated Spirits. Just like that, the vase vanished into thin air. No shards scattered, no explosive sounds. Only a wisp of imperceptible green smoke dissipating in the sunlight. Qingyu's hand remained extended, the sphere of white light now withdrawn. He sensed a novel power coursing through him, flowing steadily in accordance with his will. This was Kido. This was the power of a Soul Reaper. Zanpakutō System Unlock Progress. 20. New ability unlocked. Realm of Reincarnated Spirits. The system's prompt echoed timely in his mind. Qingyu's attention was immediately drawn to this novel entry. Realm of Reincarnated Spirits. Designate an area to be permanently transformed into a realm of reincarnated spirits. The realm will continually absorb natural energy and ambient chakra from the surrounding environment, converting it into pure spiritual energy for the host to absorb, facilitating the cultivation of spiritual pressure. After perusing these two succinct definitions, Qingyu's body involuntarily trembled slightly, not from excitement, but because a long-standing shackle that had troubled him for ages was, at this moment, utterly shattered. The bottleneck of his cultivation. The world of Naruto is one where spiritual energy is nearly non-existent. The spiritual pressure within him was akin to a solitary oasis in a desert, pure, yet without a source. Each use diminished his reserves, making recovery exceedingly difficult. In all prior battles, he had to meticulously calculate his usage, fearful of any waste. Every invocation of the mirror flower, water moon was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, striving to achieve his goals while meticulously managing his consumption. Now, that dilemma was resolved. The realm of reincarnated spirits directly altered the rules of a section of the Naruto world, a bastion capable of continuously generating spiritual energy for him. With it, he finally possessed the qualifications to tread the path known as the Soul Reaper. Qingyu slowly retracted his hand and approached the window. The sunlight poured in, illuminating the somewhat desolate streets that had been rebuilt. Tsunade had officially assumed the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Konoha had entered a new era, an era that outwardly appeared brimming with hope. Yet, Qingyu was acutely aware that this was merely the fleeting calm before the storm. Chakra or spiritual pressure. This conundrum had lingered in his mind since the day he acquired the Zanpakutō. What is the later stages of the chakra system hinge upon? Bloodlines. From Senju to Uchiha, and then to Hyuga. The pinnacle of this world's hierarchy was perpetually occupied by those clans endowed with special bloodlines from birth. Without the Sharingan, without the Byakugan, without Sage Mode, no matter how hard one strives, the quality of your chakra and your potential are predetermined from the moment of birth. Might Guy could be considered a genius, yet without Uchiha blood, a single Sharingan became a permanent burden on his body. And Jiraiya? He could only grasp an imperfect Sage Mode after a lifetime of effort. The Zanpakutō can fulfill the desires of the heart, can transcend boundaries. But can it conjure a bloodline akin to the Otsutsuki from nothing? Qingyu deemed it unlikely. At least, the current Zanpakutō could not. Thus, the path of chakra was never his optimal choice from the outset. He chose spiritual pressure, a brand new path wholly belonging to him. Now, with the realm of reincarnated spirits, he had filled the most crucial gap. He needed to find a location, one that was sufficiently concealed yet expansive enough to support the foundation of his future powers. A name flashed through Qingyu's mind in an instant: the Forest of Death. Training Ground 44. It was a forbidden zone in Konoha, rarely traversed by human feet. There lay the most primal and dense natural energy. There was no place more suitable to become his realm of reincarnated spirits. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. The midday sun was somewhat blinding. Approaching him was a familiar figure. Narashikaku. The leader of Konoha's elite Jonin squad wore his signature expression of perpetual drowsiness. Yet, beneath that weariness lay a hint of gravity. The Hokage wishes to see you. Now. Shikaka nodded. Something has happened. Qingyu felt no stirrings of emotion within. He had long anticipated that tranquil days would not last. I understand. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. Tsunade sat in the chair reserved for the Hokage, arms crossed, supporting her chin. Her golden hair could not conceal the irritation and fury etched upon her brow. In the background, Shizun stood silently, scarcely daring to breathe. By the window stood Jiraiya, his back to them, gazing out at the Hokage rock, lost in thought. As Qingyu entered, all eyes turned to him. You're here. Tsunade's voice was laced with a slight hoarseness. Hokage-sama. Qingyu bowed slightly in respect. Jiraiya has likely briefed you. Tsunade shifted her posture, leaning forward with her hands resting on the table. Akatsuki has resurfaced. This time, their target is Sunagakure. Qingyu remained silent, listening intently. According to intelligence relayed from Sunagakure, their Jinchuriki, Shikaku, had been captured by a man named Deidara. Tsunade's tone grew colder. Gaara's life or death is currently uncertain. Sunagakure has sent out a plea for assistance. Tsunade's gaze fixed on Qingyu. Kakashi's Team 7 will act as the advance party and depart immediately. I need you to accompany them. This felt less like a discussion and more like an order that could not be refused. Qingyu lifted his gaze to meet Tsunade's. Why me? Because you are strong enough. Tsunade's response was crisp and decisive. And because you have faced Akatsuki before, specifically, that masked man in the hospital. Tsunade's eye sharpened. Jiraiya informed me that you repelled him using Genjutsu. In all of Konoha, I cannot think of another who could achieve that. The office fell into a profound silence. Even Jiraiya, who had remained quiet, turned to look at Qingyu. The incident at the hospital had been sealed as a top-secret matter by Tsunade. Might Guy had been silenced. Only a select few present knew the truth. Once again, Qingyu found himself thrust into the spotlight. I understand. He did not dispute nor evade the task. He accepted it calmly, fully aware that refusal would serve no purpose, only inviting further suspicion and mistrust. The identity of a hero serves as both a shield and a shackle. Very well. Tsunade nodded. Kakashi will be in full command of this mission. Your task is to ensure the safety of Team 7, especially Naruto. Her tone intensified. He is Akatsuki's ultimate target. And nothing must go awry. Understood, Qingyu replied. Prepare yourself. Tsunade waved her hand, fatigue evident on her face. Assemble at the village gate in 1 hour. Qingyu turned away, departing from the Hokage's office. As the door to the office clicked shut once more, Jiraiya slowly spoke. Tsunade, don't you think this action is rather reckless? Allowing Qingyu to go is tantamount to placing an unpredictable bomb beside him, one that could detonate at any moment. A cold smirk appeared on Tsunade's face. Reckless? Jiraiya? Have you been outside for too long that your mind has become muddled? What part of this village remains safe? Orochimaru, the Akatsuki, Danzo. Each of these ticking time bombs poses a greater threat than Qingyu ever could. She rose and moved to the window, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiraiya. I admit, I cannot fully grasp that boy. He is too young, too composed, and far too powerful. Stronger than one would expect at his age. However, Tsunade's tone shifted. During the 2 crises faced by Konoha, it was he who stepped forward. He protected Sasuke, rescued Kakashi, and repelled members of the Akatsuki. Regardless of his inner thoughts, everything he has done thus far has been in defense of Konoha. That is sufficient. Jiraiya fell silent, for what Tsunade said was undeniably true. Trust those you employ. Doubt those you do not. Tsunade gazed down at the village below. Since I have chosen to place my faith in him, I must extend to him my full trust. Keeping him under my watch is far preferable to allowing him to plot unseen. I shall observe how long this so-called hero can maintain his act. Jiraiya sighed, refraining from further comment. He understood that Tsunade had made her decision, a decision that could very well alter the future of Konoha. Chapter 78, An Unexpected Encounter with 4 Members of the Akatsuki. The gates of Konoha cast a vast shadow beneath the midday sun. Qingyu stood at the threshold of light and shadow, Tsunade's suspicions pricking at the nape of his neck like an invisible needle. She was aware of everything and yet seemed oblivious to all. The hypnotic illusion of mirage and moonlight governed the senses rather than altering memories. Thus, Qingyu found it impossible to earn the complete trust of those who suddenly regarded him as an astonishingly powerful young man. Doubt was inevitable. What troubled him more was another matter, Obito. The man who had once cowered before him had not retreated from Konoha as anticipated. Instead, he had become increasingly aggressive, opting to capture the One Tail ahead of schedule. This action disrupted Qingyu's plans. He required time to establish his own realm of rebirth within the Forest of Death. He needed time to quietly elevate himself from a lowly reaper to a higher realm. If the 4th Great Ninja War were to erupt prematurely, it would not bode well for him. Therefore, it was imperative to disrupt their rhythm. He stepped forward into the sunlight. At the village entrance, several familiar figures awaited him. Qingyu-senpai. Naruto Uzumaki was the first to rush forward, his golden hair gleaming under the sun. You finally made it. Let us hurry and set off. Gaara must be waiting for us to rescue him. Behind him, Sakura Haruno bowed respectfully towards Qingyu. Qingyu-senpai. Her demeanor had matured significantly from the past. Kakashi leaned against a nearby tree, maintaining his usual laid-back posture, yet he was devoid of his beloved Aika paradise. His gaze lingered on Qingyu for a moment. Among the team was an unexpected presence, a girl with red hair and glasses, anxiously standing at the edge of the group, cautiously observing everyone. Karui, a sensing ninja assigned by Tsunade. Lastly, there was Sasuke Uchiha. He had not, as in the original narrative, sought power by joining Orochimaru. Perhaps Qingyu's earlier words had sown a different seed within him. He stood quietly against the gate's pillar, hands tucked in his pockets. When Qingyu appeared, he raised his gaze. No words, no actions, merely a stare. Sasuke's heart stirred slightly. He had many questions, yet he restrained himself. The time was not ripe for inquiries. Qingyu also regarded him. The boy who was destined for darkness now stood in the sunlight of Konoha, poised to fight for the sake of another village's Jinchuriki. Of course, this was merely the facade. He was awaiting his own response. With everyone gathered, Kakashi straightened, breaking the momentary silence. The objective of this mission is to travel to Sunagakure, provide support, and retrieve the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, who has been captured by the Akatsuki. According to intelligence, the enemy consists of at least 2 members. One is an Akatsuki member previously unreported in Konoha, and the other is Deidara, a rogue ninja from Awakens. Adept in explosive clay, Kakashi's tone was steady, yet laced with an undeniable gravity. This is an S-rank mission. Death could occur at any moment. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? No one responded. Naruto clenched his fists, determination etched upon his face. I can't wait any longer. I absolutely must bring Gaara back. Shut up, dead last, Sasuke interjected coldly. Yelling won't solve anything. What did you say, you bastard Sasuke? Naruto immediately flared up. Enough. You too. Kakashi wearily intervened. For this mission, I will serve as the commander. Sakura, Karui, you are responsible for medical support and sensing. Report to me at all times. Naruto, Sasuke, you are our main attackers. His gaze finally settled on Qingyu. Qingyu, your task is to protect everyone, especially Naruto. Tsunade's orders were conveyed verbatim. Qingyu offered no reply, merely nodding in calm acknowledgement. This action caused Kakashi to feel a slight sense of relief, yet it also filled him with an unexplainable tension. He could not decipher this junior. He had never been able to, and now it was even more elusive. The events that transpired in the hospital had reached him later through a fragmentary account from Guy. Using Jinjutsu to overpower an Akatsuki member adept in space-time ninjutsu, what terrifying power that was. To have him protect Team 7? Kakashi felt it resembled sending a fierce tiger to guard a flock of sheep. Then, let us depart. Kakashi dismissed his thoughts and waved his hand. The 6 of them transformed into 6 fleeting shadows, swiftly vanishing down the path leading to the Wind Country. The wind stirred up the dust beneath their feet. The journey was monotonous, especially on the way to Sunagakure. The surrounding scenery transitioned from lush forests to barren wastelands. The air became parched and scorching. Within the group, communication was sparse. Naruto remained tense, worried for Gaara, while Sasuke was inherently not one for chatter. Karui, feeling both unfamiliar and anxious, dared not speak up. Kakashi and Qingyu resembled 2 silent specters. Qingyu walked at the rear with Karui. This time, he would no longer passively await the unfolding of events. He would take the initiative. Obito absolute. That so-called Moon Eye plan must be brought to a halt. He required a victory, a win substantial enough to instill fear in the Akatsuki, dissuading them from making reckless moves in the future. Only then could he secure the precious time needed to grow stronger. Deidara, Kisame, perhaps even Sasori. These individuals would serve as the first stepping stones upon which he would demonstrate his power to the entire ninja world. Just then, at the forefront, Sasuke suddenly halted his steps, causing the entire team to instantly adopt a state of vigilance. What's wrong, Sasuke? Kakashi inquired without delay. Sasuke did not turn back. He merely lifted his gaze towards the sky not far off. Something is approaching. His left eye, the 3-tomo Sharingan, began to rotate slowly. It was moving at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, Karen also gasped. What an immense chakra! There are 2 of them. Everyone lifted their heads. On the distant horizon, 2 dark figures were swiftly approaching them. One stood atop a colossal white bird, while the other bore a massive, shark-like ninja blade on his back. One of them was someone they were all intimately familiar with, Itachi Uchiha. The last figure resembled a hunchbacked old man, with half of his face concealed. The Akatsuki organization. They were actually lying in wait here. The blonde man atop the white bird smirked with a flippant grin. The support troops from Konoha? How fortuitous. This saves us the trouble of making an additional trip. It was Deidara. Beside him, Kisame Hashigaki, wielding the Samahata, grinned, revealing rows of sharp, shark-like teeth. Kakashi, and the Uchiha brat. It seems the last lesson wasn't sufficient. This time, we shall turn you all into nourishment for Samahata. The air was thick with tension, ready to ignite at any moment. Naruto. Sasuke's gaze bore into the man, and this time he refrained from acting impulsively, suddenly issuing a low command. Now, Naruto instantly understood, requiring no further order from Kakashi. In unison, brilliant light erupted from their hands, one a blue Rasengan, the other a flickering Chidori. In the next heartbeat, they surged forward simultaneously. So naive, Deidara scoffed, his hands plunging into the pockets of his waist. Art is an explosion, he shouted. Chapter 79. The game has just begun. The clay detonated in the air, unleashing a deafening roar that generated scorching shockwaves, rushing towards Naruto and Sasuke. The brilliance of the Rasengan and Chidori seemed utterly insignificant amid the explosion's fiery glow. Naruto. Sasuke. Kakashi's heart tightened abruptly. Yet, before the aftermath of the explosion could dissipate, 2 figures were sent hurtling from the smoke, crashing heavily to the ground. They were neither Naruto nor Sasuke, but rather 2 other figures that had descended from the sky. Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. The white-haired toad sage stood protectively before Naruto, extinguishing the rampaging Rasengan with a single hand, while the newly appointed 5th Hokage displayed a more forceful demeanor, delivering a punch that drove Sasuke's Chidori into the earth. As the smoke cleared, the standoff became increasingly bizarre. On Konoha's side stood Team 7, accompanied by Shizune, along with the suddenly appeared Tsunade and Jiraiya. On the Akatsuki's side, Deidara hovered in the sky. With Kisame on the ground, Itachi Uchiha, and a hunched figure cloaked in mystery, Scorpion. For members of the Akatsuki had mobilized simultaneously. Shizun remained motionless, merely observing the unfolding scene. A singular thought crystallized in his mind. He had been deceived. Tsunade. This woman had never intended for him to carry out any protective duties in peace. The so-called support for Tsunade, the so-called protection of Naruto, all mere facades. This was a scheme, a trap designed to lure out the Akatsuki organization using him and Naruto as bait, subsequently ambushed by Konoha's elite forces. The world of adults was indeed complex, driven solely by interests and calculations, devoid of any sentiment. Shizun suddenly found it rather amusing. His impression of Tsunade lingered on the legend of the free-spirited, loyal Sannin. Yet he had forgotten that hearts can change, especially for a woman who had ascended to the position of Hokage. Tsunade's voice rang out, carrying an undeniable command. Jiraiya, take the kids and leave. Understood, Jiraiya replied, turning to seize Naruto and Sasuke. Wait. Naruto scrambled to his feet, pointing at Itachi. Why is Sasuke's brother here? And that shark-faced one? Silence Naruto. Jiraiya interrupted, his tone low and stern. This is not a battle you can partake in. Come with us. He reached for Sasuke's shoulder, but Sasuke abruptly sidestepped, evading his grasp. The youth lifted his head, his three-tomo Sharingan not fixated on Itachi or any Akatsuki member, but rather on Shizun. I will not leave. Sasuke's voice, though soft, held an unwavering resolve. Why? Jiraiya's brow furrowed. I need an answer. Sasuke's gaze was like a lock, firmly fixed on Shizun. The words spoken to him by this man long ago had taken root in his heart, sprouting like a seed. He had forsaken the allure of joining Orochimaru, choosing instead to remain in Konoha, in the light. He had been waiting for an answer that would enable him to make a definitive choice. If Sasuke isn't leaving, then neither am I. Naruto shouted immediately. How could I abandon Sasuke here? You all. Sakura glanced between her two companions, and then at the four ominous figures emanating an air of dread. Biting her lip. I won't leave either. Jiraiya's expression darkened considerably. Anger surfaced on Tsunade's face as well. The plan had deviated from the outset. What touching camaraderie. Deidara sneered from the sky. This saves us the trouble of hunting down the Nine Tails. We can eliminate both Konoha's two advisors and the fifth Hokage right here. Itachi. Kisame stepped forward, hefting Samahata. This time, we won't let them escape. Itachi remained silent, merely standing there, his red clouds and black robe billowing in the wind. The atmosphere was charged, taut with tension. Yet, within this palpable aura of murderous intent, Obito lay hidden in his Kamui space, coldly observing everything. For we're merely an appetizer. In his Kamui space stood two more, Kakuzu and Haiden. To encircle Shizun, he had nearly deployed all of Akatsuki's strength. Nagato and Konan had not come due to ideological differences with him, yet this was sufficient. The man named Shizun must die. The fear he had instilled in Obito had transformed into the deepest murderous intent. Konoha could not harbor such a monster. Truly, a soft sigh broke the standoff. It was Shizun, stepping slowly from the back of the team. What a farce. He passed Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto, ultimately stopping beside Tsunade and Jiraiya, standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Lady Hokage, Shizun turned to Tsunade. Your scheme is commendable. However, it seems you have miscalculated one thing. What? Tsunade was taken aback. You thought they had come to capture Naruto. Shizun's tone was calm, yet it bore an undercurrent of gravity. In truth, they are here for me. Tsunade and Jiraiya's pupils constricted simultaneously. And I. Shizun turned back to face the four S-rank rogue ninjas. The thing I despise most is being used as a pawn. As his words fell, the world seemed to fall into silence for an instant. The figure of Scorpion, standing beside Deidara, suddenly straightened, shedding his hunch. Beneath the shroud of his cloak, his hands, devoid of any warning, seized Deidara by the throat. A moment later, the smile that graced Deidara's face froze abruptly. He lowered his gaze to behold the frigid, puppet-like arms that were not his own, disbelief flooding his eyes. Brother Scorpion, what are you doing? Silence. A voice entirely alien, belonging to Aoi, emerged from Scorpion's lips. Your art is far too loud. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as Deidara's neck was ruthlessly twisted. His body plummeted like a broken marionette from the white bird above. An oppressive silence enveloped the arena. Both the Leaf Village and the Akatsuki members left in a state of shock, their minds rendered blank by the sudden turn of events. Infighting? Why? What have you done? Kisame, gripping his Samahata, fixed a penetrating stare at Aoi, his expression betraying a rare shock. Itachi Uchiha's three-tomo Sharingan whirred violently. Genjutsu? When? He had sensed no fluctuation of chakra whatsoever. Do not fret. Aoi regarded them with a benign smile. You shall be next. His words were directed at Scorpion, or rather, at Scorpion, whose 5 senses had been completely manipulated by Aoi's illusion. In the next instant, Scorpion's body pivoted sharply. The shell of puppets behind him erupted open, revealing an array of poisoned shurikens and blades. Red secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. Hundreds of puppets clad in the iconic red cloud and black robes manifested from thin air, encircling Itachi and Kisame. Madness. Scorpion had utterly lost his sanity. Kisame roared in anger, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding before him. Tsunade and Jiraiya stood frozen, their eyes fixed upon the young figure at the forefront. Just a few words. No, not even that. The 4 formidable members of the Akatsuki had turned upon each other, resulting in 2 deaths. What manner of power is this? This is not Jinjutsu. It is an ability that only a divine being could wield, one where words alone dictate reality. Now, Aoi's voice resonated once more. The game has only just begun. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito's body trembled violently, engulfed by a terror that had him in its grasp once again. It is over. Everything is over. Chapter 80, Power Beyond Bloodline Limits. The flames of the exploding clay had yet to dissipate fully. Deidara's body fell like a kite severed from its string, plummeting from the sky. Thud. A muffled sound echoed, a heavy collision of flesh and the parched earth. No last words. No struggle. The golden-haired artist met his demise at the hands of a comrade. Silence. The wind ceased. Dust hung suspended in the air. Hundreds of puppets dressed in red cloud and black robes surrounded Itachi and Kisame like specters, leaving no escape. Each puppet bore a glint of inorganic, lethal intent. What is happening? Naruto Uzumaki murmured, his mind incapable of processing the unfolding events. Beside him, Sakura covered her mouth with trembling hands, stifling a scream. Kakashi's body tensed to the brink. His Sharingan whirred frantically, yet it could not detect any unusual chakra flow. This was unlike any Jinjutsu he had ever encountered. This was domination, a distortion of reality at its very core. Cold sweat drenched his back. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions darkened to the utmost degree. They had envisioned countless possibilities, fierce battles, arduous struggles, even one side's retreat. Yet, they had never anticipated such a grotesque, blood-soaked scene, a farcical and chaotic solo performance spiraling out of control. The web they had woven now appeared as an absurd jest. And the architect of this chaos stood before them, a youth casting a shadow that suffocated even the legendary Sannin. Itachi. Kisame's roar shattered the silence. What madness has that bastard Scorpion descended into? His Samahata writhed restlessly in his grip, emitting a series of unsettling shrieks. Itachi remained silent, his 3-tomo Sharingan fixed intently on Scorpion, who stood at the center of the puppets, a figure that should have been an ally. No, this is entirely wrong. Scorpion's movements, his posture, even the aura that emanated from him had transformed. It exuded a condescending indifference, as if surveying mere insects. It was a demeanor belonging to another. Red secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. No incantation, no hand seals. Hundreds of puppets surged forth like a tide, converging upon the ensnared duo. Water release, great shark bullet technique. Kisame bellowed as he formed hand signs, a massive water shark soaring into the fray, crashing into the puppets. Amaterasu. Blood seeped from the corner of Itachi's eye as black flames ignited spontaneously, consuming dozens of puppets in mere moments. Yet, the sheer number of puppets was overwhelming, endless, unyielding. Within the Kamui dimension, the air felt as if it had solidified. Did Deidara truly just perish? Haiden's voice quivered, fear etching itself onto his previously arrogant visage. Is art truly defined by a snapped neck? What in the world is this? Silence, Haiden. Kakuzu's voice was raspy, as though sandpaper had scraped his throat. His 4 hearts thudded violently within his chest, as if striving to break free. Money is important, but life is paramount. This assignment has cost us dearly. Obito leaned against the dimensional wall, trembling uncontrollably. His Sharingan, peering through the rifts of space, remained fixed on Aoi outside. It is him. Once more, it is him. The soul that has been dominated, the fear that has crushed his will, surged back to engulf him like a relentless tide. How infuriating. A light sigh echoed across the battlefield. Though the sound was soft, it resonated clearly in every ear present. It was Aoi. He took a single step forward. Just one step. Tsunade instinctively recoiled half a step. She yearned to speak, to interrogate, to command him to halt in her capacity as Hokage. Yet, no sound emerged. Her throat felt as though gripped by an invisible hand. Hokage. Aoi did not turn back, his tone as flat, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Your plan is riddled with flaws. You have placed your hopes in intelligence. You treat the strong as mere pawns to be manipulated at will. You believed you had accounted for everything. Aoi turned to face Tsunade, his youthful visage devoid of any expression. Yet you miscalculated one thing. I detest being treated as a pawn. Jiraiya stepped protectively in front of Tsunade, adopting a defensive stance. Aoi, what are you truly trying to accomplish? Accomplish? Aoi feigned amusement, as if he had heard something amusing. I am merely imparting a lesson. In the face of absolute power, any schemes are rendered meaningless. His gaze shifted past Jiraiya, landing upon Sasuke. The previously silent youth trembled visibly. Uchiha Sasuke, do you not seek an answer? Sasuke raised his head, meeting that calm gaze. Now, I shall provide it. Aoi lifted his hand. On the battlefield, the hundreds of frenzied attacking puppets came to an abrupt halt. All blades and poison needles froze, mere inches away from Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. Time, at that moment, seemed to have been pressed on pause. It became clear. This was the power that transcended the limits of bloodline abilities. Ayu's hand gradually clenched. Bang, bang, bang. At that instant, the 100 sturdy puppets exploded into a cloud of fine powder without any warning, including the puppet known as Sasori. Nothing remained. Oh, Kisame gasped for breath, his body marred with wounds. He surveyed the desolate ground around him, his mind a blank slate. The rib-like Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi slowly dissipated. He gazed at Ayu, whose Sharingan had perceived countless illusions, and for the first time, felt a sense of confusion. This was not an illusion. This was not a ninjutsu. This was a miracle. A divine power beyond the comprehension and resistance of mortals. Now, the game is over. Ayu's voice was cold and clear. Go back and inform that masked man. Konoha is not a place where he can run rampant. This time, it is a warning. Should there be a next time? Ayu's figure transformed into an afterimage and vanished in an instant. I will kill him. Chapter 81. No more pretenses. I lay my cards on the table. The fine powder slowly descended. It was the remnants of the hundreds of puppets. The wind resumed its flow, stirring the earth and mixing with the wooden debris of the puppets, forming a grayish shroud. Uchiha Itachi stood still, the rib-like Susanoo having vanished, and the black flames returned to nothingness. His chest heaved violently. Kisame leaned on his sword, panting heavily, covered in countless small wounds. As blood seeped slowly beneath his blue skin, they had survived. Yet, it was more unbearable than death. Ayu did not cast them a single glance. It was as if crushing 2 ants could not stir a single ripple in the lake of his heart. He had no intention of completely eradicating the Akatsuki organization here. Weakening them would bring him no benefit at this stage. It would only allow Konoha or other covetous ninja villages to reap a tremendous advantage. This world requires mutual checks and balances, especially before he has truly established his own foundation. In the end, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame were allowed to leave by Ayu. Thus, the game of Konoha's hero concluded. Tsunade's calculating expression compelled him to tear off his disguise completely. He had to admit that he had been somewhat arrogant. He had believed that with the illusion of mirage, he could toy with everyone at will. Yet, he had overlooked the fact that pieces on the board also possess thoughts and can resist. Since that is the case, let us lay the cards on the table. Ayu. Tsunade's furious roar finally broke free from the constraints of her throat. Who on earth are you? Jiraiya positioned himself in front of her, his white hair defying the wind. As he prepared to enter sage mode, Kakashi shielded his 3 students, retreating step by step. The entirety of Team 7 regarded the solitary figure with expressions akin to that of confronting a monster. Me? Ayu turned around, finally facing the 5th Hokage. I am merely someone compelled by you to stand forth. His tone was calm, yet it struck Tsunade with profound irony. We compelled you? And what else could it be? Ayu retorted. A self-righteous encirclement. A plan riddled with flaws. Hokage-sama, do you truly believe that you and Lord Jiraiya could subdue all 4 members of the Akatsuki? Tsunade's face shifted between shades of green and white. You placed your hopes on ethereal intelligence. You treated a powerful individual you scarcely understood as mere bait to be discarded at will. You believed you had calculated everything. Ayu stepped forward, Jiraiya's body tensed further. But you miscalculated. They did not come for the 9 tails. They came for me. This statement detonated like thunder in the ears of all present. Naruto was stunned. Sasuke's body trembled slightly. Therefore, Ayu halted, surveying the crowd. His gaze swept over Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Sasuke, and finally rested on Uchiha Itachi in the distance. I have decided to cease playing. A tedious game. He smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. My teacher is Uchiha Madara. Within the Kamui space, Obito's body slammed against the interior wall of the space, producing a dull thud. His Sharingan was wide open in shock. What? What did he just hear? This monster. What is he saying? The standoff outside continued. Nonsense. Jiraiya was the first to voice a rebuttal. Madara has long perished at the Valley of the End. That is what you believe. Ayu's tone carried the indifference of recounting history. My teacher, Uchiha Madara, had a lifelong ambition to bring true peace to this war-torn ninja world. The Akatsuki was meant to be the tool to realize this ideal. His words left Uchiha Itachi's body frozen. Alas, Ayu's tone took on a hint of regret. Within the organization, a traitor emerged. A scoundrel who usurped my teacher's name and distorted his will. He transformed a peace-seeking organization into a terror group that manufactures war and seeks to annihilate the world by collecting tailed beasts. Ayu looked at Uchiha Itachi and then glanced at a direction of emptiness. That direction was where Obito was hiding. And I, as the sole heir of Uchiha Madara, have the obligation to cleanse the ranks. His statements were articulate and logically coherent, elevating himself from an obscure monster to a rightful heir bearing a noble mission. Meanwhile, the true Akatsuki became the traitors, the thieves. You, Tsunade, trembled with rage. Do you think anyone will believe such an absurd tale? I do not need your belief. Ayu withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at anyone. Whether believed or not, it cannot alter the truth. In the presence of absolute power, the truth becomes the most worthless commodity. He looked at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, will you choose to believe in this decayed village that annihilated your clan? Or will you choose a path that can truly transcend bloodlines and bring about change? The answer, you must ponder for yourself. This statement was directed at Sasuke, but also to Uchiha Itachi, and even more so to the man on the verge of madness within the Kamui space. As for you all, Ayu cast one last glance at Itachi and Kisame. Go back and inform that masked traitor. His game is over. Return the tailed beasts to me. Otherwise, next time, I shall personally pay him a visit. With that, Ayu's figure transformed into an afterimage, vanishing before everyone's eyes, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never existed. Along with Ayu, Uzumaki Karen also disappeared, leaving behind a staggering secret that threatened to explode the minds of all present amidst the chaos. Damn it! Kisame spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Mr. Itachi, what that kid said. Uchiha Itachi did not respond. He merely stared silently in the direction where Ayu had vanished. Traitor? Heir? Uchiha Madara? For the first time, his heart, once as placid as an ancient well, began to stir. On the other side, Hokage-sama, what shall we do now? As Shizen rushed in, she inquired softly. Tsunade remained silent, her fists clenched tightly. Jiraiya's face was etched with gravity. He understood better than anyone that the Akatsuki organization had been founded by Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why Nagato and the others now allowed the Akatsuki to wreak havoc across the ninja world. He had initially intended to cultivate Naruto and seek clarity, but the unfolding events had spiraled far beyond his expectations. He had encountered that masked man who called himself Madara. Now, a self-proclaimed successor of Madara had emerged. What on earth was happening in this world? Sasuke stood motionless, his mind echoing with Ayo's final words, surpass bloodlines. Bring about transformation. This answer was far grander than mere vengeance and infinitely more alluring. In the Kamui space, a silent roar reverberated within the warped confines. Obito's mask began to fracture. He was losing his sanity. That man, that monster, had not only crushed him with incomprehensible power, but now sought to strip him of everything. His identity, his noble cause, the very essence of his existence. The heir of Uchiha Madara? Obito's voice emerged, hoarse and guttural, like a demon from the depths of hell. What are you? With a sharp crack, his mask shattered under the pressure of his own grip. Chapter 82, Lies Shattered by Lies. A reordering. In the Kamui space, a faint, crisp sound echoed, as if some unyielding object could no longer withstand the strain and splintered apart. Heiden's previously arrogant demeanor faded, replaced by a rare expression of seriousness. Hey, Zetsu. His neck stiffly turned to regard the figure turned away from him. Your mask. Kakuzu remained silent, his stitched lips betraying no emotion. Yet the rhythm of his 4 beating hearts faltered. The orange spiral mask cracked open, a fissure forming, followed by a second and a third. Fragments silently peeled away, descending into the distorted space, dissolving into nothingness. A strange, scarred visage emerged, exposed to the air. The right side of the face was marred with deep, twisted creases, reminiscent of being crushed by stone. The left eye bore a crimson Sharingan with 3 tomo. Who are you? Haiden instinctively recoiled, tightening his grip on the blood-soaked scythe. Where's that idiot Zetsu? Obito did not turn around. He merely raised his hand to wipe away the last remnants of his mask, the motion slow and deliberate. Calming himself, He forcibly suppressed the madness that had been driven by fear deep within him, replaced now by an unprecedented clarity. Ayo! Every word from that man echoed in his mind. My teacher is Uchiha Madara. A traitor had emerged within the organization. One who had stolen his teacher's name and twisted his will. Lies. Utterly and completely. Yet, this deception was built upon another lie that he himself had fabricated, using his identity to attack his own, using his noble cause to negate his own ideals, stripping away the foundation. That man sought not only to overpower him, but to obliterate the very significance of his existence from its roots. A curious hypothesis arose from Obito's lips. His voice was no longer the frivolous tone of Zetsu, nor the deep timbre of Madara, but rather a raspy voice imbued with a chilling intensity that was distinctly his own. Kakuzu's body twitched slightly. He had never heard that voice before. The mission is cancelled. Obito turned. Haiden, alarmed by that face and those crimson eyes, took another step back. We've suffered a great loss, you bastard. Deidara is dead, and Sasori is incapacitated. How do you intend to compensate us? Obito ignored him, lost in thought. Why? How did Ao know so much? Uchiha Madara. The Akatsuki. Even the very fact that he wore a mask had become a weapon against him. Could it be Kagaya? That omnipresent entity that monitored all? A thought, sudden and unbidden, sprang forth from the depths of his heart. What if Kagaya had been deceiving him from the very beginning? What if the so-called Moon Eye plan left by his teacher was fundamentally flawed? This notion took root and blossomed within him like a poisonous vine. He could trust no one anymore, especially not that black Zetsu who claimed to be the product of Madara's will. The matter of finances could be addressed later. Obito's left eye, the Sharingan with 3 tomo, began to turn slowly. There were more pressing matters he needed to confirm. A new idea had emerged, one that belonged entirely to him. Meanwhile, the winds on the battlefield finally swept away the last remnants of puppet dust. In the distance, the ninjas of Konoha were converging, transforming into black dots as they approached swiftly. Itachi. Kisame spat out a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva. Uchiha Itachi did not respond. He gazed in the direction where Ao had vanished. His eyes, having seen through countless illusions, now reflected a rare moment of unfocused bewilderment. Traitor? Successor? He had always believed that he bore the weight of darkness to protect Konoha. Yet now, it seemed another path lay before him, one of more profound transformation. Let us go? Uchiha Itachi finally spoke. The two figures instantly morphed into crows, vanishing into the sky. Almost simultaneously, from a pile of wood remnants not far away, a red figure, resembling a scorpion, suddenly emerged. It was the true form of Sasori. He cast a wary glance at the direction of the Konoha reinforcements, then at the spot where Itachi and Kisame had disappeared. Ultimately, he unhesitatingly chose another path, burrowing underground. Everything that had transpired today had far exceeded his comprehension. He needed time to digest it all. Tsunade stood rooted, her body trembling slightly, not from fear, but from anger. A fury born from the total shattering of her plans and the ruthless trampling of authority. Lady Tsunade. Shizen finally arrived, supporting her. We must. Tsunade did not respond. She merely stared intently at the place where Ao had vanished. Jiraiya approached her side, the pain on his face failing to mask the weight of his seriousness. Things are 1,000 times more complex than we imagined. The heir of Uchiha Madara. It's impossible. Tsunade gritted her teeth. But his power is undeniable. Jiraiya's words silenced all her objections. Indeed, that power, which obeyed words and governed all, rendered the truth inconsequential in the face of such might. Amidst the chaos, one figure stood apart, Uchiha Sasuke. He remained still, motionless, while Naruto anxiously paced beside him. Sasuke, are you all right? Who is that bastard? Shut up, deadweight. Sasuke finally spoke, not looking at Naruto or anyone else. His body thrummed with excitement. Blood surged through his veins, his heart drummed in his chest. It was not a reaction of fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill of having found a target. Power. He finally encountered true power. Not the bloodline limit, not some sage mode. It was an absolute dominion that could trample upon all rules. Before such power, Uchiha Itachi appeared as a mere jester. Uchiha Sasuke faced a pivotal choice: to place his faith in this decaying village that had annihilated his clan, or to embark on a path that could genuinely transcend bloodlines and usher in transformation. Qingyu's words were like a brand, etched into his very soul. The answer? Was there still a need for an answer? He slowly raised his hand, gazing at his palm, as if he could perceive a brand new pathway to the realm of the divine unfurling before him. His choice had been singular from the very beginning. Kakashi regarded his student, perceiving for the first time an unfamiliar emotion emanating from Sasuke's Sharingan. It was an almost fanatical belief. He opened his mouth. yet found himself at a loss for words. Sasuke turned to glance back at the Hidden Leaf Village. That gaze resembled a farewell. Chapter 83. Changes within the Akatsuki Organization. The resettlement point of the reincarnation realm. At the pinnacle of the Rain Village's tower, the incessant cold rain battered against the frigid steel. The Deva Path of Pain stood by the window, surveying the city enveloped by his will. Konan stood behind him, her wings composed of paper folding in like a plain white garment. Zetsu had returned. Her tone was devoid of any fluctuation. A figure clad in black and white slowly ascended from the ground, penetrating the metallic floor before solidifying. The intelligence was grim. Black Zetsu's half-face bore a tone of malicious glee. Yet within, he was far from calm. Everything was spiraling out of control. White Zetsu wore a troubled expression. Deidara was dead. His neck had been snapped by Sasori. Sasori's 100 puppets technique was utterly destroyed. He had managed to escape. However, Pain did not turn around. Konan's brow furrowed slightly. Sasori, had he betrayed? No. Black Zetsu dismissed this notion. He was controlled by a man named Qingyu. He claimed to be the heir of Uchiha Madara. Pain's body finally stirred. His Rinnegan turned towards Zetsu. He stated, "Our current leader, the Master Beto, is a traitor who has usurped Madara's name. He demands that we return the tailed beasts we have collected. Otherwise, he will come personally." Black Zetsu's words sliced through the core secrets of the Akatsuki organization. He did not conceal, nor could he hide it. Might as well perceive everything and see what Nagato intends to do. Konan's body tensed. She looked at Pain, whose handsome face bore the familiar, godlike indifference. A traitor? Pain repeated the word. He said, "The Akatsuki was meant to be a tool for peace. Yet it has been twisted by traitors into a terror group that threatens to annihilate the world." White Zetsu added, "What an arrogant fellow. He even claimed that his power surpasses the bloodline limits. In truth, he indeed proved it. Itachi and Kisame were utterly powerless before him." The rain intensified. The air in the vicinity was thick with a fury known as divinity. Nagato was enraged. He was the one chosen by Madara. He was to use pain to allow the world to feel peace. Now, a so-called successor had emerged, a being intent on negating all he stood for. What was his power? Pain's voice was as cold as the steel at the tower's peak. "I do not know," Black Zetsu shrugged. "It is incomprehensible." The words he spoke became reality. He said, "Let Sasori kill Deidara," and Sasori acted. He said, "Let hundreds of puppets turn to ashes," and the puppets vanished. No hand seals, no chakra fluctuations. It simply occurred. A flicker of uncertainty finally crossed Konan's face. This power had transcended the realm of ninjas. "Uchiha Madara." Pain began slowly. "A man who had died long ago. His will is to be inherited by me. Anyone who obstructs the plan must be eliminated, no matter who they are." His Rinnegan reflected the gray world outside the window. "Disseminate the message. The plan is on hold. Until we ascertain the true nature of that man, everyone must cease all actions." This was the first time since Nagato had become the leader of the Akatsuki that he issued such a conservative command. For the majesty of the divine had been challenged. Thus, the Akatsuki directly released Gaara. The tailed beast collection plan was also suspended. In the Hokage's office in the Hidden Leaf Village, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Tsunade slammed her fist on the desk. The sturdy wooden table instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The heir of Uchiha Madara. What a colossal joke. Her chest heaved violently, not out of fear, but from the fury of a plan utterly obliterated. He is a madman with terrifying power. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, the pain on his face failing to mask the weight of the moment. Yet his power is indeed real. One statement stifled all of Tsunade's rage in her throat. Kakashi stood at the desk, reporting the latest developments. Itachi and Kisame have retreated. The traitor named Sasori is also missing. Qingyu, along with the girl he brought, Uzumaki Karen, have vanished as well. Tsunade dejectedly sank back into her chair. A meticulously laid trap for an S-rank rogue ninja had ultimately become our own farce. We didn't even graze the edge of their garments. Jiraiya sighed. Our troubles may have only just begun. What do you mean? Tsunade lifted her head. Sasuke, Kakashi interjected. The way he looks at Qingyu is quite peculiar. It is not how a student regards a teacher, nor even how one regards a formidable adversary. It is a form of belief. From him, I sensed a fervor. The last words Qingyu spoke to him revealed something more tempting than revenge. Tsunade's expression darkened further. Team 7, her most valued new generation since her return. Naruto is the Jinchuriki. Sasuke is the last scion of the Uchiha clan. Now, this balance seems poised to tip entirely. Find him. Tsunade suddenly stood up. At all costs, find Qingyu. Bring him back. I will interrogate him myself. How do we find him? Jiraiya countered. He can appear silently on the battlefield, and he can vanish just as quietly. As for the interrogation, Jiraiya's expression turned peculiar. Tsunade, do you believe we still have anyone capable of subduing him? The office fell into a deathly silence. Indeed, who could subdue him? Even the 4 S-rank rogue ninjas of the Akatsuki were toyed with at his whim. What could the hidden leaf use to capture him? What shall we do? Tsunade's voice dripped with helplessness. Are we to simply allow this self-proclaimed heir of Madara to roam freely within our territory? The only course of action, Jiraiya began slowly, is to ascertain what he truly desires. He has rejected the Akatsuki, denounced the masked man. Yet he has not turned against the hidden leaf. In fact, his final words sounded more like a house-cleaning rather than an attack. Perhaps he is not our enemy. Perhaps? Tsunade scoffed. To place hope on a perhaps? Is that all we can do? Jiraiya's tone was laden with gravity. Before the absolute force, we are left with but a choice, to believe or not to believe. Hidden Leaf Village, beside the South He River, the ancestral grounds of the Uchiha clan. This place has long since fallen into desolation. Its crumbling walls silently recounting tales of past glory and bloodshed in the wind. 2 figures appeared abruptly upon the vacant street. It felt so eerie here. Vortex Karen clutched her arms, trembling in fear. The air seemed thick with the lingering bloodlust and resentment of that fateful night. Awayu paid her no mind. He surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the remnants of the Uchiha clan's assembly hall. The main structure remained relatively intact. He stepped inside. The vast hall was enshrouded in dust, with shattered clan fan insignias strewn across the floor. From this day forward, we shall reside here. Aoyu's voice reverberated through the hall. Reside here? Karen's mouth fell agape in disbelief. What nonsense is this? This is a forbidden ground. The ninjas of the leaf dare not tread here. Aoyu interrupted her. He moved to the center of the hall and slowly crouched down. Placing his palm gently on the cold stone slab, he closed his eyes. With the cards laid bare, there was no longer any need to continue the hero's game. Thus, with absolute power, he would upend the entire chessboard, transforming all players into his pawns. Is the spiritual realm to be established here? Affirmative. An invisible wave emanated from his palm, spreading throughout the Uchiha grounds. Karen's body suddenly felt heavy. She sensed the air thickening 100-fold in an instant. Breathing became arduous. With every slight movement, it felt as if she bore the weight of a small mountain. What is this? She gasped in horror, staring at Aoyu. He slowly rose, brushing the dust from his hands. The atmosphere here brought him an unprecedented sense of comfort. Spiritual realm established successfully. The density of spiritual particles within the area has increased by 500. Training in this location will yield a significant enhancement in efficiency. In but a brief moment, the remnants of the Uchiha clan had transformed into a miniature soul society, an environment conducive to cultivating spiritual pressure. Excellent. The intimidation is more than sufficient. Whether it be the Akatsuki or the leaf, having witnessed his power while remaining unaware of his true nature, they would only choose to observe. This period would suffice, enough for him to elevate the Shinigami's abilities to the next level. Aoyu approached a relatively clean stone pillar and sat down, preparing to commence his training. Karen cautiously inched closer. Who exactly are we? And who are you? Aoyu opened his eyes and glanced at her. Me? He pondered for a moment. I am one who intends to make the world truly experience peace. Nagato. I am the one who makes the shinobi world experience true pain. Chapter 84. The rules of this place have been rewritten by me. The wind ceased. Within the Uchiha ruins, the last particle of dust settled. Vortex Karen's body inexplicably sank. Ugh! A muffled groan of pain escaped her throat. She felt as if 2 invisible hands were pressing down on her shoulders, intent on forcing her into the ground. The air thickened. Each breath felt like inhaling a block of icy lead. Her heart raced wildly in her chest, each beat pulling at her limbs with a tearing agony. Her legs buckled, uncontrollably dropping her to the ground. What is happening? Karen lifted her head, her pale face slick with cold sweat, her vision blurring. She looked at the figure not far away. Aoyu. He stood there, still and resolute, like a spear piercing the heavens. The changes in this area seemed to have no effect on him. This place. Aoyu finally spoke, his voice calmly echoing in the desolate ruins. Is no longer a realm for the living. He turned and approached the kneeling Karen. With each step he took, she felt the invisible pressure multiply. Her soul trembled. A primal fear, rooted in the instinct for survival, engulfed her. Don't come closer. She instinctively scooted back, her hands scraping against the rough ground, drawing blood. Aoyu halted. He regarded her, his youthful visage devoid of any excessive emotion. Your body is too feeble. Or rather, your soul is too weak. He stated a fact. Soul? Karen struggled to comprehend the true meaning of the word. The rules of this place have been rewritten by me. Aoyu raised his hand and grasped at the void. Karen clearly observed as the nearly invisible particles of dust floating in the air seemed to come alive, converging into his palm. The energy here is no longer the chakra familiar to you ninjas. It is purer, more domineering. It nurtures the strong while crushing the weak. Karen's body trembled uncontrollably. She felt as though she were the weakling on the verge of being crushed. Am I going to die? She asked, her voice thick with tears. Yes. Aoyu's answer came without hesitation. If you remain here, your soul will gradually peel away under this pressure, ultimately vanishing entirely. This answer was more merciless than any form of torture. Karen's lips drained of color. She did not wish to die. She had barely escaped the hell of the grass-hidden village and had finally found someone who seemed reliable. Though this person was peculiar, powerful, and cold, he had not harmed her. Was she now to lose even that last semblance of support? Then where am I to go? Her voice brimmed with despair. You need not go anywhere. Aoyu took a step forward. The terrifying pressure surged instantly. Karen stifled a groan, nearly fainting from the lack of breath. Yet Aoyu moved without pause, directly in front of her, bending down and seizing the back of her collar, lifting her effortlessly. His movements were rough, lacking any gentleness. Come with me. He lifted her as one might a small cat, turning toward the edge of the clan grounds. Karen had no ability to resist in his grasp. She could only passively endure the pressure that threatened to shatter her, feeling her consciousness teetering on the brink of consciousness and unconsciousness. After walking several hundred meters, Aoyu came to a halt. He released her. Thud. Karen fell to the ground once more. But this time, she felt an immediate lightness in her body. The terrifying force that had continuously pressed upon her vanished. The air returned to normal. Breathing became easy again. She gasped for air, greedily inhaling the long-lost breath of freedom. After a considerable time, she finally regained her composure. She looked up to see Aoyu standing just a step away from her. Behind him loomed the lifeless ruins that filled her with dread, while on her side lay the barren, yet normal land. It was as if an invisible wall had thoroughly separated the two worlds. Here was the boundary. Aoyu pointed to the ground beneath him. From here inward lies the world whose rules I spoke of earlier, the one that has been rewritten. He then gestured to where Karen stood. From here outward is the world you are familiar with. Karen stared blankly at the invisible line. She tentatively extended her hand, yearning to touch the air of the world that belonged to Qingyu. As her fingertips crossed that invisible threshold, a resounding hum reverberated through the air. It felt as if a mountain had collided with her arm, sending her sprawling uncontrollably backward. Did you see that? Qingyu's tone remained dispassionate. The world on the other side is rejecting you. You are too weak to gain entry. Xianglin sat on the ground, staring blankly at her hands. This was not an illusion. It was a rejection of a more fundamental nature, a denial at the level of rules. Why? She murmured to herself. Why do this? To become stronger, Qingyu replied succinctly. Only here can I acquire power that transcends all. He gazed at Xianglin. And you will be my eyes. Eyes? Xianglin questioned, perplexed. Stay on this boundary line. Keep watch outside. Watch over Konoha, the Akatsuki, and anyone who might disturb me. Qingyu paused, adding, your perception ability is quite unique. It is your only value to me. The word value pierced Xianglin's heart like a needle. Yet, that momentary sting was soon replaced by a sense of relief at having survived. To have value meant she would not be discarded. I understand, she said, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust, her head bowed. I will do well. Excellent. Qingyu turned, preparing to return to his realm of heavy spirits. Xianglin summoned her courage to call out to him. What is it? If I am here alone, and if the ninjas from Konoha discover me? Her voice trembled with undisguised fear. Qingyu halted without turning around. They do not dare to enter. Anyone who crosses this line will become nourishment for this land. As long as you remain on this side, no one can harm you, because you are mine. With those words, his figure vanished into the murky, distorted world of rules, leaving behind the ninjutsu inscribed on your ceiling book for you to attempt to cultivate. Only the whirlpool Xianglin remained, standing at the boundary line. She gazed toward the direction in which Qingyu had disappeared, then cast a glance back at the distant Konoha village. The wind blew, lifting her crimson locks. From this day forth, she would belong to no village. She would merely be a gatekeeper. Chapter 85. The Awakening of Sasuke. He knows everything. In Konoha, the interrogation room. A dim yellow light illuminated the iron table. Uchiha Sasuke sat in a chair, his hands shackled by iron chains, his black eyes devoid of emotion. Speak, Sasuke. Tsunade stood before him, her tone unyielding. What did that man named Qingyu say to you? Sasuke lifted his head, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Is the Hokage so anxious because she is afraid? Answer the question. Jiraiya stepped forward, his white hair swaying without a breeze. What do you know about that guy's identity, background, and motives? Sasuke slowly shook his head. I don't know much more than you do. But one thing is clear. His gaze sharpened. He is right. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Right about what? This decaying village indeed needs to be changed. As soon as Sasuke's words fell, the atmosphere in the interrogation room froze. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table. Do you know what you're saying? Of course, Sasuke replied, his tone eerily calm. I am stating facts. A village capable of ordering the annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan has no right to speak of justice. Jiraiya's expression darkened. That was to prevent a coup and maintain the village's stability. Maintain stability? Sasuke scoffed. Is exterminating a clan a means of maintaining stability? Then tell me, Jiraiya, who will be next in need of stability? This rhetorical question rendered everyone present silent. Kakashi attempted to ease the tension. Sasuke, I understand you harbor resentment. But that Qingyu, Lord Qingyu, Sasuke interjected. To me, he is Lord Qingyu, a true power capable of changing the world, deserving of that title. Tsunade's fists clenched tightly. What has he done to you? Nothing at all. Sasuke shook his head. He merely allowed me to witness what true power is. The existence that transcends all bloodline limits. His eyes glimmered with fervor. Have you ever seen someone who can manipulate reality merely through words? Have you seen someone who can render 4 S-rank rogue ninjas of the Akatsuki powerless before him? Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly grim. That kind of power is unnatural. Unnatural? Sasuke's smile turned more sardonic. I find it quite natural. Compared to those who stab you in the back while feigning righteousness, such power is far more pure. Tsunade could no longer contain her rage. Are you defending that monster? Monster? Sasuke's tone suddenly turned icy. Lord Hokage, if you deem someone capable of easily destroying the Akatsuki a monster, then what do you call someone who orders the extermination of an entire clan? A saint? This statement struck Tsunade like a heavy blow, causing her body to tremble, not from fear, but from anger. You are talking nonsense. I am stating facts. Sasuke's voice remained flat. The third Hokage ordered the extermination of the Uchiha clan. The higher-ups of Konoha, including Danzo, were complicit in that decision. Yet now, you label someone who seeks to rectify this as a monster. Is that not ironic? Kakashi gazed deeply at his student. Sasuke, you have changed. Yes, I have changed. Sasuke admitted openly. I finally understand what true power is. What it means to change the world. He turned to Tsunade. Revenge? Killing Itachi Uchiha? What significance does such petty revenge hold? True change should redefine the rules of this world from its very roots. Jiraiya frowned. Are you saying you intend to follow that Qingyu? If given the chance, absolutely, Sasuke replied without hesitation. A true strongman is worthy of following. Not a bunch of politicians who only play tricks behind the scenes. Tsunade trembled with rage. You are betraying us. Betrayal? Sasuke's gaze sharpened further. Lord Hokage, do you think a person who has been annihilated can betray anything? I have never owed Konoha anything. On the contrary, Konoha owes me far too much. He slowly rose to his feet, the iron chains clinking ominously. If you want to keep me, you must show sufficient strength. If you cannot, then let me go. After all, in the face of absolute power, these chains are no different from paper. Kakashi's Sharingan quietly activated. Sasuke, do you truly wish to go down this path? Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke looked at him, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. You are a good person and a great teacher, but you are too weak. Weak to the point where you lack the strength to protect your own student. Weak enough to merely watch everything unfold without the power to intervene. Those words pierced Kakashi's heart like a knife. I refuse to be that kind of person. Sasuke's tone was resolute. I will grow stronger, strong enough to no longer be manipulated by anyone. So powerful, it can truly alter the course of this world. The interrogation room once again fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Tsunade finally spoke. Where is that Qingyu now? I do not know, Sasuke replied, shaking his head, but I believe he will appear. When this world once again requires true strength, he will step forward, just as he did before. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. Do you genuinely believe in the words he spoke? Regarding the heir of Uchiha Madara about cleansing the ranks? I have faith in strength. Sasuke's response was succinct and clear. The ability to effortlessly crush the Akatsuki organization speaks volumes. As for identity and origin, those matters are inconsequential. He glanced at the three of them. The crux lies in his capacity to transform this world. And you do not possess such power. This declaration marked the end of negotiations. Tsunade cast a lingering gaze at Sasuke before turning to leave. Jiraiya and Kakashi followed suit, leaving Sasuke alone under the dim light. In his eyes flickered a glimmer of anticipation. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Uchiha clan's legacy, Qingyu sat cross-legged amidst the remnants of the assembly hall. his eyes tightly shut. The air around him had nearly solidified into a tangible form. Each breath he took resonated with waves of spiritual pressure. Current spiritual pressure level, upper-level Soul Reaper candidate. Time remaining for breakthrough, 72 hours. The system's prompt flickered within his consciousness. It won't be long now. Soon, he would truly step into the realm of upper-level Soul Reapers. At that time, neither the Akatsuki nor Konoha would pose any threat. Even the elusive Uchiha Obito, lurking in the shadows, would be no exception. A faint smile crept onto Qingyu's lips. The game was about to enter its next phase, and he would emerge as the sole victor. Chapter 86. How to Deal with Sasuke. Outside the interrogation room, Tsunade slammed the door shut, her face ashen with fury. That bastard. She struck her fist against the corridor wall, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the solid stone surface. Jiraiya leaned against the opposite wall, his white hair appearing even grayer under the dim light. Sasuke has been completely brainwashed by that Qingyu. Not brainwashed. Kakashi shook his head, his exposed eye filled with resignation. It's faith. He truly believes that Qingyu can change this world. Tsunade's fists clenched tighter. Damn it. How could an unknown monstrosity so easily sway our ninja? Not just sway. Jiraiya's voice was solemn. It's sedition. Sasuke's resentment towards Konoha has reached its zenith, coupled with the terrifying power demonstrated by Qingyu. He did not need to finish. Everyone understood the implications. What it meant for a person wielding absolute power to a vengeful individual filled with hatred. What shall we do now? Tsunade turned to the two of them. Shall we simply stand by and watch as Sasuke betrays Konoha? Temporarily detain him, Jiraiya suggested. At the very least, we cannot allow him to seek out Qingyu just yet. Detain him? Tsunade scoffed. Have you forgotten what Sasuke just said? In the face of absolute power, these chains and paper bindings are indistinguishable. We can confine him for a time, but not for eternity. The longer we keep him locked away, the deeper his hatred for Konoha will grow. Unless we kill him now. But if we do that, Jiraiya countered, what difference would we have from those corrupt old fools like Shimura Danzo? Jiraiya fell silent. It was a conundrum without resolution. Sasuke's heart had already drifted from Konoha. A powerful individual whose loyalty lies with the enemy is far more dangerous than any S-rank rogue ninja. Kakashi-sensei. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Naruto appeared before them, his face etched with concern. How is Sasuke? He all right, isn't? I heard he was taken into the interrogation room. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances. This question was difficult to answer. Sasuke. Kakashi began to speak, but Tsunade interrupted him. He fine. Just needs to cooperate with some inquiries. What inquiries? Naruto's brow furrowed even deeper. Does it involve that Qingyu? Who is that guy? Really? Why would Sasuke? Naruto. Tsunade's voice suddenly rose an octave. These are not matters for you to concern yourself with. What you should be doing now is focusing on your training. Once the investigation concludes, Sasuke will naturally return to Team 7. Naruto opened his mouth, wanting to ask more. But Tsunade's icy glare silenced him. I understand, he said, turning to leave, his footsteps fading away. Once Naruto had completely vanished down the corridor, Tsunade let out a long sigh. Even Naruto could not be kept in the dark for long. Sasuke's situation would eventually be revealed. When that time comes, she did not continue her thought, but all present understood the looming consequences. Naruto would never remain idle. Given his temperament, he might act even more impulsively. Report. Another voice broke the tension. An Umbu ninja knelt on one knee before them. Danzo-sama requests an audience. Tsunade's expression darkened instantly. What does he want? The subordinate does not know. However, Danzo-sama stated it pertains to the handling of Uchiha Sasuke. Tell him to leave. Tsunade rejected outright, without a moment's thought. This matter does not involve him. Tsunade. Jiraiya interjected, restraining her. Let us hear what he has to say. After all, Danzo understands the Uchiha clan better than we do. Tsunade shot him a cold glance. Are you suggesting he turned Sasuke into one of those soulless husks? I merely believe this is not the time for rash decisions, Jiraiya replied calmly. Sasuke's situation has surpassed our control. Perhaps Danzo truly has a solution. Tsunade remained silent for a long moment before finally nodding, albeit through clenched teeth. Let him come. But, she turned to the Umbu ninja. If he dares to propose any harm against Sasuke, I shall twist his head off. The Umbu ninja shuddered and quickly vanished from sight. Before long, footsteps echoed once more. This time, they were steady, imbued with a unique sense of authority. Danzo approached, leaning on his cane, his right eye bandaged, while the left glimmered with cold indifference. Tsunade. His voice was hoarse. It seems you are facing some difficulties. Get to the point. Tsunade's tone was frigid. What do you want? Quite simple. Danzo paused, surveying everyone present with his singular eye. Hand over Uchiha Sasuke to me. I will handle it. Tsunade's fists clenched tightly. What do you intend to do with him? Make him forget about that, Qingyu. Danzo spoke in a disturbingly calm tone. Erase all thoughts of revenge. Transform him into a truly loyal ninja of Konoha. Brainwashing? Jiraiya frowned. Danzo, this is not brainwashing. Danzo interrupted. It is salvation. Saving a genius on the brink of darkness. Protecting Konoha from the threat of traitors. Do you believe allowing him to continue to reminisce about that Qingyu is the better choice? Tsunade's expression darkened further. I have said, this matter does not concern you. Does not concern me? There was a hint of derision in Danzo's voice. Tsunade, you are far too naive. Can you not see the state Uchiha Sasuke is in? He is no longer a ninja of Konoha. He is a ticking time bomb, a device poised to explode at any moment and obliterate the entire village. And you? Still harboring illusions of reforming him? Tsunade's body began to tremble, not from fear, but from rage. Danzo. Her voice was laced with murderous intent. If you utter another word of nonsense regarding Sasuke, I shall sever your tongue. Danzo remained unmoved. Anger resolves nothing. If Sarutobi-sensei were still here, what would he do? This question halted Tsunade's movements. He would make the right choice for the safety of the village, Danzo continued. Just as he did when he dealt with the Uchiha clan all those years ago. Eradicating the root cause. Completely eliminating the threat. Jiraiya's expression darkened. Danzo, you have overstepped your bounds. Overstepped? Danzo sneered. I am merely stating facts. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan is inherently cursed. They crave power, vengeance, and destruction. Sasuke is merely treading the path of his father. Yet you continue to make the same erroneous choices. Tsunade could no longer contain herself. She suddenly appeared before Danzo. Her fist aimed directly at his face. But Danzo was prepared. His cane was positioned across his chest, blocking the blow. Do you see? His voice remained calm. This is your method of resolution, through brute force, rather than intellect. No wonder a mysterious creature could easily sway crucial ninjas to their side. Tsunade swung her fist again. But this time Jiraiya intervened. Enough. Jiraiya's voice was authoritative. Danzo, we have heard your suggestions. However, Sasuke will not be handed over to you. Never. Danzo cast a glance at him, then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, what is your perspective? As his mentor, you should understand Sasuke's current state better than anyone. Kakashi remained silent for a long moment. Ultimately, he shook his head. I believe in Sasuke. Though he is lost, at his core, he is still that kind-hearted child. Give him some time, and he will come to understand. A flicker of disappointment crossed Danzo's eyes. You are all exceedingly weak. Weak to the point of lacking the resolve to protect the village. He turned to leave. If one day Uchiha Sasuke truly betrays Konoha and brings ruin upon this village, I hope you will remember the choices made today. Remember, it is your weakness that has led to this. His footsteps gradually faded away, leaving the corridor shrouded in silence once more. Tsunade collapsed against the wall, her hands covering her face. Why? Her voice was filled with despair. How did it come to this? Everything was proceeding according to plan. Why did a figure like Always suddenly emerge? Why would Sasuke? Jiraiya approached her side, gently patting her shoulder. Things have not yet reached their worst. At least Sasuke is still within our grasp. As long as Aoi does not take the initiative to contact him, perhaps. Before he could finish, a violent explosion erupted from the direction of the interrogation room. The faces of the three turned pale instantly. They rushed toward the interrogation room in a frenzy. The door had been completely blown apart. Inside, there was nothing but scattered fragments of iron chains, silently narrating the events that had just transpired. Sasuke has vanished. Chapter 87. Uchiha Obito returns to Konoha, rescuing Sasuke and threatening the village. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. As the echoes of the interrogation room's explosion subsided, Tsunade slammed her fist onto the desk. Damn it. The surface of the desk instantly cracked, spiderweb-like fissures spreading outward. Jiraiya and Kakashi rushed into the office, their expressions grim. Sasuke has truly disappeared. Kakashi's voice was low. Not disappeared, Jiraiya shook his head. He has been rescued. Tsunade's chest heaved violently. Who did this? Members of Akatsuki? Or that Aoi? No sooner had she finished speaking than a member of the Umbu burst in hurriedly. Hokage-sama, a message has been found on the wall of the interrogation room. Tsunade's heart sank. What does it say? Uchiha Sasuke is in my possession. The Umbu's voice quivered slightly. If you wish for his safe return, you must assist me with a task. 3 days hence, at the southern gate of Konoha, I will await you. Remember, only Tsunade and Jiraiya may attend. Bring one additional person, and Sasuke shall perish. It is signed Uchiha Madara. Tsunade's fist slammed down again, this time obliterating the entire desk into dust. Uchiha Madara. Again. Uchiha Madara. She turned to face Jiraiya. First, Aoi claims to be Madara's heir, and now someone is directly using Madara's name. How many are profiting from the legacy of Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya's expression grew serious. The individual capable of silently rescuing Sasuke is undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps what? Perhaps it truly is Uchiha Madara. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tsunade's eyes. Impossible. Uchiha Madara has long since perished, killed by the first Hokage. That is the official narrative. Jiraiya's tone grew heavier. But consider, if Uchiha Madara was genuinely dead, why would anyone dare to impersonate him? Moreover, with such strength? Kakashi nodded in agreement. The ability to instantaneously dismantle the restraints of the interrogation room and abscond with Sasuke is not something an ordinary person could achieve. Tsunade paced back and forth within the office. Even if it were truly Uchiha Madara, we cannot compromise. Sasuke is a ninja of Konoha. No one can snatch him from our grasp. Then what do you intend to do? Jiraiya inquired. Refuse his demands? And watch Sasuke get killed? Tsunade halted her steps. This is a cruel choice. Agreeing to his demands means capitulating to the threat. Refusing his demands may very well lead to Sasuke's demise. What does this so-called Uchiha Madara truly want us to do? Tsunade asked. An Umbu ninja produced a slip of paper from his pocket. This was discovered in the interrogation room. Tsunade took the note and skimmed it quickly, her face growing increasingly ashen. He wants us to investigate Aoi's true identity. He also wants every piece of intelligence we have regarding Aoi. Jiraiya leaned in to take a look. This is peculiar. If he truly is Uchiha Madara, he should know more about Aoi than we do. After all, Aoi claims to be Madara's heir. Unless, Kakashi interjected, unless he does not know Aoi at all. Perhaps he is even confused about Aoi's identity. Tsunade slammed the note onto the ground. What on earth is going on? First, someone claims to be Madara's heir, and now another uses Madara's name directly. What is their relationship? Enemies? Or allies? Just then, the office door swung open. Danzo entered, leaning on his cane. It seems you are facing a far greater predicament. A flicker of disdain crossed Tsunade's eyes. Danzo, this is not your moment to interfere. Interfere? Danzo scoffed. Tsunade, do you truly believe this is merely Sasuke's issue? Now even Uchiha Madara has appeared. The gravity of this situation has surpassed your imagination. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. What are you implying? I am suggesting that Konoha is currently confronting an unprecedented crisis. Danzo's solitary eye surveyed everyone present. Aoi, who claims to be Madara's heir, possesses powers that transcend comprehension. Once again, an enigmatic Uchiha Madara emerges, effortlessly infiltrating Konoha and absconding with vital hostages. Do you believe this to be mere coincidence? Tsunade's countenance darkens further. Are you suggesting that they are in collusion? It is highly plausible, Danzo nods. This could be a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy aimed at subverting Konoha's dominion. Subvert Konoha? Jiraiya shakes his head. Danzo, your thoughts are excessively extreme. If their intent were truly to dismantle Konoha, why resort to such roundabout methods? Given the prowess displayed by Au, would a direct assault on the village not be far more straightforward? A flicker of disdain crosses Danzo's eyes. Jiraiya, you remain naively idealistic. True masters never opt for the most direct approach. They first undermine Konoha from within, before delivering a devastating blow. Sasuke is their primary target, an Uchiha orphan. Harboring a grudge against Konoha, once fully swayed, what catastrophic consequences might ensue? Tsunade's fists clench once more. Enough. Danzo, your conjectures lack any substantiation. Evidence. Danzo scoffs. By the time evidence is irrefutable, Konoha may already be in ruins. As Hokage, you ought to possess the foresight to recognize peril, rather than prepare only when danger looms. At that moment, another Umbu ninja bursts in. Report. An anomaly has been detected in the Uchiha clan grounds. Tsunade's heart races anew. What anomaly? The air there has grown exceedingly thick, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Furthermore, a red-haired girl has been spotted near the border. A red-haired girl? A glimmer of surprise flickers in Jiraiya's eyes. A descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Quite possibly, the Umbu replies. Moreover, it appears that the girl is keeping watch for someone. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchange a glance. Au, they both utter in unison. Danzo's expression darkens further. Do you see? Now even the Uchiha grounds have been occupied. These individuals are declaring war on Konoha. And you still hesitate to compromise. Tsunade takes a deep breath. Danzo, what do you propose we do? Quite simply. Danzo's voice turns frigid. Reject the demands of this so-called Uchiha Madara. Then, muster all our forces to simultaneously assault the Uchiha clan grounds and the Forest of Death. We shall eliminate these threats in one fell swoop. And what of Sasuke? Kakashi inquires. Sasuke? Danzo scoffs. A traitor already seduced to the enemy's side holds no value. Rather than risk everything to save him, it is wiser to treat him as an adversary. Danzo, A glimmer of murderous intent flashes in Tsunade's eyes. Sasuke is a ninja of Konoha. I will not abandon any of my comrades. Comrades. Danzo's tone drips with derision. Someone who harbors animosity towards Konoha and is easily swayed by the enemy hardly qualifies as a comrade. Tsunade, your naivety may cost us all dearly. The atmosphere in the office becomes charged with tension. Tsunade's fists begin to glow ominously. Jiraiya hastily steps in to restrain her. Calm down, Tsunade. Internal strife benefits no one. He turns to Danzo. Danzo, we have heard your counsel. However, we shall not forsake Sasuke, no matter the cost. Danzo shakes his head in disappointment. If Hiruzen were aware of your current choices, he would undoubtedly feel disheartened. He was willing to make painful decisions for the safety of the village. Yet you cannot bear to part with even a single traitor. Having said that, he turns and exits the office, leaving behind Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. The room falls into an oppressive silence. After a lengthy pause, Tsunade finally speaks. We shall venture to the forest of death, in accordance with this Uchiha Madara's demands. Tsunade. Jiraiya attempts to dissuade her. I understand the danger involved. Tsunade interrupts him. But Sasuke is our comrade. I will not abandon him. Even if the opponent is indeed Uchiha Madara, I must take a chance. Kakashi nods in agreement. I support the Hokage's decision. Sasuke is still just a child. Regardless of his actions, we cannot forsake him. Jiraiya sighs. Then let us confront this mysterious Uchiha Madara and ascertain his true intentions. A resolute glimmer shines in Tsunade's eyes. Whether it be Au or Uchiha Madara, no one shall act with impunity on the soil of Konoha. I will ensure they recognize Konoha's strength. As night falls, two figures emerge at the entrance of the Forest of Death. One is cloaked in a swirling mask, clad in the Akatsuki's black attire adorned with red clouds. The other is Uchiha Sasuke, bound by peculiar ropes. It seems Konoha still values you, the masked figure remarks. They will come in accordance with my demands. Sasuke gazes at him coldly. Who are you? Uchiha Madara? Or someone else entirely? The masked man offers no response, merely gazing into the distance. Soon, you shall know the answer. At that time, you will grasp the true meaning of power. Confusion flashes in Sasuke's eyes. The man's words evoke memories of Au. The same confidence, the same enigma. Could he be the traitor Au spoke of, who betrayed Uchiha Madara and the will of peace? Chapter 88, Reciprocity. Au, a thief of Uchiha Madara's power? Deep within the Forest of Death, moonlight filters through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows. Tsunade and Jiraiya stand side by side, vigilantly surveying the surrounding darkness. Come forth. Tsunade's voice resonates clearly in the stillness of the night. We have come as per your request. No sooner had she spoken than a figure leaps down from the treetops. The man in the swirling mask approaches them slowly, Sasuke bound behind him. Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya's pupils constrict. You truly are alive? The masked man emits a low, rumbling laughter. Alive? Dead? Such concepts hold no significance for me anymore. He halts 10 meters away from them. What matters is whether you have brought what I seek. Tsunade's fists tighten. We have gathered some intelligence regarding Au. However, before any exchange, I must ensure Sasuke's safety. The masked man tilts his head, glancing at Sasuke behind him. Sasuke, tell them your current state. Sasuke raises his head, his onyx eyes shimmering with complex emotions. I am well. His voice is eerily calm. Moreover, I have finally come to understand certain truths. Tsunade's heart sinks. Understand what? Understand what true power really is. Sasuke's gaze shifts between the two. The strength exhibited by Lord Au has shown me the potential that transcends bloodlines. And this gentleman has enlightened me about the true history of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya's expression grows grave. The history of the Uchiha clan? The masked man nods. It seems you are not well versed in the history of your own village. Allow me to provide you with some details. His voice drips with scorn. For instance, how the third Hokage ordered the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. How Danzo and those elders participated in this decision. Tsunade's body begins to tremble. These are matters of the past. Matters of the past? The masked man's voice suddenly turns frigid. For those who have lost everything, the past is the present. The past is eternal. He turns to Sasuke. Convey to them your current perspective on Konoha. Sasuke slowly shook his head. I am no longer a ninja of Konoha. I am a seeker of truth. A seeker of power. Jiraiya stepped forward. Sasuke, you have been brainwashed. This individual is manipulating your hatred. Manipulating? A flicker of anger ignited in Sasuke's eyes. Lord Jiraiya, do you believe I am so easily used? I possess my own judgment. I have my own agency. His voice rose gradually. Furthermore, compared to those who stab you in the back, at least this gentleman is forthright. Tsunade could no longer contain herself. Enough. In an instant, she appeared before the masked man, her fist aimed directly at him. Yet, her fist passed through his form as if it were a mere illusion. What? The masked man's body became ethereal, as though it did not exist in this realm. Space-time ninjutsu. Jiraiya's expression soured further. Kamui, it seems you possess some knowledge after all. The masked man's voice resonated from the void. However, mere knowledge is insufficient. His form solidified once more, appearing beside the two. What you require is an understanding of the disparity. Tsunade swung her fist again, but once more it met nothing but air. Damn it! Her fist struck the ground, causing the entire forest to tremble. Is this your strength? The masked man's tone dripped with disappointment. No wonder you were easily subdued by AO. You are simply not on the same level as your opponent. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball hurtled towards the masked man. Yet again, he became intangible, the fireball sailing through his form. Futile effort. The masked man shook his head. In the face of absolute power, these trivial tactics are meaningless. He turned his gaze toward the two. Now, surrender the information regarding AO. Otherwise, Sasuke shall suffer the consequences. Tsunade gritted her teeth. We do not possess much knowledge. AO claims to be the successor of Uchiha Madara, wielding power that transcends common understanding. He currently occupies the Uchiha clan grounds, engaged in some form of cultivation. The masked man's body stiffened for a moment. The Uchiha clan grounds. He occupies that place? Jiraiya keenly sensed the shift in the masked man's tone. Do you truly know him? Know him? The masked man let out a piercing laugh. We are more than mere acquaintances. We are old friends. His words were laced with intense animosity. A traitor who has betrayed Madara's will. A thief who has stolen the Uchiha's power. In kind, I must reciprocate. You label me a betrayer of Madara's will. Thus, I shall deem you a thief of his power. As for the truth, is it of any significance? A glimmer of confusion flickered in Sasuke's eyes. A thief? Lord Ao indeed possesses power that transcends bloodlines. The masked man turned to him. Sasuke, you have been deceived. That man is no true successor. He is merely an impostor who fortuitously acquired certain powers. Moreover, the source of his strength is far more tainted than you can imagine. Tsunade furrowed her brow. What do you mean? The masked man did not respond to her, but continued to gaze at Sasuke. Do you truly believe that external power can surpass the limits of bloodlines? Do you genuinely think that someone devoid of Uchiha lineage can comprehend our clan's suffering? Sasuke's expression began to waver. Yet, his power is undeniably real. The power is indeed real. The masked man nodded. However, the origin of that power determines its essence. Strength founded upon deception shall never endure. His voice grew more somber. And soon, you shall witness what true Uchiha power entails. At that moment, a distant explosion echoed. The source was indeed the Uchiha clan grounds. The masked man's body trembled slightly. It has begun, he murmured to himself. That fool Danzo, he has finally lost his composure. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically. Danzo, he has gone to the Uchiha grounds. Certainly. The masked man's tone dripped with mockery. How could a self-righteous fool like him pass up such an opportunity? He believes that with the root's power, he can contend with Ao. Truly laughable. An ominous premonition surged within Jiraiya. Danzo will die. Die? The masked man shook his head. Ao will not kill him. At least not now. For someone like Danzo, living is far more valuable than dying. He will become a cancer within Konoha, slowly eroding the entire village. Tsunade's fists clenched once again. I am merely expediting this process, the masked man interrupted. Konoha's decay began long ago. I am simply allowing it to manifest more rapidly. Another explosion reverberated. This time with greater ferocity. The entire forest shook. The masked man gazed toward the distance. It seems Danzo's fate will be more tragic than I anticipated. Ao is truly enraged this time. Sasuke's expression grew complex. Lord Ao. His voice tinged with concern. The masked man noticed this change. You still care for him? Even after learning his true nature, do you still wish to follow him? Sasuke remained silent for a long while. I do not know. However, I am certain of one thing. He lifted his gaze, a resolute light flickering in his black eyes. Regardless of the source of Lord Ao's power, at the very least, he has not lied to me. He stated that power is everything. And now, I see the truth of that statement. The masked man's body stiffened once more. I must grow stronger. Sasuke's voice grew more resolute. Strong enough to no longer be manipulated by anyone. Strong enough to discern the truth of this world. Whether it be Lord Ao, this gentleman, or the upper echelons of Konoha, I shall use my own strength to verify everything. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances. From Sasuke's words, they discerned something far more perilous. It was not mere vengeance, nor was it blind allegiance. Rather, it was a more profound yearning for power. The masked man remained silent for a long time. It appears you have embarked upon an irreversible path. An irreversible path? Sasuke shook his head. I believe this is the correct path. At the very least, it is far more honest than those who scheme in the shadows. The distant explosions gradually subsided. In their place, a haunting silence emerged. The masked man's body began to fade. Let us conclude for today. Sasuke, I offer you a choice. Come with me, and I shall reveal to you the true history of the Uchiha clan. Or return to Konoha and continue to be a pawn of those politicians. Sasuke looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya, then turned his gaze to the masked man. I choose the third option. What? The masked man's voice carried surprise. I wish to go to the Uchiha clan grounds. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with fervor. I want to see for myself what Lord Ao's current condition is. To witness what true power means. Chapter 89. The confidence with which you arrived is matched by the disarray in your retreat. At the Uchiha clan grounds, the blood moon hung high. Danzo, leaning on his cane, slowly advanced into the depths of the ruins. Behind him trailed a dozen root ninjas, each wearing masks and emanating an aura of death. Lord Danzo, are we really going to proceed with this? A tremor was evident in one ninja's voice. Silence. Danzo's voice was icy. Ao's power must be harnessed for Konoha's benefit, and the power of Koto Amatsuka is sufficient to control anyone. Beneath the bandage covering his right eye, a faint luminescence flickered. It was the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. A grotesque smile crept upon Danzo's face. After tonight, Aoi would become my puppet, the most formidable weapon of Root. The ninjas of Root exchanged glances, sensing the madness in Danzo's words. Yet, none dared to voice a dissent, for they all understood the cruelty of his methods. Report. A ninja suddenly knelt on one knee. Target sighted. Uchiha Aoi is training amidst the ruins of the assembly hall. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Danzo's eyes. Excellent. Proceed according to plan. Remember, do not kill him. I wish for him to live as my tool. In the heart of the ruins, Aoi sat cross-legged. Around him, the air twisted into a spiral. A powerful spiritual pressure surged outward like a tide. Karen sat nearby, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Lord Aoi, her voice was a mere whisper. Someone is approaching. It's a leaf ninja. Aoi did not open his eyes. Let them come. I am in need of some entertainment. As his words fell, a dozen figures closed in from all directions. Danzo leaned on his cane, standing at the epicenter of the encirclement. Uchiha Aoi, his voice resonated with an imposing authority. Your game is at an end. Aoi slowly opened his eyes, revealing orbs as profound as an abyss. Game. Do you perceive this as a game? Danzo's cane struck the ground with a thud. No matter who you are or your intentions, from this day forth, you shall serve Konoha. Serve Root. Aoi rose, brushing off the dust from his garments. Intriguing. I had anticipated you would be more astute. Astute? Danzo scoffed. A truly wise individual would choose to ally with the strong. And I am the true sovereign of Konoha. A hint of sardonic amusement graced Aoi's lips. Sovereign? With you and your ilk? Danzo's expression darkened instantly. Attack. Subdue him. The Root ninjas moved in unison. But just as they were about to reach Aoi, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Aoi's figure blurred, and in the next instant, he appeared behind one of the ninjas. Too slow. With a gentle flick of his hand, the ninja's body exploded in an instant, gore splattering across the ruins. The remaining ninjas recoiled in terror. This is impossible. How can he be so fast? Aoi paid no heed to their exclamations. His form flickered again, and with each appearance, a ninja perished. In less than 10 seconds, the ground was strewn with corpses, leaving only Danzo trembling in place. Now, do you still consider yourself the sovereign? Aoi's voice echoed in Danzo's ear. Danzo spun around abruptly, the bandage over his right eye unraveling. The brilliance of the Mangekyo Sharingan illuminated the night sky. Koto Amatsuka. A potent ocular power surged towards Aoi. This was the strongest jinjutsu of Uchiha Shursui, capable of permanently altering the will of its victim, compelling them to submit willingly. A frenzied smile appeared on Danzo's face. I have succeeded. Aoi, from this moment forth, you are my slave. Yet, Aoi's expression remained unchanged. He simply gazed silently at Danzo. Is that all? Danzo's smile faltered. Impossible. Koto Amatsuka is the ultimate jinjutsu. No one can resist it. Aoi shook his head. Danzo, your comprehension of power remains at the level of a mere ninja. I have transcended that realm. A flicker of pity shone in his eyes. Everything you perceive is precisely what I wish for you to see. Danzo's pupils constricted sharply. What do you mean? It means that from the moment you set foot here, you were ensnared in my jinjutsu. Aoi's voice became ethereal. Mizukigami. Complete hypnosis. The scenes within the ruins began to distort. In terror, Danzo watched as the deceased Root ninjas turned upon one another, their eyes devoid of reason, filled only with madness. No, this cannot be real. Danzo shook his head frantically. We came to capture you. How did it turn into this? Always figure materialized in the air, looking down upon Danzo as though he were an insignificant insect. Danzo, do you recall when you fell into the Genjutsu? Danzo's memories began to blur. He recalled the moment he entered the clan's territory, the strange sense of oppression enveloping him. From the very beginning his voice trembled. From the first step I took here? Aoi nodded. Regrettably, that answer is correct. But there is no reward. Danzo's body began to tremble. He finally understood the meaning of despair. Who are you, really? Aoi descended slowly, his feet touching the pool of blood. I am an existence that you mere insects will never comprehend. And you are but a ludicrous clown. He extended his hand, gently touching Danzo's forehead. Now, let me see what garbage fills your mind. In an instant, Danzo's consciousness was invaded. All his memories laid bare before Aoi. Secrets of Root, the darkness of Konoha, the unspeakable transactions, all exposed to Aoi's gaze. So filthy, Aoi spoke with disdain. You politicians are even more repugnant than I imagined. Blood began to seep from Danzo's orifices, his consciousness being torn apart by Aoi's power. Please, kill me. Aoi released his grip. Kill you? That would be too merciful. A glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. You are of greater value alive than dead. You will continue to disseminate your poison throughout Konoha, further corroding that decaying village until it collapses entirely. Danzo's body crumpled to the ground, unable to invoke even the power of his Anaji. His right eye had succumbed to complete blindness, the strength of the Mangekyo Sharingan entirely drained by Aoi. Thankfully, the Sharingan on his arm were numerous. Otherwise, the cells of Hashirama would have erupted and consumed him. Begone, Aoi's voice was frigid. Return to your sewer. Continue your existence as a rat. Danzo struggled to rise, his body swaying precariously. Yet the instinct for survival compelled him to flee this hellish nightmare. Silence reclaimed the ruins once more. Aoi surveyed the field of corpses, shaking his head. Karen. Yes, Lord Aoi, the red-haired girl emerged from the shadows. Dispose of this refuse. Then continue to guard me. My training is not yet complete. Aoi resumed his cross-legged position. Current spiritual pressure level, upper-tier Shinigami candidate. Time until breakthrough, 1 hour. The system's prompt shimmered once more. Aoi closed his eyes, resuming his cultivation. Meanwhile, in a certain basement of Konoha, Danzo burst in, drenched in blood. Sir? A root ninja gazed at him in horror. What has happened? Prepare for evacuation. Danzo's voice was hoarse. Everyone, immediately withdraw from Konoha. That monster, he is not human. The blood moon hung high in the night sky, yet the night of Konoha was destined to remain tumultuous. Chapter 90. Truth needs no adornment. Power requires no explanation. The confrontation in the Death Forest concluded in an instant. The fervent light in Sasuke's eyes intensified as he unhesitatingly turned towards the Uchiha clan's territory. I am going to meet Lord Au. His voice, calm yet imbued with an undeniable resolve, echoed through the air. The man in the mask trembled slightly, as if wishing to intervene, yet ultimately remained silent, watching Sasuke's departing silhouette. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in their eyes. They followed Sasuke at a respectful distance. The night was profound, and the ruins of the Uchiha clan appeared particularly sinister under the moonlight. Sasuke stood at the boundary of the clan's territory, acutely aware of the suffocating pressure that hung in the air. From the shadows emerged a girl with crimson hair. Uchiha Sasuke. Kagaya's voice held a tone of scrutiny. You seek Lord Au? Sasuke nodded firmly. I must see him. Kagaya shook her head. To meet Lord Au, you must first undergo a trial. She gestured toward the depths of the clan's territory. That is the realm of spiritual pressure. Only those who can withstand Lord Au's oppressive force are worthy of his presence. Unbeknownst to Kagaya, the very state of this place was a consequence of Au's immense power. His spiritual pressure. A flicker of confusion crossed Sasuke's eyes. Spiritual pressure? Kagaya's expression turned grave. It is a force that transcends chakra. An ordinary person cannot withstand such oppression. It could be fatal. She paused, her tone tinged with caution. I advise you to reconsider. Should you perish, Lord Au will not take responsibility. Without a hint of hesitation, Sasuke declared, I will enter. Kagaya regarded him intently before finally stepping aside. Very well. The moment Sasuke stepped into the clan's grounds, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The air thickened, becoming viscous, making each breath a struggle. An invisible pressure surged from all directions. Sasuke's body began to tremble, his legs feeling as though they were encased in lead. Yet, gritting his teeth, he pressed onward. With each step forward, the pressure intensified tenfold. His complexion paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His consciousness began to waver, ancient whispers echoing in his ears. Power. The thirst for power. Enduring pain. Sasuke's eyes ignited with a crimson hue, the tomo slowly swirling. Under the stimulus of the spiritual pressure, his Sharingan began to evolve. However, this evolution brought with it an agonizing torment. His body convulsed, blood seeping from his orifices. His consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. No, he summoned every ounce of strength to roar, "I must see Lord Au." Just as he felt he could no longer endure, two figures suddenly burst forth. Tsunade seized Sasuke's shoulder, dragging him from the clan's territory. Jiraiya followed closely, his expression grave. "That's enough." Tsunade's voice was laced with fury. "At this rate, you will die?" Once outside the clan grounds, Sasuke collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His body still trembling uncontrollably. Yet, his blood-red eyes remained fixed on the depths of the clan's territory. "I have not yet seen him." His voice, though faint, retained an unwavering determination. Jiraiya knelt beside him, assessing his injuries. "Sasuke, your body has reached its limit. If you had been even a moment later, you would truly have died." Sasuke struggled to rise. "I will not die. Lord Au is waiting for me." Tsunade clenched her fist tighter. What has that scoundrel done to Sasuke? Why is he so obsessed with him? At that moment, a voice resounded from the depths of the clan's territory. It was ethereal yet commanding, as if it originated from the heavens. "Interesting. An Uchiha orphan has managed to endure under my spiritual pressure for so long." Hope ignited in Sasuke's eyes. "Lord Au." It is Lord Au's voice. He fought desperately to surge toward the clan grounds, but Tsunade held him firmly in place. "Sasuke, calm down." Au's voice echoed once more. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, you have arrived. Just in time, for I have some words to share with you." Jiraiya's countenance darkened further. "Au, show yourself. No need to hide in the shadows." A low, mocking laughter emanated from the depths of the clan's territory. "Hide. I merely wish to prevent your premature demise. My spiritual pressure is still too stimulating for you." Tsunade gritted her teeth. "Enough with the nonsense. What do you truly desire?" "What I desire is quite simple." Au's voice turned frigid. "I wish for this world to operate according to my will. You will either submit or be obliterated." Sasuke's body trembled once more. But this time not from pain, rather from exhilaration. Is Lord Au truly going to change this world? Change. Au's voice carried a deeper implication. "I intend to recreate this world. A world devoid of deceit, betrayal, and hypocrisy. A world where the strong dominate all." A foreboding sense of unease surged within Jiraiya. "How does that differ from the moon I plan spoken of by the man in the mask?" "Differences?" Au chuckled softly. "He seeks a false peace, while I seek authentic order. In my world, the weak shall be cast aside, and the strong shall attain their rightful status. No one shall conceal their true intentions. No one shall betray their innermost selves." Tsunade's expression turned ashen. "That is dictatorship. You aim to be the dictator of this world." "A dictator?" Au's tone was laced with derision. "Tsunade, do you believe the current world is not a dictatorship? The strong set the rules, while the weak are forced to comply. Is this what you refer to as nobility?" "I simply wish to make this process more direct and honest." A fervent light flickered in Sasuke's eyes. "Lord Au speaks the truth. This world is inherently one for the strong. The weak deserve to be governed." Tsunade stared at Sasuke in shock. "Sasuke, what are you saying? Have you forgotten your comrades? Have you forgotten those who protected you?" Sasuke's expression turned frigid. "Comrades? Protection? If they were truly my comrades, why did they conceal the truth of the Uchiha clan? If they genuinely protected me, why allow me to live in lies? If you were truly my comrades, why was the Uchiha clan exterminated?" His voice grew increasingly agitated. "Lord Au has never lied to me. He has shown me that power is everything. He has revealed to me the true path." Jiraiya felt a deep sense of despair. "Sasuke, you have lost your way. Au has not shown you the true path. He is merely exploiting your hatred." "Exploiting?" Sasuke scoffed. "Jiraiya, do you think I need to be exploited? Or do you believe I possess some value worth exploiting? I have my own judgment. I have my own choices. Moreover, compared to those who scheme behind my back, at least Lord Au is honest." From the depths of the clan's territory, Au's voice resonated once more. "Do you see? This is the essence of human nature. Sasuke merely chooses to acknowledge reality, while you continue to deceive yourselves." Tsunade's fists began to glow. "Enough. I will not allow you to continue to mislead Sasuke." "Mislead?" Au's voice dripped with mockery. "Tsunade, do you think I need to mislead anyone? Truth requires no embellishments. Power requires no explanations. I merely reveal the facts to them." At that moment, a golden light flashed from the depths of the clan's territory. The light bore a terrifying weight, as if it sought to crush the very world itself. Tsunade and Jiraiya instinctively recoiled, their bodies feeling as though they would shatter under that oppressive force. This surge of spiritual pressure emanates from Qingyu, who has recently ascended to the rank of a high-level Shinigami. While it may not hold significant weight in the realm of Shinigami, to those within the Naruto universe, who possess no familiarity with spiritual energy, it looms like an insurmountable mountain, bearing down upon their hearts. Their knees buckle uncontrollably to the ground. Chapter 91. We were wrong. Wrong in believing we could control the truth. The golden aura of spiritual pressure gradually recedes, returning the Uchiha clan grounds to a hushed stillness. Qingyu slowly opens his eyes, feeling the tumultuous power coursing within him. The recent breakthrough into high-level Shinigami has catalyzed a qualitative leap in his abilities. However, this explosive surge of power has also demanded considerable time for him to master fully. Lord Qingyu, a voice tinged with evident concern emerges from beside him, belonging to Corinne. Those individuals were frightened away by your spiritual pressure. Qingyu nods in acknowledgement, not at all surprised. The intensity of that spiritual pressure was indeed overwhelming. Even he had not anticipated such a dramatic transformation during his breakthrough. It matters not, Qingyu replies, rising and brushing off the dust from his attire. They shall return, sooner or later. What is paramount now is to acquire the knowledge and skills commensurate with this newfound level. He contemplates, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. At last, I have advanced further. You may endeavor to gradually acclimate to the weight of spiritual pressure. Once you have adapted, you shall earn the right to stand beside me. The same applies to Sasuke. With that, he retreats deeper into the Uchiha clan grounds, where the spiritual pressure is even more vibrant and potent. Qingyu settles into a cross-legged position once more, closing his eyes. To the untrained eye, he appears to be meditating. In reality, his soul has ventured into the Central Spiritual Arts Academy, where he shall acquire the knowledge and experience he seeks, advanced applications of spiritual pressure, intricate uses of Kido, and profound understandings of Zanpakutō. Each fragment of knowledge is imbued with the battle experiences and wisdom of countless venerable Shinigami. Qingyu immerses himself in this ocean of knowledge, losing track of the passage of time. Only when he has fully grasped this knowledge can he fully unleash the potential of his high-level Shinigami powers. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base within Konoha, Danzo is undergoing urgent medical treatment. His body has sustained severe injuries, and the Mangekyo Sharingan belonging to Shursui has been usurped by Qingyu. Furthermore, his psyche has been profoundly shaken. Lord, your injuries are quite severe, a medical ninja states cautiously. You will require at least 3 months of convalescence for recovery. Danzo's complexion pales to an ashen hue. 3 months? His voice emerges hoarse and strained. Who is that monster? The medical ninja shakes his head. We do not know. However, based on your description, the adversary's power surpasses our comprehension. Danzo's body begins to tremble as he recalls Qingyu's profound gaze and the suffocating pressure he exuded. Prepare for evacuation. He manages to utter. Immediately withdraw from Konoha. All root members must relocate to other nations. The medical ninja hesitates momentarily. My lord, you mean? We have been defeated. Danzo's voice resonates with despair. Utterly defeated. That individual is not a ninja. He is a monster. He is a god. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the Hokage's office is palpably heavy. Tsunade sits behind her desk, her expression darkened. Jiraiya stands nearby, lost in thought. Kakashi supports the injured Sasuke, and the trio falls into a heavy silence. After a protracted silence, Tsunade finally speaks. How is Sasuke's condition? Kakashi assesses Sasuke's state. His physical injuries are not severe. However, the psychological impact, he trails off, his tone growing somber. It appears his Sharingan has undergone some form of transformation. Sasuke slowly lifts his head. Previously, during an ambush by the Akatsuki, he experienced a stimulus that led his double Tomo Sharingan to evolve into a triple Tomo. Now, under the oppressive weight of the soul world, it seems his triple Tomo Sharingan is on the verge of metamorphosis. I can feel it. Sasuke's voice is barely above a whisper. Lord Qingyu's power is genuine power. Tsunade's fists clench tightly. Sasuke, do you not see? That individual is manipulating you. Sasuke shakes his head. No, Hokage-sama. It is you who fails to see the truth. A flicker of fervor ignites in his eyes. The power displayed by Lord Qingyu transcends the realm of ninjas. He can effortlessly reshape this world, while we, including you, are but ants. Jiraiya furrows his brow. Sasuke, you have been brainwashed. Power cannot resolve all issues. Without the power of love, destruction is all that follows. Sasuke emits a cold laugh. Love? What kind of love do you speak of, Jiraiya-sama? Is it the love for the Uchiha clan? Or perhaps the love for those innocents who perished? Jiraiya's expression grows complex. Sasuke, enough. Sasuke stands resolute. I have seen the essence of this world. The strong dominate all. And Lord Qingyu is the new sovereign of this realm. He turns toward the door. I must return. Return to the side of Lord Qingyu. Tsunade abruptly rises. I will not allow you to leave. In the name of the Hokage, I command you to remain in Konoha. Sasuke halts, slowly turning to face Tsunade. Command? A hint of derision flickers in his eyes. Hokage-sama, do you believe you still possess the authority to command me? Just moments ago, you could not even approach Lord Qingyu. You were powerless to protect yourself. What makes you think you can restrain me? Tsunade's complexion turns a shade of iron. Because you are a ninja of Konoha. Because you are my comrade. Sasuke's smile grows colder. Comrade, if we were truly comrades, why was the Uchiha clan annihilated? If we were truly comrades, why have I lived in deceit for so many years? His voice crescendos with fervor. Lord Qingyu has never lied to me. He revealed the truth of this world. He has shown me the essence of true power. While all you can do is bind me with false affection. Kakashi steps forward. Sasuke, you misunderstand. We concealed the truth to protect you. Protect? A glimmer of malice flashes in Sasuke's eyes. Is this what you call protection, Kakashi-sensei? Allowing me to grow in ignorance? Leaving me defenseless against my enemies? Allowing my own village to deceive me? Kakashi's expression twists with anguish. Sasuke, we too have our burdens. Burden? Sasuke interrupts. Everyone has burdens. Yet Lord Qingyu does not. He has directly informed me that power is everything. The strong set the rules, while the weak must obey. This is the truth of our world, and I shall become strong. With that, Sasuke strides toward the door. This time, no one impedes his progress. Tsunade slumps back into her chair, despair flashing in her eyes. We have lost him. Jiraiya remains silent for a lengthy moment. Perhaps we were mistaken from the very beginning. Wrong? Tsunade lifts her head. Where did we err? In believing we could protect him with lies. Jiraiya's voice is laced with bitterness. In believing we could control the truth. And that Qingyu has bestowed upon Sasuke something we could never offer him. What? The answer. Jiraiya gazes out the window. The true answer to this world. As night descends, Sasuke walks alone along the path leading to the Uchiha clan grounds. In his heart, he experienced true tranquility for the first time. No longer was there confusion. No longer was there uncertainty. Only a singular, lucid objective remained. To grow stronger. Strong enough to alter everything. Strong enough to seize control of his own destiny. And Lord Qingyu was the guiding light leading him toward this aspiration. The moonlight cascaded upon the ruins, illuminating the resolute figure of the young man. This night was destined to change the fates of many. Chapter 92, Sasuke's formal defection. Konoha's response. At dawn, on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory, Sasuke slowly approached the location where Karen stood, his steps more assured than before. You've returned, Karen observed. A hint of surprise in her tone. Sasuke nodded. Karen rose, assessing his condition. Lord Qingyu had previously stated that true strength cannot be hastily attained. He remarked that power must be grasped gradually. A flicker of understanding crossed Sasuke's eyes. Thus, the spiritual pressure in the realm of rebirth is, in fact, a trial? Karen smiled gently. Lord Qingyu said that only those capable of withstanding the spiritual pressure are qualified to learn genuine power. And withstanding is not merely about enduring. It is far more critical to adapt. Sasuke inhaled deeply. I understand now. He turned toward the depths of the clan's territory, his fervor transformed into unwavering resolve. From this day forth, I shall train here. I will come daily to acclimate to the spiritual pressure, until I can traverse freely in the innermost depths of the clan's domain. Karen nodded approvingly. Very well. However, Lord Qingyu mentioned another crucial matter. Sasuke looked at her, puzzled. What matter? Training cannot rely solely on external pressure. Karen's expression turned grave. You must also enhance your foundational abilities. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu. None of these can be neglected. Sasuke furrowed his brow. But traditional ninjutsu seems utterly meaningless in the face of Lord Qingyu's power. Karen shook her head. Lord Qingyu stated that a strong foundation determines one's limits. Without a solid foundation, even immense power cannot be fully mastered. Just like a tall building, if the foundation is weak, it will inevitably collapse. Sasuke pondered for a moment. So, I need to acclimate to the spiritual pressure while simultaneously continuing to practice traditional ninjutsu? Precisely, Karen affirmed. Moreover, Lord Qingyu specifically mentioned one point. What is it? He indicated that the Uchiha clan's bloodline limits possess even deeper secrets. The evolution of the Sharingan is not merely spurred by emotional stimuli. It also requires an understanding of the essence of power. Sasuke's heart began to race. The essence of power? A glimmer of mystery danced in Karen's eyes. Lord Qingyu said that when you can walk freely in the realm of rebirth, he will personally reveal the answer to you. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, the atmosphere in the conference room was exceptionally grim. Mito Gate, Kane slammed his hand on the table. This is utterly absurd. Sasuke has actually defected. We must organize a unit immediately to retrieve him. Tsunade rose in anger. Indeed, he is the last scion of the Uchiha clan, possessing vital bloodline secrets. We cannot allow him to ally with that unknown individual. Tsunade, seated in the main position, wore a somber expression. How do you propose we capture him? Who will we send? Mito hesitated. Of course, we should dispatch the Umbu. Send the Umbu to their demise? Tsunade interjected coldly. Have you forgotten what transpired last night? That Qingyu's power has exceeded our comprehension. Even Danzo was utterly defeated. Do you believe the Umbu would be of any use? Tsunade's expression darkened. What shall we do then? Sit idly by and watch as Sasuke is brainwashed by that man. Jiraiya emerged from the corner. The current situation has escalated beyond our control. That Qingyu's power transcends the realm of mere ninjas. Moreover, from Sasuke's demeanor, it appears he is following willingly. Willingly? Mito's voice became sharp. He is clearly being brainwashed, ensnared by that man's honeyed words. Kakashi shook his head. It may not be so simple. Sasuke's words, though radical, are not entirely devoid of reason. We have indeed concealed many truths from him. Regarding the Uchiha clan's massacre, the village's dark history. All of these have provided Qingyu with an opportunity. Tsunade's anger flared as she pointed an accusatory finger at Kakashi. You are excusing the traitor. Sasuke should never have betrayed Konoha. Kakashi's expression turned frigid. Betrayal? If we had been honest with him from the beginning, would we be in this predicament today? If we truly regarded him as a comrade, rather than merely a child to protect, would he have been so easily swayed by outsiders? The conference room fell into a heavy silence. After a long pause, Tsunade finally spoke. At this juncture, discussing this is futile. We must confront reality. Sasuke has chosen his path, and all we can do now is observe. Observe? Mito's voice brimmed with dissatisfaction. Tsunade, you are the Hokage. You have a duty to protect the ninjas of this village. Tsunade abruptly stood. Protect? Tell me how to protect? With what means? We cannot even approach that Qingyu. Danzo led a squad of elite members, and what was the outcome? Total annihilation. Furthermore, the most terrifying aspect is that we do not even know his true identity. We do not understand his motives. We are unaware of what other tactics he possesses. In this situation, rash action will only lead to more casualties. Jiraiya nodded. Tsunade is correct. The immediate priority is to gather more intelligence about Qingyu, to understand his true intentions, and then formulate corresponding countermeasures. Tsunade resumed her seat, her tone heavy. Do we have any choice? Perhaps Sasuke's choice might allow us to glean more information about Qingyu. At the very least, we may discern Qingyu's abilities and intentions through Sasuke's transformation. Kakashi pondered. Are you suggesting we allow Sasuke to become our informant? Tsunade shook her head. Not an informant. Sasuke has unequivocally aligned himself with Qingyu. What I mean is observation. To scrutinize Sasuke's changes, to watch Qingyu's actions, and from that, to seek out weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Mito and Tsunade exchanged glances. Although they were dissatisfied, they could not deny that this was indeed the most prudent course of action at present. And what of Danzo? Tsunade replied. According to reports, he has already withdrawn from Konoha with the remnants of his root members. Tsunade's expression grew complex. Let him leave. Danzo's presence in the village would only invite further trouble. Moreover, his current state is no longer suitable for him to continue serving as the leader of the roots. The conference room once again descended into silence, each individual contemplating this sudden upheaval. The arrival of Qingyu had completely disrupted their plans, and Sasuke's betrayal had left them utterly unprepared. What was most alarming was that they had yet to discern the true nature of their adversary. As dusk fell upon the outskirts of the Uchiha clan grounds, Sasuke engaged in his inaugural training for spirit pressure adaptation. He stood at the periphery of the heavy spiritual realm, feeling the intangible weight bearing down upon him. This time, he did not hastily plunge deeper, but chose instead to acclimatize to this novel power gradually from the fringes. Karen observed Sasuke's condition closely. How does it feel? She inquired. Sasuke exhaled slowly. It's peculiar. This power is entirely different from chakra. Chakra is an energy generated from within the body, whereas this spirit pressure feels more like an external oppression. Yet, simultaneously, I can sense it altering my very being. Karen nodded. Lord Qingyu has mentioned that the essence of spirit pressure is the external manifestation of one's soul's aura. A powerful soul generates formidable spirit pressure, and the process of enduring it effectively strengthens one's vitality and spiritual essence, elevating both life and soul to a higher plane. A flicker of excitement sparked in Sasuke's eyes. The enhancement of life and soul. Is this the secret Lord Qingyu speaks of, surpassing the limits of our bloodline? Karen smiled enigmatically. That is but a fragment of it. Lord Qingyu has promised that once you fully adapt to the spirit pressure of the heavy spiritual realm, he will unveil more secrets about the true legacy of the Uchiha clan, the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan, and the authentic visage of this world. Sasuke's heart began to race as he gazed deeply into the heart of the clan grounds, the very place where Qingyu trained. I will succeed. No matter how long it takes, I will persevere. As night enveloped Konoha in an uneasy tranquility, a new legend quietly began to unfold within the Uchiha clan grounds. Chapter 93. Speculations on the conditions for unlocking the 30 skills. Sasuke closed his eyes, feeling the faint yet palpable pressure at the edge of the heavy spiritual realm. Sweat trickled down his forehead, leaving dark stains on the dilapidated green bricks. This was the 10th attempt. Karen stood nearby, meticulously documenting Sasuke's adaptation progress. Each time, he managed to endure longer than before. Upon opening his eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan within them began to revolve slowly. I can feel this power transforming my body, he declared. Not just your body, Karen corrected. Your very essence of life is undergoing a metamorphosis. Sasuke turned, gazing toward the inner sanctum of the clan grounds, where a faint golden light emanated. What is Lord Qingyu cultivating? That radiance is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Karen shook her head. Lord Qingyu has said that once you step into the core of the heavy spiritual realm, you will understand everything. But for now, you cannot even fully adapt to the periphery. Sasuke clenched his fists resolutely. I will adapt, no matter how long it takes. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Karen's body tensed instantly. Someone is coming, and they are ninjas. Sasuke's Sharingan immediately locked onto the source of the sound. 3 figures were approaching. They are ninjas from Konoha, he noted. Karen frowned. How dare they come here? Have they forgotten the lessons of last night? Sasuke rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. No, they harbor no ill intent. I can sense it. Moments later, 3 figures emerged at the edge of the clan grounds. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi. Sasuke. Naruto's voice was laced with evident concern. Are you really going to stay here? Tears shimmered in Sakura's eyes. Sasuke, come back to Konoha. We are all worried about you. Kakashi remained silent, merely observing Sasuke's demeanor quietly. Sasuke regarded them coldly. What brings you here? Of course, we come to take you home. Naruto exclaimed loudly. You are our comrade. Comrade. Sasuke scoffed. Naruto. Do you recall what you said the first time we met? Naruto paused, momentarily taken aback. What did I say? You said you would surpass everyone and become Hokage. A hint of derision flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Back then, your sights were solely on your own ambitions. Yet now, you come to speak of comradeship? Sakura stepped forward. Sasuke, you've changed. You've become someone we no longer recognize. Sasuke turned his back to them. Have I changed, or have you never truly understood me? Where were you when the Uchiha clan was annihilated? Where were you when I bore the agony and hatred alone? Where were you when I sought the truth? Kakashi finally spoke. Sasuke, we have indeed made mistakes. But that does not mean your current choices are correct. Sasuke abruptly spun around, his Sharingan flashing dangerously. Correct? Kakashi-sensei, what do you deem as correct? To follow the village's orders and be a compliant tool? Or to numb oneself in suffering like you? Kakashi's expression grew complex. Sasuke. Enough. Sasuke interrupted. You do not comprehend what Lord Qingyu has bestowed upon me. He has granted me the opportunity to perceive the world's true nature. He has made me realize that power is the essence of everything. Naruto spoke urgently. Power is not for oneself. Power is to protect those who matter. A shadow of anguish crossed Sasuke's features. Protect those who matter? Naruto, who can you protect? You cannot even safeguard yourself. So what gives you the right to utter such words? Naruto's face flushed with anger. I will grow stronger. I will protect everyone, including you. Sasuke shook his head. That is our disparity. You are still caught in naive dreams, while I have discerned the harsh reality. He gestured toward the depths of the clan grounds. Lord Qingyu's power transcends the realm of ninjas. Before him, even the Hokage is but an insect, and I shall become a true powerhouse. Sakura's voice trembled. Sasuke, are you truly going to abandon us? Abandon? Sasuke's smile turned bitter. Sakura, when have you truly accepted me? From childhood to now, I have always been alone. Alone in training, alone in suffering, alone in bearing everything. Now that I have found my true path, you accuse me of abandoning you? Karen coldly observed the unfolding scene. That's enough. You have already disturbed Lord Qingyu for far too long. If you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to leave now. A faint aura of killing intent began to emanate from Karen. Kakashi furrowed his brow, but refrained from speaking. Their purpose in coming was to assess Sasuke's condition, not to shatter this fragile equilibrium. Now, I give you one last chance. Leave this place immediately, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Naruto retorted angrily. Do you think we fear you? Not me. Karen pointed toward the depths of the clan grounds. But Lord Qingyu, he is currently in the midst of critical training. If you disturb him, her words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Kakashi's expression grew serious. Sasuke, please reconsider one last time. Konoha will always be your home. Sasuke remained silent for a moment. Sensei Kakashi, do you know? Lord Au has never lied to me. He told me that the essence of this world is survival of the fittest. The strong set the rules, while the weak must obey. This is far more authentic than the false warmth you all have offered me. He likely came here with some ulterior motive, didn't he? Kakashi sighed. If you believe that, we will not press the matter. However, remember this. What do you mean? A true strong person does not seek to dominate others, but rather strives to protect what they hold dear. A flicker of emotion crossed Sasuke's eyes, but he quickly reverted to his cold demeanor. What I cherish has long been destroyed. My only goal now is to become stronger. Strong enough to change everything. Naruto cast a final glance at Sasuke. Sasuke, I will not give up on you. One day, I will bring you back to Konoha. You had better hurry and grow stronger, Sasuke replied, turning back towards the depths of his clan's territory. Because I will not pause to wait for you. The silhouettes of the three gradually faded into the night. Karen approached Sasuke's side. Did their words waver your resolve? Sasuke shook his head. No. Lord Au said that a true strong person will adhere to their own path, regardless of others' persuasion. Karen nodded. Very well. Then, continue your training. In these days, Au will occasionally check on Sasuke's situation when he has the time. Of course, Au invests so much thought into Sasuke, but it is not because he intends to establish a sanctuary like Notre Dame to rescue the lost sheep. Rather, it is a test. Ever since acquiring the system, Au has been incessantly exploring its operational mechanisms. For instance, why does unlocking 10 skills necessitate honing one's physique and cultivating chakra? Initially, he did not comprehend the purpose of such actions. It wasn't until Au awakened spiritual pressure that he realized chakra indeed has a slight connection to spiritual pressure. As is well known, chakra consists of physical energy and spiritual energy. The latter is essentially a branch of soul power, akin to a distant relative of spiritual pressure. Strengthening the body nourishes the soul. In this world of Naruto, devoid of spiritual pressure, cultivating these two aspects undoubtedly lays a foundation for awakening spiritual pressure. Subsequently, the collapsed Jade system seamlessly unlocked the 10th skill, Central Spiritual Arts Academy, allowing the latent spiritual pressure within the soul to be drawn forth and learn the corresponding Shinigami techniques, perfectly aligning with the power of a Shinigami. However, upon reaching this stage, another issue arose. In the shinobi world, where spiritual pressure is absent, awakening it is akin to a malnourished child. Not only does it fail to grow, but it also goes hungry. Thus, when Au matched the corresponding lower-level Shinigami power, the 20th land of heavy spirits emerged. This allowed Au's spiritual pressure to have the potential for growth. Based on the intricate arrangements of the system, Au boldly speculated that the condition for unlocking the 30th skill might require cultivating a Shinigami foundation, creating a soul society within the world of Naruto. It is precisely due to these conjectures that Au intends to conduct an experiment on Sasuke and Karen. However, it is still too early to discuss these matters. They must first adapt to the spiritual pressure of Land of Heavy Spirits. If they cannot adapt, then all discussions are moot. Chapter 94. The Conspiracy of Obito and Kagaya. Deep within the forest outside of Konoha, a shadow moved swiftly. Obito's body leaped between branches, each landing marked by an urgent intensity. Sweat trickled from beneath his mask, dripping onto the dry leaves with a faint sound. Damn monster. Obito paused atop a sturdy ancient tree, glancing back towards Konoha. Even from such a distance, he could still feel the suffocating pressure emanating from Au. That power had completely surpassed his understanding. The overwhelming spiritual pressure reminded him of the despair he felt when facing Uchiha Madara years ago. Uchiha Obito. A deep voice resonated from below the tree. Obito spun around abruptly to see a black figure slowly rising from the ground. Kagaya's form shimmered with a liquid-like quality under the moonlight. You've come. Obito jumped down from the branch to face this mysterious entity. I thought you would continue to flee. Kagaya's tone carried a hint of derision. After all, your earlier performance hardly resembled that of a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Obito clenched his fists. Do you think I should go to my death? That power of Au has already transcended the realm of shinobi. Even Uchiha Madara could not possess such overwhelming pressure. Kagaya circled around Obito slowly. Indeed, Au's power is exceptional. But that does not mean we are without recourse. Obito let out a cynical laugh. Without recourse? Do you have a plan? Even that old fox Danzo was forced to flee. What do you think we can do? Kaguya halted, gazing intently at Obito. First, we must ascertain Ayu's true identity, his source of power, his objectives, and his weaknesses. Only by understanding these can we devise an appropriate strategy. Obito shook his head. You speak so easily, yet we cannot even approach him. How can we gather such intelligence? Kaguya's form began to shift, gradually coalescing into a humanoid shape. This is what I wish to discuss with you. We need to collaborate. A genuine collaboration. Obito's Sharingan began to spin. Collaborate? Haven't we always been collaborating? Kaguya shook his head. What we had before was mere exploitation of relationships. But now, the situation has changed. Ayu's emergence has completely disrupted our plans. If we do not unite, we will all be crushed by him. Obito remained silent for a moment. What do you want? A peculiar light flickered in Kaguya's eyes. What I desire is the same as what you desire, to change this world. To create a world devoid of suffering. Obito's expression grew complex. But our methods differ. You pursue Uchiha Madara's plan for the Eye of the Moon, while I... He paused. I merely wish for a world where Rin still lives. Kaguya nodded. This is the foundation for our cooperation. Ayu's appearance threatens the goals of us all. If he continues to grow, this world will operate according to his will. At that point, both the Eye of the Moon plan and your desires will turn to dust. Obito's body began to tremble. Do you think we have a chance? Ayu's power already exceeds normality. Even the Tintails may not be able to compete with him. Kaguya's voice deepened. In solitary opposition, we indeed have no chance. But if we can gather all our forces... All our forces? Obito looked at Kaguya in confusion. Are you referring to the other members of Akatsuki? Not just Akatsuki. Kaguya's form began to emanate an eerie aura. There are other powers, sealed powers, forgotten powers, and even... He paused. The powers of the deceased. Obito's pupils constricted sharply. What are you saying? The reanimation jutsu? Kaguya nodded. Orochimaru possesses that technique. If we could persuade him to resurrect all the formidable beings from ages past, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and even those of ancient times, gathering all forces to combat Qingyu. Obito's heart began to race violently. This plan was utterly insane. Moreover, are you certain that those resurrected would heed our commands? Kaguya's smile turned sinister. That would necessitate some extraordinary measures, such as utilizing control techniques, or coercing them through their loved ones. His voice dropped to a more somber tone, revealing to them the true threat posed by Qingyu. Obito fell into contemplation. Qinyu's power indeed instilled a sense of despair within him. Yet, if we could truly unite all our strengths, perhaps a glimmer of hope might emerge. Even so, we require more time, Obito spoke slowly. Qingyu is currently growing stronger. By the time we finish our preparations, he may become an unassailable force. Kaguya's form began to dissolve. This is precisely why we must act immediately. Time waits for no one. Furthermore, we possess a distinct advantage. What advantage? Obito inquired eagerly. Qingyu is presently focused on nurturing Sasuke. Kaguya's voice became indistinct. This is our opportunity. While he is distracted, we shall complete our preparations. By the time he realizes, it will be far too late. Obito's Sharingan began to spin rapidly. Your plan sounds promising. However, I have one condition. Kaguya's form halted its dissolution. What condition? If we succeed, I want you to assist me in realizing my true wish. Obito's voice grew resolute. Not a mere illusionary world, but a genuine alteration of history, bringing Rin back to life. Kaguya fell silent for a moment. That is quite a challenge. But not impossible. If we can acquire Qinyu's power, it may indeed be achievable. Obito cast a deep gaze at Kaguya. Then it is settled. We shall temporarily join forces against our common enemy, Qingyu. Kaguya's form resumed its melting. Excellent. Our first step shall be to contact Orochimaru, persuading him to employ the impure world reincarnation. Then his voice gradually faded into the night wind. Then comes war, a war that will determine the fate of the world. Obito stood alone, gazing into the direction of Kaguya's disappearance. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon his mask. Rin, he whispered her name softly. Wait for me. No matter the cost, I shall bring you back to life, even if it means opposing the entire world. The night wind swept through the dense forest, carrying away his words. But the determination in Obito's eyes was more resolute than ever. A storm was brewing, and all of it had changed with Qinyu's emergence. Chapter 95. Orochimaru agrees to collaborate. In a concealed cave outside the Sound Village, flickering candlelight danced. Obito removed his mask, revealing a face marred by scars. The orange glow flickered across his visage, accentuating the grotesqueness of his scars. It was unexpected that Uchiha Obito was still alive. Orochimaru sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, his slitted eyes glimmering with intrigue in the darkness. Even with his hands sealed, his presence remained formidable and daunting. Uchiha Madara is dead, Obito remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. From the very beginning, I was never truly him. Kagaya rose from the ground, her form coalescing like liquid. The authenticity of our identities pales in comparison to the threat we currently face. Orochimaru licked his lips, observing the two with keen interest. You did not seek me out merely for nostalgic reminiscence. Pray tell, what matter has you so agitated? Obito's Sharingan gradually began to whirl. A being named Qingyu has emerged in Konoha. His power has transcended the realm of ninjas. Last night, Danzo led a contingent of elite root members to confront him, and the result was total annihilation. Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Danzo was defeated? That old fox is not one to easily succumb. Kagaya's tone darkened. Not merely defeated, but utterly crushed. The power Qingyu displayed left everyone present unable to resist. They could not even approach him. Orochimaru's slitted eyes narrowed slightly. That sounds intriguing. What sort of power could cause Danzo such disarray? Obito stood up, pacing within the cave. It is not ninjutsu. It is unlike any power we have encountered. It resembles a form of oppression stemming from the very depths of the soul, rendering one incapable of even the will to resist. A look of excitement crossed Orochimaru's face. The power of the soul? This Qingyu is increasingly piquing my interest. Kagaya moved slowly to stand before Orochimaru. We appreciate your intrigue, but the pressing issue is that this Qingyu threatens our collective plans. Should he continue to grow, the entire ninja world may fall under his dominion. Orochimaru's smile morphed into something sinister. So, you desire my assistance? Let me guess, you wish to utilize the impure world reincarnation? Obito halted his pacing and turned to face Orochimaru. You are quite astute. We need to amass all available power, the legendary ninjas of yore. Only in this manner do we stand a chance against Qingyu. Orochimaru raised his hands, revealing the sealing marks upon his palms. A commendable notion. However, as you can see, my current condition hinders me. Here is insensized Shiki Fuin has sealed my hands. Without the ability to form hand seals, I cannot utilize ninjutsu. Kagaya's form began to writhe. This is precisely why we sought you out. We can assist you in resolving this issue. Orochimaru's expression became nuanced. Resolve? The Shiki Fuin is no ordinary sealing technique. To lift it requires a considerable price. A glint of coldness flashed in Obito's Sharingan. What price? Orochimaru's tongue flicked out, dancing in the air. It necessitates summoning the Shinigami and allowing it to devour the soul of the caster. However, doing so will result in the caster's demise as well. Kagaya's voice turned frigid. What if we find someone willing to sacrifice themselves? Orochimaru's smile grew more enigmatic. That is certainly feasible. However, the power of the Shinigami is not to be trifled with. The caster must possess sufficient will and strength. Otherwise, they will be consumed by the Shinigami during the summoning process. Obito pondered for a moment. The Sound Village should have a considerable number of ninjas. We can select suitable candidates from among them. Orochimaru shook his head. Ordinary ninjas will not suffice. The Shinigami's power is too overwhelming. One must possess at least the strength of a Kage to barely withstand it. Kagaya's form began to splinter. Kage-level ninjas? That indeed poses a dilemma. However, we have other options. Obito looked at Kagaya with curiosity. What options? A part of Kagaya's body slithered into the depths of the cave. White Zetsu. Though they may lack strength, they are numerous and unafraid of death. If we could discover a method to enhance their abilities, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. An intriguing concept. The physical composition of White Zetsu is indeed unique. With some modifications, it may be possible for them to endure the Shinigami's power. Obito's expression grew grave. How long would the modifications take? We do not have much time left. Qingyu is currently cultivating Sasuke. If we allow them to fully mature, Orochimaru stood, his presence still imposing despite his sealed hands. Grant me a month's time. After 1 month, I shall complete the transformation of Kagaya's remnants, bestowing upon them the ability to summon the Grim Reaper. The essence of Black Zetsu shall reconstitute itself. A month? Might that be too prolonged? Orochimaru chuckled derisively. Do you presume that the transformation of life forms is a trivial endeavor? To accomplish it within a month is already the utmost limit. Furthermore, we must prepare for the ritual to summon the Grim Reaper. Those preparations will equally demand time. Obito inhaled deeply. Very well. A month it shall be. However, during this period, we must closely monitor Qingyu's movements. Should any anomalies arise, we must act immediately. Orochimaru's smile took on a sinister quality. Monitor? Are you certain you can achieve that? That Qingyu's perceptive abilities are likely far beyond your imagination. Black Zetsu spoke with an ominous tone. There is no need for concern. I possess unique methods to gather intelligence without being detected. Obito turned towards the cave entrance. Then let us commence our actions. A month hence, if all proceeds smoothly. He paused momentarily. This world shall witness the dawn of a true war. The flickering candlelight danced in the wind, casting the shadows of the three figures upon the cave walls. A conspiracy that could alter the very fabric of the world was quietly brewing. Chapter 96. The Pursuit of the Rinnegan. Obito's cunning thoughts. The air outside the cave was humid and oppressive, imbued with the scent of decaying foliage. Obito donned his mask once more, concealing his scarred visage behind the swirling orange vortex. Orochimaru's proposal echoed in his mind. Impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Madara. This indeed represented a formidable power capable of countering Qingyu. Yet, within the depths of Obito's heart, an unshakable chill began to rise. What did the resurrection of Uchiha Madara signify? It meant that he, Uchiha Obito, would revert from a player to a mere pawn. It indicated that the reins of the Eye of the Moon plan would return to that man's grasp. At that juncture, his so-called desire, a world where Rin existed, would merely become a farcical jest. Black Zetsu had remained unwaveringly loyal to Madara from the very beginning. As for Orochimaru, he was solely interested in power and immortality. He would ally with whoever could provide him with benefits. The notion of cooperation was nothing more than a sandcastle poised to collapse with a mere touch. Time was of the essence. Obito's silhouette traversed the dense forest with a swiftness surpassing his prior pace. He could not place his hopes in those individuals. His plan, his world, must be forged by his own hands. He required a power more formidable, one capable of contending with Qingyu while simultaneously suppressing Uchiha Madara's might. The Rinnegan, that which belonged to Nagato yet originated from Madara. A frenzied idea burgeoned in his mind, swiftly consuming all rational thought. Rather than awaiting Orochimaru's uncertain transformation, it would be more prudent to reclaim the power that rightfully belonged to Madara. Black Zetsu assumed he would monitor Qingyu. Yet, from the outset, his target was never Konoha, but rather the perpetually rain-soaked nation of Amigakure. Towering metallic edifices loomed in the rain like silent tombstones. Obito's figure appeared atop the tower, the traces of spatial distortion washed away by the downpour. He effortlessly infiltrated the village's innermost sanctum. In a concealed chamber, he encountered Nagato. The man who once regarded himself as a god now appeared emaciated, his back impaled by thick black rods, resembling a decrepit puppet affixed to a massive machine. His life force was being mercilessly siphoned by the outer path's golem behind him. Conan was absent. This was the opportune moment. Long time no see, Nagato. Obito's voice resonated in the vast chamber. Nagato slowly opened his eyes, the purple Rinnegan devoid of any discernible emotion. Madara. His voice was dry and hoarse, as if each utterance tore at his throat. What brings you here? Obito moved closer, the single opening of his mask aligned with Nagato's once awe-inspiring gaze. Our plan has encountered difficulties. Konoha has unveiled an unexpected powerhouse. Nagato remained silent, seemingly indifferent. That man's power surpasses our wildest expectations. Obito continued. Danzo has escaped. Konoha's route has been entirely obliterated. The current strength of the Akatsuki organization is insufficient to confront him. Nagato's breathing remained unchanged. So, I require your power, Nagato. Obito's tone became more forthright. More precisely, I need those eyes. Nagato's body trembled slightly. Those eyes are Yahiko's legacy. They are the power meant to achieve world peace. Not your tool. Obito let out a low, derisive laugh. Peace. Nagato, look at your current state. What has your so-called peace brought you? The death of comrades? Or your own decay? You are incapable of even standing, yet you speak of changing the world? A ripple finally surfaced in Nagato's Rinnegan. You are not Madara. Madara would never utter such words. His eyes held only plans, devoid of comrades. Obito's body stiffened momentarily. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that we share a common enemy. That man named Qingyu will obliterate everything we have. Give me the eyes, and once I resolve all troubles, I shall fulfill the peace you desire. Nagato slowly shook his head. I shall no longer place my trust in anyone, especially not you, masked man. From the very beginning, you have been exploiting us. Obito ceased speaking. The conversation had lost all significance. The space surrounding his form began to warp. It seems I must take it for myself. Nagato's reaction was swifter than he anticipated. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupted suddenly. However, the repulsion pierced through Obito's body without inflicting harm. Obito's figure advanced like a phantom, closing the distance step by step. Your ocular technique is ineffective against me. Nagato's complexion paled. He struggled to raise his arm. Bansho Tenin. A tremendous gravitational pull sought to draw Obito closer. Yet the result remained unchanged. Obito's form became ethereal, disregarding all physical assaults. He had arrived before Nagato, extending his hand. It ends here, Nagato. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the rim of Nagato's eye socket, a black rod shot forth unexpectedly from Nagato's wrist, piercing Obito's mask. Obito's body instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading the strike. It was then he realized that within Nagato's emaciated frame lay a final vestige of resistance. Did you think this was the end? Nagato's voice bore a tone of resolve. Before I perish, no one shall take these eyes. Pain 6 paths. The walls of the chamber suddenly fractured, and 6 expressionless bodies emerged. Yet their movements were sluggish, and their physical capabilities were far from their former glory. Clearly, Nagato's current condition rendered him incapable of controlling them perfectly. A futile struggle. Obito's figure vanished once more. In the next instant, he materialized behind Nagato, seizing the black rod tethered to his back. Without the chakra of the outer path's golem, you are nothing. He yanked forcefully, attempting to dislodge the rod. Ugh! Nagato emitted a pained cry. Shinra-tensei. A black core shot from his hand, suspended in midair, beginning to voraciously attract everything around it. The chamber's ground ruptured as debris surged towards the black sphere. Yet Obito merely regarded it coldly. To employ such a technique in this chamber, do you seek to perish alongside it? He released his grip, allowing the gravitational pull to draw him towards the black sphere. In the fleeting moment before being engulfed, his figure twisted and vanished once more. Kamui. When he reappeared, he found himself once again before Nagato, who had exhausted his final reserves of strength by forcefully utilizing the Rinnegan, collapsing against the machinery and gasping for breath. I had foretold the end. Obito's hands now bore no trace of hesitation. He firmly grasped Nagato's head, while his other hand's fingers viciously plunged into his left eye. Splatter. Blood gushed forth as Nagato let out a haunting scream, his body convulsing violently. Obito showed no sign of pause. After successfully claiming one eye, he immediately sought the other. At that moment, a sharp cry echoed from outside the door. Nagato. It was Conan's voice. Obito's movements faltered briefly. He glanced at the still twitching purple eye in his hand. Then at Nagato, who had temporarily lost consciousness from the agony. There was no time to linger. His body was swiftly consumed by the vortex, vanishing from the spot. Almost simultaneously, Conan transformed into a flurry of paper, rushing into the hidden chamber. What she beheld was Nagato, sprawled in a pool of blood, his left eye socket gaping and bleeding. Nagato. Her anguished scream reverberated through the cold, rain-soaked Amigakure. Within the Kamui space, Obito opened his palm. The warm Rinnegan nestled quietly in his grasp, emanating an eerie purple glow. He had only acquired one. Although tinged with regret, it sufficed. At the very least, he now possessed the means to resist. Madara. Kagaya. From this moment forth, I shall take charge of your grand design. He slowly pressed the eye into his vacant left socket. A searing pain tore through him, yet he emitted a stifled laugh. This world shall ultimately bend to his will. For Rin, he was prepared to oppose all of humanity. Chapter 97. The shifts among the members of the Akatsuki. Rainwater seeped through the crevices of the rocky walls, pooling into small puddles within the dim cave. The air was thick with the damp scent of earth, intermingled with an inescapable hint of blood. Drying Yagura leaned the Samahata heavily against the stone wall, the dull thud shattering the stifling silence. Uchiha Itachi sat quietly upon a protruding rock, his figure obscured in the gloom, resembling a lifeless statue. Mr. Itachi. Yagura could no longer endure the silence. Something has happened in Amigakure. His words echoed in the cave, yet met with no reply. I heard it was Madara. He attacked the leader and stole one eye. Yagura clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. That guy, he can't possibly be Uchiha Madara, right? Itachi's body stirred slightly. This minuscule motion caused Yagura's breath to momentarily hitch. Does it truly matter who he is? Itachi finally spoke, his voice dry, as though he had not uttered a word in ages. It matters greatly. Yagura's emotions surged. I joined the Akatsuki because that man claimed to be Uchiha Madara, to follow a genuine powerhouse and change this hypocritical world. But now, he ambushes our leader. And another incomprehensible monster has emerged from Konoha. What on earth are we doing, Mr. Itachi? Uchiha Itachi slowly lifted his gaze. The crimson of his Sharingan igniting in the darkness, 3 tomos slowly spinning. Reflected within them was not Yagura's anxious visage, but a profound abyss of pain and confusion. Always words echoed like the most venomous curse, haunting his mind day and night. The Konoha he endeavored to protect was the very root of decay. The sins he bore were for an utter fabrication. The masked man he despised stood behind the true Uchiha Madara. And he, Uchiha Itachi, had always been but a blinded pawn. You. Itachi's mouth opened, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He wished to reveal to Yagura that it was all a ruse, but he couldn't even convince himself. Mr. Itachi, what has transpired with you? Yagura stepped forward. Ever since your return from Konoha, you have been acting strangely. Did that fellow always say something to you? Itachi's body trembled slightly. Yagura, what do you fight for? Yagura was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Itachi would counter with such a question. He recalled the days in Kirigakure. Those moments when he had ruthlessly slain comrades for the sake of missions. He thought he had long grown weary of that false loyalty. I fight to follow you, Mr. Itachi. Yagura spoke in a low tone. I trust your judgment. Uchiha Itachi let out a faint, self-deprecating laugh, laced with melancholy. Trust me? I no longer know what to believe in myself. On the muddy path, two figures trudged forward. Haiden dragged a lifeless body, continuously cursing under his breath. Damn it. This guy's bounty is far too low. With such a meager sum, I can't even conduct my ritual properly. Kakuzu remained silent, extending his hand, marred with stitches, to take the jingling bag of coins from Haiden. He meticulously counted, ensuring not a single coin was missing. Shut up, Haiden. It's better to earn something than nothing at all. Kakuzu tucked the money pouch into his cloak. The recent market has been dismal. Haiden spat dismissively. Isn't it all due to that monster from Konoha and the attack on our leader? It's caused a panic. And even the black market commissions have dwindled by half. Kakuzu halted, casting a glance back at him. You seem particularly concerned about that, Aoi. Are you afraid? Haiden bristled, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Afraid? Me? I am immortal. The next time I see him, I will offer him to the Lord of Hell in the most extravagant ritual. Though he boasted loudly, the vision of that man effortlessly shattering Haiden's prized puppet. The Hiriko flickered through his mind. An instinctual chill crept up his spine. Humph. Anyone can talk big. Kakuzu resumed his stride. I care about one thing. The chaos within the Akatsuki is severely impacting my income. If the leader cannot manage affairs, our funding will be interrupted. Haiden hoisted his scythe, falling into step beside Kakuzu. What shall we do then? We can't exactly go begging for money from that Madara, can we? That bastard is clearly up to no good. Kakuzu's pace faltered momentarily. We don't need to seek anyone out. As long as the bounties exist, our missions shall not cease. As for the Akatsuki, his voice dropped to a murmur. We shall address that once they resolve their conflict. For now, we simply need to ensure our survival until that time. At the border of the Land of Wind, in a forsaken puppet workshop, dust swirled through the shattered windows. Lifting the wood shavings scattered on the floor, a scarred puppet's arm, trembling, attempted to connect a delicate chakra thread to its joint. Scorpion's true form, the core retaining his flesh and blood, lay concealed within this dilapidated puppet. Click. The chakra thread slipped free. This had happened more than a dozen times. Scorpion's breath quickened. The scene before him repeatedly overlapped with that fateful night. Aoi, that man hadn't even cast a glance in his direction. His most proud creation, the Hiriko, a perfect blend of offense and defense, had crumbled into a heap of useless splinters in less than a second. Yet Deidara, that fool who incessantly touts the mantra of art as explosion, found his detonations before his adversary akin to a ludicrous display of fireworks. And then, silence enveloped the scene. Scorpion lowered his gaze, contemplating his own shattered form. Eternity, the artistry he had devoted his life to pursuing. He believed that by transforming himself into a puppet, he could attain everlasting beauty. Yet, in the face of such absolute power, the so-called eternity proved to be utterly fragile, shattering at the slightest touch. He fled. In the moment Deidara was reduced to ash, he relinquished all dignity and pride, escaping like a lost dog. In the corner of the workshop lay his former treasures, the third Kazekage, along with other puppets he once deemed immortal masterpieces. In that moment, they lay silently, appearing merely as an array of exquisite toys. Scorpion grasped the chakra thread once more. This time, his hand no longer trembled. Fear still lingered deep within. Yet a more potent urge overwhelmed all else. Survive. Only by surviving could he comprehend that power. Only by living could he discover true eternity. His fingers finally secured the thread firmly into the joint's groove. Chapter 98. An old friend reunites. Hydrangea. Training can occasionally become quite tedious. Qingyu leaned against a rock at the edge of the realm of spirits, listlessly gazing into the distance. The air there, thick with spiritual pressure, appeared distorted, reminiscent of a sun-baked road in summer. Sasuke's body trembled slightly within it, sweat soaking his dark hair, clinging to his forehead. Kenshiro fared a bit better, yet her furrowed brow betrayed her struggles. The perseverance of these two youths was indeed commendable. However, watching them like this was becoming rather monotonous. Qingyu stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothing. That will be all for today. His words effortlessly penetrated the oppressive atmosphere. Sasuke and Kenshiro, as if granted a reprieve, collapsed to the ground almost simultaneously, gasping for breath. Vacation. Qingyu uttered those two words. Sasuke shot up his head, confusion filling his dark eyes. I don't need a vacation, he replied, his voice hoarse from exhaustion, yet still stubborn. What I need is to grow stronger. Qingyu approached him, looking down from his height. If the string is pulled too tightly, it will snap. Your current state will only lead to self-harm if you continue. Sasuke's lips moved, but he ultimately swallowed his retort, silently resisting. Qingyu, indifferent, knew that with Indra's bloodline enhancing him, no amount of training could bring about his demise. He could let him be. Kenshiro, however, sprang up from the ground, her face radiating unmasked delight. Lord Qingyu, where shall we go for vacation? The land of hot water. Qingyu's decision was casual. To soak in hot springs. The land of hot water was renowned throughout the ninja world for its hot springs. The air was perpetually imbued with a thin veil of steam, carrying the distinctive scent of sulfur, yet it was not unpleasant. Ancient wooden structures lined the streets, with travelers and visitors clad in yukata bustling to and fro, creating a scene of peace and tranquility. Qingyu donned a loose casual outfit, walking alongside Kenshiro on the damp stone path. Lord Qingyu, this place is wonderful, Kenshiro exclaimed, her crimson eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. For her, such leisurely moments were a luxury. Qingyu casually purchased 2 skewers of dango, handing one to Kenshiro. First, let us find a place to stay. Just then, a voice, tinged with uncertainty yet brimming with delight, drifted from behind. Qingyu? Qingyu halted in his tracks. Turning around, he beheld a girl clad in a rain ninja uniform, her purple hair catching his eye as she stood nearby, her gaze wide with disbelief and joy at their reunion. Hydrangea. The name surfaced in Qingyu's memory. A companion who had cared for him during his time in the Hidden Rain village. Kenshiro instinctively positioned herself half a step in front of Qingyu, scrutinizing the newcomer with a watchful demeanor. It really is you, Qingyu. Hydrangea approached swiftly, her smile radiant. I thought. Her words faltered mid-sentence. I thought you had perished on a mission. Everyone searched for you, but there was no news. Qingyu chuckled softly. Neither Angel Shounen nor Pain Nagato had ever seen him. The Jinin Qingyu sent to the Chunin exams in Konoha might have been forgotten. Even if remembered, it would be difficult to connect to the name that now sent shockwaves through the ninja world. A long, troublesome mission, making contact inconvenient. He wove a kind-hearted lie. Hydrangea visibly exhaled in relief, patting her chest. That is good, that is good. You don't know how everyone thought you were gone. I was quite saddened for a while. Her tone was sincere, devoid of any pretense. Kenshiro, standing to the side, merely rolled her eyes, choosing not to speak. What brings you here? Qingyu inquired. The village has been unsafe recently. Lord Pain dispatched us to perform some routine tasks. Hydrangea's expression dimmed slightly. Unsafe? Yes, recently. Unknown ninjas attacked the village. She lowered her voice, as if wary of the topic. Even Lord Pain. She trailed off, but the implications were clear. The entire village was now under lockdown, the atmosphere tense. Obito and Kurisetsu? Qingyu pondered, understanding. For the sake of those Rinnegan eyes, they had indeed taken action against Nagato. It seemed the Akatsuki schism had begun. He glanced at the girl before him, still oblivious to the unfolding events. In that cold, oppressive place of the Hidden Rain village, Hydrangea was among the few willing to extend kindness towards him. Some trivial gestures, like offering a warm meal upon his return from missions, or speaking up when he was ostracized by other Rain ninjas. Those memories had not faded from his mind. What are your plans moving forward? Complete the mission and return to the village, Hydrangea answered as if it were a matter of course. The Hidden Rain village is very dangerous now, Qingyu cautioned. I know. A bittersweet smile graced Hydrangea's face. But it's our home. We must return, no matter what. Qingyu paused for a moment. He extended his hand. A small shard of pitch-black crystal materialized in his palm. It bore no luster, seemingly absorbing all surrounding light. Its surface as smooth as the finest obsidian. What is this? Hydrangea inquired, curiosity sparking in her eyes. A token. Qingyu handed her the crystal. If you encounter a problem in the Hidden Rain village that you cannot resolve, just crush it. Hydrangea hesitated for a moment before smiling and taking it. Qingyu, you're still the same jokester. She cradled the cold crystal in her palm. Despite her words, she carefully tucked it into a compartment of her ninja tool pouch. Thank you, I'll cherish it. To her, it was perhaps merely a memento from a reunion with an old friend, imbued with a hint of youthful sentiment. I have a mission to attend to, so I must take my leave. Hydrangea waved to him. Goodbye, Qingyu. I'm truly glad to see you outside of Konoha. She turned and blended into the crowd, her purple hair swiftly disappearing into the misty steam. Lord Qingyu. Kenshiro's voice broke through beside him. Who is she? An old friend. Qingyu replied. Is that thing truly useful? Kenshiro inquired again. Of course. Qingyu withdrew his gaze, focusing instead on the orb in his hand. As long as he crushed it, he would be able to sense her presence no matter where she was. This was a beacon crafted from his own spiritual pressure, a safeguard left for that kind-hearted girl. Whether she would use it, and when, was no longer for him to decide. Let us depart, Qingyu murmured, popping the orb into his mouth. First, they would indulge in the hot springs, followed by a hearty meal. The time of their vacation should not be marred by such burdensome matters. Chapter 99. It turns out I never truly understood Mirage. The warmth of the land of hot springs had scarcely dissipated from his memories when the chill of the spirit realm enveloped him once more. Joyful holidays always seem fleeting. Qingyu found himself back in this land, where spiritual pressure distorted the very air. Sasuke and Karen had resumed their training, their slender forms battling the invisible pressures of the heavy spiritual field, like saplings swaying in a storm, refusing to bow. Sweat dripped from their chins, creating small damp patches on the ground, only to be swiftly evaporated by the dissipating energy. Qingyu chose not to disturb them. He averted his gaze, seated himself cross-legged, and closed his eyes. The spiritual pressure within him surged like a river that had long been rushing, finally converging into the vast, boundless sea. All waves settled into tranquility. All strength coalesced into a profound sense of control. This sensation felt as natural as breathing. The power of a captain of the Soul Society had, at last, been fully mastered. Everything fell into place. However, at the very moment this feeling of serene perfection peaked, an unbidden thought surfaced from the depths of his consciousness. Like a bubble rising beneath the water's surface, clear and distinct. The next step. Shirkai. Qingyu's consciousness momentarily faltered. Shirkai? He could hardly believe he had perceived it incorrectly. What more was there to initiate? Slowly, he extended his hand, and a classically designed katana materialized in his palm. Mirage. Hadn't he already been able to initiate Shirkai? Shatter, Mirage, he whispered, reciting the release phrase he had long since memorized. The blade remained unchanged. The surrounding scenery showed no signs of alteration. Yet he knew that if he wished, he could easily distort the senses of Sasuke and Karen, making them witness a grand fireworks display or believe they were still in the soothing hot springs of the land of hot springs. This was the ability of Mirage, complete hypnosis. Yet the sensation of breaking through barriers and stepping into a new realm was entirely absent. His spiritual pressure remained that tranquil sea, not stirring up any new ripples. The prompt that swirled in his mind showed no signs of diminishing. Initiate Shirkai, ascend to the rank of vice captain. Qingyu's brow furrowed for the first time, perplexed by his own power. This was amiss. If what he was utilizing now was indeed Shirkai, then what did this prompt signify? Could it be? An absurd yet uncontrollable thought began to take root in his heart. Could it be that the mirage he had been wielding all along was not the true Shirkai at all? The notion struck him as laughable. He grasped the hilt of the sword, feeling the undeniable connection between himself and this Zanpakutō. He could wield its abilities. He could invoke its name. If this was not Shirkai, then what was it? Qingyu fell into a prolonged silence. He began to reflect. From the moment he had obtained this Zanpakutō, he had taken it for granted that uttering the release phrase meant he was wielding the powers of Shirkai. This was a fixed mindset, an ingrained arrogance stemming from memories of a previous life. He had never doubted this, because the ability of Mirage was indeed formidable, powerful enough to allow him to traverse this world with impunity. Yet now, this foundational belief, which he had never questioned, was showing signs of fracture. Complete hypnosis. Qingyu mulled over these 4 words. Distorting the senses, creating illusions. Was this truly all there was to complete hypnosis? What he had done in the past was merely to make his enemies see false images, hear fabricated sounds, and make erroneous judgments. While impressive, did it truly merit the term complete? Genuine complete hypnosis should involve a higher dimensional interference. It should not merely hypnotize the 5 senses, but should encompass cognition, logic, causality, the very fabric of reality itself. It should lead enemies to not only see illusory flames, but to believe, on a cognitive level, that flames were water and water was flames. It should make them not merely incapable of striking him, but convinced, at a logical level, that attacking him meant attacking themselves. It should not merely trap them in an illusion, but transform their entire reality into one he had woven for them. This was what the name Mirage deserved. Flowers in the mirror, moons in the water. The boundary between illusion and reality would be utterly blurred. Upon contemplating this, a shiver coursed through Qingyu's body. It was not fear, but an uncontrollable excitement sparked by glimpsing a terrifying truth. All along, he had been like a child wielding a divine artifact. He had merely exploited its superficial sharpness without ever comprehending its true power. What he had believed to be shuriken might merely be a minuscule fraction of power that this Zanpakutō had unconsciously leaked while in slumber, a level of application that couldn't even be considered a true entrance. Reflecting on his past usage of Mirage, Qingyu felt there were numerous imperfections. He had thought these stemmed from his own lack of strength, unable to fully unleash the power of Mirage like Aizen. Yet now he realized it was entirely because he had never truly understood Mirage. Qingyu slowly rose to his feet. He gazed at the unremarkable katana in his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. He had always believed he was in control of it. Now, he recognized that he had never truly known it. Mirage. He softly called out the name once more. This time, his tone was devoid of past assumptions, imbued instead with a sense of inquiry, as if confronting an unfathomable riddle. The blade remained silent, offering no response. Qingyu was undeterred. He understood now. To attain true shuriken, he could not rely on mere imitation, nor simply recite the release phrase he had memorized. He needed to comprehend, to communicate. To earn the genuine recognition of this legendary Zanpakutō, he must discover his own unique release phrase, a spell that would genuinely awaken this slumbering sea. His previous understandings lay in ruins, and ahead lay a mist of the unknown. Yet this did not dishearten him, quite the opposite. An unprecedented determination ignited within his chest. It turned out he had yet to even touch the ceiling of his potential. The path ahead was far broader than he had imagined. A playful smirk graced the corners of Qingyu's lips. The true Mirage. How shall I summon your name? Chapter 100, Nagato's Mad Scheme. The air in Amigakure felt more rusted than ever. The cold rain relentlessly pounded against the metallic towers, producing a monotonous and oppressive sound that seeped into every inch of his bones. Within the confines of a secret chamber, Nagato sat quietly upon the cold machinery. His hollow left eye socket no longer bled, leaving behind a gruesome scar that seemed to silently mock his past might. The external path's demon statue behind him appeared even more lifeless, as if it had lost half of its ocular power. Yahiko's legacy, the peace of the world. These weighty words now felt like icy chains, coiling around his emaciated form, dragging him into a deeper abyss of despair. He had failed Yahiko. Nagato. Konan's voice shattered the oppressive silence. She approached, bearing a steaming platter of food, placing it before him. Nagato remained unresponsive, resembling a statue stripped of its soul. Konan set the food aside. Do you intend to sit here until death claims you? Nagato's cracked lips moved, yet no sound emerged. The masked man had taken one of his eyes. Konan's tone sharpened. When he returns, will he not claim your life as well, seizing the entire Akatsuki for himself? Nagato's body trembled slightly. This eye. He finally spoke, his voice ragged as if scraped by sandpaper. It embodies the hope left by Yahiko. Yet, I have failed to safeguard it. A sharp crack echoed through the chamber. Konan's palm struck Nagato's face. She froze, her hand suspended in midair, trembling slightly. Nagato slowly turned his head, the lone Rinnegan flickering with a glimmer of emotion. Yahiko entrusted hope to you, not to this eye. Konan's chest heaved violently, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He wishes for you to live, to utilize your strength, to realize that dream. Not to wallow here like a coward, lamenting your fate. Coward. Nagato mulled over the term. A surge of long-suppressed fury, mingled with resentment and humiliation, erupted from the depths of his heart. I am not a coward, he bellowed, attempting to rise mechanically, but the dark rods affixed to his back rendered him immobile, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. Then prove it to me. Konan's gaze bore into him. Prove it to the late Yahiko. Nagato gasped for breath, the violet glow of the Rinnegan fluctuating erratically. Indeed, that man will not relent. Having tasted the sweetness of the Rinnegan's power, he will surely return for the other. To wait is to court death. I require strength. His voice regained a semblance of calm, yet it brimmed with a frenzied resolve. A power that transcends my current limitations. A force potent enough to utterly crush me. Konan listened intently, aware that Nagato was clawing his way out of the abyss. The tailed beasts. Nagato uttered the words. The power of the 6 paths of pain derives from the external path's demon statue. Yet my true form remains too frail. If I could become a Jinchuriki, combining the tailed beast's power with the Rinnegan, a mad scheme began to take shape in his mind. I will become the vessel myself. Konan's body stiffened. That is far too dangerous, Nagato. Your body cannot possibly endure. Then let it endure. An astonishing will erupted from Nagato's single eye. We still have a target to pursue. The Four Tails, Son Goku. Before capturing him, I must recover. Not merely recover. I must rise again. He cast a glance at his feeble legs. Whose medical ninjutsu in this world could achieve that? A name suddenly flashed in Conan's mind. An adversary they once faced, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Tsunade. She almost blurted out. Indeed. Nagato nodded slowly. The fifth Hokage of Konoha, Tsunade. Only her creation and regeneration technique could possibly heal my body, tainted by the external path's demon statue. However, Conan hesitated. We are enemies of Konoha. How could she possibly assist you? She will, Nagato asserted with unyielding conviction. Because I shall offer her an irresistible bargain. A deal concerning Konoha and the entire shinobi world. He lifted his head, the despair in his Rinnegan fading, replaced by unfathomable schemes and cold resolve. For the fulfillment of Yahiko's ambition, he could consort with demons. Naturally, he could also seek the aid of former foes. In the land of spirit, Qingyu sat cross-legged, the blade known as Mirror Flower, Water Moon resting quietly upon his lap. The scabbard was ancient, devoid of any embellishments. The hilt was equally unremarkable. It appeared to be just an ordinary katana. Yet Qingyu did not regard it. He closed his eyes, immersing his entire being in a peculiar silence. He ceased to ponder the initial release, no longer recalling the incantation of liberation. Those deeply ingrained cognitions were like a thick layer of dust, obscuring the true brilliance of the blade. What he needed to do was to sweep away the dust. He transformed his consciousness into a droplet of water, gently, tentatively, letting it fall upon the blade's surface. No ripples, no response. It was as if it had plunged into a void. Qingyu remained patient, continuing his attempts. One drop, another drop. He no longer viewed this blade as a mere tool, but as an independent entity with its own will. He endeavored to understand it, rather than command it. Complete hypnosis. These 4 words flowed through the depths of his consciousness. In the past, he believed this referred to distorting the 5 senses, making the enemy perceive east as west, water as fire. Now, he vaguely sensed he had been gravely mistaken. True complete hypnosis may not require the concept of an enemy at all. It hypnotizes rules. It hypnotizes existence itself. If he declared that water could burn, then in this world, water could indeed be ignited. If he claimed that the dead could be reborn, then the concept of death might be temporarily rewritten. This was not an illusion. This was a deception of the foundational logic of the world, rooted in his own spiritual pressure and mediated by the Zanpakutō. A brazen, forceful interference. As this thought crossed his mind, Qingyu's consciousness momentarily faltered. What arrogance! What terrifying power! What he had always wielded was merely a divine scepter used to intimidate a host of mortals. Utterly ludicrous. Just then, a faint but remarkably clear intention emanated from the silent blade. It was neither language nor imagery. It was a feeling, an ultimate, pure emptiness. As if mocking all his thoughts and conjectures. As if informing him that everything he imagined remained insignificant compared to the true essence of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Qingyu withdrew from his trance. He opened his eyes, gazing at the katana resting on his lap. It still appeared unremarkable, yet he understood that something had changed. The glacial barrier between him and the blade had finally begun to crack. True communication was just beginning. He reached out, gently grasping the hilt. It seems you are far more intriguing than I anticipated. A smile graced Qingyu's lips. The true game had only just begun. Chapter 101. A letter from the rain-hidden village. A reunion of master and apprentice. The air in the Hokage's office stiffened due to a letter. The missive lay quietly on Tsunade's desk, the envelope slightly wrinkled from the rain, yet the emblem of the rain-hidden village stood out starkly. This is undoubtedly a trap. Lady Tsunade. Ino's voice trembled with uncontainable tension. Tsunade did not respond. Her fingertips lightly traced the envelope, feeling the dampness of the paper. The contents of the letter were quite simple. The leader of Amigakure, Konan, an angel of the Akatsuki, implored the 5th Hokage of Konoha to travel to Amigakure to administer treatment to their leader, Pain. This request was utterly absurd. Konan, a name that slipped from Tsunade's lips, was a former student of Jiraiya. Shizen's body froze momentarily. This name evoked a long-buried past intertwined with the legendary Sannin. What could they possibly intend? Inviting the leader of a rival village to heal their chief? It defied all logic. Tsunade forcefully slammed the letter onto the table. Summon Jiraiya. When Jiraiya arrived, the atmosphere in the office was heavier than the dreary rain outside. He took the letter, glanced at it, and became instantly immobilized. Konan. His Adam's apple bobbed. She wants me to heal Nagato. Tsunade's arms crossed over her chest, her back pressed against the wall. Was it treatment, or an elaborate trap? What grounds do they have to believe I would acquiesce to such a demand? Jiraiya, this is clearly aimed at you. Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on the elegantly penned words. which overlapped with his memories of that little girl who adored origami. No, Jiraiya slowly shook his head. This was not their style. Despite their extreme ideology, Konan and her comrades were always direct in their actions. Setting a trap in such a manner was far from Nagato's character. He set the letter down and looked out at the overcast sky. Something must have transpired that we are unaware of. The monster known as Ao had wreaked havoc in Konoha, and the entire shinobi world bore witness. The Akatsuki must have been shaken from within. Tsunade scoffed. Even if they are in disarray, what does it concern us? Let them destroy each other. Isn't that ideal? No. Jiraiya turned, his expression more serious than ever. It's different. They are my students. Tsunade's body tensed instantly. Jiraiya, I once placed my hopes in Nagato. Jiraiya's voice grew somber, laden with a profound sense of remorse. I believe that those Rinnegan eyes were a beacon of change, the child of prophecy. Yet I allowed him to stray down the wrong path. I failed in my duties as a teacher. Tsunade stepped forward, pressing her hands against the table, her body quaking with anger. So now you seek to make amends? Entering the lair of the Akatsuki alone? You will be killed. Then I shall go as well. Jiraiya's response was resolute. I must see for myself what they have become. I must ask Nagato what his notion of peace truly is. This letter, whether a trap or not, I must heed. It is a responsibility I cannot shirk. And the final act I can perform as a teacher for those 3 children from the ring. Tsunade regarded him, observing this companion of decades. She saw no trace of jest upon his face. It was a conviction she had not witnessed in some time, a resolve belonging to the legendary Sannin. Ultimately, she wearily sank back into her chair. Take my token with you. If they truly only seek medical ninjutsu, I shall consider it. But if they dare lay a finger on you, her words trailed off, yet the murderous intent within her sent a chill through the office. Amigakure. Chilling rain cascaded from towering metallic edifices, forming gray streams that washed over the steel streets. The entire village resembled a vast, submerged grave. Jiraiya's silhouette, akin to an inconspicuous specter, silently infiltrated this heavily fortified stronghold. The vigilance here was more stringent than he had anticipated, yet all defenses seemed directed inward, as if they were truly wary of enemies from within. Konan appeared at the corner of an alleyway, not garbed in the Akatsuki's red cloud black cloak, but clad in a simple rain ninja uniform. The once perpetually smiling visage now bore only the chill of indifference. Upon seeing Jiraiya, she offered a slight nod without uttering a word, then turned to lead the way. Jiraiya followed in silence, his gaze lingering on the paper wings folded upon her back, a pang of anguish resonating within him. The innocent girl who had delighted in conjuring paper flowers with her jutsu was no more. They traversed the oppressive, shadowy corridors, arriving at the innermost depths of the tallest tower. A massive metal door creaked open, releasing a cold, damp breath. Jiraiya's steps faltered as he crossed the threshold into the chamber, and his pupils dilated in shock. At the far end of the room stood a colossal, grotesque statue, the outer path golem. Before it, a gaunt figure was ensnared by countless black rods, connected to a cold machine. His body was riddled with tubes, as if he were merely a component of the apparatus. A gaping, blood-scarred hollow occupied his left eye socket, while the solitary right eye shimmered with eerie purple ripples. The Rinnegan. Those were the eyes in which he had once placed his hopes, belonging to the legendary sage of 6 paths Nagato. Jiraiya's voice emerged hoarse, struggling to articulate the name. You. The figure, affixed to the machine, slowly raised his head. That solitary Rinnegan, through the frigid air, met the gaze of his once beloved teacher. Jiraiya-sensei. His voice was raspy, hardly resembling that of a human. Konan stood between the two, her body taut as a silent wall. Once united as teacher and student, they now faced each other in this disquieting tableau. The air was thick with the sound of rain drumming against metal, mingling with an interminable silence. Chapter 102. I thought I was a god, but I was mistaken. Jiraiya's throat felt as though it were filled with rainwater tinged with rust. He yearned to voice something, an inquiry or a lament, but all words lodged within his chest, morphing into a heavy, suffocating anguish. That once clear Rinnegan, filled with visions of the future and embodying his every hope, now existed as a solitary eye, desolately embedded in a gaunt visage, emanating an ominous purple glow. Opposite it lay a ghastly, fresh wound. You. Jiraiya's voice was so hoarse it felt foreign to him. What have you become, Nagato? He stepped forward, the water beneath his feet emitting a faint sound that resonated jarringly in the deathly silence of the chamber. Konan shifted half a step to the side, emotionless, blocking his path. Her paper wings appeared cold and sharp in the shadows. Sensei. The figure upon the machine finally spoke again, lifting his head slightly, causing the multitude of black rods to scrape against one another with a sound that sent chills down the spine. You remain as naive as ever. Jiraiya's body went rigid. Naive? He could scarcely believe his ears. I entrusted my hopes to you. I bequeathed my dream of changing the world to you. Jiraiya's voice involuntarily rose, laced with repressed fury. I sent you to seek answers, not to hide away in this abyss, transforming yourself into a grotesque being, neither human nor ghost. You have betrayed Yahiko. Those words struck like a red-hot iron, searing into the hearts of everyone in the chamber. Conan's shoulders trembled imperceptibly. In Nagato's remaining Rinnegan, the purple ripples began to whirl violently. Yahiko. He savored the name as if it were poison. Yahiko is dead. He died right before my eyes. In a bid to safeguard both myself and this ludicrous organization, I have endeavored to grasp the concept of peace you espouse. Nagato's voice suddenly sharpened, akin to a rusted blade slicing through metal. With the power of the 6 paths of pain, I sought to make this world experience suffering to comprehend peace. I believed I was a deity, convinced I could bring an end to all of it. He emitted a low, mournful laughter, reminiscent of a beast's whimper, more sorrowful than any cry. Yet, I was mistaken. A god? In this world, there will always exist more formidable monsters. Jiraiya's heart sank. What had transpired? A man adorned with a mask. Nagato's voice regained its calm, an eerie tranquility devoid of any ripples. He referred to himself as Uchiha Obito. Jiraiya shuddered. Uchiha Obito? Him again. He effortlessly defeated all of my pains. Nagato disregarded Jiraiya's shock, continuing to speak in a tone that merely stated facts. He appeared before me like a specter, claiming that these eyes were rightfully his. Then, he seized one of my eyes. Nagato's expression remained impassive, as if recounting an incident entirely unrelated to himself. However, Jiraiya could sense the agonizing, visceral pain and humiliation emanating from those hollow eye sockets. He would return, for the other eye, for the outer path Geto statue behind me. Jiraiya finally comprehended. This letter was not a trap, nor was it a conspiracy. It was a cry for help. A man, once proclaiming himself a god, cornered and stripped of all dignity, was pleading for assistance. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, causing him to struggle for breath. He recalled years ago, the 3 children shivering in the rain, Yahiko, Nagato, Conan. He had taught them ninjutsu, empowering them to survive in this chaotic world. He thought he had given them hope. Yet, when they needed guidance the most, he chose to abandon them. It was he who had, with his own hands, pushed this child burdened with the Rinnegan into the abyss known as peace. Therefore, Jiraiya closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they were filled only with profound weariness. You need Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Indeed, this time, it was Conan who spoke. Her voice was as frigid as the rain of Amigakure. Nagato's body had been severely eroded by the outer path Geto statue, rendering his legs incapacitated. Coupled with his current injuries, only the 5th Hokage of Konoha, with her creation rebirth, could possibly restore him to his feet. On what grounds do you presume she would consent? Jiraiya retorted. To aid the leader of Akatsuki? To assist an enemy attempting to capture tailed beasts, threatening the safety of the entire ninja world? Because we possess leverage she cannot refuse. Nagato interjected, his single eye glinting with a cold, calculating light. The pride of a god had faded, replaced by the struggles and machinations of a mere mortal. That masked man, Uchiha Obito, sought more than just my eye. He aimed to gather all 9-tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 tails, and unleash an ultimate illusion upon the world named the Eye of the Moon. An eternal illusion. Jiraiya's mind went blank. Each piece of information struck him like a heavy hammer, shattering his comprehension. Tsunade may not care for my life, Nagato continued, but she certainly cares about the survival of Konoha. That masked man is the true enemy of Konoha, of the entire ninja world. I will divulge everything I know about him to you. In exchange for this information, I seek treatment. This is a transaction, sensei. A fair transaction. Jiraiya fell silent. He gazed at Nagato, the man now fixed to a cold machine, left with but a single eye. He was no longer the shy boy who blushed at compliments, nor the lofty god who preached suffering. He had become a gambler, a desperate soul who had wagered everything, putting forth his last chip. And he, the so-called teacher, had transformed into the messenger of this transaction. How ironic. I understand. Jiraiya nodded slowly, as if the motion drained every ounce of his strength. He retrieved a necklace engraved with the character for gamble. It was Tsunade's token. I will carry your words back to Konoha. As for the decision Tsunade makes, that is beyond my guarantee. Nagato looked at the necklace, his eyes devoid of emotion. She will. His tone bore an almost obsessive certainty. Because she, like you, is an irreparably naive person, always believing she can protect something. Jiraiya tightened his grip on the necklace, turning to leave the chamber. He did not wish to linger a moment longer, fearing that a single glance at Nagato's hollow eye sockets would shatter him entirely. As the heavy metal doors slowly closed behind him, he seemed to hear the voice of that boy from years past, calling out to him amidst the rain. My dream is to protect my comrades, to safeguard this nation. That voice intertwined with the mechanical hum of the chamber, ultimately dissolving into the unrelenting, cold sound of the rain. Chapter 103. I must see that man, because this matter concerns him. Outside the Hokage's office, the rain fell in slanted sheets. Jiraiya's letter was delivered by a shinobi hawk from the leaden gray sky, carrying the distinctive damp chill of Amigakure. Shizune received the scroll, her fingers stiff with apprehension. She unsealed it and cautiously handed the scroll to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade did not immediately unfurl it. She merely stared at the scroll, noting the absence of bloodstains or any urgent distress signals. The weight that had hung in her heart for so long finally settled back into place. That fool is still alive. She reached for the scroll and slowly unfolded it. The handwriting was unmistakably Jiraiya's hasty scrawl, yet it bore an unprecedented gravity. Suna read quickly, and with each line, the atmosphere in the office grew heavier, solidifying into an oppressive silence. Shizune stood by, barely daring to breathe. Damn it, Tsunade muttered under her breath, uncertain whether she was cursing Jiraiya or the events and people mentioned in the letter. She slammed the scroll onto the table, producing a dull thud. Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya-sama he is not dead. Tsunade interrupted her, retrieving a bottle of sake from a nearby cabinet, filling her cup to the brim. She tilted her head back, the fiery liquid searing her throat. But he has brought back an enormous dilemma. A dilemma? The leader of the Akatsuki, the man known as Pain or Nagato, wishes to strike a deal with me. Tsunade pushed the scroll toward Shizune. Shizune leaned in, quickly scanning the contents. Upon reading the words Uchiha Abido, the Eye of the Moon Plan, and the resurrection of the Tin Tails, her complexion turned ashen. How is this possible? A man who has been dead for decades is set to unleash an illusion upon the world? Shizune's voice was filled with disbelief and horror. This is the crux of the deal. Tsunade poured herself another cup of sake. Nagato, also known as Pain, had one of his Rinnegan eyes stolen by that masked man who claims to be Uchiha Abido. He is offering this information in exchange for my healing, so he can regain his strength to combat that masked man. Shizune abruptly raised her head. We cannot agree. This is undoubtedly a scheme by the Akatsuki. They are our enemies. How can we possibly treat the leader of our enemies? It's utterly absurd. Are we to simply watch as that masked man gathers all nine-tailed beasts and drags everyone into his so-called eternal illusion? Tsunade retorted coldly. Ino's lips moved, yet she found herself unable to voice a single counterargument. Indeed, if what the letter states is true, then the threat posed by this masked man far surpasses that of the Akatsuki itself. But Nagato is equally perilous. Saving him would be tantamount to nurturing a tiger to its own detriment. Ino's insistence made Tsunade irritably tug at her hair. Of course I know, but at this moment, we are presented with two poisoned chalices, and we must choose one to drink. One is slow-acting, the other swift and lethal. Nagato represents the former, while that masked man embodies the latter. Tsunade's fist slammed heavily onto the table, causing the wine glasses to leap with a jolt. I have no choice. She rose, pacing back and forth in the office. The sound of her high heels striking the ground was reminiscent of a frantic countdown. Ino watched her, worry etched across her face. She understood that Tsunade had reached a decision heavy enough to crush anyone under its weight. Reply to Jiraiya. Tsunade halted, turning her back to Ino. Inform him that I have acquiesced. Lady Tsunade. But Tsunade's words suddenly shifted. A different face unexpectedly emerged in her mind. A youthful visage, perpetually adorned with a hint of mischief, yet seemingly capable of penetrating all facades. It was Qingyu, the man who had stirred up a tempest in Konoha and, in a manner incomprehensible to all, became its hero. Tsunade vividly recalled what Qingyu had told her after that heart-stopping battle. I am the true inheritor of Uchiha Madara's will. That masked man is merely a traitor who has stolen his name. At the time, she dismissed it as the boastful rhetoric of powerful individuals vying for a title. But now Nagato's letter claims the masked man purports to be Uchiha Madara. Yet Qingyu asserts that the masked man is a traitor. One is Pain, the other Qingyu, two of the most formidable beings in the ninja world, offering two starkly opposing identities for the same individual. One of them must be lying. Or perhaps both speak the truth, merely from different standpoints. Tsunade was suddenly gripped by an icy chill. She had always believed she was navigating the adversarial waters between Konoha and the Akatsuki. Now she realized she might unwittingly be embroiled in a deeper conflict regarding the inheritance of the name Uchiha Madara. If Qingyu speaks the truth, then the masked man is indeed a traitor. Nagato seeks my collaboration to oppose a traitor. That seems reasonable. But the question remains, what is the purpose of Qingyu? This so-called legitimate heir? Is it also peace? How does his concept of peace differ from Nagato's and that of the masked man's moon's eye plan? Tsunade's thoughts became a tangled mass of confusion. She abruptly turned to Ino. Before replying to Jiraiya, there is something else I must do. Ino was taken aback by her serious expression. What is it? I need to meet someone. Who? Qingyu. Tsunade enunciated the name with deliberate clarity. Ino's body froze. Meet him? Why? The entirety of Konoha is under his watchful gaze. Any unusual actions could I must pose him a question. Tsunade interrupted Ino's protests. I need to ask him in person, who truly embodies the will of Uchiha Madara, he or that masked man? Or rather, what does the name Uchiha Madara represent? Until this question is clarified, she could not take the next step with a sense of peace. She could not recklessly stake the fate of Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja world, on a gamble she could not comprehend. Assisting Nagato would mean choosing to stand against the masked man. But what if Qingyu is the greater threat? Then today's decision could become a harbinger of doom for everything. But Lord Qingyu Ino hesitated, wanting to express that Qingyu had been reclusive, avoiding all outsiders. The domain he resided in was shrouded in an intangible power, making it accessible only to Sasuke and Karen. He will meet me. Tsunade's tone bore an air of resolution. This matter pertains to him as well. He claims to be a harbinger of peace. Thus he must provide me with an explanation, one that can convince me and all of Konoha. She returned to her chair, picking up the scroll from the Rain Village. This time, her fingers caressed it gently, devoid of any hesitation. Before heading to the Rain Village, she needed to first visit the spirit realm. She must ascertain for herself whose lies are propelling the cogs of this world. Chapter 104. The weight of responsibility she bore was merely a performance allowed to unfold. The entrance to the spirit realm was blocked by an invisible wall. Tsunade reached out, her hand grazing an expanse of void. Yet her body could not advance an inch further. Ino trailed behind her, trembling slightly from the ominous aura emanating from that area. Lady Tsunade, this place feels off. Tsunade withdrew her hand, scanning her surroundings. The trees remained unchanged, and the fallen leaves were no different from those elsewhere. Yet there was an overwhelming sense of dissonance, as if this space had been severed from the rest of the world. A barrier? Ino attempted to channel her chakra to sense the area, but found nothing. It was as though it were a black hole, devouring all her attempts at perception. No, Tsunade dismissed her speculation. This is not a barrier. It feels more like a rejection. This land is refusing our entry. Qingyu. Tsunade lost her patience, shouting into the empty glade. I know you're inside. Come out and face me. There was no response, only the whispering of the wind through the leaves, mocking her futility. I am Tsunade, the fifth Hokage of Konoha. I command you to appear. Her voice echoed through the forest, sounding hollow and powerless. Ino tugged at her sleeve, her face a mask of concern. Lady Tsunade, this is futile. They clearly do not wish to see us. Tsunade's chest heaved with agitation. Jiraiya's letter still nestled in her bosom, every word searing against her skin like a branding iron. The masked man, the moon's eye, the 10 tails. These terms loomed like mountains, suffocating her. She could not afford to waste time here. Since he will not show himself, Tsunade abruptly rolled up her sleeves, revealing her muscular forearms. Then I shall force him out. She concentrated her chakra in her right foot and stomped down violently. Boom. The ground cracked, spiderweb-like fissures spreading towards the spirit realm. However, as those fissures approached the invisible boundary, they vanished as if erased. Tsunade's actions froze. Ino's face drained of color. What is this? I told you. A languid voice, tinged with annoyance at being disturbed, suddenly resonated in their ears. This place rejects you. Tsunade and Ino whipped around. Qingyu stood not far behind them, leaning against a tree, casually toying with a seemingly ordinary long sword, as if he had been there all along. When did he appear? Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. With her keen perception, she astonishingly failed to notice anyone's approach. Qingyu. Tsunade forced herself to compose, adopting the demeanor befitting the Hokage. I have numerous inquiries to make regarding that masked man. Concerning Uchiha Madara, Qingyu gently tapped the scabbard against his shoulder, as if disregarding her words entirely. He merely tilted his head, scrutinizing Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage, the legendary Sannin, and the fifth Hokage of Konoha. With each title he uttered, Tsunade's expression darkened further. You appear quite confident in your identity, Qingyu remarked, his tone laced with unabashed amusement. What do you mean by that? Tsunade furrowed her brow. I am asking you a question. As the Hokage of Konoha, I command you to answer me. This proclamation halted Qingyu's movements. He finally regarded Tsunade directly, then smiled. a pure expression of absurdity and mockery. Command? He echoed. You are commanding me? Indeed. Tsunade stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence. As a member of Konoha. Who told you I am a member of Konoha? You can't possibly think of me as a hero of your village, Qingyu interrupted. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. I reside here merely for the tranquility and pleasant climate. Your so-called Konoha, your Hokage, holds no significance for me. Qingyu slowly straightened his posture. I approached you solely because your clamor disturbed my peace. Now, you and your subordinates made a part. He issued the dismissal in a tone that brooked no argument. Tsunade's fury ignited to a boiling point. Who was she? She was Tsunade Senju, the commanding 5th Hokage of all Konoha. She had set aside her dignity to seek information critical to the world's survival, only to be treated like a bothersome fly. You insolent wretch, she bellowed, her feet propelling her body like a cannonball towards Qingyu. Her fist, imbued with tremendous power, aimed straight for Qingyu's face. It seems you require a lesson. Qingyu did not even flinch. He merely raised his hand, gently tapping his scabbard against her fist. A soft thud echoed. The world shattered before Tsunade's eyes. This was no metaphor. It truly, literally fractured. The sky, the earth, the trees, everything splintered like glass, then collapsed in a cacophony. In the next instant, she found herself kneeling in a sea of crimson. The acrid liquid engulfed her knees. Above, an eerie, shattered moon hung in the sky. Shizune was nowhere to be seen. Qingyu had vanished as well. The world was left desolate, with only her presence remaining. Was this an illusion? Tsunade immediately summoned her chakra, striving to break free from the constraints. Release. It was futile. The blood-red ocean remained unchanged. She could not even sense the flow of chakra. Everything here was terrifyingly real. Do not waste your efforts. Qingyu's voice resonated from every direction, as if it were the very will of this world. In this realm, I am the rule. Tsunade's body began to sink. The blood sea morphed into a living mire, pulling her downward relentlessly. Her once proud strength was rendered utterly ineffective. The more she struggled, the faster she descended. Do you not wish to know the answers? Qingyu's voice dripped with cold mockery. I can provide them. The blood had risen to her chest. The sensation of suffocation was alarmingly palpable. Is that masked man Uchiha Madara? Am I truly the inheritor of Uchiha Madara? Did such questions matter? Did they bear any distinction for you, for this world? What you perceive is eternally just what I permit you to see. What you believe is solely what I allow you to believe. The blood now enveloped her neck. Tsunade's consciousness began to blur. She recalled her brother, Nawaki, and her beloved Dan. The helplessness and despair they experienced in death transformed into a tangible chill, encasing her entire being. She struggled to utter a single syllable. Remember this feeling, 5th Hokage. This sensation of powerlessness, of being so insignificant that you cannot even control your own fate. This is the price you pay for daring to strike at me. As for your questions, Qingyu's voice paused. Return and inform your Jiraiya. Assure him that he may proceed with his dealings with Nagato without worry, for that is what I permit. This statement struck Tsunade like a thunderclap in her mind. Permit? He allows the Akatsuki to trade with Konoha? Which side does he truly stand on? What does he intend to accomplish? Just as her consciousness was about to be completely engulfed, the entire blood-red world shattered once more. Tsunade abruptly opened her eyes. She found herself still standing at the entrance of the pure spirit realm, maintaining her punching stance. Qingyu was right before her, the ancient scabbard barely an inch from her fist. Nothing had transpired. Yet, her body was drenched in cold sweat, as though she had emerged from the depths of a river. Her heart raced wildly in her chest, nearly bursting. The hellish experience she had just endured, that suffocating feeling of being overwhelmed by despair, lingered in every fiber of her nerves. Now do you understand? Qingyu retracted his sword. You and I are not on the same level. Return now, and do not disturb me again. With that, his figure vanished into thin air, not through the body flicker technique, but as if a painting had lost a corner, disappearing seamlessly. Thud. Tsunade's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. She gasped for breath, her body trembling uncontrollably. Shizune rushed to support her, her face etched with fear and confusion. Lady Tsunade, what happened? What just transpired? From Shizune's perspective, Tsunade had simply thrown a punch and then froze in midair before collapsing. The entire episode lasted mere seconds. Tsunade did not respond. She knelt there, her mind echoing Qingyu's final words. That is what I permit. An unprecedented, bone-deep chill enveloped her entirely. It dawned on her that the choices she believed to be pivotal for the fate of the world, the heavy responsibilities she bore, were merely a play that man allowed to unfold. Chapter 105. Before we truly understand our enemies, none of us are enemies. Qingyu's figure had vanished as if he had never existed. In that space, only the kneeling fifth Hokage remained, accompanied by the medical ninja behind her, who wore expressions of panic. Lady Tsunade. Shizun's voice trembled as she attempted to assist Tsunade, only to find her body as stiff as a stone. Tsunade's pupils lacked focus. Her mind was still consumed by that boundless sea of crimson, the icy sensation of being abandoned by the world and engulfed by despair. This was no illusion. Illusions could be dispelled with chakra, but the experience she had just endured was a higher-dimensional, absolute crushing of her will. At that moment, a small, white, clay-like object fell from the void. It landed on the ground before Tsunade, wriggling slightly, as if alive. A keepsake. The languid voice of Qingyu resounded once more from all directions, yet its source remained elusive. Your creative resurrection sounds remarkable. However, utilizing it to replenish the vitality eroded by the external demonic figure is akin to trying to extinguish a raging forest fire with but a cup of water. You will only exhaust yourself, becoming naught but a desiccated corpse. Shizun gazed in horror at the writhing mass of white substance, instinctively retreating. That entity emanated a nauseating aura, neither alive nor dead. What is this? Tsunade finally regained her voice, raspy and unrecognizable. The power of your grandfather. Qingyu's tone dripped with malicious mockery. The cells of Senju Hashirama. Tsunade's body jolted violently. In layman's terms, this is the purest form of vitality. Implant it within Nagato's body. This will allow him to rise again, even stronger than before. What do you truly intend to do? Tsunade lifted her head, howling into the empty forest. To offer a pitiful wretch, stripped of everything, a chance for vengeance. Is that not amusing? The voice paused momentarily, laced with a hint of mirth. Or perhaps, fifth Hokage, would you rather witness your comrade, that fool Jiraiya, die for a doomed transaction? Tsunade's breath hitched. To use it, or not to use it? To acquiesce to Nagato's request, or to refuse? The choice lies within your grasp. Naturally, every choice you make remains subject to my approval. The voice vanished entirely this time, truly departed. All that remained was that strange mass of white cellular tissue, lying silently on the ground. It seemed to mock Tsunade's so-called Hokage will, her purported heavy decision. Shizun looked at Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, we cannot. We must seal it away. Tsunade interrupted her, her voice devoid of warmth. But it is far too sinister. Shall we then allow Jiraiya to perish? Tsunade whirled around, her eyes bloodshot and filled with madness. Shall we let that masked man, who calls himself Uchiha Obito, drag everyone into his damned illusion? Shizun was rendered speechless by her outburst. Tsunade slowly stood, not glancing at the white mass, merely extending her hand. Shizun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately produced a scroll, carefully sealing the mass of cells within using her medical ninjutsu. Tsunade grasped the scroll tightly, its coldness seeming to restore a semblance of clarity to her thoughts. She turned and walked towards Konoha, each step feeling as though she tread upon the sharpest of blades. She was not a gambler. She was merely a card in the game. The dealer had already determined the course of this hand. Somewhere in a dark cave in the Rain Village, the sound of dripping echoed as water seeped from the crevices of the rock walls, falling into puddles below, producing a monotonous and oppressive resonance. This was a temporary stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. Kisame Hashigaki irritably wiped his sword, Samahata, with a tattered cloth. The bandages on Samahata had been mostly unraveled, revealing its skin, covered in barbs and pulsating as if alive. It seemed to resonate with its master's unease, emitting low growls. How quiet it is, Mr. Itachi. Kisame broke the suffocating silence. So quiet it makes one want to kill a few people for excitement. In a corner, Kakuzu was reattaching one of his severed arms with his peculiar black tendrils, not bothering to lift his gaze as he spoke. If you wish to kill someone, go find that monster in Konoha. I hear his bounty remains at 0, as those who have encountered him are all dead. A losing proposition. Meanwhile, Haydn paced restlessly, his 3-section scythe screeching against the ground. Don't mention that guy, he suddenly shrieked. That bastard is no god. He is blasphemy, a false idol. The evil god will surely rain down divine punishment. His voice rose higher, unable to mask the tremor beneath. The terror that man invoked had shattered his immortal faith. Kisame paid no heed to the antics of his companions. His gaze remained fixed on the silent figure. Uchiha Itachi. He sat quietly on a protruding rock, neither observing anyone nor anything. He merely existed within that darkness, as if merged with it. Since returning to the base, he had remained this way. Mr. Itachi? Kisame stood, hoisting Samahata onto his shoulder. What should we do now? Pain has been attacked by a masked man who claims to be Uchiha Obito, and his fate is uncertain. Konoha has produced a being even more formidable than Pain, who asserts that the masked man is a traitor and he embodies the true will of Uchiha Madara. A genuine look of confusion crossed Kisame's face for the first time. What is going on? How many Uchiha Madaras are there? Whom are we truly serving in the Akatsuki? Each of his questions struck like a heavy hammer, resonating through the nerves of everyone in the cave. Kakuzu paused his stitching. Heiden's raving abruptly ceased. Indeed, what are they truly doing? Collecting tailed beasts for an elusive peace. Yet now, their leader has been gravely wounded. An incomprehensible entity has emerged in the ninja world, one that defies all understanding. The organization's philosophy has seemingly become a farce. At last, Itachi moved. He slowly lifted his head. His handsome face bore no expression. Yet his eyes, once keenly perceptive of all illusions, now appeared hollow. He reflected upon his life. For Konoha, he bore the sin of his clan's annihilation. For his brother, he donned the mask of a rogue ninja. He believed he was traversing the most arduous path toward peace, convinced he was the pivotal piece on the chessboard, sacrificed for a greater cause. Yet now, someone had revealed to him that the chessboard was a mere illusion. The Konoha he had safeguarded was decaying, and the Madara he opposed might also be a fabrication. A man, unheard of until now, boldly declared himself the true orchestrator. His entire life, his beliefs, his sacrifices, were they merely a blind, meaningless farce? Mr. Itachi? Kisame's voice pulled him back from the brink of despair. Itachi closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they had regained their tranquil depth. We wait. Kisame frowned. Wait for what? For them to determine the outcome before they come to clean up after us? To await the truth's emergence. Itachi's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable resolve. He rose and walked toward the cave's exit. The rain soaked his black cloak, the red cloud pattern appearing particularly vivid in the dim light. Until we ascertain who the enemy truly is, none of us are foes. He left behind this ambiguous statement, his figure vanishing into the curtain of rain. Kisame stood frozen, mulling over those words. Kakuzu resumed stitching his arm, as if the preceding events had no bearing on him. Haiden, however, crouched on the ground, clutching his head, mumbling incomprehensibly, a mix of prayer and curse. The cave returned to a deathly silence, leaving only the unceasing, cold sound of rain. Chapter 106. I have my reasons for everything I do. Within the secret passage of the rain village, the humid air felt as though it could be wrung out for water. Tsunade's palm rested upon Nagato's chest, green medical chakra flowing steadily. Her motions were precise and mechanical. Beside him, Jiraiya's fists were clenched tightly. They were attempting to treat an S-rank rogue ninja, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Yet, there were no signs of improvement. It seemed that the words of that Qingyu had proven accurate. They were about to resort to the power granted by an even more terrifying monster. Are you truly going to use that? Jiraiya's voice was low, laced with uncontainable concern. Tsunade offered no reply. She simply retrieved a writhing mass of ominous white substance from the ceiling scroll. It was the cells of the first Hokage, the memento spoken of by Qingyu. Silence. Tsunade's command was icy. Just watch. She pressed the mass of cells against Nagato's emaciated back, ravaged by the Geto Mazo. A sizzling sound erupted, akin to a branding iron searing into flesh. Nagato's frail body convulsed violently, and the black tubes connecting to him emitted a strained hum. A silent scream erupted from the depths of his throat. His single eye widened abruptly, blood vessels spreading rapidly across the sclera. Tsunade. Jiraiya instinctively sought to intervene. Do not move, Tsunade ordered sharply. Her hand remained unwavering, the output of chakra swelling even further. He must endure. Otherwise, all we have done will be in vain. The white cellular mass was visibly assimilating into Nagato's body. The withered meridians seemed to be infused with a primal vitality, beginning to rejuvenate, even more resilient than before. This was a treatment conducted with poison. In the Kamui dimension, a distorted space filled solely with grayish-white blocks, Kagaya's manifestation emerged from Obito's body, its texture resembling black sludge. Why did you attack Nagato? Its voice was sharp and hoarse, laden with inquiry. He is a vital piece in the plan. Obito, adorned with his orange spiral mask, was comically adjusting his arm. Oh dear, Setsu, why so serious? I merely went to greet him, to see if the legendary Rinnegan is truly as formidable as they say. Obito's tone was infuriatingly flippant. You nearly jeopardized everything. Zetsu's form quivered violently. You were too hasty. Or perhaps you never intended to resurrect Madara. Obito's movements halted, slowly turning around. The exposed eyes behind his mask, the three Tomo Sharingan spinning ominously, along with the newly acquired Rinnegan, coldly regarded Zetsu. Do not speak to me in that tone, Zetsu. I am Madara. Everything I do has its purpose. He offered no explanation, merely a declaration from a position of superiority. Zetsu fell silent, sensing that this man was slipping from its control. Ever since that creature named Qingyu had appeared, everything had descended into chaos. 1 month later, in the land of rebirth, Sasuke stood at the center of that space, his eyes tightly shut. An intangible, overwhelming spiritual pressure pressed upon him from all directions, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. His body merely swayed slightly before stabilizing further. He had grown accustomed to it. He could even refine his chakra beneath such hellish pressure. He had become stronger, with each passing moment, at an unimaginable pace. All of this was merely to slay that man, Itachi Uchiha. Just then, a raucous voice shattered the silence. Sasuke, Naruto, panting heavily, finally broke through the thin veil of spiritual pressure surrounding the area. He was drenched, as if plucked straight from the water. Soaked in his own sweat. I've come to bring you back. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. Within those pitch-black pupils, there was no trace of emotion. Get lost. He uttered a single word. I want to give up. Naruto formed hand seals. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Boom. Hundreds of Narutos instantly surrounded Sasuke. Bring Sasuke back to Konoha. All the Narutos shouted in unison, charging forward. Sasuke did not even budge. Sizzling. A piercing crack of thunder resonated. Chidori's electric light converged in the palm of his hand before erupting with a deafening blast. Countless arcs of electricity spread out like a vast net. All the shadow clones dissipated into white smoke upon contact with the electric current. Naruto's original form was struck by the electric light, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed. How could this happen? He lacked the strength to rise. The disparity was greater than ever before. Sasuke slowly approached him, gazing down from his elevated position. I told you, you are too weak. You lack even the right to stand before me. Weaklings do not possess the power to choose their own fates. Those words pierced Naruto's heart like a dagger. Naruto strained to lift his upper body. I will absolutely bring you back. I will become stronger. Strong enough to defeat you. Wait for me, Sasuke. Sasuke did not cast him another glance. He turned, walking deeper into the land of rebirth. There lay the power he sought. Naruto's cries were merely the futile howls of a defeated dog. In a shadowy underground base, the air was thick with a bizarre mixture of formaldehyde and earth. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips. A morbid fervor flickered across his pale face, marred by injury. Before him lay 2 coffins, quietly resting. The lids bore the inscriptions of first and second. At last, he chuckled hoarsely. This time, it is perfect. He pressed his palms together. Forbidden technique. Impure world reincarnation. Boom. The lids of the 2 coffins slowly creaked open. Inside, 2 figures awakened in the darkness. Chapter 107. The Shinigami's proxy, Sasuke, the 13-year-old man Gekyo. At the center of the land of rebirth, the air pressure was suffocating. Sasuke knelt on one knee, every bone in his body groaning in agony. Sweat trickled down his chin, splattering onto the ground, only to be swiftly evaporated by an invisible heat. A month had passed. He had endured the crushing pressure akin to an avalanche. From the initial inability to breathe to now barely standing, he could sense something within him being forcibly extracted. It was something deeper and more primal than chakra. Is this where it ends? A lazy, emotionless statement resonated behind him. Qingyu. He didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. In this forsaken space, only that man could come and go with such ease. With Qingyu's arrival, the invisible pressure suddenly intensified tenfold. Sasuke could no longer endure, spitting out a mouthful of blood, collapsing entirely to the ground. The avenger of the Uchiha could not even muster the strength to stand. Qingyu approached him, gently tapping his back with the tip of the sheath. Is this the extent of your so-called hatred? Sasuke's nails dug deep into the earth. Hatred? What did this man understand? He attempted to rise, but his arms trembled violently from exertion. I will kill Itachi Uchiha. With this feeble body of yours? Qingyu's tone brimmed with unadulterated mockery. Or do you expect your friend, that fool named Naruto, to use his tears to redeem him? Don't mention him. Sasuke let out a ferocious roar, summoning every ounce of strength within him to flip over. He lay on his back, fixating his gaze on the man who loomed over him. What I desire is power. The power to shatter everything he holds dear with my own hands. Very well, Ayu sheathed his blade. This is your own choice. He crouched down, bringing his face within mere inches of Sasuke's. Ninjas are beings that harness the energy of their bodies, a force they refer to as chakra, a superficial, fragile power. But now, I shall bestow upon you something entirely different. He extended a finger, touching Sasuke's forehead. A power that emanates from the soul. We call it spiritual pressure. However, this gift is perilous. Ayu's words echoed as if he were discussing an inconsequential matter. It will rend your spirit and crush your will. Your body and chakra may be wholly rejected by it, leading to collapse. You may perish. Do you still desire it? Sasuke remained silent, summoning all his strength to press his forehead against Ayu's cold finger. This was his answer. Ayu smiled, a commendable realization. Thus, the experiment shall commence. The moment their fingertips met, the world vanished. Sasuke found himself plunging into an endless abyss of darkness. There was no up or down, no left or right. His body sank without feeling any medium. Chakra faded away. His senses dulled. Only the most pure, solitary consciousness remained. Then, he heard voices, countless voices. His father's reprimands, his mother's tenderness, the chatter of his clan, the piercing whistle of shurikens slicing through the air. These were fragments of happiness from his childhood. They enveloped him like warm seawater, threatening to drown him. At that moment, a knife, a bloodstained blade, pierced through this warm ocean. It was Itachi Uchiha. That man's frigid visage dominated his entire awareness. Foolish little brother. Those words echoed like a curse deep within his soul. Ah! Sasuke's consciousness emitted a silent scream. He wanted to break free. He wanted to destroy everything. A new, feral energy was born in the core of his consciousness. It was not chakra. It was filled with stillness, coldness, and the essence of annihilation. As this power emerged, it began to clash violently with the remnants of chakra within him, biting and tearing at one another. His soul became a battlefield. Pain, indescribable pain. It felt as if countless needles pierced every inch of his spirit. He was being torn apart. Just as his consciousness was about to shatter, that bloodied, cold face reappeared. He recalled that night. He remembered his parents lying in pools of blood. He remembered the only meaning of survival that man had left him: hatred. This hatred became the sole anchor amidst the chaotic storm. He ceased to resist. He began to guide the newly birthed power, known as spiritual pressure, to consume his chakra. Not to merge, but to devour. To wield the power of the soul over the power of the body. Boom. It was as if the universe had erupted with a deafening roar. The two distinctly different powers within him achieved a bizarre equilibrium. They no longer repelled each other, but formed a new, spiral energy structure. Half life, half death. Half belonging to the ninja, half to some higher existence. Sasuke abruptly opened his eyes. He still lay on the ground, Ayu still crouched before him. As if that seemingly eternal, soul-rending moment had transpired in an instant. Yet he knew everything had changed. He could see the energy flowing through the air. He could hear the breath of the earth beneath him. The world was redefined in his perception. His eyes stung slightly, and a warm liquid slid down from the corner of his eye. It was blood. Ayu lifted his hand, using the side of his sheath to reflect Sasuke's face like a mirror. Those eyes, no longer the three-tomo Sharingan, now bore a complex hexagram pattern within their inky depths. Each line radiated an ominous and eerie beauty. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. The 13-year-old kaleidoscope. Congratulations, Ayu said, standing up with an indifferent tone. You have not perished. Moreover, you have gained an unexpected boon. Sasuke slowly sat up. He could feel that new, terrifying power coursing through him. Yet he could not control it. It felt as if a wild beast resided within him, dragging him along as a captive. This power does not belong to you. Ayu seemed to see through his thoughts. At least for now, it does not belong to you. He extended his hand, and a black wooden plaque, inscribed with strange skull motifs, appeared in his palm. What is this? Sasuke's voice was hoarse. A switch? Ayu tossed the plaque into Sasuke's lap. Or perhaps a leash. Wear it, and you can revert to your pitiful ninja mode. Activate it when you require power, provided your soul can endure the repeated tearing. Sasuke picked up the cold plaque. Death God Proxy License. He could not decipher the characters inscribed upon it, yet he comprehended its meaning. He turned to Ayu. Who are you truly? This was the first time he genuinely asked the question from the depths of his heart. Ayu did not respond. He merely turned and walked into the depths of space. Only when you can stand before me with your own power will you be worthy of knowing my name. His figure melted into the distorted air, disappearing without a trace. Leaving Sasuke alone, clutching the shackles known as the proxy license, he felt the familiar yet alien power within him, the kaleidoscope. He looked down at his reflection in the pool of blood, gazing into those eerie eyes. He understood. From this day forth, Uchiha Sasuke was dead. The one who survived was merely a vengeful specter. Chapter 108. Hide your hatred beneath this false smile. Power surged within him, like an untamed black river. Sasuke stood up, sensing his chakra as an isolated island, surrounded by this vast ocean of spiritual pressure. His newly born eyes, marked with the hexagram pattern, greedily siphoned the invisible energy from the air. The world was clearer than ever. He could even perceive the faint life vibrations of an ant dragging a blade of grass from dozens of meters away. This sensation instilled within him an illusion of omnipotence. Kill that man. Itachi Uchiha. This thought, like a black seed, grew into a towering tree, overshadowing all his rationality as it absorbed the power. He had to go now. It seems you can hardly wait to meet your demise. That voice once again echoed from behind him. Au had reappeared, leaning against a charred rock. As if enjoying a poorly staged drama, Sasuke whirled around. My current power is sufficient to kill him. His assertion brimmed with undeniable confidence, stemming from the cataclysmic strength within him. Au didn't even bother to glance at him. He merely toyed with a searing pebble on the ground using the scabbard of his knife. You possess the power to conjure tsunamis, yet you are utterly incapable of swimming. Your so-called spiritual pressure has devolved into a chaotic mass of energy. You are devoid of perception, unable to strengthen yourself, and utterly incapable of defense. Qingyu finally lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Uchiha Itachi could pierce through your laughable illusion with just a single finger, and then, akin to crushing a mere insect, he would shatter your heart. You fail to comprehend that the chasm between you and him has never been one of strength. Each word he uttered was like a needle, piercing through Sasuke's recently inflated confidence. Impossible, Sasuke roared. My eyes. Your eyes? Qingyu interrupted him, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. You believe that activating the kaleidoscope makes you his equal? How naively ludicrous. In your current state, against Uchiha Itachi, unless he wishes for your victory, your demise is inevitable. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. The newfound power surged violently within him, seemingly desperate to break free and prove itself. Discontent, Qingyu stood tall. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourself. He extended a finger, pointing towards the direction of Konoha. Go and challenge your teacher. Hatake Kakashi. The mere mention of that name left Sasuke momentarily dumbfounded. Kakashi? That so-called genius Jonin who could not fully contend with even his three-tomo Sharingan? Are you insulting me? Sasuke's fury was nearly tangible. To confront Kakashi with this power? It was akin to wielding a dragon-slaying sword to kill a chicken. Insulting? Qingyu chuckled. I am offering you a chance to survive. I shall set a rule for you. In your battle against Kakashi, you are forbidden from utilizing any abilities of your new eyes. You must conceal the newfound power within you. Rely solely on your identity as a ninja, using only the rudimentary techniques you have learned to defeat him. Sasuke's brow furrowed deeper. What sort of challenge is this? If you cannot even conceal your strength to overcome a mere Jonin. Qingyu's tone turned icy. Then what do you have to say about revenge? Uchiha Itachi will kill you 100 times before you reveal your trump card. Sasuke fell silent. He could not deny the irrefutable logic in the man's words. Revenge is not a reckless charge forward. It is a lethal strike concealed in the shadows. Very well, it seems you are not entirely foolish. Qingyu appeared to see through his thoughts. Now, there is one final point. He approached Sasuke, leaning in close, their faces mere inches apart. From this moment forth, you must learn to conceal your thoughts. Your face, marred by hatred, is far too easy to read. I demand that you maintain a smile at all times. A smile? Sasuke struggled to comprehend this directive. Yes, that kind of smile, squinting your eyes so that others cannot discern your thoughts. Qingyu even used his fingers to lift the corners of his own eyes, demonstrating. A top-tier hunter does not reveal his murderous intent before striking. Your hatred is your strongest weapon, yet also your most fatal weakness. Hide it. Conceal it beneath this false visage until the moment you plunge it into your enemy's heart. The youthful Sasuke was yet unable to discern the sinister undertones within those words. He merely perceived it as a profound philosophy belonging to the strong. Concealment. Deception. Then, a fatal blow. He accepted this logic. I understand. He gazed at Qingyu as his spiritual pressure gradually receded. The bizarre six-pointed kaleidoscope reverting to the ordinary depths of his black pupils. He began to try. He strained to manipulate his stiff facial muscles, attempting to form a semblance of a smile. He endeavored to squint his eyes. Yet, the face twisted by years of hatred had long forgotten how to smile. Ultimately, a most peculiar expression emerged on his face, a contorted visage that seemed both mournful and cheerful. His eyes squinted to a mere slit, while the corners of his mouth were pulled down uncontrollably. Paired with his pale, handsome features, he appeared both ludicrous and chilling. Qingyu regarded him with an impassive expression, yet internally mused that this child might possess even greater comedic talent than his brother. Thus, it is settled. Go forth. Do not return to me until you have accomplished this. Sasuke nodded. He bore the awkward smile he also found discomforting, turning to walk towards the exit of the realm of spirits. The death god's proxy license in his hand was gripped tightly. It was his final trump card, a testament to his status as the weak. He must swiftly master this absurd skill, and then tear apart everything that man represented. Qingyu watched his departing silhouette fade away, merging with the air. Only a light, ethereal phrase lingered in the desolate space. May Kakashi's heart be able to withstand this surprise. Chapter 109. Long time no see, Kakashi-sensei. After Sasuke's departure, the realm of spirits returned to its eternal silence. Qingyu's figure rematerialized, standing in that distorted space like a specter. Before him, a translucent panel materialized, visible only to him. Collapsed Jade System. A simple progress bar pulsated at the bottom of the panel. 20. The number flickered for a moment before stabilizing at the new mark. 21. Just as I suspected. Qingyu's heart remained undisturbed. This merely confirmed his hypothesis. Cultivating a qualified individual would allow this damned progress bar to advance by a single step. 1%. This meant he needed to locate or create a total of 10 such existences. The system known as Collapsed Jade seemed to be orchestrating a grand game. And he was the sole player. One slot had already been allocated to Uchiha Sasuke. Qingyu's thoughts began to traverse the landscape of the ninja world, sifting through suitable candidates. Soon, the image of a red-haired girl wearing glasses emerged in his mind. Uzumaki Karen, a pure-blood member of the Uzumaki clan, endowed with an exceptionally unique constitution, naturally attuned to life energy. She was a perfect vessel. This slot was almost reserved for her. Thus, 8 slots remained. Qingyu's fingertips unconsciously traced the air. A blond boy adorned with 6 whisker-like marks on his face was an option he could not evade. Uzumaki Naruto, the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. From any angle, he was top-tier material, the most promising experimental subject. Yet this thought lingered only for a moment before being dismissed by Qingyu. That boy's mind was saturated with the will of fire, filled with an unwavering dedication to his comrades, along with that ridiculous theory of mutual understanding. He would not sell his soul for power. He was not desperate enough. Not only Naruto. Most individuals in this ninja world still clung to some naive hope. They believed in effort, in bonds, and in a brighter tomorrow. Not everyone was like Sasuke, devoured by hatred until only an empty shell remained, willing to wager everything at the gambling table. Thus, the problem became exceedingly simple. Since they are not desperate enough, then let us create despair for them. Qingyu's thoughts reached a cold, self-evident conclusion. This ninja world must be infused with a touch of intensity. Only when everything they hold dear lies shattered, when the will they believed in reveals itself as mere folly, and when the shadow of death looms ominously over every head, will they kneel and seek that power from higher dimensions that rests in his hands. Of course, this task cannot be executed by him directly. It is far more intriguing to play the role of an omnipotent enigma who occasionally dispenses divine revelations than to be a destructive force that makes enemies at every turn. All he needs to do is to gently nudge from behind. The figure of Qingyu gradually dissipates in the realm of the reawakened spirits. He shall become that invisible specter stirring the tempest, rendering this already chaotic world even more frenzied. In the land of fire, at Konoha, Kakashi leans against the memorial stone, wiping the engraved name of Obito with a clean white cloth. The autumn sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, carrying a hint of chill. It has been a long time since he has experienced such tranquility. Ever since that monster, Qingyu, appeared, the undercurrents of the ninja world seem to have temporarily stilled. The Akatsuki organization has fallen silent, and Orochimaru has retreated into obscurity. Even the village's higher-ups have become unusually quiet since Tsunade brought back that news. Everything exudes an eerie calm before a storm. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei," a familiar voice, tinged with an inexplicable awkwardness, resonates behind him. Kakashi does not turn around. He recognizes that chakra all too well. Sasuke, how could he have returned? Kakashi slowly turns, only to be taken aback. Sasuke stands not far away, his blue attire somewhat tattered and dust-laden. Yet, that is not the focal point. The crux is his face. Sasuke is smiling, a smile so peculiar it sends chills down one's spine. His eyes narrow to mere slits, almost obscuring his pupils, while the corners of his mouth curl upward at an unnatural angle, rendering his once handsome visage a grotesque blend of farce and horror. "Sasuke?" Kakashi tentatively inquires. "It has been a while, Kakashi-sensei." Sasuke maintains that eerie smile as he approaches him step by step. "You seem to be doing well. I've returned to spar with you." Kakashi instinctively places his left hand on his forehead protector. Something feels amiss. The Sasuke before him emanates a sense of danger unlike anything he has ever felt, not from chakra intensity, but from a deeper, primal instinct as if being stalked by a beast. "Spar?" Kakashi remains vigilant. "What exactly is your intent?" Sasuke's smile widens. "Intent? I merely wish to test my own capabilities." Each of his words resonates clearly in Kakashi's ears, yet together they elicit an unsettling chill. Very well, Kakashi ultimately concedes. He too is curious about what Sasuke has undergone during his absence. The two make their way to the third training ground, where Team 7 once honed their skills. The three familiar wooden posts stand as ever, amidst the vast expanse of grass. Kakashi removes his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan with its 3 tomo. Let us begin. No sooner had he spoken than Sasuke's figure vanished from sight. Too fast. Kakashi's Sharingan barely manages to catch a glimpse of a series of afterimages. He instinctively leaps backward. Swish. A sharp sound of air slicing through the space where he had just stood reverberates. Sasuke's hand strikes the air, creating a gust that carves a shallow trench into the ground. Is this merely taijutsu? Kakashi's heart sinks. This speed and strength have entirely surpassed the realm of a genin. It is even more pure and lethal than any taijutsu expert he has encountered. Sensei, where are you looking? That chilling voice suddenly erupts beside him. Kakashi's pupils contract in alarm. He whirls around, raising his arm to block. Bang! An irresistible force strikes his arm. Kakashi is catapulted like a ragdoll, crashing violently into a tree. Crack! Spiderweb-like fissures appear on the trunk. Cough! Kakashi spits out blood, a searing pain radiating through his arm as though it might shatter. He looks up at the boy, still wearing that unsettling smile. Sasuke has not even formed any hand seals. He simply stands there, observing Kakashi's disarray as if admiring a piece of art. The warm-up is over, Sasuke states. Now, I shall be serious. He begins to weave hand seals. It is neither fire release nor lightning release. It is the very hand sign for Chidori that Kakashi knows best. Zap! Blinding electricity gathers in his palm. Yet this time, the lightning is not blue. It is a pitch black, foreboding hue, pure black lightning. Kakashi's mind goes blank. What is that? He has never seen, nor imagined, that lightning release could manifest in such a color. The black lightning exudes not a frenzied energy, but a stillness that seems capable of devouring all light. Goodbye, sensei. Sasuke's figure transforms into a streak of black lightning, hurtling towards him. That twisted smile looms larger in his vision. There is no escaping. Kakashi's Sharingan spins frantically, yet it cannot keep pace with Sasuke's speed. Is this your answer, Sasuke? In the fleeting moment before death descends, Kakashi recalls the blonde boy who always trailed behind Sasuke. What would he do if he were here? The black lightning imprints itself upon his pupils. Chapter 110. Kakashi, underestimated. Tenki's debut fails. That pitch-black lightning, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, is etched into Kakashi's gaze. The aura of death looms more palpable than ever. He does not evade, nor can he. In the final instant before Sasuke's twisted visage draws near, Kakashi's right hand ignites with blinding electricity. Not black, but pure azure, representing unparalleled piercing power. Raikiri. Without a hint of hesitation, Kakashi opts for the most direct and brutal approach, head-on collision. Boom. The clash of black and blue lightning erupts in a cacophony. A terrifying energy storm radiates outward from the two, ripping the ground apart, uprooting the grass, and cleaving nearby trees in half. The entire third training ground appears as if it has been plowed. The piercing hum assaults the eardrums, causing sharp pain. After a while, as the dust settles, Sasuke kneels on one knee, gasping for breath. The arm that channeled the black Chidori trembles uncontrollably, its skin marred by delicate electric burn marks. He lifts his head. Kakashi stands not more than 5 meters away, with the hand he used for Raikiri completely shredded, his arm similarly bearing marks of energy burns. Yet he remains standing tall. Is it over? Kakashi's tone is calm, as if the cataclysmic clash mere moments ago was but a casual afternoon exercise. The smile on Sasuke's face freezes entirely, then crumbles away like shattered plaster. Impossible, he manages to squeeze out through clenched teeth. That was the power he took great pride in, a completely new strength. It was a force that transcended the conventional knowledge of ninjas. Why? Why was it being thwarted? Your lightning release is formidable, Kakashi stated a fact. However, it is too scattered. You merely amalgamated a mass of energy in a crude manner. It possesses nothing but destructive power. The true Raikiri is the epitome of condensation, a concentration of all strength into a singular point. Sasuke abruptly sprang up from the ground. Enough with the lecturing. He swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, trailing a torrent of scorching heat, surged towards Kakashi. This fireball was larger than any he had previously conjured, its hue deeper, approaching a dark crimson. It was a ninjutsu forcibly catalyzed by that newfound power. Kakashi remained rooted in place, not even flinching. The Sharingan in his left eye clearly reflected Sasuke's hand seals. He too began forming seals. Identical gestures, yet executed with greater speed and precision than Sasuke. Fire release, great fireball technique. An equally massive fireball erupted from Kakashi's mouth. The two fireballs collided midair, unleashing a more intense wave of heat. However, Kakashi's fireball was noticeably more stable in form and possessed a higher temperature. It effortlessly engulfed Sasuke's flames and continued to charge towards him. Sasuke hastily dodged to the side, the fireball narrowly grazing his body and scorching the ground behind him into a charred, glass-like surface. How could this be? Sasuke could not comprehend. Why was there such a vast disparity in the same ninjutsu? Your chakra control is utterly chaotic. Kakashi's voice, ghostly, emanated from behind him. Sasuke's heart jolted, and he spun around. What awaited him was Kakashi's foot, enveloped in lightning. Bam! Sasuke was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Every bone in his body felt as if it had been dislocated. Your taijutsu is riddled with flaws. Every initiation of your attacks is excessively obvious. That expression on your face, filled with a determination to strike, is utterly laughable. Kakashi approached step by step. What you call strength is merely wielding a sharper blade. Yet, you do not even know how to grip the hilt. Sasuke, you are currently very weak. Weak. That word seared into the depths of Sasuke's soul like a red-hot iron. He recalled Aoi. That man had also spoken in the same emotionless tone, uttering the same words. Sasuke let out a reluctant roar. He struggled to rise. His eyes bloodshot. He could not accept it. He could not accept that he had paid such a hefty price only to receive such an evaluation. He charged towards Kakashi, pushing his taijutsu to its limits. Each punch and kick sliced through the air with a howling wind. Yet before Kakashi's Sharingan, all of it became slow motion. Kakashi did not even resort to using Raikiri again. He simply utilized the most basic of blocks and the most efficient evasions to neutralize all of Sasuke's attacks. As if an adult were playing with a temperamental child. Your fury has clouded your final judgment, Kakashi remarked while parrying. All your attacks lack coherence. They merely serve as an outlet for your ineptitude. After yet another attack was effortlessly evaded, Sasuke suddenly felt a tightness at his feet. He looked down. Several nearly invisible steel wires had ensnared his ankles without him realizing. A trap? The thought barely crossed his mind when the ground around him erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosive tags detonated simultaneously, engulfing him in a blaze of fire and smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Sasuke burst forth from the smoke, his body charred and his clothes tattered. He had no time to catch his breath. A large net descended from above, ensnaring him tightly. Weak electric currents coursed through the net, rendering him paralyzed and unable to move. Everything was over. Kakashi slowly approached him, looking down at this student, ensnared like a wild beast. The battle had commenced the moment you stepped into this training ground. I set 37 traps here. And you collided headfirst into the simplest one. Kakashi crouched down to meet Sasuke's gaze. Tell me, Sasuke, in this state, how do you intend to challenge Itachi Uchiha? The name Uchiha Itachi shattered Sasuke completely. He recalled that man, the one who was eternally composed, perpetually serene, as if everything were under his control. The man who had cast him into the depths of despair with a single Tsukuyami. He had believed that with this newfound power, he had finally caught up to him. Yet now, he could not even defeat Kakashi. His so-called vengeance, his so-called strength, was nothing but a jest in the face of true power. Sasuke opened his mouth, but could utter not a word. Doubt climbed over his heart like a poisonous vine. Aoi was right. He possessed the strength to stir up a tsunami, yet could not even swim. He was a complete fool. Your issue does not lie in the strength of your power. Kakashi observed the dullness in his once bright eyes and released the electric net. It resides within your heart. Your heart is filled solely with hatred. This hatred has made you strong, but has also rendered you blind. You yearn for shortcuts, for an easy path, to swiftly kill that man. But you do not comprehend that the true disparity between you and him is experience, calculation, and the cool-headed manipulation of the human psyche. Kakashi's voice was soft. Itachi is a purer ninja than anyone you or I have ever encountered. Before him, your trivial schemes are laid bare, as if you were unclothed. Sasuke sat on the ground, as if all his bones had been extracted. His confidence, his pride, and the power acquired through his very soul were shattered by the harshness of reality. He had lost, utterly and completely. Kakashi regarded the despondent youth, choosing not to utter another word. He merely extended a hand. If you truly wish to grow stronger, begin anew with the fundamentals, chakra control. Sasuke stared blankly at the hand extended before him. It bore the scars from their earlier clash with Raikiri. Chapter 111, with the squinty eyes in place. I still lack a blind man. That hand hovered in front of Sasuke. It was covered in fine scars. The searing marks left from the earlier clash with the black lightning release. Reality crashed down upon him like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the last flicker of flame deep within his soul. Always words, Kakashi's actions, two overlapping figures crushed his absurd pride into fragments. He had believed he possessed a dragon-slaying blade, yet in the end, he was merely a child who could not even grip the hilt. Vengeance. With this pitiful, easily vanquished body? A meaningless, choking sound escaped Sasuke's throat. He did not look at Kakashi. He simply extended his own trembling hand to grasp the other's. Kakashi pulled him up firmly from the cold earth. The path of a ninja holds no shortcuts. Kakashi released his grip, his tone returning to its usual languidness. Every attempt at taking shortcuts will exact a far more painful toll on you in the future. Sasuke offered no rebuttal. He stood silently, like a puppet with its soul extracted. Teach me. After a prolonged silence, he finally forced out those two words from between his clenched teeth. His voice was hoarse and parched, devoid of the arrogance it once held. Teach me how to control chakra. Teach me all your traps. Teach me how to fight like you. Kakashi regarded him. The boy before him seemed to have shed a hard, yet fragile shell, revealing the bloodied and raw essence within. Perhaps this was a positive development. Very well, Kakashi acquiesced. We'll start anew with the basics of tree climbing and water walking. Do not discuss anything else until you can balance on a tree's peak on one leg while maintaining stable chakra for an hour. This demand was exceedingly stringent for any genin. Yet, Sasuke merely nodded. He approached the puddle nearby, gazing at his reflection in the murky water. His visage was etched with failure, resentment, and confusion. This was not the countenance of a hunter. Qingyu's words echoed in his mind once more. A top-tier hunter does not reveal his killing intent before striking. Conceal it. He needed a mask. Thus, he began to experiment. He manipulated his stiff facial muscles, drawing them into a peculiar configuration. A smile more standard yet more hollow than any before, re-emerged upon his face. His eyes narrowed into a perfect arc, obscuring any trace of emotion within. It was an absolute disguise, sealing all feelings beneath a facade. Kakashi observed this sudden transformation, his left hand instinctively pressing against his forehead protector. Sasuke, what is this? A mask, sensei. Sasuke maintained the squinted smile, his tone unnaturally steady. Did you not say my thoughts were too easily discernible? From this day forth, you shall perceive nothing. He turned away, striding toward the edge of the training ground. I will be here waiting for you at 5 tomorrow morning. Kakashi said nothing more. He simply watched the solitary figure, now exuding a novel aura, gradually recede into the distance. He remained uncertain whether his decision today had salvaged a wayward youth or forged an even more fearsome creature for this world. On the outskirts of the land of the dead, within a dwelling, Uzumaki Karine sat cross-legged on a smooth floor. Before her hovered a crystal ball, the size of a human head, composed of chakra. It was a cherished toy of Sarutobi Hiruzen, gifted to her by Qingyu for the purpose of monitoring Konoha. The scene within the crystal ball displayed the recently concluded battle at the 3rd training ground. She witnessed everything. She saw Sasuke's dark lightning release, his overwhelming power, and, more crushingly, his devastating defeat. Fool, she muttered under her breath, her red eyes flashing with an indescribable complexity of emotions. There was contempt for Sasuke's squandered talent, mingled with a tinge of disappointment she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. That man, Lord Qingyu, had bestowed the first gift upon Uchiha Sasuke. Yet Sasuke had chosen to enact such a clumsy performance with it. This incited her indignation. More so, it bred anxiety. What if Sasuke's performance disappointed that esteemed figure? What if he deemed them, the chosen agents, to be mere mud that could not be propped up? No, she could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Karine abruptly rose, her hands forming an unusual seal. Vajra lock. With a buzz, dozens of golden chains, forged from pure chakra, erupted from her back. These chains were more solid than the original, coursing with visible, potent life energy. They lashed out violently against the surrounding rock walls, slicing through the hard stone as if it were mere tofu. A thunderous roar echoed within the confined cave. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The chakra within her was depleting at a terrifying rate, yet she did not relent. I will not be bested by you. I am the most suitable, the most perfect tool for that esteemed figure. Uchiha Sasuke. Her scream was filled with resentment and a frenzied obsession. She yearned to grow stronger. She sought to prove her worth far surpassing that of the Uchiha, who relied solely on their eyes. She wished for that esteemed figure to gaze upon her alone. In the land of the dead, Qingyu's figure coalesced like ink in water. Before him remained the translucent panel. The progress bar remained unchanged. Still at 21. Sasuke's crushing defeat had not altered this outcome. It seemed the criteria by which the broken jade system judged was not merely a fleeting victory or loss, but but rather a deeper transformation concerning qualification. Sasuke had accepted his weakness and chosen the most arduous path. This in itself signified growth. Karin's jealousy and obsession transformed into a more formidable drive, which also represented growth. Excellent. Everything was unfolding according to an intriguing script. Qingyu's finger lightly tapped in the air. An image of Sasuke, squinting with a false smile, materialized before him. The codename Smiling Mask was established. His statement resembled a label affixed to his collection. Now what next? His thoughts began to disperse once again. An interesting team requires a variety of roles. An assassin with concealed killing intent. A crazed and obsessive support. But that was not enough. It felt as though there was yet a need for an entity capable of penetrating the facade and reaching the core. Qingyu muttered to himself. A blind person. He began to sift through the ranks of suitable candidates within the ninja world. He required someone more dramatic, a being capable of igniting conflict. Someone entirely unexpected. A smile identical to Sasuke's, yet devoid of pretense and filled solely with pure, wicked amusement, graced Qingyu's face. He had found his target. A perfect, pitiable soul about to lose everything. Hyuga, the genius bound by the clan and fate. The Hyuga clan. They were born with Byakugan, only to have their sight stripped. Then bestowed with the power to perceive the soul. This contrast was utterly fascinating. Chapter 112. The Rebirth of Nagato. The reincarnation of past shadows. Within the cold iron tower of Amigakure, water dripped down the metallic walls, producing a monotonous rhythm. For an entire month, Nagato's frail body, connected to numerous black tubes, underwent a profound transformation. He stood up, without relying on any external support, his feet firmly planted on the frigid ground. Beneath his pale skin surged visible vitality. His red hair regained the hue of blood. The power of white Zetsu cells had granted him a rebirth. It was truly a miracle. Jiraiya gazed at his disciple, his throat constricting. He was uncertain how to face this situation. He is a monster as well. Tsunade stood nearby, arms crossed. Her golden locks framing a face filled with wariness. They had healed a man who once sought to annihilate Konoha. Such an act was inherently paradoxical. Nagato paid no mind to their judgments. He slowly raised his hand, observing his now lively palm. I feel power, unprecedented power. His voice remained calm, yet bore an air of detachment, as if looking down upon all. Now, I shall fulfill my promise. Nagato turned around, his single Rinnegan resembling a violet whirlpool, fixating on Tsunade and Jiraiya. Akatsuki was never my organization. I am merely a pawn thrust into the limelight. Tsunade stepped forward. What do you mean? The masked man. Nagato uttered a name. He calls himself Uchiha Obito. He is the one who discovered me and Yahiko, the one who revealed the true potential of these eyes to me. And he orchestrated the birth and downfall of Akatsuki. His ambition transcends the tailed beasts. What he desires is the moon. He seeks to ensnare everyone in a colossal illusion known as infinite Tsukuyami, creating a false world devoid of war and suffering. Jiraiya's body trembled slightly, the weight of this revelation surpassing his expectations. Tsunade clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking audibly. Uchiha Obito. She pronounced the name slowly, her chest heaving. A corpse. A soul that should have long been buried in the annals of history. It cannot be the true Uchiha Obito. He is merely a thief pilfering Obito's name. Nagato laid bare the facts. The masked man has remained hidden in the shadows, like a venomous spider, weaving a web that ensnares the entire ninja world. All the ninjas, all the villages, are merely prey caught in his trap. Boom. Tsunade's fist struck the nearby metallic wall, leaving a clear imprint. That bastard. Jiraiya instinctively shielded Tsunade, turning his gaze toward Nagato. What else do you know about him? His abilities, his weaknesses? Nagato shook his head. I know very little. He possesses space-time ninjutsu, enabling him to render his body intangible and immune to all physical attacks. He is exceedingly cautious, never revealing his true visage. The room descended into a deathly silence, the only sound being the dripping of water, each drop resonating like a heartbeat. A figure concealed in the shadows of history, manipulating an S-rank rogue ninja organization. This enemy was 100 times more formidable than they had anticipated. In the dim, damp underground base, Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips with a sickly fervor. Perfect, simply perfect. He gazed at the colossal formation inscribed on the ground, awe escaping his lips. After a month of refinement, Maeto Tensei has surpassed the original version of the second Hokage. As long as the quality of the sacrifice is sufficiently high, I can even summon the deceased to exhibit powers beyond their former lives. A black and white figure gradually emerged from the adjacent wall. I never doubted your abilities. Kagaya's voice rasped like sandpaper. I have prepared the sacrifice for you. He waved his hand, and several entirely white, featureless humanoid beings were cast into the center of the formation. They stood motionless, like soulless puppets. White Zetsu clones. Truly exquisite material. Orochimaru expressed no pity. His gaze filled solely with admiration for the experimental subjects. His hands began to weave seals with lightning speed, movements so swift they seemed to blur, culminating in a final seal forcefully struck against the ground. Edo Tensei. Boom. The technique erupted with ominous light. A tempest raged within the confined space, stirring countless particles of dust and paper. The sacrifices, the white Zetsu, were swiftly enveloped by black sigils, transforming into dust that spiraled towards the center of the formation. The dust coalesced, taking shape. One by one, indistinct shadows began to materialize. The first was a man clad in dark red Warring States armor, bearing a colossal scroll, Senju Hashirama. The second was a man adorned in blue high-collared battle armor, his expression stern, Senju Tobarama. The third was a man draped in a ceremonial robe inscribed with the fourth Hokage's name, his short blonde hair gleaming, Namake's Minato. The fourth was another in Warring States armor, his long black hair obscuring half his face, Uchiha Obito. The mere presence of these four together emanated an oppressive aura capable of solidifying the very air around them. However, this was not the entirety. Behind them, legendary figures were forcibly dragged back from the realm of the dead. The third Reikage, the second Tsuchikage, the second Mizukage, the fourth Kazekage Raza, the seven ninja swordsmen of the mist, a legion of the undead capable of upending the entire ninja world. Ha ha ha! Orochimaru spread his arms wide, unleashing a maniacal laugh. My art. This is my most magnificent masterpiece. He reveled in the sight of his creation. Then, as if recalling something, his brow furrowed. Speaking of which, something peculiar occurred. Kaguya inquired, "What is it?" I attempted to summon the third Hokage, my teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. A flicker of confusion crossed Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. But it failed. The technique yielded no response, as if that soul does not exist within the Pure Land. Kaguya's expression remained inscrutable. Perhaps it has been sealed by some special technique. That matter is of no consequence now. A low, magnetic voice emerged from the shadows. Obito, donning a swirling mask, stepped forth. His single eye burned with the flames of vengeance as it surveyed the opulent army before him. With this power, even that fellow named Aoi, we may not be unable to confront him. The undead stood silently, their eyes hollow, devoid of any life. Only the body belonging to Uchiha Obito, with its eyes tightly shut, quivered slightly. Chapter 113. The Awakening of Obito. The situation spirals out of control. In the frigid underground, the air was thick with the mingling of dust and decay. Beneath his mask, Obito's solitary eye fixated intently on the silent army before him. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Namake's Minato, and that man who shared his name and bore the same ambition, Uchiha Obito. The undead formed a silent wall, one that could crush the entire ninja world. Kaguya emerged from the shadows behind him, her voice a raspy, excited whisper. With them, the ninja world becomes a blank canvas to mold at will. That creature named Aoi should reconsider his place. Obito's breathing quickened, suppressed for far too long. That man, Aoi, loomed like an insurmountable mountain, obstructing the path to his plans. Now, he had unearthed another mountain, perhaps even more majestic. Orochimaru. Obito's tone regained the calmness befitting the puppet master of Akatsuki. Awaken him. His finger pointed toward the body clad in Warring States armor, with cascading black hair, Uchiha Obito. Only by truly awakening this legendary architect could the performance commence. Hee. Orochimaru emitted a slick chuckle, his scarlet tongue trailing across his pallid cheek. Of course. However, to ensure my masterpiece's absolute obedience, I require one final precaution. He did not wait for Obito's consent. Orochimaru formed seals with blazing speed, a kunai inscribed with incantations materializing in his hand. He approached the body belonging to Obito, his movements imbued with a sickly reverence. Kaguya attempted to intervene, yet Obito raised a hand to halt him. He needed Obito's strength, but an uncontrollable Obito would pose a greater disaster than Aoi. Orochimaru's caution aligned with his desires. Thud. The kunai was ruthlessly plunged into the back of Edo Obito's skull. The black runes, alive as if they possessed a will of their own, crept along the body of Uchiha Obito, vanishing from sight at last. It was complete. Orochimaru stepped back a few paces, his hands coming together once more in a gesture of prayer. Release, he intoned, and with that utterance, the body of Uchiha Madara trembled violently. The dust and scraps that had clung to its surface cascaded down. The tightly shut eyes began to heal at an observable rate. the fissures representing the impure world reincarnation mending before the naked eye. An indescribable aura, reminiscent of ancient battlefields, began to pervade the atmosphere. This was not the oppression of chakra. Rather, it was a pure manifestation of will, transcending all existence. The bodies of everyone present, including those resurrected shadows, became rigid and uncontrollable. Cold sweat beaded on Orochimaru's brow as he realized that his pride, the improved version of the impure world reincarnation, was laboring immensely to link with this soul. It felt akin to attempting to move a mountain with a mere thread of silk. A faint sound echoed. Madara's eyes snapped open, both adorned with the purple-rimmed Rinnegan. This was the sensation Orochimaru had yearned for. He gazed at his masterpiece, attempting to issue the first command through the curse seal to compel him to kneel. However, the technique bore no response. The link between him and that body was severed cleanly, as if cut by an invisible pair of scissors. How could this be? Orochimaru was bewildered. This was his technique, his most exquisite creation. Why had it slipped from his grasp? Madara flexed his neck, producing a series of audible cracks in the process. He did not even glance at the astonished sorcerer beside him, his gaze sweeping past all present until it landed on the man obscured by the swirling mask, Obito. His voice, slightly hoarse from prolonged slumber, resonated with an undeniable authority. Is this the answer you have provided? Obito's body stiffened. Beneath the mask, all his composure and pretense shattered in an instant. He had played the role of Uchiha Madara for so long, yet now, confronted by the genuine article, he realized he was merely a clumsy and laughable imitation. He longed to explain, articulate the unforeseen complications of the plan, elucidate the presence of the man named Qingyu, who was a deviation from the original scheme. Yet, not a word escaped his lips. Before Madara, he remained the naive boy in need of guidance. Lord Madara. Black Zetsu emerged, positioning itself protectively in front of Obito. There has been a slight unforeseen occurrence in the plan. It hurriedly recounted the existence of Qingyu, the realm of the reanimated, and the anomalies concerning Sasuke and Nagato. A mysterious figure named Qingyu has disrupted our deployment. He wields a power that eludes our understanding, and Obito has narrowly escaped death at his hands on several occasions. Furthermore, Nagato has also fallen out of our control due to him. We summon you, for we require your strength to eliminate this obstacle. Madara listened in silence, his expression unchanging. Only after Black Zetsu finished did he slowly raise his hand, inspecting the body composed of dust and sacrifices. Unforeseen, he echoed. In my plans, there has never been a place for the unexpected. He stepped forward, and with a thunderous force, an invisible yet weighty wave of energy erupted from him. Orochimaru was hurled back by this force, crashing against the wall in disarray. Obito and Black Zetsu stumbled backward. Only those shadows, also resurrected, remained unmoving. What you term as unforeseen is merely a reflection of your incompetence. Madara's Rinnegan swept over all present, surveying the legendary figures as a king would review his guard. You gather-tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails. And then I shall become its Jinchuriki, awakening the eye of the moon. Is this process so difficult to comprehend? Black Zetsu interjected hastily. This is precisely our intention. But Qingyu silence. Madara interrupted. An ant, one whose name I have never heard, is hardly a worthy excuse for your failure. He turned his gaze to Obito. You have disappointed me. I entrusted you with my eyes, my name, my will. And yet you allow them to be overshadowed by a mere nobody who emerged from the shadows. Obito clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves. Nobody? That man had nearly taken his life. Yet he dared not voice this opposition. Then, what shall we do now? Obito managed to utter, his voice strained. Madara did not respond immediately. Instead, he regarded Orochimaru, who lay slack against the wall, his expression one of shock. A commendable technique. It has drawn me back from the Pure Land and bestowed upon me a fraction of my former power. As a reward, you shall become the first spectator of my new world. Orochimaru's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He hesitated, but then swiftly formed the necessary hand seals. He wished to speak, but Madara's figure had already vanished from sight. In the next instant, a hand pressed down upon his head. Your technique has a fatal flaw. Madara's whisper echoed in Orochimaru's ear. Once the hand seals are known, the reincarnated can unilaterally sever the summoning contract with the caster. Impure world reincarnation, release. With Madara's declaration, Orochimaru felt the connection with all the reanimated beings severed in an instant. He lost all control. This army of the dead no longer belonged to him, nor to anyone else. They heeded the commands of but one man, Uchiha Madara. Now this army is mine. Madara released his hold, allowing Orochimaru to crumple to the ground. He turned back to Obito. As for your inquiry regarding what to do next, it is simple. We shall proceed according to the original plan. Let this world dance. Chapter 114. He regards all as actors upon the stage, reveling in our mutual slaughter. The frigid air solidified in the presence of a single individual. Orochimaru lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to move, yet his serpent-like eyes darted about, striving to capture every detail. Obito stood in the shadows, the mask concealing his expression, but his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. Uchiha Madara, a name potent enough to shake the very foundations of the shinobi world, now manifested as a living calamity of dust. He disregarded the feeble Orochimaru and the rigid Obito, his Rinnegan shifting toward the black and white entity emerging from the shadows. And Nagato? Madara's inquiry was flat, as if inquiring about the whereabouts of an inanimate object. The brat of the Uzumaki clan who inherited my eyes. Black Zetsu's form twisted, producing a rustling sound laced with unmasked disdain. He has betrayed you, Lord Madara. He repaired his body with white Zetsu cells and is currently with Jiraiya and the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. He has divulged every piece of information regarding you, Akatsuki, and the Eye of the Moon plan. Such a laughable struggle. He believes he has escaped the fate of a pawn, yet he has merely leaped from one chessboard to a smaller one. Each word from Black Zetsu belittled Nagato's choices, serving as a vent for the mockery of the plan's unraveling. Obito's body subtly shifted. Nagato's betrayal marked the first and most grievous fissure in the plan. Madara listened intently. He exhibited no signs of anger or surprise. A broken tool, stripped of its utility, is merely refuse. His assessment was devoid of any semblance of human emotion. Cold and unyielding. His Rinnegan would eventually reclaim its due, but not at this moment. Madara's form pivoted towards Obito. Now let us discuss the so-called unexpected variable, this so-called Au, a mere fish in the sea. Though he referred to Au in such dismissive terms, his unwavering focus revealed a grave concern, one that far surpassed his indifference towards Nagato, whom he had already deemed as trash. Kagaya swiftly slid to the fore, addressing Madara. Lord Madara, this Au is exceedingly peculiar. He first appeared in Konoha, and according to our intelligence, he has made contact with Uchiha Sasuke. Obito's fists clenched tighter. Kagaya continued, consequently, Uchiha Sasuke has acquired an entirely new power, a form of black lightning release, akin to your release, yet far more chaotic and devastating. Kakashi nearly faltered in his confrontation with Sasuke. Madara's brow imperceptibly arched. Oh, he has bestowed power upon Uchiha? Not just that, Kagaya's tone grew increasingly grave. Nagato's recovery is also linked to him. Our white Zetsu infiltrated Amigakure and reported that Au revealed the method to heal Nagato to Tsunade. He fortifies our adversaries while simultaneously mending our pieces on the chessboard. His actions are devoid of logic, rife with contradiction. Orochimaru's ears twitched, his serpentine gaze gleaming with a pathological fervor. A being capable of indiscriminately granting power and offering healing techniques that surpass Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. This is the epitome of experimental material. He seems to relish in manipulating the hearts of men. Obito finally spoke, his voice dry. He grants power to Sasuke, yet sends Kakashi to undermine Sasuke's confidence. He saves Nagato, only to drive him towards Konoha. He acts as a lofty spectator, treating everyone as mere actors upon his stage, delighting in our mutual slaughter. These words bore the weight of Obito's deepest realizations. That man toys with him in such a manner. Madara listened in silence, refraining from interruption. He possesses a stronghold. Kagaya added. We refer to it as the Land of Reincarnation, situated within the Uchiha clan's territory. This place seems to be the source of all anomalies. However, we cannot breach it. Obito once attempted to use Qingyu, but was repelled by an invisible force. It appears to exist in a realm separate from our world. The underground base fell into an eerie silence. A mysterious figure, an inaccessible domain, an ability to bestow power at will. These pieces of intelligence converged upon a disquieting yet undeniable truth. This man named Au is a monster existing in a different dimension, detached from them and the entire shinobi world. A soft chuckle shattered the stillness. Madara Uchiha smiled. Intriguing. He extended his hand, composed of dust yet brimming with boundless power. Slowly clenching it. A being who derives amusement not from conquest but from bestowal. A madman not intent on ruling the world, but on witnessing its conflagration. His Rinnegan swept over the silent legion of the undead before him. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Minato Namikaze. Each one a legend that once stood atop the shinobi world. You are afraid. Madara asserted a fact, for a variable had emerged that they could neither comprehend nor control. He approached Obito, an intangible pressure compelling Obito to instinctively retreat a step. But for me, Madara halted before him. This merely serves as a delightful seasoning to make this war for world domination all the more entertaining. He tilted his head. Gazing through a mirror at the body he shared with this impure reincarnation. A being who dares not reveal his true face is unworthy of disrupting my plans. His power may be extraordinary, yet as long as he remains a denizen of this world, as long as he treads upon this land, he shall meet his demise. Madara's declaration resonated with absolute confidence, stemming from his unparalleled pride, forged when he stood at the pinnacle of all shinobi, challenging the very god of ninjas. Kaguya. Yes, Lord Madara. Continue to observe this Au and all his proxies. I wish to know of every bestowal, every scheme, every breath he takes. Obito. Yes. Your mission remains unchanged. Gather the remaining tailed beasts. I intend to resurrect the 10 tails in the shortest time possible. Obito hesitated. But Au, are you questioning me? Madara's voice, devoid of volume, pierced Obito's soul like an icicle. No, then proceed. Madara turned away, no longer casting a glance at him. He advanced to the forefront of the undead legion, standing shoulder to shoulder with the impure reincarnation of Hashirama Senju, as if returning to the Valley of the End, to the era that belonged to them. A concealed spectator? A self-reflection of Madara Uchiha. He mused. Then let us drag him from the audience to the center stage. I am eager to witness whether he can still smile when the flames engulf him. Chapter 115. Madara Uchiha descends upon Konoha. In that moment, the sky above Konoha grew oppressively heavy. A dark figure descended from the heavens, the shockwave upon landing toppling nearby stalls and scattering pedestrians. As the dust settled, a figure clad in crimson armor stood defiantly. An elderly ninja widened his eyes, dropping his pipe to the ground. Madara Uchiha. These 3 words struck each listener like a heavy hammer. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the crowd, chaos spreading instantaneously. Impossible. He has long perished. Is this an illusion? Run. Madara surveyed the scene, his Rinnegan reflecting the panicked throng. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Konoha. It has been a while. His voice, though soft, resonated like thunder in every ear. 3 Umbu ninjas leaped from the shadows, kunai glinting ominously in their hands. Without hesitation, they launched their assault on Madara. Foolish. Madara did not even turn, merely raising a hand. An invisible repulsive force erupted, sending the 3 Umbu flying like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily against distant structures. Alert the Hokage. Madara Uchiha has invaded. A ninja shouted, his voice laced with dread. The alarm echoed throughout Konoha. Villagers fled in every direction, while ninjas swiftly assembled. Kakashi, engrossed in paperwork in the Hokage's office, immediately stood upon hearing the alarm. What is happening? Madara Uchiha has appeared in the village center. A panicked ninja reported. Kakashi's eyes widened in an instant. Is it truly him? Not an illusion? It is a body of impure reincarnation, yet the aura and power are undoubtedly genuine. Kakashi swiftly donned his mask and lowered his forehead protector. Evacuate the civilians and notify all jonin to assemble. He burst from the office, a wave of unease surging within him. Au had previously warned Konoha, but he had not anticipated such a swift arrival. Madara stood in the center of Konoha's plaza, surrounded by devastation. Upturned stalls, shattered buildings, and scattered debris lay strewn about. Is this all the strength you possess? Peace has rendered you so weak. A dozen ninjas encircled him, warily observing. One elder jonin trembled as he spoke. Why have you come to Konoha? Madara offered no response, merely raising his hand. The ground began to tremble as a colossal wooden pillar erupted from the earth, impaling the jonin. Would release. The remaining ninjas retreated in terror. Impossible. Only the first Hokage could wield would release. Madara sneered disdainfully. The power of Senju Hashirama is now mine as well. More wooden pillars surged forth from the ground, writhing like frenzied serpents, demolishing the surrounding edifices. The ninjas attempted to retaliate, but their techniques were nothing more than child's play before Madara. Kakashi arrived at the scene with a team of elite ninjas, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. Spread out. Do not cluster together, he shouted, lifting his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. Madara turned his gaze towards Kakashi. A Sharingan? A non-Uchiha possessing the eyes of my clan. Uchiha Madara, what is your purpose? Kakashi inquired calmly, despite the turmoil within. Purpose? Madara chuckled. I merely came to observe what this village, founded by the Senju and Uchiha, has become. His gaze swept around, and the outcome was disappointing. Peace has rendered you weak, complacent, and stripped you of the dignity inherent to ninjas. Kakashi formed hand seals. Raikiri. A flickering bolt of lightning coalesced in his hand as he surged towards Madara with astonishing speed. Madara remained unmoving, simply raising his hand. Shinra Tensei. An invisible force sent Kakashi hurtling away, his Raikiri dissipating in the air. Kakashi crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice rang out from a distance. He and Sakura rushed to the scene, confronted by the sight of utter ruin. Naruto, stay back. Kakashi struggled to rise. He is far beyond your capability. Madara's gaze fell upon Naruto, a flicker of interest igniting in his eyes. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Naruto clenched his fists, the chakra of the Nine Tails bubbling within him. You are Uchiha Madara? Why do you attack Konoha? Attack? Madara chuckled lightly. This is merely a greeting. He raised his hand, a massive fireball coalescing in his palm. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball roared towards Naruto and Sakura. Kakashi barely managed to interpose himself. Forming seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. The water dragon collided with the fireball, erupting in a tremendous cloud of steam. Yet Madara had already vanished from sight. Above, Sakura exclaimed in shock. Madara hovered in the air, forming hand seals. Wood release, birth of the world of trees. Countless enormous trees burst forth from the ground, like savage beasts tearing apart the streets and buildings of Konoha. The screams of the people, the thunderous crashes of collapsing structures, and the explosions from ninjutsu clashing intertwined to create a symphony of apocalypse. The sight of Konoha's devastation ignited an inferno of rage within Naruto. 3 dark red chakra tails erupted from behind him. Unforgivable. Multiple shadow clone technique. Hundreds of Naruto clones emerged, launching an assault from all directions towards Madara. Madara regarded them with disdain, his Rinnegan flickering. Shinra Tensei. All clones were obliterated in an instant. The real Naruto sent flying into a building. Naruto. Sakura rushed towards the crumbling structure. Konoha's ninjas continued to reinforce, yet against Uchiha Madara, their attacks were akin to moths drawn to a flame. Madara stood amidst the ruins, surveying the remnants of what was once a thriving village, now reduced to chaos. Buildings lay in rubble, flames blazed, and cries echoed. This is the result that peace has bestowed upon you. His voice echoed through the air, weak, ignorant, and utterly unguarded. Kakashi struggled to stand, battered and bruised. What do you truly desire? Madara turned to him, his Rinnegan shimmering with an eerie light. My desires are quite simple. His gaze swept over the ravaged Konoha. I wish to compel the hidden observer lurking in the shadows to take the stage themselves. Observer? Kakashi frowned. Tell AO, Madara's voice turned icy. If he continues to manipulate this game from behind the scenes, next time, I shall erase Konoha from the map. No sooner had the words left his lips than Madara's form began to disintegrate, scattering into countless paper fragments that danced in the air. This is merely the beginning. His voice resonated in the atmosphere. The true war has only just commenced. Konoha fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the crackling of flames and the groans of the wounded. Kakashi gazed at the spot where Madara had vanished, a chill creeping into his heart. Chapter 116. The King of Uchiha. Your dance is quite unbecoming. Above the ruins of Konoha, smoke and the stench of blood mingled into a nauseating metallic odor. Uchiha Madara stood at the center of the devastation, his dust-formed body strangely merging with the shattered remnants around him. He had just declared his return to this world through a splendid act of destruction. However, the audience he anticipated had yet to appear. The entirety of Konoha wailed in anguish, engulfed in fear and trembling. Yet the one person he longed to see offered no response. Boring. Madara's Rinnegan surveyed the chaos he had orchestrated, akin to an actor concluding a solo performance only to find the audience absent. This tranquility was the greatest affront to him. Such indifference infuriated him more than any act of defiance. He abandoned the notion of further annihilating these insects. That would be beneath him. Madara turned and strode in a certain direction towards the oldest part of Konoha, the former territory of the Uchiha clan. He sensed the unusual source of energy that piqued his interest lay there. The remaining ninjas watched his departing figure, none daring to intercept him. They could only helplessly observe this calamity venture toward an unknown destination. The Uchiha clan's territory, now referred to as the Forbidden Zone of Riryoku. The air here was stagnant. In stark contrast to the external clamor and destruction, this place was eerily silent. Beneath a dilapidated torii gate, Ao sat upon a stone, idly swaying a blade of dogtail grass. It seemed he had long awaited the arrival of the man who had overturned all of Konoha. Sand. A footstep crushed the dried leaves beneath. The silhouette of Uchiha Madara emerged from the shadows, standing at the opposite end of the torii gate. His body, composed of dust, emanated a presence heavier than that of the living. He regarded Ao, who appeared nonchalant, as if awaiting a guest in his backyard. I expected you to emerge to protect this village. Madara's tone carried a hint of inquiry. Ao smiled. Why protect? I am not the Hokage. Besides, how could your entrance be worthy without a more extravagant stage? His response left Madara momentarily silent. This man, indeed, cared not. You are Ao. I am. You bestowed power upon Uchiha Sasuke and healed Nagato. Madara stated the facts. What do you truly wish to achieve? Ao rose, casually discarding the dogtail grass. Nothing in particular. I simply find this world too dull and seek some amusement. You are the greatest source of entertainment I have recently discovered. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than Madara's figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, a hand, enveloped in blue chakra and resembling a skeletal arm, descended upon Ao with tremendous force. Susanoo. Ao made no attempt to evade. He merely raised his right hand. Buzz. A sphere of pitch-black energy, condensed to its utmost, took form in his palm. There were no hand seals of ninjutsu, no flow of chakra. It was an entirely different system of power, filled with destruction and void. Bakudo number 88. Hiryu Shinten, a thunderous cannon. The black lightning collided fiercely with the blue skeletal arm. No cataclysmic explosion ensued. Only when energy mutually annihilates does it emit a piercing sound, as if the very fabric of space is being torn asunder. A formidable shockwave flattens everything in its vicinity. Qingyu's body skids backwards for several meters, carving deep ruts into the ground. Meanwhile, the Susanoo arm of Madara exhibits spiderweb-like fissures. This force, Madara's Rinnegan, displays a solemn expression for the first time. It is not chakra. Qingyu shakes his somewhat numb arm, a malicious smile still adorning his face. Although, according to the classifications established by the Central Spiritual Arts Academy, Qingyu possesses only the strength of a high-ranking Shinigami. He wields the Hōgyoku and, within the realm of spiritual energy, is perpetually augmenting his spiritual pressure, having long since reached the level of captain. He then studies a few advanced Kido spells that pique his interest, wielding them effortlessly. I mentioned that this is a source of amusement for you. In terms of sheer destructive capability, it seems you are indeed somewhat superior. He appears to be making an objective assessment. However, Qingyu's figure suddenly vanishes from sight. In an instant, he reappears behind Madara, wielding a uniquely shaped weapon akin to a katana, which had materialized in his hand unbeknownst to anyone, silently thrusting towards Madara's back. Madara's reaction is nothing short of instantaneous. He does not even turn around. Shinra Tensei. A repulsive force erupts. Yet, just before the blade is met by this force, it inexplicably distorts. With a soft thud, the tip of the blade pierces the body that had been resurrected from the earth. No blood spills forth. But Madara's dust-formed body shudders violently. In the area struck, countless fragments of paper and dust begin to peel away, as if a thread connecting to his soul has been severed. Can it harm the soul? Madara swiftly withdraws, gazing at the wound on his chest where the dust is slowly reconstituting. This revelation astonishes him far more than the previous black lightning cannon. Your methods are indeed intriguing. Madara concedes. But this is where it ends. His Rinnegan emits ripples. Chibaku Tensei. A colossal gravitational force begins to envelop the space. The ground fractures, and numerous rocks and earth are forcibly stripped away, converging towards the gravitational core in the sky, intending to seal Qingyu, along with this land, into a new moon. Qingyu stands at the gravitational center, his garments flapping wildly in the tempest. He neither resists nor flees. He merely raises the blade in his hand, pointing its edge towards Uchiha Madara in the heavens. Have you been observing my blade since just now? Qingyu's voice resonates clearly in Madara's ear. Madara furrows his brow. It is just a blade. What makes it special? Shatter, Qingyu whispers softly. Kagura Shinto. In an instant, the entire world, as perceived by Uchiha Madara, is inverted. The enormous rock sphere, which had been taking shape to blot out the sun, vanishes. The violent gravitational force dissipates. He remains in his original position, while Qingyu stands directly opposite him, as if everything that transpired moments ago was merely an illusion. A genjutsu? Madara's Rinnegan is capable of piercing through all genjutsu in the shinobi world. Yet this time, he perceives nothing. When did you? From the moment you laid eyes upon my blade. Qingyu's figure begins to slowly dissipate. No, it is here. A voice resounds from behind Madara. He abruptly spins around and delivers a punch. His fist passes through Qingyu's illusion. Thud. The cold blade pierces through his left shoulder, emerging from the other side. Still not right. Qingyu's voice emanates again from his left side. Madara's body is sent flying by an immense force, tumbling helplessly across the ground. What is happening? Madara rises, his Rinnegan spinning wildly as he attempts to discern the real enemy. Yet in his world, All directions, up, down, left, right, are filled with the visage of Qingyu. Each one smiles at him. Each could be real, or perhaps all are mere fabrications. The king of the Uchiha, a legend of the shinobi world. The true voice seems to emanate from all around, laced with mocking derision. Your dance is utterly lackluster. Now it is my turn to choreograph for you. A streak of black blade light flashes. One of Madara's arms is severed at the shoulder, disintegrating into dust. He does not even know from which direction the attack originated. Where to look? Another flash of the blade. His other arm is similarly severed. Once a figure that instilled terror across the shinobi realm, Uchiha Madara now resembles a blindfolded child, flailing in the dark, unable to even graze the hem of his opponent's garment. His Susanoo, his Rinnegan, all that he prided himself on becomes a farce in the face of absolute sensory domination. Qingyu's figure finally coalesces before Madara, using the tip of his blade to gently lift Madara's chin, compelling the legendary ninja to meet his gaze. The stage is now mine. Tell me, what kind of dance do you wish to perform? Chapter 117. Madara, the actor I anticipated most. Uchiha Madara's world shattered. His senses stripped away, then manipulated, ultimately toyed with at will. His proud Rinnegan has now become his greatest curse. Everything it perceives is a lie. Here. A voice sounds from his left. He instinctively throws a punch, but merely shatters a fragment of an illusion. Thud. A chill of pain radiates from his back as a tremendous force kicks him, his dust-formed body rolling far across the ground. No, it is above. He suddenly looks up to greet a bolt of black lightning descending from the heavens. Boom. The ground erupts, creating a deep crater. Yet he stands unscathed at the edge of the pit. The attack was an illusion. The pain, however, is real. This disorientation is far more destructive to a person's will than any tangible injury. It must be a Jinjutsu. He screams in his mind, desperately channeling his ocular power, attempting to find a flaw in this inverted world. Yet it is futile. This domain governed by Qingyu is so flawlessly constructed that it possesses not a single crack. Do not waste your energy. Qingyu's figure finally appears clearly before him, exuding an air of leisurely appreciation for a work of art. Your eyes can pierce through the flow of chakra and discern the essence of energy. But my power has nothing to do with those things. It directly affects your soul. Qingyu raises his hand and snaps his fingers. The surrounding scenery transforms instantaneously. No longer is it the shattered Uchiha clan grounds, but rather the Valley of the End. The thundering waterfall, the towering statues of the first Hokage and Madara, everything comes to life. A tall figure emerges from behind the waterfall, draped in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, a gentle smile gracing his face. Madara. That voice, so familiar it feels etched into his very bones, causes Uchiha Madara's body to stiffen. Hashirama Senju. Is this yet another illusion? Madara growls lowly, forcing himself to disregard it. No. Qingyu's voice resounds softly. This time, it is real. Your memories, your obsessions, your most dreaded failures, all are genuine. The Hashirama before him clasps his hands together. Wood release. Birth of the world of trees. Countless massive trees erupt from the ground, charging madly towards Madara. The very same technique. The identical one that had once brought him despair. Get away from me. Madara roars. His blue Susanoo rising, wielding a colossal sword to strike at the trees. Yet, just as the blade is about to make contact with the wood, across from him stood Senju Hashirama, his gentle visage suddenly contorted, transforming into the malevolent smile of Au. Your dance remains utterly uninspired. With a swift motion, a sharp wooden spike erupted from the shadow beneath Madara's feet, piercing his heart with unerring precision. The outcome mirrored that of years past. No. Madara lowered his gaze, observing the gaping wound in his chest as his dust-formed body began to disintegrate. His consciousness plummeted into an abyss of endless descent. Au stood amidst the ruins of reality, exhaling softly. The ability of Mirage Flower, Water Moon, was indeed excessively potent, particularly against a formidable opponent like Madara, who was profoundly reliant on sight and sensory perception. It was akin to a dimensional assault. He observed the distant figure of Uchiha Madara, his eyes vacant and body rigid, as if his very soul had been siphoned away, and felt no stirrings of emotion within. In fact, a smirk threatened to escape him. His acquisition of this power had been a mere fraction of a year in the making. Should the geniuses of the shinobi world, who had toiled for a lifetime, become aware of his astonishing growth, they would surely find their convictions shattered. A mere farce, Au silently chided himself. However, this was not the time for reflection. The scales of victory had irrevocably tipped in his favor. The conclusion of this battle, and the manner in which it would unfold, rested solely in his hands. He could eliminate Madara right now, wielding his blade to erase this specter returned from the Pure Land. Yet, that would be devoid of amusement. A deceased Uchiha Madara offered nothing beyond a fleeting sense of hollow achievement. But a living, humiliated, and infuriated Madara, rendered powerless, could provide a plethora of entertainment. He would become the Damocles sword hanging over the entire shinobi world, gathering tailed beasts, inciting wars, and rending this facade of peace asunder. As for himself, he merely needed to appear at opportune moments, donning the guise of a savior, effortlessly harvesting the reverence and dread of all. This was the most efficient catalyst for unlocking the system's progress. It was nearly time. Au gazed at Madara, who had succumbed to the illusion, experiencing death 100 times over. Should this continue, the essence of this legendary soul might indeed fracture under the weight of despair. That would be quite unentertaining. Au raised his blade. Shatter, mirage flower, water moon. Crack. It was as if something within Madara's mind had shattered. The visage of Senju Hashirama vanished. The valley of the end dissipated. The excruciating pain of repeated impalement also faded. He found himself back within the desolate remnants of the Uchiha clan's land. Surrounding him were crumbling walls, the air thick with the acrid scent of dust mingling with the energy of conflict. Au stood directly before him, methodically sheathing his uniquely shaped sword. Everything appeared as it had before, as if the protracted cycle of despair and death had never transpired. Yet Madara understood that it had. The profound sense of being utterly dominated, the terror that reverberated through his very soul, had been indelibly etched deep within his reanimated body. He glanced down at his hands. Intact. He touched his chest. No gaping wound. He, Uchiha Madara, the legend of the shinobi world, the embodiment of Azura, had just been toyed with like a child before a man he had never heard of, in a technique he could not comprehend. This humiliation was more unbearable than death itself. He attempted to utter something, but found his throat parched, yielding not a whisper. How do you feel? Au began, his tone as casual as if greeting an old friend. Do you fancy the stage I've prepared for you? Madara's fists clenched tightly, the dust-formed knuckles cracking under the strain. Why do you not kill me? He managed to force out. For someone of his stature, being spared by the enemy was a greater indignity than death. Kill you? Au chuckled, shaking his head. Why would I slay a plaything that brings me so much joy? Madara, you've misunderstood something. Au took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them. I am not Senju Hashirama. I will not engage you in discussions of ideals or peace. I am here not to thwart you, nor to save the world. I am merely a spectator. He extended his hand, lightly tapping Madara's chest. And you are the actor I have been most eager to see. Proceed with your plans, collect the tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 tails, and make this tedious world dance to your tune. Let those self-righteous shadows tremble before your might. Let the villagers, reveling in their false peace, wail in despair. Make this performance even more splendid. With that, Au withdrew his hand, turning to venture deeper into the land of spirits, not casting another glance at Madara. Should your dance prove equally unremarkable next time, I shall personally step in to replace you. His figure vanished behind the shattered torii gate, leaving Uchiha Madara standing alone. Rigid in place, the wind swept through, stirring the dust at his feet. He remained the same Shura clad in warring state's armor, gazing down upon all. Yet only he knew that just moments ago, his heart, once as unyielding as stone, the heart of a conqueror, had been utterly shattered, then contemptuously tossed back to him as if it were a mere trinket. He slowly raised his head. The purple of his Rinnegan no longer bore the haughty confidence it once did. In its stead was an unprecedented, frigid madness. Chapter 118, The Shattered Pride. In that man's eyes, everyone is but a toy. The wind swept through the ruins of the Uchiha clan, stirring dust and brushing against Madara's rigid, reanimated form. He did not depart immediately. He simply stood there, at the very center of his humiliation. He gazed down at his hands, which had just been severed countless times in the illusion. Now they were unscathed, yet they seemed to retain the chilling sensation of being rent asunder by a blade. Toy. Au's flippant assessment pierced deep into the very core of his soul. Senju Hashirama was his rival, an obstacle, the nemesis he had pursued and yearned to surpass throughout his life. But what was Au? A lofty spectator, a being who regarded his ambitions, his plans, his very essence as mere amusement. This derision, emanating from a higher realm, obliterated the pride he held as a powerful being. When he had come, he was filled with confidence, intent on dragging that lurking figure into the light. Yet upon departing, he had become a marionette upon another's stage. Madara slowly turned away, stepping forth from this hallowed ground that had seared itself into his memory. The arrogance and pride he had once carried had vanished. Each step felt unbearably heavy, as though he were shackled by invisible chains. An unprecedented pressure nearly robbed him of breath. He had never been so apprehensive of another. Even Senju Hashirama had never instilled such a sense of helpless defeat within him. Ayu. Those two syllables became a brand, forever etched into his very soul. Two figures halted before the battered gates of Konoha, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The air was thick with smoke, mingled with the acrid scent of burnt wood and the metallic tang of blood. Tsunade stood frozen, gazing at the hellish tableau before her. The once thriving streets lay in ruins, reduced to shattered remnants. The familiar shop has transformed into a charred wasteland. In the distance, medical ninjas are tirelessly rescuing the injured from the ruins, their heart-wrenching cries echoing in a cacophony of despair. Damn it! Tsunade's fists clenched tightly, the sound of her knuckles cracking betraying the furious fire raging within her. Jiraiya's countenance was as dark as a storm cloud, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a frost-laden mask. It was Madara's doing. This was not a question but a statement. No one, save for that legendary monster, could devastate Konoha in such a brief span of time. Kakashi. Tsunade's eyes fell upon the silver-haired ninja leaning against a crumbled wall, his body battered and bruised. Kakashi lifted his head, responding wearily, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, you have returned. What exactly transpired? Tsunade rushed to him, her voice laced with urgency. Alone? Kakashi nodded. Alone. He wielded wood release, summoning meteors. His power was more terrifying than the legend suggested. Tsunade's body swayed slightly. Wood release. That was her grandfather's singular power, now twisted into a weapon of destruction. What are the casualties? Jiraiya posed the gravest of questions. Kakashi paused for a moment, his silence heavy. They are still being counted. But the outlook is grim. Most importantly, his intentions. Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply. Why would he go to such lengths to appear, only to leave so willingly? It was uncharacteristic of him. Kakashi propped himself against the wall, struggling to stand upright. He did not leave willingly. He went to a certain place. Tsunade's heart sank like a stone. The land of the heavy spirits? Yes. Kakashi's response plunged both Tsunade and Jiraiya into a profound silence. That place, that man. Did he encounter Ao? Jiraiya's tone grew unusually grave. He did. And then? Did they fight? What was the outcome? Tsunade pressed on, her desperation palpable, yearning to know if that enigmatic figure had thwarted Uchiha Madara. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, as if recalling an incomprehensible event. I can't quite describe it. I could only sense, from a distance, the clash of two utterly distinct yet equally terrifying energies. Then, everything fell silent. Silent. Jiraiya struggled to comprehend. How could such an intense battle conclude so swiftly? Because it was not a battle, Kakashi interjected. I cannot say what transpired within, but when Uchiha Madara emerged once more, he had changed. The cataclysmic aura surrounding him had vanished. He became eerily quiet. Kakashi paused, seemingly searching for a fitting word. Like a broken toy. This description left both Tsunade and Jiraiya momentarily astonished. Uchiha Madara? A broken toy? How could that be? Before he departed, he told me to convey a message to you. Lady Tsunade, Kakashi said, fixing his gaze upon her. The actor has returned to the stage. Do enjoy the ensuing performance. Boom. This statement detonated like thunder in Tsunade's and Jiraiya's minds. In an instant, they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Ao did not obstruct Madara. He did not eliminate Madara. He did not even expel Madara. He merely humiliated that legendary Azura in a manner beyond their imagination, then cast him back into this world like a mad dog. A chill surged through Tsunade, coursing from her feet to the crown of her head, rendering her entire being icy. The anger directed at Madara and the sorrow for the village's destruction transformed into a profound, bone-deep helplessness. They were not merely facing a war of stark contrasts. They were but pawns on a chessboard, manipulated by two players, one intent on annihilating the world, the other merely wishing to witness the flames of its destruction. Tsunade's body weakened, stumbling back against the rubble behind her. The pride and responsibility of being the fifth Hokage felt utterly laughable and pale in this moment. Jiraiya reached out, steadying her shoulder. He sensed the tremors coursing through his old friend, uncontrollable and raw. He too trembled. As one of the legendary Sannin, having traversed the world and witnessed countless tempests, he was experiencing despair for the first time. This was an enemy that could not be vanquished by mere effort. This was a conundrum that could not be solved through wisdom. They were caught between two monsters, stripped of even the choice of how they might meet their demise. Above the ruins of Konoha, the setting sun bathed everything in a sorrowful crimson hue. The flames continued to burn. The cries persisted. Yet the two highest decision-makers of Konoha were ensnared in a deathly silence. Chapter 119. Lowering the guard to seek aid from Ao. The Devil's Bounty. As the sun sank below the horizon, It painted the last vestiges of crimson across the shattered skyline of Konoha. Tsunade stood at the edge of Hokage Rock, gazing down at the smoldering village below. The wind tousled her golden hair, but could not disperse the suffocating aura of despair enveloping her. The Hokage's ceremonial robe felt like a prison garment, soaked through with failure and humiliation, pressing down on her chest. Each wail emanating from the ruins pierced her heart like a needle. She had lost, utterly defeated by Uchiha Madara, and even more so by the man who treated Uchiha Madara as a mere toy. Pride, responsibility, and the glory of being the granddaughter of the first Hokage were crushed to dust before absolute power. Footsteps approached from behind. Tsunade. Jiraiya's voice was laced with a rasp. Don't go. He did not inquire where she intended to go, but he understood everything. Tsunade did not turn around. Do we still have a choice? That guy is no ally. He's just a madman. I know. Tsunade's voice was soft, eerily calm, almost unrecognizable as her own. But now, we lack even the qualification to play our roles. If we wish for this play to continue, we must beseech that director for a semblance of decent roles. She took a step forward, heading toward the forbidden domain, the Uchiha clan's territory. Each step felt as though she were treading on the shards of her own shattered dignity. The air in the land of the heavy spirits was as stagnant as ever, severed from the external world's mournfulness. Ao sat upon a relatively intact stone tablet, polishing the blade in his hand, the Zangetsu. It was as if the astonishing exchange that had just occurred was merely a means to wipe away a trivial layer of dust from the sword. He did not raise his gaze, but was already aware of the woman approaching his domain, laden with despair and reluctance. Tsunade paused at the torii gate. She beheld his leisurely silhouette and the remnants of the battlefield, now reduced to mere flatness. She opened her mouth, yet all her prepared words, all her inquiries as Hokage, became lodged in her throat, leaving her voiceless. In the end, she merely stated a fact in a voice nearly devoid of emotion. Konoha is on the brink of collapse. Ao's hand, which had been polishing the blade, halted momentarily. He slowly turned to face the woman, whose spine had been crushed by the weight of reality. I thought you would come to question me about why I let Madara go. Tsunade forced a self-deprecating smile. Question? What authority do I have to question you? The fifth Hokage? That title now sounds like a joke. She relinquished her stance, her dignity, and her struggle. This utter despondency piqued Ao's interest. What an intriguing expression. Much more aesthetically pleasing than anger or resentment. So, Lady Tsunade, what brings you to my humble abode? I beg you. When Tsunade uttered those two words, her body did not tremble, yet her heart felt as though a part of it had been hollowed out. I beseech you, grant Konoha a path to survival. A path to survival? Aoi rose and approached her step by step. Have I not already done so? I drove Uchiha Madara away, preserving your village. Is this not a path to survival? That is not salvation. Tsunade's emotions finally stirred, her gaze fixed squarely upon Aoi. You are merely humiliating him. You treat him like a dog, breaking his legs and tossing him back into a cage. You disdain him for not delivering a captivating performance. Indeed, Aoi conceded candidly, a look of approval gracing his features due to her astute description. It appears you are not entirely foolish. You must understand that a commendable actor requires a worthy adversary. And you lot. He surveyed the surroundings, as if gazing upon a swarm of ants. Are far too weak. You lack even the qualifications to be his opponent. Tsunade's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. What do you truly desire? Quite simple. Aoi stepped closer, near enough for her to discern the bloodshot veins in his eyes. I wish to witness a grander war. Do you truly believe that Uchiha Madara alone can instigate the fourth great ninja war? Tsunade was rendered speechless. No. He alone is insufficient. Aoi answered his own question. Thus, he has prepared an army of the undead. Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply. What do you mean? His Edo Tensei involves more than just himself. Aoi's tone dripped with a devilish persuasion. Allow me to enumerate the cards in his hand. Your grandfather, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Your great-grandfather, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The hero of Konoha, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. And all the deceased Kage of the various hidden villages, Suna, Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri. Moreover, a vast army of white Zetsu, cultivated from your grandfather's cells. With each name Aoi uttered, Tsunade's complexion paled further. By the time he finished, her body swayed violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her mind conjured an unimaginable, hellish scene. Konoha's shinobi would be compelled to confront the very creator of their village. The first Hokage. They would be pitted against their grandfather, their teacher. This was not merely a war, it was a brutal execution of Konoha's will. Despair, an unprecedented despair, like a tidal wave, overwhelmed her. Now, Aoi reveled in the mingled expression of fear, sorrow, and devastation etched upon her face. Do you still believe you possess the right to act? Tsunade's knees buckled, and she sank to the ground, not from humiliation, but because every ounce of strength supporting her body had been drained. The dignity of the Hokage crumbled to dust in that moment. Why do you tell me this? Her voice trembled with a nascent sob. Because a story that is trampled from start to finish is far too tedious. Aoi crouched down, meeting Tsunade's gaze as she knelt. I need you to create some trouble for Madara. At the very least, make his victory appear less trivial. We cannot do that. Of course. You cannot do so at present. Aoi reached out, gently lifting Tsunade's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. However, what if I were to assist you? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. I can bolster your fighting strength. I can grant you the power to contend with that army of the undead. I can offer you an opportunity. Hope. Amidst the depths of despair, a faint yet alluring glimmer of hope was presented before her. Tsunade instinctively yearned to grasp it. Why? She asked with great difficulty. Why do you wish to help us? As I said, Aoi released her chin, rising to regain his imposing stature. I am not helping you. I am simply an audience member who finds the drama lacking in excitement, and thus decides to provide the underdog's actors with some potent props. I merely seek entertainment. He turned, striding deeper into the realm of spirits. Decide, fifth Hokage. Will you watch your remaining villagers be utterly crushed in despair by those legendary undead? Or will you accept the devil's charity, take the stage, and engage in a deadly performance against your revered grandfather and esteemed teacher? His figure was on the verge of vanishing into the darkness. I shall grant you a day to contemplate. By this time tomorrow, should you not arrive, I shall assume you have chosen the former. Tsunade knelt upon the cold ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. She understood that she had no choice. From the moment she stepped onto this land, she had already wagered Konoha's fate along with her own soul upon the devil's gaming table. Slowly, she lifted her head, directing her voice, filled with all her strength, towards the encroaching darkness, and proclaimed the answer that would determine their future. I accept your terms. Chapter 120, We All Strive to Live. That hoarse response, mingled with blood and dust, echoed through the silent ruins. I accept your terms. Aoi's face finally broke into an almost joyous arc. He was satisfied, profoundly satisfied. Tsunade's decisiveness exceeded his expectations. This woman, after having her pride thoroughly shattered, revealed the purest resolve of a gambler. She had placed the entire village, along with her own soul, upon the gaming table. And he was the house. A wise choice. Aoi turned away, no longer regarding the woman kneeling on the ground. To him, the moment the transaction was established, Tsunade's struggles and suffering lost their appeal as entertainment. She transitioned from a nearly broken work of art into a mere tool. A tool needs only to be effective. Tsunade braced herself against the ground, gradually rising. The sharp pain of the gravel against her knees paled in comparison to the turmoil within her heart. She uttered not a single word more, merely dragging her body, which felt alien to her, to turn and depart from this forbidden ground. The wind swept past, stirring the ceremonial robe emblazoned with the insignia of the fifth Hokage that trailed behind her. Once a symbol of glory and responsibility, it now resembled a contract of servitude. Tsunade's figure vanished beyond the shattered torii gate. Aoi's smile faded with her departure. He raised his hand, observing his palm. Everything was unfolding according to the script he most relished. With Tsunade's compliance and assistance, the subsequent task of cultivating the Shinigami would become considerably easier. To seek out individuals within the ninja world one by one would be far too cumbersome. The collective of shinobi was excessively wary. Persuading them to willingly accept an entirely foreign power system was akin to scaling a mountain. Even if he found them, their aptitude would pose a significant issue. Not everyone possessed the potential to become a Shinigami. For an individual of mediocre talent, awakening spiritual pressure and achieving initial release would require an unfathomable investment of time and energy. Yet now, everything was different. Konoha, the foremost village in the ninja world, was replete with prodigies. Hatake Kakashi, Hyuganiji, and even those elites hidden within the Anbu or various clans. These individuals served as ideal vessels for cultivation. Previously, even if he showcased his strength and forced them, the outcome would likely be mere resistance cloaked in compliance. The effectiveness would be severely diminished. However, Uchiha Madara's emergence had created a perfect breeding ground, an external pressure potent enough to instill despair in everyone. The shadow of death looms over everyone, casting a pall of despair. In such dire circumstances, the malevolent offerings of a demon become the sole lifeline. The eternal illusion of infinite Tsukuyami beckons, or perhaps, it is merely a means to become his plaything, a glimmer of survival. Qingyu murmured softly to himself. This dilemma presents no alternative. As long as one yearns to continue living, as long as there remains even a flicker of affection for this world, the latter choice must be embraced. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, will personally select the 10 most suitable candidates. She herself is one of them. With the noble cause of saving the village, she will lead them willingly down the path to death that he has laid out. Perfect. This is exponentially more efficient than if he were to undertake the task himself. The cast is assembled, the adversary is established, and even the supporting roles are now clamoring for enhancement. Qingyu sheathed the mirror flower, water moon. At last, this performance is beginning to acquire a semblance of intrigue. In the Hokage's office, one of the few structures in the village that remains largely intact, yet riddled with cracks and shattered windows, Tsunade pushed open the precarious door. Inside, there was but a solitary figure, Jiraiya, seated cross-legged on the floor, his back to the entrance. He did not turn around. Yet, his silent demeanor exuded a gravity reminiscent of an impending storm. "You went," he stated, not as a question, but as a declaration. "Yes." Tsunade approached the desk, its chair, belonging to the Hokage, missing a leg. She refrained from sitting, instead leaning on the tabletop, gazing out at their ravaged homeland. Did he agree? Jiraiya's voice was hoarse. Tsunade's lips twitched into a grimace, a visage more grotesque than tears. From beginning to end, it was he who dictated terms. All we could do was choose to accept or perish. Jiraiya's body visibly stiffened. He slowly turned to face her. "What are the terms?" Tsunade hesitated, rummaging through a disheveled drawer until she produced a bottle of alcohol, twisting it open and taking a deep swig. The fiery liquid scorched her throat, but failed to warm her numbed nerves. "He desires to witness a more splendid war. He finds Madara's solitary performance tiresome. Thus, he intends to provide the opponent with assistance. We are that opponent." Jiraiya's fists gradually clenched. "What does he want us to do?" "He wants people." Tsunade set the bottle down with a crisp clink. "He demands 10 of Konoha's finest ninjas. He aims to bestow upon them an entirely new power, one powerful enough to combat the army of the reanimated." Jiraiya's breath hitched momentarily. To confront an army of the undead composed of past Kage? How is that even possible? The mere thought plunged one into the depths of despair. "What is the price?" he asked, the pivotal question. "There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially when it comes to a demon's gifts." Tsunade fell silent, closing her eyes as Qingyu's nonchalant visage surfaced in her mind. That man cares not for the cost, for he craves the entire experience. The price. Tsunade opened her eyes, the last glimmer of strength extinguished in her brown irises. "The price is that we must willingly become puppets in his hands. Wielding the power he grants to engage in the slaughter he orchestrates against the enemies he selects. We possess no power to refuse. Our will, our honor, our everything, has become worthless from the moment I acquiesced to him. We are merely actors." The office fell into a profound silence. Jiraiya observed his childhood companion, noting her shoulders, now burdened beyond measure. He understood that Tsunade had not lost her mind. She simply articulated a reality far more brutal than insanity. After a long pause, Jiraiya rose and approached Tsunade. He took the bottle from her grasp and drank deeply. "Then let us perform." He broke the silence. "Since dignity has been cast aside, we must find a way to survive. As long as we live, there remains a chance to reclaim the stage, even if it is but a 1 in 10,000 possibility." Tsunade gazed at him, at this man who, despite his usual flippancy, was now more lucid than anyone. Suddenly, she laughed, a laugh tinged with relief, madness, and a resolve to burn bridges. "Indeed, as long as we live." She abruptly turned, driving her fist into the wall behind her. Boom! The cracked wall crumbled, collapsing in a shower of debris. "Shizun." She summoned all her strength to unleash the most resonant and weighty command since becoming Hokage. "In the name of the fifth Hokage, summon all Jonin of the village. Immediately. Now. The future of Konoha will be decided tonight." Chapter 121. The first step, learning to breathe with the soul. The night enveloped Konoha like a shroud soaked in despair. Tsunade's command tore through the silence. Outside the Hokage's office, in a makeshift conference room, the lights blazed brightly. The air was so tense it felt as if it could condense into droplets. Gathered were Konoha's elite forces: Kakashi Hitaki, Shikaka Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Chozo Akimichi, along with several seasoned elite from the Umbu who had long executed S-rank missions. Each bore the marks of battle and fatigue, their faces shadowed with an indelible gloom. "Lady Tsunade, did you summon us at this late hour to discuss post-war reconstruction?" Shikaku spoke first, his intellect dimmed in the face of overwhelming power, his tone laced with exhaustion. "No." Tsunade stood before them, flanked by Jiraiya's silent presence. "Rebuilding the village will take time. Yet, the enemy will not grant us that luxury." She surveyed the room, capturing each expression. I require 10 individuals, including myself. We are to accept an entirely new power, one that can rival Uchiha Madara. As her words settled, an unsettling silence enveloped the room, swiftly followed by incredulous murmurs. Power that can contend with Uchiha Madara? Inoichi's face was etched with disbelief. Lady Tsunade, that is Uchiha Madara. We cannot even inflict effective damage upon him. His strength transcends the realm of ninjutsu. I am aware, Tsunade replied, her voice cold and resolute. Thus, we must cast aside so-called common sense. This is an order. Kakashi leaned against the wall, a flicker of internal conflict visible in his exposed eye. Lady Tsunade, we do not even know what this power is or where it originates. The one who grants it, are they friend or foe? How is this different from gambling? Precisely. It is gambling. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, causing the remnants atop to rattle. Uchiha Madara is the house, and he has a knife at our throats. We do not even possess the qualifications to sit at the table. Yet, someone has given us a chip, a poison chip. I ask you, will you gamble or not? Her challenge struck like a hammer upon each heart present. To follow might be akin to drinking poison. To abstain is to sit idly by and await doom. Jiraiya sighed. Stepping forward. I have already decided to join. This is not a matter of choice. It is our only path. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, the two highest decision-makers, made this almost insane resolution simultaneously. The dissenting voices fell silent. In place of all else, an oppressive silence descended. Narashikaku closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, clarity enveloped him. I understand. Please issue the specific orders, Lord Hokage. Tsunade released her tightly clenched fist. She cast her gaze upon Kakashi, then upon Guy, and finally, every youthful or aging face present. Kakashi, Hitaki, Guy? She enumerated their names. Those called upon exhibited no hesitation nor retreat, but instead stepped forward silently. The 10-member squad swiftly assembled. They were Konoha's sharpest spear and most formidable shield. Now, they were to become sacrificial offerings thrust upon the gambling table of fate. In the realm of the heavy spirit, Aoi sat cross-legged upon a stone tablet inscribed with the Uchiha clan's symbol, meditating in tranquility. The very air around him seemed to thicken with his presence. Everything unfolded according to his anticipated script, even more smoothly than he had foreseen. Uchiha Madara, that fellow, was likely nestled in some shadowy corner, nursing his shattered pride while orchestrating his Moon Eye plan, gathering tailed beasts, reviving the 10 tails. It sounded daunting, yet Aoi felt no urgency. He possessed knowledge that surpassed anyone else in this world. Several years ago, the masked individual claiming to be Madara, Uchiha Obito, had faltered while enforcing the Blood Mist policy in the Hidden Mist Village. He had inadvertently killed the 3 tails Jinchuriki, Yagura Karatachi, the 4th Mizukichi. The death of a tailed beast does not equate to its permanent disappearance. Its chakra will coalesce anew in some corner of the world, leading to revival. This process may take as little as a year or extend much longer. This meant that Madara's army was not yet fully assembled. His core weapon was already missing a crucial component. This interval granted Aoi ample opportunity to prepare an opponent that would astonish Madara. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing beyond the Torii Gate. They had arrived. The actors he had eagerly awaited were entering the stage. Tsunade led the 9 selected ninjas to stand before the ruins of the Uchiha clan's territory. This had once been a forbidden zone of Konoha. Now, it stood as the sole entrance that would determine Konoha's future. Is this the place? Guy felt an unprecedented sense of oppression as he beheld the area. The energy there was dense, viscous, and suffused with an aura of death. Everyone, stay close to me. Tsunade offered no further explanation as she stepped into the flattened expanse. 1 step, 2 steps. Upon the 3rd step, an indescribable sensation enveloped them all. The air seemed to solidify. Each breath felt as though they were inhaling molten iron, searing their lungs. An invisible, mountain-like weight pressed in from all directions. Thud. Among them, a skilled body technique specialist from the Umbu collapsed to his knees, trembling violently. Beads of sweat dotting his skin. He felt as if an unseen force had pinned him to the ground. What is happening? My body won't move. The flow of chakra was suppressed. Kakashi braced himself against the ground, barely managing to remain upright, his face paling to an extreme degree. Even Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, felt a wave of suffocation. The pressure here was 100-fold more terrifying than she had anticipated. This was not even combat. Merely standing in this place was enough to exhaust a top-tier shinobi's entire stamina. Welcome. A languid voice resonated from the depths of the ruins. The gathered individuals turned towards the sound. There sat a black-haired man upon a stone tablet, propping his chin on one hand, observing them with keen interest, as though he were watching a hapless swarm of insects ensnared in a spider's web. It appears that a few among you possess qualifications far inferior to my expectations. Aoi rose, brushing non-existent dust from his attire. This is your first lesson. He approached slowly, each step intensifying the surrounding pressure. Here, your prideful chakra, your ninjutsu. Your experience, all of it is worthless. To survive, you must first learn one thing. He halted before them, gazing down upon the kneeling and standing Konoha elites. All in a state of disarray. Learn how to breathe with your soul. Chapter 122. Let my first disciple teach you. Breathe with your soul? This phrase struck like a stone cast into stagnant waters. Every Konoha ninja present felt an extreme absurdity. They were shinobi. They breathed with their lungs and refined chakra, using their dantian. What is a soul? A nebulous concept that exists only in legends and dying words. Now, this man demanded they breathe with that very essence. Are you jesting? Yamashiro Aoi could not contain his incredulity. Our bodies have reached their limits, and yet you speak nonsense. His words faltered, for Aoi merely regarded him with calm eyes, an expression that conveyed not the scrutiny of a questioning comrade, but rather that of a predator observing a mere insect producing meaningless noise. Annoying. Aoi uttered 2 words. He made no hand seals, nor did he take any action. Thud. Yamashiro Aoi coughed up blood, his body slammed to the ground by an invisible force, bones groaning under the unbearable weight. Aoi. Narashikaku and Akimichi Choza exclaimed in unison. Yet they could not even approach him. The pressure rendered their own movements sluggish. I am not here to consult with you. Aoi surveyed the so-called Konoha elites. I am stating a fact that you must accept. Not understanding is your issue. Failing to learn means you will perish here. The cold, emotionless declaration caused the temperature in the meeting room to plummet. Kakashi leaned against the wall, struggling to prevent himself from kneeling. We require a demonstration, he managed to articulate. A comprehensible and observable demonstration. Aoi's face finally displayed a hint of interest. A commendable suggestion. Since you lot are so slow to learn, let my first disciple teach you. He casually beckoned towards the darkness behind him. Sasuke, come forth and stretch your legs. From the shadows emerged a figure. As the silhouette stepped into the light, every Konoha ninja's pupils dilated sharply. It was him. Uchiha Sasuke. How could he be here? You. An Umbu ninja instinctively reached for his short blade. Yet, as he moved, an even sharper, colder pressure pierced his psyche. The Umbu let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from his orifices as he collapsed into unconsciousness. The assailant was Sasuke. His eyes narrowed into slits, a false smile gracing his lips as he cast a frosty glance at the assailant. Be quiet. Do not disturb Lord Aoi's enjoyment. His demeanor was unsettlingly respectful. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya tensed. They felt an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from the 12 or 13-year-old Uchiha Sasuke. Teach them. Aoi commanded Sasuke, his tone as casual as if instructing a servant. Yes. Sasuke replied respectfully. He approached the group, surveying these once fellow villagers, even former elders, devoid of any superfluous emotion. Watch closely. The so-called breathing with the soul is not a metaphor. Sasuke closed his eyes. In the next instant, an energy altogether distinct from chakra surged from him. That was not the kind of chakra that could be perceived or flowing energy. It was an essence, a pure, spiritual pressure that loomed over all. It was intangible and formless, yet omnipresent. Every individual present felt as though they were submerged in the depths of the ocean, every inch of their skin, every cell, bearing the weight of an overwhelming force from all directions. This was spiritual pressure. Sasuke opened his eyes. It was the source of the Shinigami's power. What you are sensing now is the spiritual pressure of the realm of rebirth itself, as well as a trivial fraction of the pressure I have released. What you must do is relinquish your control over chakra. Feel it, adapt to it, and awaken the dormant spiritual pressure within your own bodies. His explanation was straightforward, blunt, devoid of any finesse. Narashikaku's mind raced. Spiritual pressure? Shinigami? These were concepts he had never encountered before. This was an entirely different system of power. How to proceed? Hyuga Niji spoke up, his Byakugan activated, veins bulging at his temples. In his sight, Sasuke's body no longer exhibited the blue chakra pathways. Instead, it appeared as a swirling mass of violet-black flames. Countless motes of light hovered in this space, forming the foundation of this terrifying pressure. Surrender to the onslaught. Sasuke's response left everyone momentarily stunned. The more you resist with chakra, the heavier the burden on your body becomes. Treat it as if it were air. Accept it with your will, rather than your body. With that, Sasuke disregarded them, moving aside to sit cross-legged, as if he had completed his teaching. The rest was their own affair. Tsunade observed this astounding scene and glanced at the young man, who had closed his eyes again, seemingly indifferent to all that transpired. She finally understood. They were not here to learn. They were here to undergo transformation. A thorough metamorphosis from body to soul. She unclenched her fist, the first to heed Sasuke's words, relinquishing her resistance against the chakra. The pressure surged instantaneously. Her body swayed, a rush of blood surging to her throat, which she forcibly swallowed back. Yet soon, that suffocating sensation seemed to ease somewhat. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Shikaku, the others followed suit. As if a group of learners were unceremoniously cast into the deep sea. They would either learn to breathe anew or sink forever. Ao did not pay further attention to the struggling participants. Delegating the teaching to Sasuke was the most efficient choice. He needed to focus on his own matters. Returning to the depths of the Uchiha clan's territory, he sat cross-legged upon the stone tablet belonging to the Uchiha, placing his Zanpakutō across his knees. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. He had already mastered the ability of this blade, crafting perfect illusions. Yet, this was not its entirety. The initial release required a true synchronization of soul between the wielder and the Zanpakutō. It necessitated understanding its sword's language. Ao closed his eyes, his spirit sinking into the sea of consciousness. He had a premonition. Today was the day. Meanwhile, in a dark, damp underground base, Uchiha Obito had sat in silence for 3 days and nights. His body was a vessel of impure reincarnation, unyielding to sleep or rest. However, his spirit had endured an unprecedented storm. Ao, that man's power exceeded all his comprehension. It was neither ninjutsu, nor taijutsu, nor jinjutsu. It was a force he could not fathom, analyze, only revere. This rendered his proud Rinnegan and the strength he had pursued throughout his life a mere jest. He even began to doubt. Could the Eye of the Moon plan truly create a perfect world? Or was it merely a spectacle in the eyes of others? No, that was incorrect. Obito suddenly opened his purple Rinnegan. The flames of madness reignited within. I have not lost, he whispered. I simply have yet to reveal my true trump card, the Ten Tails. Only by becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and acquiring the power of the Sage of Six Paths could one transcend the conventional wisdom of this world. Ao, the next time we meet, I shall show you what true divinity is. His pride, his heart, harder than stone, shattered and then reassembled with a more obsessive madness. Becoming even more twisted, more dangerous. Chapter 123. The New Four Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Nagato. That man. Obito's consciousness coalesced once more in the cold and darkness. He had not lost. His pride would not allow him to acknowledge that word. It was merely an oversight in intelligence. He sat cross-legged in the dim underground base. Cracks in his impure reincarnation body formed not from battle, but from the fury within his spirit. Ao, that name pierced his soul like a venomous thorn. It transcended ninjutsu, surpassed the Rinnegan, eclipsed all his understanding of power. It was a higher dimension he must surpass. The Eye of the Moon plan. He spoke softly, the echoes reverberating in the hollow cavern. Could this plan truly create a perfect world? Or was it merely a more grandiose performance in the eyes of that man? As this thought arose, he extinguished it himself. Obito suddenly opened his purple Rinnegan. The flames of madness and obsession blazed fiercely within once more. I am not at fault. The fault lies with this world. And that man is merely a larger error within this flawed world. He had already discovered the method to correct this error. This current body would not suffice. Impure reincarnation was, after all, a counterfeit, incapable of bearing his true power. Nagato. The name slipped through his teeth. Those Rinnegan he had bestowed upon him were the keys to unlocking a new world. The naturally born technique of the Rinnegan. Only this technique could allow him to truly reign as a god over the world. Only in this way could he become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Only with the power of the Sage of Six Paths could he hope to reach the realm occupied by that man. Ao, next time, I will show you what true divine power is. His pride, once shattered, was reassembled with a more twisted obsession, becoming even more perilous than before. Subsequently, he thought of another individual. Toby, that pawn who called himself Obito, had been maneuvering his pieces for so many years. He had actually allowed the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails to perish. This foolish mistake had directly delayed his progress in collecting the tailed beasts. An uncontrollable irritation caused the stone seat beneath Obito to manifest fine cracks. However, now was not the time to turn against that pawn. He was still of use. Obito's consciousness sank into darkness, connecting with a will that lurked throughout the ninja world. Kagaya, a mass of darkness, seemingly self-aware fluid, emerged from the shadows behind him. It bore no facial features, yet exuded an air of both flattery and treachery. Master Obito, where's Nagato? Obito's inquiry was devoid of any emotion. Kagaya's twisted form quivered slightly. He has betrayed Akatsuki. Currently, he has left Amage Cure, and his whereabouts are being tracked. Find him, Obito commanded. Before my resurrection, have Toby gather all the remaining tailed beasts. Understood. Kagaya's voice carried a barely perceptible excitement as it slowly sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. The base returned to an eerie silence. Only the pair of Rinnegan, ignited by violet flames in the darkness, remained. Meanwhile, at the desolate rocky terrain on the border of the Land of Fire, a red-haired figure treaded among the rubble. Nagato. He was no longer the emaciated puppet seated upon cold machinery. He stood upon this earth with his own 2 feet. His fully healed body allowed him to once again feel the invigorating pulse of life. Yet, within him, an icy chill surpassed all past moments. The Akatsuki had become obsolete. Yahiko's dream had been exploited by Madara from the very beginning. Peace. Merely a deceitful narrative spun by the powerful. If that is the case, then let him forge a piece of his own design through absolute power. He halted his stride. Before him stood a man donning a straw hat and clad in red steam armor, watching him with vigilance. The rogue ninja from Awagakure, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Gyuki. You are not one of the Akatsuki, Gyuki remarked, his tone laced with hostility as he scrutinized Nagato's black cloak, devoid of the red clouds. But the scent upon you is repugnant, akin to theirs. Nagato offered no reply. Instead, he calmly raised his hand. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupted violently. There was no warning, no time for preparation. A momentary look of shock froze upon Gyuki's face. The next instant, he, along with several tons of rock beneath him, was violently thrust backward by this terrorizing force. Boom. The distant mountainside was indented with a massive human-shaped crater. Debris fell like rain. Coughing, Gyuki emerged from the rubble. Blood spilling from his mouth, his once proud steam armor now cracked. He could not comprehend what had just transpired. What was that? It was not a ninjutsu. There were no signs of chakra flow. Who on earth are you? Nagato ignored his inquiries, advancing step by step. Surrender the 8 Tails. His tone was as if stating an established fact. Delusional. Gyuki roared, his body surging with scalding crimson chakra. Lava release. The cloak of the tailed beast enveloped him instantly. A tail ablaze with magma thrashing behind him. Lava release. Lava river technique. A torrent of molten rock erupted from his mouth, transforming into a colossal wave of lava surging toward Nagato. The air shimmered with heat. The ground melted into a scorched expanse. Faced with an assault capable of annihilating an army, Nagato merely extended his hand once more. Gakido. A transparent, spherical barrier unfurled before him. The roaring wave of lava vanished upon contact with the barrier as if devoured by a black hole, leaving no trace behind. All chakra was absorbed completely. Gyuki's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Impossible. His Jinchuriki form had been so effortlessly nullified. It is over. Nagato's form appeared before him like a specter. One hand pressed firmly upon his head. Ninjin-do. Gyuki's body convulsed violently. He felt his very soul being inexorably drawn from his body by an irresistible force. The agony transcended the limits of the flesh. Ah! His cries echoed across the wilderness, abruptly ceasing. Gyuki's body slumped lifelessly. Nagato released his grip, allowing the soulless shell to collapse to the ground. He turned to gaze at the abdomen of that shell. Crimson chakra began to uncontrollably spill forth, coalescing in the air into a massive, flame-wreathed primate. The 8 Tails, Son Goku, finally emerged. Little spirit. Did you slay this Jinchuriki? Very well, now it is your turn. Its mountainous fists, encased in lava, descended violently upon Nagato. He lifted his gaze. The Rinnegan within his eyes remained devoid of fluctuation. Chibaku Tensei. A pitch-black gravitational sphere shot forth from his palm. It crashed against the 8 Tails' colossal fist, forcibly pulling its massive form toward it. The earth fractured. Countless boulders were wrenched from the ground, hurtling toward the black dot in the sky. What is this power? The 8 Tails roared in terror, unable to escape the gravitational pull. Its body was ensnared and crushed by the multitude of boulders. Ultimately, a massive moon, suspended in midair, materialized. Nagato soared upward, standing atop the rock-formed planet. He extended his hand, pressing it against the surface of the stone. Fuin, Shibari. The chakra of the 8 Tails, sealed within the core of the planet, was continuously drawn out by him. Yet this time, he did not employ the outer path. The furious crimson chakra surged along his arm, frantically flowing into his own body. Ugh! Nagato's form trembled violently from the impact of this overwhelming energy. Red-hot patterns emerged upon his skin, searing him. He was sealing the tailed beast directly within himself. He was becoming the new Jinchuriki. After a lengthy pause, the rocky celestial body above lost its gravitational hold and began to collapse. Nagato descended slowly. His form was enveloped in a layer of boiling crimson chakra. for tails composed of chakra writhed wildly behind him. The Rinnegan, illuminated by the essence of the tailed beast's power, appeared even more enigmatic, more unfathomable. He had succeeded. He had become the new Eight Tails Jinchuriki. He felt the cataclysmic force within him, yet his visage bore no trace of elation. This was merely the first step. Chapter 124. Communicating with the Eight Tails, laying everything bare. The perfect Jinchuriki. Fragments of the rocky, celestial body plummeted from the sky. Nagato's figure gradually descended onto the cracked earth. The layer of crimson chakra enveloping his form blazed like an uncontrollable wildfire, scorching his own skin. Every vein endured the tearing of the tailed beast's power. This strength was formidable, yet it was also primal. It did not belong to him. Nagato's thoughts maintained absolute calm amidst the excruciating pain. His objective was Uchiha Madara, the man who stood at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, manipulating everything at his whim. For this, he required greater power. The Nine Tails and Eight Tails were the two strongest. Yet, in his current state, challenging those two Jinchuriki would inevitably encounter their village's interference, akin to suicide. The Seven Tails, Komi-Eye of Takigakure, wielded the ability of Scale Powder, entirely incompatible with his combat style. The Six Tails, Seiken's Corrosive Acid, was too peculiar. The Five Tails, Mu's Steam, was equally unsuitable. The Three Tails of Kirigakure had yet to be revived. The Two Tails of Kumogakure, known for speed and flame, contradicted his approach. The One Tail, Shikaku of Sunagakure, wielded wind and magnetism, appearing overly ostentatious against the might of the Rinnegan. And its strength was lacking. After meticulous consideration, only the Eight Tails, Son Goku, remained. Its pure, destructive lava release power was the most fitting weapon to pair with the Rinnegan. However, this weapon's fangs were currently aimed at its master. Nagato closed his eyes. His consciousness descended into a mental realm composed of lava and darkness. Get out of my body. In the depths of the mental space, a colossal red ape, comparable to a mountain, pounded furiously against the barrier before it. This was a pitch-black torii gate formed of Rinnegan's ocular power. Each impact sent tremors throughout the entire space. It was the Eight Tails, Son Goku, another cursed human. Yet again, these accursed eyes. The roar of Sun Wukong was laced with the fury and resentment of centuries spent in captivity. What else could you wretches possibly do besides treating us as mere instruments? The figure of Nagato quietly materialized outside the cage, calmly observing the enraged behemoth. I am not like Uchiha Madara. Huh, not like him. Sun Wukong let out a piercing laugh of derision. Spare me the jest, brat. You carry the same foul stench as that bastard. The arrogance of treating us as pets, as weapons. Nagato did not refute him. He simply stated a fact, one potent enough to alter everything. Uchiha Madara has been resurrected. One sentence. The entire tumultuous space instantly froze. This was the message Jiraiya had sent him, cautioning Nagato about Uchiha Madara rather than the masked man. Thus, Nagato was aware of this intelligence. Sun Wukong's fist, poised to strike, halted midair. His scarlet pupils locked onto Nagato with unwavering intensity. What did you say? He has returned to the realm of the living in the form of Edo Tensei. Nagato continued, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. His objective is to gather all nine-tailed beasts. He seeks to harness your powers to resurrect the 10 tails, thereby becoming its Jinchuriki. Sun Wukong's body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was not fear. It was rage. A hatred etched deep within the very core of his being for that man. What does he intend to do? He plans to execute a technique known as infinite Tsukuyomi, casting a vast illusion upon the moon, ensnaring all of humanity in an eternal dream. Nagato paused, revealing the cruelest of outcomes. And you will serve as the energy core to power that technique. Forever sealed within cold stone statues, becoming a mere battery for a colossal illusion, until your chakra is completely drained. Silence. Even the flow of lava seemed to come to a standstill. Sun Wukong slowly lowered his fist. Memories of that man flooded back to him, recalling the humiliation of being suppressed and sealed by those eyes of the Sharingan. He remembered being contemptuously gifted to the first Hokage, treated like a trophy. That man would truly commit such an act. Sun Wukong fell into silence. After a long pause, he spoke again, his previous roar replaced by a hoarse inquiry. What do you intend to do, you brat? Stop him? Then become a new savior, locking us in a new cage? Nagato shook his head. I am not a savior. I am merely one seeking vengeance against him. I will obliterate everything he holds dear, including his plans, his dreams, and his absurd notion of peace. Sun Wukong gazed into Nagato's Rinnegan. In those eyes, he saw neither hypocrisy nor compassion, only a profound, chilling pain deeper than the depths of a lava hell. This human was unlike any he had encountered before. Vengeance. Ridiculous, just from you? That man is a monster. A true god. Indeed. Nagato conceded this point. Hence, I require your strength. I am not requesting it. I am offering you a choice. He extended his hand, pressing it against the dark bars of the cage. You may remain here, raging like a beast, awaiting your capture, destined to become an eternal prisoner. Or, you can lend me your power, and together we shall rend apart our common foe. The choice is yours. Sun Wukong stared intently at him. This human was not using his ocular prowess to oppress him. He merely presented an offer that was impossible to refuse. Dignity and vengeance, or eternal servitude. Brat, Sun Wukong growled. On what grounds do you presume I would trust you? You need not trust me. Nagato's hand reached through the bars. He made no attempt to touch Sun Wukong, simply laying his palm open before him. You only need to believe that we share the same enemy. Believe in the pain and hatred contained within my eye, which is no less than your own. The colossal red ape regarded that not particularly wide palm. He extended his immense fist, slowly connecting it with Nagato's hand. In that instant, he grasped Nagato's true intent. He saw Yahiko. He saw Akatsuki. He saw the dream of peace, trampled by lies and conspiracies. A torrent of hatred emanated from Nagato, resonating with a familiar chord within Sun Wukong. Very well. Sun Wukong bared his sharp fangs in a grin. I despise humanity, but I loathe Uchiha Madara even more. Brat, let me witness. Show me if your pain can withstand the wrath of Sun Wukong. Boom. In the realm of the mind. The immense cage imprisoning the four tails collapsed in a cataclysmic explosion, dissolving into a myriad of luminous particles. On the desolate rocky terrain, Nagato abruptly opened his eyes. Deep within his purple rinnegan, a flicker of crimson flame ignited. The tumultuous, rampaging chakra of the tailed beast within him transformed into a docile, yet formidable force at that moment. The crimson chakra shroud re-emerged. But this time it was not a mere illusion of flame. It solidified, resembling true armor. For tails, composed of dense chakra, unfurled behind him, radiating a terrifying energy capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. He had succeeded. He was no longer merely a vessel. He had become the perfect Jinchuriki of the four tails. Nagato slowly raised his hand, feeling this newfound power in perfect synchrony with his own will. This was merely the first step. Chapter 125. Uchiha Madara comes knocking. Nagato's fierce resistance. The lament of the earth had yet to cease. Nagato stood quietly in the midst of the shattered rock layers. The crimson chakra, akin to flowing lava, gradually faded from his surface, retracting back into his being. The ferocious power belonging to the four tails, Sun Wukong, had established a fragile symbiosis with his rinnegan and the heart besieged by suffering. It was an entirely new sensation. No longer the indirect manipulation of power twisted into 6 puppets through black rods, but a genuine, pure destructive force capable of wielding the very might of nature. A figure emerged from the distorted space behind him without any forewarning. The aura of Edo Tensei mingled with a decayed yet overwhelming will, tainting the air around them. Nagato did not turn around. He did not even need to look with his eyes. The only chakra in this world that could impose such pressure upon him belonged to one individual. Uchiha Madara. That aged yet arrogant voice seemed to resonate from a bygone era. It appears you have learned how to wield the eyes I bestowed upon you. Uchiha Madara surveyed the ravaged battlefield, as well as the husk of the Jinchuriki, utterly drained of its soul. His tone resembled that of one evaluating a work he had crafted himself and found satisfactory. Nagato slowly turned to face him. In his remaining left eye, the purple ripples coldly reflected Madara's figure. You are too late. This eye now belongs to me. Uchiha Madara paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by this response. Belongs to you? He emitted a low sound, reminiscent of mocking the audacity of an ant. That is something I granted you. Each rotation of it should adhere to my will. Now, my will requires you to undertake a task. Uchiha Madara extended a hand towards Nagato, a hand devoid of any warmth characteristic of the living. Utilize the rebirth of the cycle. Allow me to return to this world in a flawless form. His words were not a plea, nor a proposition. They were a decree. An unequivocal divine edict bestowed by a god upon a devotee. Nagato regarded him, his visage marred by cracks, exuding an air of inevitability. Rebirth of the cycle? Nagato echoed the term. Subsequently, he performed an action that momentarily stunned the ripples within Madara's rinnegan. He raised a finger to his hollow right eye socket. You mean, with this eye? A sardonic grin twisted his lips, revealing a grotesque mix of mockery and satisfaction. Regrettably, your other piece, the one who calls himself Madara, has already outmaneuvered you. He snatched it away from me. Uchiha Madara's form froze. For the first time, The gaze of his Rinnegan, which overlooked all existence, exhibited an uncontrollable contraction. Obito, that waste. He not only lost the three tails, but also took it upon himself to sabotage the most crucial element of my resurrection plan. An indescribable fury ignited within Madara's reanimated body, causing its very essence to shed dust. He took it from you? Indeed. Nagato reveled in Madara's momentary loss of composure. You remain oblivious to the fact that the very game you orchestrated has already been upended by your other piece. Your so-called omniscience now appears as nothing more than a complete farce. Boom. An invisible repulsion erupted from Madara's form. The ground beneath him was instantly upheaved, transforming into a swirling tempest of dust. It seems I overestimated your loyalty. Madara's voice had turned frigid. Since you have lost your value as a tool, surrender the remaining eye. A black receiver extended from his palm, intent on reclaiming this disobedient component as he once controlled the Geto Mazo. Shinra Tensei. Nagato calmly uttered 4 words. A force, mightier and more ferocious than Madara's, erupted with a thunderous roar. This repulsion was infused with the searing chakra of the 4 tails. 2 powers of common origin, yet disparate natures collided violently in the air. There was no deafening sound. Only the very fabric of space emitted a tortured wail under the burden. Crack! The black rod Madara had extended was pulverized mid-air by the repulsion and intense heat. His reanimated body was propelled backward for dozens of meters, carving deep furrows into the cracked earth. He steadied himself and gazed at Nagato, his Rinnegan now filled with genuine astonishment. The power of the tailed beasts. You have somehow become a perfect Jinchuriki so swiftly? He could not fathom how this junior, whom he regarded as a mere puppet, had achieved such a feat. This is my power. Nagato stepped forward, the crimson chakra cloak manifesting once more. For tails of dense energy, resembling molten lava, writhed behind him, scorching the surrounding air with crackling intensity. And today, I shall shatter you, this false deity, into oblivion. Fool! Madara bellowed. Do you truly believe that harnessing the power of beasts will enable you to challenge me? Wood release. Birth of the world. Countless massive vines erupted from the earth, akin to a horde of awakened serpents, surging towards Nagato with unstoppable force. In an instant, the entire wasteland was on the verge of transforming into a primordial forest. Melt release. Scorching river lava technique. Nagato opened his mouth. The chakra of the 4 tails, intertwined with his own ocular power, morphed into a tumultuous sea of lava, surging to meet the frenzied growth of the forest. Hiss! Upon contact with the trees, the lava erupted in a towering plume of white steam. The formidable Woodjutsu, capable of annihilating an army, was incinerated, carbonized, and melted before this sea of lava. Merely in their first clash, the surrounding landscape was irrevocably altered for kilometers. The aftershocks of battle radiated outward. Several kilometers away, a small ninja village nestled against the mountains bore witness with terror to the sky, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Red and green lights clashed in the distance. The earth trembled violently. Madara's form burst forth from the steam, hands forming seals. Wheel of the grave, edge of the underworld. A shadow, visible only to the Rinnegan and existing within the realm of the wheel of the grave, silently manifested behind Nagato, delivering a punch. Bang! As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Nagato swiftly elbowed, perfectly blocking the invisible assault. His left Rinnegan also perceived the shadow's presence. Your techniques are futile against me. Universal pull. A tremendous gravitational force acted upon Madara, uncontrollably drawing him towards Nagato. Nagato's fist, encased in a molten armor, was raised high. Heavenly obstruction, shock of the stars. During the pull, Madara completed his seals in an instant. The sky darkened abruptly. A colossal meteor, exceeding 100 meters in diameter and ablaze with flames, plummeted from the clouds, intent on erasing this region, along with Nagato, from existence. Nagato gazed upward, his expression devoid of emotion as he beheld the meteor obscuring the sky. Earth-shattering star, a pitch-black sphere of energy, imbued with terrifying gravitational force, erupted from his palm, hurtling towards the descending meteor. Mid-air, the meteor was ensnared by the sphere's gravity. Its descent abruptly halted before it began to disintegrate. Countless fragments, along with everything on the ground, were frantically absorbed by the black sphere. Above, under the horrified gaze of villagers, a second moon began to take shape. It is over. Madara. Nagato's voice resonated amidst the winds torn apart by gravity. No. Madara stood at a distance, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. This is merely the beginning. His blue chakra surged skyward, manifesting colossal skeletal forms that enveloped him. Susanoo. The immense blue warrior swung a long blade forged of chakra. fiercely cleaving towards the nascent rock sphere in the sky. Boom! An indescribably massive explosion erupted high above. The rock sphere was cleaved in two. A terrifying shockwave, mingled with countless burning meteor fragments, cascaded like a cataclysmic downpour, sweeping outward in all directions. The nameless small ninja village had no time to scream before it was utterly leveled by the aftermath of this divine conflict. In that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The shockwave reverberated throughout the entire ninja realm. Countless sensory ninjas gazed in horror towards the borders of the Fire Country. What had transpired there? Chapter 126. Nagato proves to be a tough bone to chew, and Madara ultimately fails to achieve his desires. The sky was torn asunder. One half glimmered with the deep blue remnants of the energy storm left in the wake of Susanu's cleaving of the sphere. The other half blazed orange, ignited by the countless meteor fragments plummeting towards the earth. The entire world was engulfed in flames. Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo had lost its lower half in the violent onslaught, leaving only the massive blue upper body standing amidst the scorched earth. His reanimated form bore even more cracks, with dust continuously cascading from the fissures, as if it was on the verge of disintegration. Opposite him, Nagato was equally affected. The four-tailed chakra cloak enveloping his body had grown dim, the tremendous power of the boiling lava having been largely expended. Upon the earth, not a single inch of unscathed soil remained. Only endless ravines and glass-like crystals, formed from the intense heat, lay scattered about. Such a magnitude of battle had not been witnessed in a long time. Madara's assessment was ambiguous, neither overtly commendatory nor dismissive. Yet, utilizing this body was utterly disheartening. He could not feel the fervor of blood coursing through his veins, could not experience the fatigue of his muscles, nor could he savor the exhilarating pleasure that belonged to the strong after a fierce confrontation. Instead, he was plagued by an interminable void, and an anger that was shackled within a counterfeit shell. Did even the legendary Azura of the ninja world seek excuses for his own impotence? Nagato spoke, each word stirring the injuries within him, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Impotence. Madara seemed incensed by the very utterance. I merely state a fact. This body cannot even unleash 70 or 80% of my full strength. And you have exhausted your entire capacity. Is that so? Nagato took a step forward, the glassy ground beneath him fracturing with each movement. Then let me witness how long your 70 or 80% can endure. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force erupted once more. But this time, its target was not Madara, but the scorched earth beneath his feet. Boom. The land within a radius of several kilometers was violently upheaved. Countless tons of rock and charred earth transforming into a cataclysmic tsunami that surged towards Susanoo. A tiresome trick. Susanoo swung its colossal chakra blade, cleaving the rock tsunami asunder. Yet, at the moment of collision between the sword pressure and the rocks, Nagato's figure had vanished from sight. He reappeared above Susanoo's head, one hand pressing against the diamond-shaped crystal encasing Madara. Hungry ghost path. He intended to absorb Susanoo's chakra along with Madara's very soul. Naive. Madara did not even glance back. Susanoo's other arm bent back at an impossible angle, its massive palm crashing down upon Nagato with ferocity akin to swatting a fly. Nagato relinquished his absorption, leaping backward, performing a somersault in midair, narrowly evading the strike. Boom. Susanoo's palm collided with its own head, the immense force causing the surrounding space to reverberate. Do you only know how to evade? I am searching for your flaws. Nagato swiftly summoned a monstrous bird, stabilizing himself atop its back, crimson chakra surging forth once more. Lava release, tailed beast ball, a highly concentrated black energy sphere, infused with both lava and tailed beast chakra, formed instantaneously in his mouth before being unleashed. The target, straight for the heart of Susanoo. Such a thing. Madara manipulated Susanoo to block with its chakra blade. Useless against me. Boom. An explosion ensued. However, it was not merely an explosion. Upon contact with the blade, the tailed beast ball transformed into an overwhelming wave of magma, cascading down the blade and enveloping Susanoo's entire arm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dense chakra emitted a piercing sound as it melted away under the searing lava, akin to a blue giant lamenting in agony. How dare you? Madara's fury ignited entirely. He forsook the arm engulfed in lava, controlling Susanoo to sweep horizontally with the remaining left arm. The blade's passage seemed as if it would cleave space itself asunder. Nagato, perched atop the monstrous bird, ascended to greater heights, narrowly evading this devastating blow. Yet, Madara, propelled by the momentum of his strike, urged the damaged Susanoo to move rapidly in another direction. He was actually retreating, planning to escape. Nagato immediately pursued. I merely seek a more expansive battlefield. Madara's voice echoed from ahead. The flora here is too obstructive. The two figures, one pursuing the other, transformed into streaks of light, tearing through the vast sky. They traversed from the forests of the land of fire to the hills, and from the hills to the desolate rocky terrain along the border. Ultimately, they entered the boundless desert of the land of wind. The ninja world is neither too vast nor too small. However, for battles of their caliber, any terrain appeared excessively fragile. Boom! The enormous blue warrior descended upon the desert. Nagato followed closely, landing atop a nearby sand dune. The scenery here is quite lovely. Madara commanded Susanoo, the arm ravaged by lava having reformed with the replenishment of chakra. It is quite suitable to serve as your grave. That remark is equally directed at you, Nagato retorted. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Madara ceased his chatter, opening his mouth. He expelled not mere fireballs, but an ocean of flames capable of engulfing the entire desert. The terrifying heat distorted the very air. The golden sea of sand ignited instantaneously, transforming into a flowing, crimson molten glass. I have stated, your techniques are ineffective against me. Nagato formed hand seals, abandoning the monstrous bird to descend to the ground. Beneath his feet, the yellow sand began to surge violently. Earth release, earth-style return. He slapped both hands against the ground, channeling a vast amount of chakra into the earth. In the next moment, the entire desert seemed to come alive. A colossal earthen wall erupted from the ground, intercepting Madara's assault. Earth and fire clashed violently at the center of the desert. The flames scorched the earth, and the mingling sand melted, subsequently whipped up into a glass-like dust by the raging winds, obscuring the entire sky. Do you believe this is the end? Madara's voice resonated from within the sea of flames. Would release, flower tree world. At the juncture where the sea of fire met the sandstorm, countless enormous trees adorned with bizarre flowers erupted from the molten sand. These trees not only absorbed their opponent's chakra, but their pollen also bore lethal toxicity. A trivial parlor trick. Nagato regarded the encroaching forest of poisonous trees, his Rinnegan unwavering. He extended his hand. Ultra Shinra Tensei, a force exponentially more powerful than any previous instance erupted from him, radiating outward. There were no blind spots, no distinctions. Whether it was fire, sand wave, or that peculiar forest, all were indiscriminately shattered and flattened by this absolute repulsive force. Rumbling. The entire desert of the land of wind trembled violently from this strike. Villagers in the distant Sunagakure, miles away, felt the ground beneath them quaking as if in an earthquake. As the dust settled, Susanoo lay utterly destroyed. Uchiha Madara stood somewhat disheveled upon the expanse of the flattened desert. His reanimated body was now in tatters, resembling little more than a skeletal frame. Cough. Nagato's body wavered, a knee collapsing onto the ground. That last blow had nearly drained him of all his chakra. This is where it ends. Madara's voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet remained laced with arrogance. Your chakra is depleted. Meanwhile, I am immortal. He stepped forward, extending his palm once more, revealing a black receiver. Return my eyes. Nagato lifted his gaze to meet him. I have already stated, his face suddenly adorned with a peculiar smile. My power extends far beyond this. Boom. An even more ferocious and primal crimson chakra erupted from within him. His body began to swell and transform rapidly, muscles and bones restructuring. In the blink of an eye, a colossal ape, towering dozens of meters high, engulfed in molten lava and wielding four robust tails, manifested within the arid expanse of the desert. Tailed beast transformation. Perfect. Tailed beast transformation. Roar. The four-tailed Sun Wukong, channeling the essence of Nagato, unleashed a thunderous roar of rebirth. Uchiha Madara. This time, I shall shatter your loathsome eyes into oblivion. The enormous lava gorilla swung its fist, the sheer force capable of altering the very heavens. Madara's body was sent hurtling through the air by this overwhelming power. He managed to stabilize himself mid-flight, gazing at the enraged behemoth for the first time. He felt a sense of challenge. Madman, he muttered under his breath. One after another, they were unruly pawns. His frustration boiled over. Frustrated by the impotence of this body, vexed by the deviations in his plans. Most infuriating was the fact that the peace he had forged was being provoked time and again by these insignificant beings. The battle raged on, from day into night. The entire landscape of the Wind Country was irrevocably altered by the clash of these two titans. Ultimately, as the first light of dawn broke through the sky, Madara observed Nagato, who had reverted to his human form yet remained composed. He finally lost his patience. This farce must come to an end. He no longer wished to entangle himself with a madman in this decrepit body. Are you attempting to flee? Nagato's voice carried a note of mockery. I simply believe that wasting time on you is an act of folly. Madara coldly regarded him. Allow me to grant you a few more days of existence before I reclaim my true form. With that, his body was gradually consumed by a distorted vortex of space. Opting for a retreat, one befitting a victor, he sensed that this vessel of impure world reincarnation could scarcely sustain the intensity of continued combat. After all, Orochimaru had yet to perfect the technique. Nagato chose not to pursue him. Chapter 127, Madara's Concerns. The aftermath of battle. The winds ceased their howling. Uchiha Madara's figure vanished completely into the warped space. He could have chosen to remain. The young man named Nagato was already at his limit. If he could just endure a moment longer, that Rinnegan, along with the perfect vessel of the tailed beast, would be his to claim. Indeed, he could command Toby, lurking in the shadows, to intervene. A single Kamui could effortlessly eliminate that spent madman. But he did not. Madara stood in a void of otherworldly space, surveying the chessboard-like network beneath him. This body of impure world reincarnation was ultimately a flawed creation. More importantly, the three tails had yet to be resurrected. Without all nine-tailed beasts, even a forced resurrection would not reach the pinnacle he envisioned. He thought of someone, a being that could evoke a twinge of trepidation in his long-stilled heart. Kyubi. If that man were to betray him in his moment of vulnerability, should he be utterly vanquished before becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, returning would be an insurmountable challenge. Madara could not afford such a risk. Orochimaru's technique was still insufficiently refined. He whispered, assessing the gains and losses from this battle. The impure world reincarnation technique must be improved. Next time, he would descend with a mightier presence. Next time, he would not allow these insects any opportunity to challenge him. In the heart of the desert, silence reigned. The towering lava gorilla was swiftly dissipating. The crimson chakra receded like a tide. Nagato's form re-emerged, only for him to collapse onto his knees, utterly spent. The meridians within him felt like withered branches, charred by fierce flames, frail and feeble. Each breath brought excruciating pain. A mouthful of blood surged from his throat, splattering onto the scorched, glass-like sand, blooming into a small, dark red flower. Exhausted, Madara was correct. He had won. Yet, he had also suffered a total defeat. He lacked the strength to pursue. A shadow silently enveloped him. Countless white paper fragments spiraled down from above, coalescing into a familiar figure. Konan. She remained silent, simply gazing at the kneeling Nagato. Her normally impassive face bore an unmistakable expression of concern. I am fine. Nagato spoke, his voice raspy, akin to sandpaper rubbing together. Konan remained wordless. She extended her hand, gently brushing the blood from his face with a paper fragment, its edges trembling slightly. Nagato no longer feigned strength. He allowed Konan to envelop him in her paper jutsu, surrendering his weight entirely to the one person he could trust. Let us go? The paper transformed into a pair of enormous wings, lifting into the air and carrying them away, disappearing over the horizon before dawn. Shortly after their departure, a figure appeared at the center of this devastation, like a specter. It was Zetsu. His half-black, half-white form emerged slowly from the glassy ground. What a splendid battle, indeed. White Zetsu spoke in a melodic tone. I never anticipated that Lord Madara would choose to retreat. Black Zetsu's voice remained as somber as ever. This is not a retreat. It is a strategic withdrawal. That little brat has developed the power of the Rinnegan and the tailed beasts to this extent. The plan has encountered variables. White Zetsu queried curiously. What shall we do now? Should we pursue? No. Black Zetsu dismissed the notion. The more variables there are, the more advantageous it is for us. It is no longer solely the mysterious Kyubi. We merely need to, in the end, reap the fruits of victory. With that, his body sank back into the earth, vanishing from sight. The wind swept across the desolate desert once more. What rose was no longer yellow sand, but fine glass powder, delicate as dust. The first to arrive at the scene was a reconnaissance ninja from the sand village. As he crested the final sand dune and beheld the scene before him, he froze in shock. The desert was no more. In its place lay a vast glass basin, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter. The ground was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the bizarre colors of the sky. The air was thick with a pungent odor, the stench of chakra burnt to cinders. The heat waves still shimmered. What on earth transpired here? Was it a natural disaster? No. The ninja's keen instincts allowed him to discern two lingering, godlike chakra signatures in this desolate wasteland. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was an instinctual fear, rooted in the recognition of absolute power. He fumbled to retrieve a scroll, and with trembling hands, he sent the intelligence of this occurrence back to the village as swiftly as possible. Konoha. Hokage's office. Bang. The door was flung open by a sensing ninja. Hokage-sama. It is bad. Tsunade, busy with paperwork, looked up sharply. What is going on? Speak. The ninja gasped for breath, his expression one of sheer horror. There are two colossal chakra signatures on the borders of the Wind Country. The energy from their clash even distorted our senses. Narashikaku, seated nearby, set down his report. Incalculable? Yes. The ninja nodded vigorously. It's as if two-tailed beasts are engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Tsunade's expression turned grave in an instant. Cloud Village. Rakich's office. Boom. The invaluable desk was reduced to splinters by the fourth Rakich. In a single, furious blow. What did you say? You turned the desert of the Land of Wind into a glass pit. His enraged roar reverberated throughout the entire Rakich building. Beside him, Darui languidly cleared his ears. Lord Rakich, please calm yourself. According to the intelligence, those two chakra signatures, one possesses the traits of a tailed beast, yet is even more ferocious than Lord Eight Tails. A's countenance darkened ominously. Killer Bee. He thought of his troublesome younger brother. In the rock village, the Tsuchikige's office was occupied by the elderly Inoki, who floated in midair. Feeling the familiar ache of an old injury resurfacing, he scrutinized the intelligence relayed from the front lines, a flicker of reminiscence and dread glinting in his murky old eyes. This kind of power, this cataclysmic manner of battle. His granddaughter, Karatsuchi, stood beside him, perplexed. Grandfather, who exactly is it? Inoki did not respond, merely murmuring to himself. It can't be wrong. It is that man. Uchiha Madara. In the Mist Village, the Mizukige's office saw Terumi Mei gazing at the intelligence in her hand, her once alluring smile fading gradually. It was replaced by an icy seriousness. One was the leader of Akatsuki, the other, a legendary specter. Next to her, Ao, using his Byakugan, meticulously confirmed the chakra illustrations on the intelligence scroll, deducing the answer based on the information provided by Konoha. Mizukige, this power has transcended our comprehension. No nation can confront such a monstrosity alone. Terumi Mei slowly rose and approached the window, gazing into the distance. The entire ninja world trembled as a result of this conflict. The scouts brought back not merely intelligence, but a shadow of despair, potent enough to suffocate all-powerful beings. When gods clash, mortals suffer. A new era, seemingly dominated by monsters, appeared to have quietly descended. Chapter 128. Are you prepared to witness the truth? The roar from the Cloud Village nearly toppled the roof of the Rakich's office. The fourth Rakich, smashed the highest-level intelligence from the Land of Wind into the ground alongside the pitiful desk. Wood splintered and dust swirled. The five Kage summit. Immediately. Right now? He stood bare-chested, his sinewy muscles bulging like furious serpents of lightning. I do not care who that impostor is, nor whether Uchiha Madara has truly risen from hell. Such a creature must not be permitted to roam freely in our ninja world. Darui, yawning lazily, cleared his ears again. Lord Rakich, what can we possibly discuss at the Kage Summit? Are we to vote on who should go to their demise at the hands of such a monster? Silence, Darui. A bellowed. We are the 5 great ninja villages, guardians of the world's order. If we retreat, this world will truly be finished. His words were swiftly relayed to the other 4 great ninja villages through the intelligence department. The Rock Village was the first to agree, followed by the Mist Village. The Sand Village, having witnessed the glass hell firsthand, hesitated not at all. All the pressure fell upon Konoha. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was stifling, as if one could hardly breathe. Tsunade stood with her back to the others, overlooking the peaceful village from the immense floor-to-ceiling window. Behind her stood the 2 elder advisors of Konoha, Shizune and Midoriya, who were the first to speak. You must go, Tsunade. Mido insisted, his tone brooking no dissent. This is the responsibility of the Hokage. Shizune concurred. The Rakich has already initiated the call, and the other 3 Kage have consented. If Konoha shirks at this moment, we shall become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. The dignity of the Land of Fire will be utterly obliterated. Tsunade did not turn around. A laughingstock. She let out a light, self-deprecating laugh. Have you truly read the report from the Land of Wind? She turned, grasping the intelligence scroll that felt almost scalding to the touch. This is not a battle. This is a divine cleansing of the map. What are we to discuss at the summit? Discuss how to face a tsunami that is inevitably approaching? Mido's face turned ashen. So you intend to do nothing? Allow those 2 monsters to wreak havoc upon the world? Of course, I will not do nothing. Tsunade calmly met the furious inquiries of her 2 advisors. I simply refuse to engage in futile endeavors. She gently placed the scroll back upon the table. You 2 will go in my stead. The air seemed to solidify in that instant. For the first time, astonishment crossed Shizune's face. What did you say? You want us to go? Indeed, Tsunade affirmed. You can represent Konoha's stance, negotiate with the other villages, argue about responsibilities, and denounce both the Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara. You can perform all that is required in such a meeting. Meanwhile, I need to undertake something truly significant. Mito trembled in anger. Absurd. You treat the Hokage's responsibilities as a mere jest. What do you intend to do? Do you think you can single-handedly challenge Uchiha Madara? I cannot do it alone, Tsunade admitted candidly. Therefore, I must seek a power capable of contending with the divine. A glimmer of hope that can grant me, and Konoha, a chance at survival. Tsunade did not elaborate further. Your mission is to attend the 5 Kage Summit. Do everything in your power to buy time. Regardless of your methods, whether through argument or compromise, do not allow the 5 great nations to embark on any foolish military actions before my return. That is an order. The 2 elders gazed at her, recognizing in this once immature junior a determination that transcended the mortal realm. It was a madness that wagered everything. We will go? Mito ultimately conceded. I hope your choice is the right one. The 2 elders departed, burdened with a weighty sense of humiliation. Tsunade returned to the window, aware that the combined forces of the 5 great ninja villages could not hope to confront Uchiha Madara. Conventional warfare had lost all significance. To vanquish a monster, one must become an even more terrifying monster. She shed her ceremonial robe, donning a form-fitting outfit suitable for action, and without a moment's hesitation, leaped from the window, disappearing into the shadows of the Hokage building. Meanwhile, deep within the Uchiha clan's territory, Ao sat cross-legged. The tumult of the outside world, the storms sweeping across the ninja realm, were of no concern to him. His universe was reduced to the shallow blade he held, named Mirror Flower, Water Moon. He had remained in this state for 7 days and nights, abstaining from food, drink, and motion. He resembled a stone sculpture, immersing every fiber of his being into the communion with this blade. He neither forced nor pressured. He merely exhibited his will, his path, and his unwavering heart. Impervious to any external influences, Mirror Flower, Water Moon remained silent, akin to an aloof monarch dismissing the audience of subjects. Ao, however, did not feel disheartened. He understood that true submission was never coerced through pleas. At the moment Tsunade set forth on her unknown journey, just before the 5 Kage Summit was to be convened, in the heart of Qingyu's lake of tranquility, that still blade suddenly resonated with a barely perceptible pulse. A thought, not articulated in words, but rather a pure will, reverberated deep within his soul. It conveyed to him that mastery was not synonymous with conquest, but rather a harmonious resonance, an understanding. A transformation of one's will into a shared vibration of the same frequency. Qingyu's consciousness brushed against that will. He beheld an infinite expanse, a shattered starry sky woven from both lies and truths. He glimpsed the profound solitude concealed beneath the guise of perfection. Thus, he comprehended the essence of the ephemeral illusions. It was not deception. It was the creation of a realm more authentic than reality itself. Qingyu opened his eyes. In the depths of his pupils, it appeared as if the entirety of the universe's cycles of creation and destruction were mirrored. He slowly raised his hand, grasping the blade. For the first time, a cool and elegant voice, foreign to this world, resonated clearly within his mind. Are you prepared to witness the truth? Qingyu offered no reply. He merely stood, positioning the blade across his chest, and softly uttered the phrase he had rehearsed countless times, the incantation of liberation. Shatter, ephemeral illusions. A hum. An invisible wave emanated from the blade, spreading forth. There was no cataclysmic force, no world-shattering energy, only a profound sense of absolute control. As if he held the very rules of existence gently within his grasp. He had succeeded. The initial release was achieved. Chapter 129, Spiritual Pressure, A New Era. The waves upon the blade subsided into silence. A long-awaited, heartfelt smile finally graced Qingyu's face. The world remained unchanged. The wind still blew as it always had. Yet everything felt distinctly different. He gazed down at the shallow strike in his hand. The cold steel now seemed to pulse with a heartbeat, a breath of its own. The true strength of ephemeral illusions did not reside in the blade itself, but rather in the wielder's ability to weave reality. The wisdom imparted by Aizen transformed at that moment into a profound realization. Deception is the most base of tricks, while he now wielded the power of creation, presenting an undeniable and inescapable new reality to the world. Realm of rebirth. The air was thick, akin to mercury. Each breath felt like swallowing coarse iron blocks, scraping heavily against the lungs. The elite of Konoha engaged in a complete subversion of conventional ninja knowledge, sitting cross-legged, drenched in sweat. Each face bore the agony of resisting this space. Suddenly, a ripple through the air announced the arrival of an ANBU member, kneeling to present an urgent scroll to Kakashi. Upon receiving and unfurling the scroll, Kakashi's demeanor shifted entirely after merely a glance. "What is it, Kakashi?" Asuma inquired, exhaling a cloud of frustration. Kakashi remained silent, simply handing the scroll to him. Asuma accepted it, and the cigarette he had been holding fell to the ground. "What nonsense is this? What could possibly be written that has you both so shaken?" Might Guy leaned in, snatching the scroll. In the next moment, his eternally flaming body froze, transforming the desert into a glass basin. The legendary Uchiha Madara, and Akatsuki's leader, Nagato. Each name, each term struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. Shock. An uncontrollable wave of disbelief spread through the crowd. How could such a thing be accomplished? Does our training here even hold any significance? Kurenai's voice trembled. Facing such a monster, Her words trailed off, yet all understood. A shadow of impotence loomed over Konoha's finest. Their proud ninjutsu. Their rigorously honed taijutsu felt as insignificant as a jest in the face of the godlike combat depicted in that intel. The chasm of disparity between mortals and deities was insurmountable. Then we must strive even harder, Might Guy declared, rising with fervor, igniting his fighting spirit. This is the time to burn with youth and pursue greatness. Pursue? Asuma chuckled bitterly, retrieving his fallen cigarette. What do we pursue it with? Our lives? Can we even withstand the aftershocks of their battles? Despair hung heavier than the spiritual pressure of this space. They began to doubt the wisdom of Tsunade's decision to send them here, and whether this unheard-of soul-breathing technique could indeed create miracles. Just then, a cool voice interrupted from nearby. "You're all too noisy." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, Uchiha Sasuke. He sat alone upon a rock, eyes still closed. "You little brat, what did you just say?" Asuma's temper flared instantly. "We are discussing matters of life and death for the ninja world. Matters of life and death." Sasuke finally opened his eyes, a veneer of a smile masking his cold words. "Uchiha Madara is strong. You are weak. Will lamenting here change that fact?" His words pierced like a frigid blade, striking at the most vulnerable points of each individual. "You." Might Guy's eyebrows shot up. "You have no idea what that means." "I understand perfectly," Sasuke replied, rising and taking measured steps toward them. "I understand better than any of you what that unreachable strength signifies." His gaze swept across everyone present. "But you have misunderstood one thing. Your enemy is not Uchiha Madara, nor Nagato. It is yourselves, your foolish hearts, filled with fear and impatience." He paused. "You are not here to learn stronger ninjutsu. You are here to learn how to breathe with your souls. Look at yourselves now. Your breathing is chaotic. Your hearts are disordered. You are merely using mortal bodies to combat this divine land, which is why you feel pain and fatigue. You have not settled to feel or accept the power of this place." His words left everyone in stunned silence. Even the most impulsive Might Guy fell quiet. They gazed at the youth before them, a boy once consumed by revenge and darkness, who now appeared more lucid and insightful than any adult present. Sasuke turned away from them, returning to his rock, seating himself cross-legged. He no longer felt impatient, no longer regarded killing that man as the sole purpose of his life. For he understood that he had embarked upon an entirely different path. Spiritual pressure, the power of the Shinigami. This was a force that transcended chakra, a higher dimensional strength. Uchiha Itachi was formidable. His Mangekyo Sharingan could pierce through all illusions and incinerate all matter. However, he would eventually surpass him, not just in power, but in the very essence of life. Sasuke slowly closed his eyes, feeling the omnipresent, weighty force of this space gradually merging with his soul. This, indeed, was true strength. The elite of Konoha, awakened by his words, exchanged glances. Ultimately, Kakashi was the first to resume his seated position. He closed his eyes, striving to cast aside the distractions within his heart, and, following Sasuke's guidance, endeavored to partake in his first true breath with his soul. One by one, the others gradually re-entered their meditative state. Yet this time, their expressions bore less urgency and more of a resolute calmness, as if they were prepared to burn their boats behind them. The wind swept through the realm of spirit, stirring up the remnants of their old perceptions. A brand new era of spiritual pressure had dawned, and they were the first wave of seekers being thrust into the tides of this new world. Chapter 130. 30 Progress completed. New skill. Hueco Mundo. The sky of the realm of spirit remained a heavy, oppressive shade of leaden gray. The figure of Qingyu appeared like a specter within this weighty expanse. With his hands clasped behind his back, he quietly regarded the 10 individuals before him. Over the course of 2 months, this group of Konoha elites had undergone a profound transformation. They were no longer the disheveled newcomers they once were. nor did they feel suffocated by the spiritual pressure surrounding them. Each person radiated an unprecedented aura of composure. "It seems you have adapted," Qingyu spoke, his voice resonating clearly in the space. Kakashi was the first to open his eyes, gazing at the long-absent, enigmatic figure. "Lord Qingyu." The others quickly followed suit, rising to pay their respects. "In just over 2 months, you have learned to breathe with your soul." Qingyu's gaze swept over each individual. "But this is merely the beginning. The true metamorphosis is about to commence." He stepped forward, raising his hand. Suddenly, a more intense spiritual pressure surged through the air. This force was starkly different from that of the realm of spirit. It was purer, sharper. "What is this?" Might Guy furrowed his brow, sensing the power. "This is the power of the Soul Reaper," Qingyu replied slowly. "It is also the power you are about to acquire." "Soul Reaper?" An incredulous tone laced Yuhi Karina's voice. "Lord Qingyu, are you suggesting?" "I am saying that you will become true Soul Reapers." Qingyu's calm words echoed like thunder in the hearts of all present. It was neither a metaphor nor a symbol, but a genuine existence that commanded life and death. Asuma dropped the cigarette from his mouth, opening his mouth in disbelief but unable to utter a word. "How is this possible?" Kakashi's voice trembled slightly. "The Soul Reaper is merely a legendary being. How could it truly exist?" "Legendary?" A smile crept upon Qingyu's lips. "Then, is the power you have sensed here over the past 2 months also a legend?" His words rendered everyone silent. Indeed, what they had experienced here had transcended ordinary understanding. "But what does it mean to become a Soul Reaper?" Sasuke interjected, his voice still composed. "It means you will wield power that surpasses that of ordinary ninjas." Qingyu met his gaze. "It means you will become beings capable of countering Uchiha Madara." The mere mention of Uchiha Madara's name caused a palpable change in the countenance of everyone present. The intelligence they had received over 2 months ago still haunted their dreams. "You have seen that information," Qingyu continued. "Battles of that magnitude are beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. But Soul Reapers can intervene. The power of a Soul Reaper is unbound by chakra, unconfined by bloodline limits. It is a power of a higher dimension." Might Guy suddenly leaped to his feet, his eyes ablaze with excitement. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us begin." "Do not be hasty," Qingyu shook his head. "Becoming a Soul Reaper is not a trivial matter. It signifies a complete transformation of your lives. You will no longer be ordinary humans, but beings navigating the realms of life and death. We have long ceased to be ordinary." Asuma reignited a cigarette. "From the moment we set foot in this place, we were no longer ordinary." "Exactly," Yuhi Karina nodded. "Rather than fear change, we should embrace it. We have no retreat." Kakashi's voice was resolute. "If we do not grow stronger, we will helplessly watch Konoha's destruction, witnessing the ninja world being dominated by those monsters." Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. It appears you are prepared to accept your fate. Then let us commence." He slowly raised his hand, a ball of silvery light materializing in his palm. "This is the crystallization of spiritual pressure. It will become the seed of your souls. Accept it, and you shall embark on the path of the Soul Reaper. Reject it, and you shall forever remain mere ninjas." No one hesitated. Kakashi was the first to step forward and extend his hand. "I choose to accept." Qingyu gently pressed the light against his chest. In an instant, an excruciating pain engulfed Kakashi's entire being. He felt his soul burning and reshaping. "Ah!" A painful scream erupted from his throat. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he gritted his teeth and persevered. As the light faded, Kakashi swayed momentarily before firmly regaining his footing. His gaze transformed, becoming deeper and more serene. "How do you feel?" Qingyu inquired. "It's quite extraordinary." Kakashi looked down at his hands. "I can sense a brand new power flowing within me." "This is spiritual pressure," Qingyu elucidated. "From this moment onward, you are a provisional Soul Reaper." "Provisional?" Kakashi echoed, perplexed. "To officially become a Soul Reaper, you must obtain your own Zanpakutō. But that is a matter for another time. Now, it is the next person's turn." Might Guy rushed forward eagerly. Me. It's my turn." Qingyu conjured another sphere of light and pressed it against his chest. The same pain, the same endurance. Guy's cries of anguish were louder than Kakashi's, yet he too did not falter. One by one, Asuma, Yuhi Karina, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Nara Shikaku each underwent the transformation of their souls. Each successfully awakened their spiritual pressure. As the last person completed their awakening, a satisfied smile graced Qingyu's face. "Congratulations. From today onward, you are the first batch of Soul Reapers in the ninja world. Though still provisional, you now possess the qualifications to confront any adversary." At that moment, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in Qingyu's mind. "Congratulations, host. The unlocking degree of the Hōgyoku System has reached 30. New ability unlocked, Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo, the ability to create an independent dimensional space, serving as a habitat and training ground for hollows, to contain fallen souls and transform them into hollows. A glint of excitement flashed in Qingyu's eyes. Hueco Mundo. This ability arrived just in time. Lord Qingyu, what shall we do next? Kakashi inquired. Next, you will continue to solidify this power. Let Sasuke guide you. Qingyu observed the 10 transformed Konoha elites with satisfaction, for they had assisted him in completing his task. Eager to delve into the new abilities, Qingyu was disinclined to engage in further discussion. The methods for enhancing spiritual pressure and utilizing it had already been imparted to Sasuke. He would instruct them, simplifying the process. Having said this, Qingyu raised his hand, and the space began to twist violently. A massive black rift tore open in the air. On the other side of the rift lay a desolate expanse of white desert. What is this place? Tsunade asked, her heart racing, for she could sense the chaotic and brutal aura emanating from within, reminiscent of tailed beast chakra. Yet Tsunade knew it was certainly not tailed beast chakra. Others were similarly awestruck, their understanding of Qingyu's enigmatic powers refreshed once more. He could effortlessly rend the fabric of space. Just how formidable is his strength? This is the Hollow Realm. Qingyu's voice emerged softly, lacking in elaborate explanation. Having spoken, he stepped into the black void. Chapter 131. The Fallen Third Hokage. The moment Qingyu entered the Hollow Realm, the sound of gravel crunching beneath his feet echoed. The air here was suffocatingly still and frigid, devoid of any semblance of life. Above him lay an everlasting night, the moon hanging high yet radiating no warmth. The distant horizon appeared indistinct, as if this world had no boundaries. This is the Hollow Realm. Qingyu surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. This entirely new space was wholly his, akin to Obito's Qingyu, a unique dimension exclusively belonging to him. Through the Hollow Realm, he could traverse to any location within the shinobi world. More importantly, this would become the sanctuary for fallen souls. Qingyu reached into his robes and retrieved a transparent sphere emanating a faint glow. The soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen floated quietly within. Unresponsive. Old man, since you have a penchant for espousing the will of fire, let us see you substantiate the words you once spoke. Now, allow you to make one final contribution to my power. Qingyu lifted the sphere and gently squeezed. Crack. The sphere imprisoning the soul shattered, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's essence instantly dispersed into the air of the Hollow Realm. The moment the soul made contact with its environment, it underwent a violent transformation. The once serene spirit began to contort and swell, emitting agonized wails. Ah, where's this place? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice echoed from the void, laced with profound fear and confusion. Am I not dead? Why am I in such a place? Qingyu coldly observed the unfolding spectacle, devoid of any intent to intervene. The power of the Hollow Realm was eroding Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul, amplifying his innermost negative emotions. An obsession with power, anger at failure, fear of death. These sentiments spread like poison, corroding the very essence of his soul. No, I cannot perish like this. I still have many tasks unfinished. Konoha still needs me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's spirit thrashed wildly in the air, its form becoming increasingly distorted. Qingyu could distinctly see a white mask coalescing upon his face. This was a sign of his transformation into a hollow. Qingyu was genuinely surprised. He had not anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen's swift metamorphosis into a hollow. How intriguing. Qingyu watched the process with keen interest. The system's description was accurate. Hollows were indeed souls that fell due to obsession or resentment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's attachment to power and his unwillingness to accept failure served as the perfect catalyst. I must return to Konoha. I will reclaim the position of Hokage. I will kill Orochimaru. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious cries echoed, his soul completed its transformation. A 3-meter-tall monstrosity emerged in the desert of the Hollow Realm. Its entire body was cloaked in pitch-black skin, adorned with a white skull mask, and a gaping hole marred its chest. Most notably, 6 tentacles protruded from its back, each radiating intense spiritual pressure. Roar. The newly born Hollow released a thunderous roar, its sound waves reverberating throughout the Hollow Realm. In its eyes, there was no trace of reason, only the primal desire for destruction and consumption. An impressive transformation indeed. Qingyu nodded, pleased with the outcome. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hollow retained some of its former abilities, yet its destructive capacity had undeniably increased several-fold. Such an entity could certainly be deemed a monster. Next comes the testing phase. Qingyu waved his hand, causing the space of the Hollow Realm to warp. A black fissure tore open, revealing a desolate landscape at the borders of the Land of Fire. Go forth, let me witness your destructive capabilities. Hearing this command, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hollow instinctively surged toward the black void. Its speed was astonishing, vanishing from the hollow realm almost instantaneously. Qingyu followed closely, stepping into the black void. In the mountainous terrain at the borders of the Land of Fire, a black crack suddenly appeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hollow burst forth, immediately commencing its wanton destruction. Roar! Its tentacles struck fiercely against the rocks, instantly pulverizing the solid stone into dust. Each blow contained terrifying strength, far exceeding that of an ordinary jonin. The power has indeed increased significantly. Qingyu hovered in midair, calmly assessing the combat prowess of this newly born hollow. It was roughly equivalent to that of an elite jonin. Although it had lost its reason, its destructive force was now purer. At that moment, distant footsteps echoed. A squad of patrolling Awakens ninjas appeared within the valley. What is that monster? Quickly, alert the village. The patrol leader immediately sounded the alarm. But it was too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hollow had already detected them and instinctively charged toward the living beings. Help! What is that thing? The Awakens ninjas desperately unleashed their jutsu, yet they could inflict no effective damage upon the hollow. Ordinary techniques were utterly ineffective against the hollow's unique constitution. Qingyu watched the chaos unfold, having no intention of intervening. This was precisely the outcome he desired. The existence of hollows would become a new threat to the shinobi world, compelling the villages to seek greater power, and he would be the one capable of providing the solution. That's enough. Qingyu waved his hand, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's hollow immediately ceased its assault. It turned and obediently returned to Qingyu's side, back to the hollow realm. Qingyu once again tore open the black void, vanishing from the mountainous terrain. Only a few corpses of Awakens ninjas and the remnants of destruction remained behind. These evidences would soon spread throughout the entire shinobi world. A brand new threat was quietly emerging, and Qingyu would become the sovereign of this chaotic era. Upon returning to the hollow realm, Qingyu gazed with satisfaction at the obedient hollow. The conditions for unlocking the system's 40 abilities were now certain. They were indeed related to the creation of more hollows. It seems I must gather more fallen souls. A cold smile graced Qingyu's lips. Should a war erupt in the shinobi world, a multitude of souls would undoubtedly be generated. Those filled with resentment and bitterness would become the wellspring of his power. However, such nefarious deeds, Qingyu would not undertake personally. Thus, he would require a scapegoat. Chapter 132. Danzo, the Box of Bliss. Farewell, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In an obscure small nation, within a dilapidated abode, Shimura Danzo curled up in a shadowy corner, his face etched with the weariness of time. Once a revered elder of Konoha, he now hid here like a stray dog. In his eyes burned a flame of unyielding defiance, his clenched fists bulging with tension. Damn that Qingyu! Danzo cursed through gritted teeth. Since that fateful battle, his rude organization had suffered near total annihilation, leaving only a handful of loyal subordinates. He himself had been forced into exile, living each day in fear. Danzo-sama. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside, as a masked root ninja entered the room. What is it? Danzo did not turn around, his voice tinged with profound fatigue. I have uncovered some intelligence, sir. The masked ninja knelt on one knee, speaking with reverence. Kusa no Kuni conceals a legendary treasure. Danzo's body quivered slightly as he slowly turned to face him. A treasure? Indeed. The masked ninja nodded in affirmation. The Box of Bliss. Said to be a relic left by the Sage of the Six Paths. A brilliant light suddenly erupted in Danzo's eyes. He sprang to his feet, his aged visage illuminated with exhilaration. The relic of the Sage of the Six Paths? Are you certain? Absolutely certain, the masked ninja replied with unwavering conviction. It is said that the one who obtains the Box of Bliss shall gain the power of the Sage of the Six Paths. That is the power of the progenitor of the ninja world. Danzo's breath quickened. He paced the room, his gaze flickering with a frenzied light. If I could acquire such power, I could return to Konoha and reclaim all that is rightfully mine. What is Aoyu compared to that? Before the might of the Sage of the Six Paths, he is merely a jester. The masked ninja knelt silently on the ground, awaiting Danzo's orders. Gather everyone immediately. Danzo spun around, his eyes ablaze with ambition. We shall depart at once for Qingyu. Yes. The masked ninja responded and withdrew. Alone in the room, Danzo revealed a long-lost smile, a twisted, malevolent grin. Aoyu, prepare yourself. Soon, you shall learn what true power entails. 3 days later, in the dense woods on the outskirts of Qingyu, Danzo, accompanied by the remaining 8 root ninjas, stealthily infiltrated the village. The inky night provided perfect cover for their movements. The target structure lay ahead. One of the root ninjas pointed towards a distant ancient temple. The Box of Bliss is concealed within there. Danzo nodded, a greedy gleam igniting in his eyes. Proceed. He succinctly issued the command. The root ninjas dispersed like phantoms, silently approaching the temple. The defenses of Kusagakure were remarkably feeble, unable to withstand the onslaught of the well-trained root ninjas. In less than an hour, the temple was thoroughly overrun. Danzo personally ventured deep into the temple, where he beheld the fabled treasure. The box of bliss lay quietly on the altar, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. This is it. Danzo extended a trembling hand, cautiously lifting the box. The power of the Sage of the Six Paths is finally mine. His voice trembled with uncontainable excitement. Lord Danzo, we must retreat. A root ninja cautioned. If we delay any longer, reinforcements from Kusagakure will arrive. Danzo nodded, clutching the box of bliss tightly. Withdraw. Just as they exited the temple, the surrounding space suddenly warped. An invisible force enveloped them all. What is happening? Danzo stared in horror at the shifting surroundings. The fabric of space twisted violently before him, as if the entire world were in upheaval. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar place. An eternal night loomed above, while an endless expanse of white desert stretched beneath their feet. The air was thick with an aura of death and despair. Where are we? A root ninja gasped in terror. Danzo surveyed the area, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. I do not know, but this is certainly not any part of the ninja world. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Roar! A 3-meter-tall monstrosity emerged from behind a sand dune, its body cloaked in pitch-black skin, adorned with a white skull mask. What is that? The root ninjas drew their weapons, adopting battle stances. Danzo's gaze remained fixed on the creature, a sense of familiarity gnawing at him. Wait, that appearance. Is it Hiruzen? Upon hearing this name, the monster abruptly halted. It turned its head, red flames igniting within its hollow eye sockets. Danzo! A low, raspy voice emerged from beneath the mask. You've come as well. Danzo's body trembled violently. Hiruzen, how could you become like this? Where's this place? The specter of Sarutobi Hiruzen emitted a mocking laugh. This is hell. The final resting place for us failures. Now that you are here, you shall never escape. The specter opened its gaping maw, lunging at Danzo and his companions. Everyone, prepare for battle. Danzo bellowed, clutching the box of bliss tightly. The root ninjas immediately unleashed various ninjutsu, but their attacks had no effect on the specter. How is this possible? Our jutsu are utterly ineffective against it. Despair began to seep through the ranks. Soon, the white sands of the desert were stained crimson with blood. Danzo stepped over the corpses of his comrades, trembling hands prying open the box of bliss. I will not die here. His roar echoed in the desolate expanse. The moment the box opened, a surge of black mist erupted forth, coalescing into a humanoid monstrosity. This entity was colossal, with bat-like wings sprouting from its back. Its skin was a deep purple or ashen gray, riddled with folds and vein-like patterns. Its head bore no discernible features, save for a gaping maw and hollow eye sockets. Its expression grotesque and brimming with malice. At last, I am free. The creature's voice was hoarse and deep, laced with a chilling delight. I am Wu, the embodiment of human fear. The specter of Sarutobi Hiruzen halted its assault on Danzo, turning to fixate on this newly emerged entity. Instinct warned it that this dark monster was far more perilous than the quaking old man. An intriguing presence. Wu slowly rotated its head, eerie light flickering in its hollow eye sockets. I can sense the fear that resides within you. The fear of death, the fear of failure, the fear of being forgotten. The specter of Sarutobi Hiruzen let out an enraged roar. I fear nothing. Is that so? Wu's lips curled into a warped smile. Then why have you become this way? Because of fear. Fear of death, fear of failure, fear of being surpassed. The specter of Sarutobi Hiruzen's body began to tremble violently, the eyes behind the mask igniting with a more ferocious flame. Shut your mouth. It lashed out with 6 tentacles from its back, attacking Wu with wild abandon. Wu's form twisted like flowing water, effortlessly evading every onslaught. I can predict every one of your attacks, because I can read the fear in your heart. And fear exposes all your intentions. Danzo leaned against a rock, fixated on the unfolding battle. The strength of these two monsters far exceeded his expectations. What on earth is this place? Why do such entities exist? His heart was engulfed with confusion and rage. Suddenly, Wu ceased evading, allowing the specter's tentacles to pierce its own body. Just like that. Let fear consume your reason. Black liquid flowed from the wounds, yet Wu's expression remained one of exhilaration. The angrier you become, the easier it is for me to predict your moves. After all, anger stems from fear. The specter's attacks grew more frantic, but each strike was effortlessly neutralized by Wu. Danzo observed, his fury intensifying. Damn it, I released you. And yet you refuse to heed my commands? Wu slowly turned its gaze towards Danzo. Commands? Old man, you have misunderstood. I was not released by you. I was summoned by your fear. Your fear of death. Your fear of failure. Your fear of being forgotten. These negative emotions are my sustenance. Danzo's face turned ashen. What do you mean? What I mean is, you are also my prey. Wu's form began to swell, becoming even more imposing. While that specter is somewhat entertaining, you are not to be overlooked. After all, it is a rare delight to indulge in two forms of fear simultaneously. Both the specter and Danzo sensed a tremendous threat. We must unite. Danzo shouted at the specter. To confront this monstrosity, we must unite. Su turned his head, the hollow sockets of his eyes glimmering with a frigid light. Danzo, do you truly believe I would collaborate with a worthless wretch like you? I would rather be devoured by that beast than stand alongside you. A look of despair etched itself upon Danzo's face. Are you out of your mind? In this dire situation, if we do not join forces, we shall surely perish. And what of it? Su let out a derisive laugh. At least I will not conspire with the very murderer that seeks my demise. Danzo was taken aback. What? Your murderer? When have I ever taken your life? Su's body trembled, a suppressed roar emanating from beneath his mask. The Konoha Collapse Plan. If it were not for your clandestine machinations alongside Orochimaru, how could I have met my end in that battle? If it were not for your ambitions to seize the Hokage title, how could I have fallen to such depths? Danzo's pupils constricted sharply. You are aware of it all. Indeed. Su's voice turned even more frigid. I am fully cognizant of the sordid deeds you, the rat, have committed. Wukong watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. What a splendid spectacle. Hatred, betrayal, fear. The negative emotions of humanity are my finest seasoning. His form continued to swell, becoming as massive as a mountain. Now, let me savor this feast. Both Su and Danzo felt the looming threat of death. Despite the enmity that burned within them, the instinct to survive prevailed in the face of absolute mortality. Damn it, Danzo gritted his teeth. We will first deal with this creature. All other grievances can wait until we have survived. Su fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. A temporary alliance. Once we have vanquished this entity, the score between us shall be settled. Two former foes, under the specter of death, chose to unite, albeit momentarily. Wukong chuckled with delight. Splendid. Hope amidst despair. Despair within hope. Such intricate emotions are the most delectable. Enormous claws plummeted from the sky, aimed at the two. The true battle was only just beginning. Chapter 133. If only I could master such power. Wukong's colossal claws descended, accompanied by a fierce gale. Danzo's figure flickered, narrowly evading a lethal strike. Gravel erupted, leaving fine trails of blood upon his visage. Damnable beast. Danzo seethed, his hands swiftly forming seals. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. A compressed wind projectile howled forth, striking directly at Wukong's chest. However, the attack passed through Wukong's form, the inky liquid immediately healing. Ineffective? Danzo's pupils tightened, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. The specter of Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a thunderous roar. 6 tentacles flailed simultaneously, stirring up a tempest of dust. I shall not be defeated by a creature such as you. Su's voice was laden with fury as the tentacles lashed out towards Wukong's head. Boom. The appendage pierced through Wukong's visage, black liquid splattering everywhere. Excellent. Wukong's laughter grew even more jubilant. Anger makes you stronger, yet it also renders you more predictable to me. His body healed once more, even larger than before. Your fear is the wellspring of my power. A glimmer of despair flickered in Danzo's eyes. In such a battle, he was utterly outmatched. Ordinary ninjutsu was completely futile against such monstrosities. I must find a way to escape this place. He quietly retreated, attempting to vacate the battlefield. Su sensed Danzo's intent. Trying to flee? A tentacle branched off, ensnaring Danzo directly. Did we not agree to cooperate? Danzo found himself bound by the tentacle around his waist, bones creaking ominously. Cooperate? Su's laughter was rife with mockery. What use are you, other than a hindrance? I would rather fight alone. The tentacle flung Danzo away, sending him hurtling through the air. He tumbled heavily onto the sandy ground, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the white grains crimson. Cough, cough. Struggling to rise. Pain seared throughout his body. Damn that Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even transformed into a monster, you remained so self-righteous. Su paid no heed to Danzo's curses, all attention fixated on Wukong. Come, let me witness what other tricks you possess. The 6 tentacles unleashed a torrential assault, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. Wukong's form was continually torn apart, only to heal again. Splendid. He spread his arms wide, allowing the tentacles to pierce through his body. This pure rage, this desperate struggle. It has been far too long since I have savored such exquisite fear. Su's onslaught became increasingly frenzied. Yet, with each attack, Wukong effortlessly countered. Why? Su's voice dripped with indignation. Why do my attacks have no effect on you? Wukong's smile twisted into something sinister. Because every strike of yours is born of fear. And I am fear incarnate. How could you possibly defeat fear with fear? Su's body began to tremble. The eyes beneath the mask burned with an even more ferocious flame. No, I fear nothing. I am the third Hokage. I am the strongest Hokage. I shall not be defeated by a creature like you. Danzo leaned against a rock, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield. Su's words evoked memories of the past. The once spirited Sarutobi Hiruzen, the man hailed as the professor of ninja, now reduced to this state. If even Sarutobi has become a monster, what does that make me? Despair welled within him. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck Danzo. If I perish here, will I too transform into a monster? Become a beast like Sarutobi? No. I cannot die here. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Konoha still needs me. At that moment, the space behind Danzo began to ripple. A black fissure silently emerged. On the other side of the crack lay the familiar landscape of the ninja world. Danzo's pupils dilated. This fissure is like a lifeline, an opportunity. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the crack. But just then, Wukong suddenly turned his head. Trying to escape, his tentacles swiftly extended towards Danzo. My prey cannot escape. Danzo felt the murderous intent creeping up behind him. The shadow of death loomed over his entire being. No. He sprinted forward with every ounce of strength. The tentacle grazed his back, tearing his garments to shreds and leaving deep gashes on his skin. Yet, he successfully plunged into the fissure. The next moment, Danzo found himself in a forest. The familiar air, the familiar sunlight. This is the ninja world. He had successfully escaped that terrifying place. Panting heavily, Danzo was drenched in cold sweat. The previous experience had been nothing short of a nightmare. What was that place? Why did Sarutobi transform into such a monster? And what of that black entity? Countless questions surged in his mind. Yet one thing was certain. That place possessed power beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Sarutobi had become that monster, yet his strength was exponentially greater than in life. If I could master such power. A greedy glimmer shone in Danzo's eyes. I too could become that formidable. At that point, what Uchiha or what Madara could stand against me? He slowly rose, ambition igniting a flame within his gaze. I must re-enter that place. But this time, I shall be thoroughly prepared. I must discover the means to harness that power. Danzo turned and departed the forest. In his heart, a new scheme had already taken shape. Meanwhile, within that enigmatic realm, the battle raged on. The clash between Su and Wu had entered a fevered intensity. Yet, the outcome seemed already predetermined. What a pity. Wu gazed upon the now closed rift, allowing the small mouse to escape. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for it would return. Fear would compel its return. Su, upon hearing this, let out a furious roar. Silence. I shall not permit you to harm anyone, not even that scoundrel Danzo. Wu's smile twisted further. Behold, this is your fear, afraid of losing your comrades, terrified of solitude. Your sense of justice is your greatest weakness. Su's body trembled violently, finally realizing that it was no match for Wu. So what? Even knowing defeat was inevitable. I shall not yield. This is the will of fire. Wu's laughter abruptly ceased. The will of fire? An intriguing phrase. Allow me to test just how resilient this will truly is. Its body swelled once more, becoming as colossal as a mountain. Come, let me witness the extent of your will against overwhelming fear. Su did not retreat. Even in the face of certain death, it stood firm. Come, let me use my life to prove the power of the will of fire. The final confrontation was about to commence. Chapter 134, Binding Technique No. 61, 6 Rods Prison of Light. Danzo leaned against an ancient tree, his heavy breaths echoing starkly in the stillness of the forest. The wound on his back continued to bleed, the fabric of his clothing reduced to tatters. His fingers gripped the tree bark tightly, nails digging in. That place. Danzo's voice trembled, yet his gaze burned with fervor. After Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed into that abomination, the power he exhibited far surpassed any state he had possessed in life. That cataclysmic destructive force, that unique physique impervious to ninjutsu. If only I could acquire such power. A greedy flame ignited in his eyes. What of Ao? What of Uchiha Madara? With that power, the entire ninja world would bow before me. Danzo slowly rose, despite the pain coursing through his body. His resolve more steadfast than ever. He must return to that place, regardless of the cost. However, when he attempted to tear open the space once more, he found himself utterly incapable. Why? Danzo's expression darkened. That rift had appeared by his own will. Why could it not be replicated now? He strained to recollect the previous moment, desperately seeking a way to enter. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, not an external sound, but a call from the depths of his soul. A fallen soul requires a fallen soul. Danzo's pupils constricted sharply. The voice indicated that only by carrying a fallen soul could he once again access that realm. A fallen soul? A chilling smile crept across Danzo's lips. This would pose no challenge for him. The ninja world has never lacked in resentment and despair. All he needed was to find those whose hearts were consumed by negativity and ensure they perished under specific conditions. I know what I must do. Danzo turned and departed the forest, his mind fully formulated with a plan. Meanwhile, within the mysterious Hueco Mundo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hollow was experiencing a life-and-death crisis. Wu's enormous form loomed like a mountain, each strike powerful enough to rend the earth asunder. Just like that, Wu's voice brimmed with delight. Let fear consume your heart. Let despair become your epitaph. 3 of Sarutobi Hiruzen's 6 tentacles had already been severed, the void in his chest expanding relentlessly. Cracks began to mar the surface of his white mask. I shall not be defeated by the likes of you. Su's voice grew weaker, yet still laced with defiance. The will of fire shall never be extinguished. Wu emitted a harsh laugh. The will of fire? Look at your current state. What right do you have to speak of will? Just as Wu prepared to deliver a fatal blow, the space quivered unexpectedly. A figure silently materialized at the center of the battlefield. Ao's silhouette emerged like a specter, his hands raising slowly. Binding technique number 61, 6 rods prison of light. 6 beams of light shot forth instantaneously, piercing Wu's body with precision. The colossal light pillars firmly ensnared Wu in place. What? Wu struggled desperately, only to find himself utterly immobilized. What manner of power is this? Ao offered no response, instead withdrawing the Zanpakutō from his waist. Mirror flower, water moon, initial release. Waves of light shimmered along the blade, causing the very fabric of Hueco Mundo to distort. Wu's senses of sight, sound, and touch fell under a hypnotic control. Impossible. Wu's voice trembled with disbelief. How can my mind-reading technique fail? I can decipher all fear, anticipate every attack. A mocking smile graced Ao's lips. Your mind-reading is indeed formidable. But alas, what you perceive is but an illusion. You see only what I allow you to see. Wu then realized he had been ensnared in a trap from the very beginning. This man's power transcended his comprehension. Who are you? Ao slowly approached the bound Wu, the blade glinting coldly under the moonlight. I am your master. From this moment forth, you shall either submit to me or be utterly annihilated. Wu felt a genuine threat of death wash over him. The aura emanating from the Zanpakutō was sufficient to erase his existence entirely. I choose to submit. Wu's voice had turned meek. Excellent. Ao sheathed the Zanpakutō, and the 6 rods prison of light dissipated. Now, spare this fellow. He gestured towards the barely breathing Sarutobi Hiruzen. But master, I was so close to devouring him. Wu's tone betrayed his reluctance. I said spare him. Ao's voice turned frosty. Or do you wish to defy my command? Wu's body quivered slightly. I dare not, master. Ao nodded in satisfaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot die just yet. I need him to continue his hollowification until the system's requirements are met. Only then will the progress bar shift. Once his wounds heal, you may resume your battle. Ao spoke nonchalantly. Remember, do not kill him. Simply ensure he grows stronger. Though Wu did not understand, he obediently replied, Yes, master. Ao then turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Due to the hypnotic effects of mirror flower, water moon, this fellow was completely unaware of his prior existence. In his perception, it was merely Wu who had abruptly ceased his assault. Why have you stopped? Su's voice was weak and feeble. Wu glanced at Ao before responding. Because killing you is too mundane. I wish to torment you slowly, allowing you to grow stronger in despair, and then savor the more exquisite flavor of fear. The anger within Su's mask ignited anew, flames of fury rekindling. Damnable monster, I shall never allow you to succeed. Ao observed all of this with great satisfaction. Hatred and anger were the finest catalysts for the hollowification process. It would not be long before Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged as a true high-level hollow. Ao departed Hueco Mundo silently. Meanwhile, Danzo was likely preparing for his next move. This game had only just begun. Chapter 135. Hiruzen, I have come to negotiate. In the desert of Hueco Mundo, Danzo's silhouette flitted like a specter. Behind him trailed 3 hostages bound by ropes. One is a defector from the Mist Village, his eyes brimming with despair. Another is a wanted bounty hunter, his complexion as pale as parchment. And there is a civilian, guilty of grave crimes, trembling in sheer terror. Please spare us. The rogue ninja pleads, struggling in desperation. I can provide you with intelligence, confidential information regarding the Mist Village. Tozen, however, remains unmoved, his voice chillingly cold. Your worth lies not in your lives. He thrusts the three onto a barren expanse of sand. The unique stillness of the Hueco Mundo begins to erode their spirits. Fear, despair, and anger surge forth like a relentless tide. No, I do not wish to die. The bounty hunter frantically tears at his bindings, blood streaming from his wrists, staining the white grains of sand. Tozen observes this process with quiet detachment. Based on previous experiences, it will take approximately an hour for these individuals to completely shatter. Their souls will then succumb to the corrupting power of Hueco Mundo, gradually transforming into hollows. Indeed, 30 minutes later, the first person begins to change. The body of the criminal civilian contorts and swells, anguished cries echoing across the desert. A white mask forms upon his face. Another success. Tozen nods in satisfaction. Yet, this newly birthed hollow is markedly different from Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is no semblance of reason in its eyes, only the primal desire to kill. With a roar, the hollow lunges at the remaining two. Tozen does not intervene. Rather, he watches with keen interest. Soon, the other two also perish in utter terror. Their souls, too, are consumed by Hueco Mundo, transformed into new hollows. Three mindless monstrosities engage in a frenzied battle amidst the desert. The law of the jungle is laid bare in this desolate realm. Why is this the case? Tozen furrows his brow in contemplation. This marks the 10th batch of hostages he has brought. Each transformation yields the same result, a complete loss of reason, reduced to mere instincts of destruction and consumption. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen retains the capacity for thought. There must be some secret behind this. A spark of determination ignites in Tozen's eyes. He must locate Sarutobi Hiruzen and inquire about the reasons behind this phenomenon. However, to approach that dangerous creature directly would be tantamount to courting death. Tozen requires a meticulously crafted plan. After wandering through Hueco Mundo for several days, he finally uncovers the whereabouts of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This formidable hollow is engaged in its daily training regimen with Goku, both beasts steadily enhancing their prowess. Tozen conceals himself behind a distant sand dune, meticulously observing the unfolding events. He must wait for the opportune moment. Patiently, he bides his time. At last, Goku departs the battlefield for some unknown reason, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen to wander the desert alone, its tendrils listlessly trailing behind. Now is the moment. Tozen takes a deep breath and steps forth from his hiding place. Sarutobi Hiruzen. His voice resonates with unusual clarity in the silent expanse. The hollow whips around, crimson flames igniting in its hollow eye sockets. Tozen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice drips with murderous intent. You dare to appear before me, you rat? 6 tendrils unfurl in an instant, exuding a terrifying pressure. Tozen suppresses the fear boiling within and strives to maintain his composure. Wait, Hiruzen. I come to negotiate. He slowly raises his hands in a gesture of peace. Negotiate. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitates momentarily. Indeed, a proposal on how to escape this cursed place. The hollow's movements come to an abrupt halt. Escape? Its voice betrays a hint of incredulity. You claim you can help me leave Hueco Mundo? Tozen nods. Indeed, I have uncovered the secrets of this realm. Only the living can traverse freely, while you hollows are ensnared here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body begins to tremble. To leave Hueco Mundo and return to the shinobi world. This is a dream it yearns for day and night. What are your terms? The hollow inquires, suppressing its inner excitement. A smug smile curls at the corners of Tozen's mouth. I wish to know how you maintain your reason. Why have the other hollows devolved into beasts, while you alone retain your capacity for thought? Sarutobi Hiruzen falls silent for a protracted moment, its masked gaze fixed intently upon Tozen. Can you truly help me escape? Tozen nods vigorously. I swear, as long as you reveal your secret, I will take you away immediately. The hollow's 6 tendrils gradually retract. Very well, I accept your terms. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice is laden with complex emotions. The key to maintaining reason lies in the purity of one's obsession. A fervent light flickers in Tozen's eyes. What do you mean? The explanation unfolds. When ordinary individuals transform into hollows after death, it is typically due to a tumult of negative emotions. Fear, anger, despair, resentment. These conflicting sentiments intertwine. Such chaos directly obliterates the rational aspect of the soul. Tozen begins to grasp the implications. And what of you? My obsession is singular. The hollow's voice grows resolute. The will of fire endures. Even in this form, I steadfastly believe in the power of the will of fire. It is this pure and unyielding conviction that has allowed me to retain my reason. Tozen comprehends fully. The purity of obsession, this is the crux. Now fulfill your promise. Sarutobi Hiruzen urges. Tozen nods and attempts to tear open a rift in space. Yet, several attempts end in failure. What is happening? The hollow's voice takes on a dangerous tone. Are you deceiving me? Cold sweat beads on Tozen's forehead. He cannot fathom why he has suddenly faltered. Everything had been functioning seamlessly before. Damn it. Tozen curses inwardly. Yet outwardly, he strives to maintain his composure. I require specific conditions. Grant me a moment longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen's patience visibly wanes. The tendrils begin to twitch, poised to strike at any moment. Just then, the space around them trembles. A dark rift quietly materializes. Without hesitation, Tozen dashes forward. Hurry, follow me. Sarutobi Hiruzen trails closely behind. The two figures vanish into the desert of Hueco Mundo. Witnessing this scene from a distance, hidden in the shadows, Always lips curl into a knowing smile. Chapter 136. This world is teeming with sustenance. The rift in space abruptly closes behind them, severing the lifeless white desert from their reality. Moist air fills their lungs, imbued with the earthy fragrance of soil and foliage. They have returned to the shinobi world. Tozen greedily inhales the sweet air of the shinobi world, alleviating the oppressive emotions from Hueco Mundo. We have returned to the shinobi world. A hoarse, distorted exclamation emanates from beside him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hollow extends a pale, bony hand, feeling the gentle breeze that brushes against its fingertips. The red flames flickering wildly in its hollow eye sockets. It is a craving for life, a hunger for the soul. Hiruzen. Tozen forcibly suppresses his discomfort and seeks to seize the initiative. We have succeeded. Now, we are allies. We must collaborate too, before he can complete his sentence. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly turns its head. The white skeletal mask nearly presses against Tozen's face. Allies. The hollow's 6 tendrils writhe violently behind it, stirring the air and emitting a piercing whistle. All I feel is hunger. An insatiable hunger. No sooner had the words left its lips than its form blurs, vanishing into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a whisper that lingers in the air. This world is filled with sustenance. Tozen stands frozen in place, his outstretched hand hovering midair. The muscles in his face twitch as the first step of his plan spirals completely out of control. He unleashed a monster beyond his control. Yet, soon a morbid exhilaration supplanted his fear. Indeed, that was the case. Go forth, Sarutobi. Turn this decaying shinobi world upside down. The more formidable you become, the more valuable you are to me. He clutched his wound, limping away in the opposite direction of Sarutobi Hizashi. A new pawn had entered the fray, and the board would be altered by me, Shimura Danzo. Half a month later, at the border of the land of soup, a small ninja village renowned for its hot springs had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Buildings lay in ruins, the ground marred by colossal claw marks and ravines. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and a faint metallic tang of blood. The monster was indeed a monster. A surviving genin sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes vacant, incessantly repeating this phrase. The Konoha ninjas who arrived for support crouched down, attempting to gather further intelligence. Calm yourself. What did you witness? Was it a rogue ninja? Or perhaps a summoned beast? The genin's body trembled violently, as if recalling a horrific memory. Neither. Its face was that of a white skull. It had many hands behind it. It devours souls. I saw it swallow our village chief's soul whole. He could say no more, clutching his head and releasing a wail of agony. Similar rumors spread like a plague across various small nations. A mysterious, soul-eating demon roamed freely, targeting vulnerable small ninja villages and settlements. Wherever it passed, only destruction and despair remained. However, these reports reached the 5 great shinobi villages without stirring much concern. In the Raikage's office in Qingyu, the Raikage declared, "This marks the 13th report from the border." Darui placed a scroll on the table, his expression grave. Another 3 settlements have been utterly obliterated, with methods identical to previous accounts of the soul-eating demon. The 4th Raikage, was busy wiping down his proud physique with a towel, dismissive of the news. Yet another trick of the supernatural. Merely rogue ninjas wielding some obscure jutsu to instill panic. He tossed the towel aside, the force of his action shaking the table. Who are our main adversaries now? Uchiha Obito and that Akatsuki organization. I have no time for these folktales. Yet, we cannot allow it to grow too brazen, lest it tarnish the prestige of Qingyu. The Raikage pondered for a moment before issuing an order. Send 2 of the Jinchuriki to investigate. Their task is to track the Akatsuki and en route eliminate this so-called soul-eating demon. Understood, Darui replied before departing. No one realized that a terrifying presence, potent enough to destabilize the entire shinobi world, was quietly growing in the shadows. They merely regarded it as a trivial matter. At the border of the land of lightning, in an unnamed valley, the agile figures of the two Jinchuriki flew through the treetops. Her azure hair billowed in the wind, and her golden eyes, sharp as an eagle's, surveyed everything below. As the host of the two tails, she possessed a heightened perception of chakra. Just ahead, she thought, halting atop a towering tree and gazing into the depths of the valley. A chilling, malevolent aura, brimming with savagery and hunger, seeped from within. It was unlike any chakra she had encountered before. The quality and quantity of this energy far surpassed any rogue ninja she had previously dealt with. Clearly, the rumors held some truth. Her expression turned serious as she stealthily descended into the valley, soon spotting the source of the sinister energy. A 3-meter-tall monster stood amidst the rubble. Its entire body cloaked in pitch-black skin, adorned with a white skull mask, and 6 robust tendrils extending from its back like the wings of a demon, swaying slowly. Beneath its feet lay several corpses, their souls drained. "Are you the soul-eating demon?" The Jinchuriki emerged from the shadows, her voice cold and imbued with formidable confidence. Sarutobi Hizashi's phantom slowly turned, its hollow eye sockets ignited with a flame reminiscent of a crimson lotus, locking onto her. "Another delectable soul," it rasped, its tone distorted and devoid of any human emotion. "Especially the one contained within your body. Its flavor must be exquisite." The Jinchuriki's pupils constricted. The creature could sense the two tails within her. "Reveal your name, you lurking fiend." "I am the Jinchuriki of the two tails, from Hōgyoku." Sarutobi Hizashi's phantom let out a low, mocking laugh. "Names are of no consequence to me. I am the harbinger of your eternal repose. Die in terror, little girl." Before the words had fully escaped its lips, a tendril shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, slicing through the air directly at the Jinchuriki's face. "Too fast," she gasped, instinctively leaning back. The tendril grazed her nose, the rush of wind stinging her cheek. "Mouse flame." The Jinchuriki swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of blue flames that morphed into countless mice, surging from all directions towards Sarutobi Hizashi. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery mice detonated against the phantom, enveloping it in clouds of dark smoke. Is it over? The Jinchuriki remained vigilant, focusing on the smoke's epicenter. As the haze dissipated, Sarutobi Hizashi stood unscathed. Not a trace of the flames capable of melting steel left upon its skin. "How is this possible?" she muttered in disbelief. "Your flames are far too weak." The phantom taunted. "Your anger, your fear, all too feeble. Such a soul is not worthy of my appetite." It spread its arms, as if to embrace the world. "Allow me to demonstrate what true power is, what genuine despair entails." In the next instant, its form vanished from sight. The Jinchuriki felt an irresistible force strike her abdomen. She was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through 7 or 8 trees before finally coming to a halt. Coughing up blood, she looked up to see Sarutobi Hizashi advancing towards her step by step. "No, I cannot be defeated here. It's time to unleash it." Two tails. Blue chakra flames erupted into the sky. The Jinchuriki's form began to swell and transform, ultimately morphing into a colossal, flame-wreathed beast. The complete form of the two tails. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the valley. "Now this is more like it." Sarutobi Hizashi's phantom halted, facing the beast, which towered multiple times its size, displaying not an ounce of trepidation. "Come, let me savor your flavor. The true battle has only just begun." Chapter 137. The Defeat of the Two Tails, Jinchuriki. The valley trembled beneath the roar of the colossal beast. The blue chakra flames enveloped the Two Tails Jinchuriki, transforming her into a massive demon cat. The two tails. Each strand of its fur ignited with destructive flames, scorching the surrounding trees into charred remnants. "Now this is intriguing." Sarutobi Hizashi's phantom stood firm, its 6 tendrils swaying behind it, facing the beast with no sign of retreat. Roar. The two tails charged forward, its immense figure exhibiting agility that belied its size, the ground fracturing beneath its weight. Its burning blue claws tore through the air, aiming directly for Sarutobi Hizashi's face. The phantom vanished in an instant. The claws sliced through empty air, the immense force carving a deep trench into the ground. Above, the Jinchurikis will synchronized with that of the two tails, immediately locking onto the airborne adversary. The figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen's manifestation had silently appeared above Yomiuri, a dark tendril striking down like a whip. Bang! The head of the chakra-formed demon cat was brutally smashed, leaving a deep dent, eliciting a pained roar from Yomiuri. Fire release, fireball. The wooden man braced against the shockwave, commanding Yomiuri to open its massive maw. Several enormous blue fireballs erupted forth, sealing off every avenue of escape for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs struck in succession, their terrifying explosions resonating through the valley. A scorching wave swept across the area, transforming it into a blazing inferno. Had it been resolved? The wooden man panted heavily, fixated on the heart of the explosion. Smoke and flames gradually dissipated, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen still standing, his obsidian skin unmarred by even a trace of burning. 6 tendrils acted as a shield before him, deflecting all assaults. Impossible. The wooden man's confidence began to waver. The tailed beast's flames proved entirely ineffective against him. Your anger is insufficient. The raspy judgment was jarringly piercing. Your soul lacks fervor. It stepped forward, the ground beneath transforming into mere sand without a sound. Then taste this. The wooden man was thoroughly incensed. Yomiuri's vast mouth opened yet again, the chakra of yin and yang converging at an astonishing speed. A densely packed black energy sphere was taking shape. Tailed beast ball. A devastating aura pervaded the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen's manifestation regarded the forming energy sphere, a flicker of red flame dancing in its hollow eye sockets. It paid no heed to the tailed beast ball. Its target had never been the beast, but rather the Jinchuriki himself. Just as the wooden man focused all his will on consolidating the tailed beast ball, a shadow moved with a speed beyond human perception. Too fast, so rapid that the wooden man had no time to react. Swoosh! A sharp tendril, akin to the sharpest spear, pierced through Yomiuri's massive chakra cloak in an instant. It precisely punctured the wooden man's right shoulder. Agonizing pain surged throughout his body. The wooden man's scream echoed through the valley. The tailed beast ball, in the midst of formation, spiraled out of control, energy dissipating into chaotic gusts. Yomiuri's immense form began to waver, the blue flames flickering uncertainly, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Carelessness. The wooden man's consciousness began to blur, blood gushing from the wound, staining her garments crimson. Sarutobi Hiruzen's manifestation slowly withdrew its tendril, advancing towards the teetering tailed beast, drawn by the tantalizing aroma of its soul. Your soul belongs to me. A hunger overwhelmed all else within it. Just as another tendril was about to pierce through the wooden man's heart, a colossal shadow descended from above. Boom! The ground trembled violently as a massive, ink-black octopus tentacle struck Sarutobi Hiruzen's manifestation, sending it crashing away. For the first time, that imposing monster found itself at a disadvantage in a contest of strength. Oh, ugly beast, it's shameful to bully a young girl. You fool, scoundrel. A rhythmic voice resonated. A dark-skinned, muscular man appeared, 7 blades slung over his shoulder, sunglasses perched upon his face. The Jinchuriki of the 8 tails from Hōgyoku, Killer Bee. Sarutobi Hiruzen's manifestation rose from the rubble, the site of impact creaking with the sound of breaking bones, yet rapidly healing. It regarded Killer Bee, then the 8 wildly thrashing octopus tentacles behind him. Another Jinchuriki. Moreover, this one's chakra was vastly superior to that of the girl before. Oh, you can take a hit. Let us see you try again, fool, scoundrel. Killer Bee assumed a fighting stance, the chakra of the 8 tails surging within him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's manifestation remained silent. It could sense that a confrontation with this man would devolve into a protracted war of attrition, one that was already quite troublesome. If more shinobi from Hōgyoku were to arrive at sanity, tethered by obsession, made the most prudent decision. Without a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's manifestation turned and fled deep into the forest, disappearing in a few flickers. Is it running away? What a coward, fool, scoundrel. Killer Bee did not pursue. He immediately released part of his tailed beast transformation and rushed to the wooden man's side. At that moment, the wooden man had reverted to human form. Collapsed on the ground, a gaping wound in her right shoulder exposing bone, her breath faint. Yomiuri, hold on. Killer Bee tore his clothing to administer urgent first aid. He gazed at the nearly penetrating wound, the playful expression on his face vanishing for the first time. In its place was an unprecedented seriousness. That monster possessed the power to easily inflict grave injury upon a tailed beast. In the Raikage's office in Hōgyoku, bang! A massive desk was shattered by a single fist. The 4th Raikage, erupted with blue lightning chakra, resembling a furious lion. What did you just say? Yomiuri was heavily injured, and even the 2 tails was nearly slain? The reporting ninja was nearly brought to his knees by the oppressive aura, trembling as he replied, Why yes, Lord Raikage. According to Lord Killer Bee's report, that soul-devouring demon's strength is likely at least on par with that of a tailed beast, perhaps even capable of subduing them. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Darui stood to the side, his usual nonchalance vanished. A creature capable of directly defeating a Jinchuriki was no longer mere folklore. This was a colossal threat capable of destabilizing the entire shinobi world. Damn it! The Raikage roar reverberated throughout Hōgyoku. Relay my orders. The entire village is to enter a state of highest alert. Gather all intelligence on that monster. I will personally sever its head. An unprecedented storm was brewing above Hōgyoku, and the architect of it all was merely a forgotten specter of the world. Chapter 138. Danzo's Ambition, Seeking Collaboration with Orochimaru. In a dark, damp basement. Only a flickering oil lamp illuminated the space. Danzo sat upon a stone chair, fresh blood seeping through his bandages. Intelligence from Hōgyoku lay on the table before him. Soul-devouring demon. He murmured the codename. Undoubtedly, that referred to Sarutobi Hiruzen. That monster had commenced stirring the waters of the shinobi world, more swiftly than he had anticipated, and far more powerfully. Even the Two-Tails Jinchuriki had been easily wounded. Killer Bee's timely arrival had barely salvaged Hōgyoku's reputation. Danzo's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table. Each tap sent a twinge of pain through his wounds. His current state was dire. His roots nearly extinguished. He had become a true outcast. Alone. He could hardly hope to capture Sarutobi, let alone approach him. He required an ally. A powerful, reckless one, intrigued by such forbidden power. A name surfaced in his mind. Orochimaru. He rose, walking towards the deepest wall of the basement. Inscribed upon the wall was a complex seal, at its center coiled a serpent. This was the most clandestine means of contact between him and Orochimaru. A forbidden technique known only to the two of them. He bit his finger, smearing blood over the serpent's eye. In the name of Shimura Danzo, he began to weave seals, his hands moving so swiftly they were nearly indistinguishable. Summoning, impure world reincarnation. The seal on the wall glowed with an eerie purple light. The stone-carved serpent seemed to come alive, slowly opening its mouth. A pitch-black, unfathomable chasm materialized upon the wall. A chilling breath surged forth from its depths. Countless slender venomous serpents slithered out, weaving along the wall, yet dared not approach Danzo in the slightest. Danzo cast a scroll into the abyss. The scroll bore no written words, only his unique chakra imprint. This was an invitation, a monumental bait. Having completed this act, he stepped back a few paces, quietly awaiting the outcome. He was acutely aware of Orochimaru's nature. The man could never resist the allure of unknown and formidable power. The existence of Sarutobi Hiruzen was, for Orochimaru, the sweetest poison. Time ticked by imperceptibly. The basement was filled solely with the rustling sound of the serpent's movements. Suddenly, all the serpents froze in place, raising their heads high, as if to welcome their sovereign. A colossal white python slowly emerged from the chasm. Its jaws parted, and a figure gracefully stepped forth, the tips of their toes barely grazing the ground, emitting no sound. Pale skin, golden elongated serpentine pupils, and an eerie smile graced the corners of his mouth. Orochimaru. Danzo, what a rare visitor, he remarked, his voice imbued with a distinct raspy timbre and magnetic allure. I thought you had perished in some shadowy corner. Danzo disregarded his taunt. I have a proposal. Oh. Orochimaru regarded him with keen interest. It seems that whatever has prompted you to use this means of contact must be of considerable significance. Your injuries and your current disheveled state are quite intriguing. Danzo's lone eye narrowed. Do you wish to continue your idle chatter? Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips. Very well, share your proposal. I wish for you to assist me in researching a new form of life, Danzo stated forthrightly. A new form of life? Orochimaru's interest piqued. You must have heard of the Soul Eater that has been circulating in the ninja world, capable of effortlessly defeating the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Orochimaru nodded. I have heard whispers, an intriguing quarry. Danzo stepped forward. That creature is none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Those words caused Orochimaru's smile to freeze for the first time. A flicker of disbelief flashed in his serpentine eyes. Teacher Sarutobi? Is he not already dead? Indeed, he has perished, Danzo replied, his tone laced with a peculiar satisfaction. Yet he has returned in another form, one that transcends life and death, possessing the very power you have always coveted. Orochimaru's breath quickened. Eternal life. This was his lifelong pursuit. And the example of Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to unveil an entirely new door for him. Where is he? I need a sample. I must study him. Orochimaru's emotions surged visibly. That is precisely why I sought you. Danzo regained control of the conversation. He is formidable, so much so that I cannot confront him alone. We must collaborate. Orochimaru calmed himself, his golden serpent eyes deepening with contemplation. Collaborate? What makes you think I would join forces with you? You currently possess nothing, Danzo. Why would I involve myself with a liability? Danzo chuckled coldly. Because I hold a secret you would undoubtedly wish to uncover. How that creature retains its sanity. Orochimaru's pupils dilated sharply. Retain sanity? Is he not merely a beast driven to slaughter? No, he possesses thought, the ability to converse, and even retains fragments of his memories from his former life. Danzo elaborated slowly. I have witnessed other souls in similar circumstances devolve into mindless monsters. He is the exception. Orochimaru was thoroughly captivated. An existence that wielded immense power, was immortal, yet maintained its intellect. This was the epitome of a perfect life form. You wish to exchange this information for my assistance? Precisely, Danzo responded with unwavering resolve. You will help me capture him or acquire sufficient research samples, and I shall reveal to you the key to his retained sanity. Orochimaru fell silent, weighing the pros and cons. Danzo had indeed fallen from grace. Yet his cunning and network of information were formidable. More importantly, that secret held an irresistible allure for him. What is it? Orochimaru couldn't help but inquire. Once our collaboration is established, I will disclose it. Danzo stood firm. The two faced each other in the dim light, the air seemingly frozen. After a prolonged pause, Orochimaru revealed his trademark smile once more. Very well, I accept your terms. This game appears to be becoming increasingly intriguing. However, I must first confirm this for myself. I shall personally meet that creature in the hidden cloud village. Danzo nodded. As you wish. But remember our agreement. Orochimaru offered no further reply, his body slowly retreating. Melding back into the maw of the great white python, the serpent withdrew into the chasm, which vanished, returning the wall to its original state. The myriad tiny venomous snakes also retreated. In the basement, only Danzo remained, pressing against the cold wall while clutching his bleeding wound. To ally with Orochimaru was akin to courting disaster. Yet he had no other choice. For the sake of that power, he was willing to pay any price. The storm sweeping through the ninja world would grow even more chaotic with the entrance of new players, and he would be the ultimate victor. An unquenchable ambition burned fiercely within Danzo's solitary eye. Chapter 139. The reunion of master and disciple, continuing the unfinished battle. On the border wasteland of the Land of Lightning, the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and withered grass. Orochimaru's figure emerged slowly from the earth, resembling a boneless serpent. The ground beneath him had been completely vitrified, massive claw marks rending the earth, announcing the ferocious battle that had once transpired here, the site of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki's defeat. An excellent location for research. His pallid cheeks bore no excess emotion as his golden serpent pupils surveyed the devastated landscape. He could sense the lingering, chilling, and brutal aura. Guided by that essence, Orochimaru swiftly located its origin. He proceeded into the depths of the valley, his footsteps silent. Before long, he beheld the creature, Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, it could no longer be called Sarutobi Hiruzen. Its skin was as dark as night. A mask fashioned from white bones adorned its visage, and 6 tendrils, reminiscent of demonic wings, languidly swayed behind it. It knelt on a massive boulder, a pale bony hand extracting itself from the corpse of a cloud ninja, which instantly shriveled into a soulless husk. Teacher Sarutobi, Orochimaru paused, speaking in an almost nostalgic tone. I never imagined we would meet again in this manner. The creature's feeding motion halted. It slowly turned, and from the hollow eye sockets of its mask, 2 flames akin to red lotuses locked onto Orochimaru. Orochimaru, a distorted, raspy voice, mingled with countless undertones, emerged from its throat. Thanks to you, I am still living quite well. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips. And you, dear teacher, in this state, have instilled within me an unprecedented thrill, to transcend life and death, to acquire an eternal body and immense power. This is precisely the truth we once pursued together. He resembled a child who had discovered a new toy, attempting to communicate with his creator. The figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, its colossal form exuding an overwhelming presence. Truth? All I feel is hunger, endless hunger. And, beneath its mask, the crimson flames danced violently, fueled by its fury towards your visage. Before the words had fully escaped, its figure vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, a pitch-black tentacle materialized before Orochimaru, its tip as sharp as a spear. It was far too swift. Orochimaru's body contorted backward as if devoid of bones, the tentacle grazing perilously close to the tip of his nose. Boom. A small hill behind him was instantaneously pierced, leaving behind a gaping abyss. It seems, my esteemed teacher, that you have no desire for a heart-to-heart conversation. Orochimaru's form reassembled in the distance, the sickly curvature of his face more pronounced than ever. He was acutely aware that, alone, he stood no chance against this monstrosity. Yet, he had never intended to face it single-handedly. Though the sample was beyond communication, its research value remained undiminished. He swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. If that is the case, then a more direct approach shall be employed to uncover the secrets within your being. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Boom, 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 boom. Four enormous coffins erupted from the ground, laden with the dust of death, thudding heavily upon the wasteland. The coffins bore no inscriptions, yet emanated an aura that made the entire shinobi world tremble. Thud, 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 with four muffled sounds. The lids of the coffins crashed to the ground. Four figures emerged slowly from the shadows. The first, clad in a divine robe inscribed with the title of the fourth Hokage, his golden locks billowing in the sinister wind. Minato Namikaze. The second, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, exuding an ethereal aura. Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. The third, sporting a small mustache, bearing an air of arrogance, with a sheen of oil surrounding his form. Kisame Hashigaki, the second Mizukage. The fourth, a burly figure with dark skin, his body marked with scars resembling lightning. The third Reikage. These four who once stood at the pinnacle of the shinobi world had now become puppets under Orochimaru's control. Their pupils lacked any luster, engulfed in a lifeless gray. Lord Third. Though Minato Namikaze's body was manipulated, a fragment of his consciousness remained, gazing mournfully at the form of the monster. Disbelief etched across his face. The spectral form of Hiruzen Sarutobi also turned to regard the four newly emerged entities. It could sense that these four souls were far more delectable than any it had previously consumed. They were formidable. Orochimaru. Its roar reverberated throughout the valley. Do you truly believe that these corpses can thwart me? They shall merely become my new sustenance. Six tentacles writhed violently, stirring the air and emitting piercing shrieks. My teacher. The lessons of old remain unfinished. Orochimaru retreated to a distance, resembling an elegant conductor. The confrontation between master and disciple that had failed to culminate in the collapse of Konoha would, today, continue in a different manner. Let me witness how much assault your newly formed body can endure from the shadows. He issued his command. Let it commence. The figure of Minato Namikaze vanished first. A specially crafted kunai, inscribed with the technique's formula, was launched at an acute angle toward Hiruzen Sarutobi's nape. The third Reikage erupted in a burst of blue lightning chakra, transforming into a bolt of black lightning as it surged forward. The second Tsuchikage ascended slowly, hands clasped together. Dust release, detachment of the real-world technique. The second Mizukage formed hand seals, rapidly conjuring a water and oil-based shadow clone. Steam release, explosive boil. All four shadow-level powerhouses unleashed their lethal techniques simultaneously from four directions. Faced with this onslaught, Hiruzen Sarutobi's spectral form did not flinch. Instead, it spread its arms wide. The red flames beneath its mask blazed to their zenith. Come, all of you, allow me to devour you whole. In the next instant, a cataclysmic force collided at the heart of the valley. The true battle had begun. Chapter 140. Comprehension Steel Skin. The formidable Hiruzen Sarutobi. A devastating energy storm swept through the entire valley. The pillar of dust release tore through the earth. Black lightning pierced the atmosphere. The explosion of water and oil unleashed terrifying heat. Golden flashes darted through the gaps of destruction, leaving behind deadly lacerations. The combined assault of four shadow-level titans wielded enough power to erase a small nation from existence. Yet all of this culminated upon a singular point, the creature that had once been Hiruzen Sarutobi. Boom. The ground of the valley was forcefully stripped away, leaving behind a bottomless chasm. Is it over? Orochimaru stood at a distance, the golden serpent pupils reflecting the scene of devastation. He held no belief that any living being could survive such a degree of assault. Even the tailed beast should have been utterly disintegrated. As the dust slowly dissipated, a figure remained steadfast at the center of the chasm. However, its appearance was tragically grotesque, for of its 6 tentacles had been severed, the remaining 2 riddled with fissures. Its left arm had vanished, and a massive cavity had been carved into its chest by the dust release, revealing a distorted view of the landscape beyond. Indeed, was this too much to bear? A hint of inevitable regret flickered across Orochimaru's face. Although this form was powerful, it ultimately had its limits against 4 shadow-level combatants at their zenith. Nevertheless, he had gathered ample combat data. He prepared to command the 4 shadows to retrieve this mangled sample. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The body of the creature did not collapse as he had anticipated. The colossal wound in its chest, the severed tentacles, did not mend with dirt as in the impure world reincarnation. A pitch-black substance surged forth from the wound, visibly reconstructing its form at an astonishing pace. This was not regeneration. This was creation. Roar. The spectral form of Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a pained and furious roar. Its lost left arm reformed, and the severed tentacles returned to their former glory. Yet, Orochimaru keenly sensed a difference. Its newly formed skin was no longer merely a shade of black. It bore an additional layer of dark, metallic luster. My teacher, your body is truly full of surprises. Orochimaru's curiosity was reignited. The third Raikage did not grant him further time for observation. Hell stab, a piercing hand. Black lightning coalesced once more, transforming into the sharpest of spears, aimed directly at Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. This was a strike that had once grappled with the Eight Tails. Faced with this lethal blow, Hiruzen Sarutobi's spectral form did not evade. It merely raised its newly grown left arm, positioning it before itself. Clang! A piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. For the first time, the third Raikage's indomitable fingers were thwarted. His fingertips met the inky black arm, igniting a shower of sparks. The arm bore only a faint white mark. What? Orochimaru was utterly flabbergasted. He understood better than anyone the devastating power of the third Raikage strike. It was an attack he himself would not dare to meet head-on. Yet now, it was so effortlessly deflected. This level of defense steel skin. A hoarse, distorted phrase emerged from beneath Hiruzen Sarutobi's mask. It seemed to have grasped a wholly new instinct amid the battle, a manner of existence unique to the spectral form. A commendable attack. However, it is futile against me. Hiruzen Sarutobi's spectral form seized the third Raikage's arm. With its other hand clenched into a fist, it struck fiercely at the Raikage's chest. Bang! The third Raikage's body, animated by impure world reincarnation, crumbled instantaneously, transforming into countless swirling dust and talismans. Though he would soon reassemble, the disparity in power in that fleeting moment was unmistakable. Lord Third. The silhouette of Minato Namikaze emerged behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Rasengan in his hand fully formed. However, this time, Sarutobi's reaction was swifter. A tentacle, as if possessing eyes at the back of his head, lashed out violently. Minato had no choice but to abandon his assault and employ the Flying Thunder God technique, narrowly evading the attack. Too slow. The voice of the entity, hollow, was laced with mockery. It opened its mouth, and from the mask's orifice, a mass of high-density red energy began to coalesce. The aura of destruction emanating from that energy sent a shiver down Orochimaru's spine, even from a distance. This was unlike any chakra he had ever encountered. It was neither ninjutsu nor sage arts. It was pure power, born solely for annihilation. The red beam, known as a Siro, erupted from Hiruzen's mouth, targeting the second Tsuchikage, who was suspended in midair, gathering dust release. The speed of the beam surpassed sound, transcending human reaction limits. The second Tsuchikage could barely react in time. Boom! The sky seemed to be torn asunder, a crimson scar marring its surface. The second Tsuchikage's body, along with the dust release he was attempting to unleash, was utterly consumed by the Siro. There was no explosion, only obliteration. Moments later, the swirling dust began to reassemble in the air, but the speed of this reformation was tenfold slower than before. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils constricted sharply. He perceived clearly that the previous attack had not merely destroyed the reanimated body, but had even harmed the soul ensnared within it. The ability to directly attack the soul? Orochimaru's breath quickened. This fundamentally challenged his understanding of the power dynamics within the ninja world. Hollow, this being, was the antithesis of the Grim Reaper. Every attack it unleashed bore the attribute of targeting the soul. The forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, which toyed with the souls of the deceased, appeared utterly ludicrous before a true soul predator. The battlefield's dynamics shifted in an instant. The third Raikage reformed his body but dared not advance recklessly again. The second Mizukage's vapor clones were easily pierced by a tentacle, bursting into a cloud of mist. Minato relied on his Flying Thunder God to maneuver continuously. Yet he found no openings to exploit. That monstrous entity exuded a sense of despairing oppression simply by standing there. What began as a coordinated assault had devolved into a one-sided farce. The hollow version of Hiruzen Sarutobi, having acclimated to its new form, exhibited overwhelming might. The reanimated Kage began to show signs of despair for the first time. How could this be? Orochimaru muttered to himself. His pride and joy, the army of reanimated corpses, now seemed like fragile toys before this newly arisen monstrosity. This was illogical. This was unscientific. No, a morbid excitement replaced his shock, creeping across his cheeks. This was the truth. This was the true form of life that transcended the mundane. He gazed at the formidable creature as one might admire a flawless work of art. Hiruzen, you have bestowed upon me an extraordinary gift. The hollow version of Hiruzen Sarutobi paid no heed to his fervor. Its hollow eye sockets scanned the reanimated figures that kept regrouping only to be shattered again. These morsels could not be killed. This vexed it. Its rationality was once more overwhelmed by hunger. Souls. I require fresh souls. It abandoned its entanglement with the reanimated bodies and abruptly turned its head toward the sole living being. Orochimaru. The soul radiating a rich, malevolent, yet irresistibly alluring fragrance. Next. It is you. Chapter 141. The essence of attack lies in the erosion of the soul. The hollow version of Hiruzen Sarutobi fixed its blazing red lotus-like eye sockets upon the only living entity on the barren land, Orochimaru. Next, it is you. The raspy voice sliced through the chaotic air, each word dripping with avarice for souls. Orochimaru's sickly smile did not falter in the slightest. He even took a step forward, as if welcoming this proclamation. How delightful. Teacher, I am utterly eager to dissect the secrets within you. His words dripped with provocation. Yet, his body betrayed him. He did not advance. The command had been issued. A golden flash once more cleaved through the battlefield. Minato appeared between Hiruzen and Orochimaru, his flying thunder god kunai firmly gripped in hand. We are not finished yet. His voice was devoid of inflection, merely stating a fact. Black lightning followed closely behind. The third Raikage's body reformed, charging forward once again with unparalleled might. The second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage also launched restraining attacks from different angles. They were perfect puppets, fearless, tireless, and unwaveringly obedient to orders. Hiruzen's hollow was once again drawn into the fray. It roared in fury, 6 tentacles thrashing about wildly, shattering the incoming water bullets and rocks. Yet this time, it could not easily regain its overwhelming advantage. The reanimated Kage altered their strategy. They no longer sought a single decisive blow, but instead used their immortal nature to launch a ceaseless barrage of harassment and distraction. Minato's figure flickered across the battlefield, each appearance leaving a trivial wound on the hollow, only to vanish immediately. The third Raikage abandoned his strongest technique and opted for high-speed entanglement. His body clad in lightning armor, the dust release and vapor clones no longer aimed for direct hits, but instead continually created explosions from a distance, constraining Hollow's range of motion. For a moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie stalemate. Orochimaru stood at a distance, issuing no new commands. He simply observed, like a most dedicated scholar, scrutinizing every subtle change in the experiment. In his snake-like pupils reflected the repeated collisions and annihilations. He noticed it. Each time a reanimated figure was struck by Hollow's attack and disintegrated, their regrouping speed would diminish slightly. After reassembling, the aura they exuded would also weaken. This change was exceedingly minute, nearly imperceptible. Yet for Orochimaru, who had perfected the study of Edo Tensei, the difference was as glaring as a flame in the night. So that is how it is. He extended his tongue to lick his parched lips. The essence of attack is indeed the erosion of the soul. The Edo Tensei technique summons the souls of the deceased back from the Pure Land, binding them to the bodies of offerings. The soul is the core of this technique, and the power of this monster, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is precisely its nemesis. Each of its attacks does not merely destroy the reanimated bodies but erodes and rends the souls bound within. This is a method of attack that strikes at the root. Simply marvelous. Orochimaru's breath grew heavier. This power was even more fascinating than he had anticipated. Orochimaru. The voice of the second Mizukage, Kid Hozuki, suddenly rang out, tinged with a suppressed fury. This monster cannot be killed. At this rate, our chakra will be depleted. The chakra and stamina of the reanimated bodies should be infinite. Yet before Hiruzen's attacks, this law was shattered. Each instance of body repair required a significant amount of chakra, and with every hit from Hollow, the weakening of the soul further impacted their control over chakra. It was a cycle of decline. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Silence. Orochimaru coldly replied. You need only execute the orders given. A deceased individual should not be burdened with such myriad opinions. You. Hozuki Mangetsu seethed with frustration, yet found himself utterly powerless. The reins of his own body were no longer in his grasp. Lord Third, the voice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, resonated, tinged with a hint of pleading. His power was indeed peculiar. Continuing this battle bore no significance. We ought to retreat and devise a new strategy. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk. Even the fourth Hokage would say such a thing? It seems, dear teacher, that your current stance has placed tremendous pressure upon them. He disregarded Minato's counsel, for he had already acquired the answer he sought. Sarutobi Hiruzen was formidable, yet not formidable enough to dismiss 4 shadow-level powerhouses. His dominance stemmed entirely from the advantageous nature of his abilities, specifically in countering the Edo Tensei technique. Continuing the fray was futile, no matter how precious the specimen. Should it be irrevocably damaged, the loss would be inordinate. These four shadows were, after all, his most prized possessions. Let us conclude today's lesson here. Orochimaru slowly formed hand seals. Teacher, I am increasingly intrigued by your corporeal form. Summoning technique. Edo Tensei, release. Upon completing his final seal, the four figures besieging Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly froze. Their bodies began to disintegrate, not crushed, but willingly decomposing. Countless particles of dust and talismans peeled away from them, hurtling in four directions. Boom, 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 boom. For massive coffins rose once more from the earth, their lids opening to consume the swirling dust entirely. Bang! The lids slammed shut with a resounding thud, gradually sinking into the ground. The cacophony of the battlefield fell into silence, leaving only the solitary figure standing at the center of the vast pit, the essence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Its movements ceased. The crimson flames within its eye sockets flickered violently, seemingly unable to comprehend why those delectable morsels had vanished so abruptly. It whipped its head around, unleashing all its fury and hunger upon Orochimaru, who stood not far away. Roar! The deafening roar stirred a tempest. 6 tendrils pointed menacingly at Orochimaru, their tips glimmering with a dangerous chill. It appears you are quite dissatisfied. Orochimaru spread his arms, a characteristic sinister smile gracing his face. Regrettably, today's research funds have been exhausted. Until next time, my esteemed teacher. As his words lingered, his form began to soften, akin to liquid, gradually sinking into the ground beneath his feet. The essence of Sarutobi Hiruzen stirred. One tendril transformed into a black afterimage, instantly piercing the location where Orochimaru had just stood. Boom! The earth was struck, creating a massive crater, yet it was already devoid of presence. Orochimaru's aura had vanished entirely. The essence of Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in place, silent for a moment. It surveyed the valley, utterly devastated by itself and the 4 shadow-level powerhouses. The air still lingered with the tantalizing aroma of those souls, yet they had all dissipated. The prey had slipped away. An unprecedented sense of agitation and fury overwhelmed its dwindling sanity. Roar! The impotent, furious roar echoed across the desolate plains of the Land of Lightning. Chapter 142. The self-will gradually devoured by the hollow's instinct. In the barren expanse, silence reigned supreme. The earlier cataclysmic roar seemed to have drained the last vestiges of sound from the world, leaving only a stifling hush. The essence of Sarutobi Hiruzen stood forlornly at the center of the crater. The ground beneath it had turned to glass, reflecting an eerie, ominous glow in the pale daylight. Orochimaru's presence had entirely disappeared. The delectable souls had vanished along with the sinking coffins. Everything had vanished. Only it remained. Amidst this ravaged land that bore witness to its defeat, emptiness, a void deeper and more unbearable than hunger surged from the gaping wound in its soul. Roar! A low, throaty growl, suppressing boundless rage, escaped from beneath its mask, each syllable laden with scorching hatred. One of its inky tendrils suddenly struck the ground without warning. Boom! The already shattered earth was torn open further, a gruesome gash erupting as shockwaves hurled massive boulders into the air. Debris and scorched earth shot skyward, only to fall back down helplessly under gravity's pull, emitting a mournful sound. This was utterly meaningless. Anger craved an outlet, a foe capable of withstanding its full force. Hunger demanded a sacrifice, a soul capable of filling its endless void. Yet here, there was nothing. It slowly lifted its head, the hollow eye sockets of its mask surveying the desolate surroundings. In the wind, faint traces of nearly imperceptible auras lingered. These were remnants left by the Edo Tensei bodies, fragments abandoned after the souls were torn asunder. The ferocity and resilience of the third Raikage, the cold cunning of the second Mizukage, the void and resolve of the second Tsuchikage, and a strand of golden warmth, inexplicably familiar. The fourth Hokage, a shattered word abruptly surfaced in its chaotic consciousness. Following that, a blurred image, almost distorted, materialized. Golden locks danced in the breeze, a gentle yet resolute smile, and that white ceremonial robe adorned with crimson flames. Hokage, another term. This word struck like a searing brand, piercing through the chaos and darkness within its mind. I am. What am I? An uncontrollable thought surged forth. I am the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This name struck like a thunderbolt, instantly cleaving through the disarray and darkness of its consciousness. In that fleeting moment, countless long-buried memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Beneath the afternoon sun, seated in the Hokage's office, sifting through mountains of paperwork, the scent of ink and aged parchment lingering in the air, On dreary, rainy days, standing before the memorial stone, watching familiar names etched into the cold stone. In the training grounds, mentoring 3 distinct young ninjas in their techniques, observing them bicker and clumsily form seals. That student with golden snake-like eyes had once been the one he poured the most effort into, his proudest disciple. Orochimaru. This time, the roar was no longer pure. Devoid of impurities, it was laced with clear, human emotions, anger, disappointment, and the acute pain of betrayal. The massive wound in its chest, inflicted by dust release, felt as though it were throbbing anew. No, that was not a wound caused by dust release. That gash had been pierced by a sword glimmering with a chilling purple light. The Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru's blade. You betrayed me. A hoarse whisper escaped from beneath the mask, laden with incredulity and sorrow. You betrayed the village. It slowly lowered its head, gazing at its own pitch-black, clawed hands, wholly unrecognizable as human. I am dead. Yes, it was dead. On that rooftop, under the moonlight, it had perished at the hands of its most beloved disciple. Then why was it still here? Why had it transformed into this grotesque, inhuman form? Hunger. A cold, indifferent voice resonated from the depths of its consciousness, akin to an icy blade severing the chains of all memories. That was the instinct of the hollow. Anger. The instinctual voice continued, void of any emotion. Devour. This is your entirety. The memories of Sarutobi Hiruzen, those mundane human emotions, would only bring forth weakness and suffering. No. The will of Sarutobi Hiruzen emitted a feeble, yet tenacious resistance from the recesses of consciousness. I am the Hokage of Konoha. My duty is to protect. But protect what? A village that, in the wake of his demise, was left to the whims of that old fool Danzo, ultimately falling under the control of another nameless monstrosity? Utterly absurd. The hollow instincts cruelly derided him, each word striking like a poisoned blade. Your village has long since forsaken you. They have even forgotten this incompetent third. You are now merely a wandering soul, a specter yearning for salvation. A beast. Silence. The will of Sarutobi Hiruzen roared in fury. I am a hero. I sacrificed for the village. Hero? The hollow instincts retorted, dripping with scorn. A hero who could not even stop his own disciple. Who watched helplessly as the village was destroyed. A hero who must be exhumed from the grave and used as a tool? You are no hero. You are simply a failure. The hollow essence of Sarutobi Hiruzen quaked violently. 2 diametrically opposed wills clashed within him, tearing and gnashing as if seeking to rend his very soul in twain. In the hollow eye sockets of his mask, flames flickered like crimson lotuses, pulsating erratically. One side bore the weight of Sarutobi Hiruzen's responsibilities, the memories of glory and suffering. The other side was consumed by the hunger, rage, and sheer destructive desire of the hollow. Annihilate those traitors. Do not protect anyone in the village. Consume their souls and grow stronger. To uphold the will of fire is my destiny. The conflicting thoughts rendered his body increasingly unstable. Fine cracks, like spiderwebs, appeared on the steel exterior he had just restored. Dark, energy-laden material surged uncontrollably from the fissures, only to be forcefully suppressed by another power. He fell to his knees in agony, clawed hands gripping his bony mask as if to tear it from his face. Who am I? Who am I truly? This question remained unanswered, and no reply could be sought. Just as his sanity teetered on the brink of being utterly shattered by the tempest within, a new, distinctly different scent wafted on the winds of the wasteland, entering his realm of perception. It was faint, like the last flicker of a candle in the wind. Yet it was invigorating, brimming with the vitality of life, the essence of the living, the fragrance of succulent souls. That aroma acted as a potent sedative, instantly quelling the horrific war raging inside him. Hunger, the most primal, purest desire, transcending all else, regained absolute dominance. What Hokage? What village? What betrayal by Orochimaru? All of it became irrelevant. What mattered was sustenance. Slowly, he rose inch by inch. The unstable cracks wrought by the conflict of wills swiftly healed beneath the overwhelming force of hunger, restoring their dark metallic luster. The flames in his eye sockets stabilized, burning fiercely once more, yet the last flicker of humanity had completely extinguished. The memories and pains belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen were sealed away once more, suppressed deep within consciousness. He turned, his mask facing the direction from whence the scent emanated. That was the border of the land of lightning. Several faint, moving points of light appeared. The ninjas of the hidden cloud village. A satisfied growl, akin to a beast preparing to feast, escaped his throat. Food. New prey has arrived. He lingered not a moment longer. 6 tendrils unfurled from his back like the wings of a demon, his body sinking slightly as he gathered strength. In the next instant, His form transformed into a streak of black lightning, tearing through the air and vanishing at the edge of the wasteland. Only the ravaged earth remained, alongside a name temporarily forgotten, silently narrating all that had transpired here. The storm had not abated. It had merely shifted violently toward another unsuspecting direction. Chapter 143. The Classification of Hollows. Which level does Sarutobi Hiruzen belong to? On a secluded mountaintop far from the battlefield, the figure of Aoi blended seamlessly with the shadows of the rocks, as though he had never existed. His gaze pierced through the thin mist, precisely locking onto the rampaging black figure on the distant wasteland. The anguished cries of the cloud ninjas, even from such a great distance, sounded like fragmented wails carried by the wind, barely reaching his ears. Yet the images of destruction were strikingly vivid. Each swing of the black tendrils signified the end of a life. A vibrant soul was violently torn from its vessel, devoured whole. The once revered Sarutobi Hiruzen now resembled the most efficient predator, conducting a one-sided massacre. Aoi's expression remained unchanged. He was merely a silent observer, an artist admiring his masterpiece. However, in the next moment, a barely perceptible shift occurred in his ever-calm demeanor. He beheld it. The hollow of Sarutobi Hiruzen froze abruptly after consuming the fifth soul of a cloud ninja. It halted its pursuit. A swirling mass of ominous, dark energy erupted violently from its center. This energy did not expand outward, but rather contracted inward with frenzied intensity. The hard steel skin began to shatter and peel away, revealing an even purer darkness akin to a black hole. This is Aoi murmured softly, intrigued. Is it about to evolve? This thought rippled through his mind like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring layers of contemplation. He understood the hierarchy of hollows intimately, a harsh and clear evolutionary system based on the consumption of one's kind. The classification of hollows broadly divides into two categories: the basic ordinary hollows and the vastos, formed from the aggregation of countless ordinary hollows. The ordinary hollow stage consists of three tiers. Aoi's thoughts raced as he compared the scene before him with the data stored in his mind. Small hollows, diminutive in size, possessing low intelligence, and driven solely by instinct. Their power roughly equated to that of a newly awakened Shinigami apprentice. Clearly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had long surpassed this stage. Powerful hollows, larger in size, began to acquire the ability to communicate and required a seated officer-level Shinigami to confront them. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited linguistic capability, albeit twisted and hoarse. His combat prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary jonin. This level seemed to align somewhat. Giant hollows, massive as buildings, necessitated the intervention of a vice-captain or elite-seated officer. Sarutobi Hiruzen's form was not particularly colossal, thus this aspect did not align. Aoi's analysis did not cease. His logical chain extended further. Ascending, one reaches the domain of vastos. Jillian, the lower-tier vasto, formed from the spiritual pressure of hundreds of giant hollows, immensely large, with intelligence degraded to that of beasts. Its signature attack is the release of Red Zero. Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed unleashed a Zero. The destructive red beam was emblematic of Jillian. However, his size was far from the mountainous bulk of a Jillian. Although his intelligence was dominated by hunger and rage, it evidently retained the combat instincts and fragments of memory belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen, far from the simplicity of a beast. A contradictory entity. Aoi arrived at his first conclusion. Beyond this lies a Juchis, the mid-tier vasto. The physique will retract from the colossal form of Kiryan, while his intellect will significantly elevate, nearing that of a human. He possesses the capacity to command Kiryan and lower-level hollows. It requires a captain-level Shinigami to contend with him. This notion appears to be even more fitting. Sarutobi Hiyori is not of considerable size. His combat prowess indeed demonstrates the oppressive aura characteristic of a captain, capable of single-handedly subduing four reanimated shadows. As for the highest-tier Vastalord, Aoi has outright dismissed this possibility. Both physique and intellect are indistinguishable from those of a human, with strength that surpasses the majority of captains. Only after a captain's Bankai can there be a chance to engage in combat. Presently, Sarutobi Hiyori, from any perspective, stands in stark contrast to the flawless existence of the Vastalord. Therefore, his current position should be at the pinnacle of powerful hollows, or perhaps a nascent form of a Juchis. Aoi's analysis has fallen into an intriguing predicament. Sarutobi Hiyori simultaneously exhibits traits from multiple ranks. This is exceedingly rare within the evolutionary hierarchy of hollows. The process of Aaroncarization remains out of the question. That transformation belongs to the Grand Hollows, signifying a breach of rules. Clearly, he is not yet qualified for such a status. Aoi is certain that Sarutobi Hiyori is undeniably in an exceptionally unique phase. He resembles a patchwork creature, possessing the physique of a powerful hollow, yet capable of utilizing the hollow flash of Kirin, while also exhibiting combat wisdom and strength akin to that of an Ajuchis. Is it due to the extraordinary nature of this material? Or is this world's essence inherently so? Aoi's gaze shifts once more towards the distance. The energy contraction there has reached its zenith. Sarutobi Hiyori's body is enveloped in an exceptionally dense darkness, forming an irregular, writhing black cocoon. Beginning from the soul of a shadow-level ninja, he has bypassed the foundational accumulation phase. The amalgamation of these factors has birthed such an illogical monstrosity. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graces Aoi's lips. The unknown signifies an abundance of possibilities, and it embodies a greater sense of intrigue. Just then, the black cocoon shudders violently. Crack! A sharp sound emanates from the cocoon. A fissure appears upon its surface. Subsequently, the second and third cracks follow suit. Spiderweb-like fractures swiftly spread across the entirety of the cocoon. Boom! The black cocoon erupts explosively. Countless shards of ebony energy scatter in all directions, eroding the glass-like ground into deep craters. A new silhouette gradually emerges from the heart of the energy storm. Aoi's pupils constrict slightly. The figure has diminished in size, no longer appearing so cumbersome, but rather exuding a sleek and agile essence. The 6 appendages behind it have vanished, replaced by 4 sturdier and more substantial black arms extending from its back, resembling the limbs of some sinister deity. The most pivotal transformation lies in its mask. The formerly pristine, hollow white bone mask now bears a jagged split at the forehead. Beneath this fissure, a closed human eye's outline flickers into view. Roar! A roar, starkly distinct from before, resounds across the wasteland. It is no longer a mere beast's howl. It is imbued with a regal air, declaring the presence of a formidable being. It raises its head slowly, its eye sockets ablaze with crimson flames, sweeping across the ravaged terrain. Ultimately, its gaze seems to pierce through space, colliding with Aoi's from atop the mountain. Although it is merely an ephemeral illusion, Aoi perceives it. In that gaze, there exists more than mere hunger and fury. There is a hint of scrutiny, a hallmark of an intelligent entity. How fascinating. Truly, it is exceedingly intriguing. Aoi gradually straightens, emerging from the shadows. Third generation. It appears you have embarked on a path that surprises me greatly. He murmurs softly, as if greeting an old friend. The newly awakened monstrosity pays no heed to Aoi's scrutiny. It merely flexes its newly formed 4 arms, savoring the surging, amplified power within. Then it turns, advancing step by deliberate step toward Aoi. Its gait no longer bears the erratic nature of before, but has become steady and purposeful. Each footfall leaves a distinct imprint upon the glassy ground. A tempest is brewing, preparing to engulf the world in a more terrifying manner. Meanwhile, Aoi simply observes its approach in silence. He understands that the grand performance has only just begun. Chapter 144, The Abandoned Chant. Void Break. Black Coffin. The winds atop the mountain carry a hint of sulphurous stench. Sarutobi Hiyori's new form ascends step by step upon the lofty rocks. Each heavy footfall leaves shallow depressions in the firm ground, as if he carries not merely a body, but the malevolence of the entire world. Aoi stands unmoving, devoid of any defensive posture, akin to a host awaiting a tardy guest. He senses the will that has fixated upon him, no longer merely chaotic hunger, but a distorted obsession belonging to Sarutobi Hiyori. It seems you remember me. Aoi speaks, his tone devoid of urgency, akin to stating an inconsequential fact. Sarutobi Hiyori offers no response. Rather, he answers through action. Roar. The roar transforms from a mere sound wave into a shock wave infused with concentrated energy. The 4 arms behind him suddenly unfurl, akin to a predatory spider, his form instantly dissolving into a blurred shadow, lunging toward Aoi atop the mountain. The speed has multiplied several-fold, and the force is more condensed. Aoi's figure vanishes from the spot. Shuinpa. Sarutobi Hiyori's strike misses, as 4 arms crash violently into the position where Aoi stood moments ago. Boom. The entire mountain trembles violently, the solid rock strata yielding a massive indentation. Spiderweb-like cracks frantically radiating outward. Not bad strength. Aoi's voice echoes from behind Sarutobi Hiyori. Sarutobi Hiyori whirls around suddenly. Another pair of arms slicing through the air with a shrill cry. Aoi raises his hand, enhancing and defending with spiritual pressure. He refrains from utilizing his Zanpakutō, opting instead for the simplest of physical strikes to deftly block the oncoming dark arm. Bang! A dull thud resonates. Aoi remains entirely still. Sarutobi Hiyori's arm, capable of effortlessly tearing through steel, is momentarily stunned, retreating to a distance. Is that all? Aoi feels a twinge of disappointment. He yearns to witness what kind of surprises this amalgamation of ninja and hollow powers could yield. Sarutobi Hiyori is thoroughly enraged. The fissure on his mask quivers violently beneath the outline of the human eye. He opens his mouth. From the mask's opening, a deeper, more ominous red energy begins to coalesce. Hollow flash. The aura of destruction distorts the surrounding air. Aoi watches quietly. He harbors no intention of retreating. During his time in the Soul Society, his spiritual pressure has undergone monumental transformations every second. If the scion from the neighboring Dragon Ball were to gain 1 point of battle power each second, what would one call his own increase of 3 points of spiritual pressure per second? Months passed, and his spiritual pressure had reached a terrifying level, one that he himself found unfamiliar. Now was the perfect moment to utilize the third Hokage's strike as a means to test his progress. Your attack is ineffective against me, Qingyu retorted, echoing the words previously spoken by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom. A crimson beam of light tore through the mountaintop, engulfing Qingyu's figure. However, the advance of the beam abruptly halted midway. An invisible, absolute wall of defense materialized before Qingyu. Binding Arts number 81, Break the Void. He even omitted the incantation. The red energy of destruction rampaged before the transparent barrier, yet it could not breach even a fraction of its surface, ultimately dissipating into oblivion. As the radiance faded, Qingyu emerged unscathed, not a single corner of his clothing disturbed. For the first time, Hiruzen's spirit revealed an expression akin to astonishment. It could not comprehend why its most potent attack had been so easily nullified. The game is over. Qingyu raised a solitary finger. Regrettably, third Hokage, your current state is exceedingly grotesque. A darkness far more terrifying and profound than a mere hollow flash began to coalesce at his fingertip. It was an attraction so pure that even light could not escape it. It was the very embodiment of death. Savor this moment. This is the true power of annihilation. The manifestation of Sarutobi Hiruzen's spirit felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Its primal instincts screamed in panic, urging it to flee. But it was too late. Destruction, Arts No. 90, Black Coffin. As Qingyu softly uttered the name, a colossal black cube, forged from pure gravity, enveloped Hiruzen's spirit. There were no wars, no struggles, only the sickening sound of space twisting and tearing apart. Within the black coffin, countless gravitational blades sliced through its form from all directions. Steel skin, bones, flesh. Everything it had once prided itself on was rendered as fragile as parchment before this absolute force. Boom. The black coffin dissolved. Hiruzen's spirit had lost all semblance of form. It lay on the ground like a mass of pulverized flesh. 3 of its 4 arms shattered, its bone mass cracked beyond recognition, revealing the agonized and twisted visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen beneath. Inky matter surged forth from its wounds in a frantic attempt to mend its shattered body. Yet, Qingyu paid no heed to its futile struggles. He leisurely approached the grotesque heap. Raising his foot, he met the gaze of Hiruzen's only remaining human eye. With a gentle motion of his hand, a pitch-black rift in space materialized. On the other side of the rift lay a desolate, silent expanse. An endless world of white sand. Hollow world. Go back. Return to where you belong. Qingyu kicked the writhing mass of flesh with precision, sending it into the spatial rift. The rift gradually sealed. Once again, tranquility was restored atop the mountain, as if the brief yet fierce battle had never occurred. Qingyu turned, gazing down upon the thoroughly ravaged plains of the Land of Thunder. What a dull postprandial diversion, he mused quietly. This world is still too fragile. It requires something more intriguing to play with. His figure slowly faded into the shadows of the mountaintop. Chapter 145. That power should belong to Konoha. It should belong to me. The wind atop the mountain ceased. The pitch-black rift that had torn through space had vanished without a trace. Qingyu stood still. Surrounded by the remnants of the battlefield, he had utterly flattened alongside Hiruzen's spirit. He raised his hand, seemingly sensing the lingering spiritual particles in the air. A translucent panel, visible only to him, silently materialized before him. Crimson Fragment System. Current analysis progress, 30. The number remained unchanged, still glaringly at 30. Qingyu lowered his hand. He had just completely crushed the hollow, Hiruzen, with an incantation-free number 81 binding art, and a fully recited number 90 destruction art. Discarding it, as if it were refuse cast into the hollow world. The entire process was seamless, the exhibited power sufficient to instill despair in any shadow-level warrior. Yet, the progress bar of the Crimson Fragment remained motionless. This pointed to 2 possibilities. First, The hollow he had personally catalyzed, Hiruzen, had not yet reached the evolutionary standard recognized by the Crimson Fragment. Perhaps it needed to consume more souls. Perhaps it required evolution to a higher tier of hollow. The second possibility was that he had misjudged from the beginning. The conditions to unlock the next stage of the Crimson Fragment might have nothing to do with nurturing hollows at all. What could it be? Dominating the world? Or gathering tailed beasts? Those matters he could indeed achieve with his current strength. However, he felt this speculation lacked foundation. Qingyu preferred to believe in his first judgment. Hiruzen was not yet strong enough. Or rather, the quality of the souls he had consumed was too low. Several hidden Cloud Village ninjas could only be considered appetizers for the former Hokage. Even the souls of the four shadows summoned by Orochimaru were insufficiently pure due to the constraints of the Edo Tensei. It seems I need to find you some more delectable bait, Qingyu mused to himself. However, before that, the Hollow World made for an excellent training ground. Let Wu and the others have their fun. Let them tear, let them battle, for that would stimulate evolution until they possess the qualification to reappear before me. His figure gradually faded from view, ultimately disappearing entirely, as though he had never existed. Only the ravaged expanse remained, a battlefield thoroughly upended. Dark, damp. The air was saturated with the peculiar scent of formaldehyde, a mixture of disinfectant and earth. This was one of Orochimaru's countless secret bases. In the heart of the base, the ground, like a tranquil water surface, suddenly rippled with waves. A figure slowly emerged, appearing somewhat disheveled. Orochimaru's black robe bore several tears, caked in dirt, and even his pale face showed signs of fatigue from battle. No sooner had he steadied himself than a shadow in the corner began to stir. A man, entirely wrapped in bandages save for a single eye, emerged from the darkness. It was Shimura Danzo. He seemed to have been waiting here for quite some time. What was the outcome? Danzo queried directly, his tone tinged with an uncontainable urgency. Did you secure Sarutobi's power? Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips as if savoring something. A most intriguing specimen, he replied, sidestepping the core of Danzo's inquiry. Danzo's singular eye flashed with impatience. I ask you, did you succeed? Have you managed to control that monster? Orochimaru grinned, revealing an eerie curve. Regrettably, the subject experienced a slight mishap. I have failed. Danzo's body jolted violently. He gazed incredulously at Orochimaru. Failed? You actually failed? Your opponent was merely Sarutobi, an aging relic you yourself killed. With Orochimaru's aid, he had orchestrated for so long, even going so far as to enlist the forces of Root to cover for Orochimaru's actions in the Land of Thunder. He awaited a flawless outcome, one that would grant him dominion over that destructive power, not the word failure. He is no longer the Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Orochimaru's serpentine gaze, excitement and fervor shimmered. One might even say he has transcended to a higher echelon of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is a form of predation that directly targets the soul. A pure existence centered solely on consumption. With each strike, he diminishes the very essence of the souls of those resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. It is simply exquisite. Danzo was entirely uninterested in Orochimaru's fervent academic discourse. He was solely concerned with the outcome. Incompetent fool, he bellowed, his staff striking the ground with a heavy thud. You cannot even handle a mere corpse. The support I provided was not intended for your ridiculous observations. The curve of Orochimaru's lips instantly vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. A corpse? Lord Danzo, your comprehension of death is woefully superficial. You fail to grasp the nature of the being you confront. All I know is that you have botched it. Danzo's wrath threatened to erupt from his solitary eye. That power was meant for Konoha. It was meant for me. Orochimaru observed the seemingly deranged Danzo with a hint of amusement. This old man perpetually fixated on immediate gains. His ambition is utterly disproportionate to his capabilities. That power is beyond your current grasp. Orochimaru coldly stated the facts. Even if I were to bring him before you, he would merely regard you as a snack, swallowing you whole. You. Danzo choked on his rage, yet he found himself unable to retort. If even Orochimaru had failed, what could he possibly do? He forcibly suppressed his inner fury and resentment, glaring intently at Orochimaru. What is your next step? You cannot simply give up, can you? Of course not. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glimmered once more. How could I abandon such perfect experimental material? However, conventional methods have proven ineffective against him. I require greater power, a stronger pawn. Danzo fell silent, comprehending Orochimaru's implication. With the failure of the 4 Kage-level impure world reincarnations, to confront that monster, one must deploy a far more devastating weapon. What is your plan? Orochimaru did not respond directly. He merely turned and walked toward the laboratory tables filled with vials and jars. In his mind, An ominous name surfaced, one he had once thought to be mere legend, until that individual, resurrected by his impure world reincarnation, managed to break free from his constraints. In terms of power, it was enough to make Orochimaru's heart race. Uchiha Madara, the man who was supposed to die in the Valley of the End, the undead possessing the Rinnegan. Collaborating with him would be akin to courting death. Yet now, faced with the irrational monstrosity that is Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems that only another irrational monstrosity could contend with him. I will find a way. Orochimaru picked up a flask, gazing at the tissue sample steeped within, inscribed with runes. Next time, I will personally dissect my former teacher's body, thoroughly. His words brimmed with an undeniable obsession. Danzo snorted derisively, choosing not to engage further. Leaning on his staff, he turned and retreated into the shadows, vanishing swiftly. Once again, Orochimaru found himself alone in the base. He stood in silence for a long while. Ultimately, he set down the flask and retrieved a special communication seal from a concealed scroll. The seal bore concentric patterns reminiscent of rippling water, the design of the Rinnegan. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly infused his chakra into it. Chapter 146. Are there still such figures in this era? In the dim underground base, chakra slithered like a serpent into the scroll. The patterns on the seal, resembling the Rinnegan, began to rotate at an eerie frequency. There was no light, no sound, only a will transcending space, silently conveyed. Orochimaru let go of the seal, watching as it disintegrated into ashes, dissipating into the air. He had made a choice. Now, all that remained was to wait. To await the interest of a legendary monster in another newly arisen beast. In a secluded underground cavern, devoid of the concept of time. Only eternal darkness and silence reigned. The colossal outer path statue stood silently, resembling a forgotten deity's sculpture. A figure sat cross-legged atop the statue, still as death. Uchiha Madara. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His own eyes, adorned with purple rippling patterns, the divine Rinnegan. A faint, nearly imperceptible fluctuation triggered one of his seals. It was that intriguing junior, the one who had awakened him from the realm of the dead and attempted to control him with a cursed seal. Orochimaru. Has he made new advancements with the impure world reincarnation technique? Madara felt a twinge of impatience at this disturbance. He despised waiting, especially when Obito and Black Zetsu summoned him prematurely, hindering the tail beast capture plan, and in such an imperfect state. It was indeed vexing. However, he decided to see what news this junior Orochimaru brought. A thought allowed him to connect with the seal. A message surged into his mind. No superfluous pleasantries, only a single, enticing sentence. I have discovered something that will surely pique your interest. A new state that transcends life and death. Madara paused momentarily. Transcending life and death. In this world, aside from his own plans, what dared to claim such a feat? Was it yet another exaggeration from that junior? Or had some variables truly emerged beyond his control? For the first time in countless ages, Madara felt a flicker of curiosity. He had not flexed his muscles for far too long. This decaying world, aside from the previously incomprehensible existence of Aoi, had not presented a worthy opponent to ignite his interest in ages. How delightful. He slowly rose to his feet, stretching his body, which was composed of dust and seals. Let me see what you can offer. Obito. As the words left his lips, his form abruptly twisted in place. Qingyu. Space rippled before him like the surface of water. Obito dutifully played the role of the driver. Madara stepped into the distortion, vanishing into the eternal darkness. In Orochimaru's base, the air twisted unexpectedly, forming a vortex. Uchiha Madara emerged from the whirlpool, stepping forward like a deity descending upon the mortal realm. He surveyed the modest laboratory, permeated with the scent of potions, with unabashed disdain. Is this your lair? Like a rat in a sewer. Orochimaru's body involuntarily tensed. Even though his counterpart was merely a vessel of impure world reincarnation, the overwhelming aura of dominance still sent a shiver down his spine. Mr. Madara, it is an honor for you to come in person. He slightly bowed, adopting a very humble posture. In the face of absolute power, any pride seemed laughable. Refrain from your hypocritical platitudes. Madara approached a cultivation tank, peering into the experimental subject submerged within, completely disregarding Orochimaru. Speak. What has compelled you to summon me prematurely? If it is merely trivial matters, I will ensure you experience what true death entails. It is certainly not trivial. Orochimaru endeavored to compose himself. I have encountered a predicament, one that even I cannot manage, an experimental subject of considerable complexity. Oh, Madara finally turned around, his Rinnegan fixating on Orochimaru. Is there truly a challenge in this world that you cannot handle? What of your reanimated pawns? I recall entrusting you with all the shadows, save for Hashirama and Tobarama. The reason for assigning those reanimated shadow-level pieces to Orochimaru was primarily due to Madara's need for Orochimaru's capabilities. Granting Orochimaru the strength of a protector simultaneously served as a form of distrustful surveillance. I have mobilized for Kage. Orochimaru's response caused Madara to pause momentarily. The third Raikage, the second Mizukage, the second Tsuchikage, and the fourth Hokage. A glimmer of interest finally graced Madara's visage. None could resolve this together? Are there such figures in this era? Who is the adversary? It is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru uttered the name. Huh. Madara burst into laughter. It was not derision, but rather a genuine amusement at the absurdity. Sarutobi? That old monkey? Orochimaru, are you jesting with me? You require the combined efforts of 4 Kage to deal with a decrepit old man whom you could easily slay? And you have failed? You continue to disappoint me. In the face of Madara's scorn, Orochimaru offered no rebuttal. He merely articulated the facts in an exceedingly calm tone. He is no longer the mentor I once knew. He is dead. Then, he was reborn in another form. Madara's laughter ceased. Another form? Elaborate. It is a life form I have never encountered before. A fervor belonging to a researcher flickered once more in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. He possesses an indomitable body, a white, bony mask concealing his face. He no longer employs ninjutsu. Instead, he unleashes pure, destructive energy beams from his mouth. Most crucially, Orochimaru hesitated. Seemingly in search of the right term, he devours souls. What? Those two words elicited a genuine change in Madara's expression for the first time. No longer merely curiosity, but a scrutinizing gaze. You speak of devouring souls. Indeed, Orochimaru affirmed. My reanimated pawns, under his assault, are not destroyed physically. Rather, the very souls that constitute their existence are gradually torn apart and consumed by that monster. Ultimately, even the infinite recovery capability of reanimation becomes futile. Inside the cavern, a profound silence ensued. Madara remained silent, simply gazing at Orochimaru, his Rinnegan seemingly penetrating into Orochimaru's very soul, an entity capable of directly attacking and devouring souls. What does this signify? It implies that such power is the natural enemy of the reanimation technique. It also suggests that this power may pose an unpredictable threat to Uchiha Madara's grand design, an uncontrollable, entirely new variable. How did that monster come into existence? Madara's tone turned serious. I do not know. Orochimaru shook his head. I merely followed your directives in researching the essence of the soul. Perhaps when I killed my mentor, his soul experienced some unknown stimulus. Ultimately, in the afterlife, it transformed into that form, a monster that exists solely for the purposes of rage and consumption. He retained Sarutobi Hiruzen's combat instincts, but is now governed by the desires of a beast. Truly perfect. You are a failure. Madara coldly interrupted Orochimaru's self-indulgence. A loser who cannot even control the creation of his own making. Orochimaru's expression shifted, yet he refrained from reacting. Thus, I require your power, Mr. Madara. Only you possess the capability to suppress that mentor who has spiraled completely out of control. Madara did not respond immediately. He paced slowly, seemingly contemplating something. A monster that can devour souls. An existence born from the aberration of Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul. This matter carries an air of the bizarre. Where is he now? Madara inquired. I do not know. Orochimaru shook his head once more. After our battle, I realized I could not subdue him and retreated. He should be somewhere, continuing to consume souls. If only we can locate him, your Rinnegan will surely suffice. Silence. Madara interrupted him again. My affairs require no arrangement from you. He turned back to face Orochimaru. I shall personally ascertain the true nature of this so-called new species. Moreover, I shall accelerate my research into the reanimation technique. I am weary of being unable to exert my full strength. As his words resonated, Uchiha Madara's form was once again consumed by the whirlpool of space. His arrival had been sudden, as was his departure. Within the base, only Orochimaru remained. He stood motionless for an extended period. It was not until the suffocating aura belonging to Uchiha Madara had dissipated completely that he slowly exhaled. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. To conspire with a tiger for its skin is never an easy endeavor. Yet he had succeeded. Uchiha Madara had developed an interest in that monster. Now, all that remained was to patiently await its reemergence in this world. Then, he would observe the ensuing conflict from a distance. Regardless of who ultimately emerges victorious, he, Orochimaru, shall be the last victor. Chapter 147. Danzo, has your vision remained confined to such a trivial unit as the village? The ripples of space had long since settled. Uchiha Madara's figure reappeared within that eternal abyss of darkness. He returned to the summit of the outer path golem, sitting cross-legged. In his mind echoed Orochimaru's fervent descriptions. A monster that devours souls. Transformed from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi. Madara savored the name. A laughable name. A decrepit old man. A failure who could not even govern his own disciple. Such a being could also transform into a so-called new form? Orochimaru's hyperbole struck Madara as somewhat ridiculous. He had traversed the ninja world for many years. Apart from the existence of that enigmatic figure, he had never regarded anyone as his equal. Hashirama was his only rival, yet he had perished. Now, a deceased monkey was being depicted with such sensationalism. Let this serve as mere amusement to pass the time. He closed his Rinnegan. Until the Moon Eye plan's completion, any variable was but a stone on the roadside, easily kicked aside. In the land of lightning, desolation reigned across the border's wasteland. The earth had been vitrified, subsequently eroded into a pockmarked state by the ensuing shockwaves. The air was thick with the acrid stench of sulfur and an indescribable aura of death, inducing nausea. An elite squad from the Hidden Cloud village stood at the center of this devastation. Leading them was the third Raikage trusted aide, Todai. He knelt down, pinching a grain of vitrified sand between his fingers. It crumbled to powder at his touch. There were no remnants of chakra. His voice carried a deep sense of bewilderment. Lord Todai, is this truly destruction wrought by humanity? One of the team members gazed at the flattened hillside in the distance, swallowing hard. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki, under Lord Mo, was attacked here. According to her account, the adversary was an unidentifiable monster with speed and strength beyond comprehension. Moreover, it also employed a certain form of crimson energy cannon. Energy cannon. This term stands in stark contrast to the combat system of ninjas. During the era of the second Tsuchikage battle against the duo of Kin and Jin, there existed similar legends. That Tsuchikage rose from his seat, surveying his surroundings. Yet, that too was achieved through the relics of the Sage of Six Paths. This monstrosity, however, manifests out of thin air. The intelligence is alarmingly scarce. We do not even know what it is, whence it hails, or what its intentions may be. Another team member added. Recently, several small ninja villages in the vicinity have reported assaults. All the villagers have vanished, leaving behind only traces of destruction. As if consumed by some entity. Consumed. The very word sent a chill through all present. The Tsuchikage remained silent for an extended period. Return and report to Lord Raikage. Our adversary may well be an unprecedented species. The search shall continue, but in units, maintaining distance. Upon spotting the target, signal immediately and do not engage in combat. Understood. The ninja of Hōgyoku swiftly dispersed. They were destined to return empty-handed, for the monster they sought had long departed this realm. Their quest had been futile from the very outset. In the shadowy underground base, the atmosphere was more oppressive than usual. The figure of Shimura Danzo emerged from the shadows of the corner. He did not lean on a cane. Each step was taken with unwavering steadiness, resembling a silent beast. He had waited long enough. Orochimaru's silhouette materialized from behind a tank filled with cultivation liquid. A faint, enigmatic smile graced his pale visage. Lord Danzo, have you become so impatient? Orochimaru. Danzo's tone bore no trace of emotion. I require results. Have you acquired the power of Sarutobi? Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips. Regarding that, I have made new progress. I have found a more suitable collaborator. This revelation caused Danzo to momentarily pause. Collaborator? Is my support insufficient? You now inform me that you have sought another? Please do not misunderstand. Orochimaru spread his hands. It is merely that Master Sarutobi's strength exceeded my expectations. Even the reincarnation of 4 Kage could not subdue it. Hence, I require greater power. Danzo's solitary eye fixed intently upon Orochimaru. Who? The curvature of Orochimaru's smile turned malevolent. A being capable of truly comprehending and wielding such destructive power. A soul returned from the depths of hell. He uttered the forbidden name. Uchiha Madara. Boom. This name struck Danzo's mind like a bolt of black lightning. His body involuntarily recoiled a step. What did you say? You have allied with Uchiha Madara? There is no need for such astonishment. Orochimaru reveled in Danzo's shocked expression. I summoned him back from the Pure Land. Now he is my pawn. My trump card against that monstrosity. Clearly, this assertion was a deception aimed at Danzo. A being like Uchiha Madara had long escaped Orochimaru's grasp, becoming the one who controlled. In truth, even if Orochimaru did not mention Sarutobi to Madara, with his capabilities, would inevitably discover it. Thus, it would be wiser to divulge the information directly to Madara. Madman. Danzo growled lowly. You are a complete lunatic. Do you realize what you are doing? Uchiha Madara is a traitor to Konoha, the common enemy of the ninja world. Releasing him would unleash unimaginable calamity upon this world. Calamity? Orochimaru laughed. Danzo, your vision remains confined to the trivialities of the village. What I pursue is the truth of life, is eternity. Uchiha Madara is merely a useful stepping stone on my path to truth. You have betrayed me. Danzo's voice trembled with rage. Our collaboration was for the future of Konoha. It was for me to harness that power and lead Konoha to true strength. Yet you have sought out Konoha's greatest adversary. Our partnership has come to an end. Orochimaru's expression turned icy in an instant. It ended the moment you questioned me. Your antiquated ideology cannot comprehend the undertaking I am engaged in. Very well. Danzo forced himself to regain composure. The fury within his solitary eye was shrouded by a deeper layer of frost. Orochimaru, you shall pay for your arrogance. Konoha shall never fall into the hands of a specter. Orochimaru shrugged indifferently. I await the outcome. Danzo uttered not another word. He turned and stepped back into the depths of darkness. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded away until it vanished entirely. Within the base, only Orochimaru remained. He gazed in the direction Danzo had departed, a scornful smile gracing his lips. The remnants of a bygone era. However, Danzo, now enveloped in the dark passage, halted his steps, his back pressed firmly against the cold wall. Uchiha Madara. That name, like a nightmare, ensnared his thoughts. Orochimaru had lost control. The monster that Sarutobi had become was missing. And now, another threat emerged in Uchiha Madara, alongside the unknown entity of Aoi. Each one posed a formidable threat capable of easily overturning Konoha. And he, now isolated, faced an uncertain path. For the sake of Konoha, what course should he take? He could no longer afford to wait. He could not place his hopes in others. His hand instinctively brushed against his right arm, tightly bound in bandages. That arm bore countless Sharingan. Additionally, the cells of the first Hokage, a frenzied idea, long suppressed, began to surge forth from the depths of his heart like rampant vines. If he could not control others, then he would become that unmatched power. He would safeguard Konoha in his own way. He would seize control of Konoha. Chapter 148. I possess the resolve to master the darkness. Darkness is Danzo's sole ally. He pressed his back against the frigid rock wall, the nauseating scent belonging to Orochimaru lingering on his skin. Uchiha Madara. That name pierced his nerves like a poisoned steel needle. That madman Orochimaru. Not only had he betrayed their pact, but he had unearthed Konoha's greatest calamity from the grave. The monster that Sarutobi had become was unaccounted for. Orochimaru had completely lost control. The enigmatic Aoi remained an unresolved issue, and now, Uchiha Madara had joined the fray. Each one was a blade poised over Konoha's head. And he, Shimura Danzo, once the clandestine master of all, now resembled a gambler stripped of all his stakes. Ridiculous. It is utterly laughable. He dedicated his life to the strength of Konoha, only to witness the village dragged into the abyss of destruction by these monsters and madmen. No, absolutely not. His hand instinctively brushed against his right arm, enshrouded in layers of bandages. Beneath the cold touch lay a stirring reality. That was his final trump card. The forbidden fruit he had unearthed from the corpses of the Uchiha clan. Each eye upon his arm represented a chance to reverse reality. Orochimaru was no longer trustworthy. Uchiha Madara must be eradicated. To rely solely on his own strength to restore everything to its rightful path was an endeavor as arduous as scaling a mountain. He required power, a form of absolute strength potent enough to trample both Uchiha Madara and that enigmatic figure, the blue feather, beneath his feet. A singular thought, akin to a venomous vine thriving in darkness, suddenly ensnared his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that abomination. The expression of mingled terror and fervor that Orochimaru had described resurfaced vividly in Danzo's mind. An indomitable physique, cataclysmic energy, an instinct that devours souls. Was that not the very power he had yearned for? A force that transcended the ninja system, pure and born for destruction. A dark flame ignited within Danzo's solitary eye. If that feeble old man Hiruzen could achieve such transformation after death, why could he not? Was it conceivable that Shimura Danzo's will of fire was weaker than that of a failure who could not even discipline his own disciples? It was utterly ludicrous. Hiruzen was governed by the instincts of a beast due to his intrinsic cowardice. But he was different. He possessed the resolve to dominate any darkness. For the sake of Konoha, he could transform into a being more grotesque than any monster. Moreover, he had his final safeguard, Izanagi. As long as the Sharingan in his arm had not been exhausted, he stood invincible. Should any unfavorable deviation arise, he merely needed to invoke Izanagi, converting that segment of failure into a void of dreams. Risk? There was no risk. This was, in essence, a gamble with guaranteed returns. In the moment of determination, the last vestige of hesitation in Danzo's heart was utterly crushed. He turned and departed from Orochimaru's base without a trace of regret. He sought the key to unlock the door to a new world. Night enveloped an unnamed town on the border of the Land of Fire. It was a realm on the fringes of law and order, a haven for rogue ninjas, bandits, and bounty hunters. In a shadowy alley, a group of drunken ruffians surrounded a fallen man, mercilessly raining blows upon him. They spat vile curses, reveling in the thrill of tormenting the weak. A shadow silently emerged at the alley's entrance. Danzo's figure appeared as a ghost melded into the night. He observed the scum immersed in their brutality, his solitary eye betraying no emotion. Fallen souls, hearts filled with hatred and despair. They were the perfect sacrifices. He moved. No hand seals, no superfluous gestures, just a few fleeting afterimages. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds resonated as though puncturing several water-filled sacks. The clamor in the alley ceased abruptly. The ruffians remained poised, fists raised, yet their bodies stiffened and collapsed. A faint trace of blood appeared on each of their necks. Danzo approached the barely conscious man on the ground. The man lifted his gaze, bloodshot eyes pleading for salvation, emitting a raspy sound from his throat. Danzo, expressionless, extended his hand and grasped his neck. What he sought was despair, not supplication. Moments later, Danzo dragged several still warm bodies, vanishing into the night of the town. In a desolate, forgotten valley, the moonlight was pallid. Danzo cast the sacrifices onto the ground. He recalled the steps for entering the hollow world. Let us begin, he silently chanted within, drawing forth his short blade. He inflicted the deepest pain and purest despair upon the sacrifices with cold precision. Wretched screams echoed through the valley, only to be swiftly devoured by the wind. The air began to feel amiss. The space seemed to be violently torn by an invisible hand. A pitch-black, irregular fissure materialized before Danzo. The edges of the fissure twisted with light, while within lay an unfathomable darkness, so profound that even the moonlight could not illuminate it. The entrance to the hollow world. The black void. It emanated an aura of desolation, stillness, and a chilling dread that sent shivers through the soul. Danzo regarded the fissure with unwavering resolve, his eye ablaze with the uncontainable fervor of impending mastery over new powers. He grabbed a nearby sacrifice as if hoisting a bag of refuse, and stepped into the depths of that profound darkness. The world before him was irrevocably upended. Chapter 149. Fallen into the void, merely to better protect Konoha. Crossing through the fissure, the world lost its color. Beneath his feet lay an endless expanse of white desert. Above him stretched the unchanging pitch-black night, with a waning moon hanging silently. The air was devoid of wind, lacking any breath of life. Only an unsettling quietude and desolation penetrated to the bone. This was the hollow world, a realm exclusively belonging to fallen souls. Danzo discarded the now worthless sacrifices from his grasp. As their bodies hit the ground, they began to decay at a visible rate, as if this space had siphoned the last remnants of their life. Danzo felt an unprecedented discomfort within his own body. His chakra flowed sluggishly in this environment, akin to being ensnared in mire. His arm, implanted with the first Hokage cells, radiated a burning pain. Here, the power of life was a primordial sin. A guttural, inhuman roar echoed from the distant sand dunes. An abominable creature, resembling a massive insect, scuttled rapidly across the sand on its limbs. A hollow gaped in its midsection, and its face was obscured by a white, bony mask. It was drawn by the scent of the living, the lowest form of hollow. Danzo's solitary eye revealed no hint of disturbance. He did not even perform hand seals. In a flash, he appeared behind the hollow. The short blade sliced through the air in a frigid arc. With a sickening thud, the hollow's head was severed. Its massive body crashed to the ground, dissipating into black spiritual particles that vanished into the air. Easily dispatched. A flicker of disdain crossed Danzo's mind. Was this the monster that even the four Kages could not handle, as Orochimaru had claimed? Hardly impressive. Yet, in the next instant, a chorus of roars erupted from all directions. 1, 10, 100. A swarm of lowly hollows surged from the horizon, forming a tide of darkness. They were drawn by the dissipating spiritual particles of their fallen kin and the foreign aura of Danzo. At last, Danzo's expression shifted. He sought to retreat from the hollow world, but the spatial fissure had sealed completely the moment he stepped into this realm. There was no escape. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a highly compressed air cannon. Boom. The foremost dozen hollows were instantly shredded to pieces. Yet, it was of little consequence. More hollows surged forth, trampling over their fallen comrades, heedless of death. Their assault was simple and brutal, claws, fangs, and pure physical savagery. Danzo's figure darted amidst the swarm of hollows, evading their attacks. The short blade in his hand transformed into a series of lethal glimmers. With each swing, a hollow fell. Yet, the chakra within him was depleting at an alarming rate. This world offered no means to replenish chakra. Each use of ninjutsu drained his finite vitality. A hollow lunged at him from his blind spot. Its sharp claws tore through the air. Danzo could not evade in time. A deep gash, revealing bone beneath, marred his right arm. The Sharingan concealed beneath the bandages lay exposed to the air. Agonizing pain surged through him. Yet, what truly unsettled him was another matter. The wound bled not at all. The torn flesh, in a bizarre manner, transformed into black particles, dissipating into the ether. The very air of this world was eroding his body, consuming his existence. Damn it, Danzo growled, kicking away the hollow that had ambushed him. He could not afford to continue in this manner. He needed to discover a way to break free from this predicament. His singular eye swept across the battlefield. And he noted a detail. The spirits of the slain hollows, upon dispersing, were frantically absorbed by their surrounding kin. Those hollows that absorbed the spirits grew even more formidable than before. Devour. Evolve. This was the law of this world. A frenzied thought took shape in his mind. If Sarutobi could do it, why could he not? His aim was not to flee, but to become one of them. Indeed, to ascend as their king. In that instant of resolution, he hesitated no longer. He willingly relinquished his defenses, allowing a hollow's vicious claw to pierce his chest. Intense agony engulfed him. Yet he refrained from invoking his Anaji. He sought to sever the ties to his humanity through this ultimate suffering. For the sake of Konoha, in his heart, he uttered a final affirmation of the nearly lifelong justification he had clung to. The flesh of his chest began to dissolve rapidly, an emptiness forming. This was not a wound inflicted by external force, but rather a singularity of nothingness spontaneously emerging from within. He felt his soul being drawn away by an irresistible force, consciousness beginning to blur. Memories of humanity flashed before him like a faded tapestry, competing with Sarutobi, the resolve to establish the roots, the cold-blooded assassination of political rivals, the greed to seize the Sharingan. His entire existence had been shrouded in darkness, struggling for the light known as Hokage. Ridiculous, utterly laughable. The very thing he had pursued throughout his life was now to be cast aside in this manner. No, not cast aside. A rebirth. He would reclaim all that was rightfully his in an entirely new form. A roar, alien to humanity, filled with rage and resentment, erupted from the depths of his throat. White bone erupted through his skin, a grotesque mask began to envelop his features. His body twisted and reshaped. The right arm, once bound in bandages, the Sharingan he had considered his trump card, began to shatter and dissolve one by one. The cells of the first Hokage, under this extreme rejection, emitted their final lament. Utterly annihilated. Everything he had relied upon crumbled. In its place arose a power more pure, more primal, and closer to the essence of existence. The surrounding hollows ceased their assault. They sensed it, a pressure emanating from a higher plane of life. A new, powerful kin was about to be born. They began to retreat, emitting low growls of reverence. At last, the transformation was complete. A new being stood upon the white sands. His form was significantly larger, encased in a hard, white exoskeleton. At his chest was a profound void, as if capable of devouring all. His face bore a cold, ghastly mask of bone, with the right half retaining a deep cross-shaped scar. That was the final remnant of Shimura Danzo. He raised his claw-like hand, feeling the surging, destructive power within. Chakra was no more. In its stead was a new energy known as spiritual pressure. He was no longer a ninja. He was not even human anymore. He had become the very monster he had once sought to control and scorned. Sarutobi. He spoke, his voice a rasping amalgamation of overlapping sounds akin to metal grinding. Wait for me. When we next meet, let me show you who truly deserves to wield this power. Hokage. He turned to face the lowly hollows that cowered before him. In his singular eye, only the cold desire of a predator remained. He craved more sustenance. He needed to evolve. Chapter 150. After brainwashing others for a lifetime. His ultimate fate was to thoroughly brainwash himself. In a tranquil tatami room situated within the Uchiha clan grounds of Konoha, the gentle aroma of tea intertwined with the rustling of bamboo outside, weaving a tapestry of serenity. Korin lifted the warm teapot, pouring a cup for Aoi. Aoi grasped the teacup, savoring a delicate sip. Before him lay no tea table, only a swirling mass of pitch-black energy. At the center of this energy, the image of another world was vividly reflected. A white desert, a pitch-black sky, and the newly transformed monster, standing atop a heap of corpses and fear, Shimura Danzo. What a splendid awakening. Always appraisal bore no trace of either praise or derision. For Konoha, to have brainwashed others for a lifetime, only to ultimately brainwash oneself. How absurd. He set down the teacup, lightly tapping his fingertip in the void. The dark energy split into 4 images. The other 3 scenes depicted various landscapes, a fog-laden coast, barren rocky terrain, and a mountaintop shrouded in storm clouds. In each location, one or more figures employed methods akin to Danzo's, casting desperate, fallen souls into the gaping chasms of darkness. They were renegades from Awakens, ambitious souls from Qingyu, and radicals in Qingyu yearning to upend the existing order. Aoi provided them with methods, and in return, they supplied him with a continuous stream of materials. In merely 2 or 3 months, the desolate realm known as Hueco Mundo had transformed from its initial barrenness. Danzo had merely arrived at an opportune moment. His choice to metamorphose into a hollow coincided perfectly with a prepared hunting ground brimming with sustenance. Let me see how far you can go, Danzo. You, who have struggled like a rat in the gutter your entire life, may yet glimpse the staircase leading to the heavens. Aoi's fingertip traced the air again, refocusing on Danzo. He felt a twinge of admiration for his bold decision, but that was all. In the face of absolute strategy, personal struggles were but minor variables on the chessboard, insignificant. What truly piqued Aoi's interest was another matter. He wished to discern why Sarutobi's hollow had become so uniquely different. That pure essence of existence, driven by the need to devour and fueled by rage, while retaining rationality and memories from life, was it an anomaly? Or did this world possess a unique offering for the souls of fallen ninjas? Come, Danzo. Show me just how much greater your capacity is compared to that weak-willed friend of yours. Do not let me down. Hueco Mundo. A roar erupted from the depths of Danzo's throat. It was no longer the language of humanity, but a declaration belonging to a predator. He felt the new power coursing through him, spiritual pressure, a force more ferocious and pure than chakra. He gazed down at his claw-like hands, hard, cold, imbued with the essence of destruction. The surrounding lowly hollows trembled in fear. They sensed an innate dread emanating from this fledgling kindred spirit, a profound suppression at the very essence of existence. Danzo's singular eye swept over the throng of prey cowering at his feet. There was neither compassion nor hesitation, only an insatiable hunger surging forth from the hollow within his chest, a hunger so intense it threatened to consume his very sanity. He moved, his form vanishing in an instant. With a swift, decisive strike, one of the closest phantoms, unable even to emit a cry of despair, found its skull crushed by a white bony claw. Black spiritual particles erupted like fireworks. Danzo opened his mouth, a powerful suction drawing in the scattered particles, filling his being with warmth. His strength surged, momentarily alleviating the gnawing hunger, yet that relief was soon eclipsed by an even more fervent thirst for greater power. Not enough. Far from sufficient. A hoarse chorus of overlapping voices echoed across the white desert. He was no longer satisfied with this passive absorption. He plunged into the disintegrating mass of phantoms driven by fear. A one-sided slaughter commenced. His combat style retained traces of his ninja training, calm, efficient, precise. He could always identify the weakest link within the phantom ranks, creating chaos at breathtaking speed. Amidst the turmoil, he would drag out the panicked prey, tearing them apart and devouring them. One phantom attempted to resist, spewing a caustic liquid from its maw. Danzo did not flinch. He allowed the liquid to splatter against his white exoskeleton. The hissing sound of corrosion erupted, yet it left no mark upon him. Worthless. With a swift claw, he severed the phantom's body in 2. Grasping the twitching half, he unceremoniously shoved it into the mouth hidden beneath his mask. The sound of crunching bones was nauseating, yet the spiritual essence was efficiently extracted. His aura intensified, visibly growing in potency, brutal, bloodthirsty, and rife with unmasked malice. The remnants of human thought within his mind intertwined frantically with primal instincts. Sarutobi, Orochimaru, Uchiha Obito, and that Aoi. Wait for me. I shall return. Konoha is mine. The position of Hokage is mine. This power should also belong to me. His singular eye burned with a madness more fervent than in life. He sought to devour, to evolve, to become the sole sovereign of this world. Then, as a king, he would reign over Konoha, crushing all who obstructed him, all who betrayed him, and all who displeased him. This was the true will of fire of Shimura Danzo. This was the rightful visage of Konoha. In his wake lay a field of remnants. The surviving phantoms had long since fled without a trace. This expanse of dunes had, in a mere heartbeat, transformed into a desolate wasteland. Danzo stood atop the bones, tilting his head back to unleash a roar that reverberated across the barren land. That roar was filled with the joy of rebirth and boundless ambition for the future. In the room, Aoi waved his hand. The black energy before him gradually dissipated. Intriguing. It retained a considerable degree of self-awareness. Ambition became the anchor against his primal instincts. A perfect specimen indeed. He resumed his grasp on the now lukewarm tea, consuming it in one gulp. Chapter 151. Aoi-sama, are we here to gather materials? In the room, the tea had grown tepid. Aoi set down his cup. Before him, within the twisted mass of black energy, the monstrous form of Shimura Danzo was tearing apart the last phantom attempting to escape. Devour. Evolve. Ambition anchored him against his instincts, securing him firmly on the isolated island of selfhood. Retaining a significant degree of self-awareness, Aoi's assessment revealed no trace of emotion. Sarutobi Hiruzen was thus. Now, Shimura Danzo was likewise. To descend into a phantom did not equate to being wholly consumed by beastly instincts. Rather, they retained memories and obsessions from their former lives. One had become a pure amalgamation of rage and consumption, while the other had transformed into an ambitious soul guided by hunger. This was not an isolated case. Aoi mused to himself, his fingers gently tracing the air. An intriguing hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. The souls of ninjas, tempered by chakra and honed through years of dancing on the precipice of life and death, had fundamentally diverged from those of ordinary humans. Their wills were more resilient, their obsessions deeper. Such souls, upon falling into the realm of phantoms, would not simply morph into mindless low-tier specters. Instead, they held a significant probability of directly evolving into high-tier individuals that retained their sense of self. High-quality phantoms, perfect instruments of war, disasters that could be mass-produced. The previous experiments had been too crude. He recalled those root members devoured by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Each one was an elite of Jounin caliber, each capable of becoming beings like Danzo. Yet, they had instead served as sustenance for Hiruzen's evolution. Such a waste. He required a more precise verification. A batch of sufficiently potent, pure ninja souls to substantiate his hypothesis. The fallen souls sent into the realm of phantoms through his agents were predominantly rogue ninjas and traitors. Their makeup too diverse, their strengths too varied, lacking significant reference value. Aoi-sama. The voice of Kankuro bore a hint of barely perceptible reverence. She quietly knelt beside him, refilling his cup with hot tea. In her world, there was no right or wrong, only Aoi. Every word and decision from Aoi was an absolute truth to her. Your thoughts are always so captivating. Aoi did not respond. He rose to his feet. It was time. Rather than waiting for those inept subordinates to deliver a collection of inferior materials, it would be better to personally select suitable specimens. Kankuro. Yes. Kankuro immediately stood, her body slightly leaning forward in anticipation of his command. Follow me. Aoi offered no further explanation. He raised his hand, gently slicing through the emptiness before him. With a ripping sound, the space tore apart like fragile fabric under an invisible force, a pitch-black fissure twisting into existence. On the other side of the crack lay an absolute void. No light, no sound. Only a chilling silence that could freeze the soul seeping forth. Aoi's expression remained inscrutable as he lifted his foot and stepped into that profound darkness. Kankuro followed closely, without a hint of hesitation, as if entering not an unknown realm, but rather their own backyard. The black fissure slowly closed behind them, and the room returned to tranquility, leaving only the lingering aroma of tea to testify that someone had been there. The world lost its color. Beneath their feet stretched an endless expanse of white desert. Above them loomed an unchanging pitch-black sky, accompanied by a cold, waning moon. The air was thick with desolation and silence. This was the realm of phantoms, a gladiatorial arena for lost souls, meticulously crafted by Aoi. He did not linger here. To him, this world was but a transitory passage, a realm he governed with utmost authority. He closed his eyes, and his immense perception instantly enveloped the entire void. Countless coordinates flickered within his mind. The gateways to this world opened by the agents he had strategically placed throughout the ninja realm. Soon, he identified the most suitable transit point. Here. He raised his hand once more, and the void before him was once again torn asunder. The new rift did not lead to Konoha. From the other side of the rift wafted a damp air, imbued with the scent of decaying vegetation. Qingyu stepped through. In the next moment, he and Shanfeng found themselves amidst a dimly lit forest. This was the land of grass, a small nation caught between the land of fire and the land of earth, perpetually ravaged by the fires of war. It existed as a vacuum of order, a breeding ground for rogue ninjas and war orphans, and the most fitting paradise for hunting. Lord Qingyu, what brings us here? Shanfeng inquired, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. unable to contain her curiosity. Extraction, Qingyu replied succinctly. His perception had already locked onto a nearby village, Hōgyoku, a ninja village with little presence in the ninja world. Yet, for Qingyu at this moment, every ninja possessing chakra within this village was a precious specimen awaiting dissection on his experimental table. Are you ready? Qingyu turned to Shanfeng. To offer everything for you. Shanfeng answered, her fervor sincere and intense. Qingyu smiled, appreciating such pure loyalty. With a flicker, the two vanished from their original location. The village's defenses were but a mere facade. Qingyu and Shanfeng traversed the shadowy corners of the village like phantoms merging with the night. The ninjas in the village were generally weak, the strongest among them being merely a handful of special jonin. Start with the weakest. Qingyu's command was cold and precise, instructing them to reach their final transcendence amidst the deepest despair. Understood. Shanfeng's form disappeared around the corner of an alley. Moments later, a short, muffled scream, forcibly stifled, echoed from a nearby house. Soon, silence reigned once more. Shanfeng returned, dragging an unconscious Hōgyoku genin behind her. Very well. Qingyu extended his hand, pressing it upon the genin's forehead. He did not kill him outright. Instead, he employed a more cruel method, extracting the most agonizing and despair-laden memories from his soul, resentment from betrayal by comrades, fear of failed missions, and the pain of lost loved ones. The genin's body began to convulse violently, his soul twisted and tainted in the throes of excruciating agony. Then, Qingyu tore open a passage to the void, discarding this half-mad soul into it like refuse. Next, the hunt had only just begun. 1, 2, 5. Qingyu and Shanfeng were like two of the most efficient reapers, precisely harvesting the lives of every ninja within the village. They required no combat. It was a one-sided, overwhelming massacre. The ninjas of Hōgyoku were oblivious to their foes, unaware of their origins. They were dragged into boundless darkness within their homes, on patrol routes, and in their most relaxed moments. A palpable atmosphere of panic began to pervade the village. However, this very panic became the finest catalyst, rendering the souls of those still living even more delectable. At last, when more than half of the village's ninjas had vanished, the village leader finally sensed something amiss. The alarm bell shrieked piercingly through the night sky. Enemy attack. Intruders. Instantly, the entire village descended into chaos. The remaining ninjas surged toward the village square from all directions, backs pressed together, warily surveying every shadow around them. Qingyu and Shanfeng stood atop a distant tower, surveying the trembling prey below. Everyone is here, Qingyu murmured. This saves us considerable trouble. He turned to Shanfeng. The final task is yours. Send them all down. Yes, Lord Qingyu. Excitement flickered in Shanfeng's eyes. She stepped forward and leaped from the tower. In midair, golden chains, akin to locks, erupted from her back. Vajra sealing. This was the pinnacle of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. However, in Shanfeng's hands, it transformed from a sealing tool into the most lethal chains for harvesting souls. What is that? The Hōgyoku ninjas in the square screamed in terror. The golden chains descended like a celestial net. They attempted to resist, unleashing various ninjutsu into the air, but against those golden chains, their efforts were as fragile as paper. The chains effortlessly pierced their defenses, ensnaring each individual with precision. This was not a physical restraint, but a direct confinement of their souls. The chilling screams resonated through the air. The ninjas of Hōgyoku felt their souls being inexorably dragged from their bodies by an irresistible force. A massive, dark rift opened up in the center of the square. Shanfeng stood at the edge of the rift, like a goddess presiding over hell. With a wave of her arm, dozens of tortured souls were pulled into the unfathomable darkness by the golden chains. The world became serene. The square was left with only lifeless, soulless shells. Hōgyoku. Eradicated. Qingyu's figure materialized silently behind Shanfeng. He gazed at his masterpiece, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Let us go. Let us see how our experimental subjects have fared. Chapter 152, My body, my soul, my everything, belongs to Lord Qingyu. The torn passage slowly closed behind them. The world reverted to its monotonous hues. Beneath their feet lay an endless expanse of white sands, while above them loomed an eternal black sky. Yet, the air was tinged with something different, no longer pure silence, but a blend of bewilderment, anguish, and madness from newly born souls. Qingyu stood atop a towering sand dune, surveying below. Shanfeng quietly stood half a step behind him, like the most loyal shadow. Below the dune lay a chaotic slaughterhouse. Dozens of grotesque forms, newly transformed, were frantically attacking one another. They were the ninjas of Hōgyoku, mere moments ago living beings. Now, they had become the latest fodder in this barren world. This village, Qingyu began, breaking the silence, should hold special significance for you. His statement bore no hint of inquiry. Shanfeng's body exhibited a slight rigidity. She lifted her gaze to the monsters below, shrieking and tearing at one another. These creatures had once been her neighbors, the elders who had bullied her, and the villagers who had ignored her mother as her life was cruelly drained away. Indeed, her response was calm, devoid of any ripple. This is where I was born. It is also where my mother perished. She adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting the pale, waning moon. They claimed my mother was a monster. Due to her chakra, she possessed the ability to heal the wounds of others. Thus, on the battlefield, they inflicted injuries upon her, then lay upon her as if they were wild dogs, voraciously consuming her flesh and blood to mend their own wounds. Until she was utterly drained. She recounted the most brutal tale in the world, her tone reminiscent of someone merely describing what they had for dinner the previous night. I witnessed her demise firsthand, right in the heart of the village square. On that day, the entire populace gathered to watch, as if it were a grand festival. Qingyu remained silent, simply listening. He did not need to express sympathy. He merely needed to confirm the outcome. They labeled me a little monster. For I had inherited my mother's constitution. They imprisoned me, intending to wait until I grew older, so that I might assume my mother's role as the village's new instrument of healing. A flicker of change finally appeared on Xianglin's face. It was neither sorrow nor anger, but rather a grotesque, almost pathological smile. Then, you appeared, Lord Qingyu. You were like a beacon. No, she dismissed this notion. You were not light. You were a deity. You descended into my hell and proclaimed that this hell could be obliterated. Her breath began to quicken, a tumultuous blend of adoration and fervor swelling within her. Thus, when I utilized the Vajra lock to extract their souls one by one, I did not feel the sweet taste of revenge. I felt only a profound honor to be able to handpick materials for you, transforming those filthy souls into a part of your magnificent experiment. This was the supreme glory bestowed upon me by you. She turned to Qingyu and knelt deeply, reverently pressing her forehead against the cold, sandy ground. My body, my soul, my everything belongs to you, Lord Qingyu. The sole purpose of my existence is to fulfill your will. Qingyu gazed down upon her, surveying the soul he had personally rescued from the abyss of despair. Perfect loyalty. A flawless tool. A roar, distinct from the others, filled with malice and hatred, erupted from below. A particularly massive hollow surged forth from the fray, its mask still bearing the shape of the grass-hidden village leader's forehead protector. It lifted its head, hollow eye sockets locking onto Xianglin atop the dune. It retained fragments of its memories from life. It's you, the daughter of that monster. The raspy, overlapping roars brimmed with resentment. You destroyed the village. You calamity. It charged toward the dune like a frenzied rhinoceros, its massive feet trampling the sand, creating deep impressions. Xianglin remained kneeling on the ground, utterly still, as if she had not heard the roar barreling toward her. For Qingyu had not issued a command. The hollow, transformed from the grass-hidden leader, drew ever closer. It opened its maw, lined with jagged teeth, drooling foul saliva that corroded the sand, leaving small craters. It intended to tear apart this woman who had wrecked everything, along with the man at her side. Qingyu's expression remained devoid of emotion. He did not even glance at the approaching monster. He simply watched Xianglin kneeling at his feet, as if admiring a piece of art, until the hollow-esque claws were less than a meter from his garments. He raised his gaze. He finally spoke. Yes. Xianglin responded immediately. She turned to confront the massive monster that had pounced before her. Her face bore no fear, only an exhilarating thrill of being observed by the divine. You are correct. For the first time, her voice turned icy. I am indeed the daughter of a monster. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dozens of golden chakra chains erupted from her back, resembling a colossal golden python brought to life, hunting the divine. The hollow's movements abruptly halted. Its limbs, torso, and neck were pierced and bound by the golden chains. It hung suspended in midair, thrashing wildly, unable to budge the chains in the slightest. Yet, Xianglin approached the ensnared soul step by step. You have misunderstood one thing. I am not a calamity. I am the harbinger of divine retribution. She extended her hand, gently grasping one of the chains. And you are not victims. You are sacrifices. She tightened her fist. Ah, a shrill scream, so piercing it seemed beyond the capacity of any living creature, resonated throughout the hollow realm. The golden chains erupted in blinding light. The hollow, transformed from the grass-hidden leader, was mercilessly lashed by the golden chains. The blood flowing from its wounds coalesced into spiritual particles, which did not have time to dissipate before the chains, in a more domineering manner, extracted and absorbed all that energy. Moments later, the blinding light faded. leaving only the battered hollow of the grass-hidden leader. Because Xianglin had always remembered Qingyu's purpose, she did not kill him. She retracted the Vajra lock. Her aura seemed even more potent than before. She turned, kneeling once more before Qingyu, a contented and blissful blush adorning her face. Lord Qingyu, the sacrifice has been offered. Qingyu regarded her. Has your past been cleansed? No. Xianglin shook her head. My past has never been erased. It is the mark you have branded upon me. A reminder of who granted me rebirth. Qingyu smiled. He extended his hand, gently lifting Xianglin's chin. Excellent. I am quite pleased with your response. Chapter 153. My existence is to execute your will. Qingyu released his grip. The coldness of his fingertips lingered on Xianglin's chin, a chill that brought her unprecedented comfort. Very well. Qingyu turned, facing away from her, overlooking the chaotic slaughter below. Those hollows recently transformed from grass-hidden ninjas, bereft of their leader, were descending into even more frenzied infighting. They are perfect materials. They are also perfect tests. The decision to let you act against the grass-hidden village was merely a spontaneous thought of mine. Qingyu's words bore no warmth. I have heard of your grievances with that village. Thus, I wish to observe. Xianglin listened quietly, her body tensing slightly. She understood that the true judgment was only just beginning. To witness how much you have grown with your newfound power. To see if you still harbor those unnecessary, weak emotions. Qingyu tilted his head, his peripheral gaze sweeping across Xianglin's profile. Forgiveness, redemption, bonds. With each word he uttered, the mockery in his tone deepened. Those things cherished by those deemed protagonists by heavenly decree are worthless in my eyes. They are the excuses of the weak, the epitaphs of the defeated. Xianglin's breath halted for a moment. She comprehended the essence of his words. From the very beginning, Lord Qingyu had been observing her, monitoring whether she would feel even the slightest pity for those who were once her fellow villagers. If Qingyu's voice turned even colder. Had there been the slightest hint of reluctance in your actions just now, or a trace of hesitation in your emotions, you would now be nothing more than a discarded tool. He paused, seemingly allowing Xianglin time to digest this. Or a piece of trash that can be casually discarded. The cruel words pierced like ice picks into the marrow of her bones. Yet, Xianglin felt no fear. Instead, she experienced a tremor of recognition, an honor bestowed upon her for having passed the most rigorous of trials. Lord Qingyu, she spoke, her voice steady and clear. You worry too much. I would have thought you would know best. Know best about what? Qingyu turned his head, regarding her with keen interest. I am no longer the pitiful creature curled up in a cage, awaiting salvation from others. Xianglin adjusted her glasses, the red pupils beneath the lenses glinting with an unusual light. It was you who pulled me from the depths of hell. The power you bestowed upon me was not meant for forgiving those maggots, but to transform me into your instrument, to eliminate all obstacles in your path. Her reasoning was lucid and resolute, her loyalty pure and fervent. The purpose of my existence is to execute your will. Your enemies are my enemies. What you deem worthless is, to me, mere dust to be crushed, be it in Kusa village or elsewhere. Qingyu remained silent, merely observing her. This girl had undergone a complete metamorphosis, evolving from a victim into a flawless perpetrator. No, she was not a perpetrator. She was an extension of his will, the sharpest of blades forged for him. Well done, he finally rendered his ultimate judgment. You have passed the trial. You are worthy to stand by my side and behold the vistas that lie beyond. Xianglin bowed deeply. Yes, Lord Qingyu. At that moment, a new development unfolded on the chaotic battlefield below. Several hollows, having consumed the most of their kind during the fray, grew stronger than their peers. They ceased their mutual attacks and, in unison, cast their malevolent gazes upon the two foreign entities atop the dune. They sensed a more formidable spiritual pressure. It was a more delectable prey. Roars erupted in a cacophony. A dozen of the strongest hollows began to charge towards the dune, their targets set on Qingyu and Xianglin. Xianglin stepped forward, positioning herself before Qingyu. Golden chakra chains coiled, ready to unleash. She prepared to eradicate these oblivious creatures, just as she had done with their leader moments before. Wait, Qingyu's voice resonated from behind her. Xianglin halted instantly. Killing them all is a waste. His tone was that of a shrewd merchant assessing his assets. These are high-quality materials. What do you mean? Xianglin inquired, somewhat perplexed. A king requires more than mere sustenance. Qingyu advanced, standing alongside her, extending his hand towards the approaching hollows. An army is also necessary. Subjects are required. Xianglin's body shuddered. She immediately comprehended Qingyu's intent. Just now, he had been destroying offerings, but now he wished for her to learn another lesson. Conquest. Make them kneel. Make them understand who the new sovereign of this world is. She needed an army of absolute obedience, not a pack of beasts that merely knew how to bite. This was the true trial. Destruction was far simpler than creation and dominion. Killing them was something Xianglin could easily accomplish. However, compelling these mindless, instinct-driven monsters to submit to her would demand an entirely different kind of strength and strategy. Yes, Lord Qingyu. Xianglin's response was devoid of hesitation, infused instead with an unprecedented excitement. This was a new task entrusted to her by Lord Qingyu, one she must complete flawlessly. She stepped forward and leapt down from the dune, landing steadily before the charging hollows. She refrained from launching an immediate attack, standing solitary against the snarling beasts. A hollow at the front dashed forward, its gaping maw open, claws tearing through the air as it lunged for Xianglin's head. She remained unmoving until the foul wind ruffled her crimson hair. With a swift motion, a golden chain shot forth from her back, not aimed at the hollow's vital points, but rather piercing the knee of another hollow beside it with precision. The struck hollow collapsed, howling in agony, the chain searing its soul like a branding iron. Yet it was not lethal. It inflicted a continuous, excruciating pain that rendered it incapable of resistance. The foremost hollow hesitated, baffled by the sudden turn of events. More chains erupted, each striking a non-lethal point on the hollows, be it shoulder, thigh, or spine, pinning them firmly into the sand. Painful roars filled the air. Yet none of the hollows perished immediately. Xianglin demonstrated the insurmountable chasm of power between them in a manner that was profoundly intimidating. She could easily slay them. Yet she chose not to. What she desired was fear, an absolute dread rooted deep within their souls. At last, the last standing hollow halted, observing its companions writhing in agony beneath the golden chains, unable to die. The primal instincts of the beast were, for the first time, overwhelmed by an emotion known as fear. It hesitated. It retreated. Xianglin seized the moment, raising her hand as dozens of golden chains surged skyward from behind her, forming a divine canopy of gold. An overwhelming pressure descended upon them. "Kneel," Xianglin commanded, her voice cold and devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an irresistible will. The hollow's body trembled. It attempted to resist, but the weight of the pressure emanating from her soul rendered its limbs heavy as lead. Ultimately, before such absolute power, its massive form slowly bent, lowering itself to its knees, burying its head deep into the sand. 1, 2. All the hollows ensnared by the chains ceased their struggles under the weight of that overwhelming force, prostrating themselves and emitting low, reverent growls. Above the dune, Qingyu observed this scene unfold, a satisfied curve gracing his lips. Xianglin had grown even faster than he had anticipated. She was not merely a sharp blade. She possessed the potential to become a capable commander. He turned away, no longer gazing at the spectacle below. The remainder was merely a matter of time. He believed in Xianglin to handle everything adeptly. Another powerful piece had been added to his chessboard, and one that was absolutely loyal. This was indeed fortuitous. Chapter 154, Sometimes. Being useless isn't so bad. Beneath the dune, the silence governed by fear was shattered by a suppressed roar. The hollows pinned to the ground by the indomitable pressure surrendered all resistance, trembling and cowering in awe. Only the hollow transformed from the leader of Kusa village, although forced to lower its knee, did not burn with pure fear in its hollowed eye sockets. Instead, it simmered with resentment, hatred, and a flicker of cunning that had not been extinguished, remnants of its humanity. Xianglin sensed that unwillingness. She prepared to amplify her chakra output, intending to obliterate this most obstinate of souls. "Release them," came Qingyu's command from atop the dune. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianglin immediately complied. With a soft hiss, the golden chains that penetrated all the hollows transformed into luminous specks, dissipating into the air. The bindings vanished. The oppressive force lifted. The group of hollows, who had just been crawling on the ground, raised their heads in bewilderment. They were free. In the next instant, an instinctive reaction surged forth. The desires for slaughter and consumption reclaimed their hollow minds. Yet this time, not a single hollow dared to cast its gaze upon the dunes above. The red-haired queen, the deity that loomed over all, an untouchable existence. This realization had been etched deep within the very essence of their reborn souls. Thus, they turned their sights upon one another. The nearest became the primary target. A far more bloody and primal feast of devouring commenced. There was only one exception. The hollow that was once the leader of the grass-hidden village did not lunge at its fellow kind. Instead, in a breathtaking display of speed, it pounced upon the hollow that had been the first to have its knee pierced by Xianglin, now the weakest of them all. With a swift thrust, its claws mercilessly penetrated the other's skull. It opened its maw wide, tearing the head along with the soul within, and swallowed it whole. Power surged within. Its actions were unyielding, calm, efficient. It resembled a seasoned hunter, meticulously selecting its next target amidst the chaos of battle. It was stronger than the other hollows. Because it retained more of its human cognition, it understood how to assess the situation and choose the most advantageous tactics. Soon, the slaughterhouse beneath the dunes transformed into a one-sided performance. It consumed every former villager, converting their souls into steps for its evolution. Its form swelled at a pace visible to the naked eye. Its spiritual pressure grew increasingly volatile and solid. Ultimately, as the last hollow was torn apart and devoured, only it remained standing on the battlefield, a newly forged individual, powerful and amalgamated with the souls of dozens of ninjas. It lifted its head. The single eye beneath its mask brimmed with complex emotions. There was the joy of rebirth, the intoxication of power, but more than anything, as it gazed upon the summit of the dunes, there lay an unmistakable, deeply ingrained fear. It saw Xianglin, the woman who had pinned it down and humiliated it without remorse. It saw Qingyu, the man whose mere presence sent shivers through its very soul. A fleeting thought of vengeance crossed its mind, but it was swiftly extinguished by a more intense instinct for survival. It made a decision that even Xianglin found surprising. To flee. Its massive form suddenly pivoted. With all its might, it dropped to all fours and dashed away, not looking back, towards the distant white desert. Escaping from those two monsters. Fleeing from the dunes that had birthed it, yet instilled boundless terror. My lord Qingyu, shall I eliminate it? Xianglin inquired. No need. Qingyu replied with a light chuckle. A soldier who knows how to flee is far more valuable than 100 fools who only know how to charge forward. He watched the figure gradually diminish into a small black dot upon the white desert. The entire hollow realm is my pasture. Even if it runs to the ends of the earth, it remains merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. The pursuit held no significance. In this experiment, he had already obtained the answers he sought. High-quality ninja souls could indeed give rise to advanced hollows, retaining self-awareness. Danzo was one such case. The leader of this grass-hidden village was another. Ambition, or the instinct for survival, could serve as an anchor for their resistance against hollow instincts. A thinking army. A brand new idea began to crystallize in his mind. If an entire, structured ninja force could be transformed into such hollows, an army retaining their tactical prowess, capable of cooperation, and absolute obedience, what a terrifying weapon of war that would be. However, this idea still lacked the most critical foundation. He required a sufficiently substantial, organized ninja force as raw material. Yet such a thing was hard to come by in the peaceful era of the ninja world. Let us go? Qingyu retracted his thoughts. This plan was not urgent. He raised his hand and gently sliced through the air before him. A pitch-black rift opened once more. On the other side of the rift lay the familiar, tranquil night of Konoha village. Qingyu, accompanied by Xianglin, returned to the depths of the Uchiha clan's territory. The familiar tatami room appeared just as it had when they left. Xianglin skillfully knelt down and prepared a fresh pot of hot tea for him. The fragrant steam wafted through the air, dispelling the morbid stillness that clung to them from the hollow realm. Qingyu lifted the teacup and took a sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat. Leaning against the table, he allowed himself to relax completely. Cultivation, experimentation, strategic planning. While these endeavors undoubtedly brought the exhilaration of power and control, moments of respite were equally essential. Xianglin quietly knelt beside him, gently massaging his shoulders. Her touch was soft, the pressure just right. In her world, there was no slaughter from the hollow realm, nor the grudges of the grass-hidden village. There was only this man before her. To serve him in such a manner was her greatest happiness. My lord Qingyu. Today's experiment was quite successful. It was adequate, Qingyu replied with his eyes closed. Casually responding, I merely gathered some foundational data. Then what will you do next? Next? Qingyu opened his eyes and glanced at her. Next, of course, is to enjoy life. He extended his hand and playfully pinched Xianglin's cheek. We can't remain tense forever. Sometimes it's nice to be a slacker. Xianglin's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She lowered her head, unable to meet Qingyu's gaze. The atmosphere in the tatami room grew somewhat delicate. Qingyu withdrew his hand and resumed holding the teacup. Life seemed to return to its leisurely and pleasant rhythm. Chapter 155. The first batch of Konoha's elite ninjas transformed into Shinigami. Leisurely moments are always fleeting. While Qingyu savored this rare tranquility, a revolutionary transformation was underway in another part of Konoha, the realm of rebirth. A group of elite Konoha subordinates who pledged allegiance to Qingyu awakened their spiritual pressure and chose to remain, continuing to refine their abilities. This space was saturated with a high concentration of spiritual particles, the air so thick it felt almost tangible. For ordinary individuals, breathing here was akin to torture. Yet for ninjas who had awakened their spiritual pressure, this place was a veritable treasure. Kakashi Hitaki, Guy Might, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and 4 other top-tier forces of Konoha. These 10 figures, representing the pinnacle of the old era of Konoha, sat cross-legged in this peculiar space, with their eyes closed. They diligently guided the novel, unfamiliar power within them, spiritual pressure. Before them stood a young man, Sasuke Uchiha. He wore an innocuous smile, clad in black Shinigami attire, blending seamlessly into the stillness of the space. He was Qingyu's first disciple and the nominal guide for these elite ninjas of Konoha. Your understanding of power still lingers at the level of chakra, Sasuke began, his tone devoid of any respect for his seniors. Chakra is the energy derived from the body, finite in nature. Spiritual pressure, on the other hand, is the energy emanating from the soul, boundless and limitless. He extended a hand. Lord Qingyu has guided you to awaken it, yet the manner of its utilization must be discerned by each of you. The path we tread now seeks to fuse these 2 distinctly disparate forces into an unprecedented system. Jiraiya opened one eye and broke into a grin. It sounds effortless, little Sasuke, but this phenomenon is far more challenging to control than Sage Chakra. Tsunade also opened her eyes, her brow furrowed. Indeed, it feels as though another Ninetales resides within one's body, frenzied and untamable. Sasuke paid no heed to their grievances. He merely lifted his hand, retrieving a black token from his waist, clasping it within his grip. Death Goddess Proxy. This grants him the ability to enter Death God mode at will. Yet, the 10 individuals before him cannot do so. They require guidance. They must overlay the spiritual pressure from their souls onto the surface of their bodies and resonate it with their own chakra, forming a layer of spiritual attire. This is your current objective, spiritual attire mode. Sasuke's explanation concluded here. This knowledge was permitted for him to impart by Qingyu, and it constituted his entire duty as a mentor. The remainder must be explored by them individually. Sasuke sheathed his blade, turned, and walked toward a massive boulder in the distance, sitting down alone to meditate. He felt no need for extensive interaction with these individuals. His obligation was solely to fulfill the task assigned by Qingyu. The remaining 10 exchanged glances, silence enveloping the air. Months had passed. They had diligently practiced here daily, and their spiritual pressure had indeed been steadily increasing. Yet, this growth did not bring solace, but rather a deeper sense of confusion. So, how strong have we truly become? Asuma Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, the wisps lingering in the space. I don't know, Kakashi replied wearily. Without a point of reference and lacking practical combat experience, everything remains mere theoretical data. This sensation is dreadful. Yugao echoed softly, a hint of concern etched upon her features. They are ninjas, warriors honing their skills on the precipice of life and death, not scholars idly discussing theories in a dojo. This insular training left them feeling profoundly out of place. Oh, enough is enough. Might Guy suddenly stood up, his body ablaze with green steam. Youth should not be shrouded in uncertainty. If we are unclear about our strength, let us engage in a battle to ascertain it. He pointed at his lifelong rival. Kakashi, join me for a duel of youth. Kakashi barely lifted his eyelids. No. Why not? I lack the energy. Jiraiya, however, burst into hearty laughter. I find Kai's proposal rather appealing. He cast a mischievous glance at Tsunade across from him. I too am curious to experience the power of Tsunade's punch in spiritual attire mode. Leave. Tsunade retorted curtly, yet a flicker of intrigue danced across her face. They indeed required an opportunity, an occasion to test the fruits of their training. I find it feasible. Kakashi finally opened his dead fish eye. Rather than sitting idly here, a small sparring session would serve us better. We must understand ourselves and our comrades' current strengths. This will aid us in better cooperation in serving Lord Qingyu. Precisely. Asuma extinguished his cigarette. We cannot remain a group of individuals who cannot even harness their own power. That would be a disservice to the opportunity bestowed upon us by Lord Qingyu. The emotions of all were stirred. Confusion was supplanted by a fervent desire for battle. They yearned for a fight, a rousing contest, to affirm their worth and confirm that they still stood as the pinnacle of Konoha's combat prowess. Now what about the rules? Tsunade, as the 5th Hokage, instinctively began to contemplate the broader implications. To the point, Kakashi replied. The goal is to exchange insights, not to determine victors. After all, any injury to any one of us would represent a significant loss for Konoha. Oof, what a tedious rule. Jiraiya scoffed. What about the teams? How shall we determine our opponents? Let us draw lots. That would be the fairest method. Yugao suggested. No one disagreed. Thus, an unprecedented internal exchange session, spontaneously organized by the mightiest of Konoha's old guard, was hastily arranged. In the distance, Sasuke opened his eyes. He observed everything unfold before him. The reactions of these individuals were entirely as he had anticipated. A pack of caged beasts would inevitably yearn to tear and rend. He did not intervene. Lord Qingyu needed to witness their results, and practical combat would serve as the finest testament. He was merely a chronicler, tasked with reporting all that transpired here. So, let the first match commence, and I shall take the initiative. Might Guy leaped forward once more, brimming with enthusiasm. Kakashi, this time, you have no reason to refuse. This is to verify the results of our youthful training. Kakashi reluctantly stood. Very well. However, I shall not hold back, Kai. That is precisely what I desire. The two faced each other, an invisible combat spirit colliding in the air. The others instinctively stepped back, clearing a spacious area for them. Every face bore an expression of anticipation. The newfound power born from the fusion of spiritual pressure and chakra was about to be witnessed firsthand. Chapter 156. Are you ready? Kai, here I come. In Konoha village, a vast training ground lay silent, save for the sound of heartbeats. Kakashi and Guy stood opposite each other, the open space between them becoming the focal point of the entire arena. The remaining 8 retreated to a distance, forming a semicircular viewing circle. Each person held their breath. This was not an ordinary spar within Konoha village. This was their first true test of strength after mastering a brand new system of power. On a distant boulder, Sasuke remained seated. He hadn't even opened his eyes, as if the impending duel was mere childish play, unworthy of his disdain. This silent contempt bore a more profound oppressive weight than any words could convey. Then I shall strike first, Kakashi, Guy shouted, breaking the silence. He slightly bent his legs, assuming a stance for a straight punch. Yet, in the next moment, what surged from him was not the green chakra steam, but a more robust and primal energy wave. Buzz. The air resonated with a low hum. A faint green halo, akin to a delicate flame, emerged from Gaia's skin. This was the embryonic form of spiritual attire mode. Spiritual attire mode, a defensive layer constructed of spiritual pressure, akin to a suit of armor enveloping the body, enhancing defense. It utilized the power of the soul directly as armor, encasing the entire body. Oh, have you already reached this level? Jiraiya stroked his chin, a hint of astonishment in his tone. It is merely a preliminary manifestation, still unstable, Tsunade assessed, her expression grave. Observe the flickering frequency of that glow. Kai's control over his spiritual pressure remains crude. Just as she stated, the green halo surrounding Guy fluctuated erratically, resembling a malfunctioning light. Beads of sweat began to form on Gaia's forehead. Maintaining this state demanded far more mental energy than unlocking the initial gates of the 8 gates. It's your turn now, Kakashi. Gaia's fighting spirit remained undiminished. Kakashi languidly lifted his head, his dead fish eyes half open and half closed. Truly troublesome, he grumbled. Yet his body responded with a crackle. Unlike Kai's gentle green aura, Kakashi was enveloped in flickering, fragmented white arcs of electricity. This was not the lightning release chakra. Rather, it was his spiritual pressure manifested, imbued with an air of sharpness and solitude. It seemed that the attribute of each individual's spiritual pressure was intrinsically linked to their experiences and personality, as Asuma Sarutobi softly noted. Kai, with his fiery enthusiasm for taijutsu, radiated a burning green, while Kakashi, burdened by a plethora of pasts, emanated a serene white lightning. What about us? Yugao glanced at her own hands. She too could sense the restless power within her, yet was uncertain of the form it would take. This question remained unanswered. They were all explorers, feeling their way across a river of uncertainty. Ahead of them, the only guide was that disdainful youth. In the center of the arena, Kakashi's wide arcs of electricity gradually stabilized, weaving into a form-fitting suit that appeared to be crafted from lightning itself. His demeanor underwent a sudden transformation, shedding the guise of the languid Jonin and revealing the essence of a drawn blade. Are you ready, Kai? At any moment, the instant the words left his mouth, both vanished from their positions. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted at the center of the arena, the collision of fists and knife-hand strikes. It was a pure contest of strength. As they materialized, both slid back several meters, leaving deep rifts in the cracked earth beneath them. So fast, exclaimed Choji Akimichi in awe. This was not the body flicker technique. It was a pure enhancement of physical capabilities through spiritual armor. Shikaku Nara furrowed his brow. This was problematic. Such speed and power transcended their previous understanding. In just one clash, they grasped that this entirely new system of power had utterly upended the previous combat paradigms of ninjas. Again, Kai's excitement reached its zenith. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing, an endless torrent of strength surging from the depths of his soul. Konoha Hurricane. Kai transformed into a green whirlwind, charging towards Kakashi with an overwhelming force that seemed capable of obliterating all in its path. Kakashi did not evade. He raised his right hand. The white lightning spiritual pressure rapidly converged in his palm. It was not merely Chidori, it surpassed it. With a swift motion, he struck against the green vortex. The clash of the green tempest and the white lightning erupted violently. There was no deafening explosion, only the agonizing sound of energies annihilating each other. The shockwaves radiated outward, forcing the onlookers to retreat once more. Had these two already begun to spiral out of control? Jiraiya's expression turned grave. They were lost in the exhilaration of their surging power, forgetting that this was merely a spar. Tsunade clenched her fists, sensing the escalating ferocity of their spiritual pressures, akin to two beasts unleashed from their confines. Stop! Kai! Kakashi! Tsunade's voice rang out, but it was entirely drowned out by the cacophony of their energies clashing. The two combatants could no longer hear anything from the outside world. All that remained in their gaze was one another. Kakashi! Kai's roar reverberated from the eye of the storm. This is youth. The green flame surrounding him surged dramatically, overpowering Kakashi's lightning. Kakashi was forced backward by the immense force, cracks appearing in the spiritual pressure armor on his chest. A trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Injured, Kakashi's left eye, the Sharingan, involuntarily began to spin. A chilling memory, intertwined with his spiritual pressure, surged forth uncontrollably from within. He recalled many faces: Obito, Rin, his father, Minato Namikaze, those lost whom he had failed to protect. These pangs of regret and anguish, catalyzed by his spiritual pressure, transformed into something purer. The three-tomo Sharingan evolved directly into its Mangekyo form. Or rather, it seemed that Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan had long since evolved, but had remained unacknowledged until now, merely triggered by the current stimulus. Kai, he murmured the name of his opponent. Be wary now. He slowly raised his right hand. This time, all the white lightning converged frantically towards his palm. This was not the previous knife hand strike. It was a perfectly condensed sphere of lightning, imbued with a sense of annihilation. On the other side, having landed a successful blow, Kai's fighting spirit soared to its peak. Just like that. Kakashi, unleash your full power. He was ablaze with youthful fervor, feeling the radiance of his youth, and leaped high into the air. The entirety of his green spiritual pressure concentrated upon his right leg. The air itself seemed to ignite. Asa no Kaze? No. This was a technique far more terrifying than Asa no Kaze, a strike that gambled his very soul. This is bad. Jiraiya's face transformed completely. They were about to get serious. We must stop them, Yamato exclaimed urgently. Yet no one moved. It was not from a lack of desire, but from an inability. The two spiraling spiritual pressures had formed a powerful force field, repelling them all. They could only watch helplessly as the white sphere of annihilating lightning and the leg wreathed in green flames were poised to collide. In that critical moment, a dark figure appeared unexpectedly between Kai and Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke. He wore his trademark smile, facing the energy surge capable of demolishing a small mountain with a nonchalant gesture. Extending both hands, his left hand met Kai's descending leg, while his right hand intercepted Kakashi's lightning sphere. Then, nothing happened. No explosion, no shockwave. The two wildly uncontrollable spiritual pressures, upon contact with Sasuke's palms, encountered their nemesis, being forcibly unraveled, instantaneously subdued, and completely devoured. Kai and Kakashi, poised to strike, froze in midair, their eyes wide with incomprehensible shock. Their all-or-nothing attacks had simply vanished. Chapter 157. What level of strength do I possess now? Silence. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Kakashi's devastating lightning sphere and Kai's soul-burning strike hung less than an inch from Sasuke's palms before dissipating. Not shattered, not blocked, but utterly, silently obliterated, as if those two torrents of ferocity had never existed. Kai remained suspended in his downward strike, while Kakashi held his right hand aloft, his body leaning forward. The expressions on their faces shifted from sheer fervor to a void of disbelief. In the training ground, one could hear a pin drop. The other 8 elite shinobi from Konoha stood as if bound by a collective paralysis, immobile. Their minds refused to process the scene unfolding before them. Tsunade opened her mouth, but could not utter a single syllable. Jiraiya's grave demeanor transformed into pure astonishment. What had transpired? What had Sasuke done? This question struck them all like a heavy hammer, reverberating in their hearts. It was Kakashi and Guy, unleashing their full power in spiritual mode, without reservation. Even together, they would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Yet, it was effortlessly erased by that youth. Sasuke slowly lowered his arms. He scarcely spared a glance at Kakashi and Guy. The sentiment was not one of halting and uncontrollable battle. It felt more akin to casually swatting away two buzzing flies. He turned and strode back towards the massive stone that belonged to him. Throughout the entire process, not a single word was uttered. Yet, his silhouette, his silence, served as the most resounding declaration. You are far too weak. Kakashi and Guy finally descended from the air. Thud. Both collapsed, one knee on the ground, gasping for breath. The aura of spiritual pressure surrounding them had long vanished without a trace. That recent strike had drained them of all their strength. Yet, the outcome was utterly despairing. I have lost. Kakashi murmured, his head bowed, his voice hoarse. Oh. Guy looked up at Sasuke's back, the flames in his eyes extinguished for the first time. It was more than just a loss. This was not a confrontation from the same dimension. Just a few months prior, they had still been guiding and protecting their juniors. How little time had passed. The opponent had grown to a level they could only look up to, one they could scarcely comprehend. How had this chasm emerged? No one dared to voice the question. They all sensed that to inquire would only invite humiliation. That youth had no interest in explaining himself to them. Should we continue our sparring? Asuma Sarutobi broke the silence, his tone laced with an unprecedented dryness. Certainly. Tsunade stepped forward, her fists clenched tightly. Let us continue. Her resolve was unwavering. The earlier confusion dissipated, replaced by a stinging pride and a rekindled sense of urgency. They could no longer persist in this manner. No longer could they indulge in the false ecstasy of growing strength. They must confront the disparity between themselves and true power. Then, they would risk everything to catch up. The atmosphere of the ensuing sparring had completely transformed. No longer was there any room for testing or boasting. Each individual adopted the most rigorous of attitudes. Rules dictating restraint were strictly enforced. They began to perceive the flow of spiritual pressure with greater nuance, and to control the output of their strength with precision. What had begun as a display of power evolved into a genuine technical symposium. Jiraiya faced off against Tsunade. Asuma confronted Kurenai. The scale of the battles diminished significantly, yet they proved to be far more perilous. Each exchange of offense and defense was imbued with contemplation and application of their new power dynamics. Upon the distant stone, Sasuke appeared to be meditating, yet he was acutely aware of everything transpiring below. These veterans of the past had finally reigned in their laughable arrogance. He could sense the spiritual pressures of each individual operating with newfound efficiency. Though still rough around the edges, they had finally begun to find their footing. Sasuke's consciousness delved deeper. He began to assess himself. The act of neutralizing Kakashi and Guy's assault had indeed been effortless for him. When chakra and spiritual pressure ceased to be conflicting energies and instead formed a perfect union, the resulting qualitative transformation was exponentially profound. What level of strength did he now possess? Silently, he compared himself to the formidable figures etched in his memory. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage? He could win. Orochimaru? He could win. The other Kage-level shinobi? Most likely, he could also prevail. He arrived at a conclusion. He now stood at the true pinnacle of this shinobi world, an existence capable of contending with, and even triumphing over any of the Kage. However, a shadow flitted through his mind. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke's heart sank suddenly. That man. The one who always stood before him like an insurmountable mountain. Every confrontation had ended in his utter defeat, enduring the relentless torment of Tsukuyami. Walls easily pierced by Amaterasu. The sense of powerlessness under complete physical domination. Those memories were etched into his very soul. Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan long before him. His combat experience far surpassed Sasuke's. What secrets lay hidden within him that Sasuke remained unaware of? In the past, blinded by the desire for revenge, he would never have contemplated such matters. He would have blindly believed that with newfound strength, he could surely slay that man. But now he was different. Lord Aoi had taught him not merely about power, but also about perspective. He had begun to learn to think, to weigh options, to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of both enemies and allies. Revenge must be exacted, but not recklessly, charging into death unprepared. He needed more intelligence, a more meticulous plan, and, above all, greater strength. Sasuke opened his eyes, once more gazing at the 10 individuals training below. Perhaps they were not entirely useless. At the very least, they could serve as valuable subjects for observation. He needed to understand how far this new path could extend beyond himself. He closed his eyes, returning all thoughts to a state of tranquility. Chapter 158, The Path of Evolution. They are all my test subjects. Within the tatami room, silence reigned. Aoi leaned against the table, a luminous screen of spiritual particles hovering before him. vividly reflecting the scene at the Konoha training ground. Kakashi and Guy knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, while the other 8 wore expressions of shock frozen in time. And the youth responsible for it all, Sasuke Uchiha, merely cast a solitary, aloof silhouette. Has Sasuke-kun truly become this strong? Karen knelt beside Aoi, her voice a soft whisper that shattered the silence. In her tone lingered a hint of disbelief. Aoi did not turn his gaze, remaining fixed on the shimmering screen. This outcome was anticipated. He replied casually, as though stating an established fact. The Uchiha clan naturally possesses an affinity for yin release. The essence of yin release lies in the manipulation of spiritual and soul energy. It can be considered a close relative to spiritual pressure. Aoi lifted a teacup, gently blowing upon the floating tea leaves. Furthermore, as Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra, the quality of his soul has stood atop this shinobi world since birth. Hence, his speed in mastering spiritual pressure surpasses that of anyone else. From a mere child who was not even a chunin, he had evolved in mere months to a level that even Kakashi and Tsunade must look up to. While this may seem extravagant, it is, in truth, entirely reasonable. Karen listened quietly, absorbing this information. She gazed at Sasuke's silhouette within the screen. Her earlier competitive spirit entirely extinguished. In its place blossomed a deeper sense of reverence. Not solely for Sasuke, but also for the man before her. One who could manipulate everything with ease. Lord Aoi, Karen spoke again. Did you impart this power to them solely to bolster Konoha's military strength? Aoi finally withdrew his gaze. He turned his head to regard Karen. Military strength? He chuckled lightly, a glimmer of amusement in his smile. They will indeed become a force to be reckoned with. But not for Konoha. They will be mine. Yet before that, they still hold a more significant purpose. Qingyu lifted his hand, and the images on the luminous screen dissipated. The tatami room reverted to its original state. Korin, yes, I am exploring a path concerning evolution. Qingyu's tone was remarkably flat, yet it caused Korin's body to instinctively tense. This was the first time she had heard Lord Qingyu speak so candidly about the essence of his being. However, the direction of evolution must be chosen by me alone. It is akin to standing at a crossroads, where each path leads to a distinctly different destination. Qingyu rose and began to pace slowly within the room. The first path is the pure and unadulterated road of the Shinigami. It entails cultivating the soul to its utmost, forsaking this useless shell of flesh. Ultimately, the physical form will completely perish, leaving only the essence of pure soul energy. He halted, gazing at Korin. Korin, if one day you must relinquish this body to attain greater power, would you be willing? Korin was taken aback. She instinctively touched her cheek, sensing the warmth of her skin. To abandon her body? Would she still be herself? She hesitated. See, even you hesitate. Qingyu seemed to penetrate her thoughts. In my belief, the physical body and the soul are both indispensable. To forsake either is merely a flawed evolution. That path will not lead far. He resumed his pacing. The second path aligns with the mainstream chakra system of this world. It retains the physical form, yet the presence or absence of bloodlines will determine one's limits. Therefore, to achieve greater accomplishments, one must incessantly transplant, merge, and devour various powerful bloodline limits. Ultimately, one might become a being akin to the legendary Otsutsuki, a powerful entity embodying all bloodlines. He scoffed. Transforming one's body into a haphazard patchwork of disparate parts is not evolution. It is self-degradation, a form of foolish regression. Such a thing is not divine, it is monstrous. Qingyu's tone brimmed with unabashed disdain. He stood before Korin, looking down upon her. Thus, I have chosen the third path, a route that has never been traversed by anyone. To completely merge the chakra system with the spiritual pressure system, these two fundamentally disparate forces, creating an entirely new system. Korin's heartbeat faltered. She finally comprehended. During the Chunin exams, her spiritual pressure was feeble, insufficient to sustain prolonged combat. Hence, she attempted to integrate the spiritual energy of chakra, substituting it with spiritual pressure, merging it with physical energy to form a new chakra. I named it the spiritual pressure mode. That was merely a rudimentary, temporary experimentation, for I was uncertain of the destination of this path. A peculiar smile emerged on Qingyu's face. It was a blend of madness and rationality, characteristic of an ultimate researcher. I require subjects, a sufficient number of excellent samples to explore all possibilities ahead. They will shatter every wall and smooth out every pitfall for me. Their ultimate outcomes will be my answers, or rather, stones in my quest for answers. As for Aizen's path of evolution into a worm, it is best left untraveled. Qingyu believed Aizen was indeed perfect, yet ultimately made the wrong choice. Korin slowly lifted her head. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi Guy. Those names that resonated throughout the ninja world, embodying the pinnacle of Konoha's strength. In the eyes of this man before her, they were merely stones to pave the way. Just a row of lab rats on a testing table. A chill coursed from the base of her spine to the crown of her head. Qingyu extended his hand, gently grasping Corinne's chin, lifting her face. Do you understand? Every moment of their training, every battle, every insight into power, they are all data to be collected by me. Every step they take is paving the way for my evolution. This is their true value. The air in the tatami room seemed to solidify. Corinne gazed at Qingyu, who at that moment resembled a cold deity, overlooking the chessboard filled with those who believed they had been reborn, yet were oblivious to their status as mere pawns. Yes. Corinne's throat felt parched. I understand. Qingyu released her and returned to his seat beside the low table. The suffocating pressure dissipated instantly. He reverted to his languid, casual demeanor, as if his world-altering declarations had been mere idle chatter. He lifted the now lukewarm teacup. Tea. Yes, Lord Qingyu. Corinne promptly regained her composure, refilling his cup with steaming tea. The fragrant aroma of tea once again permeated the air. Qingyu sipped the hot tea, contentedly narrowing his eyes. On his chessboard, 10 intriguing new pieces had appeared. This is excellent. Chapter 159. I want to kill Itachi. How should I tell Lord Qingyu? Jiraiya and Tsunade's sparring was far from the wildness exhibited by Kakashi and Guy. Every strike they made was infused with a seasoned control. The application of spiritual pressure resembled a scalpel, precise and lethal, rather than the brutish swinging of a massive axe as Guy would. Upon the boulder, Sasuke sat unmoving, observing the battle below. Tsunade's fists unleashed subtle ripples across the space, concentrating power into singular points. Jiraiya's body, enveloped in spiritual pressure, became slippery, dissipating 99% of the force. They were indeed growing stronger, at a visibly tangible rate. Yet, that was all there was to it. No waves stirred within Sasuke's heart. These individuals were no longer his reference points. They merely validated a path he had already traversed, albeit with considerable difficulty. His current adversary had but one face, Uchiha Itachi. The Crimson Sharingan, with just a fleeting glance, plunged the Jonin Yugao into a state of mental collapse. The unquenchable black flames effortlessly consumed Jiraiya's proud summon, the Toad's esophagus. And in that world of Tsukuyami, he had endured 72 hours of relentless torment. Each recollection pierced his soul like a cold needle. The images of failure had not faded with the increase in his power. In fact, they had become clearer, more profound, as he too had acquired the Sharingan. He could sense Itachi's strength. It was an art, an elegance that pushed the ocular techniques to their utmost limits. In contrast, his own power was merely a crude assemblage of energy. How do I compare to that man now? This thought burgeoned within him like a black seed, intertwining and entangling. He assessed his own strength, the perfect fusion of chakra and spiritual pressure, far surpassing Kakashi's spiritual armor mode. And these eyes, equally evolved to the Sharingan. The odds appeared favorable. A searing impulse surged from his chest to the crown of his head. Go kill him. Right now? Use these eyes to end everything. The voice of the Avenger roared in his mind, wild with reckless abandon. Yet, in the next moment, a colder, more rational voice suppressed this fervor with an iron grip. Foolish. Have you forgotten Lord Qingyu's teachings? Impulsiveness is the behavior of the weak, destined only to repeat past failures. A true champion meticulously calculates every aspect, adeptly controlling all variables at play. Are you truly aware of all of Itachi's hidden cards? Is that calmness, that effortless demeanor, merely a result of the kaleidoscope? Sasuke's body trembled slightly. He realized that his understanding of Itachi remained anchored in the past, confined to those few fleeting yet brutal encounters. This is unacceptable. He cannot proceed in such a manner. Revenge is not a gamble. It must be a lethal strategy. He requires a more objective evaluation, an assessment from one who can perceive all. Sasuke rose to his feet, determined to seek out Lord Aoi. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the boulder, silent and unseen, as if he had never been there. In the arena, Tsunade delivered a punch that sent Jiraiya flying, bringing their sparring session to an abrupt conclusion. Let's call it a day, Tsunade panted, announcing the end of their training. However, Kakashi's focus lay elsewhere. He instinctively cast a glance toward the distant boulder. It was empty. Sasuke had left. When had he departed? Among the multitude present, it seemed he alone sensed the momentary distortion in space. Kakashi's hand subconsciously rose to touch his forehead protector, beneath which lay the Sharingan, housing the soul of his dear friend. During his confrontation with Guy, an uncontrolled surge of chakra had unexpectedly activated it. The three tomos spun, coalescing into a brand new, ominous form, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He could distinctly feel the starkly different power contained within that eye, a cold force that seemed capable of devouring everything, a power belonging to the realm of space. Yet why? Could the conditions for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan exist outside the Uchiha bloodline? Then, he recalled Rin. The bloodied hand that pierced her chest haunted him like a nightmare. But that was many years ago. Why now? Could the chakra bestowed by Aoi truly alter the essence of one's bloodline, even tracing back to the pain of the soul? This question loomed over him like an indomitable fog. He could not comprehend it. What cost would such power entail? According to the lore of the Uchiha clan, the culmination of the Mangekyo leads to eternal darkness. Perhaps only those two legendary ninjas, wise and experienced, could provide him with answers. Kakashi made a resolute decision. He must seek clarity from Lord Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's territory, now known as the Land of Requiem, Sasuke appeared on familiar streets. The surroundings were eerily silent. No birdsong, no chirping insects, only the faint hum of densely concentrated spiritual energy in the air. This energy was thick, like mercury, pressing heavily upon every inch of ground. Just months prior, standing here would have been a struggle. Now, however, this environment enveloped him in comfort and reassurance. As if he were a fish returned to water, each cell joyously breathing. He passed by his former home, where the emblem of the Uchiha police force was faded and desolate in the shadows. The scent of blood from that fateful night seemed to linger in the air. Sasuke did not linger. He walked past with indifference. The past could no longer shake his resolve. Step by step, he slowly approached the deepest chamber of the clan grounds, where Lord Aoi awaited him. His pace was deliberate, each step measuring his determination. His mind raced with thoughts. How should he begin? Lord Aoi, please allow me to kill Uchiha Itachi. No, that felt too much like a command, too humble a request. Lord Aoi, I possess the power to kill Uchiha Itachi. No, that was too arrogant. Lord Aoi despised arrogance. He rehearsed the dialogue in his mind, constantly overturning it. Ultimately, he discovered the most fitting phrasing, one that reflected his own value. Lord Aoi, I feel my training has reached an impasse. I require a sufficiently powerful opponent to test my mettle and clarify the direction of my evolution. Uchiha Itachi of the Akatsuki organization may be a suitable target. This formulation felt perfect, packaging revenge as an examination of self-strength and data collection, disguising impulse as a pursuit of a higher realm. This was the rational, valuable attitude that Lord Aoi would appreciate. Upon reaching the shoji door of the tatami room, the warm, amber light streaming through starkly contrasted with the cold desolation outside. He adjusted his black attire, suppressing the tumultuous emotions roiling within to the deepest recesses of his heart. A mask of harmlessness returned to his face. He then lifted his hand, preparing to knock. Chapter 160. The Path to Revenge begins. His outstretched hand hesitated midair, fingers merely inches from the thin paper door. He could scent the warm aroma of tea wafting through the crack, a stark contrast to the chilling atmosphere surrounding him. That fragrance acted like an invisible hand, soothing the tempest of vengeance within him. Sasuke retracted his hand, reassessing his emotions to ensure that his perfect, rational facade was firmly in place. Tap, tap. He gently rapped on the door. Come in, a languid voice, void of discernible emotion, called from within. Sasuke slid open the paper door and stepped inside. The room was bathed in a soft, warm glow, a serene world apart from the oppressive energy that cloaked the outside. Aoi reclined against the table, cradling a steaming cup of tea. Shorin knelt beside him, quiet as a figurine. Upon Sasuke's entrance, she merely lifted her eyelids briefly before quickly lowering them, refraining from any superfluous movement. Sasuke halted 3 paces from Aoi and knelt on one knee. Lord Aoi, he bowed his head, obscuring his expression from view. Aoi remained silent, methodically skimming the surface of the tea with a lid, creating soft splashes. The crisp sound of porcelain clinking resonated clearly in the stillness of the tatami room, each chime striking Sasuke's heart like a small hammer. The carefully prepared speech he had rehearsed felt suddenly difficult to articulate. In the presence of this man, any pretense or calculation seemed exceedingly childish. Sasuke could feel the fabric of his clothing dampening with cold sweat at his back. I feel my training has reached an impasse. At last, he uttered that familiar opening line he had rehearsed countless times. I now require a sufficiently powerful opponent, one who can help me recognize my limitations and clarify the direction of my next evolution. He spoke in one breath, lowering his posture significantly. He framed his desire for vengeance as a pure pursuit of a higher state of being, convinced that this was the answer Lord Aoi longed to hear. And so, Aoi finally spoke, his tone flat. Uchiha Itachi of the Akatsuki organization, Sasuke stated the name. I believe he is a suitable target. I wish to kill him. The last words nearly tumbled from his lips, imbued with an emotion he could scarcely contain. Upon finishing, he bowed his head even lower, awaiting judgment. The tatami room fell once more into a profound silence, with only the steam rising from the tea swirling in the warm light, shifting shapes as time ticked away, second by second. Every second, for Sasuke, feels as interminable as a century. Why is Lord Qingyu silent? Is there a flaw in my phrasing? Or does he believe that my abilities are not worthy of invoking that man's name? Has he seen through my masquerade, penetrating the depths of my pitiful, impatient desire for vengeance? A plethora of questions detonates within his mind. The newfound confidence he had just begun to cultivate is gradually pulverized by this silence. A sense of despair, one that ebbs and flows, begins to spread from the depths of his heart. He had thought he achieved a rebirth, gaining power sufficient to overshadow the titans of the bygone era. Yet, before this man, he remains a wretched creature in need of scrutiny and approval. Sasuke can even feel the knees that kneel upon the ground trembling slightly. He is unaware that Qingyu's silence is not directed at him. Qingyu's consciousness has long drifted to a far-off place. Uchiha Itachi, a fascinating subject of observation, afflicted by a terminal illness, yet through sheer will and ocular prowess, he has prolonged his existence to this very moment. His Sharingan, Tsukuyomi, and Amaterasu are products of the utmost application of mental strength. The clash of Sasuke's lightning-infused chakra against Itachi's eternal black flames represents a highly valuable experiment. The collision of two utterly distinct systems of power will yield data of immense worth. However, a fleeting image of a man donning a swirling mask crosses Qingyu's mind. Uchiha Obito, along with other members of the Akatsuki organization, and the resurrected Uchiha Madara, who has returned to the shinobi world. They will not idly watch as Itachi is slain, they will inevitably intervene. Although Sasuke has matured rapidly, he remains yet inexperienced. My finest subject must not falter due to such trivial distractions. A thought flits through Qingyu's mind. It seems a little assistance is in order. Nonetheless, for now, I shall refrain from revealing too much and observe how far he can progress on his own. With this in mind, Qingyu set down his teacup and spoke. Very well. A light, airy word fell upon Sasuke's ears. Sasuke abruptly lifted his head, astonished, his disbelief still lingering. That brief silence had prepared him for rejection or even reprimand. Yet what he received was a decisive permission. A wave of overwhelming elation instantly washed away all his unease and trepidation. Thank you, Lord Qingyu. His voice trembled slightly, tinged with an excitement that was hard to suppress. Sasuke steadied himself, forcing calmness upon his racing thoughts. Is there anything I should particularly heed before I act? He yearned for guidance, hoping for even a mere hint of intelligence or a tactical suggestion from Lord Qingyu. Such insights would serve as the most crucial leverage on his path to vengeance. However, Qingyu merely lifted his teacup once more, not even casting a glance at Sasuke. Go. Just 2 words. No explanations, no admonitions, no warnings. He could not fathom whether there was a deeper significance behind them. Sasuke stood frozen in place. Everything he had prepared himself for failing to materialize. The vast psychological dissonance left him momentarily adrift. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to articulate any further inquiries. Yes, ultimately, he could only manage to squeeze out this one word. Slowly, Sasuke rose to his feet, bowing as he retreated. Until he pulled open the paper door and stepped back into the cold, dark void, he felt as though he were in a surreal dream. The door gently closed behind him, completely severing the warmth of light. Sasuke stood before the entrance of his former home, allowing the viscous, mercury-like chakra to envelop his being. He extended his hand, observing the flickering white arcs of lightning dancing in his palm. The power that could instill despair in Kakashi and Guy now left him feeling hollow. What does Lord Qingyu truly mean? Is it absolute confidence in my victory? Or does he simply not care for my well-being? Sasuke could not comprehend. He chose to abandon such thoughts. The answer lies with that man. He must obtain it with his own hands. Sasuke's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from the spot. Inside the room, Xianglin cautiously raised her head. Lord Qingyu, are you truly letting him go just like that? The Akatsuki is filled with monsters. Qingyu took a sip of his tea. Monsters? He chuckled lightly. A monster confined within a cage, no matter how formidable, remains merely a monster. But Sasuke, he is a predator that I have personally set free. Chapter 161. The feelings towards that man have never been as simple as mere hatred. The silhouette of Konoha is gradually devoured by the horizon behind him. There is no joy as he had imagined, nor the excitement one would expect from a vengeful soul. Sasuke's footsteps are slow, almost languid. The wind brushes past his dark hair, carrying the scents of flora, mingled with a hint of freedom. Yet within his chest, there is an emptiness, as if something crucial has been irrevocably cast aside along with the village behind him. He had always believed that leaving was the first step towards victory. But now, he feels an overwhelming sense of disorientation. Why? He repeatedly questions himself. Is not the sole purpose of his existence to end the life of that man and bring closure to the Uchiha tragedy? Why, upon reaching this juncture, does that deep-seated hatred become blurred, like ink diluted in water? He yearns for answers from Lord Qingyu. Yet all he received were 2 words, go. Those words served as a key, unlocking the cage of freedom, yet they also felt like a merciless hand pushing him into a deeper unknown. In the land of rain. In Amigakure, the Akatsuki's stronghold likely lies in that perpetually rainy place. Sasuke's knowledge about it is limited to this, yet he understands that a group of monsters resides there. The resurrected Uchiha Madara, the man who wears a swirling mask and calls himself Madara, alongside Uchiha Itachi, and each member possessing power at the level of a Kage. This journey is akin to venturing into the lair of dragons and tigers. Yet he harbors no thoughts of retreat. Abandonment is a fate far more intolerable than death. He simply needs a bit of time to understand certain matters. The trees lining the road swiftly retreat behind him. No, it is his own speed that has unconsciously accelerated. He halts. The surroundings are eerily quiet, only the sound of the wind and his own heartbeat reverberating in the silence. He closes his eyes, and unbidden, 2 other faces emerge in his mind. That eternally boisterous blonde fool. Sasuke, I will definitely bring you back to Konoha. The pink-haired girl, perpetually in tears. Sasuke, don't go. How infuriating. These tedious memories are the shackles of the weak, the very things Lord Qingyu has warned him to sever. Sasuke abruptly opens his eyes, his Sharingan spinning slowly. He intends to expunge these images from his mind entirely. Yet at that moment, he is taken aback. The scenery before him has changed. No longer the desolate wilderness, but a familiar street. Houses adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem line the sides. There is no scent of blood in the air. Only the aroma of meals wafting from homes at dusk. The Uchiha compound. He has returned. No, this is an illusion. Sasuke's body instantly tenses. Is it an enemy? Something is amiss. There is not a trace of chakra's fluctuation. Is this merely a recollection of my own? A gentle female voice resonates from the doorstep, not far away. Sasuke. You're back. You must be weary from training today. Come and have dinner. Sasuke's body stiffens, resembling a stone statue. He slowly turns his head. His mother, Mikoto Uchiha, clad in an apron, stands at the entrance, smiling warmly at him. That smile is so radiant it could melt the very ice of the world. Behind him, his father, Fugako Uchiha, sits upright, perusing a newspaper, casting him only a fleeting glance. Humph. You're still far behind your brother. The tone is stern yet tinged with a subtle hint of concern. The reality of it all is suffocating. Sasuke's fists clench tightly. He knows this is an illusion. He witnessed their bodies lying in a pool of blood with his own eyes. That man stood beside their corpses. This is a genjutsu. A fissure in my heart born of confusion, he tells himself. He attempts to summon the spiritual pressure within him, to shatter this deceptive warmth with a bolt of lightning. Yet he is powerless. His body betrays him. Or rather, he himself resists awakening. Sasuke. His mother's voice echoes again. What troubles you? Why do you stand there? Have you encountered something distressing? Sasuke parts his lips, his throat parched. What should he say? Should he confess that he intends to kill your other son? Should he declare that he has forsaken everything for vengeance? It's nothing. He hears his own voice, raspy and unfamiliar. I am just a bit tired. If you're tired, come inside and rest. His mother beckons with a smile. It's rare for your brother to return early today. He said he would guide you in shuriken training. Brother. Itachi Uchiha. The name strikes like thunder in Sasuke's mind. He abruptly looks towards the interior of the house. The man he vowed to kill emerges from within. He is not clad in the Akatsuki's black robe adorned with red clouds, nor does he bear the eye that brings endless despair. He wears simple home attire, his face adorned with the gentle smile of an elder brother, etched deeply in Sasuke's memory. Sasuke, Itachi speaks. Your gaze is filled with confusion. What are you afraid of? Sasuke's body begins to tremble slightly, not from fear, but from rage. Rage at his own helplessness. I am not afraid, he nearly bellows. Silence. You false apparition. Vanish. He channels all his strength, and white arcs of electricity finally begin to dance across his form. The surrounding scene fractures. Like a shattered mirror. Do you truly wish for me to disappear? The phantom of Itachi maintains his smile. If you kill me, what will you gain? Do you believe that is revenge? No. You are merely envious of me, envious of my strength, envious that I captured our father's attention. Your so-called hatred is merely an excuse to mask your own weakness. I am not. Sasuke roars. A tempest of lightning erupts violently from within him. Boom. Everything before his eyes disintegrates in an instant. The warm home, the kind parents, the gentle elder brother, all dissolve into mere vapor. He finds himself once more on that desolate path. The setting sun stretches his shadow long, solitary, and bleak. Sasuke kneels on one knee, gasping for breath. Cold sweat drenches his back. He slowly raises his hand, observing the remnants of electricity still flickering in his palm. In that moment, he comprehends at last. His confusion, his trepidation, are not born of insecurity regarding his power. Rather, deep within his heart lies a complexity of feelings towards that man, far beyond mere hatred. There is yearning, there is dependence, there is love, and thus, he fears that in the moment of killing that man, he would also annihilate the last vestige of warmth within himself. The emotions of the weak. Sasuke rises to his feet. The confusion on his face has vanished, replaced by a chilling resolve. I do not require such things. He lifts his gaze towards the direction of the land of rain. This time, his steps are firm and swift. He will go to kill Itachi Uchiha, not for revenge, but to eradicate the weak self that clings to those absurd feelings. Chapter 162. The encounter between Scorpion and Pain. Deep within a dark, damp cave, a solitary oil lamp casts flickering, distorted shadows upon the stone walls. The air is thick with the acrid scent of preservatives, mingling with the earthy stench of soil. Scorpion, in his red sand attire, meticulously etches intricate runes upon a pale human arm with a finely crafted carving knife. His movements are precise, steady, devoid of any emotion. Much like himself, a flawless puppet, devoid of superfluous sentiment. Since that humiliating ordeal, he has concealed himself. Manipulated by a man named Ao, he had witnessed his partner, Deidara, the boisterous fool who worshipped ephemeral art, meet his end at his own hands. Scorpion's hand pauses momentarily. He cannot return to the Akatsuki. The organization would not tolerate a traitor who allowed an outsider to control him and slay his comrade. He can only remain hidden here, like a rat in a sewer, gradually mending his body and crafting new puppets, restoring his strength, and then seeking out that man, to transform him into his most exquisite collection. Suddenly, faint footsteps echo from outside the cave. Two chakra signatures distinctly invade his perception. One he recognizes well, the other, weak yet vast as the ocean. Scorpion's body tenses instantly, the tail of his crimson sand puppet silently extending from the scroll behind him, glinting with a venomous sheen. They arrive sooner than expected. He thought he would have more time. The shadows at the cave entrance elongate as two figures step inside. Leading the way is a woman with blue-purple hair, her expression cold, paper flowers nestled in her hair. It is Conan. Behind her is a man, red-haired, pallid, bloodstains still lingering on his form, his breath labored, clearly gravely injured. The red-haired man leans heavily on the woman beside him. Yet that eye, a ripple of purple patterns in the form of the Rinnegan, immediately raises Scorpion's vigilance. His heart, the last remnant of humanity that sustains his life, contracts sharply. Pain. No, not the kind of controlled corpse that Pain represents. It is the man behind Pain, the true leader of the Akatsuki. They have found me. Scorpion's voice resonates through the hollow chamber of his puppet, carrying a metallic rasp. Are you here to clean house? He prepares for battle, even though he is far from being at his peak. Scorpion of the red sand will not surrender easily. Conan offers no reply. She merely supports Nagato, gently helping him to sit upon a relatively clean stone. Nagato's breaths are rapid, each inhalation seeming to tug at countless wounds within him. We are not here to trouble you. Conan finally speaks, her tone calm, yet betraying an undeniable weariness. Scorpion lets out a cold laugh. What is that? Just passing through. And thought you would check on the collections of your trader? We are not here to investigate the circumstances surrounding Deidara's demise or your defection from the Akatsuki, Conan declared. Scorpion was momentarily taken aback. He had envisioned countless opening lines, threats, inquiries, or even direct confrontation, but never anticipated a proposal for reconciliation. The Akatsuki is no longer ours, Conan continued, dropping an even heavier bombshell. The air within the cavern seemed to crystallize. Scorpion maintained his grip on Hiriko, refusing to lower his guard in the slightest. Was this some new ploy? An attempt to lull me into complacency, only to ensnare me in your paper jutsu, transforming me into a mere mummy? Pain has been defeated. Nagato, who had remained silent, spoke weakly. His voice was hoarse, akin to two pieces of sandpaper rasping against each other. Uchiha Madara, resurrected through Edo Tensei, has been vanquished. The mere mention of Uchiha Madara rendered Scorpion utterly motionless. The man behind the swirling mask, who referred to himself as Tobi, once claimed to be Uchiha Madara. A lie. Yet another deception. This masked man had stolen one of my Rinnegan eyes and had also taken away the Akatsuki. The true Uchiha Madara seeks to reclaim the last remaining Rinnegan. I fought him fiercely and was grievously injured. Nagato began to cough violently, prompting Konan to rush forward and gently pat his back. Now the one controlling the Akatsuki is Uchiha Madara, and that masked man is clearly aligned with him. Konan continued. We have also become hunted traitors. Scorpion observed them, noting Nagato's fragile state, as if he could perish at any moment, and the genuine concern etched on Konan's face. This was no mere performance. No S-rank ninja would craft such a clumsy trap at the expense of their own life. So what is it that you seek from me? Scorpion's tone softened considerably. Are you seeking refuge? Or do you wish to recruit me to oppose Uchiha Madara? He retracted Hiriko's tail. The two before him no longer posed a threat. They were akin to him, discarded pawns, ruthlessly abandoned by a more powerful entity. We have no ulterior motives. Konan shook her head. We merely sensed your chakra while fleeing and wished to ascertain your well-being, to confirm that I am still alive, or to check if I have divulged any information about the organization. Scorpion's words remained sharp, a defense mechanism. Both, Konan admitted candidly. However, it seems you are equally unaware of the events transpiring in the ninja world. Scorpion fell silent. Indeed, he was oblivious. He had isolated himself in this cavern, consumed by thoughts of vengeance and puppetry. The man controlling you is named Chojuro, Konan suddenly mentioned. He is currently in Konoha. Even the 5th Hokage and the higher-ups in Konoha regard him with great trepidation. His strength is unfathomable. If you seek revenge against him, your chances of success are negligible. Scorpion's regeneration core contracted once more. A wave of impotence mingling with deeper resentment surged within him. One Uchiha Madara, one Konoha s Chojuro. Scorpion's self-derisive laughter echoed. This world has become increasingly fascinating, filled with monsters. We, the remnants of a bygone era, have no place left. Nagato raised his head, the faint glimmer remaining in his Rinnegan resting upon Scorpion. Position is something one must create for oneself. It is not granted by others. Scorpion, your puppetry is the pinnacle of ninja arts. Do not allow it to be buried alongside your hatred in this cavern. Nagato's words pierced through the cold, unfeeling shell Scorpion had woven around himself. He gazed at his unfinished creation, the arm he had salvaged from a deceased medical ninja. He aspired to use it to rectify the greatest flaw of his puppetry, to create art that transcended life and death. I do not require your lectures. Scorpion turned away, presenting his back to them. You may remain here, but do not disturb me. This was the greatest concession he could muster. Konan supported Nagato to his feet. Thank you. She moved to another corner of the cavern, finding a place for Nagato to rest once more. Silence enveloped the cavern again, save for the tireless flicker of the oil lamp's flame. Scorpion resumed his work with the carving knife, though this time, his hand trembled slightly. Chapter 163. We need your help, Scorpion. The air in the cavern was so still that one could hear the crackling of the oil lamp's wick. Scorpion did not turn around. He remained facing away from his uninvited guests, meticulously refining the joints of a new puppet with his carving knife. The presence of Nagato and Konan felt like two thorns thrust into his territory, impossible to ignore. Being fellow outcasts of the organization brought no false warmth. It only heightened his vigilance. The cavern, reeking of medicinal fumes, now bore a faint, yet discernible scent of blood emanating from Nagato. This scent of weakness displeased Scorpion. Days passed, and their exchanges remained limited to the most basic survival necessities. Scorpion never initiated conversation. He merely waited, for them to leave or for their true intentions to reveal themselves. At last, Scorpion halted his actions, sheathing the delicate carving knife back into his toolkit. How long do you intend to stay here? His tone emerged cold and unyielding through the structure of Hiriko. Until Nagato's injuries heal, came Konan's reply, steadfastly remaining by Nagato's side, like an emotionless paper doll guardian. And then, Scorpion pressed, to leave this place, continuing as your defeated hounds, or to find a place to hide away and live out the rest of your days. His words, like poisoned senbon, mercilessly struck at their most vulnerable points. Nagato coughed twice, weakly lifting his head. We will not give up. Yahiko's vision of peace has yet to be realized. Scorpion let out a derisive, ambiguous laugh. Peace? With your current frail state? Not only that resurrected Uchiha Madara, but even that man named Chojuro from Konoha could crush you with a mere flick of his finger. You can't even safeguard your own life, yet you aspire to save the world? What a laughable dream. Nagato remained unfazed by Scorpion's derision. He calmly articulated a fact. My current power has indeed reached its limit. The Rinnegan, the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, even being a host for the Four Tails. is insufficient to contend with such formidable monsters. There was no despair on Nagato's pallid face, only a near-obsessive calm. To achieve peace, one must possess a strength that surpasses all else. I require a new power, one that can enable me to break free from my current shackles. Scorpion twisted Hiriko's neck, producing a creaking sound. That has nothing to do with me. I cannot assist you. He presumed Nagato would continue to plead or use some noble cause to persuade him. But Nagato merely shook his head. I did not expect you to. He shifted the conversation. Recently, Conan and I have noticed something on our flight. Strange individuals have appeared throughout the ninja world. They worship an entity known as the Evil God, capturing notorious ninjas and bandits, offering them as sacrifices in a brutal manner. Scorpion's movements halted. The term Evil God stirred memories of the most detestable fool in the organization. The one Haydn worships? His tone bore a hint of barely perceptible turbulence. Such supernatural phenomena are utterly unreliable. Perhaps they exist, perhaps they do not, Nagato replied. Our understanding is limited, but based on fragmentary intelligence. It seems that those devotees can indeed acquire some form of power through sacrifices. I wish to investigate this thoroughly. I require your assistance, Scorpion. At last, Nagato articulated his intent. Scorpion fell silent. In the cave, only the flickering flame of the oil lamp remained. The image of Haydn's arrogant visage surfaced in his mind, along with that indestructible body, which could not be slain by any means. Immortality. This was the artistic pursuit he had devoted his life to. He had transformed himself into a puppet to escape the decay of flesh, to let art become eternal. Yet, Haydn, that fool consumed solely by slaughter, had effortlessly attained this privilege in a manner he could not fathom. This was nothing short of blasphemy. Back in the Akatsuki, he had refrained from studying Haydn due to their shared allegiance. Now, that imbecile should have long since perished. Yet, his power seemed to spread across the ninja world in another form. This was an irresistible temptation for Scorpion. He yearned to comprehend the essence of that power. Was it another path to true eternity? Why seek me? Scorpion inquired. You and Conan together are sufficient to handle most situations. Yet, we have lost Amigakure and the Akatsuki. Hence, we require your puppets, your network of intelligence, and your poison, Conan, answering for the weakened Nagato, declared. Those followers of the malevolent deity act in secrecy and with extreme cruelty. Engaging them directly is not the optimal choice. We need the most professional infiltration and reconnaissance. Scorpion lapsed into silence once more, weighing the risks against the rewards. Although Nagato and Conan were remnants of a defeated force, they still possessed shadow-level combat prowess. Their presence would significantly enhance the safety of the investigation. All he needed to invest was his expertise. Most crucially, he had grown weary of this dark, damp cave. He sought a purpose to reclaim the pride of Sasori of the Red Sand, which had been overshadowed by the control of Chiyo. Rather than lurking in the shadows like a scorned woman sharpening the blade of vengeance. I can agree to your terms, Scorpion finally spoke. However, I am not your subordinate. We are equal collaborators. My interest lies solely in the power of that malevolent deity. Once I acquire what I desire, our partnership may be terminated at any time. That is acceptable, Nagato readily acquiesced. Agreed. Scorpion manipulated the Hōbi, redirecting his attention to the unfinished puppet. A subtle shift in atmosphere enveloped the cave. 3 renegades, cast aside by time, momentarily bound together by an elusive goal. None of them realized that the so-called malevolent deity incident sweeping the ninja world bore no connection to the deity Haydn worshipped. It was merely a scheme by a man to collect fallen souls for his own purposes in the void. Thus, he hypnotized numerous pawns to carry out this task. In the process, the truth became entangled with the legends of the malevolent deity, twisted by the whispers of those entranced pawns. Chapter 164, Sasuke. Lord Obito is quite interested in you. Rain. The unceasing rain. The cold droplets fell like countless fine steel needles from the overcast sky. This was Amigakure. Sasuke stood atop a rusted steel tower, gazing down upon the rain-soaked city. The air was devoid of the fragrance of earth, replaced instead by the metallic tang and lingering scent of mildew. Massive pipes coiled around every building like monstrous veins, as the icy rainwater surged within, producing a dull roar. This place resembled not a village, but rather a vast, slowly decaying steel tomb. The power he had obtained from Lord Chiyo had taught him how to mask his presence, leaving almost no trace. The energy known as spiritual pressure painted the entire village's soul fluctuations as a clear map in his perception. Countless faint light points adorned the map. They were the common folk, huddled like mice in their nests, exuding an aura of fear and numbness from the shadows of the structures. Among them were stronger light points. They were the ninja, patrolling the streets with synchronized movements, yet exuding an eerie lifelessness. They were not the original guardians of this village. Sasuke could sense that their chakra had been forcibly twisted and unified by an external force, like a group of puppets on strings. The person he sought lay deep within the lair of these puppets, Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke's figure vanished from the tower's summit, transforming into an elusive shadow that melded with the city's darkness. He refrained from charging directly toward the tallest spire at the village's center. That would be a trap. As anyone could surmise, he needed information. More precise information. From a dark alley, muffled cries and harsh reprimands echoed. Is this all you have for this month as protection fee? A rain ninja, adorned with a forehead protector, pressed his foot against the chest of a frail merchant. Please. Sir, business has been terrible. That is your problem. The rain ninja impatiently ground his foot. Sasuke silently appeared at the alley's entrance, his presence unnoticed. It was as if he had always stood there, a part of the shadows. The rain ninja filled him with disdain, not due to his brutality, but because of the black cloak he wore, a garment identical to that of the man from his memories. A desecration. However, Sasuke sensed that this individual was weak. Likely just an auxiliary member of the Akatsuki. Sasuke advanced slowly, the rain parting around his form. Who? The rain ninja finally sensed something amiss. He spun around abruptly, laying eyes on Sasuke, a black-haired youth clad in peculiar black attire, wearing an innocuous smile. Get lost, kid. You don't belong here. The rain ninja bared his yellowed teeth. Sasuke remained silent, continuing to step forward. 1 step, 2 steps. The rain ninja felt the shift in the atmosphere. An indescribable pressure materialized, enveloping him entirely. The air grew viscous. Breathing became laborious. His legs began to weaken, nearly buckling beneath him. What are you? Fear replaced his earlier bravado. Sasuke halted before him. I'm looking for someone. Itachi Uchiha. He uttered the name. The rain ninja's pupils dilated in shock. I don't know. He nearly screamed. Sasuke's smile remained unchanged. Yet he extended a hand. White arcs of electricity danced in his palm, emitting a faint crackling sound. This was not chakra. It was a purer, more terrifying energy. The rain ninja felt his very soul tremble. He is in that tallest tower. He is there. But you cannot go. That is a trap set by Lord Obito. Lord Itachi's health is poor. He is under constant supervision. Lord Obito is waiting for people like you to walk right into his snare. He spilled all he knew in a torrent, fearing that any delay would summon the terrifying white arcs upon him. As Uchiha Madara has returned to the shinobi world, Obito can no longer continue to bear that name and reverts to his original identity. Nevertheless, he still prefers to don his mask. Sasuke withdrew his hand, and the electric arc dissipated. The overwhelming pressure, akin to a towering mountain, also faded away. The rain ninja collapsed into the muddy water, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Sasuke cast a glance at the merchant on the ground, paralyzed by fear and soiled in his own shame. He turned to leave, having obtained the information he sought. The fate of this ninja was of no concern to him. Stop! The rain ninja behind him suddenly mustered his courage and shouted. Do you think knowing the location will allow you to see him? You will be torn to shreds by Lord Obito. You fool. It seemed he wished to salvage a fragment of the dignity he had just lost. Sasuke's footsteps paused, though he did not turn back. The air in the alley once again grew heavy and tense. The faint color on the rain ninja's face drained completely as he realized he had made a grave mistake. Annoying, Sasuke uttered 2 words. A beam of white light shot from his fingertips, silent and swift, piercing through the rain ninja's forehead in an instant. The expression on the rain ninja's face froze at that moment. His body began to topple backward, splashing murky water. Throughout it all, Sasuke did not look back. He intended to eradicate that feeble version of himself. Any semblance of pity or hesitation was a manifestation of weakness, and he aimed to uproot it entirely. He stepped out of the alley and once more stood beneath the cold rain. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the towering black spire that pierced the heavens. There lay the place where all would come to an end. He was about to set forth when a light, teasing voice chimed beside him. Oh dear, such an impatient child. Sasuke's body tensed immediately. He sensed no one approaching. Whirling around, he noticed the puddle on his left, previously overlooked, writhing as if it were alive. A massive plant, resembling a Venus flytrap, erupted from the water. Its head slowly opened, revealing 2 half-formed silhouettes. One was white, the other black. Found you. The white figure exclaimed with a cheerful grin. Uchiha Sasuke, the black figure stated in a hoarse, emotionless tone. Lord Madara takes a keen interest in you. Chapter 165. I detest others interfering in my life. Even if you are called Uchiha Madara, it matters not. The plant that emerged from the puddle defied all logic. Half pure white and half pitch black, the two distinct textures merging in a bizarre manner. Sasuke's body was taut with tension, arcs of electricity gathering in his palm. He had completely failed to detect the presence of his adversaries. This level of stealth surpassed his understanding of ninjas. Who are you? We are Zetsu. The white figure answered gleefully, like an innocent child. A name? 2 parts, 1 whole, the black figure added, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. The intelligence capabilities of the Akatsuki were evidently formidable. A flicker of caution arose in Sasuke's mind. He had scarcely entered the Rain Village and had yet to commence any real actions when he was already discovered. This indicated that his every move had likely been under surveillance since the very beginning. Lord Uchiha Madara wishes to see you. Black Zetsu stated their purpose directly. Uchiha Madara was certainly not the man who wore the Vortex mask and claimed that name. Therefore, the current Madara could only be the legendary true Shura of the shinobi world, resurrected through impure world reincarnation. The electric arcs in Sasuke's palm gradually dissipated. He had come prepared to confront that man. Thus, whether the opponent was Uchiha Itachi, the masked man, or Uchiha Madara, none would deter him. Very well. A harmless smile returned to Sasuke's face, concealing all his emotions. The white half of Zetsu seemed taken aback by Sasuke's reaction. What a straightforward child. Follow me. The plant's roots retreated back into the water, and the black and white figures stood at the far end of the alley. Sasuke followed suit. The rain continued to pour. They traversed oppressive streets, weaving past patrol ninjas who resembled mere corpses. Ultimately, they arrived beneath the tallest black spire. The tower doors opened soundlessly. Inside, it was even colder than outside, the damp air infused with the sense of chakra and dust. Zetsu led the way, moving without a sound, like a ghost. Sasuke followed. Step by step, ascending the spiraling staircase. He could sense a colossal chakra, overwhelming to the point of suffocation, residing at the tower's summit. It was not spiritual pressure. It was pure, unyielding power belonging to a ninja. Finally, they reached the top level, a vast circular hall devoid of unnecessary adornments, only cold stone walls and floors. A man stood before them, back turned, gazing out from a massive floor-to-ceiling window, overseeing the rain-drenched city. He donned ancient crimson armor, his long black hair cascading behind him. Even from behind, the domineering aura he exuded instilled fear, quelling any thoughts of rebellion. The man slowly turned around. His face was marred with cracks, a characteristic of those resurrected through impure world reincarnation. Yet those eyes, there lay the Rinnegan, the eyes of a sage, indifferent and all-seeing. He was Uchiha Madara, the genuine article. Zetsu silently melded into the shadows of the corner, leaving the entire space for the two descendants of Uchiha. Madara scrutinized Sasuke with an unadulterated gaze, akin to a craftsman assessing an unpolished gem. After a long pause, he spoke. Very fine eyes you possess, and that power within you is quite intriguing, and of high quality. It seemed he had discerned the secret of the spiritual pressure within Sasuke. Join the Akatsuki, Madara stated plainly. I need your strength for the true peace of the shinobi world. Sasuke chuckled. Peace? Like what you're doing now? Using a body resurrected through impure world reincarnation to seize others' villages and manipulate a throng of puppets? Is this your so-called peace? The process is inconsequential, Madara replied, his face betraying no emotional fluctuation. What matters is the outcome. This world is rife with hatred and war, an unending cycle. The tragedy of the Uchiha, the death of your parents, your brother's betrayal. These are but minute echoes of the errors perpetuated in this flawed world. I intend to end it all. With my Eye of the Moon plan, I shall create a dream world devoid of suffering and hatred, where everyone can attain happiness. In that realm, your parents can be resurrected. Your clan can regain its former glory. His words bore an irresistible allure, as if painting a paradise within reach. Any soul burdened with regret would likely find it hard to resist such temptation. Yet the smile on Sasuke's face grew only brighter. It sounds truly wonderful. So, what is your answer? Madara appeared to believe he had convinced this young clansman. I refuse. Sasuke articulated those 3 words without hesitation. Clear-cut, decisive. The air seemed to freeze. The fissures etched upon Madara's face seemed to have deepened considerably. He had anticipated Sasuke's possible hesitations, negotiations, and even reckless provocations. Yet he never expected such a total and uncompromising rejection. The tone of Madara's voice grew frigid. I harbor no interest in your dream world. It is merely a self-deceiving illusion. Sasuke's smile faded. Moreover, I detest when others meddle in my life. Even if you are Uchiha Madara, my path is one I shall forge myself. Madara fell silent. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall became stifling, suffused with a terrifying aura of murderous intent emanating from Madara. Even Zetsu, lurking in the corner, began to tremble. Yet Sasuke remained steadfast. His spine straightened as he met the gaze of those fabled eyes imbued with mysterious power. Showing no sign of retreat, time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The tsunami-like aura of killing intent gradually receded like a tide. A faint smile unexpectedly graced Madara's countenance. Interesting. Just as naive and stubborn as Hashirama was in his youth. He mentioned an ancient name. You have come here for Itachi Uchiha, have you not? Madara shifted the conversation. Sasuke's silence was tantamount to acquiescence. He awaits you. Madara turned his gaze back to the rain-soaked scenery outside the window. Go, just outside the village. I am curious to see what fate awaits you two brothers, and where your so-called path will lead. He surprisingly permitted Sasuke to leave without obstruction, without further temptation or persuasion. Sasuke felt a twinge of astonishment, but refrained from questioning further. He turned and walked towards the staircase from whence he came. The sound of his footsteps echoed distinctly in the vast hall. Madara-sama, you truly let him go? Zetsu emerged from the shadows, unable to contain himself. That boy possesses a peculiar power. Keeping him around will always pose a threat. Madara did not turn back. What threat does a mere infant, recently learned to walk, pose even with a sharp blade in hand? I merely wish to observe what that man, Kyuubi, intends to sever with this knife. Itachi is the perfect test subject. The power emanating from Sasuke is akin to what Kyuubi displayed. To this day, Madara has not forgotten the humiliation he suffered at Kyuubi's hands. As long as I can uncover the means to unravel that power, I shall repay that humiliation 100-fold. And Sasuke serves as an excellent subject for observation. Chapter 166. You have grown, Sasuke. The wind atop the tower stilled. Sasuke turned and descended the staircase leading down from the tower. Uchiha Madara did not cast him another glance, as if he were merely an inconsequential passerby. This utter disregard felt more disconcerting than any overt threat. The spiral staircase extended downward, disappearing into an abyss of darkness. The torches on the walls cast a dim, yellow light, distorting and elongating his shadow upon the stone walls. Each step echoed hollowly. Thud, thud, thud. This sound resonated like the death knell for the impending demise. In the corner of the shadows, the figure clad in black and white reappeared. Good luck, little brother Uchiha. The white half spoke with a tone of innocent cheer. Try not to die too disgracefully. The black half added in a raspy voice. Sasuke's footsteps did not falter. He did not even turn his head. The jests of these clowns could no longer stir any ripples within his heart. He pondered a singular question. Why did Uchiha Madara allow him to leave? That man was certainly not of a magnanimous disposition. Every action he took was laden with unfathomable schemes. I am curious to see what fate awaits you two brothers. Madara's words echoed in his mind. Curious? The corners of Sasuke's lips curled into a silent, cold smirk. So that was it. In the eyes of that existence, his confrontation with Itachi was merely an amusing drama. He, Uchiha Sasuke, was nothing more than a tool for the fratricidal play. It mattered not. He had long ceased to be the child who sought the validation of others, whether it was Uchiha Madara or the masked man. Their ambitions and machinations were of no concern to him. He had come here with a singular purpose, to slay Itachi Uchiha, and then, to eliminate the feeble version of himself. The staircase seemed endless. The air grew increasingly damp and chilly. The walls began to exude fine droplets of water, clinging to the frigid stone surface, refracting the meager light of the torches. A scent mingling rust and decayed vegetation invaded his nostrils. He despised this odor. It reminded him of the night his clan was bathed in blood. The air had borne the same scent. For a brief moment, Sasuke's breath hitched. He forced himself to suppress the surging images that threatened to overwhelm him. Such thoughts would only render him weak. What he required was a cold, unadulterated intent to kill. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps continued to reverberate in the darkness, albeit with a newfound heaviness. The spiritual pressure within him flowed quietly. This power bestowed upon him by Kyuubi allowed him to possess perceptions beyond the ordinary. He sensed a chakra lurking outside the village hidden in the mist. That chakra was all too familiar, so familiar it was etched into his very marrow. Closer, ever closer. Sasuke's heartbeat did not quicken. Instead, it became exceedingly calm. An intense serenity enveloped him. He noticed a puddle on the ground. The water's surface reflected his visage, youthful, indifferent, bearing a trace of resolve not typical of his age. Yet, just as he was about to step over it, the reflection in the water suddenly transformed. It morphed into a younger child clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt. That child gazed upward, a radiant smile gracing his face as he reached out to a tall figure before him. Brother. A hallucination. Sasuke's foot came down heavily. Splash. Water splattered, shattering the reflection. He did not pause, but continued onward, stepping directly over the fragmented image. Ridiculous emotions. Boring illusions. These things deserve to be utterly crushed. At last, he reached the end. A heavy, rust-covered door barred his path. Behind it lay the conclusion of everything. Sasuke extended his hand, resting it upon the icy doorknob. He did not push it open immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes. Once more, the visage of that man appeared in his mind, his gentle brother transformed into a merciless butcher, his loving parents lying in pools of blood. "Hate me, my foolish little brother." That phrase echoed like an incantation, entwining his entire childhood. Now he had arrived, bearing the lightning capable of incinerating everything and the resolve to sever all ties. Yet why? Why was there not a trace of exhilaration for the impending vengeance within the depths of his heart? Only a pervasive, suffocating oppression lingered. Sasuke opened his eyes. He resolved not to dwell on it. The more he pondered, the more vulnerabilities would be laid bare. With determination, he forcefully pushed open the door. Creak. The jarring sound of friction shattered the silence of the subterranean gloom. Beyond the door lay a vast stone chamber, remarkably spacious. Apart from a few stone pillars that support the dome, there is nothing else. Rainwater seeps through the cracks of the dome, falling to the ground and pooling into a small puddle. Drip, drip. The sound resonates with remarkable clarity in the vast stone chamber. At the deepest part of the chamber, facing away from the entrance, a crude stone chair is positioned. A figure sits quietly there, clad in the black and red cloud robe of the Akatsuki. Long black hair cascades over his shoulders. That silhouette, even if reduced to ashes, Sasuke would recognize. It is Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke stands at the entrance, not daring to take another step forward. He gazes at that figure, once perceived as a towering mountain in his eyes. A figure he has pursued and loathed throughout his life. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The air thickens. Only the sound of dripping water attests to the passage of time. Sasuke remains standing, waiting. He waits for the other to speak first or to make a move. He intends to seize the initiative in this confrontation firmly in his grasp. Yet, the person in the stone chair remains utterly still, resembling a lifeless statue. He does not even turn at the sound of the door opening. This complete disregard ignites a flicker of anger in Sasuke's heart. Very well. This is precisely what he anticipated. Indifference. Ruthlessness. Thus, he can unburdenedly plunge the blade in his hand into the other's heart. Sasuke slowly raises his hand. White arcs of electricity begin to gather in his palm, crackling ominously. The spiritual pressure within him accelerates, a murderous intent boiling over. Just as he is poised to strike, the figure in the stone chair finally stirs. He slowly turns around. The electric light Sasuke had conjured comes to a halt. He beholds that face, a visage that has haunted his nightmares countless times. Pale, gaunt, deep lines etched upon his face, marks left by enduring immense suffering. This is not the formidable man of despair etched in his memory. This is a patient, a frail candle flickering as if it could extinguish at any moment. Only those eyes remain, still the crimson three-tomo Sharingan, profound and tranquil. The two gaze at each other across the entire stone chamber. No words are exchanged. Sasuke scrutinizes Itachi with a frigid, assessing demeanor. He seeks even the faintest semblance of deception upon that sickly face. Yet he fails. Itachi's frailty is genuine. Itachi, too, examines Sasuke. His gaze sweeps over Sasuke's peculiar black attire, over the electricity still crackling in his palm, finally landing on his face. A face bearing 7 parts resemblance to his own, yet imbued with coldness and resolution. After a long pause, one that nearly drained Sasuke of patience, Itachi's lips move slightly. The words that break the silence are neither an accusation, nor a provocation, nor any fitting prelude to this fated confrontation. Instead, it is an utterly mundane greeting. You've grown. Sasuke. Chapter 167. Now, it is time for you to see the truth. That plain greeting detonates like a drop of water into boiling oil, instantly exploding within Sasuke's heart. Grown? Indeed, he has matured. In the depths of endless hatred and solitude. In the daily grind solely focused on killing you. Sasuke offers no response. He merely watches the man before him with an icy indifference. The man who has stripped away everything from him, yet utters such words with nonchalance. The electric light in his palm does not extinguish. Rather, it intensifies. The hatred in your eyes is even purer than I imagined. Uchiha Itachi disregards Sasuke's silence, continuing to speak as though narrating a fact unrelated to himself. But this power is still insufficient. It is built upon lies, fragile and precarious. Lies. Sasuke finally speaks. His tone laced with irrepressible mockery. Is there anything more real between us than lies? Uchiha Itachi steps forward. The air in the stone chamber seems ignited by the murderous intent emanating from him. Today is the day you pay for your sins. Uchiha Itachi slowly raises his head. His crimson Sharingan eyes, 3 Tomo, begin to spin rapidly. Ultimately, they connect into a peculiar shuriken pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The price has already been paid. Now, it is time for you to see the truth. Sasuke. The moment the last syllable leaves his lips, Sasuke feels the entire world begin to twist. The stone chamber, the stone pillars, the cracks in the dome, the falling droplets, all dissolve like ink cast into water, rapidly merging, fading, ultimately transforming into a pure blood red. Tsukuyami. Sasuke does not resist. Or rather, he is too disdainful to resist. He wishes to witness firsthand what absurd lies this man can weave in the final moments of his life. Beneath a blood-colored sky hangs a massive, ominous black moon. Beneath him lies a familiar street, the Uchiha clan's territory. Yet everything here exudes an air of deathly stillness. Uchiha Itachi's figure appears before him, still bearing that sickly countenance. Yet in this realm, he is the absolute sovereign. This is the mental world I have constructed with my ocular power. Here time, space, and mass are all under my dominion. For the next 24 hours, I will allow you to fully experience everything I have endured. As Itachi's words fall, the surrounding scenery begins to shift rapidly. Sasuke witnesses his younger self trailing behind a young Itachi, incessantly pleading to train together. He sees the villagers of Konoha pointing fingers at the Uchiha clan from behind. That sense of alienation and wariness, something he had never perceived in his childhood. The scene shifts again. The Nine-Tails incident. The uncontrolled Nine-Tails fox rampaging through the village. Yet the Uchiha's police force is ordered to remain on the outskirts of the village under the pretense of protecting the villagers. Because the Sharingan can control the Nine-Tails. Itachi's voice echoes like a ghost in Sasuke's ear. From that moment, the seed of doubt was sown. The higher-ups of Konoha began to suspect that the Nine-Tails incident was orchestrated by the Uchiha clan. The scene transforms into the meeting room of Konoha's higher-ups. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, as well as Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado. They argue over how to handle the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, they reach a decision to relocate the entire Uchiha clan to the most remote corner of the village. Labeled as protection, it is, in truth, surveillance and isolation. Sasuke witnesses his father, Uchiha Fugaku, wear a face of humiliation and rage. The resentment of the clan accumulates steadily. Arrogance is the original sin of the Uchiha. We cannot tolerate such treatment. Thus, plans for a coup begin to brew. Itachi's voice is devoid of any emotion. He is merely a narrator, recounting a history potent enough to shatter Sasuke's entire worldview. Sasuke's fists clench involuntarily. He yearns to refute, to roar that all of this is fabricated. Yet in this world, he lacks even the strength to open his mouth, forced to watch the unfolding reality he has never encountered. He sees a gentle youth, Uchiha Shursui. He beheld Shursui and informed him of the necessity to utilize his own Mangekyo Sharingan to thwart the coup within their clan. Hope flickered within him. Yet, in the next moment, he beheld Shimura Danzo, a man whose visage was ensnared in bandages, leading the root ninjas to ambush Shursui. To acquire your eyes, to protect the village, I shall resort to any means necessary. Danzo's words pierced through the air like ice. He sees Shursui's right eye. Sasuke witnessed the grievously injured Shursui, teetering on the edge of the cliff at the South Hegawa, entrusting his remaining left eye to Itachi. Protect the village in the name of the Uchiha. This is my final request, Itachi. With that, Shursui smiled and fell backward, plunging into the turbulent waters below. In that instant, Itachi awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, all of this was cloaked in the guise of Itachi murdering his dear friend to activate the Mangekyo. No, it cannot be so. Sasuke's heart roared in protest. Yet he could voice no sound. Shursui's path was now obstructed. The coup could not be averted. Itachi's voice bore a hint of fatigue. Once the Uchiha instigated the coup, the Leaf Village would inevitably descend into chaos. At that juncture, other ninja villages would seize the opportunity, igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. The entire Land of Fire would be engulfed in flames. Countless innocents would perish as a result. The village or the clan. I stand at the fulcrum of a balance. Knowing that whichever path I choose, one side must inevitably plunge into the abyss. I choose the village. Finally, the scene transitioned to that fateful night, the night stained with blood. Sasuke witnessed Itachi and another man adorned in a spiraled mask as they raised their blades against their own kin. I sought assistance from the man who called himself Uchiha Obito, under the condition that he would not strike against Konoha. Alone, I could not prevail. The gruesome images relentlessly assaulted Sasuke's senses. He beheld struggles, heard wails, and witnessed despair. Ultimately, the scene froze at the threshold of his home. Itachi stood before his parents. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Sasuke had anticipated a fierce battle, yet none ensued. His father merely gazed calmly at Itachi. Itachi, promise me one last thing. Take care of Sasuke. His mother smiled through her tears. We are proud of you. You are truly a kind child. Compared to Sasuke, our suffering is but a fleeting moment. Do not fear. This is the path you have chosen. Itachi's body trembled violently, his grip on the blade faltering. Tears streamed down his cheeks, yet he still brought the blade down. Ah! Sasuke finally broke free from his constraints, unleashing a scream wrought with unbearable anguish. What he beheld was not an enemy, but an elder brother burdened with all sins, all suffering, traversing the darkness alone. The entire world of Tsukuyomi began to tremble violently, fissures spreading across its surface. To protect you, I must instill hatred within you, compel you to seek vengeance, and continuously grow stronger. Only then can you survive the dangers that lie ahead. My intention to make you a rogue ninja was also to liberate you from Konoha, to distance you from Danzo's covetous gaze. Yet, alas, an unforeseen figure, Aoi, disrupted my plans. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Itachi's silhouette grew increasingly blurred within the shattered world. Protect Konoha. Then, with your own eyes, discern what is right and what is wrong. This is the final path I have paved for you. With a thunderous crash, the blood-red world shattered entirely. Sasuke jolted awake, his eyes wide open. He remained in the stone chamber, as if everything that transpired had merely been an elongated nightmare. He gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his hands trembling uncontrollably. He lifted his head to regard the man seated upon the stone chair. Uchiha Itachi's body had stooped to its limits. He coughed violently, blood erupting from his mouth, staining the black cloak before him. Yet, he continued to gaze at Sasuke. Those Mangekyo Sharingan had reverted to their ordinary three-tomo form, and blood tears flowed down his face. In the stone chamber, only the sound of Sasuke's heavy breaths remained, along with the incessant dripping of water. Drip, drip. It sounded as though it were heralding the final countdown of a twisted fate. Chapter 168. Your eyes refuse to acknowledge what you see. The stone chamber lay in utter silence. That mundane greeting pierced Sasuke's mind like a searing iron needle. Lies. A tapestry woven with deceit, cloaking the massacre of an entire clan in a sorrowful narrative, employing the forgiveness of his parents in their final moments to dismantle the hatred upon which he relied for survival. How utterly ludicrous. How malicious. Sasuke's chest heaved violently, gasping for air as though an invisible hand had seized his lungs. Sweat mingled with tears, cascading down his cheeks. He could not discern whether the tremor arose from anger or from the memory of Itachi's tears. Cease your absurd theatrics. Sasuke's voice emerged, raspy as sandpaper scraping against stone. Using Jinjutsu to elicit my sympathy? Do you think I am still the little brat who trailed behind you in tears? Uchiha Itachi. He stepped forward, the water pooling at his feet, splashing outwards. The air in the stone chamber felt scorched, infused with the murderous intent radiating from him. Itachi wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand, offering no rebuttal. He merely regarded Sasuke with a calmness that inflicted greater pain than any argument could. It was a pitying gaze, one that looked down upon him. Your eyes refuse to acknowledge what you see, Itachi began. The truth terrifies you, Sasuke. Silence. Sasuke roared. His crimson eyes deepened in intensity. The three tomos spun wildly within his pupils, ultimately coalescing into a new, ominous pattern. It was a six-pointed star, distinct from Itachi's shuriken, the Mangekyo Sharingan. The world within his sight became unprecedentedly clear. He could see every vein beneath Itachi's pale skin, could discern the still fresh bloodstains upon his black cloak. He endeavored to find even the slightest crack in that sickly visage. Any evidence that could prove all he had witnessed was but a fabrication. He failed. Itachi's frailty was genuine. Itachi's suffering was authentic. The unshakable sorrow beneath that calm exterior was all too real. He could neither hate nor forgive. This contradiction clawed at Sasuke's very soul, tormenting him to the brink of despair. Aya! He emitted a primal scream, channeling all his unprocessed emotions and unexpressed grievances into this heart-wrenching roar. Since words could not discern truth from falsehood, he would wield strength to enact the singular truth, that was to kill you. A surge of purple-black chakra intertwined with white spiritual energy erupted from Sasuke's being. A torrent of energy coalesced around him. First, it enveloped his ribs, then his arms. A colossal, ominous purple skeletal figure emerged, encasing Sasuke within its grasp. Susanoo. Itachi observed the crudely formed, yet fiercely destructive purple giant, recognizing Sasuke's choice. He had chosen to reject the truth and embrace hatred. He should have felt a sense of relief. The path he had laid out for Sasuke was one that would lead him, burdened by hatred, to slay himself and emerge as a hero of Konoha. However, the power, intertwined with chakra yet foreign to this world, prevented him from departing this life in peace. Aou. The shadow of that man loomed over Sasuke's future. He had to ascertain for himself what transformation that man had wrought upon his own brother. Uchiha Itachi coughed up blood, struggling to rise from the stone chair. His body had reached its limit. Each breath strained his innards, bringing excruciating pain akin to being torn apart. Yet he stood tall, embodying the final responsibility of an elder brother. He yearned to witness Sasuke's current strength. Is this your answer, Sasuke? To use this power that does not belong to you to negate everything? Itachi's voice pierced through the energy barrier of Susanoo. Then let me see just how heavy your hatred truly is. Crimson chakra surged forth from his equally weakened body. A more solid and complete red deity of war materialized within the stone chamber. The deity's left hand grasped a red shield adorned with peculiar patterns. Yata Mirror. An artifact capable of reflecting any attack. Die. Sasuke's will commanded the purple skeletal giant. The immense arm swung a rudimentary long sword forged from chakra, slicing through the air with a deafening roar. Instinctively, Sasuke refrained from employing the power of spiritual pressure. Itachi's red Susanoo calmly raised its shield. Boom. The purple chakra longsword struck heavily against the Yata mirror. There was no anticipated cataclysmic explosion, only a dull, thunderous sound. The violent energy shockwave radiated from the two Susanoo, sweeping outward in all directions. The entire underground stone chamber trembled violently. Stones from the ceiling cascaded down. The ground cracked in spiderweb-like fissures. Sasuke felt an overwhelming force emanating from the opponent's shield. His purple Susanoo was actually forced back half a step. Is this all you can muster? Itachi's voice resonated amidst the cacophony. Is your hatred so lightweight? Silence. Sasuke bellowed, urging Susanoo to strike again. One slash. Another slash. A tempest of blows rained down upon the Yata mirror. Each collision sent tremors throughout the entire space. Each recoil intensified the frustration and agony within Sasuke's chest. He loathed this feeling. He despised the sense that no matter how hard he fought, his opponent remained effortlessly unscathed, just like in his childhood. No matter how hard he tried to catch up, that figure always remained ahead of him. Not enough. Far from enough. Blood tears streamed from Sasuke's eyes. The power of his kaleidoscope Sharingan was pushed to its utmost limit. The surface of the purple Susanoo began to sprout veins and flesh, becoming more complete in form. A colossal chakra bow appeared in the giant's other hand. Then let this technique pierce through you along with your hypocritical truth. A purple energy arrow rapidly coalesced on the bowstring. At the tip of the arrow danced a blinding purple arc of electricity. Uchiha Itachi's red Susanoo lowered the Yata mirror. The deity's right hand drew forth a spiraling longsword that shimmered with a faint light. Think you can. Those struck would be ensnared in a world of illusion, sealed away forever. He did not wish to kill Sasuke. He merely sought to awaken him from this hatred distorted by external forces. It is over, Itachi. Sasuke roared. The arrow imbued with destructive energy was released. It transformed into a purple streak, hurtling toward the heart of the red deity. Chapter 169 then. Allow me to strip you of this false power. The purple streak collided with the crimson shield. There was no sound. Or rather, sound was instantaneously devoured. In that moment, the underground stone chamber became a vortex of pure light and energy. The arrow shot forth from Sasuke's Susanoo contained all of his hatred, along with the audacious power known as spiritual pressure that did not belong to this world. The Yata mirror possessed the characteristic of reflecting all attribute attacks. The collision of these two extreme powers occurred at a singular point. The space wailed. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the stone chamber were instantaneously ground to dust by an invisible force. The tremendous shockwave even broke free from the constraints of the Earth's surface, uprooting the entire cavern. Rainwater surged in with wild abandon. At the tower's peak, howling winds whipped around Uchiha Madara's long hair. He remained turned away, gazing down at a corner ravaged by the energy storm below. The once flat ground crumbled inch by inch. What a spectacular display of fireworks. The absolute white half-figure emerged from the wall, exclaiming in an exaggerated aria, Lord Madara, that little brat's power has surpassed control. The black half-figure spoke with a hint of gravity. Itachi's Susanoo was actually shaken. Control? Madara turned around, his cracked face devoid of expression. I never need to control a blade. I only need to know if it is sharp. He raised his hand, the scarlet tomo of his Sharingan reflecting the devastation below. It seems that the blade forged by Aou is sharper than I had imagined. He intends to use this blade to sever me. What a naive man. Elsewhere, at a temporary Akatsuki base. In the dim cave, water dripped from stalactites, creating a monotonous, ticking sound. Kakuzu, bearing his sword of the deep. Observe the blurred image projected by White Zetsu's clone. The image depicted two towering Susanoo facing off amidst the energy storm. How unsightly, Mr. Itachi. Kisame grinned, revealing a set of shark-like teeth. To be pushed to this extent by his own brother. His tone was ambiguous, neither mocking nor sentimental. Huh, that's more like it. This is what brotherly conflict looks like. In a nearby corner, Haiden was fervently engaged in his wicked ritual, his body pierced by black long nails. Kill him. Kill him. Rip out his heart and offer it to the Lord of Evil. Be quiet, Haiden. Kakuzu was counting his money, not bothering to look up. You're too loud. What do you know? This is art. This is faith. Haiden retorted excitedly. That little brat named Sasuke must be worth quite a sum. I wonder if he is worth as much as Itachi. Kakuzu finally lifted his head, several hearts writhing behind him. Itachi's body could not hold out much longer. Tsukuyomi, coupled with this level of Susanoo, was burning away his vitality. The Black Zetsu responded ominously. Sasuke's power is accelerating this process. Excellent. In Obito's single eye, the pattern of the kaleidoscope flickered briefly. Let this brotherly battle serve as the key to unlock the door to a new world. Boom. Massive stones fell from the crumbling ceiling. The energy storm finally subsided. The entire underground stone chamber had transformed into a wasteland. Rain mixed with dust formed murky sludge. The purple skeletal giant knelt partially in the muddy water, its surface riddled with cracks, one arm completely severed. Sasuke stood within the giant's chest cavity, gasping for breath. Blood streamed from his eyes, blurring his vision. The use of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan has imposed a tremendous burden on his body. Opposite him, the Crimson War deity remained standing. Yet the famed Yata mirror, reputed to reflect all attacks, now bears a distinct crack upon its surface. The red chakra of Susanoo fluctuates in brightness, seemingly on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Itachi's body sways slightly. He braces himself against the remnants of a stone chair and erupts into a violent fit of coughs, blood spilling forth with each heave. He has been defeated. In that recent, intense clash, his prideful absolute defense was shattered by Sasuke's indisputable might. Haha. Sasuke gazes at the faltering Itachi, devoid of any elation from victory. Instead, a deeper void fills him, accompanied by an uncontrollable rage. Why? Why won't you fall? Why do you still face me with such composure? Your strength has grown. Itachi straightens, wiping away the blood. Yet this power is consuming you. Its source is steeped in malice. Silence. Sasuke roars once more. You have no right to judge my strength. The purple Susanoo struggles to rise again, its shattered arm reconstituting from chakra. I will kill you. With this power, I will obliterate you completely. He no longer wishes to contemplate the so-called truth. He simply desires to end this tormenting farce. It appears you still fail to see clearly. Itachi's form is enveloped in crimson chakra. What you perceive is merely hatred, and hatred will only ensnare you in deeper darkness. The red Susanoo relinquishes the Yata mirror, and the glimmering Totsuka blade points ominously toward Sasuke. Then allow me to strip you of this illusory strength. He steps forward, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Sasuke, too, commands his battered purple giant to advance. No ninjutsu. No genjutsu. The two colossal chakra entities, embodiments of the Uchiha's ultimate ocular techniques, engage in the most primal and savage of brawls amidst the crumbling subterranean ruins. Fists collide with bone, each impact unleashing tremendous shockwaves that hurl mud and debris skyward. The purple giant is ferocious and reckless, while the red war deity is composed and precise, each strike aimed at the vital points. This is a battle of wills, a collision of destinies. Sasuke's assaults grow increasingly frenzied. He senses Itachi's movements slowing. His chakra is waning. Victory is within reach. Just one more punch. One final blow to shatter that red shell completely. At that moment, Itachi's red Susanoo abruptly forsakes all defense, allowing Sasuke's purple iron fist to strike heavily against its chest. Crack. The red armor shatters in response. Yet the Totsuka blade pierces through the distance at a bizarre angle, aiming for the minuscule figure within the purple giant's chest cavity. It targets Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 170. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. The Totsuka blade carries no intent to kill. This spiral-shaped sword, shimmering faintly, resembles a scalpel, a tool intended to dissect his very soul and eradicate what he perceives to be a malignant tumor. Calculation. Yet another scheme. In that instant, Sasuke's body halts its trembling. The tempestuous aura of resentment and anguish that enveloped him suddenly subsides. A silence colder than ice blankets him. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi's voice resonates on a spiritual level, imbued with an undeniable resolve. I must strip that ominous power from your being. It does not belong to you. Strip away. Sasuke nearly erupts in laughter. So that is it. From the very beginning, since that ridiculous truth illusion to this moment of self-sacrifice, it was never about him killing Itachi and becoming a hero. Rather, it was about correcting his path. The path that Itachi had envisioned for him. In Itachi's eyes, he remains that foolish younger brother who requires protection and guidance. The power he possesses is cursed, and the path he has chosen is erroneous. Thus, it must be stripped away, corrected. This misguided affection is far more nauseating than the crime of slaughtering their entire clan. You are mistaken. Sasuke speaks, devoid of a roar or scream, only a profound, deathly calm. As the Totsuka blade nears his body, the purple Susanoo transforms into a myriad of luminous particles, dissipating into nothingness. He willingly withdraws his defense, standing exposed to Itachi's onslaught. Itachi momentarily falters, unable to comprehend Sasuke's actions. This power, Sasuke slowly raises his hand. The white spiritual pressure no longer mingles with chakra, but rather surges forth from him in a purer, more domineering form. This is not energy, it is his very soul. Here I stand. Boom. The white shockwave erupts around Sasuke, no longer resembling chakra but rather a higher form, imbued with absolute will, an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Itachi's red Susanoo emits a mournful cry under the weight of this force. The crimson chakra flickers like a candle flame buffeted by a tempest. The tip of the Totsuka blade halts before Sasuke's forehead, unable to advance further. Itachi gazes at the Sasuke before him, a sense of unfamiliarity gripping him. This is not his brother. It is an existence radiating a divine-like pressure that he cannot comprehend. Binding art number 61. Sasuke's tone is frigid, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. 6 Phantom Light Prison. The moment the words leave his lips, 6 enormous beams of light materialize, piercing through the limbs, head, and abdomen of the red Susanoo, pinning the war deity firmly in place, motionless, unable to resist. Itachi is stunned to discover that the flow of chakra within him has been entirely sealed. This is not ninjutsu. It transcends any power system he can fathom. You still look at me with that pitiful gaze. Sasuke steps forward, emerging from the remnants of Susanoo and stepping into the murky waters. Rain washes away the blood and tears from his face. You believe that everything you have done is for my sake. You think you bear the weight of the world. How noble. No. Sasuke raises his head. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan transformed into a pure form, burning with white flames. You are merely an arrogant fool, lost in self-satisfaction. Uchiha Itachi. He extends his right hand, palm upward. Terrifying spiritual pressure begins to coalesce and compress within his palm. The air distorts, space groans. A sphere of highly concentrated black energy, capable of devouring all light, forms in his grasp. Inside, lightning flashes and flames ignite, filled with all his rage, all his resentment, all his resolve. Let us end this farce. With your death. Itachi watches the orb radiating a sense of annihilation, wanting to speak, to question, to dissuade, but finds himself utterly powerless. Bound by the shackles of the 6 Paths Light Prison, he found even the slightest movement of his fingers to be an unattainable luxury. He could only watch helplessly as the younger brother he had devoted his entire life to protect, wielded an incomprehensible power to pass judgment upon him. Sasuke offered no further chances. He thrust the black sphere of energy forward with ferocity. There were no grandiose names or elaborate techniques. Only a pure and unrelenting will of annihilation. The black energy surged forth, absorbing surrounding light and matter, rapidly expanding until it transformed into a formidable black pillar of light, capable of piercing the heavens and the earth. It collided with the Crimson Warrior, who was firmly anchored in place. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar. The red Susanoo, along with the famed Yata mirror that was said to reflect all, dissolved silently before the black column, like snow under the sun, without even a moment's resistance. It was disintegrated, devoured, and erased. The pillar penetrated the Susanoo, shattered the remnants of the stone chamber, and broke free from the constraints of the earth, soaring upwards and tearing a vast hole in the stormy sky. Moonlight cascaded through that aperture, illuminating the desolate ruins, as well as the figure that plummeted from the air, charred and nearly unrecognizable. Thud! Itachi's body fell heavily into the muddy waters before Sasuke, sending ripples of murky disarray. His Akatsuki cloak had turned to ashes. His body was riddled with wounds deep enough to reveal bone, seared by a peculiar energy that rendered them unable to heal. The breath of life was swiftly ebbing away. Sasuke stood there, looking down upon this fading man from a position of superiority. He had won, without a shadow of a doubt, in a manner that was overwhelmingly decisive. Yet, the thrill of vengeance eluded him, leaving only a void more desolate than the ruins surrounding him. Itachi's body stirred slightly. With the last remnants of his strength, he struggled to extend a hand, burnt to a crisp, reaching towards Sasuke. Sasuke did not flinch. That trembling hand sought to touch his forehead, just as it had in their childhood. Ultimately, it halted mid-air, the fingertips gently making contact with Sasuke's brow. Cold, lacking any warmth. "Forgive me, Sasuke." Itachi's lips moved slightly, uttering the words that had haunted Sasuke throughout his childhood. This was the final moment. His arm fell weakly, yet his words were not yet finished. "Beware of Uchiha Obito and the Jinchuriki." With those last uttered words, his head tilted, and he completely lost all breath. Those eyes, which had once reflected countless torrents of blood and carnage, forever dimmed. The rain intensified, washing away the blood from the ground, mingling with the rainwater cascading down Sasuke's face. He stood there, motionless, like a soulless statue. Chapter 171. The manic laughter of Uchiha Sasuke. The rain washed everything away. Itachi's lifeless body lay quietly in the muddy waters, stripped of all warmth. Those eyes would never open again. Sasuke remained rooted in place, rainwater dripping from his hair, blending indistinguishably with the blood on his face. He had triumphed. And then, a hollow void, an infinite emptiness consumed him. The world lost its sound, leaving only the monotonous rhythm of raindrops hitting the ruins. Several figures emerged from the shadows, like specters. Leading them was a man clad in an orange swirl mask. Behind him was the half-black, half-white Zetsu. Further back stood Kisame, bearing his enormous sword like a silent monolith. The battle had concluded. The masked man spoke in a tone that was slow and starkly contrasting to his usual comical demeanor. He approached Sasuke, leaving no trace of mud upon himself. "You have personally ended the deception of Uchiha Itachi. Now, you have witnessed the cruelty of the world. You have seen how hypocritical are the bonds you speak of and the village you hold dear." He halted before Sasuke, scrutinizing the boy from above. Itachi had borne everything, yet still failed. The very thing he sought to protect was the root cause of his descent into despair. This world had long since rotted beyond repair. The chain of hatred was endless. The black half of Zetsu emerged from the ground. Obito, his emotions fraying, was interrupted by the white half, who chimed in with an innocent tone. "Of course, you would be sad that your brother is dead." The masked man ignored Zetsu, his single eye, visible through the mask's hole, fixated on Sasuke. "Join us, Sasuke. Hate Konoha, despise this world. Let us together bring an end to this ceaseless strife. Through the Eye of the Moon plan, we will create a new world devoid of lies and suffering, where only peace reigns. There, you may reunite with your parents, your clan." This is the true essence of, a soft chuckle interrupted his words. Sasuke's shoulders began to tremble slightly. "Heh!" Laughter erupted from his throat, growing increasingly louder. "Ha ha! Ha ha!" He tilted his head back, allowing the frigid rain to wash over his face. His laughter, manic and filled with an indescribable irony, rang harshly in the desolate ruins. Kisame furrowed his inhuman brow. Has this kid lost his mind? The masked man, Obito, momentarily stiffened. He had anticipated any reaction from Sasuke. Anger, sorrow, confusion, even a swift pivoting of hatred toward Konoha. But this was unexpected. "What are you laughing at?" His tone carried a hint of chilling inquiry. Sasuke's laughter abruptly ceased. He slowly lowered his head, locking eyes with Obito through the ominous six-pointed star pupils ablaze with white fire. "I laugh at you." His voice was eerily calm. A person who cannot even dare to use his own name. A complete and utter failure. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Kisame, behind the masked man, displayed a rare expression of shock. Zetsu's two faces fell silent simultaneously. Obito's body radiated a suffocating pressure. "What do you mean? Am I mistaken?" Sasuke took a step forward. "Your so-called peace is merely self-deception hidden within an illusionary world. Your notion of reality is nothing but an excuse for your inability to confront the truth. You do not even dare to reveal your true self. You wallow in the grand ideals of self-satisfaction, just like my foolish brother. No, you are even less than he." The corners of Sasuke's lips curled into a cold smirk. "At least he died in reality, while you are destined to live forever in your own lies. You coward." Boom. A visible shockwave erupted from Obito, shattering surrounding debris into dust. "You little brat." Obito's tone turned distorted and low. "You have no idea what true suffering is. You cannot fathom the despair of losing everything." "Is that so?" Sasuke interrupted. "I witnessed my clan being slaughtered before my very eyes. I personally killed my only brother. The hatred that sustained me has turned into a mere joke. Do you believe you understand despair more than I do?" He raised his hand, pointing at Itachi's lifeless form lying in the mud. He devoted his entire life to imparting to me the final lesson. No matter how cruel or repulsive reality may be, one must see it with one's own eyes and choose with one's own strength. Unlike you, who merely behaves like a pitiful, fleeing hound. Silence. The masked man emitted a furious roar. The three tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly, distorting the surrounding space. It appears that bastard Itachi has implanted excessive knowledge in you before his demise. If that is the case, allow me to personally drag you into true hell. Let me show you what divine power truly is. He moved, his figure appearing before Sasuke in an instant. One hand reached for Sasuke's throat. Sasuke remained still, calmly observing that hand. For of the breaking path. White lightning. A concentrated burst of white lightning erupted from his fingertips, without any warning or hand seals. The lightning pierced directly through the masked man's grasping palm. Yet, that hand seemed to be an illusion, suffering no harm at all. The lightning simply passed through. Futile. The masked man's body underwent a bizarre distortion. Before my Tsukuyami, all your attacks are utterly meaningless. His hand penetrated Sasuke's defenses, clutching his throat. Now tell me, how will you resist? Sasuke's face reddened from asphyxiation, yet he did not struggle. Within his eyes, burning with white flames, there was not a trace of fear, only a chilling mockery. Did you truly believe? He managed to force out a few words, that you have captured me? The moment the words fell, the Sasuke grasped by the masked man transformed into a flurry of crows. Jinjutsu. The masked man's singular eye contracted sharply. Is this your Tsukuyami? Merely a space-time ninjutsu that allows the body to shift between reality and illusion. Indeed, quite troublesome, but not without a solution. Sasuke's hands began to form seals at a rapid pace. Did Itachi inform you? The masked man slowly turned. No, Sasuke completed the seals. It is what I observed myself. In that instant when you attacked me, your eyes betrayed you. Chidori. The blinding lightning no longer concentrated at a single point, but instead erupted in all directions. Centered around Sasuke's body, indiscriminately. The entire ruin was enveloped by this violent web of lightning. Zap. The masked man's body was pierced by the electric light, yet he remained unscathed. However, he let out a muffled groan. A portion of his intangible form was forcibly interrupted by the lightning net. I see. Sasuke revealed an understanding expression upon witnessing this. Your intangibility cannot be maintained indefinitely. The moment an attack proves effective, your body must become tangible. Moreover, there exists an unavoidable time lag between your intangibility and tangibility. Although brief, it is sufficient. The lightning surrounding him grew even more ferocious. Uchiha Obito. Your myth ends here. Chapter 172. Your myth ends here. The lightning wove a net of death above the ruins. At the instant the electric arcs coursed through, the masked man's body experienced an extremely fleeting moment of stagnation. That was no illusion. Sasuke's Sharingan captured the essence of that frame. What did you see? The voice of the masked man, Obito, emerged from behind the swirling mask, losing the guise of calm, now filled with chilling murderous intent. A pitiful creature hiding within a shell. Sasuke's retort was as sharp as an ice-forged blade. The lightning enveloping him did not dissipate. Rather, it continued to coalesce, creating an aura of mystery with space-time ninjutsu, evading the past with a false identity. Your so-called Tsukuyami is merely a fragile prison of invincibility that you have constructed for yourself. You think that by confining yourself within, no one can harm you? Silence. Obito's roar caused the surrounding air to shatter. The ground beneath him twisted violently, forming a colossal vortex. You, a fool blinded by hatred, understand nothing. You have no comprehension of how decayed this world has become. Is that so? Sasuke withdrew the lightning surrounding him, calmly observing the spectacle before him. Are you referring to forcing a young boy to bear the sin of genocide to protect a village that is long unworthy of such guardianship? Or to individuals like Danzo Shimura, who can recklessly sacrifice everything for their own ambitions? Danzo Shimura. That name pierced like a thorn into the depths of Obito's memory. That old man embodied the darkness of Konoha, a source that warped countless destinies. It seems Itachi truly revealed everything to you. Obito's singular eye burned a crimson as if it would bleed. He told you that he had no choice. He told you he acted for the village, for you, his foolish brother. So what? Are you now to inherit his will and protect that decaying Konoha? No. Sasuke shook his head. I shall inherit no one's will. Itachi, through his death, taught me one final lesson. That is, to trust my own eyes and walk my own path. Not to be bound by others or by the past. As he was, or as you are. He raised his hand, pointing at Obito. Your so-called Eye of the Moon plan sounds grand, but essentially, it bears no difference from the truth that Itachi imposed upon me. Both are forms of self-righteous arrogance. You all believe that the path you have chosen is the only correct one. Thus, you seek to drag everyone into your ludicrous dream. It is utterly revolting. You seek death. Obito was thoroughly enraged. He ceased his prattle. His right eye Sharingan spun wildly. The space before him began to twist violently, forming a rapidly rotating vortex. Tsukuyami. He intended to completely absorb this audacious boy into his space-time, consigning him to eternal despair. Sasuke did not move. He stood firm, watching the vortex capable of devouring all drawn near him. Kisame Hashigaki gripped the Samehada tightly. He could not comprehend why this boy did not evade. Did he believe his body could withstand such space-time ninjutsu? The absolute white half appeared perplexed, while the black half observed silently, shrouded in gloom. The vortex drew nearer, its powerful suction already beginning to tug at Sasuke's body. His black hair was whipped by the gale, his robes billowed violently. Just as he was about to be consumed, he spoke, finding path number 81. His tone remained cold, devoid of emotion. Break the void. No hand seals, no fluctuations of chakra. An immense, invisible wall materialized between him and Obito. That wall was transparent, yet indestructible. It seemed to belong to no dimension. It completely severed the reality from Obito's Tsukuyami. Boom. The rapidly spinning vortex collided violently with the intangible wall. There was no explosive energy, only an absolute collision on a conceptual level. Obito's Tsukuyami was halted. The once unstoppable force capable of distorting space came to an abrupt stop before the break the void. What is this? In the single eye of Obito, true horror first flickered. He was utterly confounded by the scene before him. It was neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu, nor any known form of energy. It was an absolute defense, one that transcended the very rules of existence. I had foretold it. Sasuke's voice pierced through the barriers of space. Your myth ends here. He raised his right hand, his index finger pointing at Obito, who was blocked by the void on the other side. Your eyes are indeed troublesome. They can transfer damage and distort space. Yet their essence remains tethered to your body, traversing the chasm between reality and illusion. Wherever there is passage, there must be a door. And where there is a door, it can be shut, breaking the fifth path. Sasuke's lips uttered the forbidden incantation, devouring flames. The moment the words fell, the world lost its color. A ring of fire enveloped Obito in an instant. It did not rise from anywhere. It descended directly. The flames expanded in a circular fashion, sealing off Obito's movements. The searing heat scorched the entire space, rendering even the Qingyu dimension useless. Obito realized that all connections to the outside world had been severed, including the bond he prided himself on with the Qingyu dimension. His door had been shut. Following this, countless flames surged like a torrential sea, converging frantically upon him from all directions. This was not a physical attack. It was a relentless, thorough annihilation of his very soul. Aiyowa! A chilling scream erupted from within the fiery ring. It was Obito's voice. He attempted to disperse, yet in this completely sealed space, there was no escape. His body and soul were mercilessly torn apart in the deluge of flames, only to be forcibly healed again and again by the formidable vitality of the Senju cells. Crack! The orange spiral mask on his face could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering into countless pieces, revealing a right face both familiar and strange, marred with scars. Boom! The flames erupted, and after a few seconds of tumult, they disintegrated into a myriad of red sparks, dissipating in the rain. A figure tumbled from midair, landing heavily in the mud. Thud! Uchiha Obito crashed into the mire, his body scorched and battered. The tattered Akatsuki cloak, a symbol of Madara, hung in shreds upon him. He gasped for breath, each inhalation sending waves of agony throughout his body. He had lost. So utterly. So incomprehensibly. How could this be? He lifted his head, gazing in disbelief at the boy standing not far away. Sasuke remained rooted in place, as if he had never moved an inch. Rainwater cascaded down his austere visage. Now, do you still believe you can drag me into hell? His tone bore no trace of triumphant joy, only a chilling judgment. Madara? No, you should be called Uchiha Obito. You. Obito's pupils constricted violently. Monster, you monster. A shadow of black calamity erupted from beneath Obito, encircling him. We must leave this place at once. His body was swiftly enveloped by the gravely wounded Obito, sinking into the earth. Trying to flee? Sasuke's fingertips glimmered with white lightning once more. Did I grant you permission? However, just as he was about to unleash his attack, his body jolted violently. A wave of intense dizziness and tearing pain surged from his eyes. His vision began to blur. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, overused with high-tier techniques, had far surpassed the limits of his current physical capacity. In that brief moment of pause, the black calamity had completely vanished with Obito beneath the ground, leaving behind a resentful echo. Uchiha Sasuke, we shall meet again. Kakashi, watching this scene, felt his grip on the big blade tremble slightly. He fell silent for a moment, then turned away, walking step by step toward the edge of the ruins, his figure soon disappearing into the curtain of rain. The other members of the Akatsuki, sensing the shift in fortune, hastily fled. The world fell silent once more, save for the sound of rain and Sasuke's own labored breaths. He knelt on one knee, supporting himself against the ground. Blood dripped from the corner of his eye, spreading a small patch of crimson in the muddy water. He had won. He had defeated Itachi and driven away the man who called himself Madara. Yet, an overwhelming sense of emptiness surged over him like a tidal wave. He slowly raised his head to gaze at the cold body of Itachi lying not far away. Then, his eyes shifted toward the direction of Konoha. The rain continued to fall, showing no signs of abating. Chapter 173. What did he protect for a lifetime? The icy liquid mixed with the warmth sliding down from the corners of his eyes, washing away the filth on his face. The world was a blurred crimson. The edges of his vision were rapidly consumed by darkness, leaving only a small distorted patch of light at the center. Pain. It was not the pain of flesh being torn nor the agony of shattered bones. It was a tearing sensation originating from the depths of his soul, as if something was being forcibly extracted from his very eyes. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was demanding a price from him, its master, in a brutal manner. He tried to rise, yet his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, refusing to obey his brain's commands. His knees buckled, and his body uncontrollably pitched forward. Thud! He fell back into the mud, his cheek pressed against the cold, damp ground, inhaling the mingled scent of rainwater and blood, reminiscent of rust. Weakness. An unprecedented feeling of weakness engulfed every corner of his being. Just moments ago, he had stood as a deity, commanding the elements and judging Uchiha Obito. Now, he lacked even the strength to support his own body. What a splendid irony. Damn it. A hoarse syllable escaped his throat. It was not directed at the fleeing man, but rather at his own pitiful body. 13 years old. Ultimately, he was merely a 13-year-old boy. Even if his soul bore the weight of enough power to obliterate the heavens, this underdeveloped shell could not sustain such expenditure for long. Devouring flames. The void. Each use of these powers, alien to this world, was a form of overextension. He had allowed Uchiha Obito to escape. At the most critical moment, his body had issued a warning, the sudden dizziness and excruciating pain interrupting his final pursuit. A fruitless effort. Sasuke did not feel regret. If he had escaped, he would simply recapture him. Then, he would kill him. The process might be convoluted, but the conclusion would remain unchanged. What he needed to consider now were more immediate concerns. The one who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, a reincarnated body, was still lurking somewhere in the hidden rain village. The man had merely observed from atop the tower, showing no signs of intervening. What scheme was he plotting? Was he merely using Obito as a stepping stone to test him? Or did he harbor deeper, inscrutable intentions? The unknown posed the greatest threat. Sasuke struggled to prop himself up with his arms. With each exertion, a stabbing pain coursed through his eye sockets. He forced himself to fix his gaze upon the lifeless body of his brother, Uchiha Itachi, lying in the muddy water not far away. The rain cascaded over his charred body, and the once familiar visage had become unrecognizable. Only the tattered black robe, adorned with red clouds, remained as a testament to his identity. Brother. This term had transformed into a frigid symbol within Sasuke's heart, an empty emblem constructed from lies, betrayal, mockery, and self-satisfaction. He was dead, slain by his own hand. The prolonged drama masquerading as vengeance had finally drawn its curtain. Yet, why did the profound void within him feel even more filled? Filled to the point of near suffocation. To protect Konoha, to discern right from wrong with his own eyes. Itachi's final words echoed in his ears. How absurd. A man who devoted his entire life to the village was ultimately driven to a dead end by it. What had he protected throughout his life? He had safeguarded schemers like Danzo Shimura. He had shielded those in Konoha's upper echelons who cornered the Uchiha clan. He had defended a system that had long since rotted from within. What a grand sacrifice. What a foolish persistence. Sasuke would not tread the path of his predecessor. He would inherit no one else's will. He would see with his own eyes. He would choose with his own strength. If this world was indeed as Itachi and Obito described, replete with lies and decay, then let it be obliterated along with those repugnant rules. And then, let a new world be forged. A world that belonged solely to him, Uchiha Sasuke, a realm of truth. This notion took root within his heart like a dark seed. Quietly sprouting, he must depart from this place. The land of rain had become a vortex of turmoil. Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito, and that enigmatic figure, Uchiha Madara, Remaining here would only ensnare him in an endless web. He needed time. Time to acclimate to this newfound power. Time for his body to grow strong enough to match the intensity of his spirit. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke summoned the last vestige of chakra, infused with spiritual pressure. Within him, he steadied himself against a fractured rock, swaying unsteadily, until he finally rose. His vision remained blurred. Yet, through his perception, he could lock onto Itachi's lifeless form. He trudged forward step by step, the mud beneath his feet cold and biting. Each step felt like treading on the edge of a blade. Upon reaching the corpse, he halted, gazing down at the man who had defined the first half of his life. How should he treat this body? Should he leave it here to be washed away by the rain, devoured by beasts, and ultimately reduced to dust? No. Sasuke extended his hand. He needed those eyes. The same kaleidoscopic Sharingan that had also reached its pinnacle. Perhaps within them lay secrets about the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan that he had yet to discover. Or perhaps, he simply did not wish for this man to vanish from the world, even in death. Whether it was out of hatred or something else, Uchiha Itachi could only be dealt with by him. He retrieved a blank scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Kneeling, he unfurled the scroll in the mire. His fingers brushed against Itachi's cold body. There was no warmth. Rigid, lifeless. Just as his fingertips were about to form the hand seals for the sealing jutsu. An uncanny sense of dissonance halted his movements. Something was amiss. Gathering more chakra to his fingertips, he focused intently. This body was too pristine. Despite being ravaged into an unrecognizable form by the power of the black coffin, the chakra network and life essence within bore an unnatural emptiness. It resembled an exquisitely crafted marionette, stripped of all its innards. Sasuke furrowed his brows tightly. He recalled Itachi's final gesture, pointing his fingertip towards Sasuke's forehead. "Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time." In that moment, something had been transmitted alongside that action. It was neither chakra nor ocular power, but something more fundamental. Something he had not perceived at the time. Sasuke abruptly closed his eyes, then opened them wide. The searing pain made him groan softly. He forcefully activated his Mangekyo and peered into his own body. Deep within his mental realm, at the core of his soul, a faint golden flame, flickering like a candle in the wind, was quietly burning. Enveloped in that flame was a raven, its eyes set with a pair of crimson, pinwheel-patterned Sharingan, those of Uchiha Shursui. Konoha Tsukimi. In his final moments, Itachi had entrusted Shursui's most powerful Genjutsu to him in this manner. What was his intention? To set a trigger condition? For instance, should I ever harbor animosity towards Konoha in the future, Konoha Tsukimi would forcibly alter my will, compelling me to protect Konoha? Sasuke found himself on the verge of laughter. A bitter irony. That man, even in death, was scheming. Even in death, he sought to pull him back onto a path he believed to be righteous. How arrogant. How self-righteous. Uchiha Itachi, you are truly irredeemable. Sasuke did not attempt to sever that flame. He understood that, in his current state, it was beyond his capability. Moreover, he wished to observe, to see when and how the safeguard left by Itachi would spring forth to surprise him. He collected his thoughts, dispelling any hesitation, and swiftly formed the hand seals. Seal. A plume of white smoke enveloped the area as Uchiha Itachi's hollow corpse was sealed within the scroll. Sasuke picked up the scroll with care, tucking it away. He stood, casting one last glance at the hellish ruins surrounding him before turning away. Dragging his weary body, he limped into the depths of the rain curtain, his figure gradually consumed by darkness. Chapter 174. Madara, do you wish to dance again? The rain lashed against the spire of the tower. Uchiha Madara stood there, like a statue eroded by the tempest of centuries. He gazed down upon the battlefield, now a desolate wasteland, and observed the Uchiha descendant, limping away, gradually fading into the curtain of rain. Sasuke's silhouette radiated exhaustion and resolve. An impeccable opportunity to eliminate a threat. Yet he remained motionless, not out of desire, but out of inability. An invisible force, heavy as a mountain, pinned him firmly in place. This force was not chakra. It was purer, more domineering, acting directly upon the realm of the soul. Spiritual pressure. He attempted to mobilize his chakra, striving to break free from this constraint. His fingertips trembled slightly. Suddenly, the invisible pressure intensified. Crack. The steel platform beneath him buckled, revealing fine cracks. Every bone in his body groaned under the unbearable weight. This sensation was reminiscent of a previous encounter. That same feeling of helpless humiliation when fate was relinquished to another's control. Flames burned within his chest. Madara. A voice echoed beside him. Are you once again longing to dance? A figure, Yuya, had appeared at his side, gazing down upon the devastation with an unmasked mockery in his tone. Uchiha Madara did not respond. He could not even turn his head, only catching a glimpse of that carefree figure from the corner of his eye. Rage threatened to erupt from his very eyes. Yet he suppressed every emotion deep within the vessel of this reanimated corpse. To act out would serve no purpose, only inviting deeper humiliation. TSK. Qingyu emitted a bored clicking sound. I had expected you to roar, to bellow, to resist with all your might. And yet, you have simply surrendered? He circled around Madara, locking eyes with those Rinnegan orbs. How utterly uninteresting. I much preferred the rebellious spirit of the you who would dance on the edge of chaos. Such a version of you would be far more gratifying to annihilate. Madara's body remained utterly still, as if Qingyu were merely appraising an inanimate object. Witnessing this, Qingyu lost all interest in his taunts. Sasuke's figure had vanished entirely. Remaining here held no significance. With a swift motion, Qingyu sliced through the air before him. The space tore open like fabric, revealing a gaping chasm of darkness. On the other side lay the profound void of chaos. Observe closely, Madara. Witness the fate of this world you so disdain. It may prove far more intriguing than your moon eye. Qingyu stepped into the crevice known as the Black Abyss. As his form faded from view, the overwhelming spiritual pressure that had subdued Madara dissipated like smoke. The rift slowly closed, and the world returned to silence. Save for the sound of rain. Huff! Uchiha Madara gasped for breath, as if a drowning man had finally resurfaced. He moved his stiff neck. Boom! A tempestuous surge of chakra erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. His fist crashed down upon the platform beneath him, creating a massive hole in the steel-cast summit. Qingyu! The pent-up roar of humiliation and indignation burst forth, accompanied by a trace of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. Within the black abyss lingered an absolute void. Qingyu traversed its depths with deliberate steps. The battle involving Sasuke, Itachi, and Obito replayed vividly in his mind, particularly Sasuke's final displays of power, Bakuto and Heido. These were the powers he had imparted to Sasuke, drawn from the realm of the death god. However, Sasuke's application diverged from that of a pure death god. He had formed a crude amalgamation of chakra and spiritual pressure. This fusion, albeit temporary, had indeed unleashed a destructive force far exceeding that of a singular system. The might of the Black Coffin surpassed even Qingyu's expectations. Yet, the inherent issues were equally apparent. Qingyu extended his hand, gathering a sphere of chakra in his left palm. In his right, a manifestation of spiritual pressure emerged. The chakra, a flowing blue reminiscent of a babbling brook, contrasted starkly with the intangible yet oppressive aura of spiritual pressure. The disparity in their qualities was monumental. Qingyu mused. The essence of spiritual pressure lies in the power of the soul, while chakra is a fusion of mental and physical energies. Fundamentally, they exist in disparate dimensions. A minor fusion allows chakra to serve as a catalyst, triggering spiritual pressure to unleash greater potency. Much like Sasuke's Chidori, which, when merged with spiritual pressure, dramatically amplified its strength. However, as the fusion reaches significant levels, as seen with the Black Coffin, an imbalance emerges. The chakra would be instantaneously consumed by the superior spiritual pressure, becoming mere fuel. This would result in a catastrophic backlash against the practitioner. Sasuke's precarious state at the end served as the most compelling evidence. There lies an even more fundamental issue. Qingyu regarded his own form. As spiritual pressure intensified, the strength of the soul would inevitably surpass the limits of its corporeal vessel. To resolve this dilemma, the realm of the death god chose to abandon the physical body, existing instead in a pure spiritual form to cultivate spiritual pressure. Only then could one ascend unimpeded to the pinnacle of power. Qingyu himself was not yet burdened by such concerns. The existence of the crumbling jade allowed his soul and body to achieve a perfect synchronous evolution. As the soul grew stronger, the crumbling jade simultaneously fortified his corporeal vessel, ensuring it could forever contain that power. Yet, Sasuke could not afford such luxury. The intensity of that young man's spiritual pressure had now surpassed the limits of his physical form. Should he continue down this path, 3 roads awaited him. Qingyu's steps halted. Ahead in the black abyss appeared an exit. Opposite the exit lay the familiar visage of Konoha village. The first path, Sasuke could voluntarily relinquish most of his spiritual pressure. Returning to the chakra system he knew. With his talent and the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could still rise as a top-tier force in the ninja world. However, this would also mean forsaking the potential to reach a higher dimension. The second path, to discover a method, a means sufficient to allow his mortal form to keep pace with the growth of his soul. A playful expression flitted across Qingyu's face. This would prove far more challenging than mere cultivation. The third path, to abandon the flesh entirely and pursue the purest path of the death god. He stepped forth from the black abyss, appearing in the night sky above Hokage Rock. So, how will you choose Uchiha Sasuke? Chapter 175. Your body is on the verge of breaking down. Several days later, in the Uchiha compound of Konoha Village, the decaying wooden door creaked open, slowly closing behind him. It was unchanged from when he had left. The air was thick with the stale scent of dust and decayed leaves. The houses lining the streets stood with their doors and windows shut tight, resembling countless hollow eyes watching this solitary returee. Silence reigned. Sasuke had come home. Dragging his weary form through the empty streets, he approached the residence that once belonged to him. Each step felt like retracing a nightmarish dream long concluded. Pushing open the door to his home, the familiar furnishings greeted him, shrouded in a thin layer of dust. He did not turn on the lights. Instead, he stood quietly in the darkness, illuminated only by the meager moonlight filtering through the window. Itachi is dead. He spoke softly to the empty room, as if reporting or perhaps attempting to convince himself. The man who called himself Madara is Obito Uchiha. He has escaped. Upon uttering these words, he fell into a prolonged silence. I know. A voice that should not have existed emerged from the shadowed corner of the room. Qingyu stepped forth from the darkness, unblemished by a speck of dust, a stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings. It was as though he had always been there. Sasuke did not turn around nor display any surprise. In this place, nothing could stir the depths of his heart any longer. He simply stood there, every cell in his body groaning with fatigue. The toll of that battle was far more severe than he had anticipated. Even days later, the soul-wrenching sensation lingered like a shadow. He clenched his fist. A sharp pain shot through his eyes, radiating through his nerves to his entire being. The edges of his vision darkened ominously once more. Sasuke's body swayed imperceptibly. Your body is on the verge of breaking down. Qingyu's statement was devoid of any emotion. Sasuke's lips pressed tightly together. He turned to face the man who had led him down an alternative path for the first time. In those eyes, tainted by darkness, flickered a hint of confusion he had yet to recognize within himself. Why? He inquired. I have undeniably acquired a greater power. Power, however, comes at a price. Qingyu stepped before him. Your current state resembles that of attempting to cram an entire ocean into a wooden barrel. The barrel shall inevitably splinter. Spiritual pressure embodies the essence of the soul, whereas chakra is the manifestation of both body and spirit. Qingyu extended a finger, poised to touch Sasuke's brow, but halted a mere half-inch away. Your soul has matured too rapidly. This vessel, known as Uchiha Sasuke, can no longer keep pace with its growth. Should you continue down this path, you risk being torn apart by your own strength. Sasuke fell into silence. He recalled the overwhelming backlash from several high-level Kido spells that nearly crushed him. He remembered the excruciating pain and dizziness that rendered him immobile while chasing Toby. It was not mere coincidence. It was a warning. What am I to do? A subtle dryness tinged his tone. You have 3 choices. Qingyu retracted his hand. First, relinquish the power you currently possess, returning to a pure chakra system. With your talent and these eyes, you could still ascend to the pinnacle of this world as a formidable ninja. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Abandon? After having witnessed that divine, omnipotent power, to revert back to the stage of hand signs and ninjutsu? That would be more unbearable than death itself. Second, Qingyu did not afford him much time for contemplation. Reinforce your vessel. Exhaust every means to enable your body to keep pace with the rapid growth of your soul. This path will be fraught with suffering and protracted hardship. Moreover, success is not guaranteed. And the third? Sasuke pressed for clarity. A peculiar expression graced Qingyu's face. Abandon it. Discard this frail body that will become your burden. Evolve into a true Shinigami. The air seemed to solidify, to abandon the corporeal form. This notion transcended Sasuke's previous understanding. What would that entail? Death? Or perhaps achieving immortality in another form? He gazed at Qingyu. Is this man the ultimate manifestation of that third choice? For a moment, Sasuke found himself at a loss for words. Each choice appeared as a divergent path leading into an unknown abyss. It seems you require more time to ponder. Qingyu shifted the conversation. Now, let us discuss other matters. You are already aware of the truth behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation. What are your plans for the future? This question jolted Sasuke from his introspection regarding his own body. The future. He lifted his gaze toward the familiar, yet utterly foreign clan grounds outside the window. Itachi sacrificed himself to safeguard a decaying village. Toby, unable to confront reality, sought to ensnare everyone within a false illusion. They were all mistaken. Sasuke's response was cold and unequivocal. Whether Itachi, Toby, or even the shadowy figure of Uchiha Madara, they all languished in their grand ideals, defining peace and truth in self-righteous manners. A group of irredeemable fools. Oh, Qingyu appeared intrigued. What do you believe to be the correct path? I do not know what is correct. Sasuke shook his head. I only know that I must forge my own path. To see with my own eyes and choose with my own strength. Not to be shackled by another's will. His words were resolute and unyielding. Excellent. Qingyu nodded. Now, the final question. Konoha, the instigator of the Uchiha massacre. How do you intend to address it? Sasuke slowly lowered his head. His gaze fell upon his outstretched palm. The mud from the rain village had long since been washed away. Yet, that hand seemed to still harbor the chilling sensation of slaying his own brother. He recalled Danzo. He remembered the two Konoha higher-ups who had issued the extermination order to Itachi. An uncontainable, frigid hatred surged from the depths of his heart. It was not a fervor for vengeance on behalf of the Uchiha clan, nor was it anger at Itachi's plight. It was a more profound, pure negation of injustice itself. Those who participated in the Uchiha massacre. He enunciated each word deliberately, as though pronouncing a preordained verdict. Not one shall be spared. A satisfied curve finally graced Qingyu's lips. This was the answer he sought. Not the inheritance of another's will, nor for some grand ideal, merely for oneself. To obliterate everything in pursuit of the hatred within. This is the mark of a true avenger. Sasuke raised his hand and closed the dust-laden window, sealing out the moonlight and the entirety of Konoha. The room descended back into darkness. Chapter 176, Ability Unlock Level 40, Phasing. Darkness enveloped the room, consuming Sasuke as well. He stood still, his silhouette merging almost seamlessly with the shadows. Qingyu had departed. Yet, the three choices, akin to crossroads of fate, loomed over his soul like three weighty mountains. The first path, surrender, to forfeit that which does not belong to this world and revert to the realm of a mere ninja. This thought flickered for an instant before being extinguished entirely. It represented regression, a foolishness akin to turning back to admire a pond after having glimpsed the starry ocean. He could not do that. The third path, to abandon the flesh. To embody the pure soul form described by Qingyu, a true Shinigami. This choice was rife with the allure of the unknown, yet it bore an unsettling finality. Would he still be Uchiha Sasuke? Or merely a new, unfamiliar existence bearing Sasuke's memories? He detested this world, yearned to destroy it, yet also aspired to rebuild it. But he intended to achieve all this with his own hands, his own body, rather than becoming an ethereal specter. Thus, only the second path remained. To reinforce the vessel, to compel this 13-year-old, still growing, fragile form to keep pace with a soul that had already transcended the mundane, to bear the power of a deity within mortal flesh. This path, though it sounded the most arduous and painful, resonated most closely with his current state of mind. It was not about evasion, nor abandonment. It was about conquest, conquering his own body, mastering his own strength, and ultimately, conquering this world. Sasuke's fist slowly clenched. The sharp pain of his nails digging into his palm brought a flicker of reality to his body, which had grown numb from overexertion of power. He needed time. In a modest dwelling far from the Uchiha clan grounds, within Konoha, warm light dispelled the night outside. The faint aroma of black tea wafted through the air. Uzumaki Karen was carefully placing a sugar cube into the fine-boned china teacup before Qingyu, using a silver pair of tongs. Her movements were gentle, imbued with an almost reverent focus. Over the past few months, she had completely adapted to her new life. Caring for this man had become the sole, most vital aspect of her existence. Leaning against the soft sofa, Qingyu perused a history of the Warring States period borrowed from the village library. His demeanor betrayed none of the awareness of being a shadowy figure in the ninja world. He seemed more like a reclusive noble with little interest in worldly affairs. Lord Qingyu, would you care for some more pastries? Karen inquired softly, a hint of a blush gracing her cheeks. No, thank you. Qingyu closed the book and carelessly tossed it aside. He lifted the teacup, savoring the warmth that seeped through the ceramic to his fingertips, forming a stark contrast to the icy silence emanating from Sasuke. At that moment, a mechanical and frigid voice echoed in his mind, discernible only to him. Ding. Host successfully created the Hōgyoku Mundo. Preliminary completion of the Hōgyoku Mundo ecosystem detected. Hōgyoku System capability unlocking progress. 40. New ability unlocked. Holification. Qingyu's movements hesitated momentarily. He lowered his gaze to the swirling amber liquid in the teacup. Holification. The host may consume spiritual pressure to guide designated holders of Shinigami power into holification. Upon successful guidance, the target will gain hollow powers, experiencing a significant enhancement in strength. Note, if the holification is performed by someone other than the host, they will endure the full negative corruption of the hollow. Those with weak willpower face a high risk of completely devolving into mindless hollows, their souls unraveling. If the host undergoes holofication, the Bongyu will perfectly balance the powers of the Shinigami and the Holo without any negative risks. The term holofication elicited a faint smile at the corner of Qingyu's lips. It was as if, upon feeling drowsy, someone had offered him a pillow. Sasuke was troubled by his fragile vessel, and the solution had unexpectedly presented itself. The fusion of Shinigami and Holo powers represented a forced elevation of the life tier, granting an ordinary mortal the qualification to bear powers of a higher dimension. Of course, the prerequisite was to withstand it. Failing to do so would result in a mere puddle of mud. Lord Qingyu? Xianglin called softly, sensing his prolonged silence, tinged with unease. It's nothing, Qingyu declared, draining the last of his red tea. I was merely contemplating an intriguing question. He rose, moving to the window and pushing it open. The night breeze of Konoha, infused with a medley of scents, wafted in. He could sense it. In the shadowy corners of the ninja world, where despair and resentment flourished, fallen souls were being drawn by an invisible force, passively absorbed into the pale world he had single-handedly created, known as Hueco Mundo. There, he no longer needed to hypnotize those puppets to feed. A brand new, independent ecosystem was taking shape, and as the sole sovereign of this world, his power surged in tandem with its expansion. He could now seek out Sasuke and present him with the choice of holofication. It was akin to offering a dying man in the desert a cup of poisoned water, to drink or not to drink. For the proud Uchiha youth, this would undoubtedly be yet another cruel trial. Yet Qingyu had no intention of doing so. It was too soon. A decision made without contemplation was cheap. A readily available gift would not be cherished. He would wait. Wait until Sasuke collided headfirst against the harsh realities of his choices. Until he truly realized how arduous and bleak the path of enhancing his vessel was. Until the pride within him was utterly crushed by reality. Only then would the gift he offered be grasped as the sole lifeline, desperately clung to. How is Tsunade faring? Qingyu inquired, not turning his head. Everything is normal, Xianglin promptly replied. Aside from handling Hokage duties, she spends her days staring blankly at the memorial stone and occasionally trains in the land of rebirth. I see. Qingyu's tone betrayed no emotion. Tsunade, and those Konoha elites he had imbued with Shinigami power. They too were excellent subjects for holofication experiments. A flock of lambs endowed with new powers yet still shackled by the absurd notion of the will of fire. What would they become if he adorned them with masks? Would they devolve into beasts driven solely by slaughter, or would they unleash powers beyond their own imagination? The thought was most intriguing. Master, you seem quite pleased? Xianglin mustered the courage to ask again. She could sense a delightful aura emanating from Qingyu. It was not due to the red tea or anything else. Rather, it was a pure joy found in the discovery of a new toy. Indeed, Qingyu turned around. The moonlight outside cast a long shadow behind him. Because I've discovered that this tedious world has, once again, become slightly more interesting. Chapter 177, Steel Skin, Perfect Form of Rapid Regeneration. The following day, the sky over Konoha was a sickly gray-white. Qingyu departed from the residence, suffused with the aroma of red tea. He disturbed no one. Like a droplet of water merging into the sparse morning flow of the streets. Then, like a wisp of smoke, he quietly evaporated from the consciousness of all. He sought a space vast enough, yet tranquil, a place where he could unleash the power of his new toy without reservation. The forest of death. This thought flickered through his mind. There was no place more suitable. A colossal cage, deliberately isolated from the village, replete with primitivism and bloodshed. It served as a trial ground for ninjas and a graveyard for countless secrets. Towering and twisted trees obscured the light of the heavens. The air was thick with the scent of damp, decaying leaves mingling with soil. Occasionally, the roar of an unknown beast echoed from the depths of the forest, only to quickly fade back into silence. This was the heart of the forest of death, an area even Konoha's Umbu would not tread lightly. Qingyu stood in a clearing amidst the trees, the ground beneath his feet covered in thick, rustling leaves. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the three distinct powers within him. One was chakra, a fusion of physical and spiritual energy. The second belonged to the Shinigami, cold and pure spiritual pressure. It was like a core of energy governed by precise instruments, stable, powerful, and obedient to his every command. The third was the newly unlocked power of the Holo. It was chaotic, frenzied, imbued with a primal desire to consume and devour, akin to a starving beast confined deep within his soul. In essence, the second and third powers both pertained to spiritual pressure. One was positive, the other negative. Holofication. This term emerged in his consciousness. Qingyu slowly raised his right hand, covering his face. There were no hand seals, nor any fluctuations of chakra. In the next moment, A wave of pitch-black energy interspersed with crimson spiritual pressure erupted from within him. A tempest swirled outward from his center, shaking the surrounding trees violently, which groaned under the strain. His palm seemed to penetrate an invisible surface composed of bone. When he withdrew his hand, a grotesque, bone-white mask had enveloped the upper half of his face. The mask bore bizarre red markings, as if painted in blood. Hollow eye sockets burned with a malevolent golden light. Power. An unprecedented, overflowing sense of power filled every corner of his being. The Bangyu was harmonizing these two forces, which were meant to conflict, in a flawless manner, achieving a new and higher equilibrium. A low, layered breath escaped from beneath the mask, resonating with countless, overlapping tones. The sound that emerged was no longer something that could be produced by humans. It resembled the simultaneous howling of countless souls, forcefully compressed into one. Merely this unconscious exhalation caused the air ahead to visibly distort. Qingyu lowered his head slightly, scrutinizing his newly acquired form. He raised his left hand, fingers splayed, directing it towards a towering, ancient tree that required several individuals to encircle. Sound shift. With a mere thought, his figure instantaneously vanished from its original position. There was no sound, no afterimage, not even the slightest ripple in space. He appeared before the ancient tree as if he had always stood there. This method of movement transcended the very concept of speed. It was more akin to a brazen alteration of spatial coordinates. Instantaneous movement? The term flitted through Qingyu's mind. A laughable nomenclature. To liken sound shift to that crude technique relying on chakra bursts was an affront in itself. He then focused his gaze on the massive tree before him. Its bark was rough and marked by the passage of time, resembling a silent giant. Steel skin. He did not summon any excess power. Instead, he clenched his fist and swung it forward in an apparently unremarkable manner. Bang! The dull thud reverberated through the desolate forest. Qingyu's fist collided directly with the iron-hard trunk of the tree. However, the outcome deviated drastically from any imagined scenario. There was no tremendous roar, nor any splinters flying. The ancient tree, having weathered centuries of storms, succumbed to an irresistible force the moment it met his fist. From the point of contact, the entire internal structure of the tree was instantaneously shattered into the finest powder. The vast canopy lost its support, and with the massive trunk, it collapsed into a cloud of dust, akin to a sandcastle that crumbled with a gentle push. Yet Qingyu's fist remained pristine, untouched by even a speck of sawdust. This was steel skin, an absolute defense formed by compressing spiritual pressure to create an impenetrable barrier on the surface of the body, as well as an indomitable, razor-sharp weapon. Quite impressive. A non-human, overlapping evaluation emanated from beneath the mask. Yet, this was still insufficient. These were merely the basic adjuncts brought forth by virtualization. The true hallmark of power belonging to the void awaited. Qingyu slowly lifted his head and opened his mouth. A scarlet energy, brimming with the essence of annihilation, began to coalesce frantically within. A high-density, compacted energy sphere, akin to a miniature sun, formed before his mask. The surrounding light was devoured by its presence, and the air emitted a piercing lament of being scorched. In the deathly forest, all living beings fell into an ultimate silence at that moment, a profound fear emanating from the instinct of life itself, as if the apocalypse had arrived ahead of schedule. Void flash. Boom! A robust, crimson beam of light, potent enough to pierce through heavens and earth, erupted from his mouth. Wherever the beam traversed, be it a 100-year-old tree or a hardened rock, lurking venomous insects or ferocious beasts, everything tangible was instantaneously evaporated, leaving not even a trace of ash. It carved a bottomless chasm, several kilometers long, into the ground of the death forest. The edges of the chasm were glazed, charred earth still emitting thick plumes of smoke, as if an unsightly scar had been indelibly etched into the land. Qingyu slowly lowered his hand, feeling the depletion of spiritual pressure within. That strike had consumed perhaps less than 1/10 of his total energy. Its power exceeded expectations, and the destructive force was indeed pleasing to behold. However, one final test remained, one that piqued his utmost interest. Super speed regeneration. He extended his left arm, controlling a wisp of the recently released, not yet dissipated void flash energy. Wrapping it around. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A nauseating sound of flesh and blood being corroded and seared echoed. The flesh of his entire left arm swiftly dissolved under that destructive force, peeling away until only the stark, white bone remained. The intense pain should have engulfed his entire body, yet in the state of virtualization, that sensation was infinitely dulled, leaving only a bizarre detachment, as if observing another's body being ravaged. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Upon that stark white bone, flesh buds began to proliferate at a visibly rapid pace. Blood vessels, nerves, muscles, skin, all tissues reconstructed at a speed contrary to the laws of life. In merely a couple of breaths, a brand new, flawless arm had reappeared on his body, its skin smooth, even more perfect than before, as if the horrifying scene had never transpired. So this is how it is. Qingyu flexed his newly formed left hand, experiencing perfect control without any hint of awkwardness. This was the fusion of the death god and the void. Empowered by the crumbling jade, extreme destructive capability, absolute defense, and an indomitable regenerative ability. He had become a true monster in every sense of the word. Qingyu dispelled the virtualization. The bone mask upon his face disintegrated into specks of black light, vanishing into the air. The suffocating aura that had oppressed the entire forest receded along with it. He stood before the massive chasm of destruction he had wrought, his expression devoid of any unnecessary emotion, before turning to depart from the devastation. His figure swiftly vanished into the shadows of the dense forest. Chapter 178. I am invincible, relishing in fragrance. That chasm of destruction became an ugly scar on the death forest, one that could never heal. Qingyu returned to a humble dwelling. The lingering aroma of red tea still wafted through the air. The devastation he had personally wrought, capable of altering landscapes, contrasted starkly with the tranquility and gentleness of this place, forming two entirely disparate worlds. He sensed his own body, though the brutal power of virtualization had receded. A deeper transformation had been imprinted within his flesh and soul. Steel skin, superspeed, regeneration. This mortal vessel, harmonized by the crumbling jade, had morphed into a perfect creation that ought not to exist in this world. Indestructible, unkillable. He could scarcely fathom what kind of power in this world could inflict harm upon him, even should he release the so-called progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Sealed for a millennium. Could she do so? A being born from the rules of this world, how could it contend against an unreasonable force from a higher dimension? Invincibility. This thought surfaced in his mind without warning, and then it lingered, refusing to dissipate. He had schemed and maneuvered countless individuals to achieve this goal. Yet when it was finally realized, it felt almost surreal. From acquiring the crumbling jade to this day, it had been less than a year. Of course, he understood that invincibility in the ninja world did not signify the ultimate conclusion. Beyond that lay broader, unknown realms. However, this did not hinder him from reveling in the fruits of his labor at this moment. An occasional respite is indeed essential. Lord Ayu, Vortex Shakurin stood upright, her body tense with a hint of anxiety as she watched the man emerge from the room. She had remained here all day, reluctant to leave or intrude. Tidying up, she managed to say. Ayu's tone betrayed no discernible emotion. We are going out for a while. Out. Shakurin was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time in months she had heard this man proactively suggest an outing. Yes, I will prepare at once. She immediately began to fluster as she hurriedly organized her belongings, fearing the loss of even a second. No need to prepare anything, Ayu interrupted her. We are merely going for a stroll. The streets of Konoha were as bustling as ever. The shouts of vendors, the playful laughter of children, and the hurried footsteps of ninjas intermingled to create a vivid tapestry of life. Ayu and Shakurin walked within this tapestry. Yet they felt as though they were separated by an invisible veil. Within a 3-meter radius around them, an absolute, disregarded sphere formed. Passers-by instinctively avoided them. The patrolling ninjas turned a blind eye. No one would notice them. No one would remember them. This was a form of hypnosis, more advanced than any stealth technique, operating on the collective consciousness. Shakurin closely followed Ayu's side, her heart pounding vigorously in her chest. This was her first time walking openly under the sunlight of Konoha. There was no fear of being pursued, no dread of peculiar scrutiny. She could distinctly smell the aroma wafting from a nearby barbecue shop, feel the warm sunlight upon her skin, and observe the vibrant expressions on the faces of those who brushed past her. Everything felt as real as a dream, and the one who granted her this dream was right beside her. Lord Ayu, she ventured softly, uncertainty lacing her voice. Where are we headed? Just wandering about, Ayu replied, his tone so casual it bordered on nonchalance. He was indeed merely strolling, observing the village beneath his feet from a detached perspective. These vibrant, oblivious lives lived for a so-called will, died for laughable bonds, yet remained unaware that their fates had long been inscribed. You seem to enjoy watching these. Shakurin summoned her courage to speak again. Not so much enjoying. Ayu paused before stopping in front of a ramen shop. I merely find it amusing and somewhat ridiculous. They spend their lives trying to escape fate, yet remain trapped within its confines. His words left Shakurin somewhat bewildered, but she nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, quite amusing. As long as it is said by this man, it must be correct. Ayu's attention was drawn to the ramen shop adorned with the Ichiraku sign. A golden-haired boy was voraciously slurping noodles, his mouth full as he mumbled for another bowl. Vortex Naruto, the so-called child of destiny in this world. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The prophesied being destined to bring change to the ninja world. Ayu observed quietly, watching the boy's satisfied smile emerge from a bowl of ramen. He could feel the immense chakra concealed within that youthful body, one belonging to the Nine Tails, and another, more elusive, radiating a sacred and inviolable aura, the reincarnation of Ashura. How utterly laughable. The so-called destiny, the so-called prophecy, the so-called savior. Before absolute power, they were nothing more than fragile soap bubbles, easily burst with a single poke. If he so desired. With just a thought, without even needing to employ a flash of his technique, he could obliterate this so-called child of destiny along with the Nine Tails within him from this world entirely. Yet, he refrained from such an act. Crushing an ant would not yield any sense of gratification. Watching this ant, firmly believing it could shake a mighty tree, ultimately shattering against reality, that was true amusement, especially since Sasuke's fate had already been altered by him. If Sasuke sought vengeance against the people of Konoha, could Naruto still stop him as he did in the original narrative? Lord? Shikurin noticed his pause and followed his gaze, but only saw the golden-haired boy still eating. She felt a twinge of unease. Was there something wrong with that person? An intriguing character, perhaps. Ayu withdrew his gaze. Let us move on. He continued forward, and Shikurin hurriedly followed, too apprehensive to ask another question. Yet, in her heart, she had already labeled that golden-haired boy as an inconsequential character. To be deemed somewhat interesting by Lord Ayu was, in itself, a remarkable honor. The sunset bathed the sky in a warm orange hue. The pedestrians on the street gradually thinned out. Ayu's footsteps eventually halted in front of a dango shop. Would you like to eat? He inquired of Shikurin. Shikurin was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. See, can I? Her voice trembled with disbelief. Ayu remained silent. He stepped forward, retrieving a skewer of three-colored dango from the owner, who wore a similarly hypnotized, blank expression, and then offered it to Shikurin. Shikurin gazed at the round, glistening dango, the sweet sauce shimmering enticingly under the sunset. Her nose suddenly tinged with a bittersweet sensation, and her eyes involuntarily moistened. She extended her slightly trembling hand to receive the skewer. Thank you, Lord Ayu. She bowed her head, taking a small, reverent bite. The sweetness unfurled upon her tongue, cascading down her throat and filling her heart with warmth. Chapter 179. This Sasuke comes from the future. The night was deeper than usual. Ayu had just returned Shikurin to her room. He stood in the darkness of the living room, his fingers gently tapping against the window frame. Just moments ago, he felt as though an invisible finger had delicately plucked at the strings of this world. It was not a fluctuation of chakra, nor any known form of energy. It was a faint yet strikingly clear dissonance, emanating from the very foundation of the world's rules. Something had intruded, an outsider not belonging to this time nor this moment. Ayu's movement stilled. He displayed no signs of surprise, yet for the first time, a genuine interest flickered in the depths of his eyes. In another corner of Konoha, two figures tumbled out of a distorted spatial vortex in a disheveled state. Cough, cough. The golden-haired boy clutched his chest, coughing violently, his face covered in dust. What on earth is this place? Vortex Boruto looked around. The familiar Hokage rock bore an ancient, unfamiliar texture. The layout of the streets and the style of the buildings were utterly unlike the Konoha he remembered. Did we succeed? He glanced at the man beside him. The future Uchiha Sasuke rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. The purple glow of his Rinnegan in his single eye slowly faded. His expression was unusually grave. No, he uttered tersely. We arrived too early. Boruto was taken aback. Too early? He followed the gaze of his master. The likeness of the sixth Hokage had yet to be engraved on Hokage rock. Only the visages of the first 5 Hokage remained. Was this a relic from his father's childhood? Boruto was utterly dumbfounded. This signified that they had become uninvited guests intruding upon history. Any minuscule action could potentially trigger an unpredictable and dreadful butterfly effect. Conceal your identity. Do not engage with anyone. The command from future Sasuke was cold and resolute. We must absolutely refrain from exposing ourselves until we discover a way back. I understand. Boruto nodded immediately. He grasped the gravity of the situation. Future Sasuke closed his eyes. His immense perceptive abilities spreading out like mercury, encompassing the entire village in an instant. He needed to ascertain whether the key figures of this era still existed, and if their intrusion had wrought any changes. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was no longer present. Danzo Shimura was also absent. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, remained. Naruto's mentor, Jiraiya, was still alive, and the young Naruto was still here. As for the traitor, Itachi Uchiha, he was also gone. Obito Uchiha still existed. Young Sasuke was still here. Wait, is that chakra from Madara Uchiha? Has he been revived? No. This aura feels akin to that of the Edo Tensei. Familiar chakras lit up within his perception. Everything seemed to align seamlessly with the trajectories of his memories. Yet many aspects had transformed, until his perception brushed against two peculiar points. One of them was unmistakable, the chakra of the Uzumaki clan, infused with a unique vitality. It was Karen, but why was she here? In this timeline of Konoha? And the other? Sasuke's body stiffened abruptly. That was not chakra. It was an abyss of nothingness, a dark chasm so profound that even his perceptive abilities felt as though they would be devoured by it. Merely brushing against it from afar sent a bone-chilling sensation through his soul, one that had endured countless life-and-death battles, as if marked by a natural enemy. Who was this man? Why was he in the company of Karen? A terrifying thought surged within him. Perhaps the past to which he had returned was not the one he recognized at all. Instead, it could be a distorted history, altered by some unknown force. And that man was the source of this aberration. Master, what is wrong? Boruto sensed Sasuke's anomaly. Remain here, do not venture anywhere. Sasuke offered no explanation. He needed to confirm. He had to uncover what that man truly was. Ayu set down his cup of red tea. He sensed it. A powerful chakra, brimming with suspicion and hostility, flickered at the outskirts of the village, akin to a clumsy fisherman casting a rough bait. Ayu. Karen looked at him with unease. Just a minor issue. Ayu stood up. Stay here. Wait for my return. He did not exit through the door, but vanished into thin air under Karen's watchful gaze. Outside the village of Konoha, in the forest, the moonlight was fragmented into shards of silver by the overlapping shadows of the trees. Future Sasuke Uchiha stood silently in a clearing, wielding the Kusanagi sword. He had been waiting for a considerable time. The air was devoid of even a whisper of wind. Suddenly, a man appeared before him, 10 meters away, without any sign. There were no spatial distortions, no traces of movement, as if he had been standing there all along. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. It was him, the dark abyss he had perceived. It certainly took some effort to draw you out. Sasuke's voice was hoarse and low. Ayu scrutinized the man before him, an adult version of Sasuke Uchiha, with Rinnegan, Sharingan, and an aura imbued with the weight of countless hardships and immense power. A time traveler. Ayu's statement was as calm as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. What an intriguing guest. Sasuke's heart sank. The other party had seen through his origins at a glance. Who are you? He tightened his grip on the sword. Why have you appeared in Konoha of this era? Me? Ayu chuckled. I have always been here. Yet you, a person from the future, have come to the past. Do you wish to alter something? Or perhaps redeem some regret? Each word from Ayu pierced Sasuke's most sensitive nerves like needles. Answer my question. Sasuke lost his patience. The ground beneath him cracked instantaneously. He transformed into a bolt of black lightning, charging towards Ayu. The Kusanagi sword in his hand crackled with blinding lightning, aimed directly at Ayu's throat. Chidori sharp spear. His speed and strength reached the pinnacle of what a mortal could comprehend. However, Ayu merely raised his right hand. With 2 fingers. Ding. A crisp sound echoed, the clash of metal ringing through the air. The Kusanagi sword, capable of cleaving through anything, was effortlessly pinched between his fingers. The lightning at the sword's tip danced wildly, shrieking, yet it could not harm him in the slightest. For the first time, astonishment flickered across Sasuke's face. How is this possible? To withstand his sword with mere flesh? Too slow. Ayu shook his head. Moreover, the force was far too weak. With a flick of his fingers, an irresistible surge of power emanated from the blade. Sasuke felt his grip weaken, and he was uncontrollably propelled backward. Boom. He crashed through several large trees before barely managing to steady himself. A metallic taste flooded his throat as he fought back the blood surging upward. What kind of monster are you? He glared at the man with unyielding intensity. That was neither ninjutsu nor taijutsu. It was an utterly unfamiliar, pure, unreasonable display of defense and power. I've said it before. Ayu stepped closer. I am simply an ordinary person residing in this village. An ordinary person who has grown weary of your so-called game of destined children. An ordinary person? The absurdity of those 2 words consumed Sasuke's mind. He hesitated no more. The Rinnegan in his left eye glowed brilliantly. Heavenly hand power. He instantly swapped places with a stone beside Ayu. Simultaneously, the Chidori in his other hand coalesced into form. The sharp cry of a bird echoed throughout the forest. With this strike, he aimed to pierce through the man's heart. Yet at the moment he launched his attack, Ayu's figure seemed to have foreseen all his movements. He sidestepped the lethal blow at an incredible angle. Simultaneously, a seemingly unremarkable fist struck his abdomen. Bang! There was no violent sound, yet Sasuke's body arched painfully, as if crushed. He felt as though his internal organs had been pulverized beneath that blow. Consciousness faded momentarily. His body, like a kite severed from its string, was sent flying once more. This time, he could not rise again. He lay on the cold ground, gasping for breath, blood spilling uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Defeated so utterly. He hadn't even grasped the opponent's true nature. Ayu approached him, looking down from above. Your body has been well strengthened. Alas, in the face of absolute quality, no amount of quantity holds any significance. Chapter 180. The meeting of two Sasukes promises to be intriguing. The future Sasuke lies amidst the cold rubble and soil. The searing pain in his lungs renders each breath akin to swallowing blades. He attempts to summon the chakra within him to mend his damaged internals. Yet, that bizarre force lingering in his abdomen gnaws at his chakra like a parasite, relentlessly dismantling any semblance of recovery. It is a pure, savage destruction devoid of reason. Who is this man? Why does such a level of incomprehensible monstrosity exist within Konoha? Everything he has endured, the history he holds dear, the power he has painstakingly acquired at great cost, all of it is rendered a pitiful, laughable joke in the presence of this man. Your physique is quite commendable. Qingyu's voice drifts in, flat and devoid of emotion, as if appraising an inconsequential object. To forcibly contain a power not meant for a mortal frame has led you to this juncture. Alas, no matter how sturdy the vessel, it remains but a vessel. It cannot encompass the entirety of the ocean. With every ounce of strength, Sasuke manages to prop himself up. He fixates on the man approaching him, his gaze seething with inquiry. What exactly are you? This question drains him of all his vigor. Qingyu halts, seemingly contemplating the query. I am merely an observer. A mundane onlooker who has grown somewhat weary of your so-called game of the fated ones. A commoner? An onlooker? The absurdity of it all overwhelms Sasuke's mind. He no longer strives to comprehend, for the very existence of this being subverts the essence of understanding itself. His only recourse is to fight, even if it is a hopeless and humiliating endeavor. His left eye, the Rinnegan, activates once more. However, the anticipated spatial displacement fails to materialize. The space between him and Qingyu feels as if it has been infused with unyielding concrete, becoming solid and oppressive. His ocular technique falters. Do not waste your efforts. Qingyu's tone carries a hint of pity. In the face of absolute quality, any ornate quantity bears no significance. Your eyes are indeed remarkable, but they remain a product of this world, governed by its rules. I, however, exist beyond those rules. Beyond the rules. These words strike Sasuke like a heavy hammer, shattering his last vestiges of resolve. He collapses to the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to even lift a finger. Defeated, he wished to return to the past, to salvage everything, yet finds himself utterly vanquished before a man whose name he does not even know. He lacks even the right to compel the other to reveal his power. Qingyu gazes at him, this frostbitten Uchiha Sasuke from the future. Should I kill him? The thought flits through Qingyu's mind. It would be simple. With but a finger, he could erase this unstable variable from the timeline. Yet, that would be dreadfully dull. Suddenly, Qingyu conceives a far more intriguing notion, a small experiment steeped in dark amusement. He bursts into laughter, a genuine delight at having discovered a new toy. You, a failure from the future. He, a vengeful spirit of the present. What might transpire if the two of you were to meet? Sasuke fails to grasp the meaning behind his words. In the next moment, he witnesses Qingyu casually raise his right hand and slice through the air beside him. With a soft rip, the space resembles a pliable curtain, effortlessly torn open by an invisible hand, revealing a gaping void that consumes even light. It is neither Obito's Qingyu nor Kagaya's Shinju Zetsu Shoten. It is a more primal, absolute dominion over space itself. Sasuke's pupils constrict to pinpricks. You. He barely manages to utter a single word before Qingyu strides forward, grasping his collar as one would a small cat. You ask me what I wish to change. I desire nothing of the sort. I merely enjoy adding an unexpected spice to a pot of boiling broth and watching what flavor emerges. With those words, he flings the future Uchiha Sasuke, the once great ninja who joined forces with Naruto to save the world, into the inky rift without a shred of hesitation. As if discarding an obsolete piece of refuse, the rift silently seals itself. The forest returns to its tranquil silence, as if nothing had transpired at all. In the Uchiha clan's domain, in the spacious room belonging to Sasuke, The young Uchiha sits cross-legged on the floor, his eyes tightly shut. He is attuned to his body, feeling the relentless power that steadily encroaches upon this fragile vessel. Qingyu's 3 choices echo in his mind. Reinforce the vessel. This is the most arduous path he has chosen. But where does the path lie? Just then, the air in the room warps without warning. A dark rift materializes out of thin air. Sasuke's eyes snap open. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan instantly manifesting. He tenses up, as if a cat whose tail has been stepped on. In the next moment, a bloodied, disheveled figure is ejected from the rift, crashing heavily onto the floor before him. The rift vanishes in its wake. Sasuke grips the kunai in his hand, his gaze fixed on the unexpected visitor. The figure, clad in tattered black robes, is tall yet bears only one arm. The person on the floor emits a pained groan, struggling to push himself up with his remaining arm, then slowly lifts his head. Sasuke's breath halts completely at that moment. The face before him, weathered and weary, bears a striking resemblance to his own. In that lone eye gleams the familiar light of the Sharingan. Time seems to freeze in that instant. The room is enveloped in an oppressive silence. The young Sasuke and the defeated Sasuke from the future stand mere meters apart, one upright, the other sprawled on the ground. Their eyes lock in a shared expression of bewilderment and confusion, an ineffable atmosphere permeating the air. Chapter 181, a dialogue across time and space. The silence in the room is so thick it feels as though it could crush everything. The 2 Sasukes gaze at one another, neither willing to break the quiet. The future Sasuke struggles to support himself, leaning against the wall. His solitary eye scans the familiar surroundings before settling on the young Sasuke. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I am you. The future Sasuke's voice is hoarse, asserting an absurd truth. I am your future self. The young Sasuke's grip on the kunai trembles slightly. His Sharingan remains fixed on this disheveled figure before him. Prove it. Slowly, the future Sasuke raises his right hand, lightning crackling from his palm. The shrill cry of the 1,000 birds echoed within the confines of the room, a technique utterly familiar to the young Sasuke. Was this not sufficient? The future Sasuke dissipated the lightning, his Sharingan slowly rotating in his eyes. And then there was this face, this pair of eyes, and he paused momentarily. And within our hearts, the same hatred. The young Sasuke's kunai clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound upon impact. He took a few steps back, leaning against the wall. Time travel was impossible. Hard to accept, I assenti it. The future Sasuke offered a bitter smile. When I first arrived here, I thought the same. But reality is absurdly nonsensical. The young Sasuke inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. If you truly are my future self, then why do you stand here? To avert a catastrophe. The future Sasuke's expression grew grave. In my era, there exists an enemy known as Kinshiki Otsutsuki. Wait, the young Sasuke interrupted him. Before delving into that, I have a far more pressing question for you. His gaze sharpened. Itachi, did you kill him? The future Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. This question, he had not anticipated. Itachi, answer me. The young Sasuke's voice was laced with suppressed fury. Did you kill him, or did you not? The future Sasuke fell silent for an extended moment. I killed him, but later I learned the truth. A flicker of derision passed through the young Sasuke's eyes. The truth? What truth? Itachi, he sacrificed everything to protect Konoha, to safeguard you and me. Enough. The young Sasuke shot to his feet, his face contorted with rage. You expect me to believe that Itachi is a good person? That he annihilated our clan for a noble cause? You want me to express gratitude towards him? The future Sasuke shook his head. It is not as you perceive. Allow me to explain. I do not require your explanation. The young Sasuke's voice reverberated throughout the room. I have already killed him, with my own hands. And I am aware of the so-called truth. The future Sasuke's eyes widened. You know? Of course I do. The young Sasuke sneered. The orders of Danzo, the tacit approval from the third Hokage, the decisions made by the entire higher echelon of Konoha. To prevent civil war, for the greater good, the Uchiha clan had to perish. Itachi was merely a tool in their hands. The future Sasuke opened his mouth, yet words failed him. This youthful version of himself had already unraveled everything. Since you are aware of the truth, then why did you still kill Itachi? The young Sasuke took over his words. Because he chose Konoha over his family. Because he killed our father, our mother, and all our kin. No matter how lofty the justification, the dead shall not return. The future Sasuke felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This younger version of himself was far more ruthless than he had imagined. What do you intend to do now? Revenge. The young Sasuke's response was succinct and resolute. Revenge against Konoha. Revenge against all who participated in the massacre. No. The future Sasuke struggled to rise. You cannot do this. Though Konoha bears blame, there are innocent souls among them. Furthermore, vengeance will only breed further hatred. The young Sasuke regarded him with utter disdain. So what? Future me, what choice did you make? Did you choose to forgive? Choose to absolve? The future Sasuke clenched his jaw. I chose to protect. To protect Konoha. To protect this world. Because that was Itachi's dying wish. The room fell into silence once more. Then, the young Sasuke began to laugh. First a light chuckle, then a hearty laugh, ultimately devolving into maniacal cackling. Ha ha ha. Tears streamed from his eyes as he laughed. Protect Konoha? Protect the very village that slaughtered our entire clan? You chose to safeguard those enemies? And you dare claim it's Itachi's wish? The future Sasuke's expression darkened. You do not comprehend. Itachi, I understand. I understand all too well. The young Sasuke wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Itachi truly loved Konoha, cherished this village. Thus, he chose to sacrifice our clan to save the village. And you have inherited his will. You betrayed our parents, betrayed our people. The future Sasuke shouted, I have not betrayed anyone. I merely selected the correct path. Hatred cannot resolve any issue. Correct? The young Sasuke's laughter grew more piercing. What is correct? Allowing murderers to go unpunished is correct? Letting the dead die in vain is correct? Tell me, what is correct? The two Sasuke's faced each other. The air within the room nearly igniting from the tension. I will not allow you to destroy everything. The future Sasuke ground his teeth. Destroy? The young Sasuke scoffed. I merely seek to make those culprits pay. And you, a failure from the future, what right do you have to stop me? You cannot even protect your own era. Yet you presume to meddle in the present? The future Sasuke felt the sting of those words, his complexion growing even graver. At least I am not blinded by hatred. At least I know what it means to forgive. Forgive? A dangerous glint flashed in the young Sasuke's eyes. Then go ahead and forgive the murderer of your parents. Embrace those politicians who climbed to power atop the corpses of the Uchiha. Protect those villagers who applaud our deaths. As for me, I will carve my own path. Chapter 182. The Failure Bound by Bonds and Last Wishes. The future Sasuke's solitary eye was locked onto the cold visage of the young Sasuke. He had never anticipated witnessing such a fanatical version of his past self. That unadulterated hatred for Konoha was devoid of any impurities, even surpassing the most frenzied periods of his own past. You cannot do this. The future Sasuke's voice, laden with wounds and fatigue, remained heavy. I will stop you. A cruel smirk crept onto the young Sasuke's face. Stop me? He repeated those words, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. A failure who cannot even safeguard his own era. A wretched dog, played with by his enemies, who ultimately chose to beg for mercy. What do you possess to impede me? Every word was like a poisoned blade, striking precisely at the future Sasuke's deepest wounds. The future Sasuke's body trembled slightly from rage. Yet he had no retort. For what this young man said was, from a certain perspective, the truth. He had indeed failed. He had indeed chosen to protect the village that had once wronged him. Hatred will only lead to self-destruction. The future Sasuke could only utter this feeble statement. Self-destruction? The young Sasuke stepped forward. I am more lucid than I have ever been. I know who my enemies are. I also know what I must do. It is you who. His three-tomo Sharingan scrutinized the disheveled man before him with disdain, bound by so-called bonds and last wishes. You have lost even the courage for revenge. You are the true lost one. The future Sasuke's breathing grew labored. The pain in his chest intertwined with the agony in his heart. I will not allow you to destroy everything that Naruto and the others strive to protect. Naruto? The young Sasuke's face twisted with genuine loathing for the first time. That nine-tails Jinchuriki? A fool who relies solely on his words of wisdom to define right and wrong in this world? It seems that in your future, not only has your mind deteriorated, but your taste has become alarmingly poor as well. The air in the room crystallized to a freezing point. The two Sasuke's, two radically different wills, clashed fiercely within the cramped space. The young Sasuke suddenly laughed. However, perhaps this is for the best. He retracted the overwhelming aura that had previously engulfed him, returning to a state of calm. I am indeed curious to witness the extent of power that the Uchiha Sasuke, who has chosen the path of forgiveness, possesses. His gaze landed on the vacant left sleeve of his future self, and the blood that continued to seep from his abdomen. You are gravely injured. Was it that man who did this to you? The future Sasuke offered no response. I can wait for you. The tone of the young Sasuke was imbued with an air of condescension and arrogance. I will wait until your wounds heal, until you regain what you call your prime. Then, I shall shatter your illusions with my own hands. I will show you how utterly absurd and erroneous the path you have chosen is. This statement was more insulting than any direct assault, utterly negating the sacrifices the future Sasuke made to attain his current path. After delivering these words, the young Sasuke turned away, for in that confrontation, He had felt the excruciating pain radiating from within his being. The power of his soul was overwhelming. This mortal vessel had become akin to a skin stretched to its limits, on the verge of collapse. He had previously hesitated, contemplating the three choices presented by Au. Yet now, upon witnessing this future, the last vestige of doubt in his heart dissipated entirely. He would never become the pitiable man before him, one who had even forgotten his hatred. The young Sasuke resolved firmly, ignoring the future self leaning against the wall, wearing a dismal expression. He turned and strode towards the door. "Where are you going?" the future Sasuke demanded sharply. The young Sasuke did not pause in his steps. He merely cast a cold remark behind him. "Fear not. I shall await your attempt to stop me." Au remained seated in that ordinary dwelling. The temperature of the red tea was just right. He seemed to have anticipated that the Uchiha boy would return. The door swung open, and the young Sasuke entered, still radiating the unresolved hostility born from clashing with his other self. "Have you come to a realization?" Au set down his teacup without raising his gaze. "I have chosen the second path." The young Sasuke's response was devoid of hesitation. His eyes were sharper and more frenzied than they had been when he left. "Oh." Au finally lifted his head, observing him with keen interest. "That is a path from which there is no turning back. Once embarked upon, it cannot be halted. Should you fail, you shall devolve into a monster. Are you truly prepared for this? A monster? What of it?" The young Sasuke scoffed coldly. "When the Uchiha clan was annihilated, did the higher-ups of Konoha regard us as human? Did Itachi spare a thought for our parents as he wielded his blade? I care not for what I may become. All I require is the power to obliterate all injustice." A satisfied expression crossed Au's face. This was the answer he sought, a perfect specimen, brimming with hatred and strength. "Excellent." Au rose. "The Shinigami's manifestation. This process will fuse the power of the Shinigami with that of the Hollow. The Hollow's power will transform and enhance your mortal form. You must be cautious not to let the Hollow's power erode your will. Otherwise, you shall become a mindless monster. But should you endure, you will attain a rebirth that transcends the understanding of this world. I am prepared." The young Sasuke's response was resolute. Au refrained from further idle chatter. He tore through the fabric of space and transported Sasuke to an open area outside Konoha. Immediately, Au cast barriers to seal off the entire region. "You may now experience the state of Shinigami manifestation." Upon finishing, Au brushed his hand across his face, revealing a hollow mask. "You may unleash all your strength against me." It was as if two voices, overlapping, emanated from Au, tinged with a raspy electronic effect. Upon hearing this, Sasuke hesitated not for a moment. He drew forth a kunai imbued with spiritual pressure and thrust it forward. Notably, Au showed no intention of evading. He allowed Sasuke's kunai to make direct contact with his body. Clang. The next instant, the kunai struck Au's form, producing a metallic clanging sound. Yet he remained unscathed. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the body after Shinigami manifestation? It is almost unreal in its strength. Are you ready? Yes. Au ceased his words, extending his hand. Within his palm, a dark purple orb slowly materialized, radiating an ominous light that sent shivers through the soul. In the Uchiha clan's estate, a vacant room housed the future Sasuke alone. He listened to the weighty, painful rhythm of his breaths, recalling the firm resolve of the young Sasuke. A wave of intense unease surged within the future Sasuke. He was acutely aware that he had forged a connection with the unfathomable entity known as Au. He could wait no longer. He must stop him immediately. However, in his current state of grave injury, he was powerless to act. Even walking was an arduous endeavor. Healing. He needed healing. In this era, the strongest medical ninja was Tsunade. Yes, the fifth Hokage of Konoha. I must find her at the Hokage building. The future Sasuke gritted his teeth, using his uninjured arm to brace against the wall, gradually rising to his feet. Each movement sent sharp pains coursing through his abdomen. But he could not afford to dwell on it. He must regain his strength before that version of himself makes an irreparable mistake. And then, he would personally rectify the misguided path of his past. Chapter 183. The future Sasuke's plea for help. Father and son reunited. The future Sasuke leaned against the cold wall. With each breath, he felt the strain on his abdominal wound, bringing forth excruciating pain. He had to move. He must act before that version of himself plunges into the abyss. Utilizing his uninjured arm to support himself against the rough wall, he gradually pushed himself up from the ground. Each movement drained the last remnants of his strength. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, soaking his temples. He paid it no mind. Staggering, he exited the desolate room filled with the scent of death. Traversing the silent streets of the Uchiha estate, everything appeared as he remembered. Yet the oppressive silence rendered it strikingly unfamiliar. Not a single living soul was present. This place was a vast tomb, and he was a ghost emerging from its depths. Upon stepping out of the clan grounds and into the dimly lit streets of Konoha, a few villagers cast him uncertain glances. A bloodied, one-armed stranger. His face bore a faint resemblance to the Uchiha lineage. Panic and wariness permeated the air. The future Sasuke disregarded their stares. His singular focus was on one destination, the Hokage building. That prominent structure in the village now seemed so distant in his view. He was nearly propelled forward by sheer willpower, inching his legs forward. At last, he burst through the doors of the Hokage's office. "Who goes there?" A crisp voice rang out, laced with caution. It was Shizune. She regarded the intruder, nearly poised to trigger the alarm. Yet she hesitated upon noticing the Uchiha fan crest on his back. Inside the office, a blonde woman raised her head from a mountain of paperwork. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade. As she beheld the future Sasuke in an instant, his striking brows furrowed tightly. "I am Uchiha Sasuke." The voice of the future Sasuke was raspy, akin to a worn-out bellows, devoid of any circumlocution, directly declaring his identity. After all, the history of the past had become incomprehensible to him. Hence, he no longer cared whether his identity needed concealing. "I come from the future." In awe, Ino's mouth formed an O. Tsunade, however, merely snorted coldly, leaning back against her chair. "If you're going to weave a tale, at least make it somewhat credible. I have no time for jest." The future Sasuke did not respond to her inquiry. Drawing upon his last reserves of strength, he made his request. "Heal me. I must stop him." Tsunade's expression finally shifted slightly. She rose, circumvented her desk, and approached the future Sasuke. Rather than immediately commencing treatment, she extended her hand and roughly lifted the tattered cloak from his abdomen. The ghastly wound lay exposed beneath the light. The flesh surrounding it exhibited a bizarre, necrotic black hue. An ominous force lingered there, impeding the body's self-repair. This, as the foremost medical ninja, Tsunade had never encountered such an unusual injury. "The work of a monster," the future Sasuke succinctly stated. Tsunade fell into silence. Being equally adept at sensing spiritual pressure, she discerned the shared aura emanating from the future Sasuke's wound. It was not overwhelmingly potent. With her treatment, he could fully recover. She retracted her hand and gazed at the man who claimed to be from the future. "You say you wish to stop Sasuke, the boy? What has that child done?" "He has chosen a path of destruction." Pain filled the single eye of the future Sasuke. He made a pact with that monster. After hearing this, Tsunade's countenance revealed little surprise. She merely let out a long sigh, imbued with weariness and resignation. It has indeed come to this. Turning to Ino, she instructed, "Prepare the operating room, the highest specifications." "Lady Tsunade." Ino expressed incredulity. "Do you truly believe what he says? His injuries do not lie." Tsunade's gaze returned to the future Sasuke. "As for that boy's choice," a trace of self-mockery crossed her face. "I should have anticipated it. The fate of the Uchiha, the original sin of Konoha. These matters, like maggots in the bone, always emerge to bite you unexpectedly. I am willing to treat you, but you must tell me everything. About the future, about that Qingyu, about Uchiha Sasuke." Meanwhile, in a corner of Konoha village, Boruto Uzumaki had begun to grow somewhat impatient. His master Sasuke had abandoned him here, disappearing for an extended period. His stomach audibly protested at an inopportune moment. Grumbling, he decided he could no longer wait idly. After all, his master had instructed him to avoid contact with anyone and to exercise caution. He slipped out from the shadows where he had been hiding. This Konoha of the present felt both familiar and alien to him. Lacking skyscrapers and electric trains, the streets were paved with stone, exuding an ancient aura. As he wandered aimlessly, he was suddenly drawn in by the tantalizing aroma of food. Ramen. Ichiraku ramen. The sign was still the same, though it appeared considerably older than in his time. Boruto swallowed hard and, almost unconsciously, approached. Just as he was about to lift the curtain at the entrance, a tremendous explosion erupted from the nearby 7th training ground. Boom. Boruto halted in his tracks. Curiosity triumphed over hunger. He stealthily made his way toward the direction of the sound. Concealed behind a large tree, he peered out. The training ground was shrouded in smoke and dust. A golden-haired boy, approximately his age, was half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. Surrounding him were numerous vanishing shadow clones, clad in an orange, somewhat faded tracksuit. The boy was covered in dirt and sweat, yet his face bore no trace of discouragement. Instead, it radiated an indomitable, stubborn spirit. "Damn it, so close." The boy slammed his fist into the ground and struggled to rise again. He clasped his hands together. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of identical figures appeared on the training ground. "Keep going." The boy's original form shouted, diving back into his frenzied training. Boruto was transfixed. He observed the figure, drenched in sweat beneath the moonlight. That face was all too familiar to him. It was his father, Naruto Uzumaki. However, this Naruto was entirely different from the one he remembered. The cheerful, somewhat scatterbrained 7th Hokage. There was no trace of that carefree strength in him. Instead, there was an almost obsessive, frenzied effort. He was chasing something. He was yearning for something. Boruto suddenly understood. He was pursuing the shadow known as Uchiha Sasuke. Just then, Naruto in the field abruptly halted all movement. He swiftly turned his head, gazing toward the tree behind which Boruto was hiding. Who was there? His senses were far more acute than Boruto had anticipated. Realizing he could no longer remain hidden, Boruto awkwardly stepped out from behind the tree. Under the moonlight, the two boys, sharing the same hair and eye color, stood face to face. Naruto regarded the oddly dressed boy who had suddenly appeared with a wary expression. Who are you? I've never seen you before. You aren't a ninja from our village, are you? Boruto scratched his head, his mind racing. I'm Boruto Uzumaki, just a passing traveler. He decided to reveal his true name first, confident that no one in this era would recognize him. However, the moment he uttered the words Uzumaki, Naruto's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened as he scrutinized Boruto from head to toe. You also bear the Uzumaki name. Could it be that you are a relative of our clan? Chapter 184. Your father is still your father. No problem in beating his son. The two golden-haired boys stood in confrontation under the moonlight. One was dressed oddly, while the other was covered in dirt. You also have the Uzumaki surname? Naruto's face displayed unabashed astonishment. Could it be that you are a relative of our clan? Boruto froze. He instinctively wanted to reveal the truth, but Sasuke's cold visage swiftly surfaced in his mind. I cannot say. I absolutely must not disclose my identity. It would disrupt the entire timeline. Well, sort of. Boruto scratched the back of his head, forcing a polite, yet awkward smile. My family moved away a long time ago. I suppose you could say we are distant relatives. He began to fabricate a story. I'm just a passing traveler who heard that Konoha was bustling with activity. So I came to take a look. Naruto tilted his head, eyeing Boruto up and down once more. He did not harbor any suspicions. Or rather, in his simple thought process, the option of doubt did not exist. Feeling lonely for too long, the sudden appearance of a relative brought him only joy. I see. Naruto grinned widely, revealing a bright, somewhat foolish smile. This is fantastic. It's my first time meeting someone from the Uzumaki clan besides myself. He stepped forward enthusiastically, grasping Boruto's hand firmly. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. And you? I'm Boruto. Boruto found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this sudden outpouring of enthusiasm. A soft, misplaced sound emanated from Naruto's stomach. Instantly, Naruto's face flushed crimson. Haha, I've been training for too long. I'm famished. He released Boruto's hand and waved exuberantly. Let's go, Boruto. I shall treat you to ramen. Ichiraku ramen. It is the most delectable dish in the world. Boruto gazed at this youth, who was utterly elated over a mere bowl of ramen. Is this truly the future 7th Hokage, who is as steadfast as a mountain? The absurdity in his heart grew heavier. Upon entering Ichiraku, the warm steam mingled with the rich aroma of pork bone broth enveloped them. Hey, uncle. One large miso chashu ramen. Naruto, well acquainted with the place, seated himself and shouted. He turned to Boruto. What would you like? I'll have the same as him. Boruto sat down somewhat hesitantly. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed before them. Naruto clasped his hands together and enthusiastically declared, Itadakamasu, before eagerly burying his face into the bowl. The sound of slurping filled the air. Watching his father devour the ramen, Boruto picked up his chopsticks. The familiar flavor blossomed on his palate. It was the taste his father cherished most. It turned out, he had loved ramen since he was this small. By the way, Boruto, Naruto lifted his head from the bowl, broth still clinging to his lips. Are you a ninja too? Boruto nodded. You must be quite formidable then. With your appearance, you certainly don't look like an ordinary person. Curiosity sparkled in Naruto's eyes. Boruto instinctively straightened his posture. I suppose so. He recalled his Rasengan, the various jutsu he had developed. In this era, he should be considered a genius among geniuses. Then let us spar. Naruto proposed suddenly, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. I've been trying to catch up to someone. I need to grow stronger. Seeing his father's earnest demeanor, Boruto felt a playful urge arise within him. He too wished to see just how much of a gap there was between ninjas of this era and himself, especially this very individual before him. All right, Boruto readily agreed. After finishing their ramen, the duo returned to the expansive 7th training ground. The moonlight stretched their shadows long. All right, I'll go first. Naruto wasted no time with pleasantries, placing his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, The training ground was filled with hundreds of swirling Narutos. Boruto was taken aback by the display. He knew his father excelled at shadow clones, but he hadn't anticipated that he could create so many at his age. The number of clones doesn't equate to strength, Dad, Boruto muttered internally while swiftly preparing his own moves. He formed a hand seal with one hand. Lightning release, thunder arrow. A slender bolt of lightning shot from his fingertips, accurately piercing through one of the clones. Boom. The clone dissipated into white smoke. Oh, quite impressive. Naruto's voice echoed from all directions. The next moment, all the clones charged at Boruto, fists and feet flying. Though their attacks were chaotic, they bore an overwhelming ferocity. Utilizing his more refined taijutsu, Boruto darted and weaved through the onslaught like a slippery fish. With this level of skill, you won't be able to touch me, he remarked casually while evading, even finding the leisure to speak. He decided to give this youthful version of his father a small surprise. Watch closely. Boruto suddenly leaped out of the encirclement, forming a small Rasengan in his right palm. He then hurled it into the air, where it inexplicably vanished. A disappearing Rasengan? Naruto, concealed among the clones, wore a look of astonishment. What technique is this? He had never seen anything like it. The next second, behind one of the clones, the vanished Rasengan reappeared and struck with great force. Boom. A shockwave erupted, sending that clone and several others flying. How do you like that? Boruto clapped his hands in triumph, proud of his creation. However, as the dust settled, Naruto remained unscathed, his expression not one of defeat, but rather heightened excitement. You're really strong, but I won't lose either. Naruto formed seals once more, and this time, he summoned even more shadow clones. They densely filled the training ground, nearly obscuring the night sky. Boruto's expression shifted to one of seriousness for the first time. This was not right. This version of his father was completely different from what he had imagined. The chakra within him was vast like an ocean. Such reckless, fervent consumption of chakra was not characteristic of a normal ninja. Was it influenced by Master Sasuke? Had that person spurred his father of this era to push himself so fiercely? This isn't over. Naruto's roar echoed across the training ground. Hundreds of clones once again charged forward. This time, they were not merely attacking with taijutsu. Each clone held a brilliantly glowing Rasengan in their hands. Hundreds of Rasengans illuminated the training ground, casting a brightness akin to daylight. Boruto was utterly dumbfounded. How could he possibly contend with this? That is cheating. This is outright cheating. Before he could react, countless Rasengans engulfed him from all sides. Boom. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the tranquil night. When everything calmed, Boruto lay in a massive crater, his body charred and devoid of strength to even move a finger. Defeated. So utterly defeated. He stared at the boy peering over the edge of the crater, still grinning foolishly. His mind was a blank slate. Naruto jumped down into the pit, approached Boruto, and extended a hand. Are you alright, Boruto? You were really impressive, truly. Though it seems like your chakra was a bit lacking. Chapter 185. Experiencing Naruto's life. Boruto felt a profound discomfort within. In the charred crater, Boruto felt as though his bones were crumbling. Lying at the bottom, he could only see a small fragment of the night sky cut by the crater's walls. You were truly impressive. The golden-haired boy's face appeared over the edge, bearing a silly grin. Though it seems your chakra was a bit lacking. Boruto froze completely. Lacking chakra? He, Uzumaki Boruto, descendant of the Uzumaki clan, son of the 7th Hokage, had never before heard someone describe him in such a manner. And the one who uttered this was his father, renowned for his monstrous chakra reserves. An indescribable absurdity, mingled with the humiliation of defeat, lodged itself in his throat. Naruto remained oblivious to the tumult within Boruto's heart. He merely jumped down into the pit, approached Boruto, and extended a hand. Are you alright, Boruto? Boruto did not take his hand. He pushed himself against the charred ground, unsteadily rising to his feet, his clothes tattered and still smoldering. I'm fine. His response was as stiff as a slab of stone. Where on earth did Master Sasuke go? Did he forget to leave me in this dreadful place all alone? A flicker of panic, unnoticed even by himself, began to rise within. You seem troubled, Naruto observed. Naruto tilted his head, keenly sensing the shift in Boruto's emotions. It's nothing, Boruto replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes and avoiding Naruto's gaze. Just pondering where I'll sleep tonight. He casually fabricated an excuse. Where to sleep? Naruto paused for a moment, then smacked his thigh in realization. What is there to think about? Come to my house. We're practically family. His assertion was imbued with a fervent enthusiasm that brooked no refusal. Boruto opened his mouth to decline, yet as he beheld the unblemished smile on the boy's face, the words of refusal remained lodged in his throat. Moreover, he truly had nowhere to go. All right, he muttered ambiguously. Fantastic, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he grasped Boruto's arm and led him towards the village. Let me tell you, my home may be a bit messy, but it's quite cozy. As they traversed the deserted training ground, the two strolled along the path back to the village. The night had deepened, most shops had shuttered, leaving only a few villagers returning home. Upon spotting Naruto, their expressions shifted subtly. A woman cradling a child instinctively tightened her hold and hurriedly crossed to the opposite side of the street. Two inebriated men, who had been joking moments before, fell silent, their jovial banter abruptly ceasing. They regarded Naruto with a mixture of disdain and trepidation, pointing and whispering malicious words. Monster, stay away from him. Boruto's steps faltered as he clearly perceived their expressions and overheard their words. Naruto, ahead of him, momentarily stiffened, the genuine joy radiating from him punctured like a deflated balloon. A sliver of its brightness diminished. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. In the next breath, he turned around, his smile now even more radiant, his voice louder. Come on, Boruto. I'm hungry again. Let us head home and find some late-night snacks. He tugged at Boruto, as if to drown out the surrounding chill with his own warmth. Boruto stumbled along behind him, silent, merely observing the boy's figure. In the moonlight, that silhouette appeared so fragile, yet resolute. Naruto's abode was nestled within a dilapidated apartment building. The hallway was cluttered with debris, and the air was thick with a damp, musty odor. He fished out a key and unlocked a peeling door. I'm back, he called out jubilantly before flipping on the light. The room was small, so small that Boruto could survey it all in a single glance. A bed, a table, a wardrobe. Clothes lay strewn across the floor, and the table was cluttered with empty instant noodle containers. This was the place where the 7th Hokage had lived as a child. Boruto lingered at the entrance, momentarily frozen. It was a far cry from what he had envisioned. Make yourself at home, Naruto said nonchalantly, kicking aside the clothes on the floor before eagerly rushing to the refrigerator. Let us see what goodies we have. He swung open the fridge door, revealing an emptiness inside. Only a few cups of instant noodles and a carton of milk remained. Naruto triumphantly produced the milk. This is for you. It's quite nutritious. He offered the carton to Boruto, who instinctively accepted it. A glance at the expiration date revealed it was 3 days past due. Naruto noticed it too, his face flushing crimson. Oh, this he sheepishly scratched his head and snatched the milk back, discarding it into the trash. Haha, it's been so long, I forgot. He attempted to mask his embarrassment with laughter. Then, from the most treasured corner of the fridge, he retrieved 2 cups of tonkatsu-flavored instant noodles, his last stock. This is absolutely fine. He thrust 1 cup into Boruto's hands, as if presenting the most delectable treasure in the world. We'll have this for our midnight snack. Boruto gazed down at the cup in his hands. The plastic packaging bore cheap illustrations. He recalled his own home, with its vast double-door refrigerator always filled with fresh milk, juices, and various foods. He thought back to the villagers' malicious expressions earlier on the street. He remembered this boy, who laughed exaggeratedly to mask the expired milk. He recalled how Naruto cherished this inexpensive cup of noodles as if it were a prized possession to share. A bittersweet, unfamiliar emotion unfurled within Boruto, spreading from his chest to his nostrils. It was neither sympathy nor pity. It was a weighty feeling he had never encountered before, suffocating in its intensity. So this was the childhood of the man who always smiled and declared his ambition to become Hokage, growing up in such circumstances, consuming such meager fare, and being treated in such a manner. Why aren't you eating? Naruto had already prepared the noodles with boiling water, eagerly gazing at him. The flavor is incredible. Boruto remained silent as he tore open the noodle packaging. He uttered not a word, merely feeling the weight of the cheap cup of noodles in his hands, heavy enough to nearly slip from his grasp. Chapter 186. This past era is more complex than imagined. Elsewhere, in the Konoha medical chamber, the verdant light of medical ninjutsu had entirely dissipated. Future Sasuke sat up from the pristine hospital bed, flexing his only arm. The wound on his abdomen had healed. The peculiar force that had lingered over the wound, akin to a curse that hindered bodily recovery, had been thoroughly dispelled. The fatigue that had enveloped him vanished, and his chakra began to replenish. How do you feel? Tsunade stood by the window, her back turned, gazing towards the Hokage rock. She had changed out of her Hokage ceremonial garb into simple, everyday attire, yet the aura of a formidable presence remained palpable. I'm restored. Future Sasuke's voice returned to its former coldness and composure. Your medical ninjutsu surpasses that of your era. He stated this as a matter of fact. Tsunade finally turned to face him, a complex expression gracing her features. Because I need to grow stronger. If I do not, I will either be eliminated or perish. Future Sasuke stepped off the bed, his bare feet meeting the chill of the floor. Who is that man named Aoi? He cut straight to the heart of the matter, devoid of preamble or pleasantries. A weariness crossed Tsunade's face as she pulled out a chair, sitting down with a weight that reflected her age. I do not know, she replied, eliciting a frown from future Sasuke. All I know is that he first appeared in Konoha during the Chunin exams, before Lord Hiruzen was killed by Orochimaru. He publicly acknowledged Aoi as a hero of Konoha. But that is a farce, Tsunade scoffed, a self-deprecating smile tugging at her lips. Later, I became the 5th Hokage and saw through his facade. After shedding his disguise, he proclaimed himself the inheritor of Uchiha Madara's will for peace. Future Sasuke's body momentarily stiffened. The name Uchiha Madara represented taboo and destruction across any timeline. Such nonsense, I certainly find hard to believe. Tsunade's expression grew grave. Then, he exhibited a kind of power. He called it spiritual pressure, a terrifying force that completely transcended chakra. Future Sasuke remained silent, acutely aware of what spiritual pressure entailed. In his youth, it was precisely that force that had lured him down a divergent path. And then, Tsunade exhaled deeply, her breath laden with exhaustion. The 4th Great Ninja War is about to be unleashed. Consequently, Uchiha Madara has been resurrected through the technique of Edo Tensei. Alongside him, the legendary figures of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, among countless other formidable warriors, have re-emerged in this world, all under Madara's control. Sasuke's pupils constrict sharply in the face of this revelation. The events unfolding before him bear an uncanny resemblance to the future he has witnessed, yet the particulars diverge starkly. At that time, Konoha, and indeed the entire shinobi world, was engulfed in despair. We were utterly powerless against that immortal monstrosity. Had it not been for the fact that the Three Tails had yet to be revived, hindering Madara's Moon Eye plan, the shinobi world would have long since been reduced to ruins. Tsunade's voice lowered somberly. In such dire circumstances, we had no choice but to submit. I was compelled to lead all of Konoha in bowing to that man, solely to acquire the strength necessary to confront Uchiha Madara. What did you say? Sasuke, from the future, falters for the first time, unable to maintain his composure. Konoha, the proud village that would rather wage war than bow to anyone, submitted? To a man of dubious origins who claims to be the heir of Madara's will? This absurdity surpasses even the act of taking Itachi's life. You find it laughable, do you not? Tsunade perceives his thoughts. When true despair confronts you, notions of dignity and pride become utterly worthless. Survival is the only option. Future Sasuke finds himself speechless. He feels as though this past has become so distorted that he can scarcely recognize it. To facilitate your understanding, Tsunade rises, extending her right hand, palm upwards. No hand seals, no flow of chakra. She softly utters 2 words. In an instant, a flower in a nearby vase, withered from lack of water, revives visibly, bursting forth with vitality. It is a gentle, life-affirming power. Yet, a chilling dread envelopes future Sasuke. This is not ninjutsu. It does not conform to any system of power he comprehends. It resembles a divine alteration of the very rules themselves. This is merely the most rudimentary application. Tsunade retracts her hand, raising another towards a wall reinforced with special materials. Bakudo number 4, Byakurai. There is no cataclysmic display, not even a sound. A bolt of white lightning, honed to perfection, erupts from her fingertips, piercing the wall in an instant. Future Sasuke's singular eye fixates on the hole that has been created. The edges of the aperture are smooth as glass, exhibiting a hue reminiscent of glass that has melted and then cooled in an instant. There is no explosion, no shockwave, only the purest, most unreasonable penetration. He can sense an energy lingering in the air that sends shivers through his very soul. It is not chakra. It is a force of a higher dimension, imbued with an aura of judgment and destruction. His Sharingan perceives the trajectory of that energy, yet fails to decipher its composition. Do you understand now? Tsunade lowers her hand, allowing the oppressive atmosphere in the room to gradually dissipate. What your past self sought is this, a power potent enough to overturn the world, dismissing all established rules. Future Sasuke stands in silence, unable to articulate a response. He had always believed himself to be a player beyond the game, thinking that the betrayals he endured, the truths he uncovered, and the path he chose constituted the cruelest script in existence. Yet now he realizes that the past in which he finds himself is far more unfathomable than any future he could envision. What role does that man play in this era? How vast is the chessboard he has set? A profound sense of powerlessness, mingled with a deeper unease, grips the heart of future Sasuke. Chapter 187. The Process of Nullification. The silence of future Sasuke sinks like a stone into the depths of the ocean. The destructive aura belonging to the Bakudo technique still lingers in the room. The glassy hole in the wall seems to mock him, an eye gazing upon his self-satisfied past. Konoha, in submission. The fifth Hokage, in pursuit of a force called spiritual pressure, has led the entire village to lower its proud head. He reflects. If it were the five Kage of his era facing Uchiha Madara, what would they do? The answer is clear. They would fight and then be annihilated. There would be no compromises. Yet, Tsunade of this era has chosen a different path, one that he cannot comprehend, but one that is irrefutable. Survival is the only choice. Her words echo relentlessly in his mind. This simple phrase now bears the weight of 1,000 burdens, suffocating him. He had always believed himself a pioneer, having discerned the hypocritical essence of the shinobi world. He thought his quest for vengeance, his chosen path, was a rebellion against this flawed world. But in hindsight, it appears he was merely a pawn in a larger, more brutal game. And that man named Ayu is the one orchestrating it all. You seem to have been profoundly affected, Tsunade observes, pulling him from his abyss of thoughts. Future Sasuke remains silent, lifting his gaze to the Hokage who is so different from the one he remembers. Do you regret it? Regret? Tsunade seems to find humor in his question, standing and retreating to the window. What use is regret? When the lives of an entire village rest upon your shoulders, you forfeit the right to regret. You must choose the path that appears to be the least detrimental. Her silhouette, bathed in moonlight, appears somewhat forlorn. Moreover, we have gained power, the power to protect ourselves. Future Sasuke clenches his fist tightly at his side. Yes, power. Ultimately, this world is dictated by strength. He pursues power. His younger self sought power. The Konoha of this era also seeks power. Different paths, yet the same destination. A profound sense of helplessness envelopes this man from the future for the first time. He begins to lose clarity on what he must prevent. Preventing his past self? Yet what essential difference exists between the path chosen by his past self and that of the Kage of this era? Both have pledged their allegiance to an unknown entity in pursuit of power. Just then, a golden-haired boy, adorned with painted whiskers upon his face, leaps forth from the recesses of his mind. Boruto. He had forgotten about Boruto, his only student, swept along with him from his time. Oh, there is another boy who came to this era with me. Future Sasuke's tone shifts to urgency. Where is he? Did you leave him behind? Tsunade turns, observing the rare urgency etched upon his features. Because of Ayu, I instructed him to wait for me at our last location. I have no idea how he is faring now. I fear for his safety. I need your Umbu to locate him immediately. He likely looks like this. Future Sasuke's voice carries a plea for assistance. He cannot allow harm to befall Boruto. He is Naruto's son. Tsunade raises an eyebrow before issuing a command to the empty corner of the room. Seek out a golden-haired youth, approximately 12 or 13 years of age. His attire is peculiar, not belonging to the villagers. A low, somber reply resonated from the shadows, before silence reclaimed the space. Sasuke from the future felt his heart constrict. This unfamiliar era was fraught with peril for Boruto. He began to pace restlessly within the confines of the room. The calmness and aloofness characteristic of the Uchiha clan displaying the first signs of fracture. Time passed, second by second, each tick akin to a slow incision upon his taut nerves. Tsunade observed him quietly, watching this formidable Uchiha from the future unravel due to the presence of a mere boy. At last, a figure shrouded in a mask silently knelt in the center of the office. Lord Hokage, I have located him. Future Sasuke's footsteps abruptly halted. Where is he? What is the situation? The Umbu ninja hesitated before meeting Tsunade's gaze. Only upon receiving her nod did he continue his report. The target is currently safe. He is at Uzumaki Naruto's home, in the company of Uzumaki Naruto. Future Sasuke's body froze in place. Boruto, with Naruto from that era? An indescribable emotion, both absurd and intricate, surged within him. His tense form finally relaxed. It's all right. Meanwhile, outside the village of Konoha, within a vast area encircled by formidable seals, there lay no embellishments, only a desolate expanse of ravaged land and trees. The atmosphere was thick with a pervasive negativity, infused with an eerie energy that sent shivers through the soul. Young Sasuke, bare-chested, sat cross-legged at the center of this space, his body trembling violently. Beneath his skin, it felt as if countless insects were gnawing at his flesh, tearing at his bones. Sweat, mingled with blood, seeped from his pores, swiftly pooling beneath him into a small crimson puddle. Agony. Unimaginable agony. This pain surpassed any injury he had ever endured 1,000-fold. Relax. Do not resist with your chakra or spiritual pressure. The voice of Aoi echoed like a specter in the vast emptiness. He stood nearby, a near-obsessive expression of admiration gracing his features. Embrace it. Feel how this power shatters your past and remakes your future. This is the pain of rebirth. Young Sasuke clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. Before him, everything was bathed in a scarlet haze. Countless hallucinations flashed wildly through his mind. The horrors of the night of the massacre, the sight of his parents fallen in pools of blood, Itachi's cold, emotionless Sharingan, and Naruto's ever-grinning, loathsome face. These visions pierced his already fragile soul like a multitude of daggers. Let your hatred flow, always voice beckoned, imbued with an enchanting allure. Release all your animosity. It shall become your greatest sustenance. At the center of young Sasuke's chest pulsed a gem, radiating a sinister purplish-black light. In truth, it was merely a projection of the gem's essence, throbbing rhythmically at a fixed frequency. With each pulse, an even greater, more violent force surged into Sasuke's being. Tear. Merge. Tear apart again. Merge anew. Young Sasuke felt his consciousness gradually peeling away. He was on the brink of collapse, about to be wholly consumed by this power, transforming into a creature driven only by the desire to kill. No, I cannot. I have yet to exact my vengeance. I have not yet destroyed Konoha with my own hands. A fierce, unwilling wrath ignited from the depths of his soul. Ah! Young Sasuke threw back his head, unleashing a roar that transcended humanity, filled with anguish and madness. With this cry, a pitch-black, ink-like spiritual pressure erupted from within him. Upon the gem on his chest, a gaping, hollow opening began to slowly manifest. The ritual of virtualization had reached its most critical juncture. Chapter 188, Konoha in Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo. Here, the sun, moon, and stars are absent. An eternal night envelopes the boundless white desert. Dead, colossal trees rise like pale-boned fingers reaching for the sky. At the heart of this desolate world stands an indescribable village. The buildings of the village are constructed from the bones of some immense, unknown creature. At its deepest point, a shadow rock, carved from white stone, clumsily mimics the appearance of a distant homeland. Yet the faces upon its rock walls are hollow and grotesque. A figure sits poised atop the tallest statue of the first Hokage. However, this first Hokage is not the one from the ninja world, but rather the first Hokage of Hueco Mundo, Sarutobi Hiruzen. No longer the kindly elder, his body is encased in a hard, white, bony exoskeleton, with a vast void symbolizing nothingness carved into his chest, and a mask resembling a monkey's face obscuring his visage. His transformation, born of power, has led to a new state, making him the ruler of this false Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a lowly, unseeing Jillian attempted to challenge his authority, releasing a soundless roar. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not even stir. A suffocatingly immense spiritual pressure descended from him. The Jillian's body was crushed in midair by an invisible force, dissipating into ethereal particles. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen had reached the level of a basic Ajuchas, yet unlike the Jillian, which acted solely on instinct. The creature that once suppressed him within the box of bliss was now but an ant he could crush at will. A tedious diversion. Beneath the mask, a voice, old and indifferent, murmured to himself. He built this village to preserve the order of his memories, believing he still guarded the eternal will of fire. Just then, another cold, calculating spiritual pressure, filled with ambition, silently approached from nearby. A similarly fallen figure emerged from the shadows, half of his body draped in twisted armor, adorned with grotesque, revolving eyeballs. Shimura Danzo, his power having also undergone a transformation, though still a notch below the current Sarutobi Hiruzen. He gazed at Hiruzen's domain, the half of his face not masked twisting into a mocking grin. Hiruzen, to play such childish games in this barren wasteland. You truly are regressing. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly turned his head, the eyes on his mask igniting with a crimson glow. Danzo, you have fallen to this extent. Fallen? Danzo scoffed. I merely chose a more efficient path. Unlike you, clinging to that absurd notion of compassion even in death. He approached step by step, unafraid of Hiruzen's terrifying spiritual pressure. I have come to you with a proposition. Let us return to the ninja world. With our current strength, we shall reclaim what truly belongs to us, Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Reclaim Konoha. These 4 words acted as a key, unlocking the deepest yearning within him. Everything he had established here was nothing more than a poor substitute. The Konoha of today was no longer the one we once knew. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen quivered slightly, a subtle tremor that did not go unnoticed. It was precisely for this reason that we must strive to restore order. Danzo's tone brimmed with insidious persuasion. That man, referred to as Aoi, that so-called god, has usurped our rightful positions, transforming Konoha into his personal domain. Hiruzen, are you content with this? Are you willing to see the village you have devoted your life to safeguarding fall into the hands of an unknown interloper? Hiruzen did not respond immediately. Rising to his feet, his imposing figure cast a vast shadow. He hesitated, weighing his options. Danzo perceived his uncertainty, recognizing the inherent weakness that lay deep within him. What are you still contemplating? Danzo's ire ignited. You are always like this, hesitant and indecisive. Had it not been for your frailty, the Uchiha clan would have been eradicated long ago, and Konoha would not be mired in so many troubles. Now, will you abandon this singular opportunity due to your own weakness? The spiritual pressure emanating from Hiruzen began to surge violently. Danzo, mind your words. Opportunity? Rather than retreating, Danzo advanced, the eye-like armor on his body emanating an ominous crimson glow. While you linger in doubt, the opportunity has already slipped away. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Hiruzen suddenly lifted his head. An overwhelming aura of authority erupted from within him, causing the surrounding white sand to sink beneath its force. I am the Hokage, he roared, a sound that reverberated throughout the entire realm. This was no longer a declaration of duty. It was a proclamation of dominion from a dictator. The force of his presence momentarily pushed Danzo back a step, his expression morphing into one of amplified rage and indignation. Just as the two were poised for a cataclysmic clash of power, an entirely new spiritual pressure, brimming with boundless hatred and madness, surged forth like a tsunami from the distant shinobi world. This pressure was dark, ferocious, teeming with an unfathomable strength. The movements of Hiruzen and Danzo froze simultaneously. Both bore expressions of incredulity. This sensation, it is a hollow. A new, formidable hollow has emerged in the shinobi world. The tension between them dissipated instantly, replaced by a shared wariness and gravity reflected in their gazes. The strength of this newborn hollow rivaled their own. This is decidedly abnormal. It seems our debate must be temporarily set aside. Danzo spoke first, his tone regaining its cold rationality. We must ascertain the nature of this new entity. An uncontrollable force poses a substantial variable, both for us and the shinobi world. Hiruzen nodded, retracting his turbulent spiritual pressure. Let us proceed to uncover the identity of this being. The two figures tore through space, casting aside their previous quarrel, transforming into streaks of light as they sped towards the source of the spiritual pressure. A change is imminent in the shinobi world. Chapter 189, Hiruzen. Enough with the idle talk. Let us reclaim Konoha together. Above Konoha, the sky was ruthlessly torn asunder by a pitch-black rift. This was neither ninjutsu nor any known space-time passage. It resembled a grotesque scar etched across the tranquil night, exuding an abhorrent aura that did not belong to this world. Two figures descended slowly from the inky chasm. One was tall, draped in white bone-like armor, his visage obscured by a fearsome monkey mask, with a gaping void at his chest. The other was comparatively shorter, half of his body cloaked in twisted bone armor adorned with myriad rotating eyeballs, radiating an air of foreboding and malevolence. An overwhelming pressure, suffocating in its enormity, enveloped the entire village in an instant. The air thickened. The lights flickered unnaturally under the weight of an invisible burden. On the streets, several patrolling ninjas faltered, collapsing to their knees, ashen-faced, gasping for breath. It was as if an invisible mountain bore down upon the very souls of the villagers. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade abruptly smashed her palm against the table, rising to her feet. What is happening? The future Sasuke's figure had already appeared by the window, one eye fixated intently on the two unfamiliar silhouettes in the sky. This power, cold, lifeless, steeped in void and predation. It starkly contrasted with Aoi's spiritual pressure, yet emanated from the same source. They have arrived. Sasuke's words were devoid of warmth. Everyone, assume the highest state of combat readiness. Tsunade's roar echoed through the communication devices, resonating across every corner of Konoha. The invaders are directly above the village. Repeat, this is not a drill. The alarm's piercing wail shattered the night. Figures began to converge from all corners of the village, racing towards the Hokage building with utmost urgency. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, Guy. Every elite jonin of Konoha assembled within mere seconds. They gazed up at the two monstrosities in the sky, each face etched with gravity and unease. What are those things? Asuma spat out the remnants of his cigarette, hands tightening around his chakra blade. I do not know. Kakashi's Sharingan had already activated, yet the opponent's chakra response was non-existent, emanating a pressure more terrifying than that of tailed beasts. The future Sasuke refrained from participating in their discourse. With a swift motion, he appeared beside Tsunade. I shall take the offensive, you manage the command. He made the most rational decision. Among all present, Only he possessed the most direct understanding of this power. Tsunade did not refuse. Everyone, heed my orders. Form a defensive formation to protect the villagers. No unauthorized attacks without my command. In the sky, the figure adorned with the monkey mask, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed down upon the village, both familiar and foreign. The lights shone brightly, orderly, and serene. That man seemed to manage the village remarkably well. An inexplicable agitation stirred within his heart. Hiruzen, it appears we have been regarded as adversaries. Danzo's raspy voice, laced with mockery, echoed. The presence of that new hollow lies just outside the village. There is no need to waste time here. Hiruzen offered no reply, instead focusing on the surging chakra signatures rising from below. Among them, a few felt familiar to him, Tsunade, Kakashi, and his son, Asuma. Let us charge forth. Danzo, losing his patience, felt his bone armor and the myriad eyes begin to emit an eerie red glow. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling downwards towards the direction of the new hollow's spiritual pressure. Halt! Tsunade bellowed, channeling her strength into the ground, causing it to crack instantly. She launched herself like a projectile towards Danzo. Monster strength fist, infused with terrifying chakra and spiritual pressure. Her fist whistled through the air as it struck towards Danzo. Danzo did not even attempt to evade. He merely raised his arm, covered in bone armor. Bang! The collision of fist and armor produced no expected result of him being pulverized into a pulp. Instead, an immense recoil coursed through Tsunade's arm, reverberating throughout her entire being. She steadied herself, a sharp pain radiating from her right hand. How can this be possible? Was her ultimate strike so effortlessly thwarted by her opponent? Moreover, the adversary remained unscathed. How feeble! Danzo hovered in midair, casting a condescending gaze upon her. Tsunade, after all these years, you possess nothing but this meager brute strength. You. Tsunade's pupils dilated in shock. That voice, that title. Konoha should be led by a powerhouse like me, not entrusted to a naive woman like you. Let alone a dubious charlatan. Danzo's tone dripped with venom and resentment. He violently tore off his mask, revealing a visage that every high-ranking Konoha official knew all too well, yet loathed profoundly. Shimura Danzo. Impossible. Asuma exclaimed in disbelief. How could he have become so powerful? The future Sasuke's body stiffened momentarily. Danzo. Has this world's Danzo also transformed into such a monstrosity? Nothing is impossible. Another aged figure gradually descended. He removed the monkey mask from his face, revealing the countenance that once graced the Hokage rock, revered by all villagers. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, at this moment, that face no longer bore the warmth of yesteryears. It was replaced by the coldness belonging to a true warrior, alongside a barely perceptible struggle. In that instant, all of Konoha fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood frozen, gazing at the two familiar yet alien monstrosities in the sky. One, the dark side of Konoha that had already defected. The other, their once beloved third Hokage, who had been slain by Orochimaru long ago during the Konoha collapse plan. They never anticipated his return in such a living form, rather than through the reanimation technique. Shockwaves rippled through the crowd, most of whom had attended Hiruzen's funeral. Teacher. Tsunade's voice trembled. She could hardly fathom the sight before her. The man who had imparted the will of fire to her had now morphed into this grotesque figure, standing alongside Konoha's traitor. Tsunade. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke, his tone unsettlingly calm. We do not seek to destroy Konoha. We have merely come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Additionally, to rectify a mistake. His gaze transcended the crowd, fixating on a point beyond the village. A powerful, uncontrollable entity should not exist in the ninja world. This would jeopardize the hard-won peace. The future Sasuke's heart sank. He understood the implication of Hiruzen's words. Their target must be that Aoi. Truly absurd. Danzo scoffed. Hiruzen, even now, you still spout such grandiloquent nonsense. If you wish to reclaim Konoha, just say so. If you intend to eradicate dissenters, then say that too. His oppressive aura erupted violently. Those who obstruct me shall die. Countless black beams erupted from the eyes adorning his body, raining down upon all below like a torrential downpour. Scatter. The future Sasuke bellowed, the ribcage of his Susanoo manifesting instantly to shield the forefront. The battle erupted under the most absurd of circumstances. Chapter 190. Konoha should be protected by me. The black beams cascaded down like a torrential rain. The future Sasuke's Susanoo ribcage materialized instantly, enveloped in a robust violet chakra. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed through the night sky. Each beam possessed enough destructive power to effortlessly pierce through rock. Everyone disperse. Tsunade shouted, propelling herself towards Danzo like a cannonball. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, Guy, and others immediately scattered, hastily evacuating the villagers. Yet, Danzo's onslaught was too relentless. A black beam grazed Asuma's shoulder, instantly inflicting a gaping wound deep enough to expose bone. Damn it! Asuma gritted his teeth, his chakra blade unsheathing in an instant. He gazed at the familiar yet alien figure in the sky, a surge of complex rage swelling within him. That was one of the foes involved in his father's murder. Asuma, remain calm. The current Danzo is beyond your capabilities. Kakashi yanked him back. Danzo looked down upon the chaotic Konoha ninjas, a cruel smile stretching across his face. Look at what you have become. Still as weak as before. Still reliant on the protection of others. His voice dripped with mockery. Tsunade had already closed the distance. Her fist charged with formidable chakra. Silence. Her monstrous strength struck forth once more. This time, she infused her blow with the oppressive chakra she had just acquired. Danzo did not evade. Instead, he raised his other hand. Bang! At the moment their palms collided, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward. Buildings below were instantly overturned, glass shattering everywhere. Tsunade's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the Hokage building's wall. Tsunade-sama. Hokage-sama. The Konoha ninjas gasped in horror. Tsunade rose from the rubble, blood trickling from her mouth. She stared at her trembling right hand, her heart stunned. Even with the additional oppressive chakra, her attack had been effortlessly deflected. Just how powerful has this Danzo become? Tsunade, you are far too weak. Is this the power that Aoi has imparted to you? It is nothing but an affront to the very essence of oppressive chakra. Danzo slowly descended, his feet planting firmly atop the Hokage building. The eyes on his body began to whirl maniacally, emitting an eerie crimson light. Allow me to show you what true mastery of oppressive chakra entails. Danzo raised his right hand, palm facing upward. A pitch-black sphere began to coalesce. Though small, merely the size of a fist. The overwhelming pressure emanating from it left everyone present gasping for breath. Hozenka. Danzo softly uttered the term. The black beam erupted instantaneously, aimed directly at Tsunade. The power of this strike eclipsed all previous attacks combined. Just then, a violet figure interposed itself before Tsunade. The complete form of the future Sasuke's Susanoo unfurled in an instant, a colossal purple warrior wielding a long blade, staunchly blocking the onslaught. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated through the heavens. The Susanoo's armor bore a myriad of fractures, yet ultimately remained unbreached. Intriguing. The Uchiha's ocular techniques indeed possess some merit. A flicker of interest crossed Danzo's eyes. But that is all there is to it. Just as he prepared to launch his next attack, an aged voice interrupted him. Danzo, enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke. He descended from the air slowly, his vast frame casting a significant shadow. Our objective is not them. Reluctantly, Danzo retracted his attack stance. Hiruzen, you remain as indecisive as ever. If we are to reclaim Konoha, we must eliminate all obstacles. Hiruzen disregarded his grievances, instead turning his attention to Tsunade. The once kind visage now bore only indifference. Tsunade, step aside. The person we seek is outside the village. Do not compel me to take action against you. Tsunade wiped the blood from her mouth, struggling to rise. Teacher, why have you become this way? Her voice trembled, not from fear, but from anger and disappointment. How could you stand alongside someone like Danzo? Hiruzen paused in silence for a moment. Because I have come to terms with reality. Konoha requires true strength to protect it, not to be controlled by a mysterious charlatan. He lifted his gaze towards the direction beyond the village. That Aoi, he has stolen everything that belongs to Konoha. He has usurped my rightful position. This is unforgivable. Tsunade felt an overwhelming surge of fury upon hearing those words. So you chose to betray your own village? Betray the will of fire? Sensei, do you still recall the words you once imparted to me? The duty of the Hokage is to protect the village, not to rule it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled slightly. Those words pierced his heart like a sharp sword, yet his expression swiftly reverted to indifference. Idealistic drivel. In the face of absolute power, such notions are rendered utterly meaningless. The spiritual pressure emanating from him began to surge dramatically. Tsunade, I warn you one last time. Stand aside. Tsunade clenched her fists, her own spiritual pressure erupting in response. I refuse. As the fifth Hokage, I am duty-bound to safeguard this village, to protect each and every person within it. The two formidable spiritual pressures collided in the air, creating visible waves of energy. The surrounding structures began to tremble violently. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent once more, a new, far more terrifying spiritual pressure surged from outside the village. This dark, violent energy was saturated with hatred and madness. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo turned their heads simultaneously towards that direction. Finally found it. A cruel smile spread across Danzo's face. The newly born hollow is right there. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Let us proceed. It is time to confront this Konoha thief. In an instant, their figures vanished, leaving behind a ravaged Konoha. Tsunade gazed in the direction they had departed, an ominous premonition swelling within her. That direction is. Sasuke's face grew exceedingly grim. If my instincts are correct, that green feather, along with young Sasuke, is over there. Chapter 191. The power they took pride in the presence of the green feather, appeared to be nothing more than a jest. The barrier surrounding the outskirts of Konoha resembled an inverted giant bowl, isolating this realm from the outside world. Two figures tore through space, arriving at the periphery of this area. The ground beneath them had long since lost its vitality. Charred earth, broken branches, and a thick, oppressive atmosphere steeped in negativity enveloped the air. This energy was a volatile mixture of hatred, resentment, and madness. Shimura Danzo's ocular armor on one side of his body shifted restlessly, as if it were both excited and wary of the environment. This is the place. The newly born hollow is at the center of this barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. He simply raised his gaze, staring into the depths of the barrier. That dark, violent spiritual pressure, like the eye of a storm, even instilled a sense of oppression in him, who had already transformed into a vast hollow. At the center of the barrier, a young boy sat cross-legged, his upper body bare. He trembled violently, black patterns coursing beneath his skin, and a hollow cavity was slowly forming at his chest. A sinister, ominous white bone mask covered half of his face. It was Uchiha Sasuke, the Uchiha brat. Danzo's tone dripped with greedy fervor. Hiruzen, it seems fortune smiles upon us. He is undergoing the most crucial transformation. If we can interrupt him and devour him, our power will ascend to new heights. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body stiffened momentarily. Uchiha. Yet another Uchiha. This accursed clan seemed to be an everlasting nightmare for Konoha. He had personally sanctioned their extermination. Yet now, this surviving scion was before him, devolving into a being even more monstrous than himself. It felt like a curse of reincarnation. A silent mockery. At that moment, a calm, almost languid voice greeted them from behind. Gentlemen, you have traveled far. You must be weary. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo tensed simultaneously, spinning around abruptly. A man clad in black Shinigami garb stood less than 10 meters behind them, as if he had been there all along. There were no footsteps, no fluctuations of energy, not even the slightest sound of breathing. It was the green feather. The man who toyed with all of Konoha at his whim. The one who had usurped his position as Hokage. An uncontrollable wrath erupted within Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. In the hollow cavity that symbolized emptiness, it felt as if black flames were igniting. Green feather. You thief. You have taken everything from me. Hiruzen's roar reverberated, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. The village he had dedicated his life to protecting, the will of fire he had inherited, his honor and position as Hokage. Everything had been ruthlessly crushed and stolen by this man before him. A playful, infuriating smile adorned the green feather's face. He casually dug at his ear. I say, third Hokage, have you perhaps misunderstood something? Taken everything from you? He extended a finger, pointing at Danzo standing nearby. It was Orochimaru who orchestrated the collapse of Konoha, who sought to kill you. And it was your dear friend, Shimura Danzo, who fanned the flames, wishing for your demise. Danzo's body shuddered imperceptibly. The green feather then pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. And you, due to age and incompetence, were slain by your own student within this very barrier. From beginning to end, what business do I have in this? I merely chanced upon your mess and took it over. Everything you had. Did you not destroy it with your own hands? Each word from the green feather was like a poisoned dagger, precisely piercing the most vulnerable spots in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. It tore apart the facade of guardianship, exposing the festering flesh of incompetence beneath. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was rendered speechless by these words. Indeed, it was Orochimaru who had killed him. It was Danzo who had betrayed him, and he himself was powerless to resist. Yet he was unwilling to acknowledge it. He could not admit it. To do so would render his lifelong struggle a complete farce. You are evading responsibility. If not for you, Konoha would not be in this state. If not for you, how could Sasuke have transformed into this monstrosity? Sarutobi Hiruzen directed all his resentment and fury into accusations against the green feather. Silence. Danzo's roar interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's impotent rage. The eyes on his body erupted with an eerie crimson light. Hiruzen, why waste your breath on him? Kill him, and you can reclaim everything. In the next instant, Danzo's form morphed into a black shadow, launching an attack. His arm, covered in bone armor, pierced towards the green feather's heart like the sharpest of blades, moving with blinding speed. However, the green feather did not even flinch. He simply stood there, allowing the bone blade to approach. Clang! A metallic clash rang out sharply. Danzo's bone blade, capable of piercing steel, halted just 1 centimeter from the green feather's chest, caught effortlessly between 2 of the green feather's fingers. Too slow. The green feather's tone resembled that of someone appraising a child's play. Danzo's body froze in place, a wave of unprecedented terror seizing his heart. He exerted all his strength, yet the opponent's fingers remained utterly unmoved. Moreover, they were far too weak. The green feather applied a slight pressure. Crack! The hard bone armor on Danzo's arm shattered like brittle cookie, instantly riddled with cracks. Then, it exploded into fragments. Ah! Danzo let out a scream, his entire body sent flying by an irresistible force, crashing heavily onto the ground far away. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in stunned silence. He gazed at the grievously wounded Danzo, then shifted his attention to the unscathed Aoi. How could this be? At present, Danzo's strength was nearly on par with his own. How could it be that he could not even withstand a single finger from his opponent? It is now your turn. Aoi's gaze fell upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. This address was laced with unending mockery. The remnants of Sarutobi's rationality were ignited into flame. Shinra Tensei. He opened his mouth, and a highly concentrated black energy sphere, embodying all his power, swiftly coalesced. This was his most formidable strike. Boom! The black beam of annihilation, imbued with the might to obliterate a mountain, surged towards Aoi. Yet, Aoi did not flinch. He merely raised his right hand and opened his palm. The devastating beam collided with his palm, but there was no explosion, no shockwave. The ferocious energy was effortlessly shattered as if it had met a bottomless abyss. Aoi's palm bore not even a trace of singeing. Is this it? He yawned. This is the power you wagered everything for. How utterly disappointing. Sarutobi was utterly shattered. The strength he had taken pride in now seemed a mere jest before his adversary, a dull, unamusing joke. Monster, he rasped from his throat. No. Aoi's figure suddenly appeared before him. I am no monster. With a deliberate motion, he landed a punch upon Sarutobi's abdomen. There was no grandeur, no energy, only the raw strength of flesh. Puff! The white bone armor on Sarutobi's body began to fracture inch by inch from the abdomen. He arched his back violently, akin to a boiled shrimp, as a torrent of dark blood, mingled with internal fragments, erupted from the crevices of his mask. His body crumpled to the ground. Unable to rise again, Aoi retracted his fist, casting not a glance at the 2 fallen figures. He merely turned to observe the boy at the center of the barrier, who was undergoing his final transformation. His face once again bore an expression of admiration, bordering on obsession. Do not be distracted by these trifles. Sasuke, let me see where your limits lie. Chapter 192, Wizard Sasuke vs. Aoi. In pursuit of Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo, Tsunade's figure shot like a cannonball through the air, arriving outside the barrier. Future Sasuke followed closely, the purple radiance of his Susanoo tracing a graceful arc across the night sky. Kakashi Asuma Gai and other elite ninjas from Konoha arrived with utmost speed. Then, they all stood frozen. On the ground, 2 figures writhed in agony. One was Shimura Danzo, his skeletal armor shattered, those eerie eyes now devoid of light, continually seeping blood. The other was the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose white armor was cracking from the abdomen, faint groans emanating from beneath his mask. And Aoi, he stood nonchalantly to the side, not a speck of dust upon him. How is this possible? Asuma's voice trembled. The terrifying power displayed by those 2 monsters just moments ago had plunged everyone into despair. Tsunade's full-force strike had been effortlessly blocked. Future Sasuke's Susanoo had even begun to crack. Yet now, these 2 seemingly insurmountable foes lay on the ground, their fates uncertain. Aoi-sama, Tsunade began. But her words were abruptly cut off by a roar that resembled no human sound. Roar! In the center of the barrier, the young Sasuke surged to his feet. His body had undergone a complete transformation. The hollow void in his chest was fully formed, dark and profound, as if it could swallow all light. A mask of jagged white covered much of his face, revealing only a single crimson Sharingan. Strangely, his hair had turned pure white, dancing wildly in the night wind. A spiritual pressure more terrifying than that of Danzo and Sarutobi combined erupted from within him. Kill everyone. The young Sasuke's voice had become hoarse and frenzied. His gaze immediately locked onto Aoi. Instinct told him that this man was the most perilous of all, also the most delectable. Fascinating. Aoi's face broke into an appreciative smile. The degree of his transformation surpassed expectations. His spiritual pressure reached the level of a mid-tier Ijutsu. However, his rationality was entirely consumed. Without reason, there could only be defeat. Such a flaw in existence was intolerable. The young Sasuke made no reply. He simply opened his mouth, and a pitch-black energy sphere began to coalesce. Zero. It was even more pure and violent than Sarutobi's attack. Boom. The destructive black beam, carrying the power to rend space itself, shot directly at Aoi. Yet, Aoi did not evade. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. The beam capable of demolishing half a mountain collided with his palm and was effortlessly crushed. Not bad. Aoi nodded, but still too slow. In the next instant, his figure vanished. The young Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. A hand had already pressed against his face. Bang! A tremendous impact reverberated. The young Sasuke's body shot backward like a cannonball, colliding heavily against the barrier's edge. The entire barrier trembled violently. However, his reflexes were far superior to those of the two failures. Aoi withdrew his hand, his tone flat. The young Sasuke rose from the ruins. A crack appearing on his mask. Yet, his eyes held no fear, only a more fervent desire to kill. I will kill you. He charged at Aoi once more. His speed doubled compared to before. Aoi's smile deepened. Now that is more like it. Come, let me see your limits. The two figures collided in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The consecutive explosions echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Each impact generated terrifying shockwaves. The ground within the barrier began to fracture inch by inch. The dead trees were reduced to dust in the aftermath. What level of battle is this? Kakashi's Sharingan whirled furiously, struggling to capture the fleeting forms of the two combatants. But he could not keep up. All he saw were countless afterimages flickering in the air, followed by waves of cataclysmic explosions. Too fast. Guy gritted his teeth. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. Even with the 8th gate opened, he had no confidence in joining a battle of this caliber. More terrifying was the spiritual pressure radiating from the two. The sense of oppression was more suffocating than facing the Nine Tails. Asuma had already knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. His face, once red, had turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even Tsunade felt an unprecedented weight pressing down upon her. Is this what true strength looks like? She gazed at the two figures clashing madly in the sky, a profound shock swelling within her. Aoi's power exceeded her wildest imagination. And the wizard Sasuke was equally absurdly strong. Sasuke, this is the power you seek in this era? The voice of future Sasuke was heavy. He watched the white-haired figure in the sky with a tumult of emotions in his eyes. That frenzied monster was the very reflection of his younger self. Had it not been for Naruto, had it not been for Team 7, would he have become like this? Bang! The young Sasuke was once again sent flying. This time crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Yet, he immediately rose, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The power of the wizard's accelerated regeneration. How intriguing. As the azure feathers descended gracefully, their tips barely grazing the ground, a rapid regeneration took place, accompanied by an accelerated evolution of combat instincts. Truly, the bloodline of the Uchiha was formidable. The young Sasuke remained silent, extending his arms as his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Behind him, two massive black wings unfurled, adorned with a myriad of Sharingan patterns that glimmered with a crimson hue. An even more terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from within him. Has he evolved? It appears the power of the broken jade projection has manifested. The azure feathers raised an eyebrow, recognizing that the pressure of battle had awakened his latent potential. Very well, I shall also adopt a more serious demeanor. He lifted his right hand, gathering a sphere of pure white light within his palm. In stark contrast to the young Sasuke's dark void, this energy radiated a pristine whiteness. Yet, the oppressive force it emanated left all present gasping for breath. Everyone, retreat at once. The future Sasuke bellowed, as his Susanoo reached its complete form in an instant. However, his intent was not to engage but to protect those around him. Tsunade and her companions swiftly recognized the imminent danger and retreated. Even Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, lying on the ground, instinctively struggled to crawl away. The azure feathers and young Sasuke struck simultaneously. Two beams of light, one white and one black, collided in midair. Then, the entire world was enveloped in a blinding white haze. As the radiance dissipated, everything within the barrier vanished. The earth, trees, and rocks, all reduced to the most fundamental particles, dispersing into the atmosphere. Only a massive crater, several hundred meters in diameter, remained. The edges of the pit were smooth as glass, as if perfectly carved by some unseen force. What level of destruction is this? Asuma's voice trembled. He had witnessed many powerful battles, seen the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails and its fury, and observed the remnants left by the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama Senju. Yet, he had never beheld such pristine and thorough annihilation. This is not ninjutsu. This is a clash of pure, absolute power. Lord Azure Feathers, Tsunade spoke softly, her gaze fixed upon the center of the crater where two figures slowly ascended. The Azure Feathers remained unscathed, not a single wrinkle marring his deathly garb. In stark contrast, young Sasuke's condition was dire. His white mask was riddled with cracks, one of his black wings lay severed, and black blood flowed from the hollow in his chest. Yet, the fire of battle still blazed fiercely in his eyes. Can he still stand? A look of admiration crossed the Azure Feather's face. Remarkable willpower. However, this must come to an end. He raised his right hand, pointing his finger at young Sasuke. A slender beam of white light shot forth from his fingertip, seemingly inconspicuous. Yet, young Sasuke's body trembled violently. Danger. An unprecedented peril. He attempted to evade, but his body remained immobilized. The beam of light had locked onto his very soul. And no matter where he fled, escape was futile. Fourth break of the way, white lightning. The Azure Feathers intoned softly. The white beam instantly pierced through young Sasuke's chest, not in a physical sense, but directly affecting his very essence. Young Sasuke let out a piercing scream as his white mask began to disintegrate, and his black wings dissolved into motes of light. The void in his chest gradually began to heal, as the power of the void was forcibly stripped away. Young Sasuke was returned to his original form. Chapter 193. The ninja world has not changed, for the heavens have always been there. As the white light faded, an eerie silence enveloped the thoroughly reshaped terrain. The original barrier, along with everything within it, had vanished, replaced by a vast, smooth-edged glassy pit. At the bottom of the crater, young Sasuke lay naked, his chest rising and falling steadily, having reverted to his human form, though unconscious. The fierce white mask, the ominous black wings, and the overwhelming spiritual pressure that threatened to consume reason seemed but a fleeting illusion. Only the enormous, otherworldly pit stood as testament to the reality of the earlier battle. The Azure Feathers descended slowly from the air, approaching the bottom of the pit, where he crouched beside the unconscious Sasuke, extending a finger to check for breath. Oh, still alive. He spoke as if accomplishing a trivial task, his tone almost devoid of emotion. For a first-time manifestation, achieving this level is commendable. Although the loss of rationality occurred rather swiftly, the destructive capacity is satisfactory. As a specimen, the potential is immense. He muttered to himself, akin to a discerning artisan scrutinizing his creation. This monologue resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Specimen. Creation? Tsunade's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. She gazed at the pristine Azure Feathers, then at the immense crater that had nearly obliterated half the forest, a chill coursing up her spine. She had always believed she had a sufficient understanding of the Azure Feathers' might. It was only at this moment that she comprehended she had merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. No, it was not even an iceberg. It was but a snowflake adrift on the ocean's surface. The future Sasuke's single eye bore down on the Azure Feathers with an intensity unmatched by any other. The shock within him was more profound than any other. He had witnessed Kagaya's world-creating, world-destroying power, and had faced the oppressive might of the Otsutsuki. Yet, the sensation that the Azure Feathers evoked was entirely different. It was not a mere release of raw power, but an absolute dominion. Like a painter freely splashing colors onto a canvas, effortlessly erasing unsatisfactory parts with a single stroke. From the manifestation to the forced extraction, the entire process seemed to the Azure Feathers merely a casual act of doodling. And they, including the two former Hokages and the Hokage's advisor, were scarcely more than ants upon the canvas. Cough, cough, cough. A series of violent coughs shattered the suffocating silence. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, struggling to rise from the ground. Yet, the agony in his abdomen rendered each attempt futile. His once impenetrable armor lay shattered, revealing an aged, scarred body beneath. He looked at the Azure Feathers, his murky eyes devoid of the previous anger and resentment, now filled only with pure, primal fear. Monster. The words forced from his throat echoed the sentiment of before, yet carried an entirely different weight. Beside him, Danzo fared even worse. He lacked the strength to cough, merely gasping like a fish out of water. His eyes once gleaming with cunning and ambition now dulled, filled with despair. The Azure Feathers finally diverted his gaze from Sasuke to the two defeated foes. He rose to his feet and walked over slowly. Tap, tap, tap. Each step felt as if it were crushing the hearts of all present. He approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking down upon the once mighty ninja. Do you still believe that I have stolen something from you? The tone of the Azure Feathers was calm, yet imbued with a coldness capable of freezing one's very soul. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips quivered, unable to utter a single word. You devoted your life to protecting the village. And what has it yielded? Your student wishes to kill you, your closest friend seeks to usurp you, and your beloved protege continues to suffer from the mess you left behind even after your demise. The azure feather's gaze swept across Tsunade and Asuma in the distance. Look at your son. Does he regard you with any semblance of nostalgia? No, only hatred and fear remain. Gaze upon your student once more. She now stands as Hokage. Yet, in my presence, this Hokage lacks even the qualification to raise her voice. Hiruzen Sarutobi, your entire existence is nothing short of a farce. Blood erupted from Sarutobi's mouth, not due to injury, but because these heart-wrenching words utterly shattered his spirit. The light in his eyes was extinguished completely. Qingyu turned away from him and directed his attention towards Danzo. And you, he said, crouching down with an air of curious interest as he observed the lifeless orbs on one side of Danzo's body. After years spent amassing such exquisite eyes, employing every cunning trick in the book, what was the outcome? Qingyu extended his hand as if to dust off a piece of art, gently brushing over those eyeballs. In the end, you lack even the merit to be considered a worthy adversary. In fact, it is difficult even to recall your name. What was it again? Shimura something? Qingyu feigned contemplation. Danzo's eyes widened in shock, a surge of blood rushing forth as his head tilted, causing him to faint from sheer rage. After concluding this spectacle, Qingyu rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. He turned to Tsunade and the others. The farce has come to an end, he commanded. Tsunade, present. Tsunade instinctively stood at attention, quickly realizing her lapse in decorum. Drag these two fossils back and confine them in the deepest dungeon. Do not allow them to perish. They may still serve a purpose. Qingyu paused before adding, for instance, as cautionary tales. The reason for keeping these two was primarily to enhance the progress in Hueco Mundo, as a certain number of hands were required. They were quite suitable for that. Now that they were no longer needed, it was only natural to dispose of them. He decided that young Sasuke could handle them later on. Kakashi and Asuma's lips twitched involuntarily. Subsequently, Qingyu approached the pit's bottom and, as if lifting a mere chick, hoisted the unconscious Sasuke with one hand. As for this one, he mused, weighing Sasuke in his grasp, a familiar, playful smile gracing his face. The experiment is not yet complete. I must take him back for further adjustments. You all, clean this place up. Without casting another glance at anyone, he carried Sasuke and began his leisurely stroll toward the village. His silhouette elongated beneath the moonlight. Despite his casual demeanor, there was an unprecedented sense of oppressive divinity felt by all present, as if they were gazing upon a deity. The shinobi world has not undergone a transformation, for the heavens have always been there. It was only tonight that they truly perceived the color of the sky. Chapter 194. What are the conditions for unlocking Skill 6? The moonlight draped gently over the desolate streets of the Uchiha clan. Qingyu ambled leisurely with the unconscious Sasuke in tow, as if he had just returned from an ordinary evening stroll rather than a cataclysmic battle that could reshape the very fabric of the shinobi world. He paid no heed to the complex gazes of Tsunade and the others in the distance, nor did he acknowledge the utterly flattened earth behind him. Having completed his tasks, he made his way home. As he pushed open the courtyard gate, a flash of red surged forth from within. Lord Qingyu, you have returned, exclaimed Karen, her red eyes sparkling with a brilliance surpassing that of stars, her face aglow with unrestrained admiration and excitement. She had sensed the cataclysmic clash of energies outside the village, a terror that made her very soul tremble, yet only Qingyu returned unscathed. The implications were clear. Qingyu responded casually, then, as if discarding refuse, unceremoniously dropped Sasuke onto the tatami mat in the corridor. Thud. The dull sound echoed as the youth's unconscious form bounced slightly on the wooden floor. Karen's eyes twitched, but she refrained from questioning further. Understanding the situation, she deftly maneuvered around the obstacle and quickly returned with a steaming cup of tea. Lord Qingyu, please enjoy some tea. Qingyu settled himself along the corridor, accepting the teacup and leisurely savoring a sip. The night breeze was cool, the aroma of tea wafting gently through the air. He observed the dappled shadows cast by the moonlight on the trees in the courtyard, relishing the girl's attentive service while simultaneously contemplating his forthcoming plans. To others, many of his actions might appear whimsical, devoid of logic or discernible purpose, seemingly chaotic, striking here and there without a clear intent, leaving onlookers baffled by his true motivations. For instance, allowing Danzo and Hiruzen to transform into monsters, or meticulously coaxing Sasuke towards the abyss of corruption. Yet, Only Qingyu understood that every single action he undertook was driven by a precise objective, to unlock new skills within the system. However, as the system had yet to provide any notification, he could only rely on his conjectures to navigate this path. Within his mind, he summoned the panel visible only to him. Collapse Jade System. Skill 1. Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Initial Release. This was a complimentary gift at the outset, the foundation of all his plans. Skill 2. Central Spirit Arts Academy. This skill activates automatically when his body and chakra reach a certain threshold, guiding him towards the path of spiritual pressure cultivation. Skill 3. Realm of Rebirth. Unlocked upon graduating from the Spirit Arts Academy. It provided an infinite training space for spiritual energy, overcoming the fundamental limitations of spiritual pressure cultivation. Skill 4. Hueco Mundo. This skill unlocks after cultivating 10 qualified substitute Shinigami. It serves as a vast personal space and a spatial springboard, allowing him to disregard distance and tear through space to reach any corner of the shinobi world in an instant. Skill 5. Holification. This skill is naturally unlocked after collecting fallen souls within Hueco Mundo and nurturing hollows, thus perfecting the ecosystem of Hueco Mundo. It brings about a supreme enhancement of the physical body and various formidable hollow abilities. From Skill 1 to Skill 5. While the conditions for unlocking each step were not explicitly stated, they followed a discernible pattern, fundamentally aligning with the growth logic of the Shinigami system, nurturing Shinigami, establishing training grounds, creating space, and generating opposing hollows. Now what of Skill 6? Qingyu's gaze fell upon the unconscious subject before him, following the logical progression. Once the powers of Shinigami and Hollow were acquired, the next step would naturally be their fusion, what is known as Arankar or Holification. To induce a soul of exceptional talent to cultivate the spiritual pressure of a Shinigami and subsequently integrate it with Hollow power, achieving Shinigami Holification, a Shinigami imbued with Hollow abilities. This should have been a flawless script. Uchiha Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra, possesses a soul with unparalleled strength and potential, unparalleled in the shinobi world, to lead him through despair, to foster hatred, and ultimately guide him down the path of the Shinigami, before personally holificating him, thus making him the first Shinigami to undergo holification. Qingyu had calculated this entire process meticulously, and indeed, he had succeeded. Sasuke's spiritual pressure had already reached the threshold for holification, even evolving during battle to showcase greater potential. Yet, due to the irrationality that ensued post-holification, Qingyu ultimately severed the Hollow power using the White Lightning technique and awaited his awakening, thus creating a perfect vessel for subsequent adjustments. But the issue at hand was that the system remained unresponsive. No anticipated notification chimed, no new skill panel emerged. Everything remained unchanged from before he intervened. Qingyu's hand, poised with the teacup, hovered in midair. He could not help but ponder whether the direction of his efforts had been misguided from the very beginning. Or perhaps, was there a flaw in some aspect of the process? Was it that Sasuke's degree of transformation into a Hollow was insufficient? Or was it necessary to conduct experiments on the Death God's transformation concurrently with the holification? TSK, Qingyu smacked his lips, drained the tea from his cup, and handed it back to the waiting Xianglin. This endeavor proved to be more troublesome than anticipated. Unbeknownst to Xianglin, the subject of his concern was the system. She assumed it referred to the unconscious Sasuke, glancing briefly at the boy sprawled on the ground before obediently nodding. Indeed, Lord Qingyu. To her, everything Lord Qingyu uttered was undoubtedly correct. Qingyu rose and approached Sasuke, nudging him gently with his toe. Hey, wake up, stop playing dead. The boy on the ground remained utterly motionless. It seemed that the recent use of Bakuto not only severed his holification, but also plunged his consciousness into the deepest recesses, making awakening a formidable challenge. Clearly, the experiment must continue. A playful, inscrutable smile reappeared on Qingyu's face. One failure was not enough to dishearten him. Rather, it ignited a greater interest within him. If cultivating the Death God's transformation was insufficient, then he would turn his attention to holification. For materials, he would utilize Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo for experimentation. Even if they proved inadequate, this ninja world was teeming with intriguing souls. Chapter 195. In the depths of the Konoha Interrogation Department's prison. The testimony of Danzo. Chapter 195. In the courtyard of the Uchiha residence, the moonlight was cold and clear. Qingyu held a teacup in one hand, while the fingers of the other rhythmically tapped against the wooden corridor beneath him. His gaze transcended the courtyard walls, directed towards the village of Konoha, as if he could penetrate through layers of obstruction to glimpse the most secluded dungeon. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. These two souls, having fallen into hollowification, had barely attained the level of a great hollow in terms of spiritual pressure. Although their foundations were unstable and their powers chaotic, they were nonetheless suitable as experimental subjects. The path of the death goddess transformation had momentarily faltered with Sasuke. But what if the reverse was possible? What if a hollow could acquire the powers of a death god, enabling it to achieve hollowification and become a more formidable entity? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Qingyu's lips. This notion seemed to be a more logical next step than cultivating a death goddess transformation. The system had not offered any hints, perhaps because unlocking skill 6 required both paths to be pursued concurrently. Alternatively, it could necessitate the birth of a truly perfect hollowification. Xianglin, he suddenly spoke. Yes, the girl, who had been quietly standing by, immediately bowed in response. Prepare 2 top-tier nutritional meals to be delivered to the interrogation department's dungeon tomorrow. Qingyu instructed, do not let my little lab rat starve. Yes, Lord Qingyu. Xianglin's body trembled imperceptibly before she respectfully accepted the command and withdrew. She understood that the 2 former high-ranking officials of Konoha were likely to face a fate far more terrifying than death. Qingyu dismissed these trivial matters, rising to crouch beside the unconscious Sasuke. Don't rush. He extended his hand, gently patting Sasuke's cheek as if appeasing a precious artifact. Your role is yet to come. Next time, I shall prepare a more perfect script for you, a more splendid stage. In the darkest depths of the Konoha Interrogation Department's prison, sunlight was a distant memory, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, mildew, and despair. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo lay like 2 wild dogs stripped of their spines, cast upon the cold ground. Their shattered exoskeletons had been brutally removed, exposing their aged and grotesque flesh. Specialized sealing techniques, crafted by elite umbu, coiled around their limbs like black serpents, imprisoning the remnants of the malevolent energy that did not belong to this world. Outside the cell stood the current core of Konoha, the 5th Hokage Tsunade, the future Uchiha Sasuke, Hatake Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, and Might Guy. Each face was etched with an indescribable complexity of emotions, particularly Asuma, who gazed at the figure curled in the corner, once an idol and hero in his eyes, now reduced to this pitiful state. The cigarette between his fingers had burned down to ash without his notice, the acrid scent of charred tobacco wafting through the air. Teacher, Tsunade's voice, hoarse and heavy, shattered the suffocating silence. Why have you done this? Within the cell, Sarutobi Hiruzen moved slightly, but did not raise his head or utter a sound. He resembled a stubborn stone, sunk in a bottomless abyss, refusing any further communion with the world. His reality had been irrevocably shattered in that flattened, glassy pit, along with the beliefs he had safeguarded throughout his life. Crushed by that man in the most casual and brutal manner. Why? A cold, sharp voice, rife with deep-seated resentment, echoed from another corner. It was Danzo. He struggled, using all his strength to lean against the icy wall and sit upright. His one good eye fixated on the figures outside the cell, like a venomous snake poised to strike, attempting to release its final flicker of defiance. At this point, what is there left to ask? Have you not all witnessed it? We lost, utterly defeated. Tsunade furrowed her brow, stepping forward to demand, Danzo, that is not what I wish to know. What is the nature of the power within you? How did you become this wretched parody of humanity? Power? Ha ha ha. Danzo suddenly erupted into a deranged laugh, his voice rasping and unpleasant, akin to a night owl's wail in a graveyard. That is not power. It is a gift, an evolution that transcends life and death. A pathological fervor flickered in his eyes. After our demise, our souls did not ascend to the so-called Pure Land. Instead, we plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. In that place, there exists only the cycle of devouring and being devoured. We shed these powerless bodies, consumed countless weaker souls, and were reborn. We became hollows. We transcended into a higher dimension of existence than you mere mortals. Sasuke's eyes widened, suddenly alert. Hollows. The term seemed familiar. He recalled Qingyu mentioning it before. That man appeared to possess an extraordinary fascination with such entities. Indeed, hollows. Danzo's breathing quickened, a blend of pride and terror etched across his face. We believed that with this unprecedented power, we could effortlessly reclaim all that was ours, to liberate Konoha from the hands of that deceiver, to restore everything to its rightful path. But what happened? Kakashi, lurking in the shadows, interjected with his signature languid yet incisive tone. What indeed? It seems you encountered a true monster. That naive fool, Hiruzen, thought the hollowification he had achieved was a power capable of annihilating everything. Yet, before that individual, it was nothing more than a mere whisper. The voice of Danzo, fraught with excitement and fear, became sharp and hysterical. He had not even made a serious attempt. He did not regard us as enemies at all. With merely a flick of his finger, he effortlessly intercepted my attack. With a casual wave, he crushed everything we held dear. Our proud strength, the evolution we wagered our souls for, was nothing but a farce in his eyes. A thoroughly dull and unamusing jest. He recalled the languid and playful expression of Aoi, remembering that phrase that seemed to question passers-by. What was it that Shimura said? That was a humiliation more cruel than any torture, more devastating than any physical harm. He was not human. He was utterly inhuman. Danzo clasped his head in despair, emitting a near-collapse wail. He was a god, a devil. You have no idea what you are truly up against. The entirety of Konoha had long been toyed with in his palm. We were merely two insects that he could squash at will. Not even worthy of having our names remembered. Within the cell, only Danzo's desperate, weeping howls echoed through the dark space. Outside the cell, there was an eerie silence. Asuma quietly extinguished the burning cigarette that seared his fingers. Kakashi's eyes, usually half open and lifeless, lost all focus for the first time, appearing somewhat hollow. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her sharp nails digging deep into her palms, drawing blood, yet she remained oblivious. They finally pieced together a fragment of that man's strength from the cries of this defeated foe. And merely this fragment was heavy enough to suffocate the entire ninja world. Chapter 196, Lord Aoi said, "The little white mice must be well fed." Deep within the dungeon, Danzo's frenzied and despairing screams gradually subsided, ultimately morphing into a suppressed, beast-like whimper. The air felt as though it had solidified into lead. The torches flickered against the walls, casting shadows that rendered the faces of those outside the cell in a dance of light and dark. The cigarette that Asuma held had unknowingly burned down to its end. The searing tip scorched his skin, yet he seemed to have lost all sensation, staring blankly at the figure curled up in the corner of the cell. The very person he once called father. There was no anger, no sadness, not even hatred. It was a more hollow emotion, akin to observing a pathetic and laughable stranger. The gem he guarded, the will of fire he revered, tonight was shattered by the iron fist of reality, along with the idol named Sarutobi Hiruzen, collapsing into ruins. Plop! The spent cigarette fell from his fingers, making a barely audible sound in the deathly silence of the corridor. Void. The silence was shattered by Kakashi. Leaning against the cold wall, hands tucked in pockets, that one visible dead fish eye appeared unusually bright, as if searching for something in the darkness. The souls of the deceased plummeted into darkness, evolving through the consumption of their kin, subverting all our understanding of life and death. His tone bore little emotion, devoid of fear or shock, more like a scholar confronting a new, perilous yet irresistibly captivating research subject. Tsunade's tightly clenched fists gradually loosened. The pain from the wounds inflicted by her nails surged through her palms. This real sensation was what finally drew her back from the chilling numbness that nearly froze her soul. She was the Hokage. She was the highest decision-maker of this village. Yet in the face of absolute power, this title felt so painfully inadequate. What was his true objective? She murmured to herself. This question was not directed at anyone, but rather an inquiry into a world that left her feeling powerless. He has no objective. A deep voice emerged beside Tsunade. It was future Sasuke. The purple glow of his Rinnegan appeared particularly profound in the dimness. He had witnessed Kagaya's monumental power and had resisted the oppressive tyranny of the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya sought to reclaim chakra, driven by an instinctual longing. The Otsutsuki descended to siphon the life energy of the planet, a mission etched into their very bloodline. Future Sasuke's gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of rock that comprised the dungeon, looking towards the Uchiha clan's territory. But he was different. He was merely playing. We, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and even I in this era, were but pawns on his chessboard. He wished to see what intriguing trajectories would emerge when pawns were endowed with different powers. He was not fighting. He was admiring his own creation. From beginning to end, he was merely an observer. This revelation was more chilling than Danzo's desperate wails. Facing an enemy with a clear objective still allowed for some maneuverability. But how does one combat an entity that can casually upend the world and toy with life and death simply for amusement? The answer is none. Just as this suffocating atmosphere reached its peak, a leisurely footstep echoed from the far end of the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone turned their gaze warily. Emerging into view was a bespectacled girl with red hair. Uzumaki Karui. She cradled a massive, high-end food box in her arms, steam rising. The rich aroma of meat and broth instantly dispelling the stale scent of blood and mildew in the dungeon. This incongruous fragrance evoked an absurd illusion in everyone present. Karui seemed startled by the heavy atmosphere, hesitantly halting her steps and bowing slightly to Tsunade. Fifth Hokage. Tsunade furrowed her brow. What brings you here? It was Lord Aoi's instructions. Karui's voice trembled slightly, and she straightened her posture, extending the food box forward. Lord Aoi said to prepare the highest quality nutritional meals for these two, ensuring their health. They must not starve to death. Pausing, as if recalling something, she added in an almost innocent tone, the Lord also said the little white mice must be well fed before the formal experiment, so that the data would be accurate. Little white mice. Experiment. These words struck each heart like the most venomous curse. The flicker of sympathy that had just ignited within Asuma vanished in an instant. Kakashi's dead fish eye widened slightly, an unusual occurrence. Tsunade stared intently at the enticingly fragrant food box, as if she were not gazing at a meal, but rather at two meticulously nurtured, living hearts awaiting dissection. Though Lord Aoi was not present, his absolute, unquestionable will was clearly conveyed to each person through this girl carrying the meal box. He could scarcely be bothered to issue commands in person. A mere casual instruction dictated the fate of the two former highest authorities of Konoha. This was no longer mere humiliation. It was a profound, marrow-deep indifference, as if their struggles and despair were nothing more than insignificant annotations in an experimental log. Chapter 197. Another scenic view. The art of the broken face. Within the dungeon, the incongruous aroma of the food gripped everyone's throats like an invisible hand. Little white mice. Experiment. Karui's innocent and respectful repetition was colder and heavier than any direct threat. It vividly encapsulates Qingyu's lofty demeanor, treating all living beings as mere playthings. Asuma suddenly let out a low chuckle. The laughter was soft, yet it resonated harshly in the silence of the corridor. He laughed so hard that his shoulders shook, as if he had just heard an uproarious joke. Presenting a meal. No, an experimental feast. To his father, a monster-turned-murderer. Could anything be more absurd? Tsunade's chest heaved violently, golden strands of hair cascading down to obscure her expression. As the Hokage, she ought to be furious, to scold, to overturn this act of trampling on Konoha's dignity. Yet, she could not. The image of that man. The scene where he effortlessly flattened half a forest, the nonchalance with which he crushed illusions, loomed like an insurmountable mountain upon her spine. The very thought of resistance felt utterly out of reach. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice hoarse as if rasped by sandpaper. Open the cell. The Umbu guard froze, glancing incredulously at his Hokage. Tsunade did not repeat herself. She simply raised her head, gazing at him with eyes that were both unassailable yet filled with fatigue and humiliation. The Umbu silently bowed his head, stepping forward to release the seal on the cell door. Kagaya cautiously placed the enormous food container at the threshold of the cell, then respectfully withdrew, as if she had completed a sacred mission. Lord Qingyu also mentioned, she added brightly, that the psychological state of the experimental subjects will affect the accuracy of the data. Therefore, it is essential to ensure they maintain a pleasant mood while eating. Asuma's laughter abruptly ceased. He appeared to choke on something, coughing violently until physiological tears welled in his eyes. A pleasant mood? Kakashi silently shifted his gaze away from the food container, peering into the darkness at the end of the corridor. So that was it. From the very beginning, they had misjudged their position. They were not confronting a formidable foe, nor were they witnessing a decisive battle that would determine the fate of the village. They were merely a group of hapless onlookers, observing how a caretaker fed the little white mice he intended to dissect for dinner. Nothing more. Tsunade could no longer remain there. She abruptly turned and strode out. This is your responsibility now. The command she left behind bore the weight of the Hokage's authority, yet her hasty retreat felt more akin to an escape. The moonlight remained cold and unyielding. Qingyu sat on his corridor, toying with a warm teacup. He sensed the seal on the dungeon being briefly lifted before it was sealed once more. Two faint, yet vengeful spiritual pressures began to siphon energy from the food. Slowly recovering. Excellent. The little mice are quite obedient. A satisfied smirk played at the corners of his mouth. The Shinigami's phasing experiment had momentarily hit a bottleneck with Sasuke. However, this did not signify failure. It merely indicated that the puzzle to unlock Skill 6 was missing another piece. The manifestation of the hollow. To reimpose the shackles of reason upon a hollow that had lost its heart and transformed into a mere amalgamation of instincts, thus acquiring the power of a Shinigami. This sounded far more intriguing than mere Shinigami phasing. He drained the cup of tea, rose, and approached the boy who lay unconscious on the floor. An experiment cannot have only a single spectator. He extended his foot and lightly nudged Sasuke's side. Hey, Have you had enough sleep? The subject had no right to enjoy slumber. The boy on the ground remained motionless, as if he had completely lost consciousness. TSK, how troublesome. Qingyu clicked his tongue, displaying signs of impatience. He raised his right hand, the tip of his index finger glowing with a faint white light. Without uttering any incantation, the light, akin to a slender needle, gently pierced Sasuke's forehead. Ugh! A suppressed groan, seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul, escaped Sasuke's lips as his body arched violently, like a shrimp thrown ashore, convulsing uncontrollably. His eyelids trembled madly before snapping open. His black pupils, not yet fully focused, brimmed with confusion and pain. Freshly liberated from an endless nightmare, he beheld the familiar wooden ceiling above, inhaled the refreshing aroma of tea in the air, and glimpsed a face mere inches away, adorned with a playful smile. Awake, are you? Qingyu crouched down to meet his gaze, his unfathomable eyes reflecting Sasuke's current state of disarray. Welcome back, my esteemed subject number one. Sasuke's throat emitted a hoarse sound, memories of his phasing experience flooding his mind like a shattered tide. The overwhelming intent to kill, the world-destroying power, and finally, the ultimate pain and helplessness as that white light pierced his very soul. He struggled to sit up, but found his entire body weak, unable to move even a finger. Don't waste your energy. Qingyu lightly patted his face, the pressure neither too light nor too heavy, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Your body and soul have just undergone a forced reboot and are now in a particularly vulnerable state. He stood up and returned to his place on the corridor, pouring himself another cup of tea. However, this is fortuitous. In your current state, you are best suited to be a quiet observer. Observer? Sasuke's eyes were filled with wariness and confusion. Qingyu offered no response, merely holding his teacup and directing his gaze towards the empty courtyard. He raised his other hand. Buzz. The space emitted a subtle tremor, akin to the plucking of a guitar string. Two distorted figures, resembling mirages, materialized in the center of the courtyard. They were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, imprisoned deep within the dungeon. They had yet to grasp the situation, still curled up in the poses they had taken in their cell. Now, Qingyu's voice resonated, languid and theatrical, like a director about to unveil a grand performance. Let us commence tonight's after-show entertainment, the evolution ceremony for subjects 2 and 3. As the words fell, he gently clenched his outstretched fingers. Simultaneously, the two figures in the courtyard let out a scream so horrific it scarcely resembled human sound. Their recently healed skin ruptured in an instant, black, ominous spiritual pressure erupting forth like an uncontrollable volcano. Behold, Sasuke. Qingyu did not turn, his tone as nonchalant as if he were introducing a dish. This is the other scenery you missed. A masterpiece known as the art of hollowification. Chapter 198, Skill 6, Unlock Conditions Met, 22. In the courtyard, those inhuman screams served as the opening prelude to tonight's entertainment. Sasuke's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He lay on the cold wooden floor, unable to move, forced to be the sole spectator of this bloody ceremony. The two torrents of black spiritual pressure that gushed forth were more tainted and viscous than what he had experienced during his phasing, filled with resentment and despair. They were no longer mere energy, but rather the remnants of two souls fed into a meat grinder. My body, my body. Sarutobi Hiruzen's wail was the most harrowing. His aged flesh resembled a lump of clay being kneaded repeatedly. Bones cracked with a nauseating crunch as an invisible force forcibly snapped them, reassembling them at grotesque angles. A pale mask grotesquely sprouted from his flesh, the patterns twisted like the expression of unyielding defiance on his face as he approached death. Danzo's situation was even more bizarre. His once proud Sharingan arm was now visibly merging with his flesh at an alarming rate. Each crimson eye had ceased to be mere embellishments. Instead, they sprouted grotesquely from one side of his body, spinning manically and weeping blood-like tears. The mask upon his face began to extend from the jawline, resembling a beast's maw, menacingly growing upwards in an attempt to consume his entire visage. What a fascinating phenomenon. Aoyu's voice was leisurely, as if he were savoring a work of art. He held a teacup, remaining seated, watching with keen interest. The essence of the soul dictated the form taken after the transformation. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you have been shackled by the title of Hokage your entire life. Thus, your mask seeks to conceal your entire face, yearning to completely abandon the identity of Sarutobi Hiruzen. And you, Danzo. His gaze shifted to another writhing mass of flesh. Your insatiable greed for power has been etched into the very depths of your soul. Consequently, your body instinctively assimilates those eyes that do not belong to you, irrevocably transforming them into part of yourself. Such a grotesque and blatant desire. These words fell upon Sasuke's overheated mind like a bucket of ice water. He finally comprehended. Aoyu was not tormenting them, nor was he merely showcasing his power. He was creating. Using two souls that were nearly at the pinnacle of the shinobi world as clay, he crafted the monstrosities he envisioned. And he himself, the so-called experiment number 1, had nearly become the third exhibit in this courtyard. A chill deeper than death surged from Sasuke's tailbone, instantaneously freezing his limbs and bones. His proud lineage and the hatred he had struggled with thus far felt minuscule before this man, as insignificant as a speck of dust. The screams in the courtyard reached a crescendo, accompanied by a crisp sound akin to shattering glass. Crack! The white mask on Hiruzen's face split open in the middle. The fissure rapidly widened, the lower half disintegrating into motes of spiritual energy, leaving only a fragment resembling a skull ornament resting upon his forehead and eye sockets. The black spiritual pressure enveloping him began to retract inward. The shattered bone armor and flesh recoalesced, forming a tight-fitting black attire reminiscent of a samurai's armor. His form was no longer that of a frail, aged man, but had reverted to that of a powerful middle-aged figure, muscles taut and brimming with strength. Most striking was the location on his chest. A pitch-black, bottomless void appeared there, as if his heart and the will of fire he had guarded all his life had been utterly excavated. He slowly rose, his eyes no longer clouded with fear, but rather embodying an absolute void. He raised his hand, and a weapon, entirely black and archaic in design, akin to a vajra, coalesced in his grasp. Meanwhile, Danzo's wails abruptly ceased. His mask, resembling a beast's jaw, similarly shattered, leaving only a few jagged fragments scattered across his right cheek. The Sharingan that had sprouted from him had now fully integrated into his skin, forming bizarre crimson patterns that coursed across one side of his body. On his chest, a similarly irregular, jagged void emerged. The weapon in his hand was a short, twisted bone blade, resembling the fang of a venomous serpent. Thus, two brand new monstrosities, exuding an aura of foreboding power, were birthed within the confines of the Konoha dungeon. They were voids, yet no longer purely void. They were human, yet had long since lost their qualifications for humanity. Not too shabby. Aoyu set down his teacup, rising to his feet and tearing through space as he strode closer. He approached the two newly formed Aaron cars as a craftsman would inspect his freshly completed work, though their foundations were feeble and their souls riddled with impurities, resulting in an incomplete transformation. They could, at best, be deemed passable as the first batch of creations. He extended his hand, as if brushing away dust from his garments, gently gliding over the void in Hiruzen's chest. Hiruzen's body trembled violently. A flicker of instinctual terror flickered in his void-like eyes. "Do you remember your name?" Aoyu inquired. Hiruzen's lips moved slightly, producing a hoarse sound reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against wood. "Sarutobi Hiruzen." "Excellent." Aoyu nodded, then turned his attention to Danzo. "And you?" Danzo's single eye bore into Aoyu, a tumult of resentment and fear intertwining, ultimately culminating in a humiliating submission. "Shimura Danzo, it appears you retain a modicum of your self-awareness. How fortuitous. Fully automated puppets are not as convenient to wield." A familiar, playful smile graced Aoyu's face. He turned his back to the two newborn Aaron cars and redirected his gaze to the unconscious Sasuke sprawled on the floor. "Do you see, Sasuke? This is art. Transforming useless refuse into tools of utility. This is the most exquisite application of power." He raised his hand and issued his first command to the two figures in the courtyard. "Kneel." Thud. Without hesitation or doubt, the once legendary ninja of Konoha and the fearsome leader of Root knelt before Aoyu in the most abject posture, their foreheads pressed tightly against the cold stone floor of the courtyard, akin to the most devout of worshippers bowing to their deity. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. He beheld the two kneeling figures, their chests bearing those dark voids, and the deathly weapons they clutched within their grasp. Then, he heard the sound of his worldview shattering. It was not a mere fragmentation, but a complete pulverization, leaving no remnants behind. He had always believed he sought power for revenge. Yet now he understood that all he pursued was nothing more than a trivial game in Aoyu's eyes. A mouthful of blood spilled from Sasuke's lips. It was not a wound, but rather the collapse of his spirit, his pride, the last vestige of dignity as an Uchiha, utterly crushed in that moment. His consciousness began to sink into an abyss of darkness. Perfect Aaronkar birth detected. Skill 6, Unlock conditions met. 22. Chapter 199, Skill 6, Evolution. Can the system evolve as well? In the courtyard, silence reigned. The blood that trickled from the corner of Sasuke's eye blossomed upon the frigid wooden floor like a quietly unfurling, despairing flower of the afterlife. His world, along with his last shred of pride, lay utterly shattered by those two abject figures kneeling before Aoyu. And in the final moment before his consciousness succumbed to darkness, a cold, mechanical notification, audible only to Aoyu, finally echoed within his mind, arriving belatedly. Perfect Aaronkar birth detected. Skill 6, unlock conditions met. 22. It has come. A flicker of barely perceptible ripples passed through Aoyu's gaze, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a long-anticipated stone. He paid no mind to the unconscious Sasuke on the floor, nor did he cast another glance at the two sculptural Aaronkars kneeling in the courtyard. His entire focus was immersed in the panel visible only to him. The familiar system interface was undergoing a transformation. Originally, the dim expanse beneath, Skill 5, etherealization, began to radiate with resplendent brilliance, as countless streams of data cascaded like a waterfall, ultimately coalescing into two succinct yet powerfully resonant words. Skill 6, evolution. Evolution. A delicate arch formed at the brow of Qingyu. It was neither the anticipated blade return, nor a more formidable manifestation of Kido or Zanpakutō abilities, but instead, a term that was all-encompassing yet somewhat nebulous. He extended a finger and gently tapped the void. New information unfurled before him. Evolution, a leap in the hierarchy of life, breaking free from constraints. A staircase leading to higher dimensions. Current evolution options. Option 1, physical evolution. Option 2, soul evolution. Option 3, system evolution. Qingyu's gaze slowly traversed the three options. Physical evolution? Through the power of etherealization, his corporeal form had already transcended the realm of mortals, reaching an apex. Any further advancement would merely enhance speed and strength, lacking significant fundamental change, merely gilding the lily. Soul evolution? His soul's strength was already the foundation upon which this system was built. While greater strength is always advantageous, the development of the soul is inherently a gradual process. Ultimately, his attention settled on the third option, system evolution. Qingyu's breath momentarily stilled. This was his first realization that the Crimson Jade system, which endowed him with everything, was itself subject to evolution. He had always regarded the system as an omnipotent and absolutely stable tool. Yet now, it appeared that this tool also harbored the potential for growth. It was akin to possessing a top-tier computer capable of running any program. Now, he had the opportunity to choose between installing a more extravagant software or upgrading its CPU and motherboard. The answer was self-evident. Every skill, every power emanates from the system. Enhancing the system itself is the most fundamental and lucrative investment. I choose system evolution. Qingyu resolved within himself. System evolution selected. Please choose evolution direction. System evolution direction 1. Functional evolution. Unlock partial permissions of skill 7 or enhance existing skills. System evolution direction 2. Essential evolution. Enhance the system as foundation. Optimize energy conversion efficiency and improve the host system synergy. Yet another decision lay before him. A playful smirk tugged at the corners of Qingyu's lips. This system certainly understood the art of gentle persuasion. Functional evolution was undoubtedly the option with the highest short-term returns. Unlocking partial permissions of skill 7 meant he could more swiftly acquire new powers, new toys. However, Qingyu's vision had never been confined to the immediate. He placed greater emphasis on the second option, essential evolution. Optimizing energy conversion efficiency and enhancing synergy with the system sounded abstract. Yet Qingyu instantly grasped the crux of the matter. The spiritual pressure he had cultivated was converted into various abilities through the system, and this process inevitably incurred some form of loss. Optimizing efficiency meant that the same input could yield greater returns. The aspect of synergy was even more crucial. It signified that the system would no longer merely be an external add-on, but would evolve towards a complete integration with him. I choose direction 2, essential evolution. Better a short pain than a long one. Sharpening the axe doesn't hinder the work of cutting wood. This principle was one he understood better than anyone. Evolution direction confirmed. Essential evolution. Warning, essential evolution of the system will extract the host's total spiritual pressure as the energy source for evolution, which is expected to result in continuous consumption. Warning, during the evolution period, the host will enter an irreversible state of weakness with a significant decrease in strength. Warning, the host is advised to prepare thoroughly. Evolution will commence in 30 seconds. Countdown, 302,928. A series of vivid red warnings flashed through Qingyu's mind like an alarm. The smile on his face faltered slightly. A period of weakness? Continuous consumption of total spiritual pressure? This system, prior to the upgrade, had concealed such critical user information from him. He clicked his tongue. Truly a delightful surprise. Although somewhat unexpected, Qingyu felt no panic. 30 seconds was ample time to make the most prudent arrangements. His gaze instantly fixed on the red-haired girl standing quietly at the far end of the corridor. Xianglin, a devoted servant who had wholeheartedly surrendered her body and soul to him. No one could be more suitable as his aide. Countdown, 15:14. In an instant, Qingyu's figure vanished from his original position. The next moment, he appeared behind Xianglin, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Qingyu Darren? Xianglin's body trembled violently, her mind blank as she felt the irresistible force at her waist, her cheeks flushing crimson as if they might bleed. Qingyu offered no explanation, merely uttering with an undeniable tone in her ear, "Come with me." Countdown, 54. He raised his other hand and swiftly swiped through the air. Whoosh. The space tore open like a black curtain, revealing a gaping rift. Beyond it lay the eternal night and the white sandy seas of the Hueco Mundo. Cradling the utterly bewildered girl, Qingyu stepped through the rift. As he entered, the spatial tear swiftly sealed, leaving no trace behind. The courtyard fell silent once more. Only the unconscious Sasuke lay on the ground, and the two Aaronkar remained knelt, motionless. It was as though everything that had transpired was merely a surreal play with no audience. In the Hueco Mundo, amidst the boundless white desert, Qingyu emerged with Xianglin. Countdown, 321. System evolution initiated. A profound sense of weakness surged within him, like a tide rising from the depths of his soul. Qingyu could distinctly feel the vast ocean of spiritual pressure within him being drawn away at an astonishing rate by an unseen force, funneling into an unknown dimension. The white desert beneath his feet trembled violently, unable to bear the residual spiritual pressure he unconsciously exuded. The eternal black moon in the sky flickered, as if affected by some unseen force. Qingyu Darren, you. Xianglin finally regained her senses. Her eyes filled with panic and concern as she sensed Qingyu's rapidly diminishing aura. Silence, Qingyu replied, furrowing his brow as he struggled to maintain his composure. He raised his hand. As the absolute sovereign of the Hueco Mundo, he possessed supreme authority here. In my name, seal all pathways between the Hueco Mundo and the outside world. Prohibit any form of entry or exit until I awaken. His voice transformed into a decree, resonating throughout the expanse of the Hueco Mundo. In the distance, the wandering, feeble hollows felt the will of the world's sovereign and prostrated themselves to the ground, trembling in fear. Having completed all of this, Qingyu could no longer sustain himself. His body weakened, and he fell backward. Xianglin hurriedly caught him, allowing him to lean against her. The sensation of weakness intensified. Qingyu's consciousness began to blur, just before plunging into a deep slumber. The last thought that flickered through his mind was that this evolution, by the looks of it, would likely keep him asleep for a year and a half. So be it. Consider it a long-deserved vacation. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank deeply into an abyss of boundless darkness. The entire Hueco Mundo, in tandem with his slumber, succumbed to an absolute silence. Time here seemed to lose all significance. A day, a month, a year. Chapter 200. The relationship between the hollowed jade and the system. Hueco Mundo. As Qingyu's consciousness descended, the world appeared to have been muted. The vast white sands no longer trembled, and the eerie black moon in the sky ceased its flickering, plunging everything into an eternal stillness. Xianglin embraced Qingyu, feeling the once boundless power within him now rapidly dissipating, her heart filled with immense fear and confusion. She was unaware of what had transpired and dared not inquire. The only thing she could do was to use her fragile body to create a small, warm haven for her deity in this desolate world. Time here had lost its measure. Yet, within the depths of Qingyu's consciousness, another scene unfolded. He did not plunge into pure darkness. Instead, he found himself in a vast ocean composed of countless blue data streams. In a form of spirit, he floated at the center of this ocean. An overwhelming spiritual pressure was continuously siphoned from the essence of his soul, transforming into the most refined energy, merging into this sea of data. At the ocean's core, a colossal sphere radiating a gentle white light pulsated slowly, resembling a heart in gestation. This was the essence of the hollowed jade system. Alternatively, it represented the core of the system's evolution. Qingyu observed all this with an unperturbed heart. Whether in a weakened state or in the act of energy extraction, it felt as though it bore no relation to him. He was merely a quiet observer, awaiting the completion of evolution. However, at that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated within his soul for the first time, not through a panel notification, but directly within him. Host consciousness stable, initiating information transfer protocol. Decryption level, primary. Commencing transfer. What? For the first time, Qingyu's consciousness experienced a fluctuation known as surprise. Before he could react, an immense torrent of information, far beyond his imagination, surged into his soul like a flood breaking a dam. This wasn't power, it was pure information. Segments of sealed memories not belonging to him. Vivid and bizarre images erupted in his mind. Scene 1. It was an indescribably lofty and desolate dimension. At the world's center sat a being shackled by countless chains, reduced to mere torso, yet still emanating supreme majesty. The Spirit King, the creator deity of the soul society, the ultimate origin and destination of all souls. Qingyu witnessed the Spirit King carve a piece of flesh from his own body. This flesh contained the supreme power to alter causality and fulfill wishes. The Spirit King infused a minuscule, almost imperceptible fragment of his will into this piece of flesh. Item name, Hollowed Jade. Core function, absorb the hearts of surrounding existences and manifest them. Hidden protocol, when the host's compatibility with the Hollowed Jade reaches 100, the Spirit Kings shall awaken, devouring the host's soul to complete its descent, seeking a new, perfect vessel of kingship. The frigid system explanation echoed in Qingyu's soul. His consciousness stirred up a tempest. The Hollowed Jade, which he had always prided himself on being able to fulfill all wishes, was fundamentally a trap. A meticulously crafted conspiracy designed for others to reap the rewards. He was not the master of the Hollowed Jade. He was merely a chosen vessel, destined to nourish the Hollowed Jade, waiting to be harvested. Scene 2. The scene shifted. In a chaotic interstice of time and space, a pure sphere of soul light, which was Qingyu just having traversed, floated silently. His destination should have been the realm known as Soul Society. However, just as he was about to arrive, a bead radiating a sinister glow, akin to a shark scenting blood, forcibly emerged from the barriers of the world and, without hesitation, merged directly into his soul. It was the Hollowed Jade. In that instant, Qingyu felt as though his soul had been branded with an indelible mark of slavery. The Spirit King's faint yet supreme will began to corrode his essence, attempting to completely assimilate him. Just when everything seemed dire, another force suddenly erupted from the deepest recesses of Qingyu's soul. It was a beam of purer, older, and more incomprehensible system light. Detection of unknown high-dimensional will incursion. Threat level, extinction. Initiating highest level emergency protocol. Plan 1, excision of the intruder. Success rate, 0.01. Consequence of failure, annihilation of both host soul and intruder. Plan 2, suppression of the intruder. Success rate, 99. Consequence, continuous significant energy consumption, functional limitations. Plan 3, assimilation of the intruder. Current energy insufficient, success rate, 0. Automatically selecting optimal plan, Plan 2. Commencing energy expenditure to detach from current world coordinates, 103070. Warning, energy below safety threshold. Unable to completely sever causal links. Initiating secondary traversal, randomly selecting a low magic world for energy replenishment. World coordinates locked, Naruto. Commencing descent. Boom. In that moment, all images and information surged into Qingyu's mind. He finally understood. He comprehended everything. He was not the chosen one, selected by the Hollowed Jade. He was an unfortunate soul, ensnared by a cosmic-level con artist on the path of traversal, and his true golden finger, the system that had remained silent all along, merely providing panels and skills, was the guardian that had been protecting him from the very beginning. The so-called Hollowed Jade system was nothing but a farce. It was not the name of the system, but a guise the system had to adopt to suppress the Spirit Kings within the Hollowed Jade. It had layered the power of the Hollowed Jade in the form of skills, allowing itself to utilize it. This was not empowering itself. It was guiding him to gradually reverse engineer and seize control of the Hollowed Jade, wresting the artifact from the grasp of the lofty Spirit King. Each skill unlock was a confrontation between the system and the Spirit King's will. Each enhancement of his strength was accumulating energy for the system's counterattack. And this time's system evolution, the so-called extraction of total spiritual pressure, the so-called weakened period, was not about the system needing energy for an upgrade. Rather, it was that the system had finally amassed enough capital to launch a full-scale offensive against the virus entrenched in the core of the Hollowed Jade. It was not evolving. It was usurping power. So that was the truth. Qingyu's consciousness resonated silently in this ocean of data, sending ripples that shook the entire soul space. He had always believed himself to be the chess player, with all beings as mere pawns. Only now did he realize that he was merely a pawn on a far grander chessboard. However, there were two players, both fine to claim him. One sought to use him as a puppet and as a new vessel for the Spirit King. The other chose to coexist with him, aiding his growth. Ultimately, to turn the tide against formidable foes, the system. An indescribable fury, rooted deep within his soul, mixed with a sickly exhilaration, surged wildly in his consciousness. To be treated as prey? Transformed into a mere vessel for others to possess at will? The consciousness of the Spirit King, Qingyu, gradually lifted its gaze towards the center of the ocean of data, where a white sphere of light was fervently entangled with a wisp of faint black mist. You are quite intriguing. Indeed, exceedingly fascinating. My interest in you has begun to blossom. This is no longer humiliation. It is a fundamental negation of his identity as a player. It incites a greater fury within him than death itself. Moreover, it ignites a thrill unparalleled by any enemy. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. Will assimilation complete? The unlocking degree of the collapsed Jade system has reached 50. The power usurpation protocol has officially commenced. First phase objective: devour the fragments of the Spirit King's will and gain complete control over the collapsed Jade. Estimated time: 1 year and 6 months. Evolution: commence. As the words fell, the white sphere of light at the heart of the data ocean blazed with newfound brilliance. It ceased to pulse gently and transformed into a voracious vortex, fervently drawing in the strand of black mist that represented the Spirit King's will, crushing and absorbing it piece by piece. Qingyu could sense a novel, purer, and more potent force gradually feedbacking into the essence of his soul through the system. It was a power that truly embodied the ability to manifest one's desires as instinct. A cold, fervent smile slowly curved his lips within this realm of consciousness. Excellent. When I descend upon the Soul Society once more, I shall present you with a grand gift. My dear Spirit King. Chapter 201, The Fourth Shinobi World War. Kagaya Otsutsuki's Resurrection. Qingyu returns to the shinobi world. Time in the hollow world flows in a state of relative stillness. Its passage is imperceptible. Yet, in the shinobi world, it rushes forth in a brutal manner. A year and a half later, the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War has long since transformed into a desolate wasteland soaked in blood and despair. The earth trembles, cracking into unfathomable chasms. The sky has been tainted with an ominous dark red hue, as if the entire world were bleeding. Is it not over yet? Naruto Uzumaki knelt on the ground, his golden chakra cloak flickering perilously, nearly extinguished. Blood stained the corner of his mouth, and his breath resembled the labored wheezing of an old bellows, each inhalation sending waves of agony through his entire being. Behind him stood the remnants of the Ninja Alliance, their faces etched with numbing despair. They had but one enemy, the man suspended in midair, white-haired, adorned with horns, clad in the robe of the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Madara. No, he had transcended Uchiha Madara. After absorbing the 10 tails, he had become the new deity of this land. Is it over? Madara's voice resonated from the heights above, devoid of emotion, akin to a divine decree. For you, this is merely the beginning. An eternal dream devoid of war and suffering, only happiness. He slowly raised his head. On his indifferent face, a single Rinnegan eye with 9 tomo slowly opened at the center of his forehead. The crimson gaze reflected the blood-colored moon hanging in the sky. Infinite Tsukuyami. Light. An indescribable, inescapable radiance that would bring all to an end cascaded down from the blood moon. In that moment, the entire world was illuminated in its entirety. This is dire. Naruto's pupils constricted as he summoned his last reserves of strength to shield his remaining comrades with chakra. However, a figure moved faster than he. The colossal purple skeletal frame of Susanoo acted as a despairing shield, standing before everyone. It was Sasuke. He stood atop Susanoo's head, his black hair whipping wildly in the storm, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan fixed intently upon the blood moon above. Spitting blood, he stained the armor before him crimson. The light emanating from the blood moon was not merely an illusion, but a force of rules that directly acted upon the mind and soul, irresistible. The deathly power within him surged violently, yet it could not mount an effective resistance, instead tearing through his body like countless blades. Sasuke! Naruto cried out in anguish. Sasuke did not turn back. He simply rasped a few words through gritted teeth. Stay back. This is my battle. His pride, the last dignity of the Uchiha, forbade him from accepting anyone's protection once more, even at the cost of annihilation. The light pierced through Susanoo's defenses. On the ground, countless members of the Ninja Alliance suddenly exhibited vacant expressions, soon replaced by eerie, blissful smiles. The God Tree's descent. Boom. The roots of the God Tree erupted from the earth like a colossal white serpent, tightly ensnaring those ensnared in the illusion, wrapping them in white cocoons. They absorbed their chakra, transforming them into sustenance for the God Tree. The entire world was dying. Only Team 7, shielded by Naruto, and the resurrected Hokages through Edo Tensei, struggled to persist. Uchiha Madara descended slowly, landing atop the god tree, gazing down upon these last few insignificant insects. "It is over," he softly proclaimed. However, in that instant, a sudden shift occurred. An inky black hand pierced through his chest without warning. Ugh! Madara's body stiffened, disbelief washing over him as he looked down at the hand that had impaled his torso. Why? He beheld a twisted, mocking face materialized from Kagaya's essence, emerging from his chest. "Madara, you are mistaken." Black Zetsu's chilling voice echoed. "You are not the savior. Like me. You are merely a tool for the resurrection of our mother. Let the revival commence." Kagaya. Boom. A torrent of chakra surged uncontrollably into Uchiha Madara's body. His form began to swell, contort, emitting wails that were far from human. An aura more ancient, more terrifying, and more despairing than the 10 tails awakened from within him. The heavens and earth lost all color in that moment. A woman clad in white, with white hair, bearing the Rinnegan, and marked by 2 crimson dots at her brow, replaced Uchiha Madara, floating serenely in midair. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra. She opened her eyes, her white irises devoid of any human emotion, only the chilling, divine gaze that overlooked all existence. "It is over." This thought surged within the hearts of all present, whether it was Naruto, Sasuke, or Hashirama Senju. Before Kagaya's unfathomable pressure, they felt as insignificant as dust. This was no longer a battle. It was mortals facing the very deity of creation. Kagaya raised her hand, her delicate palm aimed at Naruto and Sasuke below. She sensed the chakra of her 2 sons coursing through them. It was a power that needed to be reclaimed. An unstable force. Bone of ash, bring forth death. Without sound, without warning, 2 gray bone spears shot forth from her palm, instantly piercing through space to arrive before Naruto and Sasuke. There was no escape, no defense. Death loomed so near. A flicker of self-mockery crossed Sasuke's eyes. The power he had pursued his entire life, the hatred he had struggled with to this day, ultimately rendered him so fragile. He recalled that man, the one who had toyed with him, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. If only he were here. In that moment, as the thought arose, the entire world seemed to be pressed on pause. The 2 ominous, world-erasing gray bones hovered before Naruto and Sasuke, unmoving and impervious. On Kagaya's divine, frigid visage, an expression of disbelief, a rare glimpse of astonishment, surfaced for the first time. She realized that her connection to this world had been severed, not merely cut, but rather overwritten by a more tyrannical and incomprehensible rule. She was no longer the deity of this realm. She had transformed into an observer. On the battlefield, every action came to a standstill. The suffocating pressure that loomed in the air dissipated quietly. The wind ceased to stir, and the clouds paused in their drifting. The world descended into an eerie silence. Above Konoha, atop the Hokage rock, a black fissure opened, akin to a curtain sliced by a keen blade, silently revealing a figure who stepped forth with measured grace. Clad in his immaculate black attire, he bore an ethereal beauty that seemed beyond human comprehension. Yet, the playful nuance once present on his face had given way to a profound tranquility reminiscent of the cosmos. His eyes, calm as a serene pool, reflected the birth and demise of myriad worlds. Au had returned. He did not cast his gaze toward the distant, chaotic battlefield, nor did he regard the goddess of the moon suspended in the air. Instead, his attention settled upon the village below, both familiar and alien. How noisy it has become. He sighed softly, as if speaking to himself. Just over a year away, and the world had unraveled into such chaos. He raised his hand, grasping the hilt of his Zanpakutō. Thus, from this moment onward, his voice, though soft, resonated with an incomprehensible clarity throughout every corner of the ninja world, echoing in the minds of all living beings. Whether it was the despairing ninja on the battlefield, the cocooned individuals ensnared in the god tree, or the exalted progenitor of chakra, all heard him. Au slowly drew his sword. The blade, known as Mirror Flower, Water Moon, emitted no sharp aura upon meeting the air. Instead, its surface resembled a melting mirror, transforming into flickers of ethereal light that dissipated into the atmosphere, leaving only an empty hilt in his grasp. Bankai. The utterance fell lightly, devoid of world-shattering phenomena or cataclysmic spiritual pressure. The entire world remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. In the next heartbeat, Au released his grip. The empty hilt vanished in tandem. He turned away from the battlefield, seemingly having lost all interest in the farcical spectacle. This tiresome drama had come to an end. At that very moment, on the battlefield, Kaguya Otsutsuki's pure white pupils constricted sharply. The world before her had altered. Naruto, Sasuke, the past Hokages, and all of the ninja alliance had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of pure white space. At the far end of this void stood a throne, upon which Au rested his chin on one hand, observing her with a gaze that was both scrutinizing and tinged with boredom. You. For the first time, Kaguya uttered her own voice, tinged with an instinctive incredulity. She wished to move, only to find her body and chakra entirely beyond her control. She, the goddess of the moon, the progenitor of chakra, had become a paralyzed prisoner in this pristine realm. Meanwhile, to Naruto and Sasuke's eyes, Kaguya still floated in midair. But the coldness and divinity that once graced her features had vanished. In their place was an almost reverent, fervent worship. Gradually, she bent low toward the Hokage rock, ultimately prostrating herself in a gesture of utter submission. In that instant, the entire ninja world fell into profound silence. Chapter 202, The Terrifying Bankai. The farce of the ninja world concludes. The battlefield lay silent, akin to a painting stripped of sound. Time and space appeared to be molded into a solidified amber by the unseen hand of the figure atop Hokage Rock. Sasuke Uchiha's pupils narrowed into dangerous needles. He witnessed it, he saw it with clarity. The progenitor of chakra, Kaguya Otsutsuki, who had just moments ago loomed as a deity, casually erasing existence, was now kneeling in the most humble and devout posture, prostrating before the Hokage rock, her once cold, divine face pressed against the charred earth, resembling a lost devotee who had finally encountered their singular god. No, something was fundamentally amiss. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan within Sasuke screamed a frantic warning. A stinging sensation on the brink of collapse. The six-pointed star of his Rinnegan throbbed with unprecedented restlessness, as if it yearned to break free from its socket. All he had discerned, all the pride he took in his ocular prowess, told him that what lay before him was a grand illusion, a grotesque lie vast enough to encompass the entire world. Yet his body, his senses, the entirety of the world he could perceive, fervently affirmed the authenticity of this lie. Kaguya had indeed knelt. The suffocating pressure that had once gripped the world dissipated. Bankai. The man's voice echoed once more, inopportunely, within his soul. This term, like an invisible seed, was forcibly sown deep within the very essence of every being in the ninja world. It took root and sprouted, growing into a towering tree named Au, its branches and leaves obscuring the sky and enveloping the earth. It consumed and rewritten their understanding of the world, along with their memories and wills. The condition for the Shurikai's hypnosis was to witness the liberation of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, and the Bankai, the profound void. This is the true world. When you hear his voice, when you behold his form, when you touch him, when you smell his essence, when you exist in this world, breathing this air, you have already entered his domain, a realm eternally defined by his perception of reality. How unbearably noisy it is. Au's form faded from Hokage Rock. In the next instant, he appeared before Kaguya. He did not even cast a glance at the goddess of the moon kneeling before him, but rather surveyed the battlefield, now a chaotic mess. With mild disdain. Such a tedious farce. He snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. The sound was crisp. Kaguya, kneeling, quivered violently. Then, before the dazed, rewritten gazes of all present, the progenitor of chakra began to dissolve, like a handful of sand scattered by the wind, gradually transforming into myriad points of light that vanished into the air. There was no battle, no ceiling, not even the faintest ripple of energy. She was simply erased, as if from the very beginning, she had been but an inconsequential character, easily expunged from Au's narrative. Immediately after, Au's gaze shifted toward the colossal god tree that pierced the heavens and the earth, as well as the ninja ensnared within its roots, cocooned in white. His brow furrowed slightly. An eyesore, with a thunderous roar. The tree that had absorbed countless lives and plunged the entire ninja alliance into despair seemed to be drained of all vitality in that moment. The colossal trunk began to wither, decay, and transform into ash at a visibly rapid pace. The white roots that ensnared the onlookers snapped, inch by inch. All those who had been bound returned to the ground unscathed, their expressions vacant, adorned with an eerie smile of happiness from a dream, utterly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Naruto's golden chakra cloak had long extinguished. He stood in a stupor, watching it all unfold, gazing at the man who had nonchalantly swept away this apocalyptic crisis as if it were mere refuse. His mind was a void. The sage mode he took pride in, the power of the six paths he had inherited, appeared nothing more than a childish jest in the face of this scene. It was not merely a disparity of strength. It was a crushing of life dimensions. After accomplishing all this, Qingyu finally turned his gaze toward Sasuke. He approached slowly, step by step, each footfall echoing upon the ruins of Sasuke's already crumbled worldview. Stand up. Qingyu's voice was devoid of emotion. Yet, Sasuke's body trembled uncontrollably. He yearned to resist, to muster every last ounce of strength to unleash the piercing cry of Chidori against the man who had trampled over everything he held dear. However, the chakra within him, the power he had drawn from the realm of death, now lay dormant like a still pond. No, it was not dormancy. In his perception, he no longer possessed such things. In his world, he, Uchiha Sasuke, was nothing more than a pitiful mortal, weaponless. A spurt of blood escaped from the corner of Sasuke's mouth. His body, unable to bear the violent clash of reality and illusion, was on the brink of collapse. Yet he exerted every ounce of his strength, fixing his bloodshot eyes, now crimson from the strain, upon the approaching Qingyu. In those eyes, there was no hatred, no anger. Only a profound despair, utterly crushed, incapable of piecing itself together. Qingyu stood before him, looking down from a lofty height. You sought power to destroy this false world, to create a reality solely your own, correct? A playful smirk graced Qingyu's lips. But do you understand now, Sasuke? This world has always possessed but one truth. His voice, akin to a demon's whisper, infiltrated Sasuke's ears and seeped into his very soul. And that truth is me. Boom. The last thread of Sasuke's consciousness snapped completely. So this was it. Everything he had pursued, everything he had loathed, everything he wished to annihilate, had been nothing more than a drama, easily amendable in the eyes of others. He was not an avenger. He was not even a competent actor. He was merely a joke. Qingyu paid him no further heed, turning away to gaze at Naruto, at the reincarnated Hokage of bygone eras, at each soul on the battlefield who had survived yet found themselves ensnared in a deeper fear. His gaze eventually ascended to the sky, as if piercing through the heavens to glimpse another, higher-dimensional world. This farce had reached its conclusion. The true stage awaited my presence. He spoke not another word, for it was unnecessary. From this moment forth, his will would become the law of this world. His thoughts would be the thoughts of all. Every breath he took would dictate the ebb and flow of this realm. A black fissure silently opened behind him, leading into the unknown depths. Qingyu stepped forward, and in the instant his figure vanished entirely, the fissure sealed itself quietly, leaving no trace. The entire world fell silent. The war had ceased. Yet something far more terrifying had descended. No one cheered, no one rejoiced. Every face bore a serene and blissful expression, as if the brutal war had never occurred, as if the fallen comrades had never existed. Their memories, their cognitions, were corrected in that moment. Only Uchiha Sasuke remained, kneeling upon the scorched earth. Qingyu had granted him the final vestige of consciousness. Perhaps this was a punishment more cruel than eternal hypnosis. Sasuke slowly lowered his head, gazing at his hands. These hands, once stained with blood, once wielding thunder, now found no meaning in clenching a fist. He was free, free from hatred, free from shackles, free from all that had come before. For he, along with his world, had become the possession of that man. A drop of cold liquid slipped from the corner of his eye, splattering upon the ground and stirring up a small cloud of dust. It was not tears. It was the final testament of his existence as an independent individual, Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 203. Descending into the realm of death, usurping the Spirit King. Becoming the new sovereign of the three realms. The Soul Society. Or rather, another dimension that transcends the Soul Society. The Spirit King's Palace. Here, there is neither sky nor earth. What meets the eye is an expanse of immaculate, pure white space, as if forged from solidified light. The air is devoid of any impurities. Even the flow of time appears thick and sluggish. Absolute tranquility, absolute order. A pitch-black rift abruptly tore through this pristine canvas. Like an unsightly scar, Qingyu stepped forth from within. The rift behind him sealed silently, leaving not a trace, as if it had never existed. He surveyed his surroundings, his deep-set eyes betraying not a single ripple of emotion. The clamor of the ninja world's battlefield, the acrid scent of blood, seemed to linger in his senses, forming an absurd contrast with the purity before him. His gaze ultimately settled upon the center of this space, where a massive crystal hovered, radiating a sacred brilliance. Within the crystal lay a sealed existence. It possessed no limbs, no facial features, merely a still torso pierced by countless shackles. Yet, this incomplete form constituted the foundation and keystone of the entire realm of death and the three realms. The Spirit King. Qingyu regarded it as one might observe a slightly antiquated exhibit displayed in a museum. He did not unleash his spiritual pressure, nor did he exhibit any hostility. He simply stood there quietly, lifted his hand, and gently brushed away non-existent dust from his shoulder. This gesture stood out starkly in this eternally still space. "Long time no see." Qingyu spoke. His voice was soft yet resonant, echoing clearly in this mediumless space. "Though this is our first meeting, I have certainly experienced your hospitality for a year and a half." The Spirit King within the crystal showed no response, remaining the same sealed, lifeless entity. Qingyu paid it no mind and proceeded towards the crystal. 1 step, 2 steps. As he drew closer, this pure white space began to exhibit a subtle repulsion, originating from the realm of rules. It was as if the entire world instinctively resisted the approach of this foreign entity. Qingyu did not belong here. A cold, inarticulate will resonated directly within Qingyu's soul. "Get out." Qingyu paused momentarily. A cold, amused smile crept across his lips. "You see, this is becoming rather dull. You have no body, yet your temper is quite formidable. I have come here solely to engage you, the elusive mastermind, in a thorough discussion regarding the after-sales issues pertaining to the flawed product known as the fragment of collapse. Yet, you seem intent on hastily dismissing me. Such an attitude towards service is utterly unacceptable." The moment my words hung in the air, a profound tremor coursed through the entire Spirit King Palace. The repulsive force, born of the world's very rules, suddenly intensified a billionfold. No longer merely seeking to expel, it now sought to obliterate. The very fabric of space transformed into an invisible millstone, aiming to utterly crush and eradicate the dissonant note that was Qingyu from the roots of existence itself. Time, space, causality, existence. Every cornerstone that constitutes the world morphed into the most terrifying weapon, descending with thunderous might upon Qingyu alone. This was the raw, unembellished authority of the creator god of the world. Yet, Qingyu merely lifted his eyelids, his gaze remaining unperturbed. "See, you consistently misinterpret the crux of the matter." His voice pierced through the torrent of rules capable of annihilating all. "I did not come to your world as a guest." In the next moment, he raised his hand, gently grasping at the void before him, as if seizing some intangible essence. "I have come to claim your world." Crack! A crisp sound, reminiscent of shattering glass, reverberated throughout the expanse. The torrent of rules, potent enough to erase all, came to a halt. Then, like a pierced illusion, it dissipated into nothingness. The entire Spirit King Palace reverted to an eerie silence. No, something had indeed changed at its very core. Within the crystal, the Spirit King's form, long shackled by countless chains, quivered ever so slightly for the first time. It sensed the severance of its bond with this world. No, not severance, but rather a forceful override. It was akin to a page filled with writing being overwritten by another pen, inscribing new, diametrically opposed content in bolder ink. This world no longer heeded its will. The mirror flower, water moon, after being enhanced by the system, could now hypnotize even the world's will, rewriting its understanding. "Now, we can have a proper conversation." Qingyu's figure materialized before the crystal. He extended a finger and gently tapped against the impregnable crystal wall. Thud, thud. The clear sound echoed like a tolling bell. "First, I must express my gratitude. Had you not so fervently thrust the fragment of collapse into my soul, I would not be where I am today. Secondly, I must critique you." Qingyu's fingertip lingered on the crystal's surface, as tendrils of black cracks began to emanate from his touch. "Hiding your will's shards within a gift to another, only to plan a grand theft once they reach their zenith, is a base and unsophisticated act. Most importantly," Qingyu's gaze turned icy. "You subjected me, a player, to the humiliation of being treated as an NPC. This is unforgivable." Boom. The crystal that had sealed the Spirit King for countless ages shattered in response. It transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, scattering into the ether. The Spirit King's form, now liberated from its restraints, hovered serenely in the air. An ancient, boundless, and indescribable pressure erupted from that incomplete body. In that moment, the entirety of the three realms felt a tremor emanating from the very source of the world. In the Soul Society, the Siriidii, countless Shinigami gazed up at the sky in terror. In Hōgyoku Mundo, upon the vast sandy sea, all hollows prostrated themselves, trembling in fear. In the human world, every individual with spiritual awareness felt an inexplicable heartbeat resonating from the depths of their souls. Their deity had awakened. Yet, when this overwhelming pressure, capable of toppling the three realms, encountered Qingyu's form, it melted away silently, like spring snow under the fierce sun. "See, here we are again." Qingyu shook his head, a hint of ennui gracing his features. "Your greatest weakness lies in your excessive attachment to this fragile world you have crafted. Each of your attacks is executed with utmost caution, lest you inadvertently dismantle your own home. Whereas Qingyu slowly raised his hand, palm directed at the Spirit King's form. I am indifferent. The moment his words fell, there were no cataclysmic explosions, no world-shattering energies. The Spirit King's fragmented body began to disintegrate at a visibly discernible pace. This was not a physical destruction, but a conceptual vanishing. Its significance, its role as the world's wedge, everything it represented, was being forcibly stripped away and absorbed by Qingyu, devouring the Spirit King's will. World authority transfer commencing. Core system of the three realms undergoing reconfiguration. The chilling system prompt echoed within Qingyu's mind. He could feel an entirely new, boundless power surging into his soul. It was the supreme authority governing the life and death of the three realms, defining the causality of all things. Just before the Spirit King's form vanished completely, it trembled one final time, a silent echo of unwillingness and fury resonating within Qingyu's soul. What on earth are you? A brilliant yet chilling smile graced Qingyu's lips. He imprinted his will upon the Spirit King's last fragments of consciousness in the same manner. Me? I am here to rectify the bugs in your world, programmer. Buzz. The Spirit King's essence vanished entirely from the three realms. In its place, Qingyu's will enveloped the entire world. He slowly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of countless souls, sensing the intricate threads of the world's laws. The god of the ninja world, the master of the three realms. From this day forth, he would be the singular, supreme existence of these two realms. After a considerable time, Qingyu opened his eyes. He seated himself upon the empty throne that once belonged to the Spirit King, resting his chin on one hand. He gazed down upon the expanse of pure white space beneath him, his expression tinged with boredom. A world devoid of conflict resembled a stagnant pool. Yet, conflict always seemed so base. He gently tapped the armrest of the throne, seemingly pondering a profoundly serious question. Perhaps it was time to introduce some new amusement into this monotonous world. Naruto world, Bleach world. Let them merge into one. May the two disparate power systems bring forth greater delight. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this tale, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again in the next story.